In Chapter 21, a university student from Earth finds his soul drawn into an alien spacecraft, awakening to discover he is transformed into a 17-year-old boy on a mid-level cultural planet billions of light years away. The enigmatic intelligence, known as Zero, and the resplendent civilization of the Jialan Star will guide this young man from Earth towards an unknown destiny. Chapter 1. Please refer to me as Zero. The Davo Republic, situated on the periphery of the Great Civilization Circle, boasts 13 administrative planets and hundreds of resource-rich worlds. It ascended to mid-level civilization just a decade ago, establishing itself as a formidable power within the Omi star system. The capital planet of the Davo Republic experienced an unusual incident in its second-largest city, Mingzhou. One night, a residential area was suddenly plunged into darkness. Although power was restored after an hour, the property management company incurred substantial compensation costs, nearly leading to its bankruptcy. In one of the two-story houses within the residential complex, a boy aged 17 or 18 lay unconscious in his room. The boy, named Zhong Yun, was undergoing primary education, his parents both employed as white-collar workers in a large corporation, thus belonging to the middle class with a home and a car. That night, Zhong Yun was engrossed in the nation's most popular game, Space Battles, as the following day was a holiday, and he had intended to play through the night. At a critical moment in the game, while piloting his ship, Chun, darkness suddenly engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, Zhong Yun was no longer the same as before. He groaned softly, opened his eyes, and surveyed his surroundings. A throbbing pain in his head felt as though it might explode, compelling him to pound his fists against the floor. An overwhelming surge of information flooded his mind, causing him immense distress. Who am I? I am Zhong Yun. No, I am not Zhong Yun. Then, who am I? Just as a torrent of chaotic thoughts raced through his mind, the door was abruptly flung open, and a woman rushed in, her face etched with panic. Upon seeing Zhong Yun sprawled on the floor, she cried out, "Xiao Yun!" She dashed to Zhong Yun's side, enveloping him in her embrace. "Xiao Yun, what has happened? Please do not frighten your mother." Her voice trembled as she spoke, tears streaming down her face, revealing her profound worry and sorrow. A warm current surged within Zhong Yun, prompting him to involuntarily utter, "Mom, my head hurts terribly." A strong hand gently caressed his head. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a stern-faced man, whose brow was furrowed with deep concern. "Xiao Yun, everything will be all right. I've already called the hospital. The doctor will arrive shortly." His father's voice possessed a comforting magic, and Zhong Yun weakly nodded, resting in his mother's arms, feeling the pain in his head begin to dissipate. Before long, an ambulance arrived, and a flurry of activity ensued as they lifted Zhong Yun onto the stretcher and transported him to the hospital. Outside the emergency room, Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong anxiously awaited news. Zhong Yun was their only son, and they were at a loss for what to do if anything were to happen to him. Yun Rong paced restlessly in the corridor, glancing nervously at the emergency room doors, the sound of her high heels clicking against the white floor echoing in the tense atmosphere. Zhong Pingjiang sat upright in a nearby chair, his expression as stoic as water, though the veins on the back of his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. After half an hour, the red light above the emergency room extinguished, and the doors swung open, with a group of doctors emerging. Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong approached the foremost physician. "Dr. Han, how's my son?" Yun Rong inquired anxiously. Dr. Han removed his mask and smiled reassuringly. "Madame Zhong, your son is not in serious danger. He has merely overexerted himself mentally and needs to rest for a few days." Both Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong exhaled deeply in relief. "Thank goodness. We appreciate your help, Dr. Han." "Not at all. It is all part of my duty," Dr. Han replied, reminding them once more to ensure Zhong Yun gets ample rest before departing. The following day, Zhong Pingjiang and his wife brought their son home. Apart from feeling slightly lethargic, Zhong Yun was otherwise unharmed. Upon arriving home, he retreated directly to his room. Seeing that their son was fine, Zhong Pingjiang and his wife checked the time and returned to work. With a smart assistant overseeing the household, they felt at ease, as it had been the assistant who promptly notified them of Zhong Yun's incident the previous night, allowing them to arrive in time. In his room, Zhong Yun lay on the bed, surveying the space that felt both familiar and foreign, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. He was no longer the original Zhong Yun. He was now an ordinary 19-year-old who had just gained admission to university from Earth. He distinctly recalled leaving the internet cafe the previous night, cycling home, and how in the blink of an eye, he had found himself in this bizarre Davo Republic, transformed into a bewildered third-grade student at an elementary school. Could it be a case of transmigration? As this possibility crossed his mind, his heart raced with excitement. The more he contemplated, the more it became evident that this was no mere dream or illusion, but rather an extraordinary transmigration that explained everything. He pinched his arm, feeling the sharp pain radiate through him, and muttered, "By the heavens, I have transmigrated." Rising from bed, he approached a large mirror on the wall, where a slender boy stared back at him. Thankfully, he was still of Asian descent. Zhong Yun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Though not conventionally handsome, his features were well proportioned, and he had not been transformed into an unappealing figure. From this moment forward, I am Zhong Yun, and Zhong Yun is me. He vowed to embrace his new identity. Once the thrill subsided, a pragmatic concern arose within him. How would he navigate life in this technologically advanced nation? It was rather disheartening to think that while others transmigrated into magical realms or returned to ancient times, he had landed in a place devoid of such fanciful prospects. Now a mere student in elementary school. In this era where spaceships can traverse the cosmos through spatial leaps, he, a mere university student, finds his knowledge pales in comparison to that of the elementary students here, rendering him utterly incapable of fitting in. The individual he has become one with is neither the scion of a colossal conglomerate nor an exceptionally gifted prodigy. Instead, he is an utterly ordinary and exceedingly mediocre student, whose academic performance hovers only at the threshold of passing. After much contemplation, he concludes that the most favorable outcome for his future would merely entail, with the assistance of his parents, securing a position at a commonplace company as an ordinary office worker, forever burdened by the anxiety of potential dismissal. The more he ruminated, the more despondent he became, ultimately deciding to cease his musings. Whatever the future holds will unfold in due course. At the very least, he could aspire to become a professional gamer. Upon recalling the notion of a professional gamer, Zhong Yun was suddenly struck by a crucial thought, hastily lying down on his bed and calling out, "Xiao Qi! Xiao Yun! You have returned!" A sweet voice resonated, and in an instant, the room transformed into a spacious hall adorned with numerous doors. He inherited the memories of the former Zhong Yun, understanding that this was an extraordinarily advanced virtual technology. He gazed around in awe, marveling at the astonishing realism, completely oblivious to the fact that this was a fabrication of the virtual realm. A diminutive sprite, no larger than the palm of a hand, flitted before his eyes. "Xiao Yun, your mental faculties have yet to recover. You are not permitted to engage in gameplay," it stated. This was his intelligent assistant, the steward of his virtual space, crafted in the likeness of his dreamlike companion, and named Xiao Qi. "Understood," Zhong Yun replied, slightly disheartened. He had been eager to experience the virtual game he had longed for. However, as he had not yet reached adulthood, he was restricted from accessing all permissions, and thus could not contravene Xiao Qi's limitations. Nevertheless, even if gaming was off the table, other forms of entertainment awaited him. He intended to watch a film, immersing himself in a truly captivating experience. Suddenly, Zhong Yun halted, for he noticed an additional door appeared beside the cinema entrance without his knowledge. "Xiao Qi, when did I acquire another connection?" Xiao Qi responded. "According to the records, this connection was established yesterday at 11:13 p.m., just prior to the power outage. At that time, I was engrossed in space battles." "Could it be a virus?" Zhong Yun pondered. "Xiao Qi, please conduct a scan for any viruses." Xiao Qi's form flickered momentarily in midair, unable to identify. Damn, could it truly be a virus? This latest Phantom 5000 was a birthday gift from my mother for my 17th, and I cannot allow this wretched virus to ruin it. Xiao Qi, delete it. Zhong Yun was unwilling to take that risk and opted to eliminate it instead. Xiao Qi's eyes flashed with a stream of data, and suddenly, its form trembled, emanating a crimson glow. Zhong Yun felt a mix of anger and anxiety, knowing this was a sign of a viral incursion. The red light radiating from Xiao Qi intensified, ultimately enveloping its entire body in a scarlet hue. "Xiao Qi, are you all right?" "Xiao Qi." Zhong Yun paced anxiously, feeling utterly helpless. Both he and the previous Zhong Yun were seasoned novices in the realm of technology. 2 minutes later, the red light from Xiao Qi blazed brightly, blinding Zhong Yun. When he could finally see again, the crimson glow had dissipated, and Xiao Qi had returned to its original form, albeit with subtle alterations. Zhong Yun called out hesitantly, "Xiao Qi, please refer to me as Zero." The voice that emerged from Xiao Qi was no longer the sweet, feminine tone he was accustomed to, but rather a cold, mechanical timbre. Zhong Yun swallowed hard and inquired, "What has become of Xiao Qi?" "She has been temporarily deactivated. I now assume her duties," Zero replied, then floated toward the virus door and opened it, commanding, "Come forth." Zhong Yun's eyes darted, and he instinctively took several steps back. I'm feeling tired and would like to rest for a moment. Could you escort me out?" Xiao Qi stated, "Your fatigue level is at 10, and your condition is satisfactory. Approach." The vacant gaze from Xiao Qi sent a chill down Zhong Yun's spine, prompting him to swallow again. "What would I do there? Your physical fitness level is insufficient. Training is mandatory." Chapter 2. The secret of time travel. Zhongyun shook his head firmly, joking that Zero's origin is unknown. What if he followed it and an accident occurred? I won't go with you unless you clarify your background. Even if you reveal your background, I won't go in with you. Zhongyun added a sentence in his heart. It is absolutely safe in personal space, and he is not afraid of Zero forcing him, but without its consent, it is a bit troublesome to leave. Zero's eyes flickered with a black light. Your permissions are not enough. As soon as the sound fell, the surrounding scenery changed again, becoming a huge space. Zhongyun was so scared that he took a step back. What are you doing? Zero stopped in the air, and, at some point, its white clothes turned into pure black, which, combined with its all-black eyes, looked very eerie. Training begins. In front of Zhongyun, there appeared a person who looked exactly like him, and a large mirror that could reflect his whole body. The virtual person started moving, making several strange movements in a row, like dancing or punching. Follow his movements. Zero said that the rules are, if you make a mistake once, you will be punished with 1 whip. If you make a mistake twice, you will be punished with 2 whips. If you make a mistake 3 times, you will be punished with 3 whips. Zhongyun turned around and saw a long black whip hanging in the air behind him. He chuckled and said, "Are you joking?" With a snap, the whip hit his back, and Zhongyun let out a painful cry, angrily saying, "Have you gone crazy? You actually hit me?" Zero is very cold-hearted. Don't confuse me with those low-level programs. My top priority is to ensure the survival of my master. Your physical fitness level is too low. Your survival ability is low, and you cannot effectively ensure your safety. So, the most important task at present is to improve your survival ability. What a mess. Zhongyun hates it in his heart. It's just that the situation is stronger than others. In order to avoid suffering less, it's better to obediently listen. Fortunately, although the actions of the virtual humans are humorous, they are not too difficult. There were a total of 9 actions, and after Zhongyun followed them a few times, the speed of the virtual person increased, making it a bit difficult for him to follow. Adjust breathing, listen to commands. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, inhale. This set of 9 movements took him several hours, and in the end he was too tired to do it, so Zero allowed him to stop. Zhongyun gasped for breath and asked, "What is the purpose of this action? Can practicing this thing improve my physical fitness?" This is gymnastics invented by the Galatians, combined with Mika rays. It is a very effective training method. According to my calculations, if you train every day for only 10 years, your physical fitness can reach a level 1 level. Decade? Zhongyun rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? After I leave, I'll find an antivirus company to kill you. As if piercing through his thoughts, Zero said, "You must never talk to anyone about my existence. Otherwise, not only me, but you will also be in danger of your life." Zhongyun sneered. "Hey, your intelligence is quite high. You actually know how to intimidate. However, I was so scared that I thought I was stupid." Zero's next words are truly shocking. "Your soul is not stable, and you must not leave this room for 30 days. Zhongyun's face changed dramatically. "What did you say?" The biggest secret was suddenly exposed, and he was shocked beyond measure. "To save energy, I start for 2 hours every day and enter sleep mode the rest of the time. Today's time is up. Tomorrow at the same time, remember to come in." After Zero finished speaking, the space disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, Zhongyun returned to his personal space. "Don't leave. Explain to me clearly what's going on." "Hey." Zhongyun pounced and wanted to keep Zero. "Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you?" Zero's black clothes disappeared. Her clothes turned back to their original white color, and her voice turned back to a sweet female voice. Xiaoqi returned. Zhongyun collapsed to the ground in a daze. Countless thoughts surging into his mind, and his heart once again became chaotic. He can only be certain of one thing, that his time travel must be related to Zero. Even if it was not caused by it, it is definitely an informant. After sitting for a long time, Zhongyun slowly sorted out his thoughts. Since Zero said it would appear again tomorrow, just ask it then. After making up his mind, he temporarily put this matter aside. "Xiaoqi, help me search for keywords such as soul transfer. I'm happy to serve you." Xiaoqi closed her eyes, and a few seconds later, a dense row of information appeared in front of Zhongyun. After flipping through dozens of entries and rows, he felt a little relieved. The key to being promoted to a medium civilization in the Republic of Davo is to meet the hard conditions for promotion and possess spacecraft space jumping technology. This indicates that Davo's technology is very advanced, and it is unknown how many years ahead of Earth. However, with such advanced Davo, research on the human soul is still a blank slate. Whether the soul can exist after death has always been a mystery. If someone finds out that he not only died once, but also successfully attached his soul to another body, it will definitely create a huge wave in the national bones, and countless people will go crazy about it. What does soul transfer mean? It means that the aging of the human body is no longer an obstacle that limits human life, and it means that humans can never die. No one can resist the temptation of immortality. So, even if there is no progress in the research on soul transfer, every year there are plenty of tycoons throwing a lot of money into this field just for that extremely slim hope. After understanding this, Zhong Yun's face turned a little pale. He was afraid. What would be the consequences if the secret of his time-traveling possession was found out? The major forces that swarm and will decompose it into cellular states and then study it in a laboratory. Just thinking about it makes people engage in a Cold War. Let this secret rot in my stomach, he thought silently. After calming down, he searched for Zero again, and unsurprisingly, there was no information about Zero at all. After thinking for a moment, he searched for two more keywords, Jialan Star and Mika Ray. Jialan Star is very famous. It is said to be an advanced civilization from 50-100 years ago, which was completely destroyed in an unprecedented cosmic storm in history. In that disaster, billions of stars perished. An entire galaxy seemed to have been shot through a hole. The most famous thing about Galapagos is their artworks. Some people say that Galapagos people are born artists, which is not an exaggeration. This place is rich in poets, painters, musicians, and talents in all fields of art. Even its language is known as the most beautiful language in the entire universe. It is said that in high society, if you cannot speak fluent Catalan, you are embarrassed to greet others. The poetry and music left behind by Jialan Star are sought after by civilizations throughout the universe. If any country does not include hundreds of them, they will be regarded as local elders by other countries. And the physical antiques, such as paintings that have survived to this day, are priceless treasures, each carefully collected. The National Museum of Davao has a sculpture from Jialan called Wiki, which is the most important national treasure of Davao. However, Zhong Yun couldn't find any information about the Jialan gymnastics. The same goes for Mika Ray's. However, the word advanced civilization made his hands tremble with excitement. What is the concept of advanced civilization? The disparity between an advanced civilization and the newly ascended intermediate civilization of Da is akin to the chasm separating Da from primitive beings. One could say that even a mere trifle from an advanced civilization would be regarded as an immense treasure by Da. Chapter 3. The Feeling of First Love. Zhong Yun was sifting through information when suddenly, Xiaoqi informed him of a visitor. Upon accessing the visual feed, he was surprised to find his friend, the slightly pudgy Tianhai, at the door. From his recollections, Tianhai had been his desk mate since their first day of school, and they had remained inseparable ever since. Xiaoyun, you seem to be in good spirits, Tianhai remarked, inspecting him from head to toe. I heard you were ill. Are you feeling better now? Much improved. Thank you for your concern, Zhong Yun replied. A warm sensation bubbling within him as he gazed at Tianhai's round face, reminiscent of his close friends back on Earth, friends he might never return to. Tianhai scrutinized him curiously, nodding in acknowledgement. It seems you were indeed unwell. You used to be oblivious to the concept of politeness. Get lost, Zhong Yun retorted, kicking him lightly. He thought it best not to reveal too much and continued. Last night, I showcased my prowess by vanquishing a level 23 hunter, causing quite the commotion. Want to see? Isn't your Qiyun ship only at level 20? You actually defeated a level 23 hunter? Impressive, Tianhai exclaimed, skepticism etched across his face. Of course. I've been diligently honing my skills. My progress has been nothing short of meteoric. I could take down even a level 32 hunter, Zhong Yun declared with pride. Just boasting, aren't you? Tianhai scoffed, then his face lit up with excitement. Guess who I ran into today? Who did you encounter? Your dream girl? Zhong Yun poured 2 glasses of golden juice, handing one to Tianhai. My goddess is still performing on Jialan Star, Tianhai replied, taking a sip and smacking his lips in delight. How wonderful it is to be wealthy, enjoying such exquisite Qi Mei fruit juice every day. Qi Mei fruit is a delectable and hydrating delicacy native to the flower star, highly sought after by the Da people. Its cultivation is exclusive to that planet, making it a luxury that only a few can afford. Zhong Yun refilled Tianhai's glass. So whom did you meet? Tianhai savored another sip before divulging. Today was the public launch of the UA 4999 model. I queued up early this morning and finally snagged one at 9. He beamed with pride. The UA 4999 is a lightweight weapon that was just developed last year, set to be deployed in the military next year. Tianhai, a weapon enthusiast, would naturally not miss the first batch of models. Zhong Yun slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. I intended to mention that tomorrow I would go see it for myself. But then I recalled the mysterious Zero's instructions to remain in this room for 30 days, so I quickly changed my mind. I need to check if it looks as cool as the pictures online. Cooler by far, Tianhai chuckled before returning to the previous topic. Don't change the subject. Where's I? You were the one who digressed, you know. Zhong Yun decided not to press the matter. After you bought the UA 4999, you encountered someone. Precisely. After purchasing it, I was starving and eager to head home. I boarded the bus, and you won't believe whom I ran into. Dian Hai Woan and Fai. Zhong Yun felt a twinge of intrigue, an image of someone surfacing in his mind. Who did you meet? Lu Yunqi. At the mention of her name, an odd sensation washed over Zhong Yun, a bittersweet pang akin to a drop of lemon juice trickling into his heart, gradually spreading. Countless memories of this girl flooded his mind, fragments belonging to a former self. He shook his head to dispel those feelings. And then, I greeted her and sat beside her. Tian Hai paused for effect, seemingly expecting Zhong Yun to react with fervor, as he usually did at the mere mention of Lu Yunqi. Instead, Zhong Yun remained unflinching, his demeanor calm and composed. Tian Hai scrutinized Zhong Yun's face, searching for any signs of concealed emotion, but to his disappointment, there was none. This was utterly abnormal. In the past, the mere mention of Lu Yunqi would ignite a spark in Zhong Yun, illuminating his eyes and coloring his cheeks, as if he had been injected with enthusiasm. Yet this time, he appeared entirely unfazed. It turned out she was visiting the flower market, which struck Tian Hai as peculiar. Why would a wealthy girl like her take the bus instead of driving? You should have seen it. A few brutes on the bus nearly drooled at the sight of Lu Yunqi. Tian Hai glanced at Zhong Yun again, only to be met with the same indifferent expression. It was as if he were speaking of an inconsequential passerby rather than a girl he once idolized. Ironically, none of those brutes dared approach her, and the seat beside Lu Yunqi remained vacant until I boarded. I could practically feel their murderous glares piercing through me as I took a seat. At this point, Tian Hai found himself at a loss for words. What should have been an amusing anecdote felt oddly disconcerting, prompting him to laugh awkwardly and fall silent, focusing instead on his juice. Zhong Yun, on the other hand, found it impossible to embody the role of a lovesick fool, consumed by thoughts of a woman, even if that woman resembled a celestial being. Silence enveloped the living room. I've come to terms with it. Zhong Yun broke the silence, feeling the need to clarify his stance to prevent unnecessary speculation. Lu Yunqi is not someone I can ever possess. Tian Hai gazed at his friend with concern, fearing he had suffered a significant blow. To be frank, despite being Zhong Yun's closest companion, he could not hold out much hope for him. Lu Yunqi not only possessed stunning beauty, but was also rumored to be the daughter of a major tycoon and a prodigious talent who had won national music awards. In every regard, she was beyond Zhong Yun's reach. As a middle-class youth with an unremarkable appearance and average academic performance, the possibility of winning Lu Yunqi's affections was virtually non-existent. Perhaps it was best for him to admire her from afar, for to harbor unrealistic hopes would only lead to a descent into despair. Let us not dwell on this, Zhong Yun declared, downing the chi mate juice in one go. I intend to take a long leave. Just wanted to give you a heads up. A long leave sounds good, Tian Hai replied, feigning nonchalance. But don't lock yourself up at home. Get out and clear your mind. With that, he took his leave. Zhong Yun contacted Dr. Han to obtain a medical certificate, then called his parents for their signatures as guardians, subsequently applying for leave on the school's website, which was promptly approved. With nothing to occupy his time, he aimlessly wandered online and stumbled upon the flower market, struck by inspiration. Having learned of Lu Yunqi's fondness for flowers, he began to take an interest in floral information and even planted a few ordinary orchids in his small yard. Unfortunately, his lack of talent in this area proved evident. Although he managed not to kill the orchids, they had never bloomed a single flower, merely surviving like weeds. Reflecting on the expensive plants that had consumed half a year's worth of his allowance, he couldn't help but chuckle. He mused, first love, so beautiful, so pure. Chapter 4, Cultivation. The next day, Zero appeared punctually, in the same vast space, clad in the same black attire, his eyes as dark as the abyss. Answer me. Why did I run from Earth to this place? Do not feign ignorance, nor claim any lack of authority. If you do not provide me with an answer today, I shall promptly report you to the National Security Bureau. Upon his arrival, Zhong Yun sprang to his feet, bombarding him with questions like a barrage of cannon fire. Zero regarded Zhong Yun, a chilling aura emanating from its virtual black eyes. Unyielding, Zhong Yun held his gaze. After a lengthy standoff, seemingly sensing his determination, Zero resolved to yield. When I was activated, your soul became intertwined with mine. You became my master. Subsequently, I assisted you in locating this body. Zhong Yun felt a tinge of disappointment and inquired, do you recall where you were activated? 20 million light years away. Coordinates are XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Zhong Yun pressed on, "Are you familiar with the Milky Way? I have not heard of it." It was reasonable to assume that extraterrestrial beings would not refer to it by the same name. It was likely designated with another title. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. In the vast cosmos, where lay the path home. Commence training, Zero commanded. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Yun resolved to live fully, even in the absence of news from Earth. He clenched his teeth, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the training. Regardless of Zero's origins, it had facilitated the transfer of his soul and possessed knowledge of the training methods of the Jialans, suggesting its ties to a superior civilization. Thus, he must not slacken in his efforts. Today featured 9 movements. Due to Zhong Yun's complete dedication, he swiftly mastered the set. As he neared completion, Zero prepared to depart when Zhong Yun called out, "What is the mica ray?" The mica ray exists solely at the center of the universe. It is the most penetrative ray known to us. Additionally, it serves another purpose. When it interacts with the human body, it stimulates the secretion of a substance known as yuan. Yuan? What is that? Zhong Yun asked, intrigued. To date, no one has deciphered the composition of yuan. It is recognized as both a substance and a form of energy, exclusively generated within living organisms, possessing remarkable effects. The yuan produced by each race varies in functionality. The Jialans, due to their unique genetic structure, generate yuan that manifest as mental energy. Statistically, among all advanced civilizations, the Jialans boast the highest average IQ. How impressive! Zhong Yun exclaimed, then inquired, "What about us Devorians?" According to my analysis of your body, the results indicate that the yuan produced by Devorians possesses formidable offensive capabilities. However, your body lacks the foundation to generate yuan and must rely on a mica ray. Furthermore, aside from its aggressive nature, the yuan of Devorians is not particularly remarkable. It is estimated that only when yuan reaches the 3rd level can one operate in space. What? Zhong Yun thought he had misheard. Operate in space? Do you think I'm a super scion? Surely, even a super scion cannot survive in the cosmos. This just has gone too far. Wait, do you mean to say that one can fly in space without any equipment? Zhong Yun cautiously queried. Indeed. Zhong Yun's lips felt parched as he stammered. When will I achieve the 3rd level? By the end, his voice trembled with excitement. To soar into space, dear heavens, am I dreaming? Regrettably, my energy is insufficient to sustain you to the 3rd level. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving Zhong Yun stunned. He urgently asked, "What energy do you require? I will procure it for you. Electricity? Nuclear energy? Or energy blocks? Raw crystals? Raw crystals? No problem. I will obtain them for you. Tell me, where can I find them?" Zhong Yun pressed, ignited by a fierce resolve. For the sake of immense power, he would slay gods and Buddhas alike. No one would stand as an obstacle in his path. There are only 2 places in Davao where raw crystals may be found: the military and the black market. Zhong Yun composed himself, pondering for a moment before asking, "Does your database contain technological data from advanced civilizations?" Davao was merely a mid-level civilization. Possessing a single piece of advanced technology would undoubtedly bewilder the ruling class of Davao. At that point, he could demand not just raw crystals, but an entire administrative star, and they would likely acquiesce. Due to severe energy shortages, only a minimal portion has been activated. Currently, only the data from Jialan is accessible. Entering that room will grant you access. Without waiting for further elaboration, Zhong Yun dashed toward the room, exclaiming in joy as he beheld stacks of information. For the following month, aside from athletic training, he immersed himself in that room, ravenously absorbing knowledge from advanced civilizations. Perhaps the Jialan training methods were indeed exceptional. Within 10 days, Zhong Yun nearly reached a photographic memory level, and his comprehension soared to new heights. Coupled with the knowledge of advanced civilizations, the gains from that month were beyond imagination. However, his initial assumption had been overly naive. He believed that acquiring a piece of Jialan technology would sway the rulers of Davao. Zero delivered a sobering reality check. Regardless of civilization, the transmission of technology is a continuous lineage, accumulating from the lower to the higher. Any rupture in this continuum incurs dire consequences. Furthermore, the cultural framework of the Jialans in Davao is fundamentally disparate. Even if offered freely, Davao cannot utilize it. It's akin to presenting a cultivator with the arcane secrets of a magical realm. It would only be a waste of expression. With that avenue closed, Zhong Yun felt momentarily disheartened, but quickly regained his resolve. There are many paths to Rome. If one road is blocked, another remains. The Jialan civilization is not renowned across the universe solely for its technology. On the eve of the holiday's conclusion, Zhong Yun, carrying a box, boarded a bus heading to the flower market. This was his first venture outside since his arrival, and he felt a mix of curiosity and excitement. Although his exterior had not changed much, he was a world apart from the person he had been a month prior. Just a few days earlier, his physical attributes had finally met the required standards. According to Zero, the strength of his yuan had barely grazed the threshold of the first level. Of course, such rapid growth was largely attributable to the potent effects of the micro-ray. What does achieving the first level of yuan entail? Although Zhong Yun had not undergone specialized testing, Zero stated that his overall physical prowess was 285 times that of an average Devorian, while this year's heavyweight champion boasted a mere 113 times that of an ordinary person. Although Ming City spans a vast area, its transportation system is remarkably convenient. The buses are autonomous shuttles operating on fixed tracks at high speeds. In less than half an hour, Zhong Yun arrived at the flower market located in the west of the city. Stepping off the bus, he was greeted by a faint floral fragrance that invigorated his spirit. Since the emergence of yuan within him, he had developed a unique affinity for plants. The flower market bustled with activity, vibrant and lively, reflective of the affluent lifestyle of Ming City's residents who emphasized the pursuit of spiritual fulfillment. Flowers, as embodiments of beauty, are naturally adored by the citizens. The flower market could be considered the most nature-adjacent locale in the city, with minimal modern facilities. Everywhere he looked, a riot of colors dazzled the eye, and the air was perfumed with intoxicating scents, as if he were submerged in an ocean of blooms. In the previous sections, the plants were rather ordinary, and the purchasers were typical residents. Zhong Yun meandered through the first alley, only to find himself entering the second, where the floral offerings were evidently of a significantly higher caliber, tailored specifically for families of moderate income who appreciate a refined lifestyle. Without pausing, Zhong Yun strode directly into the third alley, where the true masterpieces resided. Chapter 5. A Chance Encounter at the Flower Market. In the third alley, the crowd was markedly sparser, and the flowers were not haphazardly displayed in storefronts. Instead, they were showcased as panoramic, tangible images. Only the finest specimens graced this location, each one boasting a considerable value, and thus unsuitable for mere roadside display. Clad in the uniform of a public school, Zhong Yun stood out conspicuously among a throng of well-dressed adults. Ignoring their inquisitive gazes, he approached the largest flower shop, poised to enter. However, he was halted by a tall, imposing security guard who stepped in front of him, demanding to know his purpose. With a furrowed brow, Zhong Yun replied, "I wish to purchase some flowers." The guard, displaying a mocking smile, retorted, "Flowers? Youngster, you've wandered into the wrong place. You should be in the first alley." Zhong Yun raised an eyebrow, coldly responding, "Is this how Fair Flower Garden treats its guests?" The guard, feeling belittled by the young boy's disdain, erupted in indignation, waving him away. Under normal circumstances, he would never shoo away a customer so brusquely, but today, he had been instructed to prevent any unauthorized individuals from entering due to the presence of a distinguished visitor. He was merely fulfilling his duty. Having spent countless days at the entrance, he had honed his perception, and, at a glance, he could tell that Zhong Yun, with his modest attire, was not a scion of wealth, but rather an interloper, and thus he showed no mercy in his dismissal. Zhong Yun's temper flared as he glared at the guard, warning him, "If you do not allow me entry today, you will deeply regret it." The guard, momentarily unsettled by his words, scrutinized him again, thinking he might have misjudged the boy. Yet, after a thorough examination, he could discern nothing remarkable about him. Moreover, having issued a challenge, he could not afford to be intimidated by a child's threats. "You got some nerve to threaten me. If you don't leave, I'll make you wish you had." Though Zhong Yun was incensed by the guard's low opinion of him, he wished to avoid further complications. With a sardonic smile, he turned to leave, but a melodious voice interrupted him. "Is this how Fair Flower Garden treats its guests?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhong Yun felt a jolt of surprise, his body momentarily stiffening, but he quickly regained his composure. The same words, spoken by a different person, carried an entirely different weight. The guard, taken aback by someone standing up for Zhong Yun, glared in their direction. Upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, his hostility dissipated, replaced by an obsequious smile. "Miss Liu, you see, I am merely following orders." A faint, elusive fragrance wafted into Zhong Yun's nostrils, and his gaze fell upon a cascade of straight black hair that flowed like a waterfall, complemented by a pristine white blouse. Liu Yunqi, not wishing to stoop to the guard's level, stated, "This is my classmate. I would like to accompany him inside." The guard's demeanor instantly softened, and he bowed, saying, "My apologies, Miss Liu's classmate. Please forgive my rudeness." Seeing him grovel, Zhong Yun could not be bothered to hold a grudge. Choosing instead to give a nod of acknowledgement to his classmate, It was a stark reminder of the influence wielded by those of higher status. Zhongyun, shall we go in? Lu Yunqi turned, her elegant smile neither overly warm nor cold, reflecting her impeccable upbringing. Finally, he beheld her flawless visage, a beauty so exquisite that no superlative could do her justice. For a fleeting moment, Zhongyun was entranced, stammering, sure. Lu Yunqi, accustomed to such reactions, brushed it off and entered the shop, with Zhongyun trailing behind, sighing inwardly. No wonder he had once been utterly captivated by her. Such enchanting beauty was a rarity in the world. The guard watched the two disappear, spitting in disdain. Is the Lu family-s princess truly that esteemed? She'll still end up with a man one day. Thank you for earlier, Lu classmate, Zhongyun said as they entered, finally adjusting his emotions to express his gratitude. Lu Yunqi shook her head. It was nothing. We are classmates, after all, and should help one another. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, are you also interested in horticulture? Just as he was about to respond, a staff member approached, interrupting him. Miss Lu, how may I assist you? Their eager demeanor indicated that Lu Yunqi was a frequent patron, while Zhongyun was completely overlooked. Lu Yunqi subtly furrowed her brow and declined. No need. I'm just showing my classmate around. The attendant bowed and retreated, visibly disappointed. This prompted Zhongyun to gaze at Lu Yunqi for a full 3 seconds. What's the matter? Lu Yunqi felt his gaze and, thinking there was something on her face, touched her cheek. Thank you, Zhongyun said, pulling his gaze away and continuing. I came here to have my flowers appraised. Do you know where I might do that? Lu Yunqi's interest piqued. Did you grow them yourself? What variety? They're called Jialan, he replied. Jialan? They are quite difficult to cultivate. Have they blossomed yet? Lu Yunqi's curiosity deepened. Zhongyun scratched his head, a bit frustrated. They have bloomed, but they're somewhat different. I distinctly purchased Jialan seeds. Lu Yunqi's curiosity was instantly ignited. May I take a look? Jialan, known for being a rare and notoriously challenging variety of orchid, blooms in pairs of equal size and shape, one purple, one white, symbolizing the duality of fate. Together, they blossom and wither, akin to the twin souls of destiny, scientifically referred to as the purple-white orchid. Finding a secluded spot, Zhongyun placed a box on the table. This box could simulate an optimal growing environment for the flowers, designed to prevent damage during transport. Lu Yunqi felt a thrill of anticipation. She had yet to witness a successful bloom of the purple-white orchid. Though she remained skeptical that her unremarkable classmate could achieve such a feat, Zhongyun pressed a button, and the box slowly opened, revealing its contents. Oh my! Lu Yunqi exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in sheer shock. A smirk crossed Zhongyun's lips as he reveled in her surprise. Such a reaction was a rare sight. In school, Lu Yunqi always maintained the image of an elegant young lady. This was precisely the effect he sought. The flowers cultivated through the secret techniques of Jialan Star were anything but ordinary. In the white porcelain pot, amidst several tender green leaves, stood 7 flower buds poised to bloom, each a different hue: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Zhongyun expressed his frustration, questioning whether he had ruined the flower he had cultivated. He had searched online and discovered that such an occurrence was seemingly unheard of with the species known as the orchid. Ruined it? Lu Yunqi, having just regained her composure from the shock, was struck by the disheartening thought that such a rare gem could be cultivated by an amateur like him. How unfair. Chapter 6. The extraordinary treasure cultivated by an amateur. You haven't erred in your cultivation, Lu Yunqi replied, taking a deep breath to suppress her surging emotions, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. However, the slight quiver in her voice betrayed her excitement. On the contrary, you have cultivated a one-of-a-kind treasure. Is that true? Zhongyun asked incredulously. Indeed, Lu Yunqi affirmed, nodding vigorously as she gazed at the pot of flowers, her eyes reflecting admiration and enchantment. She paused, her breath quickening as she sighed. It is unparalleled. Zhongyun absorbed the expression on her face, realizing that the rumors were indeed true. She was an aficionado of flowers, her passion bordering on obsession. After a moment, she extricated herself from the flower's infinite allure and turned to Zhongyun. How did you manage this? She still found it hard to believe that an outsider could cultivate such a legendary specimen. Scratching his head, Zhongyun replied, I honestly don't know. I simply followed the instructions provided with the seeds. At first, everything seemed fine, but then somehow, it transformed into this. What more could Lu Yunqi say but to marvel at his good fortune? Yet, a hint of skepticism lingered in her mind. Actually, I'm not entirely sure if this is indeed the legendary specimen. I will take you to meet someone who might be able to authenticate it. Zhong Yun carefully repotted the flower and followed Lu Yunqi inside. She soon dialed a number. Old Huang, where are you? In the cultivation room. All right, I'm on my way. I have an orchid I'd like you to evaluate. After passing through several doors and a lengthy corridor, they finally entered a vast, open courtyard. Upon entering, a refreshing scent wafted through the air, the essence of plants enveloping them. Zhong Yun gazed in awe at the rows of unfamiliar flora, his mind racing. To him, it appeared as a treasure trove of white blossoms, each pot representing a small fortune. Prior to this, he had familiarized himself with the market values of flowers, and every pot he recognized was worth a substantial sum, starting from 100,000. There must be thousands of pots here. Yunqi, what brings you here? Just as Zhong Yun was estimating the worth of the courtyard, a delighted voice broke through. Turning around, he saw a young man dressed in designer clothes rushing towards them. Zhong Yun felt an instant dislike towards him. The individual exuded an air of arrogance, typical of someone born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Lu Yunqi's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing him, and she responded coolly, Fei Yingming, you're here too. Fei Yingming cast a glance at Zhong Yun, a flicker of disdain crossing his face, albeit so swiftly that Zhong Yun barely caught it. He was certain Lu Yunqi noticed it as well, for her demeanor grew even colder, akin to the look she had given the receptionist who had ignored her. In that moment, Zhong Yun gleaned a facet of her character. She valued equality, which explained her choice to attend a public school despite her affluent background. She was amiable towards others, defending him simply because they were classmates, and she despised anyone who slighted her friends, be it the inattentive receptionist or this wealthy nuisance. Realizing this, Zhong Yun's admiration for Lu Yunqi grew, not because of his previous memories, but because of her remarkable qualities. He could sense that her demeanor was genuine, emanating from a heart of gold. Fei Yingming, oblivious to his own repugnant behavior, continued to linger around her. I came with my grandfather. Zhong Yun had already noticed a large group approaching, led by an elderly gentleman with graying hair yet a vigorous stride. A crowd of admirers surrounded the elder, indicating his high status. The old man spotted Lu Yunqi from a distance, and with a hearty laugh, he called out, Lu family girl. It's been quite some time since you visited this old man. His voice resonated like thunder. Lu Yunqi smiled and replied, Grandpa Fei, I've been busy with my studies. Her playful tone made Zhong Yun take notice, finding this more whimsical side of Lu Yunqi even more endearing. Old Fei chuckled mischievously, busy with studies? Or perhaps busy with romance? His gaze shifted towards Zhong Yun. Lu Yunqi blushed, retorting, Grandpa Fei, you're truly incorrigible. Zhong Yun could only smile wryly. The old man's gaze had not been particularly friendly. Meanwhile, Fei Yingming shot Zhong Yun a cold glare, one that sent a shiver down his spine. Old Fei laughed heartily. It's my fault. How about this? You've always admired my sapphire tears. I shall gift it to you as an apology. What do you think? Lu Yunqi exclaimed in surprise. Really? Zhong Yun was left speechless, marveling at the generosity of the wealthy. The sapphire tears were among the most renowned flowers in Davos, named for their blue hue resembling tears. At an auction, one had once fetched a staggering 80 million. It was undoubtedly one of the most precious flowers. As Lu Yunqi hesitated to accept, old Fei turned to his grandson. Yingming, when you return home, take the flower to Shao Qi. But Grandpa, the sapphire tears are your prized possession. How could Shao Qi? Old Fei feigned anger. Can a gift given by Grandpa be taken back? Besides, she's a true lover of flowers. It won't be a disgrace to it. From now on, I entrust it to you. Please take good care of it. Lu Yunqi found it impossible to resist such temptation, and given their family's long-standing friendship, refusing would be ungracious. She resolved to return the favor with something of equal value in the future. Thus, she agreed. Seeing her nod in acceptance, old Fei's heart swelled with joy, as if he had gained a great benefit from giving away his cherished possession. His gaze then fell on Zhong Yun. This young man seems unfamiliar. Which family do you belong to? This is Zhong Yun, my classmate. We just happened to meet at the entrance and came in together, Lu Yunqi explained. Old Fei nodded, casting another glance at the somewhat awkward Zhong Yun. Realizing he was just an ordinary young man, he deemed him unlikely to be a threat in the future. With this thought, his gaze softened. Meanwhile, Fei Yingming snickered inwardly, convinced he had seen through Zhong Yun's facade, disdainfully thinking, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. How could a lowly commoner like you pursue my Yunqi? Zhong Yun was unaware of Fei Yingming's thoughts. His lack of power and influence made it crucial for him to remain low-key. With Zero by his side, given enough time, everyone present would eventually bow before him. He possessed immense patience. Lu Yunqi then turned to the matter at hand. My classmate has cultivated a peculiar orchid and is seeking someone to help authenticate it. Shao Qi. Your own identification skills are not lacking. Why seek help from afar? Old Fei replied nonchalantly. What remarkable thing could a common boy like him possibly cultivate? I have perused the contents, yet I remain somewhat uncertain. Ah, the old man Fei seems to have taken an interest. Could it be a variant? Let me take a look. Zhong Yun embraced the box, holding his breath as he cautiously opened it. With a hiss, Fei Yingming, who had always disdained this young lad, could not help but scoff upon seeing the flower's appearance, remarking, "It's merely a bud. And yet you dare to bring it for appraisal? Who do you think you can deceive?" Before he could finish his sentence, a trembling voice interrupted from among the 7 fairies. Chapter 7. The Day of Sudden Wealth from 500 Million. Fei Yingming, interrupted while speaking in the presence of a beauty, felt a twinge of embarrassment, turning to see who had the audacity to intrude, preparing to admonish them. How dare they disregard my stature? Yet, upon realizing it was Elder Huang, a figure whom even his grandfather would treat with utmost respect, he swallowed his retort. Elder Huang, exclaimed one of the elderly attendants accompanying the Fei patriarch, a bespectacled man who staggered toward Zhong Yun, adjusting his glasses while gazing intently at the pot of flowers. His words detonated like a bombshell amidst the crowd, igniting a wave of astonishment. Those who had the privilege to be near the venerable Fei were all experts in their field, and many began to ponder the flower's shape, questioning how it bore such resemblance to the legendary one. However, upon considering the age and identity of its owner, they swiftly dismissed the thought. After all, if an ordinary high school student could cultivate such a mythical specimen, what would become of their esteemed reputations? Yet, Elder Huang was a recognized authority, one of the foremost masters in the nation, a national treasure of A-class contribution. It must have taken substantial effort for the old man Fei to engage his services. Huang's judgment was not to be questioned. If he asserted that this flower was indeed the legendary 7 fairies, they could not possibly be erroneous. Huang would never jest with his own reputation. Upon realizing that the fabled 7 fairies had re-emerged in the world, excitement surged through everyone present as they imagined the monumental stir it would create across the nation. The cultivation methods for the 7 fairies had nearly been lost following the extinction of Jialan Star, with the last recorded appearance being a century ago during the 10,000th anniversary exhibition of the grandest nation in the Omi system, the Guan Empire. Surprisingly, 100 years later, this legendary treasure reappeared, astonishingly in the hands of a mere high school student. Everyone held their breath, quietly admiring the exquisite beauty of the 7 fairies. In their eyes, each leaf appeared delicate, and each bud was resplendent. They envisioned the splendor it would exhibit when it eventually bloomed. Hearing Elder Huang's affirmation, Lu Yunqi felt a surge of excitement, glancing at the somewhat dazed Zhong Yun, pondering how he had achieved such a feat. The old man Fei was the first to regain his composure. Being a flower aficionado and the head of a family, he quickly reacted, addressing Zhong Yun, "My young friend, would you consider parting with this 7 fairies?" Zhong Yun was taken aback by his directness, momentarily at a loss for words. He hesitated, primarily uncertain about how to negotiate a price. To be honest, he had come merely to gauge the market, estimating that the flower might fetch a few million. After all, he was unsure if anyone would recognize the species. Little did he know that he had underestimated the expertise of these specialists, who genuinely recognized its value. Observing their expressions, he realized that the previous valuation of several million had been utterly overturned. They awaited his offer. Although Fei's flower garden sold a variety of flowers, it more closely resembled Fei's private garden, primarily used for acquiring rare specimens, offering fair prices and serving as the preferred choice for sellers. Rest assured regarding the price. I shall certainly present an offer befitting the identity of the 7 fairies. The old man Fei was resolute in his pursuit, believing that since it had appeared before him, he ought not to let it slip away. Zhong Yun had no doubts about his intention to avoid underpricing. Prior to arriving, he had researched the background of this flower garden. The Fei family of Mingzhou was indeed a prominent clan nationwide. For such esteemed families, unless it directly affected their interests, they would maintain their dignity. If word got out that the illustrious Fei family had attempted to seize a flower from an ordinary citizen, they would be ridiculed by high society. He could not afford such disgrace. Moreover, being a flower enthusiast was a refined pursuit, should he resort to unscrupulous tactics. Not only would others disdain him, but the experts present would look down upon him as well. Furthermore, for the wealthy Fei family, they were not particularly concerned about a sum of money. Since you were so forthright, I shall not feign modesty either. When it came to matters of profit, Zhong Yun was equally straightforward, extending 2 fingers, 200 million Omi coins. Omi coins served as the universal currency throughout the Omi system. with a current exchange rate of 2,531 against the Davo coin. Thus, Fei would need to spend nearly 500 million Davo coins to purchase this flower. An unprecedented sum. However, no one expressed astonishment. Aside from the young Master Fei, all present were genuine experts in floriculture. To aspire to be an expert, one must first possess a love for flowers. For such individuals, money paled in comparison to the joy of the blooms. Moreover, the 7 fairies were indeed worth this price. Deal. The old man, Fei, agreed readily, albeit with a condition: we lack experience in caring for the 7 fairies. Not a problem. Zhongyun was well prepared, handing over a memory chip containing recordings from the sprouting stage to the present. The entire process was documented within. Naturally, Zhongyun had no fear of them replicating a second pot of 7 fairies, for to transform the purple and white orchid into the 7 fairies. One indispensable element was the essence of Jialan Star. He was confident that finding another individual in Davo possessing the essence of Jialan Star was a near impossibility. A spark of intrigue flickered in the old man's eyes. All right, please present your bank card. After receiving Zhongyun's card, he handed it to his assistant, who made a phone call before returning the card to Zhongyun, stating that the funds had been transferred. You may verify it. As Zhongyun took back the bank card, his hands trembled slightly. Had 500 million Davo coins truly been deposited? It felt surreal, akin to a dream. The combined annual income of his parents barely reached 1 million. He had, with a single flower in the span of a month, earned a sum that would take them a century to amass. In the past, he could never have imagined such wealth, yet here he was, having achieved it. After securing the funds, Zhongyun bid farewell and returned home. Gazing at the long string of zeros on his bank card, he chuckled foolishly, contemplating how wonderful it would be to convert it into stacks of cash and joyfully scatter it across his bed. Stay low-key, he admonished himself, suppressing his excitement. Yet, after only 3 seconds of restraint, a silly grin broke forth. 500 million. With such wealth, he could purchase a grand house, acquire the most luxurious computer equipment, and hire several charming maids, indulging in a life of carefree leisure, becoming a happy recluse. As he became lost in this daydream, the doorbell jolted him back to reality. Upon checking the video feed, he was surprised to see a delivery truck parked outside, with robotic movers unloading boxes. What on earth? Were his parents replacing the household appliances? Puzzled, he opened the door to find a formally dressed man holding a list. Is this the residence of Zero? It turned out to be the work of Zero. Purchasing all these items for what purpose? Although Zhongyun was filled with a multitude of questions, he could only proceed to put away the items for the time being. In total, there were 30 pieces, costing him over 5 million, completely filling the front yard. Upon glancing at the inventory list, Zhongyun noted that the items were all instruments related to chemistry. Was Zero intending to set up a laboratory? Setting aside this query, he began to feel a headache at the thought of how to explain the origin of these items to his parents. He moved the 30-odd items into the guest room adjacent to his own before retreating into his personal space. As soon as he entered, a video image popped up before him. In the 3D projection, Zero's demeanor remained as cold as ever, showing no inclination to clarify Zhongyun's doubts. As he proceeded to speak to himself, the items I ordered have arrived, correct? Follow the steps I provided and disassemble them. I need a few specific components from within. The next segment was a tutorial on how to dismantle the instruments. Zhongyun felt speechless. How extravagant, spending millions on items just for a few components? Surely, wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. With a sense of frustration, he downloaded the video onto his portable player and began the disassembly endeavor. Chapter 8. Singer AMU. Stepping back onto campus, Zhongyun was overwhelmed by emotion. The greenery here surpassed that of Earth, and walking through it felt akin to wandering within a splendid garden. This was merely a public school. It was said that the elite private institutions were even more exquisitely beautiful, rivaling some specialized private gardens. Due to the ever-changing class schedules and locations, Zhongyun had not inquired beforehand and was unaware of where his class would be held today. Just as he was about to call his homeroom teacher, he suddenly spotted a classmate walking ahead. Approaching, he greeted, "Hi, Chinwen, good morning." Chinwen turned, a hint of confusion on his face, and then uttered a nearly blood-curdling line. "Do we know each other?" Zhongyun was astounded. Had his previous self been so unfortunate that even his classmates could not recognize him? "I'm your classmate, Zhongyun. Does that ring a bell?" "Oh." Chinwen tilted his head, thought for a moment, then shook it. "Nope, no impression." "Oh well. I don't really remember most people in class either." Chinwen's expression was apathetic. "Zhongyun, right? Do you play Space Warfare?" He was a talkative and friendly person, and within the brief 3-minute walk from the school gate to the laboratory, He had successfully forged a brotherly bond with Zhongyun. Upon entering the laboratory, most of the students glanced at Zhongyun before promptly ignoring him, as though his absence for a month had failed to stir any interest. This left Zhongyun feeling a bit downcast. Was he invisible? Just then, a melodious tune resonated through the laboratory. Zhongyun turned his gaze towards the source and saw a moderately attractive female classmate who was blissfully absorbed in listening to music through a player. The previously bustling laboratory gradually quieted down as the classmates seemed enchanted by the melody, all focused intently, soon lost in the world of the song. Beside Zhongyun, Chunwen appeared somewhat entranced, murmuring, "What a tune." At the entrance, a rhythmic footfall abruptly halted, as if fearing to disturb the enchanting melody. A deep male voice emerged, tinged with a hint of melancholy, plucking at the heartstrings of the audience. Before them appeared a melancholic figure, walking down a tree-lined path under the setting sun, the golden rays casting a long, elongated shadow. As the song concluded, silence reigned, with everyone savoring the lingering notes. "Indeed, it's a gallant piece," Chunwen sighed softly. "Xiao Ruo, what is the name of this song? Who sings it? That voice? Oh, I think I might be falling for him. He must be singing in Galan. It's so beautiful. Where can I buy it? What is the title of this song?" A swarm of girls rushed to the girl playing the music, chattering incessantly with questions. The girl, named Xiao Ruo, clutched the player tightly, as if fearing it would be snatched away, her face flushed with excitement, slightly flustered amidst the bombardment of inquiries. In contrast to the girls' incessant chatter, the boys remained relatively calm, whispering among themselves while occasionally glancing toward the girls. Zhongyun, however, was gazing towards the door. If he wasn't mistaken, the footsteps that had accompanied the music belonged to Lu Yunqi. The figure at the entrance did not step inside. The song is called Blue Mingxuan River. I stumbled upon a website yesterday while browsing randomly, and upon hearing this background music, I was irresistibly drawn to it. Xiao Ruo's voice rang out with excitement in the classroom. The singer's name is AMU, with Mu meaning wood. I left a message on his website. I am his first fan. A beautiful blush spread across Xiao Ruo's cheeks, enhancing her allure. "This AMU is quite impressive," Chunwen whispered to Zhongyun. "While Galan is not difficult to learn, achieving fluency requires considerable effort." Zhongyun nodded absent-mindedly, thinking to himself that it wasn't too challenging. Only professional singers can sing a complete song in pure Galan. Yet, merely singing it is one thing. To imbue it with emotion is an entirely different challenge. If one could convey that essence, it would be the most melodious song in the world. Zhongyun nodded again, feeling deeply connected to this sentiment. Only a handful of masters in Dao can dare to sing in Galan. Hearing this, Zhongyun was genuinely astonished and turned to Chunwen. "Are you saying that among over 10 billion people in Dao, only 3 to 5 can sing in Galan?" Chunwen solemnly nodded. "It is easy to learn but difficult to master. This is the nature of Galan. Do you know Ming Yunyu, the goddess whose voice is hailed as celestial, captivating the entire Omi star system?" At that moment, Xiao Ruo's voice chimed in again. "Next week, AMU's second new song will be released." Zhongyun smiled wryly. Whether it would actually be released remained uncertain. Chunwen continued, "Ming Yunyu's music, sung in Galan, can conquer the entire sky. Xiao Ruo, please share the website link with me." Yes. The girls erupted into chatter once more. Eventually, Xiao Ruo sent the URL to every classmate, and Zhongyun received one as well. Just as the noise reached a peak, a person walked in. As expected, it was Lu Yunqi, her head lowered, lost in thought. Following her was the plump Tianhai, whose wide eyes quickly spotted Zhongyun. "Hey, you little rascal, you didn't bother to tell me you were back at school," Tianhai complained, casting a glance at Chunwen before leaning closer to whisper, "When did you become so chummy with that guy? Just got to know him today. He is quite interesting." Zhongyun replied softly, "Interest in my foot. He always wears that zombie face," Tianhai scoffed. "In our class, he's even more reclusive than you. I've never seen him chatting with other classmates." Zhongyun was taken aback. Why was this turning into a discussion about him? Besides, he's quite talkative. He is friendlier than you. As they conversed, Tianhai suddenly exclaimed, "I get it now. 2 reclusive guys coming together create sparks. The world is truly remarkable." Just then, the teacher entered and the students quieted down. As the foremost primary school in the city, the classroom discipline remains commendable. Today, a chemistry experiment is to be conducted. Zhongyun, having recently gained admission to university, is no stranger to the subject, yet the sight of those intricate formulas sends a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, the equipment is user-friendly, and after the teacher demonstrates its operation, Zhongyun quickly grasps the procedure. He reflects, somewhat ruefully, on how advancements in technology have rendered even scientific experiments into a foolproof endeavor. The students are engrossed in their tasks, and the classroom is enveloped in silence until an abrupt voice pierces the stillness. Why isn't there a photo of a moo? All eyes turn towards the source of the sound, where a girl, blushing and flustered, clutches her laptop, gazing anxiously at the stern-faced teacher. The class erupts into laughter. Chapter 9. The Trio. After school, Zhong Yun and Tianhai depart together as usual, but they are now accompanied by an additional individual. I find you rather agreeable. Chunwen explains. Zhong Yun is indifferent. He does not harbor any dislike for this well-informed classmate. Tianhai, known for his affable nature, welcomes Chunwen's inclusion. After a brief conversation, it feels as though they are long-lost friends, as if fate has finally brought them together. Chunwen possesses a broad spectrum of knowledge. Upon learning of Tianhai's interest in firearms, he engages him in discussion on the topic. Although he may not possess the same level of expertise as the ardent enthusiast Tianhai, the exchange is invigorating for Tianhai, who feels a kinship with a like-minded spirit. Words flow fluidly, filled with technical jargon, and it is impressive that Chunwen keeps pace. Zhong Yun occasionally interjects, while the trio converses animatedly. Approaching the school gate, they notice a throng of people gathered outside. Zhong Yun, ever perceptive, hears a hushed exclamation, "Wan Chixi X." As they reach the entrance, their eyes are drawn to a striking figure clad in pristine white, sporting extravagant sunglasses, and casually leaning against a sleek black sports car while holding a lavish bouquet of blue flowers. Zhong Yun immediately recognizes this ostentatious individual as Fei Yingming. Realizing he is waiting for someone. "Wow, it's Wan Chixi X," Tianhai exclaims, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He is utterly captivated by vehicles, firearms, and advanced technology. "What a show-off," Chunwen mutters disdainfully. Zhong Yun glances at him, thinking to himself that he wholeheartedly agrees. Just as they prepare to leave, Fei Yingming's face lights up as he approaches the school gate, prompting the surrounding students to think the main event has arrived. Who could be so fortunate? Turning their heads, a collective sigh resonates through the crowd as they realize the lucky one is none other than Lu Yunqi. Both boys and girls alike feel a pang of heartbreak. The males lament the loss of the school's most beautiful flower, while the females mourn the departure of a handsome, wealthy potential suitor. Unable to resist, Zhong Yun glances back, and unsurprisingly, he spots Lu Yunqi stepping into Fei Yingming's black Wan Chixi X. An unsettling feeling tugs at his heart. "This isn't my reaction," he silently reassures himself. Observing Zhong Yun's despondency, Tianhai and Chunwen forego their conversation and head directly to their usual dining establishment. "This place is quite nice," Chunwen remarks as he surveys the restaurant's decor. "The food is also commendable," Zhong Yun adds. "The ambience is pleasant," Tianhai concludes. The restaurant buzzes with activity, nearly at full capacity. Chunwen suggests moving elsewhere, but Tianhai shakes his head in refusal. "Are we to wait?" Chunwen queries, glancing at the crowded hall. "Welcome." A petite figure dashes towards them. "Zhong Yun Gij, Tianhai Gij, you've come. I've saved you a seat." The young girl, around 14 or 15, beams with a sweet smile, revealing two adorable canine teeth that instantly endear her to all. Understanding now why Tianhai had remarked on the pleasantness of the people, Chunwen teasingly adds, "What about me, Chunwen Gij?" The girl scrunches her nose at him, ignoring his jest, and turns to Zhong Yun with a melodic voice. "Zhong Yun Gij, you haven't visited in a month. I heard you were ill. Are you feeling better now?" Zhong Yun pats his chest, assuring her, "I am completely well. That's a relief. Today I made soybean and pork rib soup. You must finish it all," she insists. Upon witnessing her cheerful demeanor, Zhong Yun's gloom dissipates, and a smile involuntarily graces his face. "Rest assured, I shall consume every last drop." Chunwen mimics her tone in a comical manner. "Chunwen Gij also wants soybean and pork rib soup." The girl makes a playful face, declaring, "Not for you." Chunwen bursts into laughter, while Tianhai chimes in. "Xiao Qing, you're so biased. You only think about your Zhong Yun Gij. Tianhai Gij, you're the worst." Xiao Qing retorts, casting a quick glance at Zhong Yun, her cheeks tinged with pink. As they converse, the four ascend to the second floor, settling at a table by the window, marked with a reservation sign. Once seated, Xiao Qing retrieves the menu and hands it to Chunwen. He casually flips through it and inquires, "What do you all wish to eat?" "What we choose doesn't matter," Tianhai chuckles. "We should consult our little chef, Xiao Qing." "Wonderful. It seems I'll be feasting on home-cooked delights today," Chunwen exclaims. "That is thanks to Xiao Yun," Tianhai corrects. "You're not included," Chunwen quips. Despite the banter, Xiao Qing takes the menu away and soon returns with steaming dishes. As the table fills with exquisite delicacies, Chunwen exclaims in delight, "What a feast!" He eagerly grabs food with his hands, mumbling, "So good." Xiaoqing playfully swats his hand with her chopsticks, chiding, "You're so unsanitary." She then hands him a pair of chopsticks. After arranging the bowls, Xiaoqing serves Zhongyun a bowl of soup, perfectly heated. "Try this," she encourages. Chunwen interjects, "Why is Zhongyun the only one getting served? Don't you have hands?" Xiaoqing rolls her eyes at him, ignoring his complaint as she serves Zhongyun several dishes with chopsticks. "Eat slowly. If you need anything, just call me. I'm quite busy today and can't stay with you." "You go on. Work is important," Tianhai reassures her, and with a skip in her step, Xiaoqing departs. Chunwen gazes intently at Zhongyun, scrutinizing him from every angle, making sounds of disbelief. "What is your fascination?" Zhongyun asks, feeling uneasy under his scrutiny. Chunwen nudges Tianhai's arm, bewildered. How can this guy, who isn't as handsome as me, shorter than me, and less articulate than me, have Xiaoqing's affection? It defies logic. Tianhai, chewing on a particularly chewy pig-esque trotter, muses, "This is a mystery I've pondered for 2 years without resolution. I believe it qualifies as one of Mingzhou's top 10 enigmas." "Humph," Zhongyun retorts, raising his middle finger. "This is called charm. Do you not understand the concept of allure?" The three individuals swept the entire table of dishes clean in a whirlwind fashion. Chunwen reclined in his chair, stroking his bulging belly, and declared, "I've made up my mind. I shall stick with you all from now on." Tianhai chuckled. "You need to be so dramatic." He then turned to Zhongyun. "You've eaten so much today. Have you left any room for dessert?" "What? There is dessert?" Chunwen cried out in despair. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Who told you to eat so quickly?" "I hardly had a chance to speak," Tianhai retorted disdainfully. "You're ruthless," Chunwen replied, his face a picture of gloom. Xiaoqing had already prepared, and, seeing they had finished, she brought over 3 bowls. "Wow! Longan and lotus seed porridge." "Chunwen, since you're stuffed, let that bowl be for me," Tianhai exclaimed, inhaling the fragrant aroma from the bowl. Chunwen felt his appetite stir and snatched it away, clutching it to his chest. "Dream on, this is mine. Damn it, may you burst." Tianhai grumbled, somewhat begrudgingly. As Tianhai had predicted, Chunwen was indeed unable to move by the end, merely sitting in his chair, gasping for breath, yet wearing a blissful expression. "Xiaoqing, your culinary skills are absolutely marvelous, far superior to any head chef in a grand restaurant. This fellow is practically a reincarnation of a starving ghost," Tianhai scoffed. "Brother Zhongyun, you've eaten 50% more than usual today. Won't you be overly stuffed?" Xiaoqing inquired with concern. "Not all. I'm only 80% full, which is just right. Perhaps I'm in a growth spurt. My appetite has significantly increased lately," Zhongyun explained, attributing it to his recent gymnastics training on the Jialan Star. "I see." Xiaoqing felt relieved, thinking she should adjust her brother's diet in the future. "How did you meet Xiaoqing?" After leaving the restaurant, Chunwen inquired as he shuffled along. "It was probably at the start of the school year," Tianhai recalled. "On the first day, we were supposed to eat in the cafeteria, but Xiaoqing barely took a few bites before discarding her food, claiming it was terrible. You have no idea, Xiaoqing is quite picky." Tianhai added with a hint of grievance. "Then we went out to find something to eat, and we happened to pass by this restaurant. The sign amused us." Chunwen chuckled at the memory, realizing that the restaurant was aptly named Yunlai Restaurant, coincidentally fitting for Zhongyun. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Zhongyun for the first time, Xiaoqing was instantly captivated and began to fawn over him. Back then, she was merely an 11-year-old girl with long, dark braids. I even joked about how Zhongyun attracted children's affection. Little did I know that just 2 or 3 years later, that little girl would blossom into a beauty. Tianhai lamented, his face filled with regret. Chunwen sneered from the side. "For someone who prides himself as a seasoned otaku, you truly missed out on a gem of a girl." Tianhai's expression darkened. Chunwen marveled. Yet he still could not comprehend how someone as awkward as Zhongyun could attract such an adorable girl as Xiaoqing. It was indeed a mystery. After walking for a while, Tianhai suggested, with 2 hours left before class, "Let us head to an internet cafe." Chunwen nodded. "Perfect. I want to check out AMU's website." "Who is AMU?" Tianhai asked curiously, recalling a girl's shout during their lab class that mentioned the name AMU, prompting him to inquire further. "Did I miss something?" Zhongyun briefly explained. Understanding dawned on Tianhai, who then lamented, "So the URL that Xiaoa gave me was for a music website. I thought she had a crush on me and was inviting me to her private space." Zhongyun and Chunwen burst into laughter. At the internet cafe, Zhongyun was about to log onto 3 standard computers when Chunwen stopped him, instructing the owner, "Open 3 private rooms." Turning to the others, he said, "You treated me to a meal today, so now I'll treat you to some internet time." Zhongyun and Tianhai did not decline. Tianhai had already noticed that although Chunwan's outfit appeared unremarkable, it was actually a foreign brand. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize it. Yet its value was certainly not inferior to the outfit Fei Yingming had worn that day. He guessed that Chunwan was likely from a wealthy family. While standard computers were cheaper, they offered lower quality. The private rooms were equipped with top-notch facilities, more advanced than Zhongyun's Phantom 5000 at home. However, the cost was quite high, at 500 per hour, which was not affordable for most. Once online, Zhongyun added Chunwan as a friend. A personal space online was akin to a home, allowing mutual visits if permissions were granted. Eagerly, Zhongyun logged into space battles, having been restricted by the assistant Xiaoqi from playing games for an entire month since his arrival. As the scene transitioned, an expansive starry sky unfolded before him, dazzling and enchanting. The exhilarating drum beats began to play, and amidst the thrilling prelude, Zhongyun entered the game. Space Battles was a grand investment by Davos' largest gaming company. Virtual reality, commissioned to a production company from the Ong Empire. It was far more exquisite than any other domestic counterparts, boasting larger scenes, higher realism, and more varied gameplay. The game quickly monopolized the market, capturing 90% of a share after its explosive launch. Upon entering his virtual warehouse, Zhongyun beheld the Qiyun, a towering white mech fixed on a maintenance rack, standing 10 meters tall. His gaze was captivated. It was stunning, with its masculine lines and icy reflections that screamed of its destructive potential. Having grown up admiring such mechs, he felt utterly powerless against its allure. Taking a deep breath, Zhongyun boarded the Qiyun and entered the training grounds. Controlling the mech was no simple task. Initially, Zhongyun appeared clumsy, stumbling as he walked. However, the foundation of his past experiences remained. Although he wasn't a master, he had adequate skill. Before long, Zhongyun was completely absorbed in the experience. After more than an hour, he exited the game, thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning to his space, he noticed an unread message inviting him to join AMU's home. The world's first AMU fan club, signed by Xiaohua. Zhongyun smiled, pleasantly surprised that Xiaohua had indeed created a fan group, and he promptly joined. To his astonishment, he found that the group had over 20,000 members. Even if Xiaohua had established it just last night, attracting that many members in less than a day was astonishing. Given that neither AMU nor Xiaohua had any significant online influence, it was hard to fathom how so many had joined in such a short time. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Opening AMU's website, he saw that the stats indicated only a little over 50,000 visits. As class time approached, the three emerged from the private room, settled the bill, and headed to school. Just as they neared the classroom door, they heard a tremendous cheer from within. Xiaohua, are you serious? The voice echoed from afar. Exchanging glances, the trio wondered what the girls were up to this time. Upon entering, they found a throng of girls gathered, laughing, dancing, and cheering as if celebrating some momentous occasion. Tianhai inquired of a typically friendly boy, are the girls collectively going wild? Almost. The boy remarked with a hint of bitterness. I heard that AMU's website issued a statement officially recognizing the AMU home established by Xiaohua as the official fan club. Is AMU's music truly that enchanting? Tianhai inquired, clearly perplexed. More delightful than you can imagine, Chunwan interjected. Though it may fall short compared to Ming Yunyu, its quality remains among the finest. That guy can be compared to Yunyu? Tianhai scoffed. Are you a fan of hers? Chunwan asked curiously. Tianhai proudly lifted his chin. He.S. one of the official members of UC, with over 100,000 members, Zhongyun chimed in. Chunwan responded with an O, and then turned to Zhongyun, stating, you know, there are two types of people in this world who are utterly incomprehensible. Which two? Fans, Chunwan paused, and women in love. Chapter 11. I offer you an explanation. After school that afternoon, Zhongyun headed straight home. Upon entering the front yard, he noticed the lights were on, filling him with unexpected joy, as his parents had been busy and away for over a week. Opening the door, he indeed found both parents lounging on the sofa. Just as he was about to greet them, he suddenly sensed something was amiss in their expressions. Dad, Mom, you're back. Zhongyun felt a pang of anxiety, his first thought being that they had discovered the equipment piled in the guest room. Zhong Pingjiang sat rigidly, his face unusually stern. Yunrong wore a worried expression, glancing between her husband and son, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? In that moment, Zhongyun could only feign ignorance. Zhong Pingjiang sighed softly, his tone calm sit. Zhongyun was taken aback. In his memory, his father was a strict disciplinarian. When he misbehaved as a child, he would receive a severe reprimand. One incident that lingered in his mind was when young Zhongyun broke a precious sculpture at a friend's house out of sheer mischief. Upon returning home, he faced a harsh punishment from Zhong Pingjiang, a painful memory that remained vivid. When had his father become so gentle? With a peculiar expression, Zhongyun took a seat, casting a questioning glance at his mother. This time, she offered no assistance, merely shaking her head. Holding his breath, he braced himself for the impending storm. Xiao Yun, you're 17 this year, aren't you? Zhong Pingjiang began, his unexpectedly tranquil demeanor tinged with a sense of the inexorable passage of time. Zhongyun nodded blankly, and in an instant he felt transported back to Earth, to the night before his incident, in the same house, with the same father, and an eerily similar opening. His father's resonant voice echoed in his ears, and within the stern words lay deep concern and expectation. In that moment of disorientation, the man from his memories merged with the man before him. Time flies. In 3 years, you will be an adult. Zhongyun suddenly noticed new lines etched at the corners of his father's eyes. You've grown up and are capable of handling your own affairs. His father's under-eye bags were unmistakably swollen, a testament to sleepless nights. Was the weight of familial responsibilities suffocating him? You dad, please don't, Zhongyun interrupted, rubbing his reddened eyes. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Let him speak, Zhong Pingjiang interjected. Zhongyun faced his parents calmly. The equipment in the guest room was all purchased with my own money, which I earned myself. Zhong Pingjiang remained composed, refraining from interjecting, allowing his son to continue. I know this is hard to believe, but it's the truth. I can prove it to you. Just wait a moment. With that, Zhongyun dashed towards the backyard. Do you believe what he said? Yunrong asked anxiously, her concern growing as she feared her son might be led astray. Her company was involved with such equipment, and she understood its exorbitant costs. A typical 17-year-old could hardly afford millions. I trust my son, Zhong Pingjiang asserted firmly. In the backyard, Zhongyun paused for a moment before his steps grew lighter. He returned, carefully placing a pot of flowers on the table, leaving his parents in astonishment. As they beheld the exquisite blooms, their eyes were captivated. Yunrong sighed, how beautiful! The pot bore 10 blossoms. 9 smaller, golden yellow flowers encircled a larger, delicate pink bloom at the center. The petals of the pink flower were as thin as gossamer, almost transparent, radiating a mesmerizing beauty. Yet, every crease exhibited a vibrant vitality, evoking a sense of both fragility and resilience, a striking contradiction that ensnared one's soul. A gentle fragrance wafted through the room, subtle yet uplifting. Did you buy this? Yunrong asked with delight, unable to resist the allure of beauty. No, Zhongyun corrected her, I grew it. Though Yunrong was curious about her son's newfound talent, she didn't dwell on it much. She lacked interest in gardening and was unaware of the flower's immense value. Zhong Pingjiang, however, had greater insight, knowing the worth of such a specimen due to his flower-loving superior, from whom he had gleaned knowledge about floral values. Yet, he too was unaware of the true worth of the flower, thinking it might fetch a mere 100,000. Realizing this, he furrowed his brow. Are you saying your money all comes from growing flowers? Indeed, Zhongyun affirmed. Yunrong couldn't help but question, how much can this pot of flowers possibly be worth? Zhongyun was taken aback. Was this an ordinary flower? If brought to the market, it could incite a frenzy across Mingzhou and beyond. How much? Zhongyun raised his voice, feeling that explaining this to them, mere outsiders, was akin to casting pearls before swine, though he seemed to forget that just a month ago. He too was an uninformed novice. I doubt you would believe me if I told you. If you inquire, you'll find out. This flower is called 9 stars accompanying the moon, a one-of-a-kind specimen. Zhongyun's tone brimmed with pride. After stating this, he returned to his room, leaving his parents in the living room, exchanging bewildered glances. Yunrong murmured, from his tone, it seems that flower is indeed quite valuable. Zhong Pingjiang recalled, I've heard from a manager that a pot of flowers was auctioned for 80 million a few years ago. Yunrong gasped, astonished that such a small plant could be worth so much. I find that hard to believe. But you didn't hesitate to spend 200,000 on a replica of Van Gogh's work. Zhong Pingjiang replied with a chuckle. That's entirely different, Yunrong retorted. Their imaginations could hardly fathom the true value of the flower. Suddenly, Yunrong said, why is Xiao Yun acquiring so much equipment? He is still just a high school student. That equipment is sufficient for a college student. Zhong Pingjiang shook his head, equally perplexed. However, those instruments are quite safe, so let him tinker as he pleases, as long as he does not stray down a sinister path. In the end, Yunrong remarked, we still need to confirm this with others. Isn't your cousin fond of collecting flowers? You should inquire with him, while I will consult my superior. Upon returning to his room, Zhongyun began his work. The floor cluttered with disassembled parts from the chemical instruments. With specialized tools, disassembling these components posed little challenge. The true difficulty lay in reassembling them. Fortunately, Zero had provided him not with mere blueprints, but with a demonstration video, which consumed the entirety of his night. Stifling a long yawn, Zhong Yun surveyed the peculiar creation on the floor. Its haphazard assembly rendered it rather abstract, with the most striking features being two bowl-like metallic structures perched atop. Zhong Yun felt a surge of curiosity regarding the purpose of this contraption, especially considering it had cost him several million. The thought elicited a twinge of pain in his heart. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that Zero would not lead him to undertake frivolous endeavors. After all, the products of Zero were revolutionary marvels. With this thought in mind, he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 12. The 9 stars accompanying the moon in a hazy state. Zhong Yun heard someone calling his name. He lifted his head in confusion to see the face of a woman, their class monitor. Zhong Yun, we are departing tomorrow, and your payment is due. Observing his somnolent demeanor, the class monitor furrowed her brow, thinking to herself that it was no wonder he ranked at the bottom of every exam if he fell asleep in class. Payment? What payment? Zhong Yun's awareness began to sharpen. Noticing the commotion, Chun Won, seated in front of him, turned to the monitor and said, "Class monitor, I will cover his expenses." With that, he produced a card and swiped it on the transaction device in the monitor's hand. After confirming the payment, the class monitor cast a disdainful glance at Zhong Yun and departed. At this point, Zhong Yun was fully awake and did not inquire how much Chun Won had just paid. Instead, he asked, "Is there an activity plan for the class?" "Don't you know?" Chun Won replied, looking at him incredulously. "No wonder your grades are worse than mine. It seems you haven't been paying attention in class." Zhong Yun felt a few lines of frustration cross his face. His poor academic performance was a perpetual source of pain for him. In his previous life on Earth, he had consistently ranked in the top 10 of his class, yet here he was languishing at the bottom. What a humiliation. "I've been on sick leave for a month." "How would I know?" "Oh, right," Chun-Won recalled. "Tomorrow is the much-anticipated academic trip." He spoke of the trip with an air of indifference, despite the excitement it generated among the students. So, is an academic trip? Zhong Yun thought, recognizing it as a student privilege. Twice a year, lasting 7 days each time, the school organized excursions to renowned scenic locations. For students, it was indeed a highly anticipated event, an opportunity to escape the constraints of their families, forego studies, and indulge in play. More importantly, it allowed them to openly pursue their romantic interests. These students are truly fortunate, Zhong Yun mused, recalling that during his 6 years of primary and secondary education on Earth, his school never organized a single outing. He felt a wave of envy for the students here. Where are we going this time? Fenghua City. At Zhong Yun's home, the door swung open abruptly as Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong rushed in, breathless and anxious, heading straight to the backyard. Upon seeing the pot of 9 stars accompanying the moon sitting intact, they both exhaled a sigh of relief. Carefully, they moved the flower to the living room table and sat beside it, holding their breaths as if afraid to disturb the delicate bloom. The 9 stars accompanying the moon exuded an enchanting allure, and the two sat in silence, reluctant to speak, until a considerable time had passed. "Have you confirmed? Is this truly what you claimed it to be?" Yun Rong gently inquired of her husband, still feeling as if she were in a dream. "I have seen the panoramic images. It cannot be mistaken," Zhong Pingjiang hesitantly replied, still reluctant to express absolute certainty, as the matter was indeed extraordinary. Today, he had seized an opportunity to converse with a manager who had a penchant for horticulture, and when he mentioned the 9 stars accompanying the moon, the manager had been taken aback. "I didn't expect you to have heard of this long-lost gem." Zhong Pingjiang feigned casualness, claiming he had stumbled upon it online. The manager chuckled. "Of course, you could not have seen the real thing. The 9 stars accompanying the moon is cultivated from the seeds of the Ma Lan plant, which, according to legend, can produce an entire series of exquisite varieties. Unfortunately, this knowledge vanished with the decline of the Jialan civilization." This manager was evidently well informed. Such information was rarely known. In fact, he was the vice president of the Mingzhou Flower Association. Zhong Pingjiang displayed an appropriate level of astonishment. His years in the professional world had honed his emotional intelligence, allowing him to maintain composure in such circumstances, although his heart raced with excitement. Scarcity confers value, a universal truth, and with the cultivation methods of the 9 stars accompanying the moon having been lost, its worth was undoubtedly immense. He harbored a gut feeling that his son had cultivated something extraordinary. The last appearance of the 9 stars accompanying the moon was decades ago at an exhibition on Freestar, but had been mysteriously stolen thereafter, leaving a lingering unsolved case. It must be incredibly valuable, Zhong Pingjiang ventured, following the manager's line of thought. The manager shook his head, a hint of regret on his face. Even with money, it cannot be purchased. However, a few days ago, Fei Air Flower Garden acquired his 7 fairies, part of the same series, for 200 million Omi coins. The 9 stars accompanying the moon is even more precious than the 7 fairies. Surely worth at least that much. Upon hearing the figure of 200 million Omi coins, Zhong Pingjiang's mind reeled. As a banker, he handled far larger sums daily. Yet the prospect of such a sum potentially being his own was overwhelming. If I had 200 million, I could realize my dreams, he thought, an exhilarating rush coursing through him. Upon realizing the true value of the flower in their backyard, Zhong Pingjiang could no longer remain seated. He requested leave from the manager, jumped into his car, and for the first time, pressed the accelerator to its limit, exceeding his usual speed of 200. At the entrance of his home, he collided with his equally frantic wife, who had learned of the 7 fairies' value from her flower enthusiast cousin and was racing home with the same fervor as her husband. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. What if that reckless Zhong Yun carelessly leaves such a valuable item in the backyard? What if someone steals it? As a member of a major corporation as sales and planning department, Yun Rong possessed a strong sense of risk awareness. Zhong Pingjiang managed a wry smile. As an assistant manager in the administrative department, he considered himself seasoned in facing the world. Yet he found himself flustered in the face of potential wealth. Both were engulfed in immense curiosity about what had transpired with their son, knowing their child as they did. They were acutely aware of his capabilities, and the results of his intelligence test from school were a lingering source of pain for them. Their greatest aspiration was for their son to attend a modest university, graduate, secure a stable job, and eventually find a conventional girlfriend, leading a tranquil life. As for anything beyond that, they dared not harbor any extravagant hopes. Yet now he had cultivated a legendary flower, long thought lost, valued at billions of Omi coins. A stark contrast that left them utterly astonished. Especially vivid in their minds was the glaring red D grade on the report card sent by the school last semester. Could it be that their son possessed a talent they had overlooked? They anxiously awaited his return from school to unravel this mystery. However, they were slightly late. Just as Yunrong was about to call their son to urge him home, his message echoed through the house. Mom and Dad, today is a study trip, and I won't be back for a week. If anything comes up, please call me. They exchanged glances, astonished that their son had embarked on a study trip at such a critical moment. He was likely on a plane by now and could only call later. With no other recourse, they could only wait patiently. Suddenly, Yunrong exclaimed, "Darling, what should we do with this flower? Should we really sell it?" Zhong Pingjiang exhaled slowly, "Yes. We must sell it, but we should consult Xiaoyan first. After all, he is the one who cultivated this flower." Yunrong's excitement surged. "With this money, we can realize our dreams." "Indeed," Zhong Pingjiang replied, pondering for a moment, what would be the best way to sell it? After some contemplation, Yunrong suggested, "To maximize our profit, we should ideally go to an auction house. However, this might expose Xiaoyan and could lead to numerous complications. Then we only have one option. The black market," they both stated in unison. Chapter 13, The Unraveling Minzhou No. One high school chartered an entire passenger plane to transport the entire grade of students to Fenghua City, located on the opposite side of the planet. The flight was expected to last 5 hours. Once the plane took off, Zhong Yun closed her eyes to feign sleep, but the chatter of her classmates filled her ears. After finally seizing the opportunity for a study trip, the students were all abuzz with excitement, enthusiastically discussing the places they intended to visit. The itinerary was remarkably accommodating, allowing for free time after the first day's group activities, as long as they returned to their accommodations by the designated hour. Sitting nearby, Tianhai and Chengwen were busy planning their itinerary, frequently soliciting Zhong Yun's opinion, to which she merely nodded, not fully engaged. The two quickly finalized their plans. Ever since Chengwen and Zhong Yun had tasted the meals prepared by Xiaoqing, he had stubbornly tagged along with them, thus birthing a trio. At that moment, the atmosphere in the cabin grew increasingly peculiar as the chatter subsided, and the boys' gazes shifted as if plotting something. Zhong Yun sensed this unusual tension and glanced around in confusion, wondering if something was amiss. Suddenly, a boy sprang to his feet, his heaving chest betraying his nervousness. He left his seat and approached a group of girls whispering in hushed tones. The cabin fell silent, all eyes fixated on him. The girls exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with unspoken understanding. Zhong Yun couldn't help but admire the courage of the boy. He finally stopped in front of a girl with a single braid. Aufwartlich stammeling, He rubbed his hands together anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead, clearly on edge. "Speak up quickly." The onlookers silently cheered him on. The girl appeared both bashful and delighted, glancing at him with an encouraging look. I want to go see the flower sea with you. The boy's voice erupted in a sudden shout, loud enough for even those in the adjacent cabin to hear. After his declaration, he froze, his face taut with nervous anticipation, awaiting her response. Agree to him. Tianhai was the first to rally, quickly igniting the enthusiasm of the others. Yes, agree to him. The classmates chimed in, responding with whistles and shouts. Swayed by the fervor of her peers, the girl shyly nodded. The boy was elated, nearly leaping out of his seat, racing back to his spot, grinning from ear to ear, while the other boys expressed a mix of envy and admiration, erupting in playful banter, with a model to follow. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly as the boys seized this opportunity to invite the girls they admired. Watching the exuberant scene, Zhongyun couldn't help but reflect. How wonderful it is to be young. Xinwen, overhearing her, burst into laughter. Oh, look who's trying to act cool now. Zhongyun shot him a glare. Don't compare me to Fei Yingming. A spark of intrigue flickered in Xinwen's eyes. Do you know Fei Yingming? I've seen him once, Zhongyun replied. That guy is truly annoying. Xinwen grinned mysteriously, nodding toward the opposite direction. Aren't you going to approach her? Following his gaze, Zhongyun saw Lu Yunqi sitting quietly in the corner, wearing earbuds and engrossed in a book, an aura of tranquility surrounding her, untouched by the cabin's commotion. Shrugging, she said, I considered it, but I didn't want to leave you lonely without me. Just then, a girl named Xiaohua, sitting in front, suddenly stood up excitedly. I have good news to announce. The classmates hushed. It must be about AMU, Chunwen quipped. As if on cue, Xiaohua declared loudly, just now, AMU released a new song. Really? Several girls gasped in delight. Xiaohua nodded yes. Please enjoy, Tide. With that, she pulled out her player and turned the volume up to the max. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. AMU's previous song had captivated them, and they wondered what surprise awaited them this time. Even Tianhai, a diehard fan of Ming Yunjing, found himself filled with anticipation. A delicate flute melody began to play, rising and falling, before the sound cascaded down. A striking zither note pierced the air, resonating in the hearts of the audience, igniting their spirits. A flurry of rapid strumming unleashed a torrent of fervent prelude. They felt as if they were adrift on a solitary boat amidst a furious sea, teetering on the brink of upheaval with every wave, their hearts racing. As the music softened, the tide began to calm, and everyone exhaled in relief. Just then, an overwhelming wave surged forth unexpectedly, crashing down with a cataclysmic force that overturned the boat. Everyone was plunged into the depths, struggling amidst the tumultuous waves, when suddenly, another colossal wave loomed. Despair set in. However, just as the wave threatened to engulf them, a beam of sunlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating their beings and hearts. As the final note dissipated into the air, everyone awoke, as if from a dream, abruptly returning to reality, involuntarily sighing with a sense of loss. What an exhilarating experience! Tianhai wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring, I haven't heard this one before, Qinwen muttered to himself. Zhongyun exhibited an unusual demeanor, prompting a query from Tianhai. What is the matter? Both the Blue Mingxuan River and this song, Tide, represent unprecedented compositions in the Jialan genre. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Zhongyun shook his head. What do you mean? Tianhai Ingui? In our nation, there exist a total of 297 Jialan songs, each having been rendered countless times by innumerable vocalists, firmly establishing them as classics. While attempts have been made to create pieces in the Jialan style, none have succeeded in replicating that singular essence. However, if both of these songs were indeed composed by AMU, he would stand as the foremost innovator in millennia. Perhaps this AMU is a descendant of the Jialan people. Tianhai specult Bunli. It is also possible that he acquired some previously undisclosed Jialan songs through certain channels. Zhongyun interjected suddenly. At that moment, Chunwen seemed to have unearthed a revelation, casting a peculiar gaze upon Zhongyun, leaving him perplexed. Chunwen then posed an odd question to Tianhai, asking if he felt a bit warm. That last song was rather exhilarating, wasn't it? You too, your clothes are damp. We are all in the same boat. Tianhai remarked, fanning himself with his sleeve. Chunwen pointed at Zhongyun, declaring that he had not broken a sweat. Tianhai leaned closer to Zhongyun, exclaiming, Ah, I see, how peculiar. You must have auditory misperception. You are the one with auditory misperception. Zhongyun retorted with a laugh, adding, My sweat glands are not as developed as yours. He then hushed them, indicating that the homeroom teacher had something to say. Chunwen and the others turned to look. And indeed, the homeroom teacher had approached the central aisle, clapping hands to capture the students' attention. Those who have formed pairs, please come forward to register. Realizing it was not a significant matter, Zhongyun seized the opportunity to continue feigning sleep with his eyes closed, relieved that he had narrowly avoided revealing himself. Chapter 14. Zhongyun, you were exceedingly despicable. Once all had registered, Tianhai stood to approach the homeroom teacher but was detained by Chunwon, who whispered a few words. Tianhai nodded, casting a glance at Zhongyun, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile as he dashed forward. After the homeroom teacher had completed the tally, he reiterated each pairing, and when he reached Chunwon and Tianhai, Zhongyun opened his eyes, puzzled as to why his name was absent. He then heard the teacher continue. There are only two individuals in the class without partners, Zhongyun and Lu Yunqi. There was a moment of pause. How about this? Why don't you two form a team? Silence. The cabin fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. As all gazes fixated on Zhongyun, seemingly in disbelief, Zhongyun, paired with Lu Yunqi, one outrageous jest. The stillness stretched for over 10 seconds. Suddenly, a student let out a shrill cry. How did I not see this coming? A number of boys simultaneously came to a realization, lamenting their lost opportunity to be alone with the campus belle. The thought of it gnawed at their hearts. Zhongyun, you are truly despicable. Zhongyun was utterly taken aback, happiness arriving so unexpectedly. No, he suddenly regained clarity. This was not his happiness. It was the former Zhongyun's joy. He shot a fierce glare at his two mischievous friends, who were grinning like foxes that had stolen a hen. Chunwon even stylishly swept his bangs aside, declaring, "No need to thank me. Just wait." At that moment, Zhongyun's expression bore the suspicion of someone who had gained an advantage while pretending to be innocent. In light of this incident, the male students directed unfriendly glances toward Zhongyun, thinking, who does he think he is? To be alone with the dream girl of the entire school for 6 whole days? The mere thought of it filled them with resentment, each convinced that they were far superior to this perennial underachiever, questioning why fortune favored him, although no one believed anything would transpire between them. The mere image of Zhongyun standing beside her was nauseating, akin to a pile of dark dung next to a flawless masterpiece. As they disembarked from the plane, some could not resist the urge to provoke him. Since Zhongyun and his companions sat towards the back, they were among the last to leave. As they walked, a tall figure collided with them. Zhongyun, caught off guard, stumbled and grasped the nearby chair to prevent falling, while the person who collided with him let out a pained cry, toppling backward and striking the back of his head against the armrest, unable to rise for a moment. The incident occurred too quickly. Although Chunwon was somewhat distant, he reacted swiftly. Just as Zhongyun stepped back, his hand barely resting on the chair, Chunwon was already there to assist him. Tianhai scoffed. "Zhongyun, how do you walk?" Chunwon quickly restrained him, noting that Zhongyun had not suffered any harm, while Zhongyun had endured quite a setback, scolding Zhongyun in a manner that seemed rather uncouth. Zhongyun approached Zhongyun with a smirk. "My friend, how can one be so careless while walking? Did you hurt yourself?" Zhongyun angrily shrugged him off, embarrassed to linger, clutching his head as he departed. He had intended to make a fool of Zhongyun, but ended up becoming the punchline himself. Fortunately, the cabin was sparsely populated, and few had witnessed the spectacle. As he walked away, he found it strange that the slender fellow had such hard bones, akin to a pillar. With that thought, Zhongyun retreated disheveled. As they exited the cabin, Chunwon suddenly inquired, "Your lower body is quite stable. Have you practiced?" Zhongyun raised an eyebrow, replying, "Just a farmer's skill, haphazard practice." Yet it was evident to all that he was not being truthful. It appeared he possessed considerable confidence in his physical abilities. Regarding accommodations, the school had secured a large hotel, perfectly accommodating the entire grade. Though the originally intended double rooms housed 6 students, all sleeping on the floor. That evening, trouble soon found them. Zhongyun and his companions shared a room with another trio, and a dispute erupted over the use of the restroom. Zhongyun stood before the bathroom door, confronting a burly figure. "Niu Ben, what exactly do you want?" "What do I want?" Niu Ben scoffed. "I want nothing. Just agree not to team up with Lu Yunqi, and I won't bother you." Niu Ben, a hulking presence, was the tallest and strongest boy in class, using his size to intimidate shorter classmates. "Niu Ben, you've grown bold. Picking on my friend. Come, let us settle this." Tianhai, his temper flaring, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Zhongyun restrained him, casting a cold gaze at Niu Ben. "And then what? You think you can just dictate matters? Lu Yunqi is not someone you can toy with. She is mine." Niu Ben arrogantly pointed to himself. "Once I take your place, give me just a day, and I'll have her in my bed." "Huh." Hearing this, Zhongyun's face hardened. You are not even my son. Why should I heed your commands?" Niu Ben, unaccustomed to such insult, immediately turned furious. "You're asking for death." With that, he swung his hand toward Zhongyun's face. The onlookers, relishing the spectacle, felt a sense of schadenfreude. Zhong Yun had become the enemy of every male in the class, and it was gratifying to think Niu Ben might finally give him a beating. Just as Niu Ben's hand was about to strike Zhong Yun's face, it suddenly froze in midair. Zhong Yun seized his wrist and coldly declared, "You initiated this altercation. Do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie." Niu Ben, taken aback, found his hand ensnared as if in a vice, utterly immobilized. He attempted to kick Zhong Yun, but midway through the motion, he suddenly felt weightless, as though he had been lifted into the air. Thud! In the astonished gaze of two classmates, Zhong Yun executed a shoulder throw, hurling the much larger Niu Ben to the ground with the ease of tossing a rag doll. A dull thud echoed as his body met the earth, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The two onlookers felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines as they gasped in shock. Their perception of Zhong Yun shifted dramatically. Niu Ben lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Tian Hai watched, wide-eyed, incredulously staring at Zhong Yun, questioning if this was truly the same friend he knew who had consistently failed in physical education. "He can't be dead, can he?" Chen Wen murmured. Zhong Yun reassured him, "He won't perish. I am quite measured in my approach. He merely experienced a jolt. No bones are broken. He will recover in a moment." Chen Wen cast a pitying glance at the sprawled Niu Ben, who dared to fantasize about Lu Yunqi. He truly had no awareness of his own limits. He cannot even gauge my strength. Zhong Yun glanced at the two classmates lingering by the restroom. "I need to use the facilities now. Do you have any objections?" The two recoiled in shock, shaking their heads vigorously. They were well aware that Niu Ben was a notorious fighter at school. Having been so easily subdued, they would be foolish to challenge him further. One of them hastily distanced himself, declaring, "We aren't particularly close to him," despite his disdain for their lack of loyalty. Zhong Yun chose not to engage further and enter the restroom. Niu Ben lay on the ground for a full 10 minutes before he finally regained his composure. Struggling to rise, feeling as though his waist had been severed, the pain nearly causing him to shed tears. His expression contorted with rage. He gritted his teeth and seethed. "Zhong Yun, just you wait. If I don't eliminate you, I will not bear the surname Niu." He then bellowed at the two students standing nearby. "Why are you standing there like fools? Hurry up and help me." Cowed by his usual intimidation, the two gingerly assisted him as they exited the room. Chapter 15. The Games in the Girls' Dormitory. Once they departed, Chun Wen suddenly inquired, "Are you aware of Niu Ben's background? What background could he possibly have?" Tian Hai Di Do. Niu Ben frequently engages in fights at school. He should have been expelled long ago, yet the school has taken no action against him. Does that not strike you as odd? Upon hearing this, Tian Hai began to worry for Zhong Yun. "Do you know anything about that guy's background?" His father is Niu Shunjin, reportedly one of the heads of the underground forces in Mingzhou City. The underworld? Indeed, the underworld. The following day, under the guidance of school officials and teachers, over 1,000 students gathered at the most renowned attraction in Fenghua City, Baiwa Forest. The large group was both unwieldy and excessively noisy, while Zhong Yun found the novelty amusing at first. He quickly grew bored and resorted to browsing the internet on his portable computer after half an hour. With so many people crammed together, the scenery was entirely obscured. The day's activities were essentially a public relations stunt, as the school had hired photographers to document the event, reducing it to little more than a spectacle. After enduring the day, Zhong Yun and his companions found themselves rather listless and resorted to playing primitive card games. "Thank goodness I foresaw this," Tian Hai boasted while shuffling the deck. "This wretched hotel has no computers and forbids us from going out. The night feels interminably dull." Card games, with their rich history, had nearly been rendered obsolete by advancements in technology and the proliferation of diverse entertainment options. Yet Tian Hai had somehow procured a deck. After a few rounds, Zhong Yun suddenly suggested, "3 of us playing is rather dull. Let's invite a few more people." But Tian Hai scoffed, "With your current popularity, they would sooner slay you with their glares than join you. Why would you even consider approaching them? You'd just be inviting ridicule. You're so dim." Zhong Yun rolled his eyes. "Who said anything about seeking out boys? I intend to invite the girls." Tian Hai smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How'd I not think of that? But whom should we invite? That responsibility falls on you." Zhong Yun and Chun Wen chimed in unison, though Tian Hai was reluctant. He was, after all, the most well-liked among the trio. After pondering for a moment, he called a girl he was friendly with. Upon hearing his proposal, the girl chattered excitedly with her friends. "Will you come or not?" "If not, I'll find someone else," Tian Hai said impatiently. "Why are you in such a hurry? Just come over to room XX on floor X." After hanging up, Tian Hai signaled an OK gesture, and the 3 of them stealthily made their way over. Upon their arrival, the girls expressed considerable excitement at the sight of the 3 boys. Everyone was feeling a bit bored. As the saying goes, Men and women working together makes the labor lighter, and the same held true for entertainment. The 3 boys and 4 girls, the girls shared a room, engage in their simple card game with great enthusiasm. This is so boring. One petite girl suddenly tossed her card aside. What's wrong? We were having fun, Xiao Ruo asked. It's always those 2 winning. It's just so uninteresting. The petite girl pouted, pointing at Zhongyun and Chunwen. Both Zhongyun and Chunwen felt quite innocent in response to her accusation. Were they not allowed to win? The other girls exchanged glances, feeling disheartened by the petite girl's behavior, but reluctant to confront her in front of so many people. How about this? Zhongyun proposed. Let us play a little game. What game? The petite girl perked up with interest. Zhongyun explained the rules. Using 7 cards, numbered 1 to 6, plus a joker, 7 players would randomly draw 1 card. The player who drew the joker would have the authority to command one of the others to perform a task. The chosen individual could not refuse, or they would be disqualified from the game. Zhongyun added, the joker can only ask others to do things within their capabilities. For example, if you ask me to do 1,000 push-ups, I certainly cannot manage that. Laughter erupted among the group. That sounds entertaining. Let us begin, the petite girl exclaimed eagerly. Seeing that no one objected, Zhongyun selected 7 cards from the deck, shuffled them, and offered them to the petite girl sitting beside him. Ladies first. Once everyone had drawn their cards, Tianhai burst out laughing. What a lucky start. He revealed his card, the Joker. His eyes darted around the room, sizing everyone up. Number 3. A slight change flickered across one girl's face as she understood. She took out her lip balm and drew an X on her face. Pouting, she obediently applied the lip balm to her face. The other 6 erupted in laughter at her comical appearance, with Tianhai, the instigator, laughing so hard he nearly fell over. The group's enthusiasm intensified. Eager to retaliate, the girl prepared for the second round. This game relied entirely on luck. Even if one became the Joker, they had no way of knowing who was who, nor who would be called upon. Those who did not draw the Joker felt a thrill of anxiety, fearful of being selected, making it all the more exhilarating. As several rounds progressed, the punishments grew increasingly bizarre. First, Tianhai was ordered to assume a golden rooster standing on one-leg pose for a minute, followed by the petite girl being compelled to make an exaggerated face. In the 4th round, Chunwen became the king and came up with a very bad idea to drink up a bottle of soda in one go. The one who was hit was Xiao Ruo. Helplessly, she opened a bottle of soda and started drinking it. The petite girl excitedly held the bottle on one side. After taking a few sips, Xiao Ruo couldn't take it anymore. Baixi's face turned red, and she couldn't take it anymore. With a thump, she choked on a sip of soda and sprayed it out of her nose. Tianhai and Chunwen, 2 unscrupulous guys, laughed wildly and pounded the floor, tears streaming down their faces. 3 girls also covered their stomachs and laughed heartily. Zhongyun still couldn't take a look, but he helped Xiao Ruo, who was coughing nonstop, pat her back and let her breathe. Are you okay? Xiao Ruo coughed until her face turned red and she couldn't hold her breath. But she shook her hand to indicate that she was fine. In this way, those who become kings naturally have a craving for giving orders. Those who watch are also very satisfied, and those who are punished are even more determined to come up with some sinister ways to seek revenge in the lower level. The atmosphere gradually reached a climax. After more than 10 rounds, the clock had already pointed to 11 o'clock when Zhongyun suddenly said, "The teacher is coming to check the room. Let's disperse." No, the petite girl firmly rejected it. She had just been lying on the ground, studying snake crawling in the last round. If it were to end now, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Play a few more games. The rest of the people were enjoying themselves, and said one after another, they also couldn't bear to end it like this. Zhongyun looked at Xiao Ruo. Among the 7 people present, only she and he were more restrained. Xiao Ruo nodded and played 2 more games, which would end after 2 games. All right. Zhongyun thought for a moment, had some time, and agreed. Quick draw, Tianhai urged. After drawing, he burst out laughing and turned his cards around. It was the king, but I didn't expect my luck to be good. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together. Since it was the last 2 games, let's play a bigger game. Everyone cheered in unison. Zhongyun saw that they were all playing crazy and knew that stopping them was useless, so he didn't speak. Number 5 Tianhai repeated his old trick and stretched out his voice, hoping to see clues from others' eyes, but everyone had already learned it well. How could they fall for his trap? Number 5, give number 3 a tongue kiss. Tianhai smirked mischievously. Chapter 16, Passionate Contact. Zhongyun almost threw his card at his face and opened something. Halfway through the conversation, Xiao Ruo stuck out her tongue and raised the card in her hand. I'm number 5, who is number 3. Chunwen's eyes were sharp, and when he saw the card in Zhongyun's hand, he pointed his hand towards him, and it was him. Seeing that it was Xiao Ruo, Zhongyun breathed a sigh of relief. In his mind, Xiao Ruo had always been relatively calm and should not have played around with them. He was about to suggest ending the scene. Xiao Ruo sat next to him, and just as he turned his head to face her, a pair of white and tender arms wrapped around his neck. Zhong Yun's body stiffened, and before he could react, two thin, soft lips with a faint mint fragrance had already touched his lips. It's all crazy, Zhong Yun shouted wildly in his heart, instinctively pushing forward with both hands, trying to push her away, but it bumped into a soft and fluffy place. Xiao Ruo let out a soft nasal sound from her nose, her body softened, and she fell back, her hands tightly wrapped around Zhong Yun's neck, leading him down and pressing him against her. The 5 people watching on the side had never seen such a passionate reality show before. It was very exciting, and when they saw Zhong Yun urgently attacking Xiao Ruo's chest, their blood boiled even more. Everyone keeps their eyes wide open, afraid of missing a detail. Pressing against a soft and youthful body, Zhong Yun's breath became rapid. Xiao Ruo is very beautiful, with fair and tender skin. Although her figure appears slightly petite, she is very delicate. If Zhong Yun still hasn't reacted to intimate contact with such a beautiful girl, it's definitely a physiological problem. No matter. The young man's body is already full of vitality, and even a slight stimulation can make it hard. Zhong Yun's hot blood rushed straight to his forehead, abandoning everything and turning to the guest as the main one. His tongue penetrated into Xiao Ruo's small mouth, teasing the shy lilac tongue. Xiao Ruo's face turned red. Her eyes were half closed, and she let out a muffled groan from her nose, unable to tell whether it was uncomfortable or comfortable. It is the raging fire that cannot be contained. At this critical moment, Chanwen suddenly spoke up and said, "It's bad. The patrolling teacher has arrived." This sound was like a thunderbolt, waking up the young men and women who were passionately kissing. Zhong Yun regained consciousness and jumped up from Xiao Ruo, his face flushed and his expression awkward. Xiao Ruo let out a whimper and hid under the blanket on the ground, afraid to face others. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably, only feeling a fever on her face that burned all over her body. "Oh my God, how could I do such a thing?" Tianhai jumped up agilely. "So hurry up and leave." The teacher found out that he was going to have his conduct points deducted. When he pulled Tianhai, "It's too late. Quick, Zhong Yun, turn off the lights." The 2 of them hid in the restroom. The other 3 girls also moved slowly, each hiding under the covers. Zhong Yun ran to the door, and as soon as he turned off the lights, he heard the sound of the doorknob turning. The toilet was 7 or 8 steps away from him, and it was too late to hide in it. With a sweep of his gaze, the room was clear, and there was no hiding place at all. Then he saw 4 blankets on the ground, and the one where Xiao Ruo was located was the closest to him. He didn't have time to think carefully, so he lifted the blanket on Xiao Ruo's body and crawled in. As soon as the blanket was put down, the door opened with a crack, and then the sound of high heels hitting the ground sounded. Zhong Yun pressed tightly against Xiao Ruo from behind, and as soon as they touched each other, Xiao Ruo's body trembled even more violently. Xiao Ruo was lying on her side, her knees bent forward, and Zhong Yun was also lying on her side facing her. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, only separated by 2 thin layers of clothing, and both sides could feel each other's scorching body temperature. The 2 young men and women sticking together in such an intimate position is like a blazing fire, not to mention that the 2 were passionately kissing just now, already igniting sparks. At this moment, the enthusiasm had not yet subsided, and they were once again in contact, as if thunder was stirring the earth's fire. And it was unstoppable. Zhong Yun couldn't resist it at first, feeling a fire burning in his heart, making his mouth dry and his body as hard as iron, just pressing against his small and perky buttocks in his arms. Under such stimulation, Xiao Ruo's previously struggling breathing suddenly spiraled out of control. "Oh my God, how did he do this?" Xiao Ruo, who has received education in physiology, naturally knows what the thing on her buttocks, like a red-hot iron rod, is. The hard and scorching sensation makes her heart beat wildly, almost reaching her throat. Xiao Ruo knew she had to stop him, but her whole body was sore and weak, unable to muster any strength. Her ears were filled with the thick breathing of the man behind her, and the hot breath sprayed onto her earlobes, itching all the way to her heart. She only felt her consciousness blur, her heart drifting and drifting, as if floating to the clouds. The rhythmic sound of the soles of shoes hitting the ground came from the ground, getting closer and closer. Zhong Yun felt a pounding sensation in his heart, with an unprecedented sense of excitement for infidelity. The teacher was less than a meter away from him, while he was hiding in a blanket in the girls' dormitory, holding a 16-year-old female student with his lower body pressing against her most sensitive spot. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. The desire is slowly eroding Zhong Yun's rationality. At last, The female teacher completed her round and departed. It was not merely her strong sense of responsibility that prompted her to investigate. Rather, it was the sight of scattered cards and empty beverage bottles strewn across the floor that compelled her to enter. Upon confirming that all was well, she exited. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, and the restroom door silently creaked open. Tianhai, pressed against the doorframe, listened intently to the sounds of the teacher outside. Chunwen scanned the surroundings, uncertain of where Zhongyun had taken refuge, and called out in a hushed voice, "Zhongyun, the inspecting teacher has left. You may come out now." Summoning immense willpower, Zhongyun released Xiaoruo, lifted the blanket, and cautiously emerged. Tianhai caught sight of her just in time, his jaw dropping in astonishment, exclaiming softly, "Wow, this is something." Chunwen glanced at Xiaoruo, who remained curled up under the covers, thinking to himself that her physique was hardly concealable even beneath the blanket. The other three girls also lifted their covers, letting out a collective sigh of relief, only to hear Chunwen's remark and burst into laughter. Tianhai protested, "Is there no human rights for the chubby ones? Be careful, I might accuse you of discrimination." Laughter erupted amongst the group. The girls, who had previously adhered to decorum, had never experienced such thrilling escapades as tonight. They had not only witnessed a clandestine rendezvous, but had also narrowly escaped being caught by the teacher. At that moment, they all felt a lightness akin to having survived a calamity. Suddenly, Tianhai swung the door open and poked his head out, beckoning to Zhongyun and the others. Darting out like an agile, rotund raccoon, the two quickly followed suit. "Farewell, ladies," Chunwen called back before closing the door. Once the three boys departed, a serene silence enveloped the girls. After a while, the petite girl, restless and unable to sleep, finally called out toward Xiaoruo, "Xiaoruo, are you awake?" The girl sleeping beside Xiaoruo interjected, "Xiaoruo has been sound asleep. Don't disturb her." "How do you know, Xiaofan?" She replied. "She hasn't moved a muscle under the covers," came Xiaofan's answer. Xiaoruo was quite bold earlier. Another girl chimed in, unable to sleep herself. "She usually seems so demure. Who would have thought she would dare to kiss a boy?" The petite girl suddenly burst into laughter, her thoughts wandering. Could it be that Xiaoruo has a crush on Zhongyun? Impossible, Xiaofan quickly refuted. "How do you know?" "I, Xiaofan, am Xiaoruo's closest friend. Naturally, I know she has someone else in her heart. She just doesn't want to divulge her feelings. But Zhongyun isn't handsome, nor tall, and his grades are poor. What girl would like him?" Unbeknownst to them, the blanket covering Xiaoruo trembled slightly. How could she possibly sleep after such an event, though separated by a layer of fabric? The girl's conversation reached her ears. Upon hearing Xiaofan's critique of Zhongyun, she mused, "Indeed, he is neither handsome nor tall, and his grades are dismal. How could I possibly like him? Certainly not." Chapter 17, Bus Encounter. With these thoughts occupying her mind, Zhongyun's unremarkable visage materialized before her, his gaze ablaze with an intensity that seemed capable of melting her whole being. He wore a mischievous grin as his hands reached towards her. Her breath quickened. "No, don't touch there." In her hazy state, Xiaofan's voice drifted back to her. "We were all quite wild earlier. I think Xiaoruo was swept up by the atmosphere and acted on impulse. She must be regretting it now. Didn't you just imitate a puppy? Normally, you would have done such a thing." "Right, that was merely a game." Xiaoruo felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hadn't developed feelings for him. It was simply a game. Tossing and turning throughout the night, Xiaoruo finally succumbed to slumber just before dawn. At around 6, her roommate shook her awake, reminding her that each class was to gather and take attendance by 7 o'clock before dispersing for individual activities. Due to her lack of rest, Xiaoruo felt groggy as she followed her friend Xiaofan into a large private room. The raucous atmosphere inside made her head spin slightly. Once settled into a seat, Xiaoruo instinctively scanned the crowd and caught sight of a familiar figure diagonally opposite her. Her heart raced, and her foggy mind seemed to clear momentarily. Lowering her head, she tugged at Xiaofan's sleeve and whispered, "May I borrow your mirror?" Glancing into the mirror, she was dismayed to find her complexion pale, with dark circles under her eyes, an utterly disheveled appearance. Panic surged within her. She wondered if he had seen her like this. Stealing a glance in his direction, she observed him calmly sipping tea, as if nothing had transpired. Xiaoruo's heart sank. Why wasn't he looking her way? Did he not care at all about last night? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she struggled to focus on the teacher's words. Moments later, a cheer erupted, and Xiaofan pulled her back to reality. Instinctively, she glanced towards that direction again, only to see that a stunning, elegant figure had joined him, and they were conversing intimately, like a couple. "Xiaoruo, are you all right?" Xiaofan's concerned voice broke through her reverie. Xiaoruo shook her head and replied softly, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." As she spoke, the two figures vanished from her view, leaving her feeling even more pallid. Xiaofan supported her, worry etched on her face. You look unwell. Perhaps you should skip today's activities and rest at the hotel. No, Xiaoruo insisted, shaking her head. I have a date with Feng. I cannot cancel. In your state, Li Dafeng will be frightened away by your appearance, Xiaofan urged. There's always tomorrow. She half-heartedly dragged Xiaoruo back to the dormitory. Fenghua City is the third largest city in Dar, renowned as the most famous tourist destination in the region, celebrated for its beautiful environment and pleasant climate, making it an ideal locale for travelers. Among its 10 most famous attractions, the Sea of Flowers ranks first. Zhongyun and Lu Yunqi sat side by side on a bus, enveloped in silence. The bus was nearly full, with passengers who appear to be tourists. Among them, both men and women cast glances towards Lu Yunqi, for a beauty of such caliber was a rare sight, naturally drawing attention wherever she went. As for Zhongyun, seated beside her, he had long been relegated to the status of a mere fly, albeit a particularly audacious one. Hello, a handsome man soon approached to strike up a conversation. He was half a head taller than Zhongyun, with golden hair and dressed in casual attire, exuding an air of charm. Are you speaking to me? Zhongyun asked, pointing to himself in bewilderment, suspecting he had misheard. I wish to speak with this young lady. Would you kindly step aside? The golden-haired man smiled warmly, as if it were the most natural request. Considering Zhongyun was seated by the aisle, it was indeed inconvenient for the man to converse with Lu Yunqi without him moving. This fellow was exceedingly confident. Under normal circumstances, Zhongyun would have applauded such boldness, but as the focal point of this encounter, he found it quite irksome. After scrutinizing the man for 2 seconds, Zhongyun suddenly pointed to a brown-haired girl seated diagonally across. That's your girlfriend? I assent it? The golden-haired man maintained his smile. Indeed, Zhongyun shook his head, remaining silent as he returned his attention to his portable computer, leaving the golden-haired man hanging. 10 seconds later, a flicker of anger crossed the face of the blond man as he noticed the occupants of the car beginning to whisper among themselves. And it was evident that their remarks were far from flattering. He suppressed his irritation and said, Please step aside. Zhongyun turned around and replied with evident dissatisfaction. Are you not aware that interrupting others is quite impolite? Indeed, another voice chimed in. Look at that guy, all good looks but lacking even basic courtesy. This provoked a few sympathetic murmurs against Zhongyun, as the striking blonde was far more conspicuous than the unremarkable Zhongyun. Zhongyun smiled, reveling in the way the blonde's expression soured. The blonde was seething with rage, not only from the jeers of the onlookers, but also because the beautiful woman merely regarded him with a fleeting glance, as if he were an inconsequential passerby. This was a blow to his inflated self-confidence that he could scarcely tolerate. Disregarding others' requests does not necessarily denote good manners, the blonde retorted stiffly. Zhongyun regarded him with the bemusement one might reserve for the most ludicrous joke in existence. A nearby individual erupted in laughter. One of the young men who had previously supported Zhongyun. I can't take it anymore. This blonde guy is just too amusing. Try to hit on someone's girlfriend with such audacity. He is utterly ridiculous. Laughter rippled through the car, as the initial charm of the blonde's approach had devolved into sheer absurdity. In contrast, Zhongyun's composed demeanor garnered admiration. He faced an opponent of inferior caliber with grace, countering effortlessly and causing his adversary to falter. Truly, he was no ordinary fly. Hello. Zhongyun's expression turned serious. Please call your girlfriend over. I would like to speak with her. The blonde's face turned ashen, his hands clenched into tight fists. The car erupted in laughter. This teasing was simply too classic, with some even whistling and amusement. Just then, the vehicle arrived at its stop. Zhongyun and Lu Yunqi stood up. Kindly make way. Zhongyun addressed the blonde, who was blocking the path. The blonde shot Zhongyun a dark look, for he had never felt so humiliated, especially not in front of the woman he fancied. Zhongyun remained unyielding, his gaze laced with provocation. Kid, if you think you can win my girl, you're still a bit too naive. In the end, the blonde relented and stepped aside. Although he was tempted to strike this fly, he did not perceive the slightly shorter Zhongyun as a genuine threat. However, resorting to violence here would be unwise. With his head held high, Zhongyun descended from the vehicle, exuding the confidence of a victorious lion, leading Lu Yunqi away. The blonde watched their retreating figures until they vanished from view. Li Mao, the blonde's girlfriend, a brunette, approached with a mocking smile. I didn't expect you to have a day of failed flirting as well. Yet, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable hint of jealousy. The blonde's expression darkened, his mood plummeting to an unprecedented low, vowing silently, Kid, I hope I never cross paths with you again. Chapter 18, The Legend. Unbeknownst to Zhong Yun, the blonde was harboring such bitter thoughts. He felt quite elated. A self-righteous pretty boy had unwittingly provided him with amusement, akin to savoring an ice-cold beverage on a sweltering summer day. You must often encounter such men, Zhong Yun remarked, breaking the silence after initially discussing their destination. Perhaps the previous owner of this body had been too fixated on Lu Yunqi, for he always felt somewhat awkward in her presence. Lu Yunqi glanced at him. Are you referring to those who flirt? She shook her head. Not really. Zhong Yun observed her profile, illuminated by the morning sun, her fair skin radiating a lustrous glow that was mesmerizing. He nodded in understanding. You do appear rather fierce. Men are likely intimidated by you. Lu Yunqi looked at him in surprise. With her stunning beauty, she drew attention yet simultaneously lacked friendships, as girls distanced themselves from her, unwilling to play the role of a mere backdrop. Most boys felt inadequate in her presence, daring only to admire her from afar, while the bolder ones who wished to pursue her treated her like a precious gem, fearful of provoking her ire. Few dared to jest with her directly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. You must have very few friends, right? Has no one ever joked with you? Zhong Yun remarked, his gaze drifting to a tall, handsome man by the roadside, who was eyeing Lu Yunqi with envy. I'm not sure why. Lu Yunqi laughed self-deprecatingly. Because you seem fierce. A flicker of irritation rose within Lu Yunqi. After having received countless compliments, Zhong Yun's words struck her as particularly jarring. And what about you? It seems you don't have many friends either. Zhong Yun replied earnestly. Those with few friends tend to share a common trait. Lu Yunqi couldn't help but inquire. What common trait? Zhong Yun pointed upward. Up high it's lonely. Lu Yunqi chuckled, surprised by his wit. I didn't expect you to be so humorous, given that you usually don't speak much. Zhong Yun shrugged. Compared to wealthy individuals like you, I indeed feel quite impoverished. Lu Yunqi laughed heartily, her radiant beauty causing the men on the street to gawk, and two even collided with a lamppost, emerging with lumps on their heads. Zhong Yun pretended to focus on the road, shaking his head and avoiding her gaze. Lu Yunqi, usually so composed at school, had already made it difficult for him to contain himself. Now, with her smile radiating charm, he found it nearly impossible to maintain his calm demeanor. Have you ever been here before? He asked, leaning against a cool railing, surveying the surroundings. Never. Should we ask someone for directions? Zhong Yun suggested, suddenly brightening and dashing off with a casual, wait for me. Lu Yunqi watched with curiosity as he approached an elderly woman, gesturing animatedly while occasionally pointing towards her. Due to the distance of several meters and the bustling crowd, she couldn't catch their conversation. After dismissing two would-be suitors, Zhong Yun jogged back to her. Seizing her hand, she barely had time to ask what is going on before she found herself being pulled along. I'll explain in a moment. He called back without looking. Lu Yunqi suppressed her curiosity, allowing him to guide her along. The warmth of his hand enveloped hers, stirring a new sensation within her. This was her first experience of such contact with a male, and she felt no aversion. P.S. Quite interesting, Lu Yunqi mused, realizing he was unlike other boys, who often seemed intimidated and hesitant around her. Instead, he treated her as an ordinary person, seemingly unfazed by her beauty. This was a refreshing and unprecedented experience. However, he was not entirely indifferent to her. There was a flicker of warmth in his gaze that, though well concealed, could not escape her notice. With this thought, a smile graced Lu Yunqi's lips. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and in stark contrast to the fast-paced rhythm of Mingchuan City, here, the strollers exuded an air of leisure, their steps light and carefree. After all, most were here to indulge in tourism, momentarily shedding the burdens of their laborious lives to bask in the rare tranquility and enjoyment of their unhurried moments. The thoroughfare, broad and composed of immense white stones, emanated an ancient charm. Flanking either side were rows of trees adorned with crimson leaves, which danced like flames in the breeze. Zhong Yun and Lu Yunqi continued their run until they reached the entrance of the Sea of Flowers, where they rented a tandem tour vehicle and sped towards the floral expanse. Where are you taking me? Lu Yunqi could no longer restrain her curiosity as the vehicle glided along. Seated face to face, the transparent shield of the vehicle was lifted, allowing the wind to tousle Lu Yunqi's long hair. Zhong Yun gazed out, a profound ecstasy illuminating his visage, and pointed outside. Look, it's breathtaking. Not receiving a response to her inquiry, Lu Yunqi felt a twinge of displeasure in her heart. Following his gesture, she beheld a boundless ocean of purple, a true testament to the magnificence of the flower sea. Below, the ground was adorned with countless purple blossoms known as ziheng, a relatively common flower. Yet cultivating such a vast floral expanse was indeed a formidable task. Zhong Yun, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "Did you know that the Ziheng flower has an intriguing legend?" "What legend?" Lu Yunqi's curiosity was piqued. According to legend, thousands of years ago, when our Dao was still entrenched in the Iron Age, there was no Fenghua city, just a humble village. Zhong Yun began to narrate slowly. In that village, there lived a young man named Niu Ho, a farmer. One day, as he returned from gathering firewood on the mountain, he came upon a small lake where he rescued an injured maiden. She was strikingly beautiful and often donned purple garments, earning her the moniker Little Purple. In time, Little Purple fell in love with the honest and forthright Niu Ho. By the lakeside where they first met, they vowed eternal devotion to one another. At the moment they made their solemn pledge, an explosion of purple flowers blossomed around them, and a flurry of colorful butterflies danced in the air, while countless birds chirped joyfully, as if celebrating their love. A warm smile graced Zhong Yun's face as he recalled their blissful days, Niu Ho toiling in the fields while Little Purple wove fabric at home, and every twilight she would dance beneath the sunset, awaiting her beloved husband. However, such idyllic days were not to last. Zhong Yun's tone shifted, taking on a somber weight that heralded the onset of tragedy. One evening, the sky was ablaze with fiery clouds, as if the heavens themselves were igniting. Lu Yunqi, enraptured by the tale, felt a tightening in her heart. As if sensing a disturbance, Niu Ho suddenly experienced an inexplicable suffocation, a heartache that felt as though it would shatter him. He knew something had befallen his wife, and, in a frenzy, raced homeward. Along the way, he spotted a colossal, flat creature descending from the sky, emanating a chilling black glow accompanied by a thunderous roar reminiscent of a cataclysmic flood. The ominous entity loomed over their home, sending Niu Ho into a panic as he sprinted desperately towards it. A beam of yellow, transparent light shone down upon their dwelling, and Niu Ho beheld his beloved Little Purple ascend into the air. In despair, he watched as she vanished into the creature's body, growing smaller against the backdrop of the resounding chaos until she disappeared beyond the horizon. Only a single drop of purple tear fell from the sky, carried away by the wind, reduced to dust. That day, all the purple flowers withered away. The following year, when the purple blossoms returned to bloom, people discovered droplets resembling tears upon the petals. They believed these to be the tears of Little Purple's longing. Thus, they named the flower Ziheng. After a long pause, Lu Yunqi sighed softly. What a poignant love story. Zhong Yun maneuvered the vehicle lower, leaning out to pluck 2 Ziheng flowers, offering one to her. As Lu Yunqi examined it closely, she indeed noticed a faint mark on the oval-shaped petals. Did you know? This legend is rooted in truth, Zhong Yun remarked, bringing the purple flower to his nose. Little Purple was actually an extraterrestrial being, stranded on Earth due to a navigational mishap. Eventually, her kin came to retrieve her in a spacecraft. Lu Yunqi gazed at him in astonishment. How do you know this? Zhong Yun replied with a mysterious smile. Can you guess which star she hailed from? Reflecting on the story's details, a sudden realization struck Lu Yunqi. The purple tears, could they belong to the Kalans? The Kalans bore an almost identical appearance to the Dao people, save for one distinguishing feature. Their purple tears, an unmistakable hallmark of their identity. Indeed, they are the Kalans. Zhong Yun confirmed, observing the Ziheng flower in his hand. The events unfolded similarly to the legend, yet the Ziheng did not come to be from Little Purple's tears. Rather, they're a new species she cultivated. Lu Yunqi's curiosity deepened. How do you know so much? Zhong Yun tucked the Ziheng into the pocket of his chest. Niu Ho and Little Purple had a daughter who, upon growing up, married a young man with the surname Zhong. Lu Yunqi's eyes widened in realization. Her voice tinged with incredulity. Could it be that you are the descendant of Little Purple? Zhong Yun shrugged nonchalantly. You guessed correctly. My lineage traces back to them. My goodness, Lu Yunqi gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Reality is often more fantastical than fiction. Then she recalled something. So, you possess Kalen's blood? Zhong Yun smiled. Does that seem too fantastical? He stroked his left hand's middle finger. I discovered this tale in our family genealogy. Initially, I found it hard to believe until... He suddenly straightened, the vehicle coming to a halt. The wind tousled his hair, obscuring half his face, while the morning sun cast a golden hue upon him. His eyes sparkled with a piercing brilliance that made Lu Yunqi reluctant to gaze directly at him. When I turned 15, I uncovered a secret within myself. His voice carried a magnetic allure, employing the Kalen's enchanting charm. What secret? Lu Yunqi was utterly captivated, her heart racing inexplicably. Zhong Yun's gaze bore into hers with intensity, causing Lu Yunqi to blush and avert her eyes, her heart fluttering at the unspoken tension. His hand subtly moved toward his waist. In an instant, a A tear slipped from the corner of Zhong Yun's eye, caught delicately upon his fingernail, and presented to her. Lu Yunqi was rendered speechless, scarcely able to believe her eyes as a crystal-clear droplet glistened upon his flesh-colored fingernail, emitting a faint purple glow in the sunlight, almost imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. Purple tears, indeed, were real. Lu Yunqi marveled at the sight, disbelief coursing through her. Although faint, the hue was unmistakably purple, a trait she had never heard of in any human outside of the Kalans. Since the Kalans' demise in an unprecedented cosmic catastrophe, only a handful of survivors remained. A mere drop in the ocean of the universe, teetering on the brink of extinction. Millennia had passed, and to find a pure-blooded Kalan now would be a daunting task, if not impossible. It is hardly surprising that the bloodline of the Jialan Star people has persisted. However, the emergence of such a lineage within a civilization of intermediate standing is truly astonishing. In Lu Yunqi's understanding, individuals from advanced civilizations would never conjoin with those of lesser civilizations, not only due to the inherent pride associated with higher civilizations, but also because it would be detrimental to their progeny. This situation is akin to a person from the electronic age uniting with an inhabitant of a primitive village, and indeed, it is even more preposterous than that. From the earliest recorded history to the present intermediate civilization, Davo has developed over 12,000 years, a relatively swift progression, to attain an advanced civilization. The most optimistic estimates suggest that a span of at least 10,000 years is required. This time frame is contingent upon receiving technological assistance from the Cosmic Alliance, as without such support, it could take 40 to 50,000 years to progress independently. The chasm between advanced and intermediate civilizations is measured in millennia. During the age of exploration, a band of several hundred colonizers armed with matchlocks could obliterate an entire nation. In the age of the vast cosmos, this disparity will only widen. It is not an exaggeration to assert that from the perspective of advanced civilizations, intermediate and lower civilizations are akin to ants. Just as the Davo people perceive the primitive civilization of Orlando, situated 30 light years away and just emerging from the cosmos, as a group of ignorant savages. The gap between civilizations is insurmountable. The existence of a bloodline from a once advanced civilization within Davo is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. No matter how fallen the Jialan Star people may be, it is inconceivable that they would resort to mingling with individuals from lesser civilizations. Yet, the truth is laid bare before Lu Yunqi, leaving her with no choice but to believe. She stood there in a daze, as though lost in a dream. Zhong Yun, seated across from her, gazed at the sea of flowers outside, choosing not to disturb her. The genealogy is authentic, and the tale is genuine. However, whether Xiao Zi is truly an extraterrestrial being, or even if Xiao Zi exists at all, remains an enigma. He merely let his imagination run wild, intertwining the two. Under the irrefutable evidence of his purple tears, no matter how bizarre his narrative may be, it holds a certain persuasive power. And those purple tears are certainly not due to any lineage from a Jialan Star. He remains a bona fide, pure-blooded Davo individual. The purple tears are merely a side effect of the essence he cultivated from Jialan Star within him. It was not until the tour bus came to a halt, and Zhong Yun pulled her down from the vehicle, that she emerged from a reverie. She glanced up at Zhong Yun, her gaze imbued with complexity, then lowered her head, lost in thought, allowing him to lead her onward. Noticing her silence, Zhong Yun wisely refrained from speaking. He presented a card to the staff and was granted passage. They found themselves at the heart of the Flower Sea, reputed to host the most comprehensive collection of flora. Any flower one could name could be found here. Naturally, this area is not accessible to just anyone. Zhong Yun presented a membership card from the Flower Association, gifted to him by Huang Lao during his initial identification of the Seven Immortals. Initially, he did not think much of it, but later, while researching flower information online, he discovered that certain data required special permissions to access. It was only after searching for how to obtain such permissions that he realized the significant privileges his membership card afforded him. Not only did it grant him access to a wealth of important information, but also offered numerous unexpected benefits. For instance, upon presenting the membership card, the guard's expression transformed instantly, infused with an additional degree of respect, allowing Zhong Yun to enter with his female companion. Unlike the natural Flower Sea outside, this was a modern, upscale venue. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast exhibition hall, where a stunningly dressed woman in a black uniform approached them with a warm smile. "Greetings, welcome to the Flower Sea. How may I assist you?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting. Zhong Yun couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. She was tall, and her fitted black knee-length uniform accentuated her exquisite figure. Chapter 20, Crystal Rose. The enchanting beauty in uniform briefly displayed a look of astonishment, her gaze involuntarily lingering on Lu Yunqi's face for a couple of seconds. "Welcome. I am Qi Lingyu, the guide of the Flower Sea. How may I be of service to you?" True to her professional training, Qi Lingyu quickly regained her composure after a moment of awe, introducing herself with grace and poise. "I am looking for a specific type of camellia. May I inquire which section it is located in?" Zhong Yun had noticed the electronic map on the wall, which delineated dozens of sections, resembling a labyrinth, and he realized that searching independently could take an eternity. Thus, he opted to ask for guidance. "In section 13, Qi Lingyu replied after a moment's contemplation, exhibiting her exemplary professionalism. "Please follow me." As a guide directly interfacing with customers, Qi Lingyu had undergone specialized training in discerning people. Despite her youth, her keen perception had already matured. She immediately recognized that Lu Yunqi was no ordinary individual. Not only was her beauty striking, but her attire also spoke volumes. Her seemingly simple clothing was, upon closer inspection, uniquely stylish, likely crafted by a renowned designer. Furthermore, the sea blue hairpin adorning the girl's hair had caught Qi Lingyu's attention. She had seen that design in a magazine. It was a masterpiece by Davo's most famous designer, handcrafted, with only 99 pieces existing globally. That small hairpin alone was worth more than her total salary for 5 years. However, this did not overly astonish her. For the center of the Flower Sea was not a place for just anyone. It was frequented by the affluent with discerning tastes. She had encountered numerous wealthy individuals, having witnessed extravagant and exorbitant adornments. Yet, a girl exuding such elegance and leaving an indelible impression was a rarity. She had only seen a few such girls, all of whom were of noble lineage and held considerable renown. She must hail from a prestigious family, Qi Lingyu concluded internally. As for the boy, she found herself pondering. His appearance was unremarkable, his clothing from a mainstream brand, and he possessed no special aura in his demeanor. He seemed quite ordinary. However, when he walked closely alongside the breathtakingly beautiful girl, he appeared decidedly extraordinary. Upon entering the hall, Lu Yunqi instinctively withdrew her hand. Yet this did not escape Qi Lingyu's keen observation. The two had been holding hands prior to their arrival. The proximity of the girl to him indicated their intimacy, and the fact that she lagged half a step behind him suggested that he held the dominant position in their relationship, as he answered her questions without soliciting her input, and she showed no inclination to disagree. Of course, these were merely Qi Lingyu's conjectures and not necessarily reflective of reality. Could they be siblings? This fleeting thought crossed Qi Lingyu's mind. She scrutinized the boy from every angle, front, back, left, right, and he remained just as ordinary. Impossible, she dismissed the notion. The disparity in their appearances was too vast. If they truly were siblings, it would be a genetic miracle. Thus, it was far more likely that they were a couple. Though still absurd, upon deeper reflection, it was not entirely implausible. A girl of noble birth and striking beauty would surely seek out experiences and aspirations vastly different from those of her more ordinary counterpart, as the abundance of material wealth would naturally lead her to prioritize spiritual pursuits. Having grown weary of the suave and extraordinarily handsome scions of affluent families, the aristocratic youths, it is hardly surprising that an ordinary-looking yet exceptionally talented young man would capture her deep fascination. Thus, in Qi Lingyu's eyes, Zhong Yun transformed into a remarkably gifted youth. Just as they were about to step inside, an anxious voice suddenly echoed from the hall. "Quickly, someone come. My Crystal Rose is on the brink of death." Upon hearing the words Crystal Rose, Zhong Yun and his companions swiftly turned around, eager to witness the renowned flower for themselves. In Dao, while the Crystal Rose may not be the most expensive bloom, it is undoubtedly the most famous. If one were to randomly ask 10 people on the street, 9.5 would know its name. Much like on Earth, where one might not be aware that Walmart ranks first among the Fortune 500, it would certainly recognize the name of Microsoft. The illustrious reputation of the Crystal Rose has been perpetuated alongside that of a woman, akin to the celebrity billionaire Bill Gates of Microsoft. This woman has been in seclusion for 2 decades, yet her name continues to resonate among the people. It has been eternally etched into the annals of history as the most renowned and successful singer in Dao. Her name not only echoes throughout the nation, but has also reached the Empire of Gan. She was once invited to perform by members of the Gan royal family and confer the title of honorary citizen of the Gan Empire. She became the first individual in Dao's history to receive such a prestigious title. Even the president bows in her presence. although her name may not be widely recognized today. The mere mention of the crystal rose inevitably conjures thoughts of her. This appellation was originally used by a seasoned music critic to describe her voice when she first debuted, and it eventually became her exclusive moniker. To Zhong Yun's dismay, the scene within the hall was far from what he had envisioned. An elderly man with slightly graying hair was holding a flower pot that contained nothing but bare, withered stems, nearly entirely desiccated. The old man appeared frantic, persistently urging the female attendant before him, while she patiently attempted to soothe his distress. The quality of service provided by your guides is truly commendable. Zhong Yun could not help but remark. You flatter us. This is merely our duty, Qi Lingyu replied, maintaining a warm smile. Let us proceed, Zhong Yun suggested, having found nothing of interest to behold. Lu Yunqi suddenly lamented. Such a pity that the crystal rose has withered to this extent. I fear it may be beyond saving. Beyond saving? Perhaps not. Zhong Yun pondered silently, refraining from voicing his thoughts. He realized that boldly proclaiming he could revive the plant might lead others to think him mad. Qi Lingyu guided them into an elevator, inquiring, "Is this your first visit?" Although she was already aware of the records, she feigned ignorance. Zhong Yun nodded in affirmation. Consequently, Qi Lingyu began to introduce the floral sea, her eloquence punctuated by amusing anecdotes, rendering her narrative vividly engaging. Both Zhong Yun and Lu Yunqi listened with rapt attention. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the camellia section just as Qi Lingyu concluded a tale about the mayor's wife. Here we are. Which variety of camellia would you like to see? Zhong Yun glanced ahead, where a wide corridor unfolded, flanked by transparent glass walls that enclosed vast flower rooms, each harboring an array of vibrant plants, some in full bloom, others poised to blossom, and yet others just sprouting new shoots. The vista was a captivating tableau of green interspersed with bursts of red blossoms. I seek the black mandala, Zhong Yun declared. The black mandala? Qi Lingyu responded, somewhat taken aback, yet she refrained from elaborating further and led them to a flower room. Standing before the room, Zhong Yun gazed at the striking black specter blooming amidst a mound of white snow, marveling at the creator's ingenuity. The black mandala is an exceedingly rare variety of camellia, notable not only for its unusual black blossoms, but also for its peculiar habit of thriving only in environments below -50 degrees Celsius. This trait renders it exceedingly scarce, as the cost of artificial cold rooms is exorbitantly high, equivalent to that of 2 or 3 pots of flowers. Moreover, aside from its unique coloration, its aesthetic appeal is rather average, resulting in a somewhat awkward position for the black mandala as a rare flower. Outside of institutions like the Floral Sea, which possess substantial financial resources, few would dare cultivate such a specimen. Chapter 21. Call me Yunqi. Zhong Yun, eyeing the largest specimen in the center, inquired, How old is that one? Qi Lingyu perused the documents in her hand. That is the oldest at 123 years. How many exceed a century in age? Zhong Yun asked. 23. Qi Lingyu quickly replied. So few? Zhong Yun furrowed his brow. While indeed a modest number, it was preferable to none at all. He decisively stated, I will take them all. You will take them all? Qi Lingyu, incredulous, felt as though her ears had betrayed her, prompting her to ask, 23? Is that a problem? Zhong Yun retorted. If business can be conducted, what could possibly be wrong? If this transaction were to materialize, her commission would amount to the equivalent of 2 months' salary. Furthermore, these particular specimens had not been sold since their transplantation here, and if she could clear out such a backlog of inventory, her manager would surely commend her. Yet, she could not fathom why he would purchase so many black mandalas. Beautiful they were not, edible they were not. Was he simply frivolous with his wealth? Initially believing he was merely indulging his curiosity, she was astonished to discover his intent to buy 23. The mindset of the wealthy was a mystery far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person like her. Thus, it was no surprise that Zhong Yun, in her eyes, morphed from a talented young man to a reckless heir of fortune. Had he not used his own silver card for payment rather than Lu Yunqi's, he might have been mistaken for a superlative gigolo. After the transaction, Qi Lingyu respectfully returned the bank card to Zhong Yun, her eyes momentarily dazzled by the lengthy string of zeros in the balance she had glimpsed. Mr. Zhong, would you prefer to take them now? Or shall we deliver them to your residence? Zhong Yun provided her with his home address, requesting, please deliver them to this location in 7 days. Certainly. Qi Lingyu diligently noted the address and then queried, is there anything else you require? Zhong Yun turned to Lu Yunqi, smiling. Shall we take a look at the orchids? Seeing her nod in agreement, he addressed the female guide. Please lead us to the orchids section. Right this way, she replied. The orchids were located in another area, requiring a bit of a walk. Qi Lingyu led the way, while Zhong Yun, and Lu Yunqi walked side by side behind her. Why did you buy so many black mandalas? Lu Yunqi finally could not restrain her curiosity. The black mandala was a rather obscure variety, and as she favored orchids, she was not well acquainted with camellias and had never heard of this flower before. However, having listened to the guide's introduction, she understood that the black mandala held little practical value and its aesthetic appeal was lacking. Apart from its rarity, it seemed to possess no other merits. To brew tea, Zhong Yun replied succinctly. Lu Yunqi furrowed her brows in contemplation, realizing that among several renowned flowers suitable for tea infusion, the black mandrake seemed conspicuously absent. Qi Lingyu, who walked ahead, took mental notes. Although research indicated that black mandrake bore no medicinal value, she believed that this affluent young man would not speak without purpose. As they conversed, they arrived at the orchids section, where Lu Yunqi's attention was captivated by the dazzling array of orchids. Noticing her rapt fascination, Zhong Yun discreetly stepped aside to admire the various orchids, each possessing its own unique beauty. The specimens displayed here were undoubtedly of considerable worth. Nevertheless, the sheer abundance of orchids was indeed astonishing. After wandering for the entire morning, they had yet to explore all the exhibits. As mealtime approached, Zhong Yun sought out Lu Yunqi and found her around a corner. The three returned to the main hall and were astonished to discover that the elderly man, clutching a withered crystal rose, was still there, engaged in what appeared to be a dispute with a staff member. As they drew closer, they discerned that the potted rose was beyond salvation. Yet the old man was insistently requesting another examination. Passing by the elderly gentleman, Zhong Yun, upon exiting, could not resist glancing back at him. The lines of sorrow etched on his aged face evoked a pang of compassion. The establishment was well equipped, with a restaurant conveniently next door. After guiding them there, Qi Lingyu bid farewell. The two sat across from each other at a window-side table, where outside the expansive transparent glass, a lush expanse of greenery stretched before them, interspersed with flowering trees that revealed a glimpse of a white building. To the other side lay a vast turquoise lake, its banks adorned with a row of willow trees, under which small clusters of passers-by rested on benches, relishing the gentle breeze wafting from the water's surface. Soft music wafted through the restaurant, and the pristine white floors gleamed with cleanliness. Everything exuded a relaxed and idyllic ambience, making it a perfect retreat for leisure and travel. After placing their orders, Zhong Yun poured out the water from their cups, then retrieved a thermos from his backpack. "Drink this. I brewed it myself," he said, pouring a vibrant green liquid into their cups. "No, thank you." Lu Yunqi initially intended to decline, but upon seeing the liquid, she paused in surprise. "What is this?" "It's tea made from some flowers I infused," Zhong Yun replied, pouring himself a cup and taking a delicate sip, savoring the fragrant essence lingering on his palate. "Though it may not be of the highest quality and requires considerable effort to prepare, you should give it a try." With that, he finished the remaining tea in one gulp. Lu Yunqi brought the cup to her nose, inhaling the faint yet refreshing aroma that invigorated her senses. "Did you really make this?" A peculiar expression crossed her face, which Zhong Yun, oblivious, simply nodded in affirmation. Lu Yunqi smiled gently, mimicking his actions to take a sip, and after relishing the taste, she finished it in one go, remarking on its distinctive flavor. Just as Zhong Yun was about to speak, a server arrived with their dishes, local specialties that included unfamiliar fresh vegetables and robustly grilled skewers. One could not deny that the restaurant's culinary skills were first-rate, far surpassing those of the hotel affiliated with their school. While enjoying the delectable food, Zhong Yun found himself admiring the beauty of the girl across from him. Regardless of past lives, this was an unparalleled experience, and an indescribable sentiment welled up within him. This is what life is about, he thought. Zhong Yun hesitated, unsure of how to address her. Classmate Lu felt too formal, while calling her Yunqi seemed too abrupt. "Just call me Yunqi." Lu Yunqi perceptively provided an escape from his dilemma. Yunqi, the name, which had lingered in his dreams countless times, now rolled off his tongue as he spoke directly to her. Regaining his composure, he ventured to express his curiosity. "Why did you agree to partner with me? I mean, you've never gone out alone with a boy before." Chapter 22. You are my idol. Lu Yunqi gracefully picked up a white napkin to dab at the corner of her mouth, her movements visually pleasing, with her hands resting on the table. She gazed out the window. "I'm not sure," she replied. From Zhong Yun's perspective, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her sparkling eyes resembled two deep black jewels. She turned her head, meeting his gaze, and for a fleeting moment, there was a hint of distraction in her eyes. "Perhaps it's your eyes that make you feel different from others." "Eyes?" Zhong Yun rubbed his eyes, jokingly asking, "You're not suggesting I have something in my eyes, are you?" Lu Yunqi burst into laughter, a smile illuminating her face, radiating a brilliance that outshone the stars. Watching Zhong Yun, who was momentarily entranced by her beauty, she playfully remarked, "It seems that you're no different from other men after all." Zhong Yun sighed. "Aesthetic appreciation is universal. If I were to disregard you, that would be mere pretense." Lu Yunqi smiled knowingly at his compliment, appearing to appreciate his words. As he admired her smile, he found himself momentarily lost in thought until she playfully inquired, "What are you staring at?" A faint blush adorned her porcelain-like face, which she discreetly concealed behind her glass of water. "After 3 years of being classmates, you've smiled more today than all the times combined," Zhong Yun remarked, somewhat amazed. Lu Yunqi paused momentarily, placing her cup on the table before responding, "I don't know why, but I feel very relaxed when I'm with you, as if I'm with an old friend." Hearing her regard him as a good friend stirred excitement within Zhong Yun, but he knew he must remain composed. Leaning back against a chair, he said, "Perhaps we have a good rapport. You see, I only have one friend in class, and recently, I've gained another. As for the others, they probably look down on me in disdain associating with someone whose grades are perpetually at the bottom." With a shrug, he displayed a hint of resignation. "Then we could say we are kindred spirits," Lu Yunqi said, self-deprecatingly smiling. She too had always been solitary in class, with no friends at all. Ironically, she had forsaken a prestigious private school rich in educational resources to attend a public institution. Motivated by her disdain for the elitist attitudes of the wealthy and her firm belief in the truth of equality and freedom. However, in the public school, she discovered that everyone seemed to avoid her. Whether it was gatherings or events, she was never included, and no one was willing to befriend her. Over the course of 3 years, she had made not a single friend, a reality that weighed heavily on her heart. This was quite normal. Her appearance, family background, and musical achievements, she was the youngest recipient of the Gala Music Award, created immense pressure for other girls. Coupled with her personality, which diverged significantly from that of ordinary girls, her passions lay in music, flowers, and painting, spending her free time practicing piano, visiting flower markets, and attending art exhibitions. She found herself in a world apart. Ordinary girls, on the other hand, were engrossed in fashion, celebrities, clothing, and jewelry, attending fashion shows, concerts, and shopping trips. These were two entirely different realms, devoid of any common language. "No, it's different. They don't befriend me because they look down on me, while they don't befriend you out of fear," Zhong Yun stated earnestly. How detestable. Listening to his nonsensical chatter, Lu Yunqi could not resist giving him a light slap. At that moment, the elusive air of indifference that had distanced her from others dissipated, replaced by a warmth akin to that of a friendly neighbor. However, this lapse in composure was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, she reverted to her previous demeanor, gazing thoughtfully at Zhong Yun, lost in her own musings. "Is there something on my face?" Zhong Yun inquired, bemused by her unblinking stare. Lu Yunqi rested her chin on her hand, almost sighing, reveling in the feeling of companionship. "So, you consider me a friend now?" Zhong Yun chuckled. "Are you not afraid I might turn around and betray you?" "Betray? No one in this world could afford to pay for that," Lu Yunqi replied, her pride evident in her tone. "Wow," Zhong Yun exclaimed in mock surprise. "The youngest recipient of the Gala Music Award in history, that's quite an accolade." As they exchanged banter, time slipped away unnoticed. Neither broached the topic of departure, for the ambience was delightful, perfect for conversation. After summoning the waiter to tidy up the table, they each ordered a drink, sipping and engaging in endless discussions, the atmosphere remaining jovial. After 2 hours, as the sun outside grew less oppressive, Zhong Yun suggested a stroll by the lake, to which Lu Yunqi readily agreed. They walked side by side like a couple in love, drawing the attention of passers-by. Lu Yunqi was the center of attention wherever she went, especially with the unremarkable Zhong Yun at her side, their apparent intimacy raising eyebrows. The stark contrast in their appearances was difficult to overlook. Countless men glared at Zhong Yun with envy, incredulous that such a mediocre individual could attract such a stunning beauty. What a curious world it was. Of course, there were also those who admired him. Despite the scrutinizing gazes, Lu Yunqi remained unfazed. She had grown accustomed to such attention and learned to disregard it long ago. Zhong Yun, too, felt no discomfort. He was no longer the same person he once was. As a time traveler from Earth, he carried within him a sense of pride. "I am unique, one of kind." He often reminded himself that, as a traveler, he must not bring shame upon his fellow Earthlings. Coupled with the greatest secret of all, his identity as Zero, he naturally exuded a confidence reserved for those of considerable ability. Thus, even in the presence of the strikingly charismatic Lu Yunqi, He maintained a relatively composed demeanor. No matter how beautiful you are, there will always be women as lovely as you. I am a one-of-a-kind traveler. Others' gazes could not sway him. Rather, they instilled a sense of pride within him. Look at that. Even if I may not be handsome, I can still attract the most exquisite women. Just as Zhong Yun was discussing a piano technique with Lu Yunqi, a small boy of about 7 or 8 dashed up to them, causing both to halt in surprise. The boy looked up at Zhong Yun and exclaimed, "Big brother, my cousin says you are his idol." With that, he scampered away, stunned. Zhong Yun and Lu Yunqi exchanged glances before she burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble. After running a few steps, the boy suddenly halted, as if recalling something, and hurried back to Lu Yunqi. "Big sister, my cousin also said you're the most beautiful girl he has ever seen." To emphasize his point, he gestured emphatically. Haha, this time it was Zhong Yun who laughed, causing Lu Yunqi's cheeks to flush and leaving a group of onlookers in a daze. Chapter 23. Don't tell anyone. By the time they returned to the hotel, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and their classmates had already returned. They parted ways in the hotel lobby. Upon opening the door to his room, Zhong Yun was met with 2 mischievous grins and peculiar glances. Confused, he asked, "What are you up to?" Tian Hai stepped forward eagerly. "So, how did it go?" Zhong Yun tossed his backpack onto the bed, and while removing his shoes, asked, "What do you mean, how did it go?" "You and Lu Yunqi, 2 single individuals spending the whole day together. Don't tell me nothing happened?" Tian Hai's urgency suggested he was the one pursuing a girl. "Well," Zhong Yun began, tossing his shoes into the corner and propping his chin in thought. "I kissed her." Tian Hai felt a rush of blood to his head, nearly jumping up in disbelief. "Are you insane?" He pointed an accusing finger at Zhong Yun, his expression akin to that of a teacher confronting a wayward student. "And then what?" "And then?" Zhong Yun chuckled as if he had heard the funniest joke. "What do you mean, and then?" "She slapped me and then walked away." "You're unbelievable. You're lucky she didn't accuse you of harassment," Tian Hai admonished with a sigh. At this point, Chun Won, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain his amusement and burst into laughter, collapsing onto the sofa in fits of giggles. Zhong Yun was soon caught up in the laughter as well. Tian Hai, momentarily taken aback, suddenly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Oh, so you're just playing with me?" He lunged at Zhong Yun, his expression turning fierce. The two tumbled into a playful scuffle, and soon Chun Won was pulled into the fray. Eventually, Tian Hai lay exhausted on the bed, gasping for breath and muttering, "You two are ridiculous. How do you have so much energy?" In stark contrast to his fatigue, Zhong Yun and Chun Won appeared unfazed, their breathing steady. "Well, that's what happens when you laze around at home and don't exercise. I, on the other hand, am a sporty, sun-kissed beauty." Chun Won struck a muscular pose, prompting the others to feign retching. Tian Hai recalled his earlier question and said, "Seriously, Yun, what is going on between you and Lu Yunqi? Tell me more." Chun Won leaned in with curiosity. "You two are such gossipers." Zhong Yun feigned innocence. "Did I ever say I was pursuing her? You're just being overly sensitive." Tian Hai scoffed at his denial. "Oh, please, just admit it. If you like her, just say so. We want to laugh at you." "Exactly," Chun Won chimed in. "Say what you will. I'm going to take a shower," Zhong Yun declared, not wanting to engage further, and slipped into the bathroom. "Damn it." Tian Hai shot a middle finger at the bathroom door before turning to Chun Won, exasperated. "My brother is great in every way, except he is a bit of a coward when it comes to romance." Chun Won gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the bathroom. When Zhong Yun emerged from his shower, he found Chun Won holding his empty water bottle, having drained it completely. Chun Won set it down with a look of disappointment. Ever since having tasted Zhong Yun's tea that day, he had become like a thirsty cat, desperate for more. Seeing Chun Won's expression, Zhong Yun chuckled. "Is it really that serious? Fine, starting tomorrow, I'll save you a portion." "Are you serious?" Chun Won exclaimed, clearly surprised. He fixed his gaze on Zhong Yun, his voice rising as he enunciated, "You mean you'll give me a portion every day?" Zhong Yun found his overblown reaction puzzling. "What's the problem?" Chun Won looked down at his water bottle, a flicker of complicated emotions crossing his face. After a moment of hesitation, as if making a decision, he said, "I'll pay you for it at market price." At this point, he sounded a bit sheepish. Market price? This stuff is basically priceless. To put it plainly, this was clearly taking advantage of him. Although his family provided him with a decent allowance, using it to purchase such an item felt rather meager. Zhong Yun, visibly displeased, remarked, "What do you take me for? Am I expected to pay for a small gift to a friend?" Tian Hai leapt from the bed, exclaiming, "Xiao Wen, what nonsense are you spouting? We're brothers. Money should not come into play." Yet, Chun Won remained steadfast, shaking his head in stubbornness. "This is a different matter. Brothers must have clear accounts. I have my principles. Friends are one thing, but such a valuable item cannot be accepted without compensation. What could this possibly be worth? Tianhai dismissed his insistence, deeming it unworthy of jeopardizing their brotherly bond over something so trivial. Chunwen sighed. If it were something ordinary, I would gladly accept it. However, the precious nature of this green gold makes it impossible for me to take it without payment. Tianhai looked at him, puzzled. Green gold? Are you referring to the green tea brewed by Yin? Chunwen did not respond, but turned to Zhong Yun, earnestly stating, I am unaware of the connections your family possesses to procure such a large quantity of the dazzling soup. I must admit, my family in Mingzhou, though respectable, cannot obtain such a substantial share. Regardless of circumstances, the upper echelons of society adhere to unwritten rules, and as a member, we must not disrupt them. An exquisite item like the dazzling soup cannot simply be gifted, nor can I accept it without due cause. Therefore, if you refuse to accept payment, I shall not partake. Chunwen spoke with resolute finality, leaving no room for negotiation. Though he coveted the dazzling soup, he would not waver in the face of principle. Zhong Yun felt tumultuous emotions stirring within. He knew that products from Jialan were of the highest quality, but had underestimated their value. The recipe for the dazzling soup was one he had discovered in Jialan's database. A plethora of recipes, yet only this simplest one could have its ingredients sourced in Dao. The dazzling soup nourished both yin and yang, purging impurities from the body. Regular consumption not only promised longevity, but also served as an elixir against aging. These two attributes made it immensely coveted among the elite, particularly among women, who found it irresistibly alluring. Zhong Yun had never anticipated that the dazzling soup would appear in Dao, allowing him to brazenly carry it in a kettle as if it were a common beverage. Now, however, he found himself in a predicament, pondering how to explain the situation. He understood that refined civilization bore a significantly higher price in Dao, and if anyone learned that he possessed the recipe for dazzling soup, a deluge of troubles would surely follow. Who had tasted my tea? Tianhai, Chunwen, and, of course, Lu Yunqi. It dawned on him that when Lu Yunqi heard him claim he brewed the dazzling soup himself, her expression had indicated she was aware of its significance. Did she think I was boasting? Reflecting on it, only these three individuals were privy to the information, which relieved Zhong Yun slightly, considering the chances of a breach were minimal. With this realization, he ceased to object. I will accept the money, but you must agree to one condition. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Chunwen relaxed and inquired, what condition? Do not disclose to anyone that I possess the dazzling soup. No problem. Chapter 24, Coercion. Wait a moment. I'm utterly confused by all of this. Tianhai, listening from the sidelines, scratched his head and pointed at the empty kettle. Is the tea brewed by Yun really that valuable? Extremely valuable, Chunwen affirmed. The tea leaves are purchased. Zhong Yun added. Tianhai pressed on. Can money even buy it? Those of high status may not necessarily be able to acquire it, Chunwen reiterated. This was perplexing. Tianhai muttered to himself, yet refrained from voicing his internal questions. Since their school days, he had known Zhong Yun, having visited his family countless times. He was aware that Zhong Yun's father was a bank manager and his mother worked at a prominent company, placing them in a far better financial position than his own. Even so, Zhong Yun's family was at best middle class. As for Chunwen, his peculiar demeanor suggested he was a privileged heir, adorned with brands unattainable to the average person. Based on the relatively rare surname Chun, one could surmise his connection to the Chun family, a titan in the steel industry. Coupled with previous hints he had dropped, it was nearly conclusive that he belonged to this illustrious lineage. The Chun family was a legendary aristocracy, having long monopolized the metal industry. Their wealth and status beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Not only was it one of the top families in Mingzhou, but it also held a prominent position nationwide. Earlier, Chunwen had stated that even the Chun family could not procure an abundance of the so-called dazzling soup. Yet Zhong Yun consumed it daily as if it were a commonplace drink. Could it be that Zhong Yun's family surpassed even the Chun family in wealth and status? Was his childhood friend, akin to a protagonist in a novel, the scion of a vast fortune, hidden away from the public eye, masquerading amongst commoners under the guise of experiencing an ordinary life while indulging in ostentation? In an instant, Tianhai felt a sense of alienation from his friend. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel the thought. No matter what, they remained close friends, a fact that could not be altered. While he was lost in contemplation, his phone rang. As Zhong Yun was still shirtless, he only turned on the speakerphone. After the call ended, he gazed at Zhong Yun with a peculiar expression. Zhong Yun felt an ominous premonition. What's wrong? Xiaoruo's roommate called, inviting us to hang out. Tianhai emphasized the word us. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhongyun shook his head. "I want to go. You all can." Ridiculous. After what transpired last night, while the allure was undeniable, how could he face Xiao Ruo? She was a good girl, and he did not wish to hurt her. Moreover, the entire class knew that Xiao Ruo had a crush on a handsome boy from the neighboring class. What would it mean for him to intrude? Furthermore, he doubted Xiao Ruo would even want to see him. Given the circumstances, her reaction was unpredictable. Despite her usual gentleness, she might very well confront him on the spot. Most likely, her roommate sought to witness Xiao Ruo's embarrassment, and he had no desire to put himself in such an uncomfortable position. All right then, we'll just say you're unwell today. Xiaowen, let us go. Once Tian Hai and the others left, Zhongyun sprawled out on the floor, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought, and gradually drifted into a slumber. When he awoke, the sun had risen, and Tian Hai and Chun were sprawled out, sound asleep beside him. He quietly dressed and stepped outside. After jogging around the hotel for a while, breathing in the fresh morning air, he completed a lap, feeling invigorated. Upon returning to the hotel, people were gradually emerging, getting ready to head out. Back in the room, the two had also awakened and were preparing their backpacks. Seeing him enter, Tian Hai chuckled. "I thought you couldn't resist going to find your crush before dawn. Who else like you? Thinking only with your lower brain." Zhongyun retorted as he headed for the shower, feeling sticky and uncomfortable from the sweat. "Where are you planning to take her today?" Tian Hai's voice called from outside the bathroom. "Why do you want to know so much? Are you interested? Come on, don't be ungrateful." "I'm trying to give you a good suggestion," Tian Hai replied with irritation. "Mind your own business first." Zhongyun chose to ignore him. "Xiaowen, did you see the thing on the table? Just transfer the money directly to the bank card on the note." "Understood," Chunwen's voice chimed in. "Forget it. I'm not dealing with you anymore." "We're leaving," Tian Hai exclaimed, and soon the sounds of the door opening and closing echoed outside. "Have fun." After taking a shower, Zhongyun checked the time, estimating that Lu Yunqi had likely awakened. He called her, arranging to meet at the hotel entrance. Upon descending the stairs, he found a spot against the wall to stand. At this moment, numerous students were exiting, most in pairs. No wonder some claimed that academic trips resembled romantic getaways, as countless couples solidified their relationships during such times. After waiting for a while, he sensed something amiss. Not far from him, beneath a large tree, a middle-aged man squatted. Puffing on a cigarette, his furtive glances directed toward Zhongyun, giving off an unsettling vibe. Zhongyun furrowed his brow, wondering if he intended to prey on students. He had heard that Fenghua City's public security was commendable. Should he intervene? After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to refrain from meddling. Such sacred duties of maintaining order should be left to the police. However, while he sought to avoid trouble, trouble found him. The middle-aged man flicked away his cigarette butt and approached him. At first, Zhongyun failed to notice, as this was the entrance where people came and went. Who would suspect that he was the target? He became aware of the situation when a burly man approached from another direction, brandishing a knife and threatening, "Keep quiet. My knife doesn't discriminate." At that moment, the middle-aged man moved to the other side of Zhongyun, and they trapped him in between, forcibly taking him away. Despite the throngs of people entering and exiting, no one seemed to notice the kidnapping unfolding before them. Zhongyun did not resist. In such a public setting, he wished to avoid causing a scene, and he was curious to discover who had orchestrated his abduction, whether it was mere misfortune or if someone had instigated it. The two men escorted Zhongyun for about 10 minutes, arriving at a less populated complex, where they slipped into a secluded alley. The middle-aged man then dialed number. "Young master, we have brought him. He is quite compliant and did not resist." A voice on the other end replied, "Good. Don't kill him. Just break a leg. How dare he try to steal a woman from me?" "Understood, young master." Zhongyun, with keen ears, overheard the conversation and recognized the voice. To his astonishment, the one pulling the strings was none other than his classmate, Niu Ben, whom he had reprimanded just 2 days prior. The middle-aged man ended the call and coldly instructed the burly man do it. The hulking figure beside Zhongyun grinned maliciously, seizing one of his arms and twisting it painfully. A piercing scream reverberated through the alley. Chapter 25. For the sake of a classmate at the hotel entrance. Lu Yunqi stood gracefully, having just arrived, but not spotting Zhongyun. She lingered, waiting, clad in a white short-sleeve blouse that revealed a glimpse of her fair arms. Paired with a light yellow long skirt, her long hair was elegantly tied with a cerulean silk ribbon. The rising sun bathed her in golden light, casting a soft glow on the left side of her cheek, creating an exquisite tableau. The once bustling entrance quieted at her presence. Everyone instinctively softened their movements, sharing a silent understanding not to disrupt this beautiful scene. Yet, in this world, there always exist those who mar such beauty. A boorish figure emerged from a nearby corner, striding toward Lu Yunqi with an air of arrogance, his voice booming. Yunqi, what a coincidence. Nearby individuals frowned, casting disdainful glances at the loudmouth. Some who had hoped to impress the beauty reconsidered upon seeing his imposing stature and signature buzz cut, their spirits swiftly dampened. Niu Ben, infamous throughout the school as a notorious troublemaker, commanded fear from all, even teachers who found themselves unnerved in his presence. Rumored to be the son of the underground kingpin of Mingzhou City, a figure influential in both legal and illegal spheres. He was someone even the mayor had to regard with deference. Lu Yunqi's brow furrowed slightly as she replied coldly, "It's you." Anyone could discern her disdainful attitude. Yet Niu Ben remained unfazed, smirking arrogantly. "Is your date running late?" he asked, his eyes shamelessly wandering over her figure. "I'm waiting for someone." Her implication was clear. She had an appointment and wished to be left undisturbed. Waiting for someone? Niu Ben feigned surprise, scanning the area. Those who had been stealing glances at him quickly averted their eyes. "Looks like you've been stood up." He stepped closer. Lu Yunqi shifted away, increasing the distance between them, refusing to look at him. "He'll be here soon." "Is that so?" There was a brief lull in the conversation before Niu Ben suddenly had a revelation. "Is it Zhong Yun you're waiting for?" Lu Yunqi nodded, unwilling to engage further. Her aversion to Niu Ben, who constantly harassed her, was palpable. Had it not been for their shared status as classmates, she would have dismissed him outright. "I just saw him here. He was standing right here, but after a phone call, he hurried off. He told me to inform you not to wait for him anymore and asked me to keep you company." Niu Ben fabricated his story. But Lu Yunqi was not easily deceived. "Really? I'll call him." Niu Ben knew that if she called, his deception would be exposed. He grabbed her wrist, insisting. He turned off his phone. Startled, Lu Yunqi tugged her arm free and stepped back, placing her hand on her waist, eyeing him warily. "What do you want?" Niu Ben's patience was wearing thin. Had it not been for his father's stern warnings against using force on her, he would have already acted. He feared only his father. "I haven't done anything. I merely suggested you stop waiting for that loser." Upon hearing him insult Zhong Yun, Lu Yunqi's gaze hardened. "Mind your words. Why defend him?" Niu Ben retorted bitterly. "Am I wrong? He is a loser, with grades worse than mine. What else would you call him?" He continued, "Yunqi, I'm only looking out for you. You're someone of status. Being seen with such a loser would be embarrassing." Lu Yunqi's anger flared as he repeatedly referred to Zhong Yun as a loser. "Enough. I don't want to see you again. Leave me alone." At her words, Niu Ben's temper flared. When had he ever been spoken to in such a manner? His true nature emerged, and he growled, "Don't be ungrateful." Lu Yunqi took out her phone, glaring at him. "If you don't leave, I'll call the police." "Go ahead. Let's see if you really will." Niu Ben seethed. Lu Yunqi pressed her phone. The call connected. She intended to report to the police. Niu Ben was taken aback by her resolute decision to call for help. A surge of anger flooding his mind, casting aside any thoughts of caution. At that moment, all he desired was to teach this woman a lesson. As he glared menacingly and lunged towards her, Lu Yunqi remained undaunted. Nearby, witnesses could not contain their shock and gasped audibly. Just as Niu Ben's hand was mere inches from her, his massive form suddenly froze, a powerful grip seizing his shoulder, halting his advance with force. First, he had bullied male classmates due to his towering stature, and now he was attempting to intimidate a female peer. "Oh, Niu Ben, how you have regressed." A voice, utterly unexpected, rang out. Niu Ben's expression shifted dramatically as he stammered. "Impossible. How could you be here?" Turning around, he beheld Zhong Yun's face, a smirk playing on her lips, one that he both envied and loathed. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Zhong Yun retorted with a grin, her narrowed eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Niu Ben found himself at a loss for words. "Beat him." Suddenly, a voice from the crowd erupted, igniting a wave of fervor among the onlookers. "How dare he lay a hand on our goddess? Strike him. Teach him a lesson." The cries intensified. Zhong Yun shook her head and remarked to Niu Ben, "I never imagined your reputation to be so poor. We are classmates, after all. I shall refrain from being too harsh." Niu Ben had only recently been humiliated by her, his back still aching from the fall. And although he wished to beg for mercy, his pride held him back. Upon hearing her words, he nodded vigorously, about to speak when, suddenly, he felt weightless, the world spinning around him as he was lifted off the ground. "No!" Niu Ben screamed in despair. With a thud, silence enveloped the area as his cries abruptly ceased. Overcome by pain, his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Zhong Yun had not held back this time. Niu Ben had truly received a severe beating. It would take him at least 10 days to recover, bedridden and incapacitated. He was genuinely enraged, having dared to threaten her. Were it not for the fear of causing trouble for his family, he would have inflicted some hidden injuries upon Niu Ben. As Niu Ben's substantial form crashed to the ground, cheers erupted among the crowd. This brash troublemaker, who had long terrorized others, was finally being taught a lesson, much to the delight of many who had suffered at his hands. Chapter 26. The marshal's family. Zhong Yun and her companion were undeterred by Niu Ben's antics, enjoying a day of leisure until 7 in the evening when they returned, thoroughly satisfied. Upon reaching their hotel, Zhong Yun set down her belongings and immediately sought out Chenwen. It seemed as though Chenwen had anticipated her arrival. Before she could utter a word, he inquired, "Is there something you wish to ask me?" Upon her nod, he continued, "Are you curious about Niu Ben?" Zhong Yun expressed her surprise. "How did you know?" Tianhai interjected, "We all witnessed the commotion this morning. A perfect hero saving a damsel in distress. Did Lu Yunqi offer herself to you?" Ignoring his nonsensical banter, Chenwen sighed, "You should never have intervened with Niu Ben." "What do you mean by that?" Zhong Yun began to respond, but Tianhai interjected, "Are we just supposed to let Niu Ben assault the beautiful Lu?" Chenwen shot Tianhai a glare, annoyed at the interruption. What Zhong Yun did was, in fact, a mercy for Niu Ben. "What do you mean?" Tianhai asked, puzzled. "To beat him was to save him," Chenwen replied coldly. If Niu Ben dared to lay a hand on Lu Yunqi, he would be courting death. Had Zhong Yun not intervened today, Niu Shunjin would have lost his son. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. "Are you referring to Niu Ben's father?" Zhong Yun asked. "Indeed," Chenwen confirmed. "While you may have saved his son, he may not express gratitude. Rather, he could seek retribution." He regarded Zhong Yun with a knowing glance. Though Niu Shunjin possessed a certain level of influence, he was not a formidable adversary unless he sought revenge upon you, which would be a mistake. Zhong Yun remained silent, aware of her own circumstances. She was not the influential figure Chenwen assumed her to be. Her parents worked in large corporations, but lacked any real power. Entangling with an underworld figure could indeed pose problems. Yet Zhong Yun was not easily intimidated. "Is Lu Yunqi truly as formidable as rumored?" Tianhai asked, curiosity piqued. "Not just formidable." Chenwen shook his head. "Her background is well known, not a secret at all. I don't mind sharing this with you." He glanced around, ensuring privacy, and leaned in closer. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Zhong Yun and Tianhai leaned in as well, their heads nearly touching. Chenwen licked his lips and lowered his voice as if divulging a monumental secret. "Have you ever heard of the Yang family?" Zhong Yun and Tianhai exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. Chenwen looked at Zhong Yun oddly. "You've never heard of them?" The Yang family tends to keep a low profile and rarely appears in the media. Holding back from interrupting, he continued, "Have you heard of the name Yang Bingang?" "I know him. He was the former commander-in-chief of the military." Tianhai interjected, having an interest in weaponry and military affairs. "Correct," Chenwen pressed on. "Do you know how many military commanders with the surname Yang have existed throughout history?" "How many?" Zhong Yun could not help but ask. Chenwen held up 3 fingers, revealing a staggering number, 321. "MB, do not tell me they were all from the Yang family." Tianhai et Kalim. "So, the position of commander-in-chief? That was the leader of 80 million soldiers, 500 starships, and 100,000 mech units. Commanders-in-chief are replaced every 5 years, totaling over 800 throughout history." If what Chenwen said was accurate, it implied that over 1/3 of the military commanders had originated from the Yang family. It was nearly accurate to say they monopolized this position. Tianhai struggled to believe and dare not accept it. Freedom and democracy are enshrined in the supreme, sacred constitution. How could such an exalted authority be monopolized by a single family? Impossible. Chenwen's words struck him mercilessly. Not entirely. 2 were not from the Yang family. That means there have been 319 military commanders from the Yang family. Hearing this with such certainty, Zhong Yun was taken aback, gasping in disbelief. Rendered speechless for a time. "This is too exaggerated. How could this be possible?" Tianhai mumut. Chenwen leaned back, smirking. "What is so impossible about it?" The Yang family is known as the Marshal's family, a superfamily with a lineage exceeding 5,000 years. But why have I never heard of them? Why has the media never exposed this? Tianhai remained skeptical. "You underestimate the capabilities of powerful families," Chenwen replied earnestly. "Do you think the media can report whatever they wish without restraint? You overestimate them. Even the president cannot act without limitations. The media's power is finite, often a result of compromises between various interests. Moreover, many major media outlets are under the control of prominent families. To speak plainly, at least in the case of the Yang family, a behemoth with immense power, the media has always exercised a veil of discretion. Today, I truly broaden my horizons," sighed Tianhai with a sense of enlightenment. What relation does Lu Yunqi have with the Yang family? Zhong Yun suddenly inquired, with a knowing glance. Chunwen replied with a long-prepared explanation. In fact, I was acquainted with Lu Yunqi long before. What? Tianhai nearly leaped from his seat, pointing at Chunwen. You are utterly untrustworthy. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You knew all along. Tianhai. Enough? Zhong Yun interjected, preventing him from saying anything further. Irritated, Tianhai sat back down, glaring at Chunwen with an expression that suggested he would not relent until he received a satisfactory explanation. Chunwen offered a wry smile. We were merely ordinary friends before. This matter is too convoluted to share with you. Implicit in his words was that he now regarded Zhong Yun and the others as true friends, feeling secure enough to divulge these matters to them. Still clinging to your ridiculous principles, I see, Tianhai retorted, his tone softening slightly. Chunwen pretended not to hear, as he found it futile to engage further. Your intentions must be akin to those of Nyoban, right? Zhong Yun remarked unexpectedly. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Chunwen's face, and he did not deny it, indeed. My father sent me to this public school with the hope of connecting with the Yang family. What? Are you considering encroaching on Ayun's territory? Tianhai's face reddened, nearly erupting in anger once more, only for Zhong Yun to restrain him again. Chunwen scratched his head innocently. At that time, I didn't even know you guys. Not knowing is no excuse, Tianhai exclaimed, nearly spitting in indignation, his voice resonating loudly enough to leave Chunwen's ears ringing. I admit my fault. Is that not enough? Chunwen offered, attempting to soothe his friend's emotions. That's more like it, Tianhai mumbled, settling back down. Chunwen shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling powerless against him. In the past, had anyone dared to point a finger and shout at him, he would have retaliated immediately. Yet today he swallowed his pride. He recognized that since befriending Zhong Yun and the others, he had changed significantly. He had come to appreciate the unpretentious banter, the camaraderie in teasing girls, and the late-night queues for collectibles. With them, there was no need for pretense or caution. One could freely reveal their true self. Chunwen relished this newfound lifestyle, aware that Tianhai regarded him as a friend. It turned out that being berated was not entirely unpleasant. Chapter 27, Rumors. You still haven't clarified the relationship between Lu Yunqi and the Yang family, Zhong Yun said, eager to move past the previous topic. Lu Yunqi is the little princess of the Yang family, the rightful heir, the biological daughter of Yang Bingchong. However, she bears her mother's surname, Chunwen elucidated. Indeed, she is a true princess, Tianhai mused. The atmosphere shifted to one of silence as the three pondered their thoughts. After a couple of minutes, Tianhai suddenly asked, Is the Yang family very wealthy? Wealthy, Chunwen clicked his tongue. Before the Yang family, few would dare claim to be rich. Have you heard of the Xie Group? Tianhai interjected. Who hasn't heard of the third largest company in the country? The Yang family, yes. Have you heard of the Air May company? Tianhai interjected again, albeit this time with a slight tremor in his voice. That's the largest cosmetics company in the nation. The Yang family, yes. Have you heard of the Ankong Group? Tianhai attempted to interject, but his excitement caused him to stutter. The largest. Precisely, the nation's largest health supplement company. The Yang families. Finally, Chunwen cast a sidelong glance at Tianhai. So, do you think the Yang family is wealthy? Indeed, they're exceedingly affluent. Tianhai leaped to his feet, flushed with excitement, as if he had just won a lottery worth millions. Zhong Yun and Chunwen exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the source of his sudden exuberance. Tianhai suddenly seized Zhong Yun's arm and shook it vigorously. Ayun, you're going to be rich. You're going to be rich. Dazed, Zhong Yun struggled to break free. Confused, what do you mean by rich? The Yang family is wealthy. What does that have to do with you? It has everything to do with me, Tianhai chuckled foolishly. Just think about it. If one day you become a son-in-law of the Yang family, you'll be rolling in wealth. You could buy whatever model you desire. Purchase duplicates just to tear one apart and toss the other aside. The more Tianhai spoke, the more animated he became, eventually bursting into a fit of manic laughter, saliva dripping everywhere. As Zhong Yun listened to him ramble on, he could no longer contain himself and kicked him in the rear. Dude, does that make me a freeloader? Tianhai clutched his backside, indignantly replying, How can you speak so crudely? Isn't that an insult to the pure relationship you share with Lu Yunqi? You're one to talk, Zhong Yun retorted, chasing after him, ready to strike. Just as their antics escalated, Tianhai's phone rang, and as if encountering a savior, he shouted, The phone is ringing. Zhong Yun finally ceased his pursuit. Tianhai grumbled, There's no need to escalate things to such a degree. Zhong Yun feigned ignorance. Upon answering the phone, A young girl's face appeared on the screen. Zhong Yun recognized her as Xiao Fun, a roommate of Xiao Ruo. Tian Hai, hurry over. We bought a lot of delicious food. Zhong Yun couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Fun was glancing in his direction, perhaps intentionally. All right, I'll be there shortly. Tian Hai snapped his fingers. After hanging up, he turned around. Don't look at me. I'm not going. Zhong Yun stretched lazily. I'm exhausted today. I'm going to take a shower. Not wishing to press the issue, Tian Hai and Chun Wen let him slip away. One less person was no great loss. In the following days, everything resumed its normal course. Tian Hai and Chun Wen darted around daily, visiting model shops, anime figurine stores, and television filming locations, lamenting their inability to split themselves in two due to the tight schedule. In just 6 short days, how could they possibly see everything? Meanwhile, Zhong Yun and Lu Yunqi explored a different attraction each day, not merely skimming the surface. They savored each location thoroughly. They did not take countless photographs. By the end of the 6 days, they had captured images at only 10 sites, with just one photo of the two of them together. Most students were paired off, reveling in the rare holiday. Yet, a few, like Niu Ben, were less fortunate. His holiday was ruined after Zhong Yun executed a shoulder throw on him, sending him to the hospital. Then there was Xiao Ruo. Ever since that incident, she had not left her room, using her discomfort as an excuse to cancel all outings for 6 consecutive days. Her close friend, Xiao Fun, grew increasingly worried and decided to stay with her during the last 2 days. Xiao Ruo languished in a state of disinterest, often lost in thought. Her conversations punctuated by moments of distraction. As she grew more and more frail, Xiao Fun could no longer remain idle. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. On the final night, during the farewell party, Xiao Fun sought out Zhong Yun in his room. She slammed the door open in a fit of fury, drawing the astonished gazes of a dozen boys loitering in the hallway. Xiao Fun charged inside like an enraged lioness, colliding head-on with Tian Hai, who had just emerged from the shower clad only in his shorts. Their eyes locked for 2 seconds before Tian Hai, overwhelmed, muttered a defeated sound and retreated back into the bathroom, flustered. Zhong! Xiao Fun exclaimed, hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes wide with intensity. How long do you plan to hide? Are you even a man? Caught off guard by her sudden intrusion, Zhong Yun found himself on the receiving end of her tirade. Flustered and stammering, what did you say? What did I say? Xiao Fun retorted, her anger boiling over as she nearly poked Zhong Yun in the nose with her finger. You know exactly what you've done. Are you really trying to deny it? By the end of her outburst, her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, a crowd of curious male students had gathered at the doorway, and sensing the tension, Chunwen quickly ushered them away, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. However, Xiao Fun's last words had been overheard, and coupled with her tearful demeanor, an unmistakable scent of scandal wafted through the air. It is human nature to indulge in gossip, and the male observers were no exception. From the events unfolding that day, it was evident that Zhong Yun and Xiao Fun shared a clandestine story. The onlookers began to conjure vivid narratives of their relationship, speculating that it was merely a tale of a man abandoning a woman after a brief dalliance. What surprised them even more was how, despite Zhong Yun's seemingly unremarkable demeanor, he had managed to enchant someone like Xiao Fun, who was quite attractive herself. Had they known that Zhong Yun had captivated the heart of Xiao Ruo, their intrigue would have undoubtedly shifted. Among the girls in class, Lu Yunqi was undoubtedly the most beautiful, her unmatched grace leaving all other girls in her shadow. Yet for the average male students, she was an unreachable star, evoking admiration rather than pursuit. Next in line for beauty was Xiao Ruo, whose gentle nature shone brightly amidst a sea of aggressive personalities. Many boys secretly harbored feelings for her, which was evident when her organization, AMU House, attracted numerous male participants. Unfortunately for them, Xiao Ruo was already enamored with someone else, an undeniably handsome figure recognized by all. This reality was disheartening, leaving many resigned to their unworthiness. However, if rumors were to surface about Zhong Yun and Xiao Ruo, the number of boys eager to confront him would likely multiply. The audacity of a less-than-stellar student like Zhong Yun to be associated with someone as desirable as Xiao Ruo would undoubtedly incite jealousy. Chapter 28. You will only bully me. The spectators buzzed with fervent speculation about how Zhong Yun and Xiao Fun had become entangled. Suddenly, the door to Zhong Yun's room creaked open. The crowd fell silent and stepped back, revealing a teary-eyed Xiao Fun emerging, her eyes swollen and glistening with remnants of tears. Upon meeting the gaze of so many onlookers, she shot them a fierce glare and barked, "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." With that, she pushed past the crowd and exited. The audience gasped, taken aback by the transformation of the typically pleasant Xiaofan into a fierce tiger, scorned by man. Soon after, Zhong Yun emerged, expressionless, ignoring the crowd as he squeezed past them. With the excitement dissipated, the onlookers dispersed, eager to embellish the juicy gossip for their friends. Zhong Yun headed down to the cafeteria, grabbing a bowl of congee and a few rice cakes before returning upstairs. He hesitated at Xiaoruo's door, knocking softly. The door opened silently, and upon seeing him, Xiaofan relaxed slightly, allowing him entry before stepping out and closing the door behind her, setting the food on the table. Zhong Yun removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the floor. Not far from him, a cozy blanket rose in a mound, revealing a cascade of glossy black hair. Zhong Yun sat in silence, unsure how to approach her. They had barely exchanged a word before, and he had already crossed a significant line. Just as he grappled with what to say, a melodious tune began to play. AMU's first song, The Blue Mingchuan River. Hello. Xiaoruo's voice was hoarse, revealing her lack of rest in recent days. A male voice crackled through the phone. Xiaoruo, come down quickly. The gathering is about to start. Xiaoruo paused, struggling to muster a response before finally uttering a reluctant, I'm sorry. Sorry? I can hear your excuses from here. It's been 6 days, and every time I invite you, you claim to feel unwell. What do you want? The male voice was laced with frustration. You say you like me, but is this how you show it? Xiaoruo's voice trembled with suppressed tears, and Zhong Yun noticed the blanket shutter above her. It was evident that she was in distress. If you truly feel sorry for me, the male voice softened, then come down and watch the gathering with me. Don't let me embarrass myself in front of my friends. Sorry. Is sorry all you can say? The male voice was now exasperated. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhong Yun stepped forward and snatched the phone from her grasp. Is this how you speak to a girl? Xiaoruo's expression shifted to one of alarm as she exclaimed, What are you doing here? The voice on the other end, taken aback, asked, Who are you? Where is Xiaoruo? Zhong Yun enunciated each word deliberately. I am Xiaoruo's boyfriend. If you dare to harass her again, I won't be so gracious. With that, he forcefully hung up the phone. Turning around, he found Xiaoruo staring at him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She sniffled, and 2 tears slipped down her cheeks, shattering on the floor. Turning her head to hide her vulnerability, she asked, What do you want? Zhong Yun remained silent, heading towards the door. As she watched him walk away, a wave of despair washed over her, and the tears she fought so hard to contain spilled forth. Biting her lip, she willed herself not to cry out loud. I want to cry, I want to cry. Xiaoruo, be strong, don't cry. Yet, the bitterness in her mouth betrayed her resolve. A voice echoed in her memory, reminiscent of her father's indulgent tone from her childhood. A warm sunlight cutting through her internal gloom. Xiaoruo blinked, her vision blurred as she saw the face that both angered and captivated her. Adorned with a teasing smile directed at her. Weren't you leaving? She asked, bewildered, suddenly grasping his sleeve tightly, her knuckles pale from exertion. Weren't you leaving? Why are you back? The question drained her of her last ounce of strength. After she finished speaking, she collapsed on a Zhong Yun's thigh, sobbing uncontrollably, twisting his leg as if to expel all the resentment and dissatisfaction that had accumulated over the past few days. Zhong Yun hesitated briefly, but ultimately placed his hand on her head, gently rubbing it, allowing her tears and snot to wreak havoc on his trousers. A few minutes later, Xiaoruo's cries gradually subsided. Her poor eating and sleeping habits over the past few days had left her physically drained. After her emotional outburst, she remained motionless on Zhong Yun's thigh. Sensing something amiss, Zhong Yun looked down to find her eyes tightly shut, her breathing steady. She had fallen asleep just like that. He maintained his kneeling position, careful not to disturb her as he pondered how to address the situation. Before he could formulate a solution, his phone rang. Although he answered quickly, it still startled Xiaoruo awake. Upon realizing she was resting on Zhong Yun's thigh, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly sat up, inadvertently pressing against his sensitive area. It felt as if her hand had been scalded, and Xiaoruo swiftly withdrew it, turning her back to feign fixing her hair. Her fair face now a deep shade of red. Zhong Yun was in the midst of a conversation when the girl's delicate hand pressed against his sensitive spot, naturally eliciting a reaction, but he chose to feign ignorance. I'll come over in a bit, he said, hanging up the call. Who was that? Xiaoruo asked, seeking a topic of conversation to avoid the impending awkwardness. Tian Hai, he replied. He said the gathering is about to start and urged me to come. Xiaoruo paused momentarily in her hairstyling and replied softly, Then you should go. Don't worry about me. Zhong Yun removed the lid from the bowl of congee, and a plume of fragrant steam wafted through the room. I heard you didn't eat anything tonight, so I bought you some congee. Xiao Ruo's head hung low, and she did not turn around. I'm not hungry. No sooner had she spoken than her stomach let out a loud growl. Zhongyun chuckled, placing a hand on her shoulder, gently turning her upper body towards him. He scooped a spoonful of kanji, cooling it with his breath before bringing it to her lips. Here. Xiao Ruo pressed her lips tightly together, and despite Zhongyun's repeated attempts, he could not feed her. Adopting a serious expression, he said, I do not appreciate willful girls. Xiao Ruo's breath hitched, her body stiffening. However, you are an exception for being so beautiful, Zhongyun added with a light laugh. Stop being temperamental. Open your mouth. 2 tears slipped from the corners of Xiao Ruo's eyes as she cried. You just like to bully me. Chapter 29, Revelry. It's my fault, Zhongyun said, seizing the opportunity while she spoke to feed her a spoonful of kanji. He then gently wiped away her tears, softly saying, Don't cry, or you won't be pretty anymore. Big brother doesn't tea like that. Xiao Ruo's slightly pale face flushed red. You're not my brother, she retorted, coughing violently as she had choked on the kanji from her excitement. Zhongyun set the bowl down and patted her back to help her breathe steadily. Calm down. Once she had composed herself, he picked up the bowl again, scooping another spoonful. I'm not your brother. I could be your younger brother. How about that? Just as Xiao Ruo was about to put the small spoon in her mouth, she nearly spat out both the kanji and the spoon in surprise at his words. Struggling to contain herself, she broke into another fit of coughing. After she finished coughing, seeing Zhongyun about to speak again, Xiao Ruo could no longer hold back and pleaded, Please, stop teasing me. Zhongyun shrugged innocently, lifting the bowl. So, are you going to eat? I will. Xiao Ruo quickly replied, snatching the bowl from him. No. Zhongyun's words came too late. Wow. Xiao Ruo sprayed a mouthful of kanji everywhere. The steaming rice porridge scalding her lips, causing tears to spill from her eyes. Observing her cherry-red mouth swelling, Zhongyun rushed to the refrigerator, retrieving a bag of ice. Fortunately, it was summer, and the fridge was stocked with ice to help customers cool off. He crushed an ice cube in his hand, and upon opening his palm, a chunk the size of an egg had transformed into a pile of ice shavings, which he stuffed into her mouth. Just hold this. Xiao Ruo looked at him with pitiful eyes, her small hands tightly grasping his shirt, her nose flaring as tears streamed down her cheeks, looking utterly distressed. Zhongyun embraced her, as if soothing a child. There, it's all right. He gently traced her swollen lips with his fingers, and if one looked closely, they would notice a faint purple glow emanating from his fingertips. You'll be fine soon. Sweat beaded on Zhongyun's forehead, and his breath began to quicken. He was using his internal energy to heal her. He only knew that this energy could heal wounds, but he had never had the opportunity to test it before. However, it appeared to be effective, as the swelling visibly diminished where his purple fingers had passed. The energy consumption was staggering. In a mere 5 seconds, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Xiao Ruo felt a refreshing coolness wash over her once painful lips, as if his fingers possessed magical powers. And the pain receded like a tide. Moments later, the burning sensation had vanished completely, as if the scalding had merely been a figment of her imagination. She stared at Zhongyun, her expression one of astonishment. Zhongyun withdrew his hand, attempting to act nonchalant. See? A cold compress does wonders. He tried to brush it off. Xiao Ruo, though innocent, was not foolish. Her IQ had ranked among the top in the school during the entrance exams. Such a flimsy excuse would not deceive her. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, her palm becoming damp. Are you tired? Zhongyun's complexion appeared somewhat pale. The sensation of drained energy was unpleasant, leaving him feeling fatigued as if he had just finished a strenuous workout. With a slight urge to vomit. You're so slender. You can't possibly be tired from holding me all day, he teased. Xiao Ruo's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Yet she bravely held his gaze, her sparkling eyes reflecting a burgeoning affection that made Zhongyun avert his own. I'm hungry, she said softly. What took you so long? You weren't with Xiao Ruo, were you? Tianhai teased, as he spotted Zhongyun arriving late. By this time, the gathering was already halfway through, and on stage, four male classmates clad in oversized casual attire were bouncing around in sync with the upbeat music. You have a filthy mind. Is Xiao Ruo that kind of girl? Zhongyun retorted, feeling irritated, despite the fact that he had practically fled Xiao Ruo's room moments earlier. Uncertain of what might transpire otherwise, Chenwen glanced between Tianhai and Zhongyun, his expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. Surely there's no romantic tension between you two? It looks as if a wronged wife is scolding her unfaithful husband. Zhongyun and Tianhai erupted in anger, launching a flurry of punches at him. Chenwen cried out for mercy. Help? Murder. The surrounding onlookers instinctively moved away from the chaotic scene, wary of being caught in the fray. After a while, Chunwon, voice hoarse from shouting, pleaded, "Two heroes, please spare me. I'm just a kid. Hey, you pull my hair. My hairstyle." He protested. There's a limit to what one can tolerate. Chunwon shouted, tackling Tian Hai, who had grabbed his hair. Zhong Yun, fueled by the remnants of his anger towards Chunwon's earlier slander against Xiao Ruo, seized the opportunity to kick Tian Hai's ample backside. Tian Hai was furious, exclaiming loudly, "How dare you, Xiaoyun, launch a surprise attack on an ally?" He abandoned Chunwon and lunged at Zhongyun. Chunwon joined the fray, and the three were soon embroiled in a chaotic melee, the scene descending into utter disarray. The onlookers instinctively distanced themselves, muttering to themselves about the three madmen. Initially, it was a free-for-all, with each striking at the other, but quickly transformed into a 2-on-1 assault as Tian Hai and Chunwon ganged up on Zhongyun, who was utterly detestable, sitting back and fanning the flames while reaping the benefits. Before attracting the teacher's attention, the trio halted their antics and stealthily retreated to the restroom, exchanging glances and bursting into laughter. Their raucous mirth startled two male classmates who, caught in the act at the urinals, trembled and inadvertently splashed themselves. Their laughter grew even louder. As it was the final night of their academic trip, the students were swept up in a frenzy of celebration, with countless individuals brandishing prepared streamers, spraying them liberally on anyone in sight, transforming the air into a kaleidoscope of vibrant ribbons. Occasionally, one could spot pairs of students, each wielding 2 cans of streamers, chasing after others while laughing heartily. The pursued would shriek and scurry away, clutching their heads in mock terror. Others shook non-alcoholic champagne vigorously before popping the cork, causing the contents to spray out with a loud hiss, eliciting excited screams from those nearby. Some had somehow procured plates of small cake pieces, which they would stealthily slap onto unsuspecting faces, smearing them generously. The entire hotel had become a veritable sea of revelry, chaos reigning supreme. Eventually, the teachers found themselves caught in the crossfire. A water balloon plummeted from above, striking a middle-aged male teacher squarely on the head, thoroughly drenching his meticulously prepared suit, inciting his furious outbursts. At the stairwell, Tian Hai crouched down, cackling mischievously, clutching a balloon filled with ice water, stealthily plotting his next target. This night was destined to be one of sleepless revelry. The following day, Zhongyun boarded the flight home, burdened with all his luggage. Tian Hai and Chunwon animatedly discussed the insights gained from their excursion, their spirits buoyant. Once on the plane, the students systematically sought out their assigned seats. As per their usual arrangement, the trio settled in the back row. After stowing their bags, Zhongyun took the window seat. Chunwon and Tian Hai sat opposite him. "I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me," Zhongyun declared, activating the soft ear covers beside him. The backrest also reclined slightly, providing a more comfortable position for resting. With his eyes closed, he fell into a light slumber within minutes, the soft sounds of his snores filling the cabin. After 5 hours of flight, they arrived at Mingzhou Airport. The sweet voice of the flight attendant announced, "We have arrived at Mingzhou Airport. Please prepare to disembark." Just as Tian Hai was about to wake the still sleeping Zhongyun, the latter suddenly lifted his hand to remove the ear covers, stretching languidly and rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Are we there?" At that moment, passengers began disembarking, and Zhongyun and his companions retrieved their bags, waiting until most had left before rising to follow suit. At the airport entrance, they watched as Lu Yunqi stepped into a luxurious shuttle, a driver assisting her by closing the door before returning to the driver's seat and speeding away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "That car, while nice, hardly seems worthy of her status," Tian Hai remarked, curiosity evident in his voice. "Clearly, your taste is lacking. That's no ordinary vehicle." Chunwon seized the opportunity to scorn him. Fei Yingming's Swift X can't even compare to one of its wheels. "Is it really that impressive?" Tian Hai questioned, skepticism in his tone, for the design appeared rather pedestrian. "It's understated, you know. This shuttle is rumored to withstand a particle cannon with an energy output of 10,000 units. Wow, Tian Hai stammered, at a loss for words. To think that the most formidable defensive unit, known as the Turtle Shell Heavy Mech, can only withstand 15,000 units. This vehicle's defensive capabilities surpass those of most mechs. What kind of car is this? Even the president's vehicle pales in comparison. Tian Hai shook his head in awe. Indeed, Chunwon nodded in agreement. The Jui Corporation manufactured only 10 of these vehicles, 3 of which were allocated to the military and 2 to the presidential office. "Let us go," Zhongyun said, hailing a passing taxi. As they settled into the vehicle, they noticed Zhongyun pouting, his expression somber, and he remained silent. Tianhai and Chunwen exchanged knowing glances, understanding without words that it might be best not to provoke him further. Zhongyun sat in a daze, oblivious to their silent communication, and did not utter a single word until they reached his home. Upon entering without so much as a greeting, Tianhai couldn't help but worry, wondering if Zhongyun was contemplating something dire. What nonsense! Zhongyun's family background is undoubtedly complex, likely not far from the Yang family's stature. He must be troubled by something else, Chunwen asserted confidently. Once inside, Zhongyun stormed towards his bedroom, not bothering to set down his belongings. As he flung open the door, he bellowed, "Zero, get out here." His fury had clouded his judgment. He hadn't even connected to the network, so how could Zero have heard him? To his surprise, Zero materialized in the room, a dark silhouette appearing as if summoned by his words. An astounding feat of reality projection technology, though Zhongyun's room lacked such equipment. "You called for me?" Seeing Zero, Zhongyun gritted his teeth and lunged at him, but his hands passed through only air, inciting his furious outcry. "Where's my money?" Zero remained unaffected by his outburst, responding in a monotone, mechanical voice devoid of emotion. "It has been spent." "Spent?" Zhongyun echoed incredulously, his voice rising an octave. "That was 500 million. You think it's just $5? You spent all of it? 500 million wasn't enough. You even depleted my personal savings. How ruthless can you be?" His agitation escalated as he lamented, "My mansion, my maid, my exquisite shuttle. Gone, all gone." He collapsed onto the floor, utterly despondent. Zero's cold, dark eyes regarded him impassively. "As far as I'm aware, that 500 million was acquired in exchange for a single low-grade plant." Zhongyun froze, staring blankly at Zero, and then suddenly slapped his forehead, cursing under his breath. Indeed, while 500 million is a substantial sum, it was merely traded for a pot of flowers. "If I wish, I could cultivate 100 pots just like it, or even superior varieties." The only issue was how to do so without raising suspicion. After all, he had already sold a pot of 7 fairies, which likely had spread throughout the horticultural community. If he were to produce another extraordinary specimen for sale, it would be obvious something was amiss. However, this was not an insurmountable problem. With some ingenuity, he could find a way to sell it. Realizing this, Zhongyun felt a tinge of embarrassment for losing his composure over 500 million, deeming it rather pedestrian of him. He scorned himself for a moment, then thought, "Remain calm. Stay composed. After all, I am a person of significance. 500 million is but a trifle. As long as I guard the treasure trove, that is Zero, even 10,500 million would pose no challenge. Well, it's just that I have never encountered such a sum before, and I was a bit overwhelmed, my apologies." Zhongyun chuckled awkwardly and then curiously inquired, "What exactly did you purchase?" Zero, unfazed by his attempt to divert the conversation, replied, "I acquired a small spacecraft on Freedom Star." "Freedom Star? What kind of place is that?" Zhongyun pondered, recalling that Davos did not have a planet named Freedom Star. The Omicron-class Intermediate Freedom Star, located approximately 20,000 light-years from here, serves as a trading hub for all intermediate civilizations within the Omicron system. According to the edicts of the Galactic Federation, unauthorized contact and trade between civilizations is strictly prohibited. Transactions can only occur within designated areas. A specific intermediate Freedom Star has been established for the exchange of goods among these civilizations. Zhongyun found this difficult to comprehend. But why impose such regulations? Wouldn't mutual exchange between different civilizations foster their development? Is it possible that the Galactic Federation seeks to stifle the advancement of intermediate civilizations? A flurry of disordered numbers flickered in Zero's eyes. Data was missing, rendering the question unanswerable. Most likely, he concluded. Zhongyun set the thought aside. After all, it was beyond his control. ISNT Freedom Star brimming with valuable items? It must offer raw materials, which are in urgent demand. However, we are lacking funds, substantial funds. Circling back to the topic of money, Zhongyun felt a headache coming on. "I will devise a solution regarding the financial matters." Chapter 31. Xiaoqing with the situation resolved, Zhongyun found himself beset by hunger. Having received a notification from the bank in the dead of night stating that his account was depleted, he had been too irate to contemplate breakfast. Now his stomach protested. With his parents away, he picked up the phone and ordered takeout from Yunlai restaurant before calling his mother. "Mom, I'm back home." "Xiaoyun?" A cacophony of noise erupted from the other end. "Mom, there's so many people there." "Xiaoyun, I'm busy right now. We'll talk later." With that, Yun Rong abruptly hung up. Listening to the dial tone, Zhongyun felt perplexed. His mother's job was not particularly demanding. Why did it seem as if she were overwhelmed? When he attempted to call his father, the response was even more curt. As soon as he uttered dad, he was interrupted. Xiao Yun, we'll discuss it when you return home. Beep, beep, beep. Must you be in such a hurry? Zhong Yun chuckled, bemused. While he was aware that both of his parents were workaholics, this seemed excessive. Moreover, on the very first day of his academic journey, his father had called to discuss selling the 9 stars and the moon. Given his parents' astuteness, it was certain that the sale would yield a price befitting its stature. Such funds would suffice for their family to live comfortably. Why the relentless toil? Even if one's career is of utmost importance, there is no need to be so fervent, especially to the point of neglecting a call from one's son. As he pondered, the phone rang once more. It was a staff member from the Flower Sea in Fenghua City. The items you ordered have arrived. Please check at the door. Zhong Yun leapt with joy, elated by the timely arrival, and dashed outside to see a large delivery truck parked at his doorstep. After signing for the package, he directed the staff to move the items to the rooftop. 23 iron lumps were arranged neatly in rows, connected to a power source, and the task was completed. These miniature low-temperature chambers were complementary, capable of maintaining an internal temperature of approximately minus 100 degrees. The staff briefly explained the operation, left behind the instruction manual, and concluded by stating that should any issues arise, he could call for assistance at any time. Just as the staff departed, the Flower Sea called again to inquire about his satisfaction with their service. After giving them a high rating, Zhong Yun hung up, reflecting on the exceptional service provided by a large company. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Brother Yun. Upon opening the door, a delightful girl stood before him, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Xiao Qing, what brings you here? Zhong Yun asked, surprised. Xiao Qing held a large food container, peering curiously into the house. There is hardly anyone in the store, so I thought I'd come and see my brother. Come in. Zhong Yun invited her inside. This is my brother's house. It's so beautiful, Xiao Qing exclaimed, removing her shoes at the entrance and stepping onto the floor with her delicate, bare feet. Zhong Yun smiled slightly. The house was designed by his parents, boasting a unique elegance that always left guests feeling refreshed upon entry. Make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink? He inquired as he approached the refrigerator. Oh, anything is fine, Xiao Qing replied, placing the food container on the table and exploring the living room with curiosity. As Zhong Yun returned with tea, he found Xiao Qing at the fish tank, playfully poking at the fish through the glass, thoroughly entertained. Setting the cup on the table, he opened the food container. What dishes did you bring today? I'll handle it, Xiao Qing exclaimed. Kneeling beside the table and meticulously unveiling layer after layer of colorful dishes, creating a delightful spread. There was even a steaming pot of soup. Zhong Yun watched her focused expression, a wave of emotion washing over him. When someone shows kindness without any expectation, even the coldest of hearts cannot remain unmoved. Tianhai often wondered why Xiao Qing treated him so well. Truthfully, he himself could not fathom it either. To be fair, he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Ordinary in appearance, introverted, not particularly clever, with poor academic performance and little determination. He was in essence a waste. If he were a girl, he would hardly look his way. Any random man on the street would surpass him in every regard. Yet Xiao Qing did not seem to mind. She had been warm and enthusiastic from their very first meeting when she was just a little girl helping out her father's shop. According to Xiao Qing's father, she had once been a mischievous child, always running about. But since meeting him, she had transformed, becoming more composed and well-behaved. Zhong Yun vividly recalled the following day when he returned to the shop for a meal, and Xiao Qing eagerly volunteered to cook, nearly causing a fire. After a valiant effort, the dishes she produced were a sight to behold, charred beyond recognition, resembling a plate of burnt charcoal. At that moment, Xiao Qing's lips quivered, and she burst into tears, running away. Zhong Yun had to chase after her, taking a piece of the charred food and popping it into his mouth, chewing with apparent enjoyment. In response, Xiao Qing rushed over, flinging several bowls of blackened food onto the floor, and clung to his waist, sobbing uncontrollably. From that day on, Xiao Qing dedicated herself to honing her culinary skills. The young girl possessed a remarkable talent. Within 2 years, she had mastered her father's true culinary secrets, surpassing him in skill. Her father was overjoyed, thrilled that his craft would live on through her. The greatest beneficiary was Zhong Yun, as Xiao Qing poured her heart into preparing meals for him, offering a staggering variety of dishes daily, never repeating the same meal in a month. Such thoughtfulness could move even the most stoic of individuals, let alone him. Why are you so kind to me? Zhong Yun couldn't help but ask. Because I like my brother, Xiao Qing replied nonchalantly, clapping her hands and urging him, hurry and wash your hands. Observing her unpretentious expression, Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback, and only after she nudged him a few times did he step into the restroom. After washing his hands, he glanced up at the mirror, taking in his ordinary visage, and chuckled softly, finding himself rather charming in his own right. Had she returned? In a swiftly moving shuttle, a handsome young man swirled a glass of red wine in his hand, casually inquiring. Beside him sat a man in his 40s, sitting upright with a measured demeanor, chin slightly retracted, exuding an air of deference. He nodded, stating that she had returned to her residence near the school 10 minutes prior. The young man acknowledged, lapsing back into silence. There was one more matter. The middle-aged man hesitated. Speak. The young man's tone brooked no dissent. 4-6 out of the past 7 days. She has been in the company of a male student, the middle-aged man reported. The young man's hand faltered, a slight spill of wine escaping his glass. His eyes narrowing with a chilling intensity. Is it that lad from the Chun family? No, it is a student named Zhongyun. Zhongyun? The young man's gaze flickered, a most detestable face surfacing in his mind. With a sudden crash, the glass in his hand shattered, the dark red wine staining his hand and the pristine carpet beneath, glistening like blood under the bright lights. Chapter 32. The Secret Family. In the afternoon, Zhongyun intended to immerse himself in a space battle game before visiting someone. However, as soon as Xiao Qing departed, Tianhai and Chun Wen arrived on his heels. Come, let me take you to a marvelous place. Without waiting for a response, Tianhai seized Zhongyun and dragged him out the door. Helplessly, Zhongyun glanced at his two mischievous friends. Where are you taking me? You'll find out when we get there, Tianhai replied cryptically. It'll be an absolute blast. Resolving to enjoy the outing, Zhongyun relaxed his mind. By the way, Chunwen, how familiar are you with flowers? Zhongyun recalled something and inquired. Not particularly. I have little interest in flora, though I know a bit, Chunwen replied. Noticing tan inquisitiga. He shrugged, explaining, my family hired a tutor to help me win over Lu Yunqi. Are you aware if there's any significant news in the flower market lately? Zhongyun probed. Significant news? Chunwen looked at him in surprise. There is, but I assumed you would know. His words hinted at something, but seeing Zhongyun's lack of reaction, he continued. Recently, a sensational piece of news has emerged. The legendary 7 fairies, lost for over 1,000 years, have reappeared. It is said to have been cultivated by a young boy, later purchased by the owner of Fair Flower Garden. With those words, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhongyun. Zhongyun could only manage a wry smile internally, realizing that Chun Wen was already aware that it was he who sold the 7 fairies. Indeed, the news of the aristocratic families traveled swiftly. However, he would not concede to this knowledge openly. They shared an unspoken understanding. Do you know how much that pot of 7 fairies sold for? I can hardly imagine. Tianhai exclaimed. In my experience, rarities fetch a high price, much like my most prized collection, a limited edition Xuanqi 7 mech model, which has skyrocketed to 800,000 now. 500 million Da coins. Chunwen unveiled the figure. What? Tianhai's eyes widened to their utmost. He suspected it was valuable, but never anticipated it to be worth so much. 500 million? You could easily purchase a real Xuanqi 7 mech for that price, just for a pot of flowers. It's absurd. Even more astonishing was that someone would actually spend 500 million on a mere plant. Tianhai lamented, astonished by such extravagant folly in the world. Have there been any other rare treasures recently apart from the 7 fairies? Zhongyun inquired, frowning. Surely, the 9 stars accompanying the moon is even more precious. It should have caused an even greater stir. Flowers of the 7 fairies caliber are rarely seen in a century. Encountering one is already quite extraordinary. Have you heard any rumors? Chunwen asked curiously. Zhongyun shook his head, remaining silent. Yet a perplexing thought lingered in his mind. Had his parents not sold the flowers? He glanced at Chunwen and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Instead of seeking distant means to earn money, he had a veritable fortune teller right beside him. Yet he had overlooked it. The Chun family, being an illustrious lineage, could not possibly be inferior to the Fei family. With this in mind, he inquired, does your family have a place akin to Fair Flower Garden? Indeed. Chunwen hesitated momentarily before responding, for during their acquaintance, they had never broached the subject of his family. Even when he disclosed his heritage, they had not regarded him with any special consideration. However, realization dawned on him. A flicker of excitement crossing his face. Why was Zhongyun asking this? Could it be? The Chen family quickly discovered that the individual who sold the rare 7 fairies to the Fei family was merely an ordinary high school student, coincidentally in the same class as their 3rd son, Chunwen. Consequently, Chunwen was tasked with investigating this student named Zhongyun. Little did he know, the very next day Zhongyun would approach him for directions, seamlessly integrating into his social circle, leading to an unexpected yet profound friendship. After befriending Zhongyun, Chun would observe him closely and discern that he was far from the simplistic facade he presented. Aside from the seven fairies, Zhong Yun possessed remarkable physical prowess. Unlike the conventional combat techniques widely known, his skills were honed through an extraordinary methodology, manifesting as a powerful supernatural art. For instance, at the intermediate level of physical training, one could ascend into the air using only their internal strength, without external assistance. Such extraordinary abilities remained shrouded in secrecy, known only among elite families and powerful factions. To verify if someone had practiced this physical art, one could employ a sensing technique to detect the presence of yuan within the individual. Naturally, if one's power was vastly inferior to that of the other, and the latter wished to conceal it, detection would be futile. Although one could not ascertain the level of yuan within Zhong Yun, he was certain that he had indeed practiced physical arts, and his proficiency was at least equal to, if not surpassing, his own. The pressing question remained: who had imparted this knowledge to him? From that moment forth, he began to suspect Zhong Yun's origins. Coupled with the Dixin soup incident, he was almost certain that Zhong Yun hailed from some clandestine family. In modern times, most prominent families have evolved from ancient lineages, having possessed vast resources since antiquity. As society progressed, those families that adapted accordingly continued to thrive at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, while those clinging to tradition faced obsolescence and lost their former glory. While some families fell into decline, others did not. Families that remained intact, albeit stripped of wealth, still held the invaluable legacy of their long-standing traditions, allowing them to maintain a position of superiority in other domains. Such families operated discreetly, earning the moniker of secret families. Chen suspected that Zhong Yun emerged from one of these secret lineages, particularly one adept in cultivation, which could elucidate the origins of the seven fairies. The detox soup, a concoction crafted by the clandestine Liu family, is a rare elixir that remains inaccessible to anyone outside their circle of allies. It is widely acknowledged that the Liu family harbors a distinct aversion towards families like the Chun family, who wield substantial societal wealth. Aside from their in-laws, the Yang family, the remaining clans receive a paltry allocation of detox soup each year, regardless of the sums they are willing to expend. The paramount significance attributed to detox soup by various families is attributed to a widely recognized secret. It enhances the vitality within the human body. What might the relationship be between Zhong Yun, who consumes detox soup as if it were a mere beverage, and the Liu family? Coupled with the ambiguous connection between Zhong Yun and Liu Yunqi, the inference becomes unmistakable. Chapter 33. The Thrill of Speed. I wish to propose a collaboration, Zhong Yun suggested. Chun Wen's heart leapt, suppressing his elation, and he grandiosely replied, "Of course. This is the individual capable of cultivating celestial beings. However," he added, "I have one condition. My identity must remain confidential." "No problem," came a reply. Initially, it seemed a stringent requirement, yet it turned out to be merely this. Truly, the Liu family's discreet nature is evident. "What are you two playing at?" Tianhai interjected, bewildered by their cryptic exchange. "What collaboration? What identity must remain hidden? Are you concealing something from me?" Zhong Yun was contemplating planting flowers in my garden, but wishes to keep it a secret, Chun clarified. "Why?" Tianhai Guidi, even more perplexed. "I'm currently in a bit of a financial bind and wish to earn some extra cash," Zhong Yun responded. "Huh? Making money from planting flowers? Don't you recall those few pots in your backyard? They've been growing for over half a month without yielding a single bloom." Zhong Yun shrugged. "Those flowers have blossomed, and I've sold them. How much did you sell them for?" 500 million. Zhong Yun decided to be forthright, knowing that he would learn the truth eventually. Over time, he had come to trust Tianhai as a reliable partner. 500 million? Tianhai stared at him in disbelief, suddenly reaching out to feel his forehead. "You're not running a fever, are you?" Seeing Zhong Yun's serious demeanor, he turned to Chen Wen, anxiously exclaiming, "Oh no, a Yun has gone mad over money." "He hasn't lost his mind," Chen Wen reassured him. "He hasn't." Tianhai gazed incredulously at his two friends, slapping his forehead. "Then I must be the one losing it." Abruptly, he smacked Zhong Yun's arm. "All right, April Fool's is over. Stop joking." Both Zhong Yun and Chen Wen remained silent. 500 million. Ha ha, he chuckled, but as he noted their serious expressions, his laughter gradually faded. "You're not joking, are you?" They both shook their heads. "Is it truly 500 million? They nodded in unison. Tianhai pressed his hand to his chest, groaning. "Am I dreaming?" Zhong Yun couldn't help but give him a light nudge, teasing, "Is 500 million enough to shock you like this? Imagine if it were 5 billion or 500 billion. You'd probably drop dead on the spot. With 500 million, I would purchase a luxury mansion, hire 2 or 3 maids, and acquire every model of firearm I could find, buying 2 of each, one for display and one for collecting. As he spoke, a foolish grin spread across Tianhai's face. Truly, they were close friends, sharing the same dreams. Zhongyun couldn't help but think. I regret to inform you that I've already spent the 500 million, Zhongyun said helplessly. What? Tianhai felt as if struck by lightning. Staring blankly at Zhongyun, what did you say? I said I spent it all, Zhongyun reiterated. Tianhai, trembling and pointing at him, wore an expression of disbelief. Impossible. That is 500 million, not 50 bucks. You can't just spend it like that. Zhongyun paused, the phrase sounding oddly familiar. He recalled how he had used similar words when speaking to Zero. You spendthrift. Tianhai lamented, det pawned in. In mere seconds, he had ascended from earthly bliss to celestial heights, only to plummet back down into despair. A jarring contrast he struggled to comprehend. Zhongyun hurried to console him. Look on the bright side. Money can always be earned again, right? Isn't that so, Chenwen? To bolster his argument, he enlisted Chun Wen's support. Indeed, Chun Wen chimed in, with Zhongyun's skills. Earning another 500 million is hardly a challenge. Tianhai lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes. Really? Absolutely, Zhongyun assured. If I could earn 500 million once, I can certainly do it again. A spark ignited in Tianhai's eyes. Oh right. His spirits lifted, demonstrating his naturally buoyant character, with emotions that surged and receded swiftly. At that moment, the driver's voice broke through. We arrived. As they exited the vehicle, Zhongyun asked Chunwen, do you know where I can find some rare items? Rare items? Mingzhou has several such places. I can take you tonight. Outside, Tianhai shouted, what are you two dawdling for? Hurry up. The two exchanged smiles and disembarked. Zhongyun surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, what is this place? You'll find out once we go in. With that, Tianhai led the way towards a nearby building. They were in the outskirts, where buildings were sparse, with only a 5-story edifice ahead, flanked by a cluster of shuttle cars. As they approached, Zhongyun was taken aback. These were all rare luxury vehicles seldom seen in everyday life, lined up in several rows, prompting anyone unaware to assume a car exhibition was underway. Upon entering, they were greeted by hostesses clad in pristine, ultra-short white skirts that showcased their long legs, exuding an exceptionally high standard of professionalism. Upon seeing the trio enter, a girl with a chic bob hairstyle approached them, wearing a sweet smile. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Naturally, her attention was directed towards Chunwen, as he not only possessed striking looks, but also exuded an innate elegance, a result of his upbringing in a prestigious family. In contrast, Zhongyun and Tianhai, who appeared rather ordinary in both appearance and attire, were relegated to the status of mere followers. Chunwen will lead us to the garage, the bob-haired girl said with a smile. Please follow me. She guided the trio towards the adjacent elevator. The elevator descended for several seconds before halting, and as the doors opened, Zhongyun beheld an enormous garage brimming with an astonishing array of vehicles. He paused, his expression momentarily blank, feeling as though he had stepped into a different dimension. Gazing at the familiar car designs, a flood of long-buried memories surged forth. Yun, I bet you've never seen cars like these before, Tianhai remarked, snapping Zhongyun back to reality. He scoffed. They're just cars with 4 wheels. They're terrestrial vehicles. Did you think I wouldn't know? Indeed, these cars are not shuttles. Shuttles fly in the air and lack wheels. Furthermore, they're fully sealed, as their speeds can reach up to 1,000 kilometers per hour. If a person were exposed to the air at such velocities, the wind could shred them to pieces. The vehicles before them had 4 wheels and were all convertibles. For someone like Zhongyun, who had transitioned from the automotive era, recognizing them was hardly surprising. Pick one. Today I'll let you experience the thrill of speed, Chunwen declared, promptly selecting a sleek black sports car and expertly revving the engine. It's his first time here. Show him the ropes, Chunwen instructed the attendant. Tianhai then made a beeline for a sky blue sports car, adorned with a striking mecha-inspired front, and waved goodbye as the engine roared to life before speeding away. Once the 2 vehicles vanished from sight, Zhongyun turned back to the remaining cars and immediately set his sights on a vibrant red sports car. Its design bore a striking resemblance to a fully red Ferrari from his past life, instantly captivating him. He circled the vehicle, and upon jumping into the driver's seat and gripping the steering wheel, a wave of familiarity surged through him, evoking memories of his fiery youth. Please fasten your seatbelt, chimed the voice of a short-haired attendant beside him. Under her guidance, Zhongyun ignited the engine with a mere push of a button, feeling the subtle tremor of the car as the engine came to life, excitement coursing through him. This is the accelerator, and this is the brake, she began to explain. But before she could finish, a sudden force jolted her, eliciting a startled scream. It turned out Zhong Yun had pulled the car out of its parking spot a tad too quickly. With the attendant's complaints barely escaping her lips, Zhong Yun pressed the accelerator, and the speed skyrocketed to 150 kilometers per hour, the resulting gust of wind silencing her protest. The attendant's face turned pale. After all, he was a novice. And her heart raced as her hands trembled while she struggled to secure the seatbelt. Just as she exhaled with relief, she spotted a sharp 90-degree turn ahead. And the car showed no sign of slowing down, barreling straight toward the wall. She screamed, covering her eyes with her hands, convinced disaster was imminent. A piercing sound of friction erupted, scraping painfully at her eardrums, drowning out the attendant's voice. Simultaneously, she felt her body nearly thrown from the seat as the seatbelt constricted painfully against her shoulder. Listening to the relentless rush of wind by her ears, and not feeling the anticipated impact, she cautiously opened her eyes. The road ahead was straight, the turn now a memory, leaving her bewildered. How had they passed that? Her mind swirled. At such velocity, even her idol, the racing god, would struggle to navigate such a narrow and sharp bend. Was he, perhaps, a skilled driver? Turning to glance at Zhong Yun, she noticed that despite his unremarkable features, his eyes burned with an unquenchable passion, radiating a unique allure that made her heart race. In the distance, the sound of cheering crowds reached them as Zhong Yun spotted an exit. He pressed down on the accelerator, and the red vehicle zipped through the opening. The cacophony of voices engulfed them, and as Zhong Yun beheld the scene ahead, his breath caught in his throat. This was a colossal racetrack, teeming with dozens of racing cars hurtling forward, their engines creating a symphony of exhilarating sounds as they tore through the air. Above the track, an expansive live panoramic display showcased the status of several cars, divided into multiple segments. The stands surrounding the track were packed with spectators, fervently cheering for their favorite drivers. The atmosphere charged with an electric enthusiasm that felt almost combustible. In that moment, Zhong Yun's blood ignited with fervor, and without hesitation, he drove onto the track, fixating on a car ahead and accelerating to catch up. Noticing another driver attempting to overtake him, the competitor veered slightly to block the red car behind him. "You think you can pass me, kid?" he mused, glancing at the red car's license plate, 001313. Unfamiliar with it, he surmised it belonged to either a novice or an inexperienced driver. Racing was a burgeoning extreme sport, drawing fervent enthusiasm from the youth due to its exhilarating nature. Countless thrill-seeking youngsters had flocked to this sport, reveling in the adrenaline of speed. Within just a few years, racing clubs had sprouted like mushrooms across major cities, each nurturing a cadre of skilled drivers, each possessing their unique license plate numbers, which serve as a badge of honor. The number 001313 was a stranger to him, leading him to assume the driver behind him was either a novice or a rookie. With this thought, his interest waned. What was the thrill in winning against a rookie? He had been racing for 3 years, gaining a modest reputation, and was considered an experienced driver. As a sharp turn loomed 500 meters ahead, he felt a surge of excitement. "Let me give you a lesson you'll never forget," he thought. The red car was hot on his tail, persisting with relentless determination. Frowning, he realized how perilously close it was. At nearly 300 kilometers per hour, even a slight nudge could result in a catastrophic crash. Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to reduce speed. The upcoming turn appeared manageable. Although he had never attempted to navigate a turn at such a velocity, he believed he could manage it. In the blink of an eye, 500 meters vanished, the turn drawing nearer, his heart racing. He instinctively pressed the pedal, but the pressure became unbearable, and he finally hit the brakes. Just as he did, a red blur ghosted past him, and he watched in astonishment as the red car smoothly navigated the turn, its back end gracefully swinging, maintaining its speed. Bang! His car collided forcefully with the guardrail, the airbags enveloping him as he remained in a daze. Eyes fixated on the red blur, disappearing into the next bend. "Am I dreaming?" he thought, still unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Beside him, the attendant clutched the armrest tightly, her face drained of color. Moments ago, she had watched in horror as this reckless driver nearly brushed against the other car, and that too on a turn. At close to 300 kilometers per hour, she distinctly felt the car lean precariously. The stunned expression of the other driver imprinted in her mind. Though she knew they were safe, the sheer thrill of the perilous situation sent waves of fear coursing through her, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her chest. The wind stung her face, drying the beads of sweat before they could form, while in the sheltered areas, she felt damp, as if freshly emerged from the water. Ahead, 2 more cars raced fiercely against each other, refusing to yield. Zhong Yun, moving faster, quickly closed the gap. The track was narrow, merely 4 lanes wide. If the cars in front decided to block him, overtaking would prove challenging, with the only opportunity presenting itself in the turns, an excellent test of skill. The 2 cars ahead were entangled, swerving left and right, occupying the entire lane. Nevertheless, Zhong Yun showed no intention of slowing down, seizing an opportunity. He deftly maneuvered his car past them. The drivers of the overtaken cars were so engrossed in their rivalry that they failed to notice his sudden intrusion, allowing him to slip by unnoticed. What followed was a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. He and the car ahead aligned perfectly, separated by no more than 10 meters, while approximately 50 meters ahead lay a sweeping curve. Both he and the car in front raced along the innermost lane, and the red sports car was just a lane away. At that moment, his speed reached 250 kilometers per hour, the utmost velocity achievable for navigating this particular curve. The crimson sports car, however, must have been traveling at 300 kilometers per hour at the very least. 50 meters was merely the span of a second. Drawing upon his experience, he pressed the brake pedal in preparation for the turn. It was then that he witnessed an extraordinarily bizarre scene. The vehicle ahead hesitated momentarily, and the red car suddenly veered into his lane at an angle. Like a specter, it swiftly darted through the gap created by the turning car. When the 2 vehicles intersected, a shower of sparks erupted. The car in front instantly lost control, spinning like a top before crashing into the adjacent guardrail. Meanwhile, the red vehicle had already navigated the turn, vanishing from sight. Who exactly was 001313? He brought his car to a halt, his mind swirling with profound questions. Chapter 35, The Reckless Dash. Just then, a spectator who had fortuitously witnessed this spectacular moment was so exhilarated that he exclaimed loudly, waving his arms, "Incredible! Absolutely incredible!" A gentleman beside him, intrigued by his fervor, inquired, "Which car are you watching?" "The one numbered 001313. "Unbelievable. Really? Let me take a look." Bored, he switched his channel to the feed from car 001313. Each spectator, upon entry, was provided with a player, essentially a pair of glasses, allowing them to view whichever car they desired, a very user-friendly feature. Upon observing the car's speed, he became electrified, 315 kilometers per hour. As an aficionado of sports cars, he understood the implications of this. Theoretically, the maximum speed of a sports car was 300 kilometers per hour. Yet, the reality differed. For the club had instituted new regulations to enhance the thrill of the sport. As long as one kept the accelerator pressed, the speed would continuously climb. However, the moment one eased off the gas, the speed would plummet back to 300. Since the club's inception, no one had managed to maintain the accelerator to reach the finish line. The highest record stood at the 4th stage, with a speed of 511 kilometers per hour. He watched as the red car executed a stunning feint, cleverly deceiving the car in front to create an opening and surge past. "Hurry!" he applauded. Once the speed surpassed 300 kilometers per hour, overtaking ceased to be a challenge. The velocity spoke for itself. Yet, the likelihood of encountering an accident surged, and many spectators had gathered to witness the thrilling spectacle of crashes. Soon, the staff also noticed this remarkable red sports car, switching its video feed to the panoramic live footage above the racetrack. Any vehicle exceeding 300 kilometers per hour would be displayed on the large screen. The outstanding performance of 001313 quickly captured the audience's attention, as they observed an unfamiliar license plate reaching a staggering speed of 320 kilometers per hour. Some admired the newcomer's audacity, while internally pondering the impending peril of the turn, eager with anticipation. However, their expectations were dashed as the red car effortlessly glided around the curve, its speed unyielding. In the northeastern corner of the stands, a group of young individuals engaged in discussion, one long-haired gentleman yawning as he remarked, "There are no real experts in Mingzhou, Captain. Why are we even here?" Beside him stood a girl with vividly dyed hair and delicate features, who concurred. Indeed, the skill level of these individuals is leagues below ours. A bespectacled, studious boy disagreed, suggesting perhaps their top-tier racers simply aren't present today. "Uffed," scoffed the dyed-haired girl. "The average performance indicates their top racers are hardly impressive. Didn't the captain mention that Mingzhou has a top-tier expert on par with him?" The bespectacled boy replied. "Yes, Captain," chimed in another. "Look at that red sports car." Their captain, a tall, robust young man with a buzz cut, interrupted, intently observing the live footage. His authority was palpable, compelling the trio to cease their argument and look up. Just then, the red car approached an S-shaped double curve. "Is he insane?" the dyed-haired girl exclaimed, noting the car was still maintaining a speed of 330. "Is he not decelerating?" The bespectacled boy remarked. "Let us not forget. The club's rules differ from ours. Once a sports car exceeds 300 kilometers per hour, if the brakes are applied for more than 5 seconds, the speed will instantly drop to 300. Though he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the red sports car. It seems this driver is either a novice or an expert, the long-haired boy noted. As the red sports car approached, its body noticeably hesitated. The driver finally engaged the brakes. The captain, observing from the stands, relaxed his brow, agreeing with his assessment that this driver was exceptional. With a screech, the red car tilted slightly, skidding a few meters, its wheels generating showers of sparks as it cleared the first bend and then leaned toward the opposite side. Gliding past the second curve. To the audience, the red sports car resembled a nimble carp, its movements fluid and graceful. Though it was traveling at 330 kilometers per hour, the brief pauses felt as though they were captured in slow motion, a visual delight. The stands erupted in applause, as the crowd never hesitated to show appreciation for such skillful driving. Speculation arose among the spectators that 001313 might be a pseudonym for a seasoned driver masquerading as a novice, while others conjectured he could be an outsider with exceptional talent. Unfortunately, the car's canopy had risen, obscuring the driver's identity. Otherwise, they might have discerned who this formidable individual was. To safeguard the driver, the canopy automatically elevated once the speed surpassed 300, for the winds at such velocity would render breathing nearly impossible. In stark contrast to the exuberance of other spectators, the quartet in the northeastern corner remained silent, reflecting on the earlier spectacle. P.S. remarkably skilled, the bespectacled boy exhaled deeply, admitting, anyone could navigate that level of an S-curve. The dyed-haired girl retorted dismissively. Her point was valid. Much like swordplay, some could strike 7 times in a second, cleaving a block of wood into equal pieces, while others would achieve the same number of strikes, but yield uneven results. This was the essence of disparity. The long-haired boy concurred. Indeed, 330 kilometers per hour is hardly an insurmountable feat. The bespectacled boy smiled, refraining from voicing his thoughts. The captain nodded, asserting, regardless, he remains our formidable rival. We must exercise caution and strive to gather information about him. He turned to the bespectacled boy. Did you manage to record that? The boy nodded, adding, I also downloaded the footage of 001313. Unfortunately, I lacked the recording from when his speed was below 300. Otherwise, we could ascertain who that driver truly is. The captain acknowledged, casting another glance at the red sports car, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. Could it be you? I believe I discerned a woman's scream emanating from that red car just now. The long-haired boy suddenly interjected. You heard it too? The dyed-haired girl asked, her eyes igniting with fervor. While many women participated in the world of racing, few reached the caliber of the dyed-haired girl. Much like the realm of elite mech pilots, the majority were male, as women often face significant disadvantages in physical prowess. After mastering her driving skills, the woman with dyed hair had never encountered a female rival. Upon learning that the driver of the red sports car might be a woman, her competitive spirit ignited. However, the bespectacled man shook his head, dismissing this notion. The shrill scream was clearly a result of sheer terror, not the sound of a driver. Hearing this, the woman felt a pang of disappointment. How could there be a woman scream from within that car? Was there another woman besides the driver? The three exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily rendered speechless, as the idea seemed utterly preposterous. In Chapter 36, 007 and 001313, the act of pulling a woman into one's vehicle was something all 3 men present had done, but it was usually within the bounds of ordinary speeds. A leisurely drive at 1 or 200 kilometers per hour could be romantic and charming. However, once speeds exceeded 300, it became an ordeal beyond the capacity of an average person to endure. Only those who were either naturally reckless or extensively trained could maintain control at such velocities. Imagine the thrill akin to riding a roller coaster. That is the sensation at such speeds. Those capable of precise vehicle control at these rates were truly exceptional. All 4 present were such remarkable individuals. Yet even they felt their adrenaline surge when exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. Consider a young woman at 330 kilometers per hour, listening to the howling wind, feeling her heart race into her throat, and witnessing the scenery blur past. The pressure of the seatbelt tightening around her as the car cornered would be suffocating. What else could she do but scream in hysteria? Though the roof would rise at speeds exceeding 300, offering some protection from the wind's ferocity, the manufacturer deliberately designed the car's walls to be non-soundproof, amplifying the unsettling roar of the wind and the vibrations of the vehicle. The 3 men exchanged glances, simultaneously harboring the thought, a lunatic. On the screen, the red sports car gracefully overtook another vehicle with remarkable finesse. Indeed, it was a formidable madwoman. The captain, listening to their conversation, kept his gaze fixed on the red sports car, a smile playing on his lips, recognizing her as he had in the past. It was evident he regarded the owner of the red sports car as an acquaintance. This was no surprise. She had a penchant for red, her driving skills were unparalleled, and her style was as exquisite as it was fluid. He still believed that no one could maneuver a sports car as beautifully as she did, making it appear less like driving and more akin to a dance performed by a red sprite. Furthermore, she preferred to have a woman accompany her on these drives. This car matched all her characteristics. Who else could it be? Suddenly, a gasp arose from the audience. 007. It's 007. The captain followed their gaze, spotting a black sports car racing at over 300 kilometers per hour, just 200 meters ahead of the red car, its license plate reading 007. A driver possessing such a unique number was clearly no ordinary person. When he inquired of a nearby spectator, he learned that this 007 was quite renowned, having secured 7th place in the inaugural national sports car competition, after which he adopted 007 as his personal license plate. Within the Mingzhou Club, 007 ranked among the top 10 elite racers. After the initial gasp, the audience's excitement surged. The earlier intrigue surrounding the red sports car stemmed not only from its exceptional driving skill, but also from the unfamiliar license number 001313. Dark horses always attract attention. However, prior to this, 001313 had only overtaken lesser competitors, making it challenging to gauge its true prowess. Now, it was finally facing a heavyweight driver in a direct one-on-one challenge. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Would the established expert prove superior, or would the sudden emergence of the dark horse reveal even greater skill? All eyes were eagerly awaiting the outcome. The club's staff, astutely recognizing the brewing excitement, promptly switched the panoramic view to showcase the duel between 001313 and 007, displaying the technical specifications of both vehicles. This shift captured the attention of those who had previously overlooked the event, sparking a flurry of discussion. Why is the red sports car so much heavier than 007? Some noticed the significant weight disparity. Regulations dictated that the weight of sports cars should not differ by more than a kilogram, regardless of design. Yet at this moment, 001313 was approximately 40 kilograms heavier than 007. What could account for this? Was the driver of 001313 an over 100 kilogram heavyweight? Such a notion seemed absurd. Could a driver of that size maneuver a sports car as if it were dancing? Some astute individuals began to speculate that there might be more than one person inside the red sports car. As more spectators joined the discussion, a voice from the staff echoed within 007's vehicle. Mr. Fei, the red sports car behind you is attempting to overtake. Please be aware. Fei Xiaoming glanced in the rearview mirror, and indeed, a red sports car was less than 300 meters behind, rapidly gaining ground, seemingly faster than himself. From such a distance, he could not discern the license plate, but anyone daring to drive at such high speeds must possess considerable skill. Intrigued, he acknowledged the club's tactic of using him to draw attention, yet he considered it a duty that came with enjoying such privileges. Come on, let me gauge your abilities. A smile crept across his lips. Just then, he spotted another sport car ahead and, leveraging his speed, he forcefully overtook it. In the rearview mirror, he saw the red sports car effortlessly surpass that vehicle as well. At this point, his speed had surpassed 304 kilometers per hour, while the red sports car was clocking in at 305. Overtaking ordinary cars was hardly a challenge. The true test lay in precise control. At such high speeds, a slight miscalculation in steering could lead to a collision with the track barriers. To maintain such accuracy at these velocities was not merely a matter of training. As far as he knew, nearly all top experts possessed a certain physicality. After overtaking a few cars, the real challenge emerged. Ahead lay the entrance to the third segment of the track, featuring a lengthy downhill stretch of 1 kilometer, culminating in a sharp turn. This was a perilous juncture. Over 90% of skilled drivers had faltered here, failing to sustain speeds above 300. Yet he was not among them. At this moment, the red sports car was merely 100 meters behind him. The audience held their breath, as this segment was one of the most anticipated highlights. They relished witnessing either a spectacular crash or, conversely, the demonstration of exceptional skill navigating the perilous course, creating unforgettable moments. Observing the terrain, the quartet furrowed their brows, pondering how they would navigate such a challenging stretch. Fei Xiaoming, however, was unfazed. Prior to the descent, he lightly tapped the brakes, adjusting his speed to an optimal level. After countless trials, he arrived at the optimal speed to tackle the descent. Thus, upon reaching the bend, He would merely need a brake for 4 seconds to navigate the corner seamlessly. This was the result of hundreds of iterations he had conducted. As he seized the inner lane, a victorious smile crept across his lips. He acknowledged that the red sports car was a formidable rival, one he could never quite comprehend. How could it possibly edge him out? Logically, if they both started from the same line, their speeds should have been identical upon reaching this point. Moreover, the red sports car was a standard model, while his own vehicle had been meticulously modified for superior performance. There was no conceivable reason for it to be slower than his, unless, in the first 2 segments of the track, it had utilized fewer brakes than he did, which was improbable. Unless it had completely foregone braking, there was no way it could have gained such an advantage. Could it truly be possible to drive without braking? Unless, of course, it was cheating. Chapter 37. The Impossible Turn. The power of the engine was stable, and the descent had no adverse effect on speed. In the blink of an eye, he approached the bend and habitually glanced into the rearview mirror. To his astonishment, the red sports car was now less than 50 meters behind him. He was incredulous. How could it be so fast? This was his second thought. At such a speed, it was bound to flip on that sharp turn. There was no doubt about it. A mere 5 seconds of braking could hardly reduce the speed to a safe level. The red sport car's failure seemed inevitable. The second question that arose was how, even if he had reduced his speed before the descent, the red sports car could close the gap in such a short time. However, he had no time to ponder further. The bend was upon him, and he pressed the brake while steering. In the stands, a woman with dyed hair suddenly voiced her confusion, questioning how the red sports car's speed had surged so rapidly. Wasn't it supposed to only increase by 2 kilometers per minute? Could there have been a malfunction in the car's system? The other 3 were equally perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. "I've got it," exclaimed the bespectacled man, his eyes sparkling through his glasses. "Hurry up and tell us," the woman urged impatiently. To devise such a strategy in such a short time, the driver of the red sports car is no ordinary racer. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. "Stop teasing us already," the woman retorted, unimpressed by his theatrics. Knowing her temperament, he remained unfazed, explaining. "The only possibility for such a sudden increase in speed is that he turned off the engine and relied on gravitational acceleration." The 3 of them suddenly understood, but still, achieving such speed while navigating such a sharp turn seemed nearly impossible. What is he planning? The bespectacled man pondered, bemused. From the driver's prior performance, he did not appear reckless. He continued to watch the screen, when suddenly, a realization struck him. The driver executed a stunning drift, rounding the bend and hurtling down the slope. Meanwhile, the red sports car began to decelerate. The bespectacled man noted that it was not in the inner lane, but rather in the second lane. After 2 seconds of braking, the red sports car shifted direction, its entire chassis swinging sideways under the force of inertia. "No, it's going too fast. It's going to flip," the bespectacled man concluded. Indeed, one side of the car lifted slightly off the ground. A collective gasp erupted from the audience, their hearts racing as they fixated on the red sports car. Would it flip, or would it remain upright? Astonishingly, after lifting a few centimeters, the car wobbled and then landed back on the ground. "Wow!" The crowd exhaled in a mixture of awe and relief. "How could that be possible?" the woman with dyed hair exclaimed, utterly incredulous. She could hardly believe her eyes. To navigate such a sharp turn at that speed without flipping was beyond her comprehension. The bespectacled man was equally bewildered, but then an epiphany struck him. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I've figured it out." The footage displayed the red sports car as tires billowing smoke as it rounded the bend. In the haze, the vehicle resembled a crimson lightning bolt darting away. "It's getting closer," cheered the crowd in a tsunami of applause. The red sports car overtook the black car, numbered 007, descending the slope and entering the 3rd segment of the racecourse. Fei Xiangming was utterly stunned, his mind a whirlpool of confusion as his car skidded to a stop far down the track, leaving him motionless. "How could this be?" he muttered repeatedly. "It must be cheating." Fury surged within him as he dialed the club manager's number. "How could you collude with others to cheat against me? Does your club even want to continue operating?" His words flowed with fervor, yet he remained unsatisfied. From birth until now, he had always been the one to outsmart others. He had never been outmaneuvered like this. If the opponent did not provide a reasonable explanation, there would be consequences. He was not someone to be trifled with. "Mr. Fei, please calm down," the other party replied with a composed tone. "As far as we know, 001313 has not engaged in any cheating." "What? No cheating?" Fei Xiaoming scoffed. "Then explain to me how a car can navigate a 30-degree slope at nearly 400 kilometers per hour and make a near 90-degree turn without flipping. Regarding that, I'm not an expert, the voice replied. However, Mr. Fei, you're a professional. I suggest you review the footage. Perhaps you will uncover the reason. If you can provide evidence of cheating, our club will certainly address your concerns. Fine. Fei Xiaoming ended the call, now composed. Since the establishment of Mingzhou Club, they had never favored anyone, even top-tier racers like him. The drivers in this arena were either affluent or influential. The club would never risk incurring the wrath of the majority to aid one individual in cheating. He understood that the upper echelons of society held no surprises. He had some knowledge of the club's backing, and it could not afford to offend so many people. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Unless the owner of the red sports car held significant influence, the club would rather anger many than cross him. I hope that's not the case, he thought, opening the panoramic footage of the red sports car's descent for a thorough examination. There appeared to be no issues before the descent. However, once it began, the speed noticeably escalated, and as it approached the bend, it had exceeded 400 kilometers per hour. Such acceleration was highly irregular. Yet he soon discovered the crucial element. The engine was silent. Damn, is this even possible? Fei Xiaoming nearly erupted in expletives. According to regulations, once speeds exceeded 300, the accelerator had to be continuously pressed. If released, the speed would revert to 300. However, it seemed that with the engine turned off, the same rule applied. If the accelerator was not eased, the speed would not decrease to 300. Was this a joke? Fei Xiaoming seethed with indignation. This was undoubtedly a loophole. However, upon deeper reflection, it was not difficult to comprehend. If one could decelerate for 5 seconds without relinquishing the throttle, why couldn't one deactivate the engine? This method had been contemplated before. Yet the scarcity of downhill sections on the track, often accompanied by curves, meant that drivers were too preoccupied with slowing down to consider the possibility of acceleration. The pressing question now was, how did the Crimson Sports car navigate that bend at a staggering speed of 400 kilometers per hour? He had conversed with several elite racers, all of whom concurred that the optimal speed for traversing that downhill curve was 355 kilometers. Exceeding that speed would inevitably lead to a rollover. Yet, the red car defied this conclusion, recording a speed of 410 as it maneuvered through the turn. Apart from foul play, he could conceive of no other explanation. After meticulously scrutinizing the footage, he gradually began to discern a pattern, leading to a conclusion that left him utterly astonished. Note, this 30-degree angle refers to the incline of the slope relative to the horizontal plane. Disclaimer, the backdrop of this narrative is set in the technologically advanced city of Davos, and the racing elements are purely my imagination and design. Please refrain from drawing parallels with reality. Any skepticism regarding the racing aspects of this book will not receive a response. This is my formal declaration. Chapter 38. Cheating? How did he accomplish it? How did he achieve that? In the audience, the woman with dyed hair murmured, still unable to believe that the red car had not flipped. She had always taken immense pride in her driving skills, convinced that apart from the team leader, her abilities were unparalleled. Yet today, the performance of the Crimson Sports car had delivered a stinging slap to her face. What she could not achieve, it had accomplished. She felt as though an indistinct figure was silently mocking her. Her pride lay in tatters. He must have cheated, exclaimed the long-haired man with sudden fury. That car was certainly specially assembled. The distressed woman's eyes lit up, as if grasping at a lifeline. Indeed, it must be so. A flush of crimson rose to her cheeks as she sprang to her feet, ready to storm out, only to be restrained by the team leader. Where do you think you're going? Let me go, Captain. I intend to file a complaint against the blatant violation of racing regulations. I will ensure this club is brought to its knees. The woman's agitation resembled that of an injured leopard. That's futile. This is their territory. They won't heed you, the captain replied, his tone laced with practicality. He understood the dynamics of power, no matter how influential their family was in Dar City. This was Mingzhou. Should we allow them to desecrate the sanctity of racing? The woman retorted, her indignation palpable. We'll devise a plan upon our return, the captain said, somewhat resigned, but he needed to pacify her outburst. Otherwise, who knew what chaos she might cause? Though she was willful, her connections were formidable, and any incident involving her would have repercussions for many, perhaps even herself. With a huff, the woman acquiesced to the captain's counsel, glaring at the still-speeding red sports car. He may not have cheated after all, the bespectacled man interjected unexpectedly. What did you say? The woman shot him an incredulous glare. Do enlighten us with your reasoning, the captain urged, placing trust in the bespectacled man's judgment, as he had seldom been wrong and harbored a belief that cheating was unlikely. However, he lacked compelling evidence. Do you all remember that there was not just one person in the car? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. his face now radiating a newfound confidence, starkly contrasting his previous humble demeanor. The trio paused, momentarily stunned. They had been too astonished to consider this detail until he reminded them. The presence of an additional passenger meant the car was burdened with several extra kilograms. Everyone knew that, at such high speeds, even the slightest variation could yield significant consequences. Yet, even with that extra weight, it shouldn't account for such a drastic difference. The long-haired man countered. Exactly, the woman echoed. How can you be so certain that a few extra kilograms wouldn't lead to a rollover in that situation? Unfazed by their skepticism, the bespectacled man exuded confidence as he retrieved a portable computer, pulling up the video of the red sports car negotiating the turn. He paused the footage at the moment just before the vehicle seemed on the verge of flipping. Do you see that? He pointed to the side of the car that was lifting off the ground. What are we supposed to see? The woman leaned in, failing to discern anything noteworthy. It appears somewhat incongruous, the long-haired man remarked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Precisely, the bespectacled man snapped his fingers, inputting commands into his computer, causing a three-dimensional coordinate grid to appear on the screen, with the midpoint of the car as the origin. Now observe again. This time, the woman immediately recognized something amiss. It seemed the car was already tipping over. Indeed, the bespectacled man clicked again, and arrows indicating the forces acting on the vehicle materialized on the grid. It became glaringly evident that the resultant force on the car was directed diagonally downward, and given its near-total tilt, it seemed implausible that it wouldn't flip. He certainly was cheating, the woman hissed through clenched teeth. This is the evidence. Allow me to finish. The bespectacled man smiled slightly, restoring the footage and playing it in slow motion. As the car tilted to its peak, moments before it was set to overturn, it wobbled slightly and miraculously settled back down. The captain's eyes brightened. Exactly, the bespectacled man seemed to anticipate his question, nodding in affirmation. The driver of the red sports car is undoubtedly a master of physical techniques, with skills far exceeding ours. The trio fell into silence. Indeed, apart from physical prowess, they could find no other rationale to explain the situation, assuming he wasn't cheating. In truth, it wasn't that they hadn't considered this possibility, but rather, given their own limitations, they hadn't ventured in that direction. It was worth noting that all present could be deemed prodigies, hailing from affluent backgrounds, gifted with exceptional talents, and having achieved the second tier of physical mastery at a tender age, truly the creme de la creme of their generation. Their lofty ambitions and disregard for others were hardly surprising. Wait, where's that red sports car gone? The bespectacled man suddenly exclaimed, shattering their silence. This prompted them to look up, and indeed, the large screen showed that the crimson sports car, identified by the numbers of 01313, had vanished. The club's video receiver could no longer detect it. It turned out that while they had been deliberating, the red sports car had departed without their notice. Unable to locate it, they had no choice but to abandon their inquiry. After casting one last glance at the large screen, their enthusiasm waned, and the captain suggested they leave, to which the other three acquiesced. I must uncover that individual's identity, the woman resolved, her small hands clenched tightly as she departed, determined to compete with him. In the evening, a comprehensive panoramic video of a red sports car was uploaded online, instantly causing a sensation and rapidly disseminating across major sports car forums. Many enthusiasts, upon viewing this footage, immediately idolized the driver of the red sports car, designated as 001313. Commentators extolled how this driver had elevated the act of racing to an art form. Indeed, the seamless overtaking maneuver, reminiscent of an antelope's graceful leap, and the impeccably smooth turns devoid of any hint of combustion, possessed a unique aesthetic allure. The most contentious moment arose during the final downhill turn, where numerous spectators accused the red sports car of cheating, while staunch supporters of 001313 vehemently refuted such claims. This sparked a heated debate. The conflict ignited on a rather inconspicuous forum, where a user posted a detailed analysis akin to that of an astute observer, concluding that the red sports car must have cheated, for there existed no logical reason for it to avoid a rollover. Fans ardently countered, though lacking substantial evidence. They argued that the Mingzhou Sports Car Club had always maintained a reputable standing, with no allegations of wrongdoing ever surfacing. Moreover, an individual claiming to be an employee of the club revealed that the cheating accusations were mere fabrications, asserting that the club's management was exceedingly stringent, making any form of cheating utterly implausible. Neither side could convince the other, and ultimately, the matter remained unresolved. Of course, this debate was confined to sports car aficionados and bore little influence on the mainstream. Chapter 39, Exile. Meanwhile, at the airport located in the eastern suburbs of Mingzhou City, a dozen luxurious black shuttles appeared at the entrance, drawing the attention of onlookers. Many speculated about which prominent figure had arrived. Those more in the know, upon glimpsing the license plates, quickly retreated, pondering the implications of such an ominous presence. The central vehicle's door swung open, and two towering bodyguards, clad in dark sunglasses and possessing formidable physiques, exited, scanning the surroundings with vigilance before stepping aside. A middle-aged man, fair-skinned and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, emerged, his countenance shadowed with anxiety and concern. Each of the remaining vehicles also discharged two bodyguards, encircling the middle-aged man with a protective phalanx of approximately 30 individuals. An airport staff member had been waiting anxiously at the entrance, nervously rubbing his hands and lamenting his ill fortune at being assigned such a task. Upon seeing the man, he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Mr. Niu, you've arrived," only to be intercepted by two bodyguards, whose menacing aura sent shivers down his spine. "I am merely an airport employee," he stammered, his expression nearing tears. The middle-aged man, bearing the surname Niu, gestured, and the bodyguards reluctantly parted, though their unyielding gazes remained fixed upon him, ready to subdue any errant movement. "Where's my son?" The middle-aged man's voice was laced with a gravelly edge. "I will take you to him immediately," the staff member replied, wishing he could escape the oppressive atmosphere, but compelled to cater to this intimidating figure, fearful that a moment of displeasure might turn against him. Leading the way, the group moved with great pomp into the airport's interior. As they departed, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, speculating about the identity of the middle-aged man, though no conclusive answers emerged. Rarely did this man make public appearances, and many had only heard of him without ever laying eyes upon him. Those who recognized him kept silent, wary of attracting unwanted attention. In a newly established room, a tall young man lay on the central bed. Upon seeing the middle-aged man enter, he exclaimed with excitement, "Dad!" Xiao Ben, the middle-aged man, rushed over, scrutinizing his son closely and, upon confirming he was relatively unharmed, finally relaxed his tense demeanor. "Dad, you must help me take revenge." The moment he saw his pillar of strength, the hatred within him surged forth, and the image of that loathsome face made him grit his teeth in fury. The young man lying in bed was none other than Niu Ben, who had suffered multiple fractures at the hands of Zhong Yun, and the middle-aged man was Niu Shunjin, the underground patriarch of Mingzhou City. A glimmer of malice flickered in Niu Shunjin's eyes as he declared, "We will first return and ensure your recovery." Hearing that his father might entertain the notion of sparing their enemies incited Niu Ben's ire. However, his father's stern gaze silenced any further protest, leaving him to seethe in silence. Niu Shunjin regarded his only son with a complex expression, silently lamenting his life as a warlord, only to have his son display such a lack of ambition. Perhaps, he thought, it was due to his own indulgence. He was acutely aware of the numerous enemies he had made. While he was present, they would think twice before targeting his son. But what would happen in his absence? He had no illusions that they would show mercy. To provide his son with a safeguard, he arranged for him to stay close to the princess of the Yang family, hoping to forge a connection that might serve as protection in the future. In hindsight, this appeared to be an egregiously foolish move. His son, exhibiting a lack of foresight, had the audacity to contemplate violence against the Yang family princess, a result he could scarcely have anticipated. When he learned of this news, the shock and disappointment were beyond description. At that moment, he felt an immense gratitude towards the student named Zhong Yun. Without him, he feared he would have only been able to see his son's lifeless body. He rushed to the Yang family to express his gratitude, but was met with a cold reception. The watchman's frigid glare, making him feel as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. No matter how powerful Niu Shunjin was, he could merely stir ripples in the small pond of Mingzhou. The Yang family was the true embodiment of overwhelming power, a dragon in a vast ocean. No one understood the Yang family's influence better than he did. To them, he was merely an ant, easily crushed with a mere flick of a finger. He had witnessed countless storms in his life, and knew this was a moment of life and death. Even if all struggles proved futile, he sought at least a glimmer of hope. After standing outside the Yang residence for 5 days and nights, he finally received a response. "Do not let us see your son." He left, full of gratitude, relieved that a potential catastrophe had been averted. However, since the death of his wife, his son had become his sole surviving kin, and they had relied on one another for support. Now, having to send him away brought a pang of reluctance. Yet, for the sake of his son's life, sending him away was the wisest choice. "Dad, where are we going?" Niu Ben sensed something amiss as they boarded another aircraft. "We are headed to Dar," Niu Shunjin reassured him, The medical facilities there are superior. I do not want any lasting effects on your health. Neo Ben felt a weight lift from his shoulders and turned to glance back at the slowly closing cabin door. Thinking, Zhongyun, wait for me. I will return. Yet, he was unaware that by the time he and Zhongyun met again, their respective positions would have undergone a dramatic transformation. In the underground garage of the Mingzhou Sports Car Club, Zhongyun assisted a short-haired service attendant as they exited the vehicle. Are you all right? He asked, casting a sidelong glance at her waist, suppressing a chuckle at the large wet stain there. Earlier, when they had soared to speeds of 400 kilometers per hour, she had ultimately succumbed to the pressure and experienced involuntary urination. Fortunately, Zhongyun had noticed in time. Otherwise, it could have turned into a considerable embarrassment. He promptly decelerated and guided the car into a nearby entrance, returning to the garage. The service girl suddenly covered her mouth, pushing away Zhongyun, who was supporting her, and staggered a few steps before bending over in a corner to vomit. Zhongyun hurriedly approached, patting her back. After a while, once she finished, he helped her up again and led her towards a nearby elevator. Throughout the journey to the lobby, she remained silent. Zhongyun felt a pang of guilt. Just as he was about to utter an apology, a throng of women rushed over, snatching the service girl from his arms. What have you done to her? One of them, arms crossed, pointed an accusing finger at him, her face as cold as ice. Surrounded by a dozen beautiful women, each glaring at him with fierce indignation. Zhongyun was taken aback, cold sweat beading on his forehead, rendering him at a loss for words. What do you mean? You shameless man? Always picking on women. You filthy man. Tell us what you did to Ying. A chorus of voices surrounded Zhongyun, demanding an explanation. He was tongue-tied, unsure how to defend himself. Ultimately, it was the lobby manager who intervened on his behalf. In the end, Zhongyun fled in disarray, unable to face this horde of ferocious women. The service girl named Ying, supported by her friends, couldn't help but smile at his embarrassing state, thinking, serves you right for making me look foolish. The thought of having lost her composure in front of this man made her want to find a hole to hide in. Chapter 40. Encountering the Elder again. Given the incident, Zhongyun felt too embarrassed to re-enter the venue, unwilling to endure their scornful glares. Noticing that it was still early, he remembered he was supposed to visit Elder Huang in the afternoon and decided to take this opportunity to see him. He left a message for Chun Wan and Tian Hai and hailed a taxi. Elder Huang, the floral expert who had authenticated the 7 fairies, had sent him a membership card the day after he sold a pod of 7 fairies, inviting him to visit when convenient. Initially, he didn't take it seriously, but after realizing the card's value, he knew he should at least pay a visit. Following the address Elder Huang provided, Zhongyun arrived at his residence. A tranquil villa set on expansive grounds. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, it opened on its own, revealing a dejected old man who emerged carrying a box, his hunched figure shuffling away. Zhongyun felt an inkling of familiarity, but dismissed it and rang the bell. It's you, Zhong Xiaoyu. Coming quickly. Elder Huang's voice resonated with joy. Prior to coming, Zhongyun had already called to check if Elder Huang was available. And thankfully so, or he might have found the door locked. As the door silently swung open, just as Zhongyun was about to step inside, a lightning bolt of realization struck him. Was that not the old man he encountered in the flower field, cradling a pot of withered crystalline roses? With that thought, he hesitated, quickly uttering, Elder Huang, wait a moment, I need to take care of something. With that, he hurriedly pursued the old man. The elder had not walked far, and Zhongyun caught up to him swiftly. When the old man did not respond, Zhongyun gently patted his back, calling out, Elder. The old man finally turned his head, casting a glance at Zhongyun. What is it? Do you remember me? Zhongyun inquired. You were in the flower field. The elder pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. I didn't pay attention. He continued, Young man, what do you want from me? Zhongyun smiled, aiming to appear more amiable. I know your pot of crystalline roses has withered. I wonder if you will part with it. We can discuss a price. As he spoke the last sentence, he realized his bank card held a mere 1,000, all the rest having been squandered by Zero. Just half an hour ago, the sum had been transferred, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. It was undoubtedly the work of that vampire, Zero. What did you say? The elder's demeanor darkened, as if he had received a grave insult. By my Ching-Ching? Don't even think about it. Ching-Ching? Is that a woman's name? Zhongyun mused quietly. Tears streamed down the elder's weathered cheeks. My Ching-Ching, he clutched the box tightly, grief evident in his expression. Zhongyun stood to the side, unsure how to console him. If this crystalline rose was indeed, as he suspected, simply withering due to the natural course of life, it would hold immense significance for him. He had to acquire it, and at most, he would offer the elder some compensation. After all, keeping it would serve no purpose for the elder. After a long pause, the elder finally sighed. Very well. Then for the first time, he raised his head to scrutinize Zhong Yun closely. The old man's aged visage unexpectedly instilled a sense of pressure. Do you truly desire this pot of crystalline roses? Yes, Zhong Yun replied, meeting the elder's gaze with sincerity. The elder nodded, then asked, how much do you intend to pay for it? 5 million, Zhong Yun replied without hesitation. The elder looked at him with surprise, his expression inscrutable. 5 million? A pot of crystalline roses in prime condition is worth at least 10 million on the market. You are quite generous. He stroked the box in his hands, eyes filled with deep affection and reluctance. Clearly this flower held countless memories and hopes for him. One last question, and you must answer truthfully. Why do you wish to buy this flower? As the elder spoke, a glint of sharpness pierced through his murky eyes, causing Zhong Yun's body to stiffen. The elder's hunched frame suddenly seemed to swell, radiating an overwhelming aura that rendered Zhong Yun breathless. Sweat broke out on Zhong Yun's forehead. He felt as if the elder's gaze had locked onto him, immobilizing him. In his panic, a surge of energy welled up within him, coursing through his body, dissipating all pressure in an instant. He stumbled back a few steps, staring at the elder in disbelief. A tempest brewed within Zhong Yun. How could such a frail, hunched old man exude such formidable presence? It was beyond his imagination. The elder exclaimed, visibly astonished. You're quite young, yet not lacking in strength. Which faction do you belong to? At that moment, the elder's previous despondency had vanished, replaced with an air of authority in every gesture. Zhong Yun silently lamented. He had not anticipated that a mere encounter with an elderly sage would lead to such a revelation. Their levels were worlds apart, making any confrontation futile. Moreover, this eccentric elder, despite possessing extraordinary power, had allowed himself to fall into such a state over a mere flower. It was unclear whether to admire his passion or deem him lacking ambition. Worse yet, he had inadvertently set his sights on the one thing this peculiar elder cherished most, and it seemed he was at risk of losing more than he bargained for. My surname is Zhong, Zhong Yun replied honestly, suspecting the elder might wrongly assume he hailed from a notable lineage like Chunwan. Zhong? The Zhong family actually produced someone as remarkable as you? It seems I've been away for too long, the elder remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Truly, I am blind to the talents of youth. I had no idea to whom I was speaking. Zhong Yun forced a laugh, wanting desperately to flee, but knowing escape was futile. He needed to quickly establish a rapport to secure his safety. I have not used my name in a long time. The elder mused, my surname is Yang, and I go by Siqing. Upon the mention of the name Siqing, a fleeting expression of nostalgia crossed his face. Zhong Yun immediately discerned that this was not his birth name. Siqing, reminiscent of how he had affectionately referred to the crystal dew rose as Qingqing, led to an almost certain conclusion. His former lover's name contained the character Qing, and likely for some reason had departed from him, hence his emotional investment in the flower. These thoughts flitted through his mind as he inquired, Senior, is your surname Yang? Are you related to the Yang family? I have no connection whatsoever to the Yang family. The elder, Yang Siqing, firmly denied. Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback. His inquiry had merely been casual. However, the elder's strong reaction made him question further, and he tentatively remarked, Oh, I noticed you bear a striking resemblance to Uncle Yang, and I assumed you were a senior member of the Yang family. He had learned during a casual conversation with Lu Yunqi that her father was the third in the family hierarchy, testing the elder's response. As expected, the elder's expression grew intricate, as if reminiscing about past events. It's merely a case of resemblance. Listening to his disingenuous words, Zhong Yun felt increasingly convinced that this self-proclaimed Yang Siqing had significant ties to the Yang family. Chapter 41, Assassination. Yang Siqing hesitated for a moment. Are you well acquainted with the Yang family? Indeed. Zhong Yun nodded vigorously. I am classmates with Yunqi and have met Uncle Yang several times. He emphasized the term classmates to convey familiarity, even omitting the Yang in Uncle Yang's title. As anticipated, although Yang Siqing refrained from further inquiries, his gaze towards Zhong Yun softened considerably. Why do you wish to purchase this wilted crystal dew rose? The same question, previously posed with an aggressive tone demanding an answer, was now asked with a gentler demeanor, akin to an inquiry one might make of a family member. Pardon my intrusion, but this crystal dew rose has simply reached the end of its natural life, has it not? Zhong Yun countered with a question of his own. Yang Siqing displayed no signs of impatience. His expression dimmed. Indeed, it has accompanied me for 20 years. I once promised her that I would cherish this flower. I never anticipated it would wither so soon. I have consulted every floral expert in Davor, and they all declared it beyond salvation. Ultimately, I had no choice but to break my vow and return to Jialan Star. Regrettably, even Elder Huang was at a loss. As he spoke, a sense of despondency enveloped him. The once imposing aura dissipated, reverting him to the image of a sorrowful, stooped old man. Zhong Yun felt a pang of compassion and a deep admiration for his profound emotional attachment. The crystal dew rose could be described as one of the most delicate flowers, extremely sensitive to external conditions. Even the slightest change in climate or humidity could inflict harm. It is a flower that can only thrive in a greenhouse, and its physiological cycle is peculiar and unpredictable, with each plant differing significantly, rendering experience often inapplicable. Automated greenhouses would prove futile. Only seasoned horticulturists could tend to such flowers. Ordinary individuals would either see them perish prematurely or produce blooms of abysmal quality. Consequently, the cultivation costs of the crystal dew rose are considerably high, escalating as time progresses. Even for a professional gardener, ensuring that a crystal dew rose reaches the end of its natural life is a formidable challenge, demanding immense effort, particularly in its later stages. The time and energy expended are beyond imagination. Thus, a crystal dew rose that naturally withers at the end of its lifespan is exceedingly rare. It is likely that individuals like Yang Xiqing, who imbue such flowers with profound emotional significance, would dedicate themselves unreservedly to their care. This wilted crystal dew rose holds great importance to me. Zhong Yun hesitated before confessing, and I may possess the means to revive it. What did you say? Yang Xiqing's body jolted, disbelief evident in his gaze as he stared at Zhong Yun, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that was almost blinding. Zhong Yun felt a chill run down his spine under the scrutiny, swallowing hard and subtly retreating a step. I might be able to bring this crystal dew rose back to life. I cannot guarantee success. The likelihood is quite low. Are you serious? Yang Xiqing sprung up, reaching for Zhong Yun's arm. Zhong Yun attempted to evade, but alas, his speed was insufficient, and he was seized firmly. Senior Yang, you're hurting me. Zhong Yun felt as though his arm were being gripped by iron claws, pain causing beads of cold sweat to form. Oh, my apologies, the elder suddenly realized, hastily releasing his grip. Can you truly bring her back to life? His face betrayed a palpable urgency and excitement. Despite harboring immense skepticism, after all, even the nation's most renowned floral expert, Elder Huang, had declared it impossible. Yang Xiqing found it difficult to dismiss the possibility. I never claimed it was certain, Zhong Yun said, rubbing his bruised arm, reiterating, I can only do my utmost. Whether or not it succeeds depends on the flower's fate. Even if you possess only a 10% chance, I will take the risk. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiqing began to believe in him. If he had boasted of guaranteed success, it would have reeked of arrogance. What equipment do you require? I will procure it for you, Yang Xiqing declared decisively. His tone implied that he could acquire any necessary tools. Zhong Yun was about to refuse when he suddenly thought, why should I be polite? After all, he is a member of the Yang family. Despite his current disheveled state, acquiring some items should be trivial for him. Thus, he relented. I will prepare a list for you. This was an opportunity to recoup the losses incurred from Zero's exploitation. Yang Xiqing nodded, not inquiring about the specifics or costs involved. In his mind, nothing was as significant as this crystal dew rose. Moreover, he genuinely did not place much importance on such matters. Although he had distanced himself from the Yang family, some old connections remained. Stripped of the Yang family background, he still held considerable influence. A few kilometers away, parked at the roadside, was a silver shuttle, where a middle-aged man lounged with his feet up, listening to a subordinate's report. The target is currently with an old man. Number 5 is already in position. A mechanical, emotionless voice conveyed the message. Proceed. The middle-aged man spoke coolly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter like inviting someone for tea. Understood. After ending the call, the middle-aged man removed the SIM card from his phone, crushing it between his fingers until it crumbled into a pile of dust. Drive. He instructed the driver. The shuttle lifted off, seamlessly merging into the traffic lanes, and soon vanished without a trace. Zhong Yun hurried towards Elder Huang's residence, concerned that the elder might grow impatient. Behind him, Yang Xiqing followed at a leisurely pace. Zhong Yun had urged him several times to wait at home, assuring him he would get in touch, but the elder calmly replied, I will not let you out of my sight until you have revived Qingqing. Besides, I have nowhere else to go. Ultimately, Zhong Yun, with no other option, acquiesced to his wishes. Suddenly, Yang Xiqing, walking behind, paused abruptly, his gaze shifting leftward, illuminated by a golden glimmer in his eyes. Zhong Yun felt a prickling sense of danger rise from the depths of his being. Before he could react, he felt a shove to his back, propelling him forward. A nearly invisible beam of light shot from the distance, striking precisely where Zhong Yun had just been standing, vanishing upon impact with the ground. As Zhong Yun descended to the ground, he instinctively rolled aside, narrowly avoiding another beam of light that streaked by, grazing his attire before striking the earth. Having been ambushed twice in quick succession, he felt the surge of anger radiating from Yang Xiqing, who, in a fit of rage, seized a stone from the ground and hurled it toward their assailants. The air was filled with a sharp, slicing sound, followed by a muffled grunt from a street ahead, after which silence enveloped the scene. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhong Yun scrambled to the corner of the street, collapsing to the ground, parched and panting, his heart racing uncontrollably as if it might leap from his chest. Just moments ago, he had brushed shoulders with death, whether in this life or the last. He had merely been an ordinary student, unaccustomed to such perilous predicaments. An overwhelming sense of dread gripped his spirit, and he felt the menacing shadow of mortality loom over him, a terror that was all-consuming. A single thought echoed in his mind. Who seeks to take my life? Who seeks to take my life? Chapter 42, Old Huang. A shadowy figure loomed over Zhong Yun, causing his heart to nearly cease its rhythm. It seems you've made quite a few enemies. Someone desires your demise. Yang Xiqing's aged voice resonated, revealing that it was merely a false alarm. Leaning against the wall, Zhong Yun chose not to inquire about the fate of the assailant, instead asking the elder, "Are you unharmed?" Yang Xiqing cast him a surprised glance, pondering how this young man had managed to evoke compassion, which was a pleasant surprise amidst her disdain. With a tone of feigned indifference, she remarked, "If I can't handle such trifles, then my years of experience have been in vain." She toyed with a miniature device resembling a submachine gun, its size only a handspan. "What is this?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhong Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. His curiosity piqued at the sight of the peculiar object. A miniaturized ultra-lightwave pulse gun. An exquisite piece, Yang Xiqing replied, her interest evidently piqued. Its emitted waves possess lethal capabilities against the heart, often resulting in instantaneous cardiac failure for those struck. Moreover, onlookers would assume the victim succumbed to a heart attack, leaving no trace detectable by forensic examination, as the symptoms closely mimic those of a natural cardiac event. Zhong Yun shuddered at the thought. Had he not encountered Yang Xiqing today, and had she not insisted on accompanying him, he might have become an unjustly slain ghost. "I truly owe you my life. Thank you," Zhong Yun expressed earnestly. The elder smiled faintly. "If you truly wish to repay me, then resurrect my Xiqing. Ich shall do my utmost, Zhong Yun salem livaut." The elder nodded, falling silent as he stowed the weapon away. Zhong Yun rose to his feet, feeling the residual tremors of fear as the immediacy of danger subsided. He self-deprecatingly chuckled, acknowledging his own timidity. Resolving to train rigorously upon his return, he recognized that only through strength could he better protect himself and those around him. The world was not as safe as he had once believed. As this realization took root, a sense of urgency surged from within, propelling him forward. "Is this gun difficult to acquire?" he inquired, shaking off the stiffness in his hands. "While this weapon kills unseen, it possesses a critical flaw. Its range is limited to 50 meters, with a high energy consumption. Each unit of energy allows for only 2 shots. Its power is minimal, capable of claiming but a single life per discharge. Thus, it is not mass-produced. However, as an unparalleled tool for assassination, its inconspicuous nature appeals to certain factions. Yet it is not an item easily obtained by just anyone," Yang Xiqing hinted, suggesting that Zhong Yun had crossed paths with formidable adversaries. Zhong Yun remained silent, feeling his strength returning as he made his way to Old Huang's residence. Approaching, he asked, "How will that person be dealt with?" Yang Xiqing, following closely behind, replied nonchalantly, "I handled it quite cleanly. There'll be no loose ends." Contemplating the nonchalance of her words, Zhong Yun felt a chill run down his spine, acutely aware that civilization, no matter how evolved, still adhered to the primal law of the jungle. Yet, who could harbor such deep-seated enmity toward him as to wish for his demise? Several faces flickered through his mind. Deep in thought, he arrived at Old Huang's home, ringing the doorbell. The door swung open in response. "What brings you back again?" Old Huang frowned upon seeing Yang Xiqing behind Zhong Yun, clearly displeased. He had hoped to be rid of this troublesome presence, only for her to return, a specter that refused to dissipate. Zhong Yun was taken aback. Given Old Huang's remarkable composure, it was unexpected to witness such overt dissatisfaction directed toward Yang Xiqing. "Hello, Old Huang. Good to see you again." Yang Xiqing greeted him without a hint of concern, her face remaining impassive, showcasing her remarkable audacity. Although reluctant, old Huang, for Zhong Yun's sake, refrained from dismissing her, speaking stiffly. I've already stated that I am utterly powerless regarding that flower. Rest assured, I will not trouble you any further, Yang Xiqing assured him. Really? Old Huang, sensing the sincerity in her tone, felt a partial sense of relief. As long as she would cease her pursuits. He then cast a wary glance at Zhong Yun, as if to inquire about something, but ultimately held his tongue. Ushering them inside, old Huang's residence was spacious, resembling more of a garden than a house. The courtyard was adorned with a plethora of plants, primarily common trees and flowers, which seemed incongruous with old Huang's esteemed status. Noticing the peculiar expression on Zhong Yun's face, old Huang smiled and remarked, in nature, all plants are equal. There is no distinction of worth. It is humanity that divides them into hierarchies. Each plant possesses its unique beauty. Yet most people are blinded by their utilitarian desires and fail to recognize it. He gestured toward the flora he had personally nurtured, noting that these were the species best suited to the local climate. His words opened Zhong Yun's eyes to a new perspective. Old Huang's mindset was indeed extraordinary. Gazing at the flourishing plants, he felt a surge of life and vitality emanate from them. Old Huang led them to the parlor, where he personally prepared tea for them. After a cup, Zhong Yun finally broached the purpose of his visit, stating, I have come today primarily to express my gratitude for your kindness, Old Huang. Producing a small gift from his pocket, he added, a modest token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Old Huang chuckled as he accepted the small box, opening it to reveal a finely crafted pair of scissors. Oh, Old Huang remarked, somewhat surprised. Zhong Yun explained, I heard from Yunqi that your number 9 brand scissors had gone missing, so I purchased a replacement. How do they suit you? Perfectly suitable, Old Huang responded, his face illuminating with undisguised joy, clearly pleased with the gift. The number 9 branch scissors were rare and seldom utilized, typically sought after only by professionals, making them difficult to procure. The material value of the gift was secondary. Given Old Huang's stature, he lacked for nothing. What pleased him was the thoughtfulness demonstrated by this young man. And how is that pot of 7 fairies doing? Zhong Yun deftly shifted the topic. The growth is quite impressive. The 7 fairies are not a delicate variety and are not difficult to care for, Mr. Huang replied, placing the number 9 scissors back into the box and setting it on the table. Mr. Fei is preparing to hold an exhibition on the day the 7 fairies bloom, inviting many distinguished guests to admire them. As their former owner, would you like to attend? I shall refrain from joining that commotion. Zhong Yun intended to focus on training himself, leaving no time to attend any exhibition. If you wish to go later, just let me know, Mr. Huang said. Are the 7 fairies the unparalleled treasures that mutated from the purple and white orchid? Yang Xiqing could not help but inquire. Since he had entrusted all his emotions to the crystal rose, he had gained a certain understanding of various flowers to become a competent gardener. And hearing about the 7 fairies was not particularly surprising. Of course, otherwise, would there be any other 7 fairies? Mr. Huang replied without hesitation. Wasn't it said that the 7 fairies had gone extinct? How could the Fei family have acquired a pot? Yang Xiqing murmured. Speaking of which, we must thank Xiaoyan. Without him, the 7 fairies could not have re-emerged in this world. Mr. Huang stroked his beard. What? Yang Xiqing's gaze towards Zhong Yun changed instantly. The 7 fairies were grown by you? Do you think I would lie? Mr. Huang said, somewhat displeased. Yang Xiqing certainly had no doubt about Mr. Huang. It was simply too astonishing, prompting him to ask again. Upon confirmation, a wave of ecstasy surged within him. Does this mean Zhong Yun's claim of being able to revive Qingqing might not be mere bluster? My Qingqing is saved. What? This time, Mr. Huang's expression changed drastically. Chapter 43, A Different Perspective. You can revive that withered crystal rose? Mr. Huang, fearing he might have misunderstood, asked. It is not that he does not believe. Akin to humans, a minor ailment or even a serious illness can often be treated, and with the timely aid of a skilled physician, one has a chance to survive. However, when life has reached its natural conclusion, even the most skilled doctor is powerless to intervene. The same holds true for flowers. When life reaches its end, even a most proficient gardener is left helpless. As a plant expert, Mr. Huang understood this principle well. Yet today, someone sought to overturn this understanding, to revive flowers that had naturally withered at the end of their life. This notion was as absurd as a doctor claiming to resurrect a person who had naturally died. If it were anyone else, Mr. Huang would have dismissed such fanciful thoughts on the spot. But with Zhong Yun, he found himself somewhat skeptical yet intrigued. Upon first seeing Zhong Yun, he sensed that this young man was extraordinary, possessing a uniquely special quality akin to a beacon of light in the darkness. remarkably captivating. Unlike ordinary individuals, Mr. Huang was endowed with discerning eyes and had encountered countless individuals from all walks of life, including the brightest stars, ordinary folks, foreigners, and individuals from both primitive and advanced civilizations. Generally, a mere glance would reveal a person's character and capabilities, with rare instances of misjudgment. Upon first meeting Zhongyun, Mr. Huang perceived him as an utterly ordinary young man of low talent. However, upon a second glance, he discovered a mysterious fog concealed within him, obscuring his true essence. This revelation startled Mr. Huang. He had encountered individuals he could not penetrate before, either immensely powerful beings or cunning, resilient individuals of higher status. Looking again at Zhongyun, indeed, behind that seemingly ordinary facade lay a nebulous cloud of mystery, evading clarity no matter how hard he tried. Mr. Huang had never before encountered such a situation, as if this young man harbored two souls within him, one mundane and the other profoundly enigmatic. Thus, he developed a profound curiosity about this young man. In his long life, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless talented individuals, he could usually glean some insight into their destinies. What then awaited this mysterious young man? For the first time in years, Mr. Huang found himself intrigued by the fate of another. When this youth presented the seven fairies, he felt no shock, only exhilaration at the prospect of an unparalleled treasure being reborn into the world. Driven by curiosity, upon returning, Mr. Huang discreetly inquired about the young man named Zhongyun, discovering he hailed from an ordinary white-collar family. Zhongyun's background could only be described as dismal. In numerous assessments, he ranked below average, with mediocre reviews attached to his capabilities, and his teachers noted he lacked diligence. Without talent and insufficient effort, such an individual, by all reasoning, would achieve little in life. Yet, it was precisely this individual who had cultivated the nearly extinct seven fairies. The disparity was too stark, leading everyone present to believe he had merely stumbled upon good fortune, especially after reviewing the footage of Zhongyun nurturing the seven fairies, which only reinforced this notion. Zhongyun's methods could be described as clumsy. From their expert perspective, he overwatered or underwatered, allowed excessive sun exposure, and once, while fertilizing, he even severed the roots of a plant. It was heartbreaking for the floral experts to witness such treatment of the precious seven fairies. It deserved the care of a top-notch gardener, not the neglect of someone like Zhongyun, who could barely be classified as an amateur. Discounting any possibility that Zhongyun's actions had induced the flower's mutation, they quickly concluded that the flower's seeds had likely undergone a mutation, which seemed the most plausible explanation. Zhongyun merely got lucky in purchasing this particular seed. However, Mr. Huang did not share this opinion. The enigmatic fog within Zhongyun led him to feel that this youth was far from simple. Clearly, the young man himself was unaware of such a secret, oblivious to the vast potential residing within him. Nevertheless, Mr. Huang sensed that the latent power within the youth was gradually awakening. The last time he saw him, his physical training level was merely at the second tier. In just 10 short days, he had advanced to the third tier, with an ominous hint of rising to the fourth tier. Mr. Huang had never witnessed anyone progress so rapidly in physical training. Such speed transcended mere genius, bordering on the monstrous. This only deepened his curiosity about the young man. What secrets lay hidden within him that eluded even his seasoned insight? Therefore, upon hearing Zhongyun's claim of reviving naturally withered flowers, he found himself only half convinced, perhaps harboring a subtle expectation that this seemingly ordinary youth might surprise him once again. Zhongyun cast a disapproving glance at Yang Xiqing, displeased with his indiscretion. Why mention such a thing? Seeing Mr. Huang gazing intently at him, Zhongyun felt a headache coming on. This matter was indeed difficult to explain. Merely experimenting. The chances of success are quite slim. Yang Xiqing realized he had let something slip and turned his face away, feigning ignorance of Zhongyun's annoyance. An excited expression surfaced on Huang Lao's face. Reminiscent of the day he first laid eyes on the seven fairies. Suddenly, he grasped Zhongyun's hand and implored, "Might I assist you from the sidelines when the time comes?" Observing the elder's hopeful countenance, Zhongyun found it challenging to utter a negative response and could only nod in acquiescence. "Once the equipment is in place, I shall notify you." "Splendid." The elder's face brightened, and he slapped the table with enthusiasm. "Whatever equipment you require, do not hesitate to ask. This old face still holds some worth." With such a ruckus, it seems the entire world will soon be aware. Zhongyun shook his head in mild exasperation. "No, I prefer not to have too many people privy to this matter." Huang Lao came to a realization. Indeed, Those media outlets can be quite bothersome. It is crucial to keep this under wraps. He then regarded Zhong Yun with admiration, noting, in this day and age, everyone is striving for fame. It is commendable that you, at such a tender age, can resist temptation. Zhong Yun found himself both amused and bewildered, thinking to himself, I merely wish to maintain a low profile. Chapter 44. The Su Xian Pearl. What are you staring at me for? After departing from Huang Lao's residence, Yang Xiqing gazed at Zhong Yun with unblinking intensity, making him feel rather uncomfortable, prompting him to inquire, Are you perhaps sprouting 3 heads? Yang Xiqing clucked her tongue and shook her head in disbelief. Zhong Yun chose to ignore her. The nearest parking station was quite a distance away, and after walking a few paces, Zhong Yun couldn't help but scan his surroundings. Would there be any more assassins lurking about? The recent attempt on his life left him in a state of unease. Once in a taxi, he pondered, what if this driver is one of their hired killers? A wave of anxiety washed over him. When he glanced at Yang Xiqing, he found him with his eyes closed, exhibiting no signs of distress. I am clearly too restless, Zhong Yun self-deprecatingly thought, and followed suit by closing his eyes, employing the breathing technique of Jialan. Before long, his heart began to settle. In the rhythm of his breath, his entire body relaxed, and the essence within him stirred, expanding and converging with each inhalation and exhalation, gradually growing stronger. Suddenly, Yang Xiqing opened his eyes, observing Zhong Yun, who was lost in meditation. He sensed the unusual fluctuations of Zhong Yun's essence, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his gaze. Why did you start without me? Can't you keep up? Tian Hai shouted upon spotting Zhong Yun approaching from a distance. Keep up. I'll give you a 500-meter head start. Let us see who prevails, Zhong Yun retorted dismissively. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. At that moment, Tian Hai noticed the scruffy, disheveled old man trailing closely behind Zhong Yun and inquired, Who is he? Allow me to introduce. Zhong Yun had already prepared his explanation. This is Uncle Qing, my savior. Savior? Tian Hai and Chun exchanged puzzled glances. Zhong Yun recounted the recent assassination attempt. Are you unharmed? Upon hearing that Zhong Yun had narrowly escaped death, Tian Hai's expression shifted dramatically, filled with concern. If I were injured, I would have been in the hospital by now. I can still stand here and converse with you. Zhong Yun quipped lightly to ease the tension. Fortunately, thanks to Uncle Qing, otherwise, I wouldn't be here to see you. He expressed gratitude towards Yang Xiqing. Tian Hai's gaze towards Yang Xiqing transformed, and he earnestly stated, Thank you for saving Xiao Yun. Yang Xiqing offered a slight smile in acknowledgement. To Tian Hai, this was the epitome of a skilled person. Saving Zhong Yun from an assassin's grasp was no small feat. He was captivated by tales of legendary figures and often dreamed of encountering someone with extraordinary powers, wishing to apprentice under them. If not for the knowledge that Yang Xiqing was Zhong Yun's benefactor, he would have eagerly sought to become his disciple. Chunwen, on the other hand, fell deep into contemplation, pondering who might have orchestrated the assassination attempt on Zhong Yun. His immediate suspicion fell upon Niu Shunjin, as he had the most motive. With his only son injured by Zhong Yun, it would be natural for him to retaliate. However, the situation became complicated when considering Lu Yunqi. Zhong Yun acted on her behalf when he injured Niu Ben. If Niu Shunjin retaliated against Zhong Yun, it would imply his discontent with the Yang family. Provoking the Yang family? Unless Niu Shunjin had lost his mind, he would never dare to take such a risk. The dignity of the aristocracy is not to be trifled with. If it were to act recklessly, the Niu family would vanish by dawn. Having risen from modest beginnings to establish a significant legacy, Niu Shunjin was a man of considerable intelligence and restraint. It was said that upon learning of his son's offense against the Yang family's young princess, he promptly went to the Yang family to apologize, standing outside for 5 days and nights to earn their forgiveness, under the condition that his son would no longer appear on Jialan Star. A man capable of such patience would never turn around and send assassins after Zhong Yun to provoke the Yang family. Thus, Niu Shunjin's culpability appeared minimal. Who then was responsible? Reflecting on Zhong Yun's identity, perhaps it was an enemy of his family. This possibility seemed the most plausible. Originally, the trio had planned to continue their outing, but with the unfolding of such events, their enthusiasm waned, and they each returned home. Upon arriving home, Zhong Yun settled Yang Xiqing in the guest room on the ground floor before ascending to his own quarters. In his room, he connected to the virtual network. Xiaoling. After calling a couple of times, the figure clad in black, Zero, materialized. What do you require? I was nearly assassinated today, Zhong Yun stated bluntly, for there was no point in pleasantries with the perpetually cold Zero. To his surprise, Zero fell silent for a moment. indicating that practical training would need to be added to the agenda. Zhong Yun sensed an unexpected hint of exasperation in Zero's icy voice. What does it commence? The near brush with death had profoundly impacted Zhong Yun. He was eager to enhance his abilities to avert future threats. Do they wish to kill me? I shall ensure they pay a heavy price. Zhong Yun clenched his fists, as if declaring war against the unseen puppeteer in the shadows. Tonight Zero was as straightforward as ever. You purchased over 20 pots of black mandrake. Are you intending to create the Su Xian Pearl? Zero abruptly inquired. You know about that? Zhong Yun was taken aback. Suddenly, his expression shifted. You won't attempt to seize those two, will you? Absolutely not. I require these Su Xian pearls to concoct the restoration potion. There is no room for negotiation. His tone was resolute, leaving no space for compromise. The so-called Su Xian pearl was, in fact, the seed of the black mandrake. Black mandrakes have an extensive lifespan, often reaching over 200 years. Only those over a century old can produce seeds. The naturally occurring seeds from the black mandrake do not possess medicinal properties. Only seeds produced from plants that meet the age criteria and are refined through special secret methods possess significant medicinal efficacy. Zhong Yun had discovered the method in Jialan's database, having noticed that many advanced formulas included such an ingredient. Out of curiosity, he conducted a search and learned that it was derived from this peculiar plant, known as the black mandrake. Later, upon hearing of a scholarly excursion to Fenghua City, he perused various pieces of information about the locale online and serendipitously stumbled upon an intriguing report that highlighted the 10 most extraordinary flowers in the Sea of Blossoms. To his astonishment, the black mandrake was ranked second. It was then that Zhong Yun realized that such a plant existed in Dalu, and he was irresistibly drawn to the thought. Being an essential ingredient in numerous high-grade concoctions, it must undoubtedly possess remarkable qualities. Hence, when Zhong Yun ventured into the flower sea, he swiftly cleared out the black mandrake that had been over a century old, all with the intention of crafting the coveted Su Xian pearl. Of course, his enthusiasm was fueled by another reason. Among the myriad formulas, one particularly enthralled him, the rejuvenation elixir. A significant part of his endeavor to create the Su Xian pearl was to concoct this very potion. As its name suggests, the rejuvenation elixir serves the purpose of restoring youth, revitalizing the elderly to their prime physical condition. It is an extraordinarily miraculous potion. Zhong Yun intended to produce this elixir for his parents, who toiled excessively. Despite being in their 40s, they had already begun to show signs of gray hair. By administering the rejuvenation elixir, he hoped to restore their youth while bestowing considerable benefits upon their health. Thus, upon hearing Zero mention the idea of crafting Su Xian pearls, Zhong Yun promptly cut him off, leaving no room for further discussion. Tonight, a shipment of items procured from Free Star will arrive. Among them, 2 are for your self-defense. Valued at a total of 1 billion Omi coins, Zero stated. 1 billion? Omi coins? Zhong Yun, having just relaxed upon the shift in conversation, was now startled. His account balance barely reached 200 million Omi coins. How could he possibly conjure a billion? Where did you acquire such a sum? You're not planning to rob a bank, are you? Several days ago, after your visit to Fenghua City, I shut down the Mi Car array, saving a portion of energy and reactivated part of the database, where I located a universal account and password for a cosmic bank, Zero elucidated. Your database truly is a treasure trove, Zhong Yun remarked, his eyes wide with wonder, surpassing even the wonders of a certain fictional character's pouch. Who is that? Zero inquired, displaying a commendable curiosity. A character from my hometown, Zhong Yun casually explained, his mind lingering on the account's potential. Does that account hold a significant sum? Just enough to purchase 5 energy stones, Zero replied, refraining from disclosing specific figures due to the complexities of currency exchange rates. To conserve energy, he would not convert unless requested. Upon learning that the funds were nearly depleted, Zhong Yun felt a tinge of disappointment, thinking to himself how extravagant it was. Though he had not been told the precise amount, the implications were staggering. Zero had previously mentioned that, based on his earning speed, it would take him a decade to amass enough to purchase even a single energy stone. This implied that the money in that account would require 50 years of labor to accumulate. Extravagant. Zhong Yun mentally cursed once more. All this talk of energy stones, what precisely are they? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Energy stones are naturally occurring energy blocks in the universe. Small in size, yet containing an immense amount of energy. Their structure is remarkably stable, rendering them less prone to accidents. They are, to date, the most suitable energy carriers. A low-grade energy stone can release 10 million units of energy. What? Zhong Yun nearly fainted at the revelation. 1 unit of energy equated to the energy produced by the complete fission of 1 kilogram of uranium. In Dalu, the largest energy base could provide 100,000 units of energy annually, more than sufficient to meet the energy demands of an entire planet for a year. A stone encapsulating 10 million units of energy? What does that even signify? Just one stone could ensure that the 13 administrative planets of Dalu, supporting 3 billion people, would not have to worry about energy for a decade. This was unfathomably extravagant. The mere thought of these colossal figures left Zhong Yun feeling dizzy. Wait, didn't Zero just say he bought 5 energy stones? Zhong Yun felt overwhelmed by the enormity of it all. What manner of being was Zero to require such vast amounts of energy? Reflecting on Zero's extraordinary attributes, Zhong Yun found some solace. After all, he was a product of an advanced civilization, and a touch of exaggeration was not beyond reason. The disparities between levels of civilization are beyond human imagination, akin to how primitive people cannot comprehend the modern innovations of the electrical age, like televisions and automobiles. Perhaps, in a higher civilization, entities like Zero are merely commonplace commodities. Of course, this was mere speculation. Only through first-hand experience of an advanced civilization would he realize how misguided such thoughts truly were. After installing the energy stones, I will need to reboot, which may take a month. During this time, I will enter a dormant state, Zero suddenly announced. What? Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback. What about my practical training? I will keep the practical training program active. The reboot will not affect its operation, Zero assured him, adding, however, during the reboot, I will not be able to provide effective protection. Nevertheless, I have detected an individual downstairs whose strength is close to level 2. They will suffice for your protection. Zhong Yun fell silent, unsure of what to say. Having traversed to this planet for over a month, though he had inherited the memories of his predecessor, the experience felt somewhat detached, more akin to a dream. Throughout this time, the most consistent presence had been the virtual being named Zero. Though he often chided Zhong Yun to practice diligently, occasionally provoking frustration, his significance in Zhong Yun's heart was unparalleled. He was the sole connection to his home on Earth in this foreign world. Each encounter with Zero instilled a sense of stability within him, reassuring him that he was not alone. Even in distant Fenghua City, he could maintain contact and stay informed about mutual circumstances. However, with Zero's announcement of a month-long dormancy, Zhong Yun felt a profound unease. Ultimately, he said nothing further and retreated to the data area to explore the newly activated database, copying useful knowledge onto his computer's hard drive. With Zero entering dormancy, the database would also shut down. Given the vastness of the data, his computer's storage was insufficient, prompting him to purchase a larger storage device to accommodate his needs. Initially, Zhong Yun harbored concerns about potential hacking. If this information were to leak, the consequences would be dire. His only recourse would be to immediately flee with his family abroad. However, Zero reassured him that the computer's firewall had been upgraded, alleviating fears of viruses or hacking attempts. After a busy day, the sky gradually darkened. When the doorbell rang, Zhong Yun initially thought it was Yun Lai delivering a meal. To his surprise, he found a robot at the door, startling him. In Dalu, aside from certain hazardous or undesirable jobs, such as miners or sanitation workers, the use of robots in other positions was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the hiring company would face hefty fines. This clause inscribed in the Constitution aims to ensure the employment of the populace. Moreover, it serves another purpose, to maintain the dynamic vitality of the entire nation. In Davao, a society that has reached the standards of a mid-level civilization, even if a significant portion of the population remains unemployed, the basic living requirements of all citizens can still be met. However, this would inevitably lead to a growing lethargy among the populace, ultimately extinguishing the vibrancy of the entire civilization and gradually ushering it into decline. Consequently, some visionary leaders have enacted this particular constitutional provision. Thus, encounters with robots are rather rare in Davao. Who are you? Zhong Yun inquired, gazing curiously at the humanoid robot before him, standing a meter tall and glimmering with metallic sheen. Good day, sir. I am a courier from Omi Express, and I have a package that requires your signature. Chapter 46. The Bracelet and the Vest. Omi Express? This company is audacious, blatantly defying the Constitution, Zhong Yun mused. Upon hearing the robot mention a delivery, he recalled that Zero had stated the raw stones would arrive that very evening. He had become so engrossed in his research that he had momentarily forgotten this crucial detail. The robot's red electronic eye illuminated, scanning Zhong Yun with a mechanical voice announcing, Omi System, Mid-Level Civilization Davao Republic, Jialan Star. Location is XXXXXXN. Appearance confirmed. Iris confirmed. After a couple of blinks, the robot addressed Zhong Yun. Please extend your hand. Zhong Yun complied, and the robot extended its mechanical palm above his hand. Scanning his palm print. All conditions met. Here is your item. Please sign for it. The robot produced a small box from behind and presented it to Zhong Yun. How do I sign? Zhong Yun felt his pockets, realizing he had no pen. Place your palm on top, the robot prompted. Zhong Yun extended his hand and placed it atop the box. A blue light pattern flashed across its surface, and the box silently opened, revealing 8 smaller boxes within. Do you have any further inquiries? The robot inquired. None, Zhong Yun replied, his gaze captivated by the 8 boxes. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, the robot said before ascending into the air. Zhong Yun felt a sense of unease. He looked up, his mouth agape. The robot moved swiftly, disappearing into the horizon. Was it possible that this robot had descended directly from the skies? Returning to his room, following Zero's instructions, he placed the 5 raw stones onto a small device that had been included and then connected the computer's power supply. The indicators on the computer's main unit flickered momentarily before stabilizing. Zhong Yun stood in his room, letting out a gentle sigh. Little Zero, I too shall train diligently. When you awaken, I will present you with a different version of Zhong Yun. With this silent determination, he addressed the computer. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. This time, it was a representative from Yunlai Restaurant, though not Xiao Qing, who was on the verge of entering high school. Zhong Yun did not allow her to come over. He called Yang Xiqing out, who had been hiding in the room since her arrival, seemingly occupied with something. This is the list of machinery I require, Zhong Yun said as he handed over a densely written sheet of paper. These machines had been selected by Zero and contained several useful components. Without so much as a glance, Yang Xiqing stuffed it into her pocket, her eyes darting over the elegantly arranged dishes on the table. After a considerable pause, she raised her head and pointed at the dishes. Did you make these? Not I, Zhong Yun replied, serving himself a bowl of rice before filling one for her. He picked up a circular piece of tofu and tasted it, nodding in approval. This chef possesses B-level skills. After sipping the soup, he remarked, indeed, superior to B-level culinary arts. Ultimately, he concluded, B-level culinary skills can achieve the standard of an A-level chef. The individual responsible for this cuisine has great promise. A slight smile graced Zhong Yun's face, a sense of pride swelling within him. In a prominent family like the Yangs, the expectations for food would undoubtedly be exacting. Despite Yang Xiqing's seemingly destitute appearance, it was highly probable that he belonged to the Yang family. Receiving his commendation affirmed that Xiao Qing's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. After the meal, Yang Xiqing retreated directly to her room. Zhong Yun returned to his own quarters and retrieved the items that Zero had described as worth 1 billion Omi coins. A twinge of anxiety surged within him. This sum equated to 25 billion in Davo currency. Holding the 2 relatively light boxes felt unexpectedly heavy. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he opened the first box, discovering a pure black bead chain, the beads resembling wood. Among them was a notably larger, flat bead adorned with intricate engravings. As he held the bead chain, a cool sensation emanated from it, yet it bore no discernible weight. After examining it from various angles, Zhong Yun felt perplexed. It resembled more of an ornament than a functional item. Upon inspecting the box further, he indeed found a memory device, the standard model from Davo, accompanied by a manual. Inserting the memory device into his portable computer, a panoramic video unfolded, detailing the operational instructions for the bead chain. Upon conclusion, Zhong Yun was filled with astonishment and delight. The bead chain was, in fact, a powerful artisan assistant, designed to aid individuals in executing manual tasks. For instance, should one wish to fabricate an object, simply inputting the blueprint would enable its flawless creation, even for those lacking in craftsmanship. Yet, this was merely a sophisticated miniaturized fabrication machine. The true strength of this bead chain lay in its ability to respond to direct control from the human brain. A mere thought would activate it, correcting one's actions to achieve the desired outcome. To illustrate, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to draw a perfect circle without tools. Yet with this bead chain, such a feat becomes trivial. Any shape can be rendered effortlessly, with precision reaching an astounding 0.1 micrometers. Zhong Yun cradled the bead chain tightly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. After a considerable time, his gaze shifted to the second box. Setting the bead chain aside, he took a deep breath, filled with immense anticipation, before opening it. Inside lay a fabric-like object, but having learned from his previous experience, Zhong Yun understood that high-end products often appeared unconventional. He lifted the bundle, noting its exquisite texture. It felt like a layer of soft fur. Unfolding the fabric revealed it to be a vest. Comparing it to his own physique, it was evidently a size smaller. After tugging on it, he noted its excellent elasticity, concluding it should fit. Reaching into the box, he similarly retrieved another memory device, which he inserted into the computer, initiating playback. It turned out to be a lightweight protective garment, remarkably compact, compressing to less than half the size of a fist. According to the information provided, it boasted exceptional elasticity, adapting to any body shape, and featured a memory function that would retain its size after wearing it once. Such a user-friendly design, Zhong Yun mused. As he continued to read, the description elaborated on its capabilities, indicating it could withstand attacks of up to 8,000 energy units. Alas, even with the resilience of his nerves honed through rigorous training, Zhong Yun found himself once again taken aback. An armor capable of withstanding an assault of 8,000 units of energy? Such defensive capabilities rivaled that of a mecha. Adorning this vest in this nation, what could possibly threaten him aside from mechas and colossal particle cannons? Contemplating this, Zhong Yun nearly succumbed to a fit of laughter. Maintaining a semblance of composure took him a considerable time, as he endeavored to suppress his excitement and continued to peruse the introduction. This lightweight protective garment also boasted an intelligent judgment system, meaning it could proactively assess whether its wearer was in peril, activating its defense mechanism when danger approached. For instance, if an energy beam were to be launched at him, or if an object with excessive kinetic energy were to approach, it would instinctively defend him. This was nothing short of a fortress. Upon finishing the description, Zhong Yun marveled at the revelation. Chapter 47, Codename, Probing the Abyss. In a villa located to the south of Mingzhou City, a crash resounded, the sound of a glass cup shattering upon the wooden floor, followed by an exclamation. "What did you say? You failed?" The young man speaking appeared profoundly astonished and enraged. Before him stood a middle-aged man, bowing his head in deference, allowing the much younger man to unleash his fury. Incompetent! The young man gesticulated wildly, his face flushed with indignation. "You can't even manage a mere middle school student. Why am I expending so much money on you lot? I might as well feed it to the dogs." The middle-aged man refrained from offering any defense. He understood that retorting would only incite greater ire. After a while, the young man managed to rein in his uncontrolled rage, poured himself another glass of red wine, and inquired with a tone restored to its usual calmness, "What about the personnel I dispatched?" "They perished on sight," the middle-aged man replied succinctly, aware that his employer had little patience for details. The young man gently swirled the wine in his glass, his gaze fixated on the liquid as it danced within. Lost in contemplation, "Should we send more personnel?" the middle-aged man suggested. The young man hesitated for a moment. Evidently, the proposal intrigued him, yet he ultimately shook his head. "No need. Set this matter aside for now. Attend to other affairs." As the middle-aged man exited, the young man squinted his eyes and murmured, "Zhong Yun, it seems I have underestimated you." "Xiao Lu, come in," he called out. At his summons, a beautiful young woman dressed in a maid's outfit entered, her demeanor modest and submissive as she approached the young man, softly addressing him as young master. Her voice, sweet and delicate, evoked a sense of pity. The young man gestured towards the floor, which was dampened by spilled wine. "Clean this up." Upon hearing this, the woman knelt down, bending over to wipe the floor with her clothing. The young man took a couple of steps, moving behind her, observing the graceful curves of her figure, a spark of desire flickering in his eyes. He downed the remaining wine in his glass, discarded the cup, and lunged towards the woman. The vast, empty villa echoed with a gasp of surprise and embarrassment from the woman. On the ground, a solitary glass lay quietly on the pristine floor, beside it a pool of crimson liquid. Outside the window, a full moon was gradually obscured by encroaching clouds, dimming until it was entirely concealed. As Zhong Yun reveled in his newfound elation, a call from Chun interrupted his thoughts. "Did you not say you were going shopping? Why are you still at home? Hurry and set off." In the video, Chun was seated in a shuttle. "I will depart shortly," Zhong Yun assured him. "I am waiting for you on Central Avenue. Be quick." Chun concluded the call. Rising, Zhong Yun made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Initially, he had considered canceling his rendezvous with Chun. The recent encounter with the assassin had left an unsettling shadow over him, and he preferred to avoid venturing out. However, after acquiring the vest, his confidence surged. With this protection, what fear could he have of an assassin? Should an unwitting assassin cross paths with him, he would ensure they experienced the full spectrum of Earth civilization's most severe punishments. Once showered, he donned the protective vest, secured the bracelet, and dressed in casual attire, feeling invigorated as he descended the stairs. As he opened the door, Yang Xiqing appeared silently, startling him. "Where are you going?" Zhong Yun was taken aback. "How come you move so quietly?" "I'm going out." With that, he stepped outside. I'll go too. Yang Xiqing trailed behind him, knowing he could not deter her. Zhong Yun decided against opposing her and allowed her to accompany him. Upon arriving at Central Avenue, they were enveloped by the cacophony of bustling crowds. Central Avenue, located in the heart of Mingzhou City, is the most vibrant thoroughfare, housing nearly all renowned brand stores from across the nation. Towering buildings line the street, where pedestrians meandered in droves, while immense panoramic advertisements adorned the skyscrapers, featuring women of varying allure, seemingly giants gazing down upon the throngs below. Zhong Yun, over here. Just as they exited the taxi, Zhong Yun heard Chen Wen's voice. Turning, he spotted Chen Wen across the street, waving at him, accompanied by a striking woman. Is this what you're wearing? As Zhong Yun approached, Chen Wen, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face, remarked on their attire. Zhong Yun glanced down at his outfit, bemused. It was merely a t-shirt with a cartoonish print and casual pants. Next, he observed Yang Xiqing, whose clothes were wrinkled and appeared to have not been washed in quite some time. The collar was turned inside out, and one pant leg was rolled up, revealing a white sock, lending her the appearance of a rustic farmer from the countryside. Must we wear formal attire? Zhong Yun expressed his discontent, as the formal wear here resembled Western formal dress from his past life, equally uncomfortable. Besides, I am just a 17-year-old boy. What need have I for formal wear? Actually, dressing like this isn't an issue, Chen Wen quickly amended, recognizing Zhong Yun's reluctance towards formal attire. But it would be preferable if you were a bit more presentable. Standing beside Chen Wen was a tall woman in her 20s, who, even without heels, towered over him by a good half a head. She had struck up a conversation with Chen Wen while waiting for Zhong Yun. She surveyed Chen Wen and then Zhong Yun, somewhat puzzled by why the affluent young man, clad in designer labels and arriving in a luxury shuttle, would treat this ordinary youth with such courtesy. Allow me to introduce you, Chen Wen said, gesturing to the tall woman. This is Yin, a charming and youthful office lady. He then pointed to Zhong Yun and Yang Xiqing. And these are my classmates. Zhong Yun and he faltered when attempting to introduce Yang Xiqing. She is Zhong Yun's savior? Bodyguard. Yang Xiqing interjected, her appearance juxtaposed with her words, adding a touch of humor to the situation. Yin burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to sway. Your friend is quite humorous. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is my savior, Zhong Yun said as he helped Yang Xiqing adjust her collar. Savior? Yin's eyes widened with curiosity. A few days ago, I accidentally fell into a river and nearly drowned. Thankfully, this gentleman rescued me. Zhong Yun, with a careless tongue, was fervently attempting to smooth out the crumpled attire of Yang Xiqing. However, the stubborn creases clung to the fabric like a resilient spring, refusing to yield despite his efforts. No matter how forcefully he pulled, the wrinkles rebounded as soon as he released his grip. Did you almost drown in the river? Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. All the riverbanks in Mingzhou were fortified with 2-meter-high, high-density glass, making it quite a feat to fall into the river. At least, she had never heard of such an incident before, which she found rather peculiar. Don't heed his nonsense, Chen Wen interjected. He merely choked in the swimming pool and, embarrassed, insisted it was in the river. Upon hearing this, Yin chuckled, covering her mouth. What on earth are you wearing? After struggling for quite some time, without managing to fix Yang Xiqing's outfit, Zhong Yun was filled with frustration, and with a forceful tug, he tore a piece of the garment away. Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback. In Chapter 48, they finally arrived at a nearby image consultancy, where professionals promptly attended to Yang Xiqing's appearance. It must be said, the experts lived up to their reputation. Emerging from the consultancy, Yang Xiqing was transformed. Exuding a refraigisseur. The outfit remained the same, save for the irregular wave-like cut at the torn section and the sleeves that had been completely removed, revealing fine thread ends. Coupled with the cascading folds, it distinctly appeared as a trendy ensemble. Her long, nest-like hair was partially tied back with a black ribbon, and her scruffy beard had evidently been trimmed, exuding a rugged charm. Accentuated by a pair of striking sunglasses, she bore an uncanny resemblance to an elderly version of Schwarzenegger. The once disheveled old man had morphed into a fashionable and stylish figure, leaving Zhong Yun in awe of the transformative power of stylists. The Mingzhou building stood as a landmark in Mingzhou, centrally located on the main avenue, spanning hundreds of thousands of square meters and towering 5,000 meters high. It resembled a miniature city. Its spiral architecture, from a distance, appeared as a colossal white drill piercing the heavens, as if to bore a hole into the sky. Standing before the grand entrance, Zhong Yun gazed upwards at the brilliantly illuminated structure that soared beyond the thick clouds, wondering where it might lead. Before such a magnificent edifice, he felt a twinge of reverence, especially at the thought of shopping within its vast confines. What immense determination it must require to shop here. Observing the throngs entering and exiting the Mingzhu building, Zhongyun couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. "Let us go inside," Chenwen said, wrapping his arm around Inyan's slender waist as he led the way through the entrance. To the left of the entrance stood a row of enormous elevators, accommodating the bustling crowd. Chenwen guided Zhongyun and the others straight to the back, where a closed door waited. He produced a card and swiped it against the electronic lock, causing the door to slide open silently. Inside was a small room of about 10 square meters, adorned with a pale yellow plush carpet, featuring 2 sofas and a glass table at its center. The walls displayed several oil paintings in the style of the famous artist Jialan. Inyan observed the luxurious room with curiosity. "Is this the VIP elevator? How extravagant." Seated on the sofa, Zhongyun caught sight of those waiting outside the grand elevator, casting envious glances at their group. As the door slowly closed, it blocked the outside view. The elevator ascended smoothly, almost imperceptibly, and 2 minutes later, the door opened once more, allowing the 4 to step out. "Where are we?" Inyan queried. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced around. "The 900th floor of the Mingzhu building," Chenwen replied. "But doesn't the Mingzhu building only have 899 floors?" Inyan asked, perplexed. Just as Chenwen was about to respond, a well-dressed, middle-aged man approached. Having learned of Chenwen's arrival, he immediately set aside his work to personally greet them. "Young Master Chen, it's been a while since you last visited," he said warmly, nodding toward Zhongyun and the others, clearly adept at navigating social situations. "Lately, I've been rather busy," Chenwen replied with a smile. "But today I've brought a distinguished guest, so you must attend to him well." "Rest assured, young Master Chen, how could I neglect a guest of yours?" he assured, his gaze swiftly landing on Yang Xiqing, concluding that she must be the esteemed guest. To his surprise, however, Chenwen pulled Zhongyun forward. "Let me introduce you. This is the manager here, Mr. Feng, a cunning businessman. Be cautious when purchasing anything from him." "Ah, young Master Chen, are you slandering me?" Feng shook, his eyes casually sizing up the young man, realizing that although he was referred to as a distinguished guest, Chenwen's affability suggested that this seemingly ordinary youth might possess considerable significance. Eventually, his gaze rested on the black bead bracelet adorning Zhongyun's left hand. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he fixated on the bracelet, revealing an expression of profound astonishment. Noticing Feng's unexpected reaction, Chenwen was intrigued. Clearly, Feng was a man of considerable stature, tasked with overseeing the uppermost level of Mingzhou's elite club. In truth, Feng was not only socially adept, but also held the title of an A-level appraiser, indicating his status as a master in his field. Chenwen discreetly glanced at the bracelet, which appeared no different from an ordinary one. However, he trusted that Feng would not react without reason. "This bracelet must have a remarkable provenance. Is this the bracelet you're referring to?" Zhongyun raised his left hand, showcasing the beads. "Did you just acquire it?" Chenwen interjected. "I've never seen you wear before." "Oh, it was a gift from a friend," Zhongyun replied nonchalantly. This was the explanation he had prepared, though he had anticipated that Manager O would discern the bracelet's extraordinary nature, leaving him somewhat taken aback. It seemed there were indeed many capable individuals in Dao. "Your friend is quite generous to bestow such a gift," Feng remarked, quickly regaining his composure as the initial shock subsided, reverting to his astute managerial demeanor. Upon hearing that it was a gift from a friend, for some reason, Chenwen's first thought was of Lu Yunqi. "Please come inside. No need to stand out here," Feng invited, leading the 4 of them further in, his demeanor noticeably more cordial toward Zhongyun. Ahead lay a long corridor lined with red carpet, adorned with numerous paintings that, as Feng explained, were all authentic masterpieces. Inyan tightly clung to Chenwen's arm, pressing her body against him as if fearing she might get lost. She was no fool, having seen Chenwen drive a luxury car worth tens of millions. She quickly recognized him as a wealthy young man and seized the opportunity to engage him. Upon entering the VIP elevator of the Mingzhu building, her heart swelled with delight, realizing she had encountered a truly affluent individual. She had heard tales of a 900th floor of the Mingzhu building, reserved solely for super-rich elites. Unexpectedly, one day she found herself amidst this extraordinary gathering, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. She recognized this as a rare opportunity, a chance to ascend to greater heights, and resolved to secure the affections of the affluent gentleman beside her. Young, handsome, and wealthy. Could there be a more desirable suitor? Chapter 49, The Gallon Harp. At the end of the corridor stood a door, which led into a vast exhibition hall. The hall was sparsely populated, with small clusters of individuals engaged in hushed conversations. Upon noticing newcomers, some greeted them with a slight smile and a raised glass, while others regarded them with indifference, or merely observed with curiosity, inquiring among their companions about the newcomers' identities. Upon learning they hailed from the esteemed Qin family, their reactions varied markedly. From these subtle gestures, the stature of the Chun family was undeniably evident, signifying their remarkable standing. A mocking voice interjected, "What an extravagant affair this is. It must be the fourth son of the Qin family." Upon hearing that voice, Feng inwardly lamented and shot a fierce glare at the attendant beside the speaker, blaming him for failing to restrain the individual. The attendant, feeling unfortunate, silently protested. "How could I possibly stop him from approaching?" Fei Yingming? Chen Wen's expression immediately soured as he turned to face the vexatious figure, sneering. "Aren't you supposed to be currying favor with the Yang family? What brings you here?" It was none other than Fei Yingming of the Fei family, a man whom Zhong Yun held in low regard. Recalling the last occasion when he had been subjected to unwarranted humiliation at Fei Air Garden, igniting a flare of anger within him. Chen Wen and Fei Yingming seemed to be natural adversaries, exchanging barbs upon their first encounter. Fei Yingming's gaze swept over Zhong Yun and the others, retorting, "I never imagined you would stoop so low as to attend a public school, mingling with the common folk. The Qin family has produced such a scion. It is indeed a misfortune for your lineage." Despite the public nature of the setting, he refrained from uttering the most derogatory term, relying on his status. Chen Wen scoffed derisively. "You lack the standing to reprimand the Qin family. I fear your family may tarnish our esteemed name." Fei Yingming retorted, unyielding. As the tension escalated toward personal attacks, Feng intervened, positioning himself between the two feuding young men. "Gentlemen, for my sake, I implore you to cease this altercation. There are many eyes upon us." Both Chen Wen and Fei Yingming recognized the inappropriateness of their behavior, though their families had long been at odds, engaging in clandestine battles. They understood the necessity of maintaining decorum in public, lest they become the subject of ridicule. With disdainful huffs, they fell silent, and Fei Yingming departed with his companion. Zhong Yun couldn't shake the feeling that Fei Yingming's gaze held a trace of malice. Watching him leave, Feng exhaled in relief. A physical altercation would have been disastrous. He took it upon himself to act as a guide, introducing the various exhibits. The items displayed were rare treasures, and though Feng refrained from mentioning prices, he knew each piece bore a staggering value. As an esteemed appraiser, Feng keenly noted Zhong Yun's interest in a particular object and eagerly elaborated on its origins, characteristics, and worth, using vivid and concise language that captivated his audience. After perusing several items, Zhong Yun finally paused. Feng, perceptive to his intense fascination, indicated a rare Jialan harp, whose craftsmanship had long been lost to time. "May I touch it?" Zhong Yun interjected, his gaze magnetically drawn to the instrument, resembling a piano from Earth. Feng hesitated momentarily, glancing at Chen Wen, who nodded in approval, and then replied, "Of course." Zhong Yun circled the Jialan harp, his eyes alight with admiration and nostalgia. He then seated himself on the low stool before it, caressing the keys with the tenderness one might reserve for a beloved. His concentration was so profound that those nearby felt compelled to remain silent, not wishing to disturb him. Zhong Yun lifted the lid of the harp, closed his eyes, and placed his fingers on the keys. No sound emerged. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, "It's broken." He then stood and moved to the back of the instrument, lifting the rear cover. "Wait!" Feng called out in despair, silently cursing the situation. This harp had cost a fortune and was one of the young lady's most cherished possessions. If it were to be damaged, how could he possibly explain it to her? He rushed forward, intending to intervene. "Mr. Zhong Yu." Before he could finish, Zhong Yun had already closed the lid, unperturbed, returning to his stool. Taking a deep breath, he reached out once more to press the keys. A melodious sound resonated, filling the air and enveloping the exhibition hall. Though the volume was modest, it captivated every listener within the expansive space. The haunting notes possessed an enchanting allure, compelling the audience to turn their attention toward the source of the music. Feng stood in stunned disbelief. The harp was functional. This revelation crashed over him like a tidal wave, rendering him nearly speechless. After acquiring the damaged Jialan harp, the young lady had invested considerable effort, enlisting numerous experts and instrument masters, even consulting repair specialists from the Empire of Jin, all of whom had deemed it irreparable. In her despair, she had finally consigned it to this exhibition. For a pristine original Jialan harp was a rarity that even the museums of the Empire of Anger could not boast. Yet now, this instrument had been restored, seemingly at the hands of a remarkably youthful man, as though it were a mere jest. How could he not be astonished? Left dumbfounded. Zhong Yun furrowed his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with the tone, and rose to make further adjustments. Feng stood there, momentarily unable to process the reality before him. The sound of a single note, light as a breeze, stirred the hearts of the listeners, capturing their souls with its simplicity. As Zhong Yun's expression relaxed, his fingers danced across the keys, releasing a cascade of notes akin to a tranquil spring flowing through a serene forest. The melody was infused with exotic charm, refreshing the listener's spirit. Upon concluding a passage, Zhong Yun sighed contentedly, gently closing the lid of the harp. Rising, he remarked, "What an exquisite instrument." With a lingering glance back at the harp, he refrained from expressing a desire to purchase it, for he could neither afford it nor was he permitted to acquire it. Despite his profound longing, the moment he laid eyes on the harp, a string within him had been plucked, igniting a yearning that compelled him to touch it. Zhong Yun felt an inexplicable connection with the harp, a bond that transcended mere admiration. "We shall meet again," he vowed silently as he turned away. As he did so, Zhong Yun noticed Chun when regarding him with an unusual expression, a slight smile gracing his lips, suggesting he would not elaborate further. "How many more surprises do you have in store for us?" As Zhong Yun passed by, Chun spoke in a voice barely audible to others. Chapter 50, the 5-star membership card. Mr. Zhong, coming back to his senses, Feng respectfully bowed to Zhong Yun, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you immensely for restoring this galleon. From this day forth, you shall be our most esteemed guest at the Pearl Building." "You are too kind," Zhong Yun replied with a smile, graciously accepting his thanks. What is the worth of a pristine original galleon? Such value cannot be quantified in monetary terms. Even in a higher civilization, this instrument remains an invaluable treasure. Feng understood this as well, recognizing that this instrument had been the greatest regret of the young lady. Now that this regret had been mended, he could only imagine her surprise upon its revelation. Subsequently, Feng did not guide them to admire the collection further, but instead led them into a lounge. "Mr. Zhong, I would like to speak with you privately." Feng extended an invitation. "Certainly," Zhong Yun readily acquiesced. Feng summoned a few staff members to accompany Chun Wan and the others while he led Zhong Yun away from the lounge, navigating through a maze to his spacious office. "Mr. Zhong, what items do you wish to acquire during your visit?" Seated in his chair, Feng inquired directly. "I urgently need a few items and wonder if you might assist us," Zhong Yun expressed, feeling a pleasant surprise at the implication of Feng's tone. With a slight smile, Feng replied, "Although our company is not particularly large, we do have some means to procure certain items." Given his assurance, Zhong Yun refrained from further elaboration, stating, "I require some fire cloud stones and roots of the hidden mist pine, along with approximately 10 peculiar items that are seldom heard of." Upon hearing the first two items, the ease on Feng's face dissipated, and with each subsequent mention, his brow furrowed deeper. By the time Zhong Yun concluded, his expression had formed a pronounced crease, as some of the items Zhong Yun listed were unfamiliar even to him. Unconsciously tapping his fingers on the desk, he finally raised his head. "Give me 7 days, and I will do my utmost to assist you. However, some of these items may prove challenging to locate. Whatever you can find will suffice," Zhong Yun replied amicably. Most of the items he sought were materials for manufacturing rejuvenation agents. Frankly, he approached this with a trial-and-error mindset. If he couldn't obtain them, it mattered little. But if he could, it would be a delightful surprise. After a brief while, Zhong Yun took his leave, as he was still preoccupied with training matters. Upon hearing Zhong Yun's intention to depart, Chun Wan and Yang Xiqing expressed no objections. Although Yin was somewhat reluctant, she dared not voice her concerns. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, a staff member hurriedly approached, bowing slightly. "May I ask who is Mr. Zhong Yun?" "That would be me," Zhong Yun replied. The staff member handed him a silver card. "This is a membership card from Manager O for you. Please keep it safe." Upon inspecting the card, Zhong Yun noticed the 5-flower emblem in the upper right corner, with the reverse side entirely silver. "Wow, 5-star membership card," Chun Wan exclaimed, leaning in to gaze at the card with a tone filled with envy. "Membership cards can have levels?" Yin inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Observing their keen interest, Zhong Yun decided to pass the card to them. "It is truly beautiful," Yin marveled, caressing the silver card, which felt extraordinarily light, akin to a feather in her hand. The card's surface exhibited a metallic, matte texture that was quite pleasant to the touch. The silver surface reflected intricate and orderly patterns under the light. The 5 flowers on the front were not merely depicted, but formed through light reflection. At different angles, the flowers appeared in various stages of bloom. Tilting it to the left revealed delicate flower buds. Gradually flattening the card revealed the buds blossoming, and eventually, they fully unfurled into 5 vibrant roses. In gleefully tilted the membership card back and forth, thoroughly entertained. What benefits does a 5-star membership card confer? Zhong Yun inquired, genuinely interested. Numerous advantages, Chenwen responded. Firstly, holders of a 5-star membership card receive a 20% discount at all stores within the Pearl Building. A 20% discount? At all stores? Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback, but In was the first to react, her eyes widening with excitement. If Central Avenue is the shopping paradise of Mingzhou, then the Pearl Building is its very heart. Here, one can acquire all renowned brand product from across the country, and it perpetually serves as the birthplace of fashion trends. For urban white-collar workers like her, a significant portion of their monthly salary is devoted to fashionable clothing, handbags, and cosmetics. The Pearl Building is their preferred shopping destination. A membership card offering a 20% discount at all stores within the Pearl Building is simply irresistible. The four entered the elevator, and once the doors closed, Chenwen continued. Moreover, on the 9th floor, 5-star members enjoy priority purchasing rights. This means that whenever new merchandise arrives, it is first presented to 5-star members. Only if they express no interest will the items be made available to regular members. So, the good stuff gets taken by 5-star members? Zhong Yun's eyes sparkled brightly. Both the discount and priority purchasing rights were substantial temptations for him. He was currently quite impoverished, having only a few tens of thousands in his account. Among the crowd in the exhibition hall on the 9th floor, he imagined that even a single hair from anyone would likely be thicker than his thigh. However, the knowledge he possessed could yield far more than mere wealth. Given time, acquiring the Pearl Building would not be a daunting task. Otherwise, why do you think 5-star memberships are so precious? Chenwen shot him a sidelong glance, feeling a twinge of envy, aware that some things could not simply be envied. He raised 2 fingers, stating, "To my knowledge, there are fewer than 10 5-star members in the entire Davo. Is it that exaggerated?" In gasped, unable to resist asking, "Is it true that wealth alone cannot secure one?" According to last year's most credible wealth rankings published by a magazine, there were over 200 individuals with fortunes exceeding 100 billion, all of whom could be considered super rich, able to rival nations. Could it be that half of these individuals cannot attain 5-star membership? Such privileges are not easily obtained. Chenwen chuckled lightly, seemingly amused by her naivety. "To my knowledge, there are only 2 pathways to achieve 5-star status at the Pearl Building." He raised 1 finger. The first is possessing an exceptionally esteemed identity, such as a national contribution value above grade A. He then raised another finger. The second is providing substantial assistance to the Pearl Building. Yin evidently belonged to the latter category. "I merely opened the back cover of that instrument. How does that count as assistance?" Zhong Yun feigned indifference. "Keep pretending." Chenwen called him out. Chapter 51, Practical Simulation Training. After descending, the 4 separated into 2 groups. Zhong Yun and Yang Xiqing headed home, while Chenwen took In away in a shuttle. Although Chenwen initially intended to escort Zhong Yun and the others, Zhong Yun declined, not wishing to be an unwelcome burden. Upon entering the house, Yang Xiqing immediately retreated to the guest room, engrossed in some unknown endeavor. Meanwhile, in his own chamber, Zhong Yun reclined on his bed, inhaling deeply as he connected his computer. The combat simulation training commenced. As a mechanical voice echoed, Zhong Yun found himself in an expansive arena. Just as he curiously surveyed his surroundings, a shadowy figure appeared silently 5 meters away. Without any greeting or warning, the figure lunged forward, delivering a punch to Zhong Yun's face before he could even react. A surge of excruciating pain enveloped him, and before he could utter a single cry, darkness consumed his vision. When he reopened his eyes, the pain had vanished, replaced by the cold, robotic voice declaring, "Challenge failed. Score, 0. What? Zhong Yun could scarcely believe his ears. Was it over just like that? He felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. He had not been prepared. With a fierce shout, he demanded another chance. Thus, he found himself once again in the vast expanse of the arena. This time, having anticipated the opponent's arrival, he assumed a defensive stance. As the figure charged, Zhong Yun executed a nimble spin to evade, only to feel a sharp, crippling pain as if his waist had been severed. In a flash, the chilling voice proclaimed, "Challenge failed. Score, 13. Frustration boiled within Zhong Yun. He had believed himself to possess considerable skill. After all, had he not sent the burly Nyo Ben to the hospital? Yet reality had doused him with a bucket of cold water. He could barely withstand the first opponent's assault. He called for another attempt. In the 3rd round, Zhong Yun focused entirely on his adversary, and at last he discerned the opponent's appearance, a towering figure, rippling with muscularity. having never formally trained in combat. Zhong Yun found himself utterly defenseless against this behemoth. After dodging 2 punches, he was ensnared in a bear hug. His spine brutally snapped. The voice coldly announced, "Challenge failed. Score, 21. Gasping for breath, Zhong Yun felt the raw reality of pain. In that moment of capture, he distinctly sensed the specter of death. The sickening crack of his spine echoed in his mind, accompanied by waves of torment that threatened to drive him mad. A flicker of doubt crept into his heart. Why subject myself to such torment when my life is already satisfactory? With my protective vest, I am quite secure. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly suppressed. He slapped his own cheeks, reminding himself that only the power he commanded was truly reliable. Zhong Yun vowed to master the most formidable strength to safeguard himself, protect his loved ones, and annihilate anyone who dared to offend him. Once more, he called for another attempt. Challenge failed. Score, 49. The cold voice echoed again, but this time with added information. 5th challenge failed, switching to practice mode. As Zhong Yun lay there, catching his breath, despite the virtual nature of the space, the sensations of pain were undeniably real, leaving him with an inexplicable exhaustion and discomfort. Curiosity piqued at the mention of practice mode. He rose to find the scene transformed back to the open arena. Instinctively, he braced himself. 2 figures materialized before him. The taller one suddenly lunged at the shorter individual, delivering a punch that sent the latter sprawling. Why did the scene seem so familiar? Upon closer inspection, Zhong Yun recognized the shorter figure as himself, while the other was his previous opponent. The figures reappeared, with the tall one charging once more. As Zhong Yun turned, the tall figure executed a horizontal kick that struck his waist. It was then that he comprehended how he had fallen in the second round. This was a panoramic video of his prior battle. Captivated, Zhong Yun focused intently on the footage, determined not to miss a single detail. After watching, he grasped the extent of his inadequacies. In the presence of true masters, he felt as insignificant as a child, lost in contemplation. The scenes of the fight replayed in his mind, prompting him to consider how he had responded to his opponent's advances and the consequences of his actions. Eventually, he even pondered how he might counter with a different move. Half an hour later, Zhong Yun suddenly opened his eyes, ablaze with fierce determination. Once more, he called for another attempt. With his voice, the muscular adversary reappeared. This time, Zhong Yun did not crumble as he had before, although still on the defensive. He managed to withstand the onslaught far better than during his initial attempts. After enduring for 5 minutes, however, he ultimately succumbed to a kick to the abdomen. Challenge failed. Score, 70. The outside world faded from his consciousness as he lay on the ground, eyes shut, enduring the aftermath of pain while replaying the battle in his mind. Reflecting on his shortcomings, once clarity dawned, he stubbornly rose again, demanding another chance. This battle was excruciating. It was no mere game. Each blow was 100% pain, with no mercy whatsoever. Bones shattered, organs bruised, noses crushed. Zhong Yun felt as if his body had been reduced to fragments countless times, the residual anguish tormenting him to the brink of insanity. With each defeat, it felt as though he brushed against death itself. Without immense willpower, one could not withstand such pressure. Yet, Zhong Yun persevered, fueled not only by the heavy threat of death from the assassin, but also by the pride of being an interloper from another world. His progress was undeniable. From being knocked out in less than a second in the first round, by the 10th, he could endure for 10 minutes and inflict damage upon his opponent. As Zhong Yun prepared to exit the training mode, resolved to vanquish his enemy in the next encounter, the system abruptly declared the day's practice concluded. Ignoring Zhong Yun's protests, the space severed its connection. Frustration washed over him, leaving him devoid of the energy to curse. Tomorrow's endless fatigue would soon engulf him. The room lay in silence, save for the computer's indicator light, casting a glow as invisible waves penetrated Zhong Yun's weary body, gradually stimulating the revival of his depleted essence. Chapter 52, A Gift. The following day, upon awakening, Zhong Yun felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with restless energy, almost yearning to perform acrobatics to release it. After much persuasion, he finally dissuaded Yang Xiqing from accompanying him to school. It would be absurd. If she followed him, others might think he was a grandfather overly concerned for his grandson's well-being. Arriving at school, surrounded by the familiar yet alien landscape of the campus, Zhong Yun savored the experience. Just as he stepped through the gates, he heard a girl calling his name, her voice one that often gave him headaches. However, he could not feign ignorance this time. Turning around, he forced a smile, thinking how fortuitous it was. The one calling out to him was none other than Xiao Ruo's close friend, the spirited girl Xiao Fun, who had nearly berated him mercilessly that day. Beside her stood Xiao Ruo, adorned in a serene aqua hue, resembling a poised daffodil reflecting in tranquil waters. Upon noticing his gaze, Xiao Ruo felt a hint of shyness and averted her eyes, unable to meet his stare. Xiaofan tugged at Xiao Ruo, leading her forward, and they walked side by side with him. Xiaofan playfully nudged his arm, asking, "So, what gift do you intend to present us?" "Gift?" Zhongyan paused, taken aback. "By the look on your face, you wouldn't have come unprepared, would you?" Xiaofan shot him a disdainful glance. To be honest, Zhongyun had completely forgotten about this tradition. According to custom, upon returning from an academic trip, classmates would exchange gifts, each one laden with bags of souvenirs to bring home. It was quite enjoyable to share stories of their travels while exchanging gifts, though this typically occurred only among close friends. Previously, Zhongyun had only had Tian Hai as a companion, and they had always traveled together, buying in pairs. He had one, and so did the other. Thus, there was little incentive to exchange gifts. As a result, he had never given gifts to his classmates, nor had anyone ever gifted him. "Of course, I have something prepared." Zhongyun removed his backpack, and in the expectant gaze of Xiao Ruo, he retrieved 2 beautifully wrapped gift boxes. Watching Xiao Ruo's delighted expression as she accepted the gifts made him break into a sweat. Those gifts were not specifically for the two of them, but rather fortuitously available for this occasion. Every year, upon returning from academic trips, he would bring back 2 gifts, one for Xiaoqing and the other for her father. He had dined at Yinlai restaurant for 3 years, and they had never charged him a penny, claiming it was merely a taste test for the dishes prepared for Xiaoqing. Though he knew the truth was that she simply refused to accept any payment. The 2 gifts were merely a token of his gratitude. "This is for you." Xiaofan casually tossed a beautifully wrapped box his way, nonchalantly adding, "For your conscience's sake." Zhongyun couldn't help but chuckle. "You really think I'm a villain, don't you?" With a resigned shrug, he placed the gift into his backpack. "This is my gift to you," Xiao Ruo said softly, extending a delicate gift box towards him. "Thank you." Zhongyun replied with a warm smile as he accepted it. "Xiao Ruo, how is your health?" "Much better," she replied, "though I still notice a hint of pallor in your complexion. Why not take a few days off?" "No need, I'm perfectly fine." The 3 of them chatted amiably as they made their way back to the classroom. Upon entering, their classmates noticed the jovial atmosphere surrounding them, and a strange look crossed their faces. Rumors had indeed proven accurate. The 2 of them seemed to share a romantic connection. In the minds of their peers, they were none other than the subjects of scandalous gossip, Zhongyun and Xiaofan, who had recently been linked during the academic trip. For these students, whose extracurricular lives were relatively monotonous, nothing piqued their interest more than tales of romantic entanglements, especially considering Zhongyun's low profile as the class's acknowledged underachiever, contrasting sharply with the exemplary Xiaofan, which only served to heighten the intrigue. However, a few boys wore sour expressions, harboring secret affections for Xiaofan. Zhongyun sensed the peculiar gazes directed at him, but he paid them no mind. As he settled into his seat, a boy diagonally across from him suddenly turned around and winked. "Hey, who would have guessed? You're quite the character. Get lost." Tian Hai waved him away and leaned closer to Zhongyun. "Everyone's talking about you and Xiaofan." Ignoring the inquiry, Zhongyun abruptly asked, "Do you have any unopened gifts prepared for someone?" Tian Hai paused, then shook his head. "No, why do you ask?" "I do." Chungwen suddenly turned around, offering a small gift box. "Perfect for a girl." Zhongyun accepted it without hesitation. Just then, the class bell rang. As the teacher entered, silence enveloped the classroom, and all students focused intently on the lesson. Soon, the class period passed, and as the teacher exited, the classroom erupted into chaos, each student eagerly presenting their wrapped gifts to friends. As Zhongyun hesitated, contemplating whether to act upon the gift he had received from Chengwen, Lu Yunqi stood up and walked directly towards him. Tian Hai nudged his shoulder, raising an eyebrow. As Zhongyun remained momentarily stunned, Lu Yunqi reached him, stating, "Thank you for keeping me company these past few days. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." She extended a gift box towards him. Feeling somewhat flustered, Zhongyun clumsily stood up, taken aback by the unexpected public gesture from Lu Yunqi, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Hurry up and accept it, you fool," Tian Hai whispered urgently, prompting Zhongyun to finally snap out of his daze and take the gift from Lu Yunqi's hands. The commotion had already drawn the attention of the entire class. Many boys discreetly followed Lu Yunqi's movements, too shy to meet her gaze, opting instead to admire her exquisite silhouette as she passed. Upon reaching Zhongyun, they sensed impending doom when she produced the gift box, leaving everyone in shock. The once lively classroom fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed on the unfolding scene between Zhongyun and Lu Yunqi. Mouths agape as if witnessing an absurd play. After presenting the gift, Lu Yunqi lingered, her beautiful eyes locked onto him. Zhong Yun seemed entranced, foolishly asking, "Why aren't you leaving?" Tianhai nearly fainted, overwhelmed by the sheer stupidity of that question. Cheng Wen stifled a laugh, unsure if Zhong Yun was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. "You haven't given me a gift yet," Lu Yunqi teased, playfully batting her eyelashes. The girlish charm in her words left Tianhai and Cheng Wen questioning their sanity. Was this truly the same Lu Yunqi, whose ethereal presence had always seemed untouchable? Zhong Yun smacked his forehead, realizing his own absurdity. "I completely forgot," he admitted, retrieving the gift box from his drawer. "You really are a fool," Lu Yunqi remarked, casting him a playful glare as she accepted the gift box with a smile. Chapter 53, Entanglement. Throughout the class break, an unusual silence enveloped the room, creating a peculiar atmosphere. Soon, the bell rang, and the teacher stepped into the classroom. Within moments, he sensed something was amiss. The silence was almost oppressive, and each student appeared lost in thought, lacking enthusiasm for their studies. He initially assumed it was the aftermath of their trip, but despite his efforts to enliven the class, he failed to succeed. As the dismissal bell rang, he reluctantly exited the classroom. In the subsequent classes, all the teachers received equal treatment. After school, Zhong Yun, with his backpack in tow, made his way towards the exit, drawing the attention of his classmates, who turned to gaze at him with eyes imbued with unfamiliarity, as if trying to discern whether he was indeed the same Zhong Yun they had shared a classroom with for 3 years. Their impressions of his classmate were limited to his consistently poor academic performance and his taciturn, unassuming demeanor. Unless intentionally recalled or encountered, they rarely acknowledged the existence of such a person in their midst. Yet, this often overlooked individual had fortuitously found himself alone with Lu Yunqi for 6 days, subsequently embroiled in rumors with the girls of their class, and now, in a public display, Lu Yunqi presented him with a gift. When had Lu Yunqi ever given a gift to a boy, let alone display such a smile, one typically reserved for intimate friends, toward a man? In their eyes, she was a goddess, pristine and stunningly beautiful, exuding an air of nobility that left them in awe. Now, their goddess was revealing an extraordinary connection with a boy of mediocre grades, unremarkable looks, and seemingly devoid of merit. In that moment, the idol they had revered crumbled to dust, shattered before them. It was akin to a legendary princess of unparalleled beauty falling for a lowly, inept slave, a notion too bewildering to comprehend. Under the watchful eyes of their peers, Zhong Yun exited the classroom. "My admiration for you knows no bounds," Tianhai exclaimed, racing after him with exaggerated fervor, still riding the high of the moment. "Did you see their expressions? Huh, it was utterly delightful." The thought of their faces brought him immense joy. "Haven't they always looked down on you? You just dealt them a resounding slap in the face, and it feels absolutely exhilarating." Chun Wen regarded Zhong Yun with an unusual gaze, filled with admiration. Truly, he had achieved what others deemed impossible. He had grown up hearing Lu Yunqi's name, raised with high expectations from his father. Yet, every time he slacked off or made insufficient progress, his father would chastise him sternly, saying, "Look at you, unable to master a single move, while the Lu girl learns it with just one glance. You can't even compare to a girl. You dare to be lazy while the Lu girl has already surpassed you? If you don't strive to catch up, how will you ever compete with her?" Such sentiments echoed throughout his childhood, casting a shadow over his heart with the mere mention of Lu Yunqi's name. As he matured, his father had long abandoned hopes of him surpassing Lu Yunqi, opting instead for a different approach. "No matter your talent or aptitude, she is still merely a woman. A woman must marry. Since my son cannot exceed you, then let him marry you, and you will still become part of the Chen family." His father's calculations were astute, yet he overlooked his son's feelings. A man of noble lineage, with a lofty self-image, could hardly entertain the thought of marrying a woman from a background even more illustrious than his own, one who surpassed him in every conceivable aspect. At the very least, Chun Wen could not. Each encounter with Lu Yunqi filled him with an inexplicable pressure, rendering him restless. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he recognized his own inadequacies. Thus, even within the same class, he instinctively avoided her, and over 3 years, their paths rarely intersected. At times, he pondered that if only Lu Yunqi were to enter a relationship, he might escape the drudgery of his current existence. Yet, what kind of man could possibly capture the heart of someone as ambitious as Lu Yunqi? Scanning his peers, he found none worthy of her. Even the so-called genius, Wang Jia's 4th son, fell short, until the emergence of Zhong Yun. In retrospect, the enigmatic Zhong Yun seemed the most promising candidate to win Lu Yunqi's affections. Today's events had further substantiated this notion. However, he had not anticipated such rapid developments, which only deepened his admiration for Zhong Yun's cunning. "You are overthinking this," Zhong Yun retorted, visibly irked by their assumptions. "We are both innocent. There is nothing between us." "Innocent?" Tianhai elongated the word, his tone rising in pitch, his face a mask of disbelief. "To what extent is that innocence? Is it as pure as a white bedsheet? Spare me the details." Zhong Yun shot him a disdainful glance. "There's no denying it now," Tianhai chuckled, unaware that he sounded as if he had just received a gift from Lu Yunqi himself. Zhong Yun chose to ignore him, fully aware that engaging him would only fuel his enthusiasm. Thus, he opted for silence. The trio continued their usual route towards the school's northern gate, where Yunlai Restaurant awaited just down the street. As they rounded the sports field, Tianhai suddenly exclaimed, halting in his tracks, "Isn't that Xiao Ruo? And who is that beside her?" Following his gaze, Zhong Yun spotted Xiao Ruo conversing with a boy not far off. Though the boy's back was turned, he bore an oddly familiar silhouette, yet Zhong Yun could not immediately place him. For reasons unknown, the sight of Xiao Ruo with another boy stirred a disquieting sensation within Zhong Yun. The boy seemed to be saying something to Xiao Ruo, who shook her head vigorously, appearing quite resistant. "I remember now," Tianhai interjected. "Isn't that Zhou Zai from the school team? It's rumored he and Xiao Ruo." He glanced at Zhong Yun, trailing off. Yet, the other two were well aware of what he intended to convey. It was no secret that Xiao Ruo harbored feelings for this tall, handsome, and exceptionally skilled athlete. Had Zhong Yun not inadvertently disrupted their potential romance during the academic trip, it was likely Xiao Ruo and Zhou Zai would have become an item. At that moment, Zhou Zai appeared agitated, raising his voice in a manner that was barely audible from their distance. Then he reached out to grasp Xiao Ruo's hand, only for her to pull away forcefully. Zhong Yun's expression darkened as he rushed forward, with Tianhai and Chun when following suit. As they drew closer, they could hear Zhou Zai's furious voice. "You actually rejected me for that worthless guy. What does he have that I don't? I wouldn't allow you to speak of him like that." Xiao Ruo retorted, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Chapter 54. Who laid a hand? Who would have thought that for the next 5 days, he would incessantly complain of discomfort, which irked him to the utmost degree. Damn it. Is this some sort of mockery? Once or twice might be excusable, but to utter such sentiments each time is clearly a deliberate act of provocation. Zhou Zai had never before been toyed with by a woman in such a manner, and his frustration was palpable. He had never encountered a woman as audacious as her, who would so brazenly overstep boundaries. On the final night, with the intention of granting her one last opportunity, he dialed her number once more, only to be met with the same refrain of unease. His temper flared instantly, and the veneer of composure he usually maintained was cast aside. Then, a male voice replaced her, introducing himself as Xiao Ruo's boyfriend. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. "Xiao Ruo, she has a boyfriend?" As the dial tone echoed in his ears, Zhou Zai felt as though his world was crumbling. Upon returning to school, he sought out Xiaofan, who was usually inseparable from Xiao Ruo, and learned that Xiao Ruo had indeed found affection elsewhere, having developed feelings for another. He struggled to accept this truth. It was always the girlfriends of other boys who found solace in his embrace. When had he ever faced rejection from a woman? What was even more unacceptable was the realization that the boy Xiao Ruo had taken a liking to, named Zhong Yun, was a complete failure in academics, perpetually at the bottom of the class. How could I have been bested by such a worthless individual? The mere thought ignited a fury within him. Thus, after school, he concocted a plan to isolate Xiaofan and confront Xiao Ruo. He demanded clarity, his eyes bloodshot, an expression bordering on madness. "Why won't you speak? You're hurting my wrist." "Let go." Xiao Ruo, feeling a tinge of fear, found herself unable to extricate her hand from his grip. Suddenly, she felt a release on her wrist, and upon looking up, she saw Zhong Yun's formidable back. "He has come to rescue me." A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within Xiao Ruo, and the tears that had been welling up in her eyes finally cascaded down her cheeks. "There's nothing about you that surpasses me," Zhong Yun declared, each word laced with an icy chill. Zhou Zai's grip tightened painfully around Xiao Ruo's wrist, and he could not suppress a cry of agony. Zhong Yun, incensed by Zhou Zai's violent behavior towards Xiao Ruo, showed no mercy, twisting his wrist until it cracked ominously. The excruciating pain contorted Zhou Zai's face, beads of cold sweat trickling down, erasing the previously handsome visage. "Now you realize pain. Where were you before?" Zhong Yun showed no signs of restraint. With a sharp twist, he snapped Zhou Zai's wrist. Zhou Zai screamed, collapsing to the ground and writhing in torment. Tian Hai glanced at the wretched figure of Zhou Zai, a look of disdain crossing his face. Was it really necessary to wail so dramatically over a mere fracture? You've embarrassed yourself thoroughly. Chen Wen, however, recognized that Zhong Yun employed a particular technique, targeting Zhou Zai's nerve endings to induce relentless pain. It was evident that Zhong Yun was genuinely furious. He regarded the weeping Zhou Zai with a mix of pity and incredulity, wondering why anyone would provoke someone like Zhong Yun. Nearby, a group of students playing basketball paused, their attention drawn to Zhou Zai's cries. A surge of individuals approached menacingly. What has happened to you? Leading the charge was a towering figure, Li Chong, the captain of the school's basketball team. Upon seeing Zhou Zai's pitiful state, he rushed over to assist him. A glance at the grotesquely twisted wrist confirmed the fracture. Quick, take him to the school nurse. Two students helped Zhou Zai up and began to leave. Li Chong stood tall, looking down at Zhong Yun and the others, his voice low and commanding. Who did this? Zhong Yun, seemingly indifferent to the throng surrounding him, was preoccupied with tending to Xiao Ruo's bruised wrist, softly comforting her and wiping away her tears. Why is it that every time I see you, you're in tears? You truly are made of water. Xiao Ruo, half closing her eyes, did not respond, allowing him to caress her face. Tian Hai pinched his own fingers, casting glances at the encroaching crowd, a cold smile playing on his lips. Chen Wen leaned casually against the wall, tossing his phone in the air with an air of nonchalance, entirely disregarding the gathering, treating them as if they were mere figments of his imagination. No one paid Li Chong any heed. A flicker of irritation crossed Li Chong's face, but he maintained his composure, remaining silent. His restraint, however, did not extend to everyone around him, as one individual stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at them. Li Gu is asking you a question. Don't you dare show disrespect. What a racket are you mourning? Zhong Yun snapped in response. The provocateur felt a ringing in his ears. The word mourning echoed in his mind, and he felt darkness encroach upon his vision as he toppled backward with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Chong was taken aback, rushing to assist him. Hey, what happened to you? Upon checking his eyelids, he noticed the boy's eyes rolling back, clearly unconscious. What did you do to him? Li Chong asked, bewildered and furious. Ha ha ha. Tian Hai Lao Et Katitli. I've truly gained insight today. Fainting from mere words is quite the classic. The crowd's expressions darkened at his remark, unable to refute it, left only to lament their companion's disgraceful behavior. Li Chong stole a glance at Zhong Yun, who remained expressionless, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. His lips moved silently before he finally managed to utter, "Let us leave." Captain, the surrounding teammates gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that their usually assertive leader would retreat so easily. Though reluctant, they complied with Li Chong's directive, as his authority was not to be questioned. Watching them retreat in defeat, Tian Hai raised his middle finger defiantly. Chapter 55, Victory. This minor altercation was soon cast aside by Zhong Yun. Upon returning home, he was delighted to find his parents had finally returned, their vehicle parked in the driveway. As he opened the door, he found them conversing with Yang Xiqing in the living room. Little Yun is back. Cloudy with joy, Yun Rong exclaimed upon seeing her beloved son. What have you two been so busy with these past few days? You've hardly been home. If you hadn't returned soon, I might have considered calling the police. Zhou Yun dropped his backpack and complained. Mind your manners in front of our guest. Zhong Pingjiang admonished him. Zhou Yun made a face, Mom. I'm heading upstairs. With that, he bounded up the stairs. This child, Yun Rong said, her face aglow with maternal affection. Your son is quite remarkable, Yang Xiqing remarked, further eliciting a smile from Yun Rong. Just then, Zhou Yun reappeared, descending the stairs with a round box in hand. Dad, Mom, I have something delightful for you. With that, he picked up the teapot from the table, emptied its contents, and opened the round box he had brought. Previously, such rudeness in front of guests would have earned him a stern reprimand from Zhong Pingjiang. But since discovering that the precious 9 stars accompanying the moon was cultivated by his son, his perception of Zhou Yun had drastically shifted. No longer did he regard him as an insipid child in need of constant care. Thus, this time he remained silent. Once the box was opened, Yang Xiqing's eyes flickered with delight as she exclaimed, "The cleansing heart soup? I never anticipated you possessed such a treasure." Zhong Yun merely smiled without responding, scooping 2 teaspoons into the teapot and pouring in hot water. Amidst the rising steam, a refreshing aroma wafted through the air. He poured a cup for each of the 3, gesturing for them to indulge. Yang Xiqing lifted her cup first, downing it in one swift motion, then closed her eyes to savor the taste. Observing her exaggerated reaction, Zhong Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Both Zhong Yun and Jiang Yunrong followed suit, taking delicate sips before also finishing their cups with brightened eyes. Father, mother, what have you been occupied with lately? Zhong Yun inquired while replenishing the teapot. Just about to inform you, Zhong Pingjiang replied as he set down his cup. Your mother and I have resigned from our previous jobs. Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback, nearly spilling hot water on himself. His parents had always prioritized their work above all else, including him, so how could they resign? Yet, he sensed his father had more to say. Indeed, Zhong Pingjiang continued, your mother and I have started company, and we will be quite busy in the future. Consequently, our time at home may diminish, and we might not be able to accompany you as often. You started a company. Zhong Yun expressed mild surprise, but he brushed it off with a smile, saying, do you think I'm still a 3-year-old child who needs company? Feel free to pursue your work. I will take care of myself. Seeing their son so understanding, Zhong Pingjiang felt a wave of relief. Xiaoyun has grown up. Xiaoyun, I feel sorry for you. Jiang Yunrong said, her heart aching. While work was indeed important, her son held greater significance. Once the company is established, you will be able to spend more time with him. Zhong Pingjiang reassured his wife. Please, Zhong Yun interjected, clearly exasperated. I am already 17. Do you think I'm still a toddler needing diaper changes? Go ahead and focus on your work. Your son has grown up. Remember, I will always be your steadfast support. Zhong Pingjiang and his wife could only spare time to visit their son before returning to the multitude of tasks awaiting them at the company. Before their departure, Zhong Yun handed them an entire box of cleansing heart soup, insisting they drink it daily. After they left, Yang Xiqing scrutinized Zhong Yun with an enigmatic glimmer in her eyes. It seems you made progress in just one evening. Zhong Yun cast her a disdainful glance. Haven't you ever seen a genius? With that, he ascended the stairs, instructing her to call him when dinner arrived. Hey, is there any more cleansing heart soup? Give me a box too. Yang Xiqing called out from behind. Zhong Yun shrugged. Nope, it's all gone. I gave it to my parents. Stingy. The old man mumbled behind him. Zhong Yun pretended not to hear. Upon returning to his room, he connected to the computer and a familiar cold voice announced. Practical simulation training begins. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, and Zhong Yun became as alert as a cheetah on the prowl, his senses sharpening. Before him, a towering figure materialized. Strike first. For the first time, Zhong Yun initiated the attack. 10 minutes later, battered and bruised, Zhong Yun collapsed with a sense of bitterness. Challenge failed. Score, 90. Just a little more, he thought, clenching his fists tightly. Just a bit more, and I could have one. Just hold on a little longer. Once more, he faced his opponent, now fully engaged in a fierce exchange, both combatants evenly matched. Although Zhong Yun's strikes remained lackluster, his approach was one of mutual destruction. The virtual opponent felt no pain, and both were delivering blows, testing whose endurance was greater. Minutes later, Zhong Yun was teetering on the brink of collapse. One eye was swollen shut, tears streaming down his face, rendering his vision double. His adversary was not faring better, having dislocated his wrist in the process. They stood off, neither daring to make a move. Waves of pain surged over Zhong Yun, yet he struggled to control his erratic breathing, synchronizing it with the breathing technique of Jialan, feeling strength gradually accumulating within him. He moved, stepping forward, his fist aimed squarely at his opponent's cheek, exuding an indomitable spirit. Thud! Their fists collided, producing a dull thud of flesh meeting flesh, both arms drooping limply. Hey! Zhong Yun shouted fiercely, refusing to retreat, lifting his left hand to strike at his opponent's neck. Even with just one hand, I shall defeat you. Crack! The sound was akin to snapping a sugarcane, and with all his might, Zhong Yun's punch shattered the bone structure within the opponent's neck, leaving only a layer of skin intact. The opponent's head drooped backward, the fracture causing the skin to bulge. Zhong Yun was not without his injuries. The opponent's dying retaliation landed a kick on his thigh, sending him sprawling several meters away. After a moment of enduring the pain, he struggled to rise. Bang! The seemingly invincible opponent collapsed with a thunderous crash. Challenge succeeded. Score, 10. In the blink of an eye, the pain dissipated entirely. Zhong Yun looked up at the sky, an unmatched feeling of triumph swelling within him. I did it. In that moment, Zhong Yun felt he could conquer any obstacle. Chapter 56. The rescue operation commences. With the challenge completed, he progressed to the next phase. As the scene shifted, Zhong Yun found himself before a dozen identical doors, each marked with numbers, 1 through 15. Were these doors for? Zhong Yun wondered aloud. To his surprise, the cold voice responded. Behind each door lies a panoramic video of practitioners from various eras akin to your style for your reference and learning. Oh! Zhong Yun contemplated before attempting to push open the second door, but it wouldn't budge. Since you have only passed the first stage, you may only open door number 1. The others will remain locked until you complete their corresponding challenges. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Zhongyun rolled his eyes and opened the first door. Upon opening, a prompt appeared before him, stating, "Please select combat level 19. He casually selected level 5, and the option box vanished as the scene transitioned to an expansive arena, where 2 figures emerged, the towering opponent he had just conquered and another challenger of similar stature. As the battle commenced, the formidable opponent lunged forward with the ferocity of a tiger. Zhongyun's eyes widened in anticipation, eager to observe how others handled the encounter. The challenger lifted his leg, executing a whip-like kick that connected perfectly with the opponent's chin, sending him airborne, momentarily suspended at the apex before plummeting to the ground. Bang! The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second, leaving Zhongyun dumbfounded, so powerful. Returning to the options, he dutifully selected the first level. As he watched the video again, he felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this challenger was only slightly more skilled than he. Soon, he became completely engrossed in the videos, observing as a spectator, analyzing their moves and reactions. He often pondered how he would fare if he were in such situations. The challenger consistently inspired him. When a muscular fighter executed a masterful technique that seemingly left the challenger with no escape, the challenger would sometimes counter with an unforeseen method that took him by surprise. After watching 4 or 5 videos, Zhongyun felt he had gained considerable insight, just as he was eager to challenge himself at the next level. The system alerted him that someone was calling for him in reality. Reluctantly, he had to log out. The caller was Yang Xiqing, who informed him that the meal had arrived at the restaurant. During dinner, Yang Xiqing suddenly remarked that all the equipment had been ordered and inquired when he planned to start helping her with Qingqing's treatment. So soon? Zhongyun was taken aback. He had anticipated at least 10 days to 2 weeks, as his list contained many items that were not readily available on the market. Once the equipment is in place, we can commence immediately. Zhongyun also wished to resolve this matter promptly. I have already acquired a laboratory, and the equipment has been delivered. Yang Xiqing's eagerness was palpable. She had even prepared the venue, showcasing her urgency. Had it not been for the potential impropriety, she would have urged him to set off immediately. I still need to make some preparations. Zhongyun thought for a moment. Let's aim for tomorrow, once I request a leave. As he contemplated how to craft a leave request, Yang Xiqing handed him a note, stating, I've already prepared the leave request. Upon receiving Zhongyun's call, Elder Huang felt an excitement stirring within him, a sensation he hadn't experienced in many years. In recent days, he had scoured his extensive network for information regarding the crystal rose, yet regrettably, he found no cases of reviving naturally wilted plants. He even reached out to other masters in the floral community, convening video conferences to discuss the feasibility of the project. Each master, upon hearing his proposal, shook their heads in disbelief, declaring it impossible. Were it not for Elder Huang's esteemed status, they might have openly ridiculed him for his fanciful notions. Reviving a deceased plant transcended the boundaries of science. This notion reminded him of his extensive travels. He had traversed not only Davo, but various countries, encountering many extraordinary individuals endowed with remarkable abilities. Even he possessed unique capabilities that set him apart. Perhaps the resurrection of the crystal rose depended upon his extraordinary talents. Elder Huang tossed and turned through the night, unable to sleep. This was an old ailment of his. Whenever faced with insurmountable botanical challenges, insomnia would plague him. Nevertheless, despite his age, his vitality remained commendable. A sleepless night did not diminish his energy. As dawn broke, watching time crawl like a snail, Elder Huang, like an impatient child, fidgeted restlessly at home. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and arrived an hour early at the location Zhongyun had specified. Sitting in the comfortable shuttle, he instructed the driver to keep an eye on passers-by, and as he closed his eyes, he finally felt at ease enough to rest. He was awakened by a phone call from Zhongyun, who informed him they had arrived. Instantly alert, he disembarked to find Zhongyun and the elder Yang standing beneath a large building. He greeted them as he approached. Without unnecessary conversation, the trio followed Yang Xiqing upstairs. At that moment, a long-forgotten sense of tension surged within Elder Huang, reminiscent of the first time he entered a laboratory under his mentor's guidance at the age of 20. Eager to explore the mysteries of botany, upon entering a room, a bald middle-aged man dressed in a black work uniform stood there. Hello, I am Huang Jian, a level B mechanical engineer. Zhongyun turned to Yang Xiqing, who explained, I hired him to assist you. With so much equipment, I feared you might struggle alone. Zhongyun shot him a knowing glance, aware that Yang Xiqing doubted his ability to handle such advanced machinery, yet he chose not to voice this. Very well. Let him stay and assist me, he muttered to himself. Is this our laboratory? Huang Lao inquired, gazing at the vast space filled with an array of peculiar machines. As a master in the field of floriculture, he was well versed in the tools used for botanical research, yet none of the equipment here looked familiar. Indeed, Zhong Yun affirmed. What is the purpose of all this equipment? Seeking to learn, Huang Lao humbly asked, pulling out a recorder. This equipment? Zhong Yun replied, it's for disassembly. Just as Huang Lao was left perplexed, Zhong Yun donned a work uniform and instructed, you two should sit on a nearby sofa for a while. It will take an hour or two to dismantle this pile. Listening to him, both elders were somewhat bewildered, uncertain of his intentions. However, their life experiences rendered them patient. Unlike rash youth, they said nothing and settled down to observe Zhong Yun's demonstration. He opened his toolbox, retrieving an oddly shaped small device, lowered the hood, and began his work. You think I would fear your threats? What are you doing? Huang Jian exclaimed, noticing the boy wielding an ugly tool he had never seen before, dismantling the outer shell of a multi-million-dollar centrifuge. His voice turned stern as he shouted. Startled, Zhong Yun swiftly corrected his course with a manual assistive device, narrowly avoiding disaster. Otherwise, the machine would have been ruined. Frustrated by the interruption, he saw the Level B mechanic rush forward, blocking the dismantled equipment. Pointing a finger at him. Do you even know what you are doing? Zhong Yun, irritated by the spray of saliva, darkened his expression and replied. All I know is that if you don't disappear from my sight, you will lose your job. Huang Jian was clearly undeterred, his anger flaring. Do you think I fear your threats? Even if I lose this job, I will not allow you to ruin this equipment. Observing Huang Jian's righteous indignation, Zhong Yun felt a headache coming on. Why do I have to deal with someone like this? I hired you to assist, not to cause chaos. Huang Jian showed no sign of retreat. You're forcing my hand, Zhong Yun replied helplessly. Huang Jian let out a cold snort, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Unable to fathom how a mere boy and two elderly men could pose a threat to him, Zhong Yun turned to Yang Xiqing, spreading his hands, indicating that the situation she had created was hers to resolve. Yang Xiqing, with an impassive expression, nodded, flicked her fingers, and an invisible gust of wind struck Huang Jian from behind. The enthusiastic mechanic, intent on protecting the machinery, seemed to be knocked out cold, collapsing to the floor. Zhong Yun dragged him to a corner and resumed his work. The unexpected turn of events did not perturb them. Elder Huang sat on the sofa, observing as Zhong Yun wielded an array of peculiar tools to dismantle large mechanical devices, scattering their components across the floor. The efficiency with which he operated would have put seasoned technicians to shame. However, he had come today to engage in plant therapy, not to witness Zhong Yun's remarkable aptitude for disassembling machinery. Yet, seeing Zhong Yun so engrossed in his task, Huang felt reluctant to interrupt, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. In contrast, the other party involved, Yang Xiqing, appeared remarkably composed, as if the unfolding scene bore no relevance to him. Nevertheless, the veins bulging on his hands, which clutched the pot containing the withered crystalline rose, betrayed his true feelings. With each machine dismantled, Zhong Yun meticulously sifted through the parts, extracting what he deemed useful while casting the rest aside into a corner. Gradually, both elders began to grasp the nature of his actions. Yet they found the notion absurd. Could it be that this young man, possessing mastery in botany, also had the ingenuity to design and assemble machinery? While the world is not devoid of geniuses, each of them had encountered prodigies in their lifetimes, young individuals who achieved remarkable feats through extraordinary talent. They themselves had been exceptional figures in their youth. To them, Zhong Yun was merely 17, yet capable of cultivating the nearly extinct seven fairies. Whether through luck or innate ability, he had already earned their respect. When Zhong Yun claimed he could revive the withered crystalline rose, their beliefs wavered. Elder Huang leaned more towards belief, while Yang Xiqing harbored greater skepticism. For their own reasons, both decided to partake in this seemingly outrageous healing endeavor. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find Zhong Yun, instead of attending to the matter at hand, rolling up his sleeves and dismantling devices, further amplifying their sense of absurdity. As Zhong Yun earnestly selected parts, they began to suspect his intentions. Being seasoned individuals, they patiently awaited the revelation of whether Zhong Yun was merely engaging in trickery, confident that time would unveil the truth. After more than an hour, Zhong Yun had completely disassembled all the machines. The spacious room now cluttered with a chaotic assortment of metal fragments, creating an impression of both disorder and confinement. Wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow, Zhong Yun declared, "Finally done." At that moment, the unconscious Huang Jian stirred awake, and upon witnessing the scene of over 100 state-of-the-art devices reduced to a sea of disarray, he let out a horrified scream, nearly fainting again. "You are committing a crime," he shouted furiously, springing to confront Zhong Yun, unable to tolerate the confrontation. Zhong Yun aimed his disassembling tool at him. "If you don't back off, I swear I will reduce you to parts as well. Come on." Huang Jian's eyes blazed with fury, charging at Zhong Yun's weapon with a reckless bravado. Zhong Yun swiftly withdrew his hand, narrowly avoiding piercing a hole through the obstinate bald man. "You lunatic," Zhong Yun snapped. "If you don't stop, I'll have someone knock you out." Huang Jian paused, visibly calming as the weight of the threat registered. He had no recollection of what had happened before he fainted. If he were to lose consciousness again, the rare top-tier equipment would likely be beyond saving. Realizing he needed to act quickly, he frantically began making calls, summoning colleagues and repair specialists in hopes of salvaging the devices. Once freed from Huang Jian's incessant interruptions, Zhong Yun resumed his work, methodically arranging the selected parts. In truth, there were not many, only about 100 usable components, predominantly one from each machine, with a few exceptions. As he surveyed the assorted parts, Zhong Yun realized the challenge ahead. Assembling them would not be a trivial task. "Keep an eye on him," Zhong Yun instructed, gesturing towards the B-level mechanic who was still on the phone. "Don't let him disturb me." "No problem," Yang Xiqing replied, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes as she regarded Huang Jian, instilling a chill in the spine of the mechanic on the call. Zhong Yun recalled the design blueprints in his mind, mentally reviewing the steps needed. To revive Yang Xiqing's crystalline rose, he had two options. One was to continuously stimulate it with the energy within his body, reigniting the plant's vitality. However, his reserves were limited, and this process could extend over several months, time he simply did not possess. The alternative involved machinery, yet Davo lacked the means to produce such devices, despite the country having the requisite technology long ago. Thus, Zhong Yun resorted to an indirect approach, acquiring a multitude of machines, extracting the useful components, and then assembling a new device from them. While it was laborious, it was the only viable option. Chapter 58, Overturning. The design blueprints were crafted by Zero, and Zhong Yun, wary of leaking sensitive information, refrained from storing them on his personal computer, opting instead to commit them to memory. Fortunately, after acquiring the energy within him, his memory had sharpened tremendously, and the blueprints were not overly complex, regulating his breath to achieve an optimal state of focus. Zhong Yun found himself under the watchful gaze of the two elders, their eyes glimmering with intensity as they absorbed the gravity of his demeanor, their expressions taut with anticipation. The atmosphere grew tense. Even Huang Jian, still on the phone, sensed the formidable aura emanating from Zhong Yun, causing his fingers to momentarily hesitate. Suddenly, Zhong Yun opened his eyes, revealing a faint violet glow that appeared rather intimidating. He grasped a metal component the size of half a fist, deftly disassembling it. The B-level mechanic winced at the sight. This was the highest-end transformer currently produced by the Giant Machinery Group, valued at 780,000 Davo coins. Having witnessed wasteful spending before, he had never seen such extravagance. His teeth clenched in disbelief. In his despairing gaze, Zhong Yun picked up another component, the latest model of an energy distribution pipe, worth over $1 million. As he watched each piece being carelessly dismantled, Huang Jian felt his heart bleed. As a B-level mechanic, his attachment to machinery was akin to a deep affection for a spouse. It was this fervor, this commitment, that had propelled him to B-level status by the age of 30. Now, witnessing his beloved machines being so recklessly destroyed, he felt an overwhelming sense of grief and anger. Helpless to intervene, Zhong Yun, however, was oblivious to the mechanic's emotional turmoil, entirely engrossed in his task. With the assistance of a powerful manual tool, he successfully assembled the machine in under 10 minutes. "Done," he announced, fastening the final screw. He removed his helmet, exhaling a long sigh, and then shed his work clothing. Although the outfit was equipped with a small air circulation system to prevent discomfort, it still felt somewhat stifling. The three onlookers could hardly contain their gaze upon the contraption. The machine was cubic, standing about a meter tall. Despite being constructed from several metal panels, its surface remained impeccably smooth, concealing any signs of assembly. Huang Jian, having observed the entire process, felt a mix of anguish and disdain. This young man clearly lacked comprehension, merely wasting valuable components. Can the energy concentrator be connected to the oscillator? One should not attempt to assemble things without even a basic understanding of the principles involved. He harbored an intense disdain for that arrogant youth, resenting both his pretentiousness and his reckless wastefulness. So many fine materials, If only they had been entrusted to him for assembly. What a fool. However, he was quite taken aback by Zhong Yun's craftsmanship. It was indeed rare for a mere adolescent to possess such skill. Yet, this did little to redeem his overall impression of him. What purpose does this contraption serve? Finally, Huang Lao seized the opportunity to inquire, unable to contain his curiosity. Wait a moment. Zhong Yun replied as he crouched down to connect the freshly minted machine to its power source. In this era, electricity had faded into the annals of history, supplanted by energy waves that not only boasted greater efficiency, but also enhanced safety. When Huang Jian saw him genuinely preparing to activate the machine, he was taken aback. If that device truly activated, an explosion was inevitable. Before he could utter a single word, a suffocating pressure constricted his chest, silencing his thoughts. The indicator light flickered to life, and Huang Jian was struck with panic, instinctively shielding his head and dropping to the ground. Contrary to his expectations of a catastrophic explosion, a voice rang out from the youth. Phew. Thankfully it worked on the first try. He looked up in astonishment. Indeed, the obscure machine was powered on, the indicator light glowing steadily. With over a decade of experience, he could discern the faint sounds of intricate components whirring within the device, confirming that it was operational. He found himself engulfed in profound confusion. The way that Kid connected the parts was sheer folly, a reckless act that could cost lives. Even if these advanced components were inherently stable, they could not withstand such haphazard assembly. Connecting the energy concentrator to the oscillator was already perilous enough. Yet he had also linked the wave concentrator and the particle accelerator. Did he wish to hasten his demise? Such combinations were expressly forbidden in textbooks. His mentor had repeatedly cautioned against indiscriminate connections of various instruments due to the potential for catastrophic consequences. Yet the machine was functioning, and not only did it remain intact, but it operated remarkably well. This completely shattered his preconceptions. Meanwhile, Zhong Yun was explaining to Huang Lao, whose face was alight with curiosity, that the primary function of this machine was to generate waves of a specific frequency capable of stimulating biological cells, thus inducing mutations. What kind of waves? What is the frequency? Can it truly revive withered plants? Huang Lao bombarded him with a rapid-fire series of questions. After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Yun responded, "These are the waves of extraordinary methods. They certainly cannot resurrect withered plants." Unintentionally, he had omitted the frequency. Huang Lao took note, focusing on the latter part of the statement. "What did you say?" Suddenly interjecting, Yang Xiqing fixed his gaze on Zhong Yun, his demeanor radiating a formidable intensity. "You promised you would save my Qingqing." Zhong Yun felt the air around him constrict, an almost palpable pressure weighing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. "Brother, please let me finish," he managed to croak out after considerable effort. Then, he felt the pressure dissipate entirely. "If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation." From Yang Xiqing's menacing glare, Zhong Yun understood that the other was not jesting. This person is excessively violent, he thought to himself. While the extraordinary waves could not revive plants, they could rekindle the vitality of the withered crystal rose. Huang Lao, now perplexed, inquired, "I do not comprehend your meaning." Zhong Yun smiled slightly, as if instructing an eager student. "That is because you are unaware of the habits of the crystal rose. If members of the Floriculture Society were to overhear such a statement, they would likely find it laughable. A mere teenager daring to assert such knowledge in front of Huang Lao. Who was Huang Lao? He was one of the foremost floral masters in the nation. Even the most arrogant individuals within the society would defer to him with respect. The audacity of a child to speak in such a manner was truly astonishing. Even more remarkable was Huang Lao's attentive demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the fact that he was being instructed by someone significantly younger than himself. Chapter 59, Impossible. The crystal rose is not a native plant of Davo, but rather an import from abroad. Huang Lao nodded in acknowledgement, aware of this fact. However, the crystal rose possesses a little-known trait. Here, Zhong Yun paused. Both the inquisitive Huang Lao and the involved Yang Xiqing leaned in closer. The crystal rose is actually a biseasonal plant. What? Both Huang Lao and Yang Xiqing were taken aback, utterly astonished. This was indeed unprecedented. Observing their shocked expressions, Zhong Yun could not help but smile inwardly, deriving a twisted satisfaction from their disbelief. "How do you know?" After regaining his composure, Yang Xiqing could not resist inquiring. It was not that he wished to disbelieve, but rather that this revelation was too extraordinary to accept. Over the course of many years, Yang Xiqing had devoted himself entirely to the crystal rose, and within the realm of this particular flower, no one in Davo knew more than he. He had never heard that the crystal rose was a biseasonal plant. Zhong Yun was simply too young, even if Yang Xiqing held him in high regard. He could not bring himself to trust him in a field where he was so well-versed. Seemingly aware of their skepticism, Zhong Yun shrugged nonchalantly, unperturbed. He adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "I will help you revive your flower, but you must compensate me." Yang Xiqing glanced at him, snorted coldly, "Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged, as long as you can save Qingqing." Detecting the chill in his tone, Zhong Yun shook his head. "You haven't even heard what I want yet. Don't rush to make promises." Yang Xiqing spoke in a low voice. "Go ahead, what do you desire?" "Very simple." Zhong Yun pointed to the box containing the crystal rose in his arms. "I require nothing else but its seeds." "The seeds of Qingqing?" Yang Xiqing blinked in surprise, glancing at the box in his hands. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth. "No problem. As long as you can save Qingqing." He reiterated this statement, laced with a palpable threat. "Bring the flower here." Zhong Yun remained calm. Others struggled to comprehend the source of his confidence. On what basis did he assert that the crystal rose was a biseasonal plant? At this moment, Huang Lao was also somewhat skeptical. He had traveled to numerous countries, yet had never encountered this information before. For as long as anyone could remember, the crystal rose had always been regarded as a single-season plant. No research had indicated that the crystal rose possessed characteristics of a biseasonal plant. Could it be that throughout history, everyone had been mistaken? Zhong Yun's claims were earth-shattering. Even Huang Lao, who had unwavering faith in him, began to waver. Yang Xiqing studied him intently. A man of such decisive nature was now hesitating. He needed to ascertain whether this youth truly possessed a groundbreaking discovery or was merely a grandiose liar. Zhong Yun's youth was strikingly evident, making it difficult for anyone to place their trust in him. "If you do not believe my words, we can end this here and part ways," he proposed dismissively. "There is no need to squander anyone's time." Zhong Yun shrugged nonchalantly, her expression one of indifference. After all, she felt she was beyond salvation. One might as well attempt to revive a dead horse as if it were alive. Yang Xiqing, no longer hesitating, placed the box into Zhong Yun's hands. Upon opening it, Zhong Yun revealed a completely desiccated plant, devoid of even a single leaf, resembling firewood that had been sunbaked for a month. Mr. Huang beside them frowned, recognizing that this plant was irretrievably dead. Could it possibly be saved? Zhong Yun, feeling a twinge of headache, had not anticipated the extent of its decay. Yet, maintaining her composure, she extended her palm and hovered it a mere centimeter above the withered plant. Both elders' eyes widened simultaneously. They had sensed something peculiar when Zhong Yun was operating the machine, and now the energy emanating from her was extraordinarily bizarre, something they had never encountered before. The emitted energy was even purple, a phenomenon unheard of. Zhong Yun withdrew her hand, a hint of fatigue crossing her features. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But after her intervention, the seemingly lifeless crystal rose seemed to exhibit a flicker of vitality. Mr. Huang nodded discreetly, silently affirming a prior hypothesis. Evidently, Zhong Yun practiced a remarkably unique form of cultivation, whose energy had a distinctive effect on plants. As she uprooted the plant from its pot, Zhong Yun's rough handling caused Yang Xiqing a pang of distress. Lifting the machine's lid, she prepared to place the entire plant upright inside. Suddenly, she halted mid-motion, recalling an important detail. The two elders, who had been holding their breath, were momentarily taken aback. What was the matter? "This machine, including all the components within this laboratory, belongs to me." Zhong Yun nearly forgot this crucial point, yet thankfully remembered it in time, hearing that her sole purpose was for this matter. Yang Xiqing's nostrils flared in frustration. Were it not for the hold he had over her, she might have wished to strangle him right then and there. Suppressing her anger, she replied in a gruff tone, "It all belongs to you." Zhong Yun smiled contentedly, feeling that this was indeed a bountiful harvest. She had struck gold. As she released her grip, the plant tumbled into the machine. She closed the lid and activated the device, her gaze fixed intently on the monitor above. The two elders, unable to contain their curiosity, leaned in closer. The screen displayed a series of numbers that danced erratically, and after a while, they failed to discern any meaning. 2 minutes later, Mr. Huang could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Is this all there is to it?" His question seemed unfounded. Yet Zhong Yun understood his intent and nodded, her eyes never leaving the monitor. "Now we simply wait." She then muttered to herself, "I estimate it will take around 10 more minutes." Thus, they awaited patiently. Though they could not comprehend the process, they mimicked Zhong Yun's focused gaze on the screen. Unbeknownst to them, the benevolent mechanic sat nearby, looking dazed, his eyes unfocused, appearing utterly lost. Today, the impact of Zhong Yun's actions had been unparalleled. She had shattered the established connections of the instruments, upending the entire mechanical industry's understanding. though the idea of connecting the energy concentrator with the oscillator was not unheard of. Every previous attempt had ended in failure. The concentrator gathered energy from multiple energy lines, an indispensable component for large-scale machinery, while the oscillator converted energy waves into particle form, specifically designed for miniature processors. The latest compact energy concentrators could output 10 units of energy, while the most advanced oscillators had a maximum input capacity of only 1 unit. Connecting the two would invariably cause the oscillator's destruction due to the overwhelming energy output of the concentrator. Yet, this young man before them had succeeded. This was undoubtedly a groundbreaking invention. What monumental transformations might it bring to the industry? He could scarcely fathom. Chapter 60. The Transformation of Lu Yunqi. Zhongyun suddenly pressed a button on the machine with swift determination, causing the numbers on the monitor to fluctuate even more vigorously. After another minute, she turned off the machine and picked up the empty pot from the ground, opening the machine's lid. Mr. Huang and the others gathered around, eager to discover whether Zhongyun was a fraud. The moment of truth was at hand. Both had weathered countless storms, yet they could not help but feel a surge of tension. As Zhongyun retrieved the contents, both were left speechless. Was this truly the same crystal rose that had appeared as dry as a stick? The plant had shriveled down to size, its exterior now shedding its gnarled, bark-like shell to reveal a smooth, white inner stem. The main stem's branches had all fallen away, leaving behind a solitary trunk. If before it resembled a leafless old tree in winter, it now stood transformed into a towering bamboo pole. Mr. Huang found himself dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Yang Xiqing wore a blank expression, seemingly in shock. Zhongyun examined the plant from various angles, clearly satisfied, confirming it matched the description perfectly. She dug a hole in the pot and planted the stem, her rough handling causing Mr. Huang's brow to furrow. After placing both the pot and the plant back into the machine, she pressed another button, clapped her hands, and declared, all done. In 10 days. You shall see your Qingqing again. You mean in 10 days? Yang Xiqing maintained a tense expression, her face betraying no emotion. Yes, Zhongyun nodded, then turned towards the door. Where are you going? Yang Xiqing called after her. Now, we should simply attend to our own affairs. Zhongyun yawned, wishing to return to the combat simulation for a few more rounds, planning to retrieve it in 10 days. With that, she strode away, leaving behind 2 bewildered elders and a disoriented B-level mechanic. When lunchtime arrived and they descended from the virtual realm, they were greeted by the sight of an enormous machine in the living room, the very creation of Zhongyun. It should have been obvious that the old man would not entrust his prized possession to that place. However, given the size of their home, the machine's presence in the living room was a glaring eyesore. The only alternative space was the front yard. Should Yang Xiqing be asked to place it there? Zhongyun quickly dismissed the thought. Let us make do. It's only 10 days, he reassured himself. Life returned to its tranquil rhythm, and Zhongyun resumed her daily school routine. Yet, everything had changed. She was no longer the invisible figure in the background, especially during each class break. As Lu Yunqi engaged in lively conversation with her in the corridors, the male students in class looked on with envy and jealousy, wishing to swap places with Zhongyun, to share a moment with their goddess. If only they could earn a smile from her, how delightful that would be. Conversely, all the boys in school owed a debt of gratitude to Zhongyun, were it not for her. They would not be able to bask in the radiance of the goddess's smile each day. Previously, Lu Yunqi had always appeared aloof and ethereal at school, her beauty akin to a distant cloud in the sky, unattainable. Now, people were witnessing her other side. She was not merely an otherworldly fairy, but a girl who laughed, got angry, felt shy, and even resorted to hitting when provoked. However, all of this can be traced back to a single man, a figure whose very existence casts a shadow over countless others, leaving them despondent and heartbroken. It has been said that one can gauge a man's character by observing the women who surround him. While this assertion may not hold universal truth, it is undeniable that, after an initial wave of disbelief, anger, and resentment, time has led many to accept the undeniable reality of the extraordinary relationship between Zhongyun and Lu Yunqi. Even though some still cling to the wishful belief that she and he are merely close friends, perhaps not romantically involved, it is impossible to deny that Zhongyun has ascended to a position of prominence within the school. What manner of individual could possibly captivate the attention of Lu Yunqi? Perhaps men, deep down, are loath to admit defeat to someone they perceive as inferior. Subconsciously, they ponder whether he is truly as uncomplicated as he appears. Thus, in an intangible manner, Zhongyun's stature has been elevated. Remarkably, he has even garnered a few admirers. What if he is not handsome? What if he hails from humble beginnings? He still manages to pursue the school's most sought-after female. This has become the rallying cry of Zhongyun's fans. The sentiments among the female students are not dissimilar. Previously, Zhong Yun, a student with lackluster grades and a reticent demeanor, hardly attracted their attention. Aside from casual conversations that would touch upon his record of consistently ranking at the bottom of his class for 3 years, shattering records since the school's inception, his presence was largely overlooked. However, since the emergence of his closeness with Lu Yunqi, his standing in the eyes of the female students has undergone a dramatic transformation. In a male-dominated environment, if one man excels beyond all others, the rest may look up to him. Conversely, if a woman stands out too markedly, she may find herself the subject of envy and exclusion from her peers. This is particularly true for Lu Yunqi, who is socially awkward and does not fit in. Female classmates may admire her beauty and musical talent, yet they do not warm to her. When they observe her growing intimacy with the lowest performing boy in class, their reactions are a mixture of surprise, disbelief, and disdain. Furthermore, this has sparked an intense curiosity regarding Zhong Yun. Why would Lu Yunqi, who is typically indifferent toward all boys, show such interest in the unassuming Zhong Yun? The prevailing speculation among the girls is that he is merely a decoy, akin to the plot lines in novels and films where a beautiful heroine seeks to evade unwanted male attention by pretending to date a boy. Beyond this theory, they struggle to conceive of any other explanation. As they witness the pair's increasing closeness, the female students wonder if Lu Yunqi might indeed be developing genuine feelings for Zhong Yun, transforming pretense into reality. This realization elicits both delight and confusion. What could Zhong Yun possibly possess that would attract the attention of such a talented and formidable young woman? Regardless of the conjectures, each time the bell rings, the corridor in front of Class 3 of the 3rd grade has become the most captivating sight in the school. Countless boys pass through the area after class, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary goddess's smile. The bolder ones even contrive reasons to walk by Class 3. Eventually, the influx of admirers began to disrupt Zhong Yun and Lu Yunqi's conversations, prompting the duo to retreat back to the classroom. Time swiftly passed, and the monthly comprehensive examinations arrived. Following their completion, many eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Zhong Yun's misfortune, flocking to the announcement board at the back of the classroom to view the results. Strangely enough, many students found themselves seeking Zhong Yun's name before their own scores. Upon discovery, they were greeted with the astonishing figure of 801 points. Chapter 61, The Vacation. The educational system in Dao is divided into 5 stages. 6 years of foundational education, also known as primary school. 3 years of junior education, middle school. 3 years of intermediate education, high school. 5 years of advanced education, university. And finally, specialized education, postgraduate studies. Due to the intricacies of social division of labor, students in the junior education phase are required to study a considerable number of subjects, totaling 9 major disciplines. The school's examinations are graded on a 100-point scale, with an additional 100 points awarded for daily conduct, culminating in a total of 1,000 points. Zhong Yun, 801 points. Upon seeing this score, the initial reaction among the students was disbelief. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed it was accurate. Could it be that the exam was remarkably simple, allowing even Zhong Yun to achieve such a high score? As they glanced at their own scores, the overwhelming majority were struck with cold sweats, realizing that their scores fell below Zhong Yun's, leaving them in a state of despair. For students, grades have always held immense significance. Although not as extreme as a single test determining one's entire future, they still have a considerable impact on admissions for intermediate education. Consequently, parents take the matter seriously, and students dare not be careless, for a poor performance could result in a reduction of pocket money for a month or 2, leaving them with nowhere to voice their frustrations. Under this fixed mindset, upon seeing their scores lagging behind Zhong Yun's, they assumed they were at the bottom of the class, sending chills down their spines. After a while, they realized the mix-up. It was not that they had performed poorly, but rather that Zhong Yun had excelled. Although the law explicitly prohibits schools from ranking students, students themselves are often eager to establish a hierarchy after each exam, discussing who placed first and who came in last. Parents are equally entertained by this phenomenon, as the variability of exam difficulty often makes it hard to ascertain how their children are faring academically. Zhong Yun's high score startled everyone when his name was announced. He ranked 10th. Out of a total of 49 students in the class, Zhong Yun had leapt from 49th to 10th place. Among over 2,000 students in the entire grade, he had secured a spot within the top 200. This was nothing short of a meteoric rise. Such a feat has been exceedingly rare since the school's establishment. The astonishment was palpable, as everyone understood that such a leap in performance was not achieved overnight. It is a process of long-term accumulation. When the results were revealed, even the teachers were initially incredulous, suspecting he might have cheated. They reviewed footage from the examination room, and after several replays confirmed that he had indeed not engaged in any dishonest behavior, they finally released the results. Consequently, the teacher extolled Zhong Yun in class. Once the reality of the situation sank in, people attributed his progress to Lu Yunqi's guidance. After all, it was easier to believe that someone as brilliant as Lu Yunqi could be responsible for such a transformation. However, Lu Yunqi herself was aware that she had not tutored Zhong Yun at all. It was entirely the result of his own diligence. As for the remarkable nature of his improvement, she had her suspicions but chose to keep them to herself. A month later, the comprehensive exam arrived once again. After the results were posted, the students once more crowded around the announcement board. Zhong Yun, 855 points. Upon seeing this score, the excitement was not as overwhelming as before. Rather, it prompted a thought: this boy has improved again. Coupled with the image of Lu Yunqi tutoring him, their jealousy deepened further. When the rankings were revealed, Zhong Yun placed 8th. From that moment on, he truly began to hold his head high, no longer subject to scorn due to poor grades. This was the final exam of the semester, and its conclusion heralded the arrival of the holiday. Much like Earth, the academic year here is divided into 2 semesters, with extended breaks during the hottest and coldest periods of the year. Mingzhou, located in the subtropical region, does not experience extremely frigid winters. On the eve of the holiday, Tianhai and Chunwen were already deliberating their travel plans. The entire production team of Car 2 will be promoting at the Mingzhou building next week. This is an event we must attend, declared Tianhai. Car 2 is a currently popular television drama, cherished by many otaku due to its innovative premise, seamless narrative, and its cool protagonist. No, that day is the premiere of Star Wars V. How can we possibly miss it? Chunwen countered, presenting a differing opinion. To Mingzhou building. To the cinema. The two argued vehemently over their preferences. Zhong Yun, what do you think? Where should we go? Ultimately, neither could persuade the other, leaving Zhong Yun to adjudicate. Me? Zhong Yun shifted his gaze from his portable computer and glanced at them both. I'm not going anywhere. What? You're not going? Tianhai and Chunwen exclaimed in unison. Why not? What do you wish to do instead? Zhong Yun sighed, revealing a hint of melancholy upon his countenance. Observing his burdened demeanor, Tianhai and Chunwen quickly pressed for details. Finally, Zhong Yun confided in them. I am under immense pressure. The closer I get to Lu Yunqi, the more I feel suffocated by the weight of expectations. Her radiant aura and the peculiar gazes from others feel like invisible mountains pressing down on me. At this point, he exhaled deeply. I must strive relentlessly to keep pace with her, lest I be left far behind. Tianhai and Chunwen exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Chunwen expressed sympathy, recognizing that Lu Yunqi is not someone who could be easily endured. My friend, you'll need all the luck you can muster, he thought, reflecting on the figures Zhong Yun would have to face in the future, silently praying for him. No wonder you've been reading incessantly. I thought you had taken leave of your senses, Tianhai remarked, a look of realization dawning upon him. He patted Zhong Yun on the shoulder, considering your diligence. I shall overlook your preference for romance over friendship. Turning to Chunwen, he suggested, since Ayun is not participating, let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner decides. Sounds good. Chunwen agreed without hesitation. Sensing that he had successfully diverted them, Zhong Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He had significant matters to attend to during this upcoming 1.5-month break. Upon returning home after school, are you ready? Zhong Yun asked as he stepped inside, where Zero awaited him in the room. This was a panoramic projection technology. After rebooting, Zero no longer conserved energy. I am ready, Zhong Yun nodded. Departure is scheduled for midnight tonight. Zero spoke without further ado. As time passed incrementally, Zhong Yun busied himself with final preparations. Having been missing for a month and a half, he needed to provide explanations to many people. His parents were manageable. They were preoccupied with company affairs and had not returned home for over a month. A simple excuse would suffice to brush past them. Tianhai and Chunwen had already been forewarned. There were still several others who might seek him out, and after racking his brain, he finally concocted excuses and called to explain to each of them. At exactly midnight, Zhong Yun, with a backpack nearly as tall as himself and a suitcase in hand, stealthily approached the backyard. Suspended silently above the yard was a circular object with a radius of approximately 1 meter. As soon as Zhong Yun appeared, it descended before him, parting to reveal a seat within. It turned out to be a flying vehicle. Zhong Yun leaped inside, and the circular craft sailed once more, soaring into the deep night sky. Before long, it vanished into the darkness. Note, for the sake of narrative convenience, The terms elementary school, middle school, and university will be collectively referred to henceforth. Chapter 62, My Planet. In outer space, on the dark side of a satellite orbiting Davo Star, a colossal spaceship lay hidden. This vessel did not belong to Davo, as indicated by the insignia emblazoned on its hull. It was a private spacecraft. But why had it furtively appeared here? Suddenly, a small flying craft emerged from the azure atmosphere of Davo Star and entered the enormous spaceship. Shortly thereafter, the vessel powered up and set course into the vastness of space. On a blue planet approximately 30 light-years from Davo Star, a radiant meteor hurtled toward it, igniting as it traversed the atmosphere and ultimately crashing into the planet. It was not a meteor, but rather a massive spacecraft. On the ground, countless animals, sensing impending doom, scurried away in all directions, reminiscent of the frantic behavior preceding an earthquake. The spaceship circled the planet for half a day before finally landing on a flat expanse. This was a coastal area surrounded by lush green vegetation, seemingly an untouched virgin land. One of the ship's doors slowly opened, and 4 large reconnaissance vehicles emerged, each heading in different directions. Inside the spaceship, Zhongyun gazed at the stunning scenery displayed on the enormous screen, utterly awestruck. Are we really on another planet? Zhongyun could hardly believe that just a few days had passed, and he now found himself on a world tens of light-years away. To be precise, he was on an uncharted primitive planet situated 30 light-years from Davo Star. It was a standard planet suitable for human habitation. Zero's voice resonated. According to the Omicron Star System database, this is an undiscovered primitive planet, and it lies outside the jurisdiction of any national power. Under the laws of the Galactic Federation, this primitive planet automatically becomes your private property. Zhongyun's mind went blank. Zero merely informed him that he was to establish a presence on a planet. Initially, he had thought it would simply be on an uninhabited celestial body near Davo. To his astonishment, Zero had brought him to a location light-years away and proclaimed that this planet now belonged to him. He had previously been an ordinary university student, and even now, he was still merely a typical student. To suddenly claim ownership of a planet was an overwhelming notion to grasp. I have reported your status to the governing body of the Omicron Star System. According to the regulations, you are required to pay an amount equivalent to 1/10 of the planet's value as a processing fee. What? Having just transitioned from a state of euphoric disbelief, Zhongyun almost leapt from his seat upon hearing this. The sum equivalent to 1/10 of this planet's value. How much could that possibly be? Without needing to calculate, he knew it must be an astronomical figure. I don't have that kind of money. Even selling myself wouldn't yield such a sum. Zhongyun exclaimed in exasperation. Heavens! Is my newly acquired planet already slipping through my fingers? Having just tasted the sweetness of paradise, he felt plunged into the depths of despair. Since you're unable to pay the processing fee, as an alternative, they will assume management rights over this planet for a duration of 50 years. Zero remained unfazed by Zhongyun's distress, his tone as indifferent as ever. 50 years? Damn it! Zhongyun couldn't help but curse. 50 years from now, I'll be an old man. Let me think it over. Zero did not interrupt him. The interior of the spaceship fell silent. 10 minutes later, Zhongyun sighed, realizing there was little to contemplate. In truth, there were no alternatives. It was either pay the fee or concede management for 50 years. Even if I grow old, I can leave it to my children or grandchildren, Zhongyun reassured himself. Which country management company do you intend to commission for the administration? Zero inquired further. A management company for a nation? Zhongyun was astounded. He had never encountered such a concept. Following this, Zero enumerated several national management companies, and Zhongyun casually selected one. Having resolved the matter, he returned to his quarters to resume his simulated combat training, feeling reassured by Zero's presence. In the control room, Zero's image faded away. Shortly thereafter, the ship's top hatch opened, and a dozen unmanned reconnaissance drones soared into the sky, dispersing in all directions. Subsequently, 3 small artificial satellites were launched, breaking through the atmosphere. Before long, the vessel had gathered a wealth of information regarding this planet. Exploring a primitive planet is no trivial pursuit. The vastness of the universe harbors myriad wonders. These planets could evolve formidable and ferocious creatures, some of which are exceedingly perilous. Countless once-renowned expedition teams have met their demise at the hands of indigenous beings. Consequently, when ordinary individuals fortuitously discover a primitive star viable for human habitation, they typically invest in hiring a formidable expedition team to ascertain the situation rather than venturing forth themselves. Even though hiring such teams incurs exorbitant costs, these expeditions boast substantial manpower, formidable weaponry, and specialized exploratory equipment. Yet, Despite these advantages, expedition work remains a high-risk profession. For someone like Zero to arrive with merely a spacecraft to explore a primitive star was undeniably reckless, especially with an inexperienced Zhongyun in tow. Should they encounter a perilous species, it could spell doom for both of them. In the ensuing days, all appeared tranquil. "So, little Zero, have you made any discoveries?" Zhongyun exclaimed as he burst into the main control room. Having hurried over after receiving a message from Zero regarding an important matter while he was exercising in the gravity chamber. "The Omi National Management Company has dispatched personnel and is requesting a call," Zero replied. "So soon?" Zhongyun was somewhat taken aback. It had only been 3 days. But their efficiency was commendable. "Then let us connect," he said, retrieving a beverage from the nearby cooler and settling into the captain's chair. "Omi National Management Company. Regional Manager Qian Qianli at your service." A Caucasian face appeared on the screen. His peculiar accent and the stark incongruity of his name left a lasting impression. "You must be Mr. Zhong. First, allow me to congratulate you on discovering a primitive star. What extraordinary luck you possess. Naturally, choosing our company is an even greater fortune, for we provide the most comprehensive equipment and attentive service to ensure your satisfaction." Finally, Qianli marveled. "Mr. Zhong, your youth truly astonishes me. Your name equally surprises me." Zhongyun replied, mimicking his tone. "You certainly possess a sharp wit, Mr. Zhong." Qianli smiled slightly, "but let us return to the matter at hand." With that, his expression turned serious. "I am here to assist you in managing this planet. Should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to convey them to me, and I will submit your request to the company." After a moment of contemplation, Zhongyun replied, "At present, I find no immediate requirements. I shall reach out to you once I have made my decisions." "Very well. I will establish a dedicated line for you. You may contact me at any time." "Will you not remain here?" Zhongyun inquired, puzzled, as the radar indicated that Qianli, resembling a Caucasian, lingered in outer space. "No. I have numerous other matters to attend to," Qianli replied with a cheerful demeanor. "I have brought the first batch of aid supplies. Please accept them." "Oh, thank you." Zhongyun expressed his surprise. "I owe them money, yet they are assisting me instead. Does this company possess a noble spirit of internationalism?" Chapter 63. The first year, 100 billion. The aid Qianli referred to was indeed substantial. On the freshly cleared ground near the spacecraft, hundreds of oversized containers towered, surpassing even the height of the adjacent mountain. Once the containers were deposited, Qianli's vessel hurriedly departed, not even pausing for a proper farewell. "Surely the Omi National Management Company is not a charitable organization," Zhongyun mused, gazing through the display at the towering stacks of containers that obscured half the sun. "The Omi National Management Company is the largest management entity in the Omi star system. They do have a charitable department, but they are not a charity," Zero clarified. By the way, Zhongyun recalled a crucial matter. "Didn't you mention they would assume the management rights of this planet? We signed a different agreement." "The management rights are currently ours," Zero explained. "Is that true?" Zhongyun exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding him, but then a thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to shift. "What price must we pay?" He was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, absent any benefit. The Omi National Management Company would not be so benevolent. "In relinquishing the management rights of this planet, we must repay the debt accrued over 50 years, including fees and interest. They will also provide us with a certain amount of premium loans. The supplies outside are part of that loan." "How much do we owe them?" Zhongyun inquired cautiously, mentally calculating his potential earnings. "In the coming year, we must repay a sum of 100 billion Omi coins." Zero's voice remained unchanged, as casual as if he were discussing 1 million. 100 billion? Zhongyun swallowed hard. "And if, hypothetically, we are unable to repay, they would seize this planet as collateral," Zero stated matter-of-factly. Zhongyun nearly choked, trembling fingers pointing accusingly at him, his expression one of exasperation. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately collapsing into his chair, tears of frustration welling up. "How'd I end up with such a spendthrift? Are you worried we won't be able to repay?" Zero, perceptively reading Zhongyun's distress, inquired. Enraged, Zhongyun retorted, "What time is it? And you still jest. What do you propose we use to repay? Shall I sell myself, or you?" "That is 100 billion, not 1 million. We only have a year. Prove your worth," Zhongyun declared, his words tinged with a harsh truth. Earning 100 billion in a year was not insurmountable. The challenge lay in concealment. Zero harbored too many astonishing secrets. Should they be revealed, it would lead to boundless troubles. Forget it. After venting his frustrations, Zhongyun regained his composure, returning to his seat. It was a matter of letting go of the planet. After all, it had been a windfall. Reflecting on his earlier outburst at Zero, he recognized the folly of his anger. The planet had indeed been discovered by Zero. How it was managed was entirely at Zero's discretion. Why did he have to dictate terms? For so long, it had been Zero assisting him. Without Zero, he might have perished long ago, unable to inhabit this body and continue living. Without Zero, how would he have acquired the knowledge of Jialan? How could he have cultivated the 7 fairies and attracted Lu Yunqi? It could be said that everything he possessed now was thanks to Zero. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhong Yun felt a pang of guilt. I apologize. I should not have lost my temper with you just now. He was quite the solitary figure, and upon realizing his mistake, he readily admitted his fault. Zero maintained his eternally stoic demeanor. Yet at the moment Zhong Yun lowered his gaze, a flicker of subtle change graced his otherwise impassive eyes. Though this fleeting alteration went unnoticed by Zhong Yun. 100 billion is still within our means, Zero stated. Oh. This time, Zhong Yun responded with a sense of calm. Recalling that little Zero had never been one to express uncertainty in the past, piquing his curiosity. Su Suan Bear. Zero uttered these 3 words. Zhong Yun felt a surge of frustration. So you still have my Su Xian pearl on your mind? Given your current capabilities, even if you gather the necessary materials, it would be utterly impossible for you to concoct the restorative agent. Zero delivered his critique mercilessly. After weighing his options, Zhong Yun, with a pained expression, inquired, would one be sufficient? All of them, was Zero's response, devoid of any room for negotiation. I exerted tremendous effort to produce a total of 19 pearls, and you wish to take them all at once. At least leave me one as a keepsake, Zhong Yun pleaded, as though he were being subjected to a grievous wound. According to incomplete statistics, there were over 500 specimens of black mandrake exceeding a century in age in Davao. Zero's remark shattered Zhong Yun's feeble resistance. Zero was not mistaken. Although black mandrake older than 100 years was rare, it could still be acquired with sufficient funds. Regardless of how challenging it was to produce the Su Xian pearl, with enough time, it could still be fashioned. How rare is a planet suitable for human habitation? Amidst the vast cosmos, countless celestial bodies exist, yet to find one that can sustain human life is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Out of 100 million, one might not even be able to find a single suitable one. Zhong Yun was acutely aware of the weight of both matters. However, Zhong Yun began to wonder, just how valuable could the Su Xian pearl be? 100 billion Omi coins is indeed an astronomical figure, translating to over 250 billion Davao coins. Only a handful of entities in all of Davao could possibly muster such a sum. With such a fortune, one could procure a resource planet of equivalent size. Are mere dozens of pearls truly worth such an exorbitant amount? It seemed rather ludicrous. Historically, the Su Xian pearl has been an indispensable component in numerous high-grade potions. Since the destruction of Jialan, the supply of Su Xian pearls has dwindled dramatically, causing prices to soar, and now they are worth more than their weight in gold. Zero elucidated. Then how we struck it rich? Zhong Yun muttered. What is your current success rate with opening boxes? Zero shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yun felt a wave of frustration. Surely there were 1 or 2 successes out of 10 attempts. Given your present abilities, opening that box is indeed rather challenging. Zero's mechanical voice unexpectedly conveyed a hint of exasperation, leaving Zhong Yun astonished, as he had never witnessed any emotional response from him before. The contents of that box must be of utmost significance, Zhong Yun pondered. What could possibly warrant such a complex structure for its containment? We shall find out in due time. Zero remained non-committal. I've noticed that since your reboot, you've become increasingly more relatable, Zhong Yun observed with a peculiar glance. Chapter 64. Antimatter Cannon. With the aid of advanced equipment, the pace of construction escalated exponentially, swiftly establishing 3 defensive rings around the perimeter. Aside from the initial day, when Zhong Yun donned a thick protective suit and conducted a symbolic inspection outside, he retreated back into the spacecraft. With little Zero as the expert, he felt he could offer little assistance and opted to return to his quarters to focus on his training. The fervent construction shattered the long-standing tranquility of a planet untouched by human presence within mere days. This uncharted virgin land had given rise to a sprawling base covering several square kilometers. Within the base, swarms of robots of various sizes buzzed about like industrious ants, entering and exiting with purpose. Surrounding the base, towering metal turrets stood sentinel, manned by cold, unyielding robots, their silver surfaces gleaming ominously. On this unknown planet, sufficient firepower was undeniably essential. Of the supplies provided by the Omi National Management Company, 1/3 consisted of combat robots, ion cannons, fighter jets, and other armaments. On a day characterized by clear skies and warm sunlight, the endless forest appeared remarkably serene, with a winding river flowing from afar into the depths of the woods. By the bank of a stream in a certain part of the forest, a large, vividly patterned carnivorous creature languidly extended its tongue to lap at the water. It bore a resemblance to a tiger from Earth, yet its two protruding fangs rendered it more akin to the legendary saber-toothed tiger. Suddenly, it twitched its ears twice, alertly raising its head, and then, with its fur bristling and tail tucked, it vanished into the thicket with a swift leap. Just as the creature disappeared, a dark speck soared overhead, soon followed by a swarm of similar specks, their thunderous flight shattering the tranquility of the forest. All creatures in their path scattered in panic, as if a calamity had descended upon them. This unexpected intrusion headed straight for the summit of a mountain at the forest's edge. The unidentified flying objects were none other than the vanguard of Zhong Yun's base on this planet. Several large transport aircraft hovered in the sky, flanked by a dozen fighter jets providing escort, prepared to ward off any unwelcome aerial intruders. Engineering robots were dispatched to the mountaintop to clear a flat area, which they promptly compacted and laid a foundation for. The efficiency of the engineering robots was remarkable. Within half an hour, the task was complete. Observing this, Zhong Yun directed the flying fleet to land on the cleared ground, while the fighter jets continued their vigilant patrol above. Thereafter, there was no need for Zhong Yun to concern himself with the proceedings. The engineering robots would handle the unloading of machinery from the transport aircraft, drilling holes, driving piles, and pouring concrete, all under Zero's remote control. What Zhong Yun needed to do was wait for the constructions to reach completion before executing the final and most crucial part of the operation. On the 10th day since arriving on this planet, Zhong Yun was assigned the task of locating elevated positions with optimal visibility for the installation of cannons. Initially, he was reluctant to participate, believing such tasks could be efficiently managed by the engineering robots without his involvement. Hadn't they performed splendidly in recent days? This task can only be completed by you, Zero clarified. The assembly and installation of the cannons must be conducted by your own hands. Why? Zhong Yun was hesitant. He had almost triumphed over his fourth opponent in the combat simulation training and did not wish to lose focus at such a critical juncture. Because it pertains to our very survival. Zhong Yun gazed at him in astonishment. He recalled that little Zero had never employed such grave terminology before. Was it truly that exaggerated? Not at all, Zero replied, unyielding. If you fail to successfully assemble these antimatter cannons, not only will we risk losing this planet, but our safety will also be gravely compromised. Very well. Given the gravity of the situation, Zhong Yun realized he could not refuse. I will do it. Thus, in the ensuing days, Zhong Yun found himself amidst a plethora of machinery, assembling various components according to the schematics provided by Zero. The machine assembled last time is utterly incomparable to this one. Previously, there were over 100 ready-made components, requiring only the fabrication of a single part to connect them all. This time, nearly every component must be remade, and despite possessing a formidable manual aid, the failure rate still hovers around 50%. After 3 arduous days, he finally assembled a device referred to by Zero as an antimatter cannon, and today he is tasked with installing this labor of countless hours. While the engineering robot is at work, Zhong Yun finds himself with nothing to do and opens his computer to study the blueprints. Zero has commissioned 50 antimatter cannons, and having taken 3 days to produce just one, he is uncertain whether he can complete the task before the holiday concludes. The structure of the antimatter cannon is exceedingly complex. Zhong Yun can only follow the blueprints, forcibly piecing together a unit without any understanding of its structural principles. After a while, he becomes completely engrossed, but his limited knowledge of physics, mere superficial teachings from high school, proves inadequate for comprehending the intricate terminology depicted in the diagrams. Consequently, he connects to Zero's database for clarification, only to find himself entangled in even more unfamiliar terms, prompting further searches. Before long, Zhong Yun is overwhelmed, struggling to assimilate an influx of knowledge he has never encountered before. After a brief respite, he adopts a different approach, opting not to get bogged down in the definitions of terms, but rather attempting to grasp the underlying principles. This less meticulous method allows him to progress more swiftly, albeit at the cost of a shaky foundation. It is indeed impossible to achieve mastery overnight. After several hours of study, he gains some insight, yet it remains a mere cursory understanding. Once the engineering robot completes its task, Zhong Yun disembarks from the flying apparatus. utilizing the mechanical arm to carefully lower and secure the antimatter cannon. Following the necessary adjustments, he sends a message to Zero. Most of the cannon is buried underground, leaving only a dark, ominous muzzle exposed. The cannon's body is composed of a unique material, non-metallic and grayish-black in hue. The muzzle, approximately 1 meter in diameter, reveals a foreboding darkness within that is quite intimidating. Zhong Yun examines it from various angles, struggling to discern its formidable nature. The ion cannons he knows of are considerably heavier and larger in caliber. The sole remarkable feature is the 10 energy blocks within the cannon, each capable of delivering a unit energy of 10,000. Upon first seeing these energy blocks, Zhong Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. It is noteworthy that Davo lacks such energy blocks. Not even a medium capable of storing a unit energy of 1,000 exists in its arsenal. These energy blocks must be products of a civilization far more advanced. Before departing, Zhong Yun conceals the cannon somewhat, ensuring that it remains undetected even at close range. Chapter 65. The Mystery of the Fall. Astonishingly, it is a ticket to the live concert of Yun Yun Yu. Amidst the bustling street, an exuberant shout suddenly erupts, drawing the attention of passers-by, who witness a slightly plump young man animatedly gesticulating and emitting high-pitched screams, akin to a person experiencing a fit. Some pedestrians instinctively reach for their phones, hesitating to call a mental health facility. Chun-Wen quickly sidesteps, feigning ignorance of the young man's antics. Fortunately, Tian Hai's exuberance subsides after a brief episode, and he gazes at Chun-Wen with an intense look, causing Chun-Wen to feel a shiver run down his spine. He instinctively steps back, warily asking, "What do you want?" "Woman," Tian Hai calls out with heartfelt affection, then lunges toward Chun-Wen, exclaiming, "I adore you." Bystanders glance over, as Davo's culture tends to be more conservative, while there is no discrimination against same-sex relationships. A public declaration of love from one man to another is still a rare sight. "Get off." Chun-Wen retaliates with a swift kick, indignantly retorting, "Don't go overboard." "I'm merely expressing my gratitude," Tian Hai defends, slightly aggrieved. "Such gratitude is unwelcome," Chun-Wen replies, recalling Tian Hai's earlier utterance of Wen-Wen, which sends another chill down his spine. Growing increasingly irate, he points a finger at Tian Hai's nose, warning, "If you continue like this, I will toss the tickets." "Please, don't." "Tian Hai, put it put then." "I won't do it again. Just give me the tickets." "Xiaowen, I know you're the best." Chun-Wen is overwhelmed with goosebumps as he shoves 3 cards into Tian Hai's hands, exclaiming, "I can't stand you. Keep your distance." Tian Hai, a lot that, clutches the 3 cards tightly to his chest, inhaling deeply, visibly moved. Passers-by, seeing him frozen in that pose, might mistakenly regard him as a statue. After a long moment, Tian Hai snaps back to reality and notices that Chun-Wen has vanished. A quick glance around reveals him sitting at a nearby ice cream shop, engrossed in animated conversation with a girl. "Back to flirting with girls, I see," Tian Hai muses, shaking his head in resignation. He contemplates whether to disturb Chun-Wen, but ultimately decides against it, instead dialing Zhong Yun's number. To his dismay, he finds that the line is out of service. Where's that darn Ian gone? He wonders, realizing that the holiday is already half over without a sign of him. Could it be that he truly did retreat for solitary study, as he mentioned? On the night the school holiday begins, both he and Chun-Wen receive a brief message from Zhong Yun. "I will be secluded for study. Do not seek me out." Although they find it peculiar, they pay little heed to it. After several days of leisure, they both sense an absence and, upon discussing it, come to the realization that their enjoyment has diminished without their companion. The 3 of them had always acted in concert over the past few months, and suddenly being without Zhong Yun feels profoundly unsettling. Days later, Tian Hai can no longer resist calling Zhong Yun, only to hear the automated message. The user you're trying to reach is not in the service area. He attempts to visit Zhong Yun's home, but he finds it deserted. Even his parents are nowhere to be found. It dawns on Tian Hai that Zhong Yun has made a serious commitment to his studies, prompting him to abandon his search. Had he not secured tickets to Ming Yin's concert, he would not have thought to seek out Zhong Yun at all. After some contemplation, he decides to call Xiao Ruo. Originally, he intended to contact Lu Yunxi, but he does not have her number. Zhong Yun? In the panoramic video, Xiao Ruo ponders Tian Hai's inquiry, resting her chin on her hand. "Before the break, he left me a message saying he was going on a trip." In truth, Zhong Yun's message also included a line stating, "I want to be coming to see you this holiday." However, Xiao Ruo, feeling shy, refrains from sharing that part. "Oh, I see. Well, that's that then." After ending the call, Tian Hai reflects and begins to feel that something is amiss. Zhong Yun has never disappeared like this before. Suddenly, he recalls the assassination attempt Zhong Yun once faced, and his heart races as he can no longer remain still. He rushes across the street. Pulling Chun Wen away from his charming conversation with the girl. What are you doing? Chun Wen protests, irritated at the interruption. Quick, give me Lu Yunqi's number. Tianhai urges, ignoring any explanation. Seeing Tianhai's panicked demeanor, Chun Wen realizes that something significant must be at stake. Without further ado, he retrieves his phone and dials Lu Yunqi's number. Hello. The melodious voice of Lu Yunqi resonated through the phone, yet perhaps out of modesty. She refrained from accepting the video call request, her tone adopting a formulaic politeness. Hello, Lu. I am Tianhai, a close friend of Zhongyun. Tianhai declared as he answered the call. Oh, it's you. Lu Yunqi's voice softened immediately. Please call me Yunqi. What brings you to me? If any other boy had heard Lu Yunqi express such familiarity, he would have been overjoyed. However, at that moment, Tianhai was too preoccupied for pleasantries. I merely wish to inquire if you know where Zhongyun has gone. Zhongyun? Lu Yunqi's voice faltered momentarily. I have never met him. Has something happened to him? Her speech quickened significantly. Do you have any idea where he might be? Tianhai pressed urgently. Before the holiday, Zhongyun sent me a message stating he would be traveling and could not accompany me during this break. Lu Yunqi succinctly replied before inquiring, has something indeed happened to him? The urgency in her final query was palpable. Noticing that Tianhai had no intention of providing Lu Yunqi with an explanation, Chunwen seized the phone, adopting a light-hearted tone. It's nothing serious. We secured 3 tickets for Mingyun Yu's concert and wish to invite Zhongyun along, but we have been unable to reach him. Well, it's of no consequence. If Zhongyun cannot attend, it is his loss. We shall leave it at that. With that, he ended the call. What troubles you? Chunwen inquired, observing Tianhai's furrowed brow. What is truly going on? I fear something may have happened to Aiyun, Tianhai confessed, anxiously tugging at his hair, rendering it a disheveled mess. It's been over half a month since I've heard from him. Do you remember the last time he mentioned an assassination attempt? I am genuinely worried. Chunwen felt a heaviness settle in his chest, but maintained his composure. It doesn't necessarily mean something dire has occurred. It will be prudent to ascertain the facts first. Let us contact his parents and then decide our course of action. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruo, after hanging up the phone, idly toyed with her mobile device. Resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. After a while, she bit her lip, hesitating for a considerable time before finally dialing a number. Uncle Zhao, could you assist me with something? I'm searching for a person named Zhongyun. Concurrently, after Lu Yunqi ended her call, she resumed her piano practice. But her performance faltered as she stumbled through several notes. Pausing, she picked up her phone and dialed another number. Second brother, please help me locate someone named Zhongyun. Chapter 66, Return Home. Zhongyun was completely unaware that his friends were nearly frantic in their search for him in Davor. At that moment, he found himself amidst a tumultuous situation. The largest hall aboard the spacecraft, originally designed for passengers to relax and enjoy, had transformed into a chaotic factory, littered with an assortment of components strewn across the floor, leaving scarcely any space to stand. Zhongyun sat at the center, his eyes bloodshot and bulging, his lips moving incessantly in a silent chant, though the words were lost to anyone's ears. His hands moved with dexterity, disassembling a component in mere seconds, categorizing and organizing the pieces, before retrieving another identical part. He continued this repetitive task until he had completed 100 pieces, at which point he paused. Xiaoling, are you intentionally tormenting me? After disassembling yet another 100 components, Zhongyun collapsed onto the floor, lethargically addressing the ceiling. Uncertain if Zero was absent, he received no reply. Zhongyun lacked even the energy to curse, closing his eyes to regain some strength. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his right hand. Quit it. He turned over, attempting to return to sleep. Shortly thereafter, he felt a tug on his hair. How long will this continue? Disrupted during a rare respite, Zhongyun grew increasingly irritable. Had he possessed the strength, he would have leapt up to confront his tormentor. Tilting his head back, he wished to see which audacious robot dared to disturb him at such a moment. He vowed to dismantle it upon their next encounter. What he discovered was a bottle. The cool liquid flowed soothingly down his parched throat as Zhongyun tilted his head back and drank voraciously, letting out a satisfied burp, feeling vitality surge within him. What a boost! With renewed energy, Zhongyun discarded the bottle, wiped his mouth, and resumed his work. 50 antimatter cannons awaited him, with over half of the components prepared. Yet still more than 1,000 procedures remained. With merely 20 days left in his holiday, completing the task seemed nearly impossible. To enhance efficiency, Zhongyun decided to separate the procedures entirely, preparing all the parts first before assembling them together later. This method would significantly accelerate the process. Due to the success rate concerns, he crafted 100 of each component, which considerably increased his workload. Initially, he had intended to request Zero to dispatch some processing robots to assist, but Zero had refused, inciting Zhongyun's fury and leading him to believe it was a deliberate act of sabotage. After finishing another 100 components, Zhongyun was so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open. He collapsed backward, and within 10 seconds, the sound of his snoring filled the air. 2 hours later, Zhongyun jolted awake, rubbed the sleep from his eyes, and resumed his work. Days passed in this relentless cycle, and after enduring over 18 hours of intense labor each day, on the 7th day before the end of his holiday, Zhongyun finally completed the assembly of all the antimatter cannons. With his increased proficiency, he exceeded expectations, producing an additional 9. After 2 more days, he installed 59 antimatter cannons around the base. Zhongyun had officially completed his mission. You really do not treat people like people when you command them. Zhongyun couldn't help but retort upon seeing Zero. Congratulations, your essence has greatly improved, Zero replied. Even if I were a peanut, I would still yield some oil. What does this minor progress signify? Nevertheless, Zhongyun felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his advancement. Xiaoling, am I nearing a breakthrough to level 2? Regrettably, based on your current progress, reaching level 2 will take at least another 2 years. 2 more years? Zhongyun scratched his head, admitting that he did not fully comprehend the essence grading system. Shunwen had once inquired if his physical prowess had reached level 4. The levels he referred to were evidently not aligned with the grades Xiaoling mentioned. So, if reaching level 2 signifies full capacity, does that mean my current value is less than 20? Zhongyun attempted to draw a comparison. To be precise, it is 17. Zero corrected him. What criteria determine this grading system? Why is there such a vast disparity? Zhongyun queried. Human evolution. Human evolution? Zhongyun was taken aback, realizing their discussion had veered into the realms of the esoteric, delving into biological science. Human evolution is an unending journey, and at certain stages, one encounters bottlenecks. Once these are surpassed, a qualitative leap is achieved akin to the evolution of single-celled organisms into multicellular beings or the transformation of apes into humans. If we consider humanity as the starting point, you are currently at the first stage. When you break through the bottleneck of the first stage to reach the second stage, it is equivalent to undergoing another evolution. Is it truly that formidable? Zhongyun felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. 2 years will pass swiftly. What level might I attain by then? He pondered eagerly. What is your current success rate for opening boxes? Zero inquired again. Do you truly believe I am a deity? Zhongyun's expression darkened. These past days, he hadn't even entered the combat simulation, so how could he possibly practice? The intricacies of this matter surely pertained to their very survival. The thought of the complex steps required to open that box made his head throb. A small box, measuring no more than 50 centimeters in length and height, astonishingly necessitated 3,680 steps to unlock. This was already quite absurd. But what was even more outrageous was the requirement to complete it within 5 minutes. Zhongyun felt he was already exceptional for succeeding once out of 10 attempts. Yet, Zero demanded a success rate exceeding 90%. Zero always relished in setting impossible challenges. It can be stated, Zero nodded, that without the contents of that box, you shall never transcend to the second level. What? Zhongyun's complexion paled, as Zero had struck directly at his Achilles heel. Rest assured, I assure you that within 6 months, I shall achieve a success rate of 90%. Zhongyun gritted his teeth and declared. After a brief silence, Zero remarked, we shall depart for Daver tomorrow. You should prepare yourself. Back to Daver so soon? Zhongyun was momentarily taken aback, having lost track of time with his busyness. Upon checking his portable computer, he exclaimed, oh dear, there are only 5 days left until school starts. How did time pass so swiftly? There is nothing much to prepare. He continued, suddenly recalling a matter of great importance. Are you returning as well? What will happen to our base? Who will manage it? This was his planet, and he felt uneasy at the prospect of leaving it unattended. Yet, he was reluctant to leave Xiaoling behind. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over him. Do not worry. I can remotely control it, and the development of the base will not cease. Then I shall rest easy. Zhongyun sighed in relief. But then his brow furrowed. However, at such a great distance, how shall we maintain contact? Even a novice in military affairs like him understood that long-distance communication was the very factor hindering Daver's advancement. Compared to the already faster-than-light ship speeds, Daver's communication technology, which still relied on wave propagation, was woefully antiquated. Sending a command to a location 1 light-year away would take a year to arrive. Such delayed information was utterly ineffective for managing that area. Though Davor was classified as a mid-level civilization, its sphere of influence barely extended 1 light-year beyond its star. Control diminished drastically beyond that. The entire nation of Davor was beset by troubles regarding communication technology, with countless resources poured into it annually without any progress. It could be said that communication technology had severely constrained Davor's development. Previous presidents had even issued bounty proclamations. Whoever could develop a communication device that surpassed the speed of light would be rewarded with A-level contribution points and bestowed the title of A-level physicist. Chapter 67, Spatial Sensor. The spatial sensor, you crafted one in the past, Zero stated. A spatial sensor? I made one before. Zhong Yun's eyes widened in confusion. This one Zero pointed, revealing a peculiar little machine. Upon seeing the 2 bowls atop it, Zhong Yun recalled. Ah, so it's this device? It cost me several million. My first time spending such a sum left quite an impression on me. Right, this gadget, the spatial sensor, what is its purpose? Zhong Yun inquired. He had intended to ask about it when he created it, yet with so many matters at hand and being immediately thrust into training under Xiaoling's guidance, he had never had the chance, and over time, the question had slipped his mind. The spatial sensor is used for long-distance communication. Its principle is that when the frequency of a wave reaches a certain threshold, it can undergo spatial jumping. This particular spatial sensor can convert information into high-frequency waves for transmission, traversing space to reach its designated location, and can likewise receive similar waves. However, this model of the sensor is a temporary design with only basic functionality, allowing fixed transmission to a specific location. You use this device to contact the free star, didn't you? Zhong Yun suddenly grasped, recalling this previously overlooked detail. Although he was unaware of the precise location of the free star, even if it were merely 1 light-year away, communication would still take 2 years. Yet Xiaoling had managed to establish contact with the free star in a short time, purchasing this and that. He then pondered another question. How did you use Davor's funds to purchase items from the free star? Aren't the two completely unrelated? He still harbored lingering thoughts about Xiaoling's extravagant spending of 500 million. The free star has banking offices in each mid-level civilization. As long as you convert your funds into Omi coins and deposit them there, you can utilize them, Zero explained. Enough with your convoluted matters. I shall take my leave and rest. These past few days have been utterly exhausting, Zhong Yun declared as he made his way to his room. On the continent's western desert edge, where the Star and Windflower Market is located, lay a tranquil little town. It housed merely 100 households, and today, the only bar in town welcomed 2 unexpected guests. What bad luck to be dispatched to this godforsaken place for a mission, remarked a man wearing sunglasses that obscured half his face. His hair was tied into dozens of small braids, and a golden hoop dangled from his left ear. Clad in a short leather coat that revealed his gaunt frame, he was accompanied by a Caucasian woman who stood half a head taller than him. Her fiery, wavy red hair accentuated her voluptuous figure, capturing the attention of the man beside her. As she entered, the men within the bar erupted into loud whistles. "Shut your mouth." The man who entered first barked, his voice booming enough to silence the crowd. In an instant, the raucous bar fell silent. And as the man basked in his moment of triumph, a voice rang out, "I'll blow whatever I want." Laughter erupted throughout the bar, and the earlier scolding man glared at the speaker, his face flushing with an unusual hue. The woman beside him gently pulled at him, shaking her head. With a cold huff, he took a seat at the bar and ordered 2 bottles of your finest wine. This man and woman were not ordinary individuals. They were members of a special operations group. The man was named Jiang Yu, and the woman was called Aina, and they were here to carry out a significant mission. Just as they were halfway through their drinks, the bar doors swung open once more. A young boy entered, carrying a backpack nearly half his height. The straps cinched so tightly that it must have weighed at least 100 pounds. Despite the burden, he appeared unfazed. The boy emerged as if from the sands. Coated in fine yellow dust, his hair tangled and matted together as if glued into clumps. The patrons of the bar stared at him in astonishment. Such a sight was not uncommon in the town, but only those emerging from the desert appeared so disheveled. "Hey, young lad, where did you come from?" inquired a middle-aged man seated near the entrance. The boy, sitting on the ground to remove his shoes, pointed behind him with his thumb, indicating the desert. "Alone?" the middle-aged man asked again. "Alone." The boy turned his shoes upside down, spilling a small mound of yellow sand. "Boss lady, serve this young man a glass of Shiloh." The middle-aged man addressed the half-aged woman behind the counter, who was busy polishing glasses. He then turned to the young lad, remarking, "This town sees numerous passers-by each year, most heading towards the desert. However, It is quite a rarity to encounter someone as young as you, traveling alone. Remarkable indeed. As he spoke, he tilted his head back to take a swig of his drink. What is your name, young man? The boy, having emptied the sand from the other shoe and donned it anew, approached the bar in response to the inquiry and replied, Zhongyun. This youth was none other than Zhongyun, who had returned to the stars. To conceal his whereabouts, he had intentionally come to this place, feigning a recent arrival from the desert. Standing at the bar, he seized a bottle of liquor placed there by the proprietress and took a hearty gulp. Upon hearing the name Zhongyun, Jiangyu and Aina exchanged swift glances, with Jiangyu, who was closer, adjusting his sunglasses to scrutinize him closely. Suddenly, Jiangyu lunged toward Zhongyun's hand, exclaiming, You are Zhongyun? Just as Jiangyu was about to grasp his hand, Zhongyun's hand vanished in an instant, leaving Jiangyu grasping at air. Momentarily stunned, Jiangyu found it hard to believe that he had missed. Aina, observing closely, noted that Zhongyun's hand had recoiled at the precise moment of capture, deftly evading Jiangyu's reach with an almost ghostly speed, silent and unseen. Throughout the entire encounter, Zhongyun continued to drink, not sparing Jiangyu a single glance. Aina, astonished, realized that he was a formidable opponent, something not mentioned in the dossier. Thank you for the drink, Zhongyun said nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired, expressing his gratitude to the middle-aged man. Setting the bottle down on the bar, he turned to the two Special Task Force members, surveying them with a keen gaze. Are you familiar with me? You're quite skilled. Let us have a match, Jiangyu said, his expression serious, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Zhongyun met his gaze for 2 seconds before replying, Sure, but let us wait until I've been accepted into high school. The avant-garde young man exuded an air of obsession, and Zhongyun preferred to avoid further entanglement, opting for a casual dismissal. It's a deal. I shall seek you out then, Jiangyu insisted, earnest in his approach. You know me? With Jiangyu's persistence, Zhongyun turned to the seemingly more composed Aina. Someone entrusted us to locate you. Locate me? Zhongyun's eyes narrowed to slits, a dangerous glimmer flickering within, akin to the chilling glint of a blade. Aina felt her hair stand on end, instinctively sensing a profound threat. Just as she readied herself for defense, that treacherous feeling dissipated without a trace. Unable to resist glancing at Jiangyu, she knew that with their established rapport, he would not act so cluelessly. Yet, Jiangyu remained unresponsive, appearing oblivious to the preceding events, as if in a daze. Ina's heart raced. How had this youth mastered such a lethal aura? We are police officers, she declared, regaining her composure as a seasoned member of the Special Task Force, employing her usual rhetoric. Zhongyun pursed his lips, neither affirming nor denying her statement, before inquiring, Who sent you to find me? Just as Aina was about to respond, she hesitated, biting her lip. From the beginning, the initiative had been held by this boy, and she felt as though she were being led by the nose, an affront to her confidence. I'm sorry, but we have protocols. We cannot divulge that information. Zhongyun shrugged, dismissing them, and turned to the proprietress, who was curiously observing him. Excuse me, madam. Could you kindly direct me to a nearby inn or place to spend the night? Walk 50 meters to the left, and you'll find an inn. Thank you, Zhongyun replied, before turning to exit. Hey, where are you going? Aina inquired hastily as he made to leave. To take a shower, Zhongyun replied, reaching the door. Care to join? Amidst the laughter of the men, Zhongyun departed the bar in high spirits. At the inn, he enjoyed a refreshing hot shower, donned clean clothes, and emerged revitalized. You all are waiting for me? He exclaimed at the entrance, where a striking red shuttle bus was parked by the roadside, revealing the two self-proclaimed police officers from the bar within its transparent windows. Get in, Jiangyu called from the open door. Zhongyun hesitated. Where are you taking me? To the airport, of course. We're heading that way. We wouldn't mind giving you a lift, Jiangyu replied, his demeanor now more composed. Hey. Zhongyun was skeptical of their claims of coincidence, yet the allure of a free ride was tempting, especially as he was curious to discover the identities of those seeking him. With his backpack in tow, he boarded the vehicle, which noticeably dipped under his weight. You officers must earn a handsome salary to afford such a vehicle, Zhongyun remarked, exploring the interior as if he were a naive rural boy encountering the world. Though this luxury vehicle was indeed expensive, it paled in comparison to Chun Wen's extravagant Wuji 01. He merely intended to provoke. The two Special Task Force members remained silent. Jiangyu drove quietly, while Aina chose to ignore him. Before long, they could hear the sound of snoring from behind. Zhongyun had fallen asleep just like that. Pig, Aina muttered under her breath, stealing a glance at the rearview mirror. It was not until they arrived at the airport that Zhongyun finally stirred. Once aboard the plane, Aina made a phone call. Chief, We located the person you wanted. He's just boarded a flight to Daler, flight number XXXXX. A grand luxury aircraft was en route to Mingzhou, adorned with an artistic Y, signifying it as the private plane of a Yang family. Inside the cabin, the decor was surprisingly simple, contrasting sharply with the opulent exterior. A young man, handsome with fair skin, sat on a white sofa, engrossed in a book behind his glasses. Beside him stood a similarly youthful man, his attendant. For the Yang family upheld strict rules. Even in the absence of outsiders, attendants dared not take a seat. Suddenly, the attendant's phone rang, prompting the young man to furrow his brows slightly, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Such is the rarity of peace during flight. The attendant, quick on the uptake, handed the phone to his master, its team leader Liao. Is it him? The young man raised an eyebrow, pondering why he would call at this moment. Could it be? The person you are searching for has appeared. He will arrive at the third airport in 52 minutes. A sharp voice echoed from the other end, and the young man smiled faintly. Thank you, Liao. I owe you one. After hanging up, he rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The attendant, aware of his master's tendency to daydream, promptly interjected. Let us not return to Mingzhou just yet. Inform the pilot that we are changing course. The young man commanded, watching the attendant's figure vanish at the doorway, murmuring to himself, let me see what manner of person can stir such concern in my sister. His gaze fell upon a stack of documents on the table. The photographs atop them depicting none other than Zhongyun. This individual is rather intriguing. The young man unconsciously wore a smile of intrigue at the corners of his mouth, feeling a flicker of anticipation for the forthcoming meeting. On the top floor of a grand building in the heart of the city, a slightly portly middle-aged man was intently scrutinizing the documents in his hands. Ding dong. A sound interrupted his train of thought, and he displeasedly remarked, Did I not specify that I should not be disturbed during working hours? Sir, you previously instructed that you be notified immediately upon receiving news regarding a young man named Zhongyun. The voice was sweet yet devoid of the emotional warmth characteristic of humanity. It belonged to his intelligent assistant. You mentioned that there was news about this young man? A flicker of delight crossed the middle-aged man's face. Yes, sir. He has boarded a flight destined for the third airport and will land in 49 minutes and 12 seconds. The man sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Connect me to Xiao Zhao at once. The intelligent assistant promptly established the connection. Hello, Xiao Zhao. You must rush to the third airport to meet a person and ensure he is brought back to the company. I will send you his photograph shortly. Once the middle-aged man concluded, the assistant inquired, Is this young man, Zhongyun, of significant importance? Based on his previous performance, his potential value is rated at F, hardly warranting such attention from you. You do not comprehend, the middle-aged man replied, his mood noticeably uplifted. This is Xiao Rua's first request for my assistance, and it must be executed impeccably. He pondered the nature of the relationship between Xiao Rua and this young man, growing increasingly uneasy at the thought. How could someone so mediocre be deserving of her affection? Chapter 69, An Unexpected Encounter. Xing is the capital of the Daver Republic, with the city serving as the heart of Xing. If Xing is the lifeblood of Daver, then the city is its very core. Not only is it the political center of Xing, but it also stands as the economic hub of commercial prosperity, indisputably ranking first in national evaluations of major cities over the years. There are 3 airports in total, with the third airport located in the northeastern corner of the city. It is the most advanced airport in the nation, having been completed just 2 years prior. It boasts cutting-edge equipment, an extensive transportation network, and comprehensive functionalities. Not only does it facilitate the takeoff and landing of aircraft, but it also accommodates spacecraft, serving as a super hub that integrates both airports and spaceports. The daily influx of passengers is extraordinarily vast, as it serves as a crucial nexus to the entire country. Almost every minute, no fewer than 10 aircraft take off or land. We will be arriving at the airport in 5 minutes. Please prepare for disembarkation. Awoken from a deep slumber by the dulcet tones of the female announcer, Zhongyun stretched languidly. Those 2 self-proclaimed police officers were of considerable rank, arranging for him a luxurious cabin. It seemed they were personnel from the government. But why would government officials seek him out? Zhongyun fell into contemplation. He possessed an abundance of extraordinary elements that transcended the times. If one were to speculate on the reasons for the government's interest in him, many could be put forth. For instance, he knew that a grand flower exhibition was scheduled for the following year, during which foreign dignitaries would be invited. This would be a momentous event. Perhaps the government wished for him to cultivate another pot of 7 fairies flowers. After all, the 7 fairies were nearly extinct, and their presence at the exhibition would undoubtedly enhance the nation's image. Another possibility involved a B-level mechanic named Huang Jian. though the machine in question lacked any remarkable technology, and he had already destroyed it. Surely, the state would not go to such lengths for something so trivial? Or perhaps he had inadvertently revealed a telltale sign of his capabilities without realizing it. Of course, it was also plausible that his parents had discovered his disappearance and were seeking assistance in locating him, though they hardly possessed such influence. The worst-case scenario would be that Zero had been compromised, at least partially. Reflecting on this, Zhongyun furrowed his brow. Yet he no longer felt the same trepidation as before. He would await developments and first meet with the individuals seeking him out. It is often said that confidence stems from one's abilities, and this assertion holds true. He was no longer the ordinary high school student who could be easily manipulated. Behind the moon, his very own spacecraft awaited, ready to launch at his command within 30 minutes. Even in the direst of circumstances, he could retreat to his own planet with his family. With this contingency, Zhongyun felt a surge of confidence. As Zhongyun pondered, the airplane touched down. He rose to collect his belongings and prepare to disembark. At that moment, a tall flight attendant in a short-sleeved uniform approached gracefully and politely inquired, "Are you Mr. Zhongyun?" "Indeed. Someone wishes to meet you. Please follow me." The flight attendant gestured for him to proceed. "Here we go," Zhongyun mused with a slight smile, not bothering to inquire who awaited him. Under the gaze of the several passengers in the luxurious cabin, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and followed her out. The flight attendant led him down a special passageway, reserved for distinguished guests. Without the escort of airport personnel, entry was not permitted. As Zhongyun stood on the moving walkway, he leaned against the handrail, admiring the curves of the flight attendant's figure concealed within her uniform. Despite his unabashed gaze, the flight attendant appeared blissfully unaware, undoubtedly a testament to her rigorous training. The passageway was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals passing by occasionally, who averted their eyes upon making brief eye contact. After approximately 5 minutes, the sound of conversation drifted from a nearby intersection. Zhongyun glanced over and noticed a group of young men and women emerging from the entrance. At the forefront were several young men and women, followed closely by a cadre of tall, imposing figures, bodyguards as indicated by their alert demeanor. Initially indifferent to these individuals, Zhongyun was taken aback upon spotting a familiar face among the crowd. What small world, he thought, surprised to encounter him here. The man was engaged in jovial conversation with a few girls, but upon sensing Zhongyun's gaze, his eyes flicked over momentarily. At the instant their eyes met, a flash of ferocity ignited in his gaze, only to vanish almost instantly, leaving one to wonder if it was merely an illusion. Zhongyun's heart raced. Did he harbor a desire to kill me? Having experienced countless deaths during combat simulations, Zhongyun had honed an acute sensitivity to murderous intent. Although the man's glance had been fleeting, he distinctly perceived the chilling hostility behind it. Why does he harbor such animosity towards me? Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was due to Yunqi. The enmity had been palpable during their first encounter, and given his recent closeness with Yunqi, it would not take much for an astute observer to discern the shift in their relationship. He must have caught wind of the developments, thus eliciting such intense hostility. Fei Yingming, I have not wronged you, yet you wish for my demise. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless, Zhongyun silently resolved. Indeed, the individual radiating murderous intent was none other than Fei Yingming, whom he had encountered at Fei Airflower Garden. At that moment, Fei Yingming and his entourage erupted into laughter. Zhongyun glanced over, noting that they were pointing in his direction, likely due to something derogatory Fei Yingming had just said about him. Childish, Zhongyun thought, dismissing it without concern, and resumed his admiration of the beauty beside him. This way, please. A few minutes later, the flight attendant led him away from the corridor and into an elevator. Without needing to glance back, Zhongyun could feel the weighty gaze upon him. After ascending 3 floors, the attendant guided him out of the elevator, maneuvering through 2 turns before pushing open a door. Once he entered, she quietly closed the door behind him. You must be Mr. Zhongyun, a man in his 30s, exuding a shrewd and competent demeanor, stood inside. Upon seeing Zhongyun, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but his expression remained warm yet polite. I don't believe we've met, Zhongyun said with a hint of confusion after shaking his hand. Well, now we have, the man replied with a hearty smile. My name is Zhao Tai, the manager of the security department at Yida Group. Yida Group? Zhongyun's mind raced with curiosity. Why would someone from Yida Group seek him out? Chapter 70, Yida Group. Yida Group is a household name, having dominated the national rankings of top enterprises for 15 consecutive years, firmly overshadowing the giant machinery group. Yida Group resembles General Electric on Earth, being a remarkably diversified corporation involved in nearly every sector. From spacecraft components to clothing and footwear, their business scope is vast. The current president of Yida Group, a figure who has propelled the company to unprecedented heights, is known for his famous saying, "Wherever there is profit to be made, Yida Group will be present." In stark contrast, Giant Machinery Group prides itself on the mantra of crafting excellence through specialization, dedicating itself to the production and research of machinery. In the realm of engineering, Giant Machinery Group is undeniably a behemoth, with 2/3 of the universe's spacecraft, 3/4 of mechs, and over 90% of various high-tech components produced by them. To claim that Giant Machinery Group monopolizes the machinery manufacturing industry would not be an exaggeration. Yet, this formidable Giant Machinery Group has been consistently overshadowed by Yida Group for the past 15 years. "What brings you here?" Zhong Yin inquired, somewhat surprised that it wasn't government officials as he had imagined. "Please, don't stand. Take a seat." Zhao Tai gestured for him to sit. Zhong Yun casually settled onto the sofa, placing his backpack aside and gazing at him. "It's not me seeking you out," Zhao Tai replied, maintaining his composure under Zhong Yun's scrutiny. "It is our president who wishes to invite you to our company." "Zhao Tingjian?" Zhong Yun was taken aback. If there were a ranking of influential figures in Daver over the past decade, Zhao Tingjian would undoubtedly secure a top 10 position. 30 years ago, a 19-year-old, then virtually unknown, took the helm of an inconspicuous small firm. In just 15 years, this modest company transformed into a colossal entity capable of rivaling and even surpassing the Giant Machinery Group. This remarkable economic phenomenon, with Zhao Tingjian at its helm, is destined to be etched in history. Having completed only secondary education, Zhao Tingjian has become an idol for nearly every aspiring entrepreneur. Zhong Yun was well aware that his father held Zhao Tingjian in utmost esteem, regarding him as the self-made magnate who propelled his company to the pinnacle of global success. The notion that such a legendary figure would specifically request to meet him left Zhong Yun somewhat incredulous. "You mean Mr. Zhao wants to see me?" He hesitated, unsure of how to address Zhao Tingjian, and settled on the vague title of Mr. Indeed. "Our president personally instructed me to ensure you come to our company." "He wishes to meet you in person," Zhao Tai affirmed. In truth, he himself could not fathom why his president was so keen to meet this young man, especially with such a serious tone. Initially, he had assumed it was someone of great importance, only to discover from the photo that it was merely a young lad. As the president, he should need to curry favor with anyone. Zhao Tai mused, pondering what made this young man so significant in the eyes of his superior. The thought that Zhong Yun might be an exceptional individual worthy of such attention was something he hadn't even considered, mainly due to Zhong Yun's youth and his rather carefree demeanor. "Mr. Zhao is very courteous," Zhong Yun said, slightly taken aback. Zhao Tingjian had once been his idol. Who could have imagined that one day his idol would seek to meet him, although his soul had transitioned into another, out of respect for this legendary figure? Zhong Yun felt a surge of delight. Not just anyone could receive an invitation from Zhao Tingjian. It was akin to being sought out by Bill Gates, regardless of personal feelings. One would still be astonished. With this thought, Zhong Yun smiled and said, "It is indeed an honor." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door, causing Zhao Tai to furrow his brow and halt mid-sentence. Who would dare disrupt at such a time? This is the VIP lounge of the third airport, where only the affluent or influential are allowed entry. It seemed there was a dispute, likely due to the lounge being overcrowded. However, Zhao Tai was unconcerned. Not just anyone could tarnish Yida Group's reputation. He was confident his subordinates would handle it well. "It's nothing. Just a minor misunderstanding," Zhao Tai remarked, just as a brash voice echoed from outside. "What is the matter with Yida Group? Even if Zhao Tingjian is inside, I intend to claim this room." Zhong Yun was taken aback by the audacity of the speaker, intrigued by his identity. Zhao Tai's eyes flashed with anger. "There's a small issue outside. Let me handle it. Please, wait a moment." Zhong Yun nodded, thinking that Zhao Tai must be feeling quite displeased at having his authority challenged, and anticipated a spectacle. Indeed, a crowd had gathered outside to witness the unfolding drama. Yida Group had enjoyed a meteoric rise over the past decade, with Zhao Tingjian, a man of humble beginnings, holding an exalted position. Even some prominent families found it difficult to rival him. With Yida Group's extensive business dealings across various sectors, it was inevitable that they had made numerous enemies. However, few would dare to confront them directly. In just 30 years, Zhao Tingjian had transformed from an inconspicuous youth into a formidable figure, and it was hard to imagine he was a benevolent soul. Those permitted into the VIP area were individuals well connected in the business realm. Nearly everyone present had relatives or friends who had faced bankruptcy after competing against Yida Group. Consequently, they were unlikely to harbor fond feelings towards the company. Thus, when word spread that someone from Yida Group was in the room, most people instinctively avoided confrontation. Yet today, someone dared to provoke the tigress Whiskers. A handsome young man, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards, approached the Yida Group suite. After being stopped by security at the entrance, a verbal altercation ensued. Quickly, onlookers began to gather, drawn in by the commotion. Most were there to revel in the unfolding drama, whispering among themselves about the young man's identity. He was unfamiliar to them all. At that moment, Fei Yingming and a group of young men and women arrived. Upon seeing the young man, Fei Yingming gasped, "Is that him? Do you know him?" Those accompanying him were keenly curious, pressing for answers about the young man's identity. Who was he to disregard? Zhao Tingjian. Many had privately expressed disdain for Zhao Tingjian, but few dared to do so openly in front of Yida Group's representatives. Fei Yingming gazed at the young man with a complex expression, recognizing this as true power, a testament to life's realities. His surname is Yang. Fei Yingming's voice was not loud, yet it undoubtedly detonated a bombshell in the hearts of the crowd. Is it the Yang family? Someone inquired hastily. Which other Yang family could it possibly be? Another scoffed. People from Yang family? The gazes directed at the young man shifted completely, filled with yearning, envy, desire, and even reverence. A family of marshals. Fei Yingming sighed inwardly. Chapter 71, Yang Yunrong. Could it really be him? As soon as the door swung open, Zhao Ta's previously furious demeanor was replaced by a jolt of dread. He had anticipated that the troublemaker was some oblivious scion of an unknown aristocratic family, and he was contemplating ways to humiliate him into leaving. Little did he expect that the troublemaker outside was this formidable force. While the Yang family typically operated with discretion, seldom revealing their true countenance to the world from many, they existed as a legendary clan. However, for the Didao Group, acquiring photographs of the Yang family's key members was hardly a challenge, and thus, each senior executive possessed a dossier on the prominent figures of the Yang family. The individual before him was Yang Yunrong, the second son of the current head of the Yang family. At just 25 years old, he was the head of the mecha department, a core division of the giant machinery group. It was rumored that the Yang family was a breeding ground for geniuses and madmen, with exceptional talents emerging in almost every generation. Yang Yunrong was a fusion of both genius and madness, entrusted with significant responsibilities at a tender age. If he were not exceptionally gifted, the family would never have entrusted him with such authority. Were it merely nepotism, the giant machinery group would not have enjoyed centuries of glory, nor would their CEO be so wary of him. Unlike other members of his family, Yang Yunrong was not particularly low-key. Perhaps due to his early success, he had gained a reputation for being notoriously difficult. Even the most powerful figures would find themselves at a loss in his presence. 3 months prior, when the mayor of Mingzhou stayed overnight at the Mingzhou Hotel, coincidentally in the same room that Yang Yunrong often occupied, an encounter ensued. Allegedly, that night, Yang Yunrong exploded in anger, forcing the mayor out and then sending a crew to demolish the entire room. That fat pig made a mess of the room. Tear it down and rebuild it for me, he had declared. Such an affront to a mayor's dignity was utterly audacious. Reflecting on this, Zhao Ta felt a swell of trepidation. The two parties were entirely on different levels. He was merely a security department manager at the Didao Group, while the identity of Yang Yunrong as the second young master of the Yang family could easily crush him. Was he not merely a dish served on a platter? Nevertheless, he steeled himself to confront the situation. One could sacrifice their head, bleed, but never lose face. "Ah, it's Manager Yang," Zhao Ta said, his sharpness evident, the surprise on his face perfectly measured. "I didn't know you were here for a purpose." His tone, surprisingly gentle, left the onlookers astounded. Although the Didao Group was not known for being tyrannical, they possessed a certain sharpness, and it was unheard of for anyone to provoke them and receive such cordiality in return. What was this young man's true identity? Everyone began to speculate quietly. Yang Yunrong produced a sky-blue handkerchief to wipe his hands, not sparing Zhao Ta glance. Finally, someone worth conversing with, he remarked. "Manager Yang, please, do not linger at the doorway. Let's converse inside." Zhao Ta gestured, his expression measured and dignified. Yang Yunrong stepped inside, disliking the sensation of being observed like an animal. "Young Master Yang." Just then, someone from the crowd called out to him. He turned to find an unexpected face. "Is it you? What a coincidence." Fei Yingming smiled as he approached. "Are you here for business as well?" Yang Yunrong nodded. His impression of Fei Yingming was neutral. He neither liked him nor disliked him. But encountering an acquaintance here seemed fortuitous. As Fei Yingming followed Yang Yunrong into the room, the gazes of his companions were filled with envy. The Fei family was a titan in the steel industry, and their interests complemented those of the giant machinery group. The two companies had always been partners, and the relationship between the two families had been quite amiable. However, Fei Yingming's earlier reference to young Master Yang ignited boundless conjecture among others. A young man surnamed Yang, referred to as the second young master, who could make the Dao group acquiesce. Such a person could only be. Why was he here? Upon spotting Zhong Yun casually seated on the sofa, Fei Yingming was momentarily taken aback. He never expected to see him here. Given Zhong Yun's status, he should not have been present in this context. Yang Yunrong seated himself directly across from Zhong Yun, scrutinizing him from head to toe before casually inquiring, "Are you Zhong Yun?" Zhong Yun felt a sense of familiarity with the young man before him and grew increasingly irritated as he continued to stare. When he heard Yang Yunrong's condescending tone, his annoyance peaked. Instead of responding, he merely fixed his gaze on Zhao Ta, who remained relatively composed by his side. "I don't like you," Yang Yunrong declared nonchalantly. "However, for my sister's sake, I have lowered myself to meet you." Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Ta's brow. It became evident that this young master was here for Zhong Yun. He hastily interjected, "Manager Yang, Mr. Zhong is a guest specifically requested by our CEO. He's my guest now," Yang Yunrong asserted matter-of-factly. Zhao Ta's dissatisfaction simmered, and he struggled to resist. "If there are any grievances, have Zhao Tingjian come to discuss them with me personally," Yang Yunrong stated with an air of finality. Zhao Ta's expression shifted from pale to flushed. His hands clenched into fists, then released, only to tighten once more. Finally, in a subdued voice, he said, "Then please, Manager Yang, treat Mr. Zhong well. I will convey your goodwill to the CEO." With that, he turned and departed. Outside, the crowd had yet to disperse and were whispering among themselves. Upon seeing Zhao Ta emerge with a thunderous expression, followed by his subordinates in silence, it became apparent that the Dao group had suffered a setback. Consequently, their suspicions were further solidified. In Dowa, there were only a handful of entities capable of making the Dao group concede. Inside the room, Fei Yingming was utterly bewildered. Zhong Yun was a guest specifically requested by Zhao Tingjian. Who was Zhao Tingjian? A figure who could stand on equal footing with his grandfather. And Zhong Yun, the offspring of ordinary lineage, deemed an imbecile. Zhao Tingjian could not possibly be aware of such a person. What shocked Fei Yingming even more was that, according to Yang Yunrong's tone, he was indeed there for Zhong Yun, even willing to offend Zhao Tingjian, a heavyweight adversary, for this inconsequential individual. Had he lost his mind? Chapter 72. As if falling into an ice cellar, Yang Yunrong was certainly not mad. If he truly were a lunatic, how could the head of the Yang family dare to place him in such a high position? Seizing a guest, this matter, while not insignificant, was neither overly grave. Zhao Yunting, having ascended to his current stature in a mere 30 years, was undoubtedly not a person to act impulsively. He would never sever ties with the Yang family over such an incident. Yang Yunrong, fully aware of this, took advantage of his status to intercept Zhong Yun. "Are you Yunqi's second brother?" Zhong Yun suddenly inquired, instinctively sitting up straighter. "Yunqi?" Yang Yunrong looked at him again. "She even mentioned that? It seems your relationship is indeed quite special." Zhong Yun managed a somewhat awkward smile. He had experienced a few romantic encounters before, yet had never met the families of those he dated. At that moment, he was uncertain how to navigate this unexpected situation. Furthermore, the imposing figure before him hardly seemed like an amiable individual. "We are merely ordinary friends," Zhong Yun clarified, believing his words to be quite sincere. For besides holding her hand, he had not crossed any further boundaries. "Indeed, just ordinary friends," Yang Yunrong remarked, a smirk playing upon his lips as he placed particular emphasis on the word ordinary. Zhong Yun blinked, feigning ignorance. Lu Yunqi had once spoken of her family, mentioning that her second brother had a rather unique personality and was not easy to get along with. It appeared that Yunqi had anticipated this moment and prepared for it accordingly. Zhong Yun asked, "May I inquire why young Master Yang sought my presence?" Initially intending to address him as second brother, he suddenly recalled Yunqi's caution against being overly familiar, which could provoke Yang Yunrong's ire. He preferred to be addressed as young Master Yang. "I was simply curious to see the person my sister holds in such high regard," Yang Yunrong stated, rising to his feet and heading toward the door. Suddenly, he turned back, adding, "Oh, my sister seems to have something to discuss with you." With that, he pushed open the door and exited. Following Yang Yunrong was the sullen-faced Fei Yingming, who cast a chilling glance at Zhong Yun as he departed, leaving an unsettling atmosphere in his wake. Zhong Yun resumed his seat on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly, his index finger twitching gently. After a moment, the door swung open once more, revealing another flight attendant. "Sir," your private jet is ready. Private jet? Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback. A mister. Yang has arranged it for you, the flight attendant said, her face brightening with a sweet smile as she discreetly assessed the young man before her. While Zhong Yun appeared rather ordinary to her, he exuded an extraordinary charm. Yang Yunrong's generosity was indeed remarkable. The private jet he provided was lavish, with a vast aircraft accommodating only him as a passenger, a sensation that felt decadently extravagant. The cabin was adorned in opulence, spacious enough for Zhong Yun to play basketball, with a massive bed in the center resembling a luxurious presidential suite more than anything else. Seated on the finest of sofas, holding a glass of exquisite wine, and accompanied by a beaming flight attendant amidst the fragrant aroma of high-quality incense, Zhong Yun reveled in this ultimate indulgence. As he marveled at the excesses of the wealthy, he also found himself enjoying this lavish lifestyle. His thoughts drifted back to Yang Yunrong. He hardly seemed the type to meticulously arrange a private jet for someone else. Did he truly believe he was his sister's boyfriend? With this thought, Zhong Yun's heart raced. You may leave now. I wish to rest for a while, he instructed the flight attendant. Watching her graceful figure vanish at the door, Zhong Yun dialed a number. Hello, came the voice on the other end. At the third airport, in the top-tier lounge, Yang Yunrong remarked. The lounge was extravagantly decorated, yet undeniably gaudy. It appeared to be in dire need of renovation. This lounge is indeed the finest in the building, Fei Yingming concurred with a smile. Yang Yunrong raised his gaze to him. My sister, when she was just 6 or 7 years old. His abrupt shift in topic nearly caught Fei Yingming off guard, yet the mention of his sister delighted him. Yang Yunrong was sharing stories about his sister's childhood. What could this signify? As he listened intently, Yang Yunrong continued. She was exceptionally bright, never mischievous, and quite adorable. Beloved by the entire family. Fei Yingming could not help but nod, envisioning Lu Yunqi as a child. Once, she saw a doll in an advertisement that she adored, so she decided to make one herself. Imagine, she was so young, and the doll turned out to be utterly dreadful. Yang Yunrong chuckled, seemingly recalling the amusing image of his sister's clumsy attempts at crafting the doll. Later, their elder brother, unable to bear it, purchased her a matching doll. Surprisingly, she paid no heed to it, clinging tightly to the one she had created. When some boys from the third household came to play and saw Yunqi with her unsightly doll, they mocked her. Infuriated, Yunqi argued with them. At this point, Yang Yunrong's smile faded, a shadow casting over his fair complexion. Eventually, those boys snatched Yunqi's doll and tore it to shreds. Heartbroken over the destruction of her beloved toy, she cried inconsolably. Yang Yunrong paused, glancing at Fei Yingming. Can you guess what happened to those boys afterward? Fei Yingming's heart raced. He sensed an indefinable meaning behind Yang Yunrong's expression. What became of them? He inquired. Eventually, my brother and I found them and gave them a good beating. Then we were grounded for 6 months, Yang Yunrong recounted nonchalantly. However, Fei Yingming felt a chill run down his spine. When Lu Yunqi was 6 or 7, Yang Yunrong was merely 11 or 12. To be grounded for half a year over a childish scuffle seemed excessive. Swallowing hard, he asked, those boys must have been severely beaten, right? Yang Yunrong smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. They certainly sustained significant injuries. However, my brother and I were quite measured in our approach. They didn't die. Fei Yingming felt a cold sweat dampen his back, a shiver coursing through him. He discerned the implications in Yang Yunrong's words. Not dead likely meant that their suffering was far worse than death. Despite the advancements in modern medicine, certain areas remained inadequately explored. Some bodily parts or organs, once damaged, could not be healed. For instance, while one could replace a kidney, could one truly replace a brain? Or, while one could install metal rods for a spine, could one substitute a spinal column with metal? Fei Yingming considered himself a ruthless individual, having committed acts of violence before. But those had been against insignificant figures. Yet, to lay hands on members of the Fei family, even with the audacity to do so, was beyond his courage. Even as the grandson of the current family head, family rules were no mere platitudes. Fratricide within a clan was one of the gravest sins, one even his father could not bear, let alone himself. In a large family, decisions were not solely made by the head of the household. It is unimaginable the immense cost that Yang Bingchong had to bear to ensure the safety of his 2 sons. As for Yunqi, I am indifferent to her preferences. However, should anyone dare to cause her sorrow, I shall not let them go unpunished. Yang Yunrong fixed his gaze intently upon him, and in that fleeting moment, Fei Yingming felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 73. I have returned. Son, where on earth have you been? I couldn't reach you by phone. It's driving me frantic. In the panoramic video, Yunrong wore an expression of reproach. Zhongyun chuckled lightly. Your son has grown up. What is there to worry about? I merely took a stroll, and my phone was broken. I have just now purchased a new one. If it weren't for your father stopping me, I would have already reported you missing. You truly are a source of concern. Yet, Yunrong's scolding warmed Zhongyun's heart. I apologize. Next time I shall inform you in advance. What about Dad? Zhongyun deliberately shifted the topic. At the company. And where are you now? At a hotel? On a plane. I shall arrive in Mingzhou in a few hours, Zhongyun replied. How could you afford such an extravagant flight? Yunrong was somewhat taken aback. The panoramic imagery revealed an opulent private room, leading her to believe it was merely a suite, never imagining it would be a chartered flight. Though her son was indeed remarkable, a mother's concern for her child never wanes. He is still young, and being lavish with money is hardly a virtue. Do not fret over that. I neither steal nor rob, Zhongyun said with a playful smile. Indeed, you have a point, Yunrong replied with a slight smile. Her son had matured and become more sensible. It was indeed time to refrain from excessive worry. Upon returning to Mingzhou, he should head home at once. At your command. My dear mother. Also, several of your friends have called inquiring about your whereabouts. You ought to reach out to them, Yunrong concluded. After ending the call, Zhongyun pondered for a moment before dialing Tianhai's number. It was easy to imagine that Tianhai, with his somewhat irritable temperament, would nearly leap through the phone to give him a beating upon realizing it was him. You rascal. You vanished without a trace for over a month. What do you think you're doing? Zhongyun spoke soothingly, offering a plethora of promises until Tianhai's anger was somewhat abated. We'll settle accounts when you return. Now, immediately call Lu Yunqi. She has been searching for you to the brink of madness. With that, Tianhai hung up, rubbing his head. Zhongyun hadn't anticipated that his absence would cause such a stir. He had thought a brief explanation would suffice, but it seemed Tianhai was correct. He had indeed been inconsiderate, failing to account for the concerns of those who cared for him. What a heartwarming predicament it was. Taking a deep breath, Zhongyun dialed the number. As soon as he did, it connected, and Lu Yunqi's beautiful and familiar face appeared before him. The most advanced panoramic video technology revealed every detail of her visage, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting glimmer as though brimming with unspoken words. Ultimately, it condensed into a single phrase, "You're back." Somewhere deep within, it felt as if something was about to erupt. Zhongyun found it difficult to breathe. His throat constricted, rendering him unable to continue speaking. The two gazed into each other's eyes, the atmosphere both tender and silent. Even through the phone, they could distinctly sense a gentle affection rippling between them. I will come find you tomorrow, Zhongyun finally said, his excitement gradually calming. I will wait for you. Lu Yunqi responded softly, her lips parting to reveal a joyful smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Those three simple words captivated Zhongyun entirely. After the call ended, he reclined on the sofa, pressing his hand against his chest as if fearing that his heart might leap out. Did you say Zhongyun was intercepted by the Yang family? In the office of the president at the headquarters of Yida Group, Zhao Tingjian, initially leaning back in his chair, straightened at Zhao Qiao's report, his fatigued face now etched with gravity. It's my inadequacy, Zhao Qiao expressed with evident remorse. This cannot be attributed to you. The Yang family is beyond your capacity to contend with. You have performed admirably, Zhao Tingjian reassured him gently. Zhao Qiao felt a warmth in his heart. Comforted by his superior's words, his despondency lifted as he unconsciously straightened his posture. Zhao Tingjian pondered for a moment before addressing Zhao Qiao. You may leave for now. I will handle this matter. Zhao Qiao complied, quietly exiting the office that symbolized the pinnacle of power within Yida Group. As he departed, a lingering question remained in his mind. What was the background of that youth named Zhongyun, that he could garner such attention from both the president and the Yang family? The expansive office was left with only Zhao Tingjian, who sat in contemplation, his brow furrowed. What could have compelled Yang Yunrong to intercept Zhongyun? Was it merely to undermine Yida Group's reputation, or were there deeper motives at play? The relationship between Yida Group and the Yang family was rather intricate. There were no significant conflicts of interest, yet they subtly vied against one another, each seeking to gain the upper hand. On the surface, it appeared that Yida Group had maintained dominance for over a decade. However, this was a misconception, for the Yang family was not limited to just one company. The collective strength of the companies under the Yang family could rival that of two Yida Groups. Even more daunting was their entrenched influence, cultivated over centuries. The Yang family's power ran deep and was unfathomable. Having recognized the formidable nature of the Yang family, Zhao Tingjian had always exercised caution to avoid conflicts of interest, deliberately steering clear of their domains. This was how Yida Group had managed to coexist peacefully with the Yang family. Nonetheless, friction was inevitable. particularly when encountering someone as unpredictable as Yang Yunrong. Zhao Tingjian had studied the higher echelons of the giant machinery group, finding Yang Yunrong, the head of the mecha department, to be the most enigmatic. According to the gathered information, this individual was not only capricious, but also acted without restraint, even confronting the mayor. Such a character was a source of great concern, especially given his status as the second son of the Yang family. Most could only endure his antics in silence, suppressing any resentment that dared to surface. What Zhao Tingjian sought to understand was whether this was a signal from the Yang family conveyed through Yang Yunrong, or merely an impulsive act of arrogance. A momentary whim to tarnish the group's image. After deep contemplation, Zhao Tingjian devised several strategies and raised his head to address the empty office. "Connect me with Xiao Ruo." "Yes, sir," came the voice of the intelligent assistant. "Uncle Zhao, do we have news about Zhongyan?" As soon as the call connected, Xiao Ruo eagerly inquired. Seeing Xiao Ruo's anxious expression softened Zhao Tingjian's features. "Yes, we have news of him." "Really?" Xiao Ruo's beautiful eyes widened, sparkling with a mixture of surprise and joy. "Where is he now?" "Your concern for him indicates that your relationship is quite special," Zhao Tingjian remarked with a smile. "No, we are merely ordinary friends," Xiao Ruo stammered, her fair cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Zhao Tingjian sighed inwardly. Someone of Zhong Yun's mediocre caliber was hardly worthy of Xiao Ruo, and he was reluctant to see them together. However, he maintained a smile. "He has already boarded a plane to Mingzhou. I believe he will arrive today." "That's splendid." Xiao Ruo transformed her embarrassment into joy, a sweet smile blossoming on her face, her eyes narrowing playfully with her laughter. Such a sight was indescribably adorable, reminiscent of her mother. Zhao Tingjian momentarily lost himself in thought. Chapter 74. Who is he really? Zhao Tingjian snapped back from his reverie, suddenly struck by a thought. "Is that Zhong Yun in your class particularly well-liked?" "Ah, him?" At the mere mention of Zhong Yun, the right corner of Xiao Ruo's mouth lifted, prompting Zhao Tingjian to sigh inwardly. "He has the worst popularity. You wouldn't believe it. He used to be like an invisible man, and I had no idea he even existed." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she continued. "He used to have just one friend, but then it increased. They formed a trio, and their bond is quite strong." Xiao Ruo rambled on, her enthusiasm giving the impression of endless topics to discuss. Zhao Tingjian listened attentively, devoid of any annoyance. At that moment, he was no longer the legendary figure who commanded the business world with an iron fist, but rather a benevolent father indulging his daughter. Who could have imagined that the formidable Zhao Tingjian, known for his ruthless business tactics, harbored such a tender side? After hearing Xiao Ruo recount a myriad of trivial anecdotes about Zhong Yun, Zhao Tingjian gained a deeper understanding of the youth, unassuming, ordinary, and socially inept, essentially a rather mediocre individual. This further solidified a decision in his heart. In his eyes, Xiao Ruo's partner should at least possess some remarkable talent, not merely be an average boy like Zhong Yun, who he deemed unworthy of her. "Do you remember that beautiful female classmate I mentioned last time?" Xiao Ruo's words pulled Zhao Tingjian back to reality. "Oh yes, the one with the surname Liu, right?" It was her mother's wish for Xiao Ruo to attend a public school. But Zhao Tingjian had always believed that she deserved the finest education and should not waste her time in an ordinary institution. Though he could not defy her mother's wishes, out of protective instinct, he investigated the family backgrounds of all the students in Xiao Ruo's class. The results astonished him. This seemingly ordinary school concealed many exceptional talents. He refrained from mentioning the son of the so-called underworld patriarch, but to his surprise, the third son of the Chun family, a titan in the metal industry, and the princess of the Yang family were in the same class as Xiao Ruo. This revelation was truly shocking. However, he deemed it unnecessary to expose this reality and pretended to be oblivious. He had been contemplating matters concerning the Yang family when he heard Xiao Ruo mention the little princess of the Yang family, causing him to shudder slightly. He had always assumed that Yang Yunrong's interference with Zhong Yun was merely to embarrass the youth, as someone like Zhong Yun could hardly be linked to the Yang family. Now, with Xiao Ruo's mention of the Yang princess, he was jolted awake. Zhong Yun was indeed in the same class as her. Could there be some special connection between them? The thought struck him as utterly absurd. What kind of person was the Yang princess? At the tender age of 10, she had shattered the record for adult IQ tests. By 14, she had mastered the 8th level of physical training, a feat unparalleled in history. It could be said that in terms of intellect and physical prowess, the Yang princess stood at the pinnacle of human achievement, a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. All those in the know eagerly anticipated what heights she would reach as she matured. Such an extraordinary individual would have little in common with an ordinary student like Zhong Yun. Zhao Tingjian would not believe it, even if he were forced to. Yet, he still asked, are Zhongyun and that Lu girl particularly close? How do you know? Xiao Ruo was taken aback, even if she had her suspicions. The confirmation left Zhao Tingjian utterly shocked. There were even rumors circulating at school about their romantic involvement. Hey, Uncle Zhao, what's wrong? Xiao Ruo asked, startled by the look of disbelief on his face, fearing something was amiss. Even Zhao Tingjian, who had navigated the business world for years, remained momentarily stunned. However, his deep-seated composure quickly returned as he masked his shock, feigning anger. This boy is actually playing both sides. Don't worry, Uncle will support you. No, Xiao Ruo exclaimed, her hands flailing. I have nothing to do with him. Please don't confront him. Zhao Tingjian shook his head, remaining silent. Xiao Ruo, her eyes reddening with urgency, pleaded, Uncle Zhao, please don't go after him. It's my own feelings for him. He is not at fault. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Seeing her cry filled Zhao Tingjian with both tenderness and ire. All right, I want to confront him. Just stop crying. He lamented as he pounded his fist on the table in frustration. Really? Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ruo's tears ceased, though suspicion lingered in her gaze. You promise? I promise. Zhao Tingjian raised 3 fingers in a gesture of oath. Are you satisfied now? After soothing her for a while, he finally ended the call. Connect me to manager and from the intelligence department. Once the call was terminated, Zhao Tingjian resumed his commanding presence in the business world. Upon connection, he instructed, do you remember the Zhongyun I asked you to investigate last time? I need you to track his whereabouts over the past month. You have a level authorization. The manager on the video call responded sharply. The A-level authorization was the highest tier, indicating he could utilize all resources for the investigation. Though puzzled as to why the boss was interested in an ordinary high school student, he knew his role was simply to comply. Also, connect me to phone. After hanging up, Zhao Tingjian issued another order. Old Zhao, what an unexpected pleasure to receive your call. As soon as the line connected, Feng's familiar voice came through. Zhao Tingjian's face lit up. Feng was one of the few friends he had in this world. Hearing his voice always brought a sense of ease. I need your help with something. Although he was the superior, Zhao Tingjian could not adopt a stern demeanor, but rather sounded like he was making a request. I knew you had something up your sleeve. What task do you have for me? Feng finit el business. I need you to pick someone up at Mingzhou Airport. I'll send you the details now. Who is so important that it requires my personal attention? Feng joked, but suddenly he paused. Zhongyun? Now that's worth a trip. Zhao Tingjian was taken aback. You know him? How could I not? He asked the young man who repaired the young lady's piano. I've sent you his information before. Feng was perplexed. If I didn't know him, how would you? He assumed Zhao Tingjian's knowledge of Zhongyun stemmed from the materials he provided. Is he really that young man? Zhao Tingjian felt a storm brewing within him, utterly astonished. What kind of person was Zhongyun truly? Chapter 75. The Counterattack of the Yida Group. Upon the plane's arrival at Mingzhou Airport, Zhongyun was finally roused from his slumber by the flight attendant. Lately, he had been exceptionally drowsy. Lying on the plush sofa made his eyelids feel as heavy as lead. As Zhongyun opened his eyes, he was greeted by a dazzling expanse of snow white. Initially, he thought he was lost in a dream, fixated upon the sight before him. It wasn't until he felt a gentle push on his shoulder, accompanied by a soft, melodious call, Mr. Zhong, that he was jolted back to reality. A shiver ran down his spine as he raised his gaze to find the flight attendant's exquisite face adorned with a delicate flush. Her beautiful eyes met his, and she recoiled like a startled rabbit, yet there lingered a subtle allure of spring within her expression, a combination of shyness and enchantment that was undeniably captivating. Zhongyun felt a wave of heat surge through him, igniting a fervor that spread rapidly from his abdomen. In an instant, he found himself parched and breathless, ensnared by the raw, unabashed allure before him. Just as he teetered on the brink of losing control, an announcement echoed through the cabin. Dear passengers, we will be landing at Mingzhou Airport in 3 minutes. Please prepare to disembark. With a sudden burst of urgency, Zhongyun leaped from the sofa and hastened toward the restroom. The flight attendant sank onto the couch, her expression one of frustration. So close yet so far. She cast an irritated glance toward the restroom, thinking to herself that a man who would turn down such an opportunity was truly a fool. Confident in her beauty, she was accustomed to unwavering attention from men. Zhongyun's reaction had undoubtedly struck a blow to her self-esteem. Yet she mused. Perhaps this indicated that he was indeed a discerning individual, not one to be easily swayed, even in the pursuit of wealth. She preferred to align herself with someone possessing depth and character. Before long, Zhongyun emerged from the restroom, appearing perfectly composed. It was as if nothing had transpired between them. Just before disembarking, the flight attendant slipped him a note, stating, "I have a 7-day vacation and will be staying in Mingzhou." Holding the note, Zhong Yun couldn't help but marvel at the boldness of modern women as he exited the airport. Once again stepping foot on the soil of Mingzhou, he experienced a surreal sensation, as if he had traversed through time and space. In this age of advanced technology, distances seemed trivial. Who would have imagined he had spent over a month in a place light years away? At that moment, a man in his 30s approached him with a respectful demeanor. "You must be Mr. Zhong Yun," he said. "And you are?" Zhong Yun inquired, puzzled. "I am sent by young Master Yang," the man replied, maintaining a level of respect that belied Zhong Yun's youth. "Oh," Zhong Yun realized, recalling that Yang Qi's brother was quite amiable. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for the man to lead the way. After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard someone calling his name loudly. He turned, pleasantly surprised to see Manager O. What a coincidence! It was O Feng, the general manager of Mingzhou Building, who approached with several associates, exclaiming, "It's no coincidence. I was specifically waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Zhong Yun asked curiously. "How did you know I was on this flight?" "Let's discuss this in the car. It's not convenient here," O Feng invited. However, Zhong Yun hesitated, glancing at the man sent by Yang Yunrong, feeling torn between his connections. On one side was Yang Qi's brother, and on the other, his business partner, an uncomfortable dilemma indeed. Unfazed by Zhong Yun's indecision, O Feng addressed the silent man, saying, "Tell young Master Yang that I've taken care of the person. If there are any issues, he can come find me." The man, seemingly resigned to the day's events, replied emotionlessly, "I will convey Manager O's words," before turning to leave without uttering another word. As Zhong Yun and O Feng sat across from each other in a spacious shuttle, O Feng suddenly asked, "Are you affiliated with the Dao Group?" With practiced ease, O Feng uncorked a bottle of red wine and smiled upon hearing the question. "Mingzhou Building is indeed a property of Dao Group." "Oh, that makes sense," Zhong Yun replied, realizing he had previously overlooked this. It seemed Dao Group, unwilling to lose face at the airport, had dispatched O Feng to reclaim what was theirs, with Zhong Yun unwittingly caught in the crossfire. "Please, don't involve me in your power struggles. I'm just an ordinary citizen. If I become collateral damage, I won't have anyone to turn to for justice," Zhong Yun half joked, half pleaded. O Feng regarded him with a knowing smile. "Can this ordinary citizen enlighten me as to where you've been for over a month, considering the entire world has been searching for you?" Zhong Yun's heart skipped a beat. His fears had materialized. Before his departure, he had only vaguely informed those around him of his absence. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Yunxi and Xiao Ruo would grow concerned enough to send others to search for him, especially those with such formidable influence. The excuse he had concocted about embarking on a desert adventure had managed to fool his parents and Tianhai, but it would not hold against the scrutiny of powers like Dao Group and the Yang family. After encountering the two individuals claiming to be police officers, he sensed trouble brewing. The subsequent meetings with Zhao Ji from Dao Group and Lu Yunxi's elder brother only heightened his apprehension that his whereabouts would eventually be scrutinized. Yet, why would Dao Group show such interest in him? Taking a sip of the red wine, Zhong Yun set the glass gently on the table. "There is one thing I do not comprehend." O Feng gestured for him to continue. "Why are you searching for me? While I did assist in repairing a chain, you have also provided me with numerous rare items. We should be even by now." Zhong Yun voiced his curiosity. "Curiosity?" O Feng replied with a mysterious smile. "A middle school student capable of restoring a Jialan Star is bound to pique interest." Zhong Yun lightly tapped the glass, producing a clear, ringing sound, his expression seemingly accepting this explanation. Yet, was it merely curiosity? "I was attending to a deeply personal matter," Zhong Yun countered, reciprocating O Feng's earlier inquiry. O Feng shrugged, recognizing his reluctance to elaborate, and chose not to press further, shifting the conversation to other topics. After about 10 minutes, the driver announced, "We've arrived." Bidding farewell to O Feng, Zhong Yun stepped off the shuttle and was greeted by the familiar sight of his home, where a familiar figure stood waiting. "Zhong Yun, where on earth have you been?" A plump figure rushed forward. "You rascal, you finally decided to return?" Feigning annoyance, but his eyes betrayed a sense of relief. "I just went." Zhong Yun's voice faltered, the carefully crafted lies he had prepared suddenly escaping him. "I understand." Tianhai comforted, patting his shoulder. "You have your reasons. I won't force you. When you're ready to share, I'm all ears." In that moment, Zhong Yun felt enveloped by warmth. A compelling urge to reveal the truth surged within him, yet he ultimately restrained himself. He silently gripped Tianhai's arm with considerable force, expressing his gratitude for the latter's understanding and tolerance. However, Tianhai glanced up at him, irritation evident on his face, and remarked, after a month and a half apart, "How have you grown so much taller?" It was at that moment that Zhongyun realized he now stood nearly half a head above Tianhai, whereas they had been of equal height prior to his departure. No wonder he had felt a sense of incongruity upon seeing Tianhai. It was simply a matter of his elevated perspective. Zhongyun chuckled and gestured, noting that Tianhai's height barely reached below his nose. "I told you to exercise more, but you didn't listen. Now you must regret it," he teased. Tianhai swatted his hand away, retorting, "Don't get too smug. It won't be long before I catch up with you." The two exchanged banter at the doorway for a while before remembering to step inside, both of them grinning foolishly as they entered. "Did you come over to my house specifically to wait for me?" Zhongyun inquired, leading the way with his backpack as he pushed the door open. "Chenwen called me just now, saying you were about to arrive home, so I came over first. He won't be free until later tonight," Tianhai replied, removing his shoes. Two mechanical arms emerged to take away his shoes. Then he sprayed a cooling disinfectant on his feet. Zhongyun marveled at the meticulousness of large companies. It was evident that Feng had informed Chun one of his return, and this consideration warmed Zhongyun's heart. "I'm going to take a shower. Help yourself to something to drink," he said, leaving Tianhai behind as he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching his room, he installed his small device, rebooted his computer, and then grabbed his clothes to head to the bathroom. After showering, he descended the stairs to find Tianhai lounging in a chair, sipping red plum juice while engrossed in a panoramic space opera film. Zhongyun navigated past a mech's foot and settled beside him. "What movie is this? I've never seen it before. It just premiered a week ago. It's titled Mobile Storm," Tianhai replied, his gaze riveted to the screen. By the time the film concluded, night had fully descended. Just before dinner, Chun finally arrived, entering the room and fixing an intense stare on Zhongyun. "What are you looking at? Don't tell me you've developed an interest in men?" Tianhai quipped with a mischievous grin. Ignoring the provocation, Chun continued to gaze at Zhongyun, his eyes sparkling with an enigmatic light, as if sighing or lost in thought. "It seems you've made considerable progress over the past month," he remarked. "Every advancement comes at the cost of sweat," Zhongyun replied, as if understanding the unspoken sentiments in Chun gaze. He recalled the relentless cycle of disassembling and reassembling equipment, exhausting himself to the point of collapse, only to awaken and repeat the process. Had it not been for the ample restorative broth he had prepared, his body would have surely succumbed to fatigue. Yet, such an exhaustive endeavor, one that left him yearning for eternal slumber, was not a burden everyone could endure. Reflecting on it now, Zhongyun was at a loss as to how he had managed to persevere. "Regardless, our trio has finally reunited," Tianhai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Zhongyun and Chun exchanged knowing smiles. Despite being apart for over a month, their camaraderie had remained intact. That night, the three of them indulged in merriment at Zhongyun's home, ultimately leading to both Tianhai and Chun falling asleep there. In a dimly lit room, Zhongyun sat gravely in a chair, a silver box positioned before him. Above the box, a small monitor displayed oscillating numbers. Beside the box lay various small bottles of different colors, each adorned with distinct labels. The trio had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, leaving Tianhai and Chun in a state of inebriation, sprawled across the hall like lifeless swine. Zhongyun himself felt woozy from the drink, but mindful of the critical task at hand, he had downed several cups of sobering tea to remain alert, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol. He reflected on how brutally Tianhai and Chun had overindulged him, as he had made 5 trips to the restroom alone. Nevertheless, his eyes retained clarity as the sobering tea began to take effect. Glancing at the timer on the box, he noted there were still 30 minutes remaining. Zhongyun steadied his breath, calming his mind. Gradually, he sensed something stirring within him, flowing through his body. It felt neither like gas nor liquid, both tangible and intangible. One could scarcely discern its origin. They moved like mischievous children, evading control, frolicking throughout his body until they settled into his organs and limbs, with a greater influx reaching his head, manifesting as a refreshing coolness. Zhongyun opened his eyes, a flash of violet light illuminating them. The stench of alcohol vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented clarity of thought, and his body was adjusted to its optimal state. The numbers on the silver box had dwindled to single digits, 9, 8, 7, 0. With a soft click, the lid of the box slowly opened, releasing a puff of white vapor that sent a chill through Zhongyun, quickly dissipating. Once the mist cleared, he beheld the contents within, approximately 20 irregularly shaped beads, each the size of an eyeball, of a dark azure hue. These were seeds acquired from the resurrection of Yang Xiqing's crystalline rose. After the crystalline rose had revived and produced seeds, Yang Xiqing had entrusted them to Zhong Yun before departing with the rose, her whereabouts unknown. Zhong Yun carefully placed these seeds into the pre-prepared box, which maintained a constant temperature of minus 11 degrees. He then set the timer for 3 months. The 3-month period was now complete, and Zhong Yun had returned just in time. Otherwise, the precious seeds of the crystalline rose would have gone to waste. He feared that he might never find another crystalline rose that had reached the end of its natural life. As the 20 seeds warmed to a normal temperature, Zhong Yun steeled himself. This was a singular opportunity, and failure would render any subsequent chances elusive. With utmost caution, he picked up a small bottle from the table and dripped several drops of liquid onto the seeds. Chapter het van het Kriesischen. Thanks to his month-long endeavor of assembling the antimatter cannon, Zhong Yun's hands had become remarkably nimble. He swiftly opened each bottle, pouring the liquid into the box. When the last bottle was emptied, he retrieved a slender rod made of special compound and stirred the viscous mixture of seeds and liquid to ensure an even amalgamation. After resealing the box, he pressed a button and patiently awaited the results. This box not only produced low temperatures but also functioned as a miniature centrifuge, crafted from leftover parts. The last time he had instructed Yang Xiqing to procure an array of machines rather than directly buying components, it had been for reasons of confidentiality, but also to capitalize on the situation. Due to Zero's extravagant spending, he found himself financially constrained, unable to afford high-end components. Thus, he devised this clever method. I've disassembled the machines. Surely you wouldn't want to reclaim all those scattered parts? As the timer approached its end, once the centrifuge completed its cycle, Zhong Yun pressed another button on the box, causing a small tube to extend from the side, for which a silvery liquid flowed forth. Zhong Yun reached out to catch it, unaware that a delicate layer of purple light had enveloped his hand. A silvery liquid appeared to roll onto the purple clouds, suspended in mid-air above his palm. The silver liquid contained within the box had dwindled to merely a fist-sized mass. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly rose from his chair, for he had only 30 brief seconds. With his other hand, similarly cloaked in purple, he grasped a small portion of the silvery liquid. On the floor lay a white hooded robe, a pair of white trousers, shoes, gloves, socks, and a white cloth the size of a single bed. With a flick of his right hand, the small mass of silvery liquid in his palm rapidly expanded, transforming into a thin, nearly transparent silver membrane, feeling as if the liquid had reached its utmost limit. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the robe floated into the air. The membrane formed from the silver liquid enveloped the entire robe, merging seamlessly into the fibers of the fabric upon contact. Sensing that the silver liquid had fully permeated the robe, Zhong Yun waved his hand, causing the now faintly colored robe to autonomously drift onto a nearby metallic rack. Having completed this task, a slight, unnatural flush appeared on his face. The exertion had proven to be somewhat overwhelming. Yet, he pressed on, with only 25 seconds remaining, and seized another small portion of the silvery liquid. After managing the trousers, shoes, gloves, and socks, Zhong Yun's complexion began to pale, feeling a sense of fatigue wash over him, a symptom of overexerting his essence, a sensation to which he had grown accustomed. His hands remained in motion, but he soon discovered a significant dilemma. The bedsheet was too large, and the remaining silver liquid was insufficient to cover it entirely. Time was of the essence, and his gaze swept across the room, landing on an exaggeratedly designed knife hanging on the wall. Without a moment's thought, he summoned the knife, encasing its blade in a layer of silver membrane before placing it on the metallic rack. After accomplishing this, Zhong Yun could no longer endure. He collapsed onto the floor, his eyelids heavy as lead, a recurring symptom following his essence depletion. As he watched the items on the metallic rack gradually blur, a smile graced Zhong Yun's lips as he succumbed to slumber, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, another figure tossed and turned in restless sleep. In a meticulously decorated room, a girl clad in cartoon pajamas lay with her head at the foot of the bed, idly playing with a pink mobile phone. It was well past midnight, yet she showed no signs of drowsiness. She turned onto her side, flipping the petite device to reveal a flat photograph of a scenic view on its smooth back. The backdrop depicted a serene lake, where a boy in lavender attire stood beneath a tree, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The wind tousled his hair, while a few crimson leaves danced in the air nearby. As the girl gazed at the photograph, her expression grew wistful, lost in thought, a pair of rosy blushes blooming on her porcelain cheeks. Covering her flushed face with her hand, she chastised herself. "Yurwa, how can you entertain such embarrassing thoughts?" Suddenly, a knock echoed, startling her. She sprang up like a frightened rabbit, swiftly turning off the light and diving back under the covers. Her eyes still open as the door swung open. "Xiao Ruo," came Xiao Fun's voice. Pretending to be asleep, Xiao Ruo remained silent. Alas, the room brightened again as Xiao Fun settled at the bedside, inquiring, "Is there still no news from Zhongyun?" Xiao Ruo could no longer maintain her facade. Propping herself up under the covers, feeling slightly embarrassed as she cast a glance at Xiao Fun, akin to a child caught misbehaving. Xiao Fun regarded her with exasperation. Still thinking of him? Xiao Ruo wrapped her arms around Xiao Fun's arm, resting her head on her shoulder. What a scoundrel, Xiao Fun muttered under her breath. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Ruo defended him. "Xiao Fun, please don't speak ill of him. He hasn't done anything wrong. You're still defending him?" Xiao Fun was exasperated. He disappeared without a trace for over a month, not even a single call. If he truly cared for you, would he act this way? Perhaps he has something incredibly important keeping him occupied, Xiao Ruo replied softly, as if trying to convince both Xiao Fun and herself. Xiao Fun felt utterly defeated. "You've truly lost your mind. How was I so foolish as to watch him kiss you?" She shook her head in disbelief. "That is fate," Xiao Ruo said, a sweet smile blooming on her lips as a memory crossed her mind. "Just as my mother said, the ties between people are wondrous. Some will cater to you, showing boundless kindness, for which you may feel gratitude but never love. Others may merely perform a single act or utter a mere phrase, stirring your heart. Even if they treat you poorly, you cannot help but think of them." Xiao Fun listened, wide-eyed. "I see you become utterly enchanted." She then earnestly advised Xiao Ruo, "You're still young, and there is much you do not understand about love. You do not truly grasp what it means. Do not be so foolish. He is not worth your devotion." "Perhaps," Xiao Ruo murmured, tightly clutching the phone Zhongyun had given her, as if drawing strength from it. She chose not to continue the conversation, her gentle nature unwilling to engage in an argument with her dear friend. Having spent more than a decade together, Xiao Fun knew her well, and a profound sense of helplessness welled up within her. For hours later, Zhongyun awoke, invigorated, stretching comfortably before glancing at the metallic rack by the wall. The rack stood empty. The clothes and shoes that had been atop it had vanished entirely. Upon seeing that the items had disappeared, Zhongyun appeared unfazed. Instead, his face radiated a joy that was inexplicable. "Has it truly succeeded?" he mused, approaching the vacant rack and running his hand across its emptiness. An overwhelming sense of elation surged through him, and he clenched his fist, swinging it triumphantly in the air, releasing the boundless excitement within. After a moment, he recalled the need to test the outcome. He fumbled around the metallic rack for a while, before cupping his hands as if cradling an unseen object, which he then placed over his head. An astonishing scene unfolded. Zhongyun's entire body vanished from sight, leaving only his head floating in midair. His head drifted before a mirror, where he admired his new appearance and playfully made a face. Just then, his head too disappeared, as if he had entirely ceased to exist within the room. Indeed, the garments Zhongyun had crafted the previous night were designed to render the wearer invisible. His desire for Yang Xiqing's crystal rose had stemmed primarily from the seeds of its second generation. He had even risked defending her to propose the seeds as a reward, for they could yield the silvery liquid that granted invisibility. Since discovering this information in the database, Zhongyun had been intent on creating an invisibility cloak. He had heard tales of the crystal rose since childhood, yet regrettably, no one in Dao seemed to know that it was a plant of the second generation, let alone the seeds produced in the second season. Zhongyun had no choice but to create them himself. However, due to the delicate nature of the crystal rose, finding one that has naturally withered after its lifespan has ended proves to be an exceedingly arduous task. When Yang Xiqing first encountered Lu Yunqi amidst the sea of flowers, he had yet to peruse this vital information. Later, he was filled with regret so profound that thoughts of self-harm crossed his mind. Thus, a set of cloaking garments slipped past him unnoticed. Fortunately, he chanced upon the old Huang's residence once more, prompting him to hastily pursue it. Of course, mere seeds were insufficient. A myriad of specialized reagents was also required. The procurement of these materials was even more challenging, as a thorough online search yielded no information. Hence, he thought to enlist Shunwen to accompany him to more upscale shops in search of fortune. To his astonishment, Feng indeed possessed remarkable capabilities, managing to acquire all the necessary components. Zhongyun was filled with both astonishment and joy, promptly commencing preparations for the creation of the cloaking device. According to the data, the cloaking material derived from the second season seeds of the crystal rose was immensely powerful, rendering it completely invisible to the naked eye as well as to standard instruments. This remarkable material not only refracted light, but also obscured the biological signatures of the human body. In essence, donning a garment crafted from this material would render one impervious to detection by devices, such as infrared sensors. However, this material bore a significant drawback. It was exclusively applicable to plant fibers. This limitation considerably curtailed its usability. Imagine if it could be applied to metals. Crafting an invisible mech undetectable by conventional instruments. What a terrifying prospect that would be. With materials in short supply, Zhongyun constructed a single full-body hooded cloak, a pair of shoes, gloves, and socks. He had initially intended to create a bedsheet, but alas, he lacked sufficient materials and could only render a wooden model knife invisible. Though these were merely a handful of items, they could prove invaluable at critical moments. After meticulously testing each item, Zhongyun cautiously placed these treasures into a box he had prepared beforehand and set it in the corner of the room. Once secured, he reclined back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, a flicker crossed his mind. Xiaoling, where are you now? According to the surveillance from Star 1, that individual still resides in a hotel within the city. Zero's voice echoed. Over the past few days, have you discerned his patterns of movement? Zhongyun's tone was somber, and a hint of menace crept in when he spoke of him. To evade detection by the Davar Authority's satellites, Star 1 could only hover above the city for 2 hours each day. However, as per your instructions, Star 1 conducts its surveillance at a fixed time each night. At that hour, he is always in the hotel. Zero reported. Zhongyun nodded and inquired, has the structural diagram of that hotel been procured? It has been sent to your handheld device, along with all the information regarding the hotel's alarm systems. What about B1? It hasn't been detected, has it? Zhongyun pressed further. B1 has been trailing the target closely and has yet to be discovered. Zero responded. Excellent. This evening, we shall proceed as planned. With that, Zhongyun closed his eyes and entered the virtual realm. With over 2 hours until dawn, he aimed to tackle the 4th level of his practical combat simulation training. During the period spent constructing the antimatter cannon, he had scarcely any time for combat training. And after more than a month, he feared his skills had regressed significantly. The opponent at the 4th level was a formidable adversary, a pure powerhouse. With a physique that dwarfed Zhongyun by half, his body a mass of colossal, sinewy muscle, grotesquely developed. Zhongyun's strength was woefully inadequate. His strikes felt like mere taps against solid iron, eliciting no response from his foe, while his own fists became bruised and battered. With a single blow, the opponent could send Zhongyun back to the system. The techniques learned in the earlier levels proved ineffective against such overwhelming power, leaving Zhongyun utterly helpless. After an interval of over a month, upon reattempting the challenge, Zhongyun was unexpectedly aware of a slight enhancement in his abilities. His strikes against the muscle-bound adversary no longer felt like mere tickles, but could inflict tangible damage. Zhongyun felt a jolt of energy, realizing that the increase in his yuan was accompanied by a corresponding boost in strength. Thus, he focused on targeting vulnerable areas on the muscular opponent, aiming for the eyes, neck, and groin. Regrettably, despite his progress, the disparity in their strengths remained vast, rendering Zhongyun a negligible threat to the muscle-bound behemoth. After 5 consecutive failures, he switched to practice mode. Wide-eyed, Zhongyun awaited the playback of his recent 5 battles, determined to uncover the muscle man's weaknesses. A figure emerged on the screen, and Zhongyun recognized it as his own virtual image. Where's the muscle man? Why has he not appeared? Zhongyun pondered in confusion. The system's voice broke the silence, technique of the body break. As soon as the announcement concluded, Zhongyun's virtual image sprang into action, slowly throwing a punch. A violet vortex began to form within him, spinning faster and faster until it coalesced into a small orb of purple light, rising along his arm to the position of his fist. Zhongyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Could Yuan truly be harnessed in such a manner? Chapter 79. The Technique of Yuan. Ever since the emergence of Yuan within him, Zhongyun had yearned to master its control. Influenced by martial arts novels, he envisioned Yuan as akin to inner strength. Yet, he had never succeeded. Yuan behaved like a mischievous child, utterly ignoring Zhongyun's commands. When he directed it towards his arms, it stubbornly surged towards his feet. When he sought to concentrate in his abdomen, it scattered throughout his entire body. It felt akin to Duan Yu's 6 Meridians divine sword. No, it was even less effective than that, as Duan Yu's technique could at least unleash power. While Yuan had never heeded Zhongyun's instructions, Zhongyun had once inquired of Zero whether there existed a method to control Yuan. Zero affirmed there was, but that section of the data remained inaccessible. This was tantamount to saying nothing, and Zhongyun, in despair, could only explore on his own. During practical combat training, he indeed gleaned some rudimentary techniques for utilizing it, albeit rather crude and inefficient. For instance, the previous night, crafting the cloaking garment had left him utterly drained within a mere 30 seconds. He possessed far more yuan than that. Zhong Yun estimated that his efficiency in utilizing yuan was perhaps less than 5%, with a staggering 95% going to waste. He had persistently sought ways to enhance this efficiency, yet remained at a loss. Today, the system astonishingly opted to impart the technique of the word break, filling him with exhilaration. Was this not the very technique for utilizing yuan? What a fortuitous day this was. Zhong Yun was overwhelmed with excitement. After calming his emotions, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the figure. It began to throw punches once more, and he scrutinized every detail, fearful of missing a single nuance. After 3 demonstrations, the figure vanished. Zhong Yun leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Wait, don't go. I haven't seen clearly yet." His urgency was palpable. At that moment, the system's voice resounded again. "Based on statistics, your technique is wholly inadequate. You cannot learn the body technique, break." What? Zhong Yun, who had been anxiously jumping about, suddenly froze, only to be engulfed by elation. The technique for utilizing yuan was in fact remarkably simple to practice, akin to the cultivation of yuan itself. It relied on breath and meditation. Initially, the accumulation and application of energy were practiced concurrently. However, the extensive closure of the Zero database at that time left only the method of accumulation available. This circumstance led to Zhong Yun suffering the loss of a leg. Despite possessing a profound reservoir of energy within him, his skills were woefully inadequate. The art of utilizing energy, at its core, is rather simple. It involves incessantly training the energy to obey commands, directing it with precision, akin to the deftness of an adept conductor leading an orchestra. The training method entails entering a meditative state, controlling one's breath to compel the energy to operate according to one's will, gradually transforming these mischievous entities into obedient soldiers. Given the substantial energy already present within Zhong Yun, this process appeared to be even more protracted. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, knowing that understanding the method was the key, and he would eventually master it with unparalleled finesse. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in the practice, his mind devoid of distractions, even losing track of time. It was only when Chun Wen knocked on the door, rousing him from his reverie, that he reluctantly departed from the intricate web of contemplation. By this time, it was nearly noon. Descending the stairs with Chun Wen, they encountered Tian Hai, still soundly asleep on the sofa. Chun Wen, patting his stomach, inquired, "I'm practically starving. Is there anything to eat?" Zhong Yun glanced at the clock, reassured that food would soon arrive. "Let us drink some water to tide us over," he suggested, moving to the table to brew a cup of detox tea. Then, he approached the slumbering Tian Hai, pinching his nose, and when his mouth opened in surprise, he poured the detox tea into it. "Ah, BF50. Tian Hai jolted awake, flailing as he wiped the water stains off his clothes, bewildered as he muttered, "Is it raining?" The instigator of this chaos, Zhong Yun, doubled over in laughter. Chun Wen, who was sipping water, couldn't contain himself upon witnessing Tian Hai's foolish expression, causing him to sputter, coughing, and turning crimson. Recently awakened, Tian Hai appeared somewhat dazed, staring blankly at Chun Wen, clearly perplexed by his vigorous coughing. "Are you coming down with a cold?" he asked. "I can't take it anymore," Zhong Yun replied, clutching his stomach, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Chun Wen nearly laughed himself into a fit, vigorously pounding the armrest of his chair. After a while, Tian Hai finally grasped the situation, awakening fully. "Dude, you just played me," he exclaimed, ready to retaliate, when the doorbell rang at the perfect moment. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Yun slipped away to answer the door, revealing the delivery of their meal. The previous night, he had not forgotten to call Xiao Qing, requesting her to bring food today. After a month of subsisting on bland nutritional supplements at the alien base, he was yearning for a taste of her exquisite cooking. Surprisingly, it was not Xiao Qing who arrived, but rather a staff member from Yunlai restaurant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhong Yun remembered that today was Xiao Qing's exam day. The junior high entrance exam endeavor was different from the standardized exams Zhong Yun had experienced in his previous home country. Here, schools conducted their own entrance assessments. Of course, public schools admitted students without examinations, as elementary education remained within the realm of compulsory education. However, to gain admission to prestigious private institutions, one had to pass the school's organized tests. After bidding farewell to the delivery person, Zhong Yun returned to the living room. Upon seeing him enter with the food, Tian Hai and Chun Wen like famished wolves, pounced forward. If Zhong Yun hadn't specifically requested Xiaoqing to prepare extra food, he would hardly have had enough to satisfy his hunger. Tian Hai and Shan when didn't share Zhong Yun's fortune of enjoying Xiaoqing's home-cooked meals daily, which certainly made her favoritism apparent. Look at this, she even delivered it to your home. Chunwen grumbled between mouthfuls. Indeed, Tian Hai echoed, his mouth still full. Zhong Yun chose to ignore their complaints, as he too was preoccupied with his meal. Dining alongside these two ravenous companions meant that any delay would result in his plate being wiped clean. After finishing their meal, the trio took a brief respite before heading out together. It was the last day of their holiday, and they intended to make the most of it. Their destination for the day was the amusement park. They enjoyed themselves until nightfall, reluctantly parting ways as they headed home, aware that school resumed in the morning and an early night was essential. As he watched his companions board their vehicle and depart, Zhong Yun retrieved his phone and dialed number. A stunning woman's visage appeared on the screen. "It's you?" she exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "It is I," Zhong Yun replied with a slight smile. "Are you free this evening?" Yum. The glimmer of excitement in her eyes was unmistakable as she nodded eagerly. "An hour later, I'll be waiting for you at the main entrance of the Pearl Building. Please be punctual. I dislike tardiness." "Understood." Chapter 80, The Arrangement. An hour later, Zhong Yun stood at the main entrance of the Pearl Building, clad in a pristine white suit, a bouquet of flowers in hand. The flow of people entering and exiting captured many curious glances, but the focus was not on him. Rather, it was on the exquisite bouquet of Xianlan beauties he held, reminiscent of pure blue crystal. Although it was not the season for Xianlan beauties to bloom, witnessing such a generous bouquet at this time was indeed a rarity. There were at least 100 stems, a testament to the young man's willingness to splurge. Xianlan beauties, akin to red roses on earth, are a common choice for men to present to their beloved. Zhong Yun chose this flower without any particular reason, simply drawn to its conventional charm. Of course, its price was anything but ordinary, costing him a staggering 20,000, equivalent to a month's salary for an average office worker. Just as the hour approached its end, Qin Kun appeared through the crowd, adorned in a striking red spaghetti strap gown, gracefully making her way toward him. Qin Kun was the flight attendant who had flirted with him on the private jet, offering him her business card. Clearly, she had put considerable effort into her appearance for this date, her face adorned with light makeup, and the backless dress accentuated her tall, curvaceous figure, exuding the allure of a mature woman. The moment she appeared, she became the focal point of onlookers, drawing admiring glances from all, regardless of gender. Zhong Yun greeted her with a smile, presenting the flowers. "These are for you." A flicker of surprise sparkled in her eyes as she accepted them, replying, "Thank you." She then heard his voice close to her ear. "You look stunning today." A warmth spread across her face, and her heart swelled with joy, thinking to herself that her half-hour of preparation had indeed paid off. "Let me help you with that." Noticing Qin Kun struggling with a large bouquet, Zhong Yun kindly took it from her. He then extended his arm, and she obediently linked hers with his as they proceeded inside. Their silhouettes appeared remarkably harmonious to those observing, eliciting envy among many. The men envied Zhong Yun for having such a dazzling girlfriend, while the women envied Qin Kun for having such a wealthy, generous, and considerate boyfriend. Upon entering, Zhong Yun waved to a security guard stationed at the entrance. The guard promptly approached, his demeanor respectful as he inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" "Please summon your manager," Zhong Yun replied softly. "Certainly, please hold on." The guard, uncertain of Zhong Yun's identity, acknowledged him and hurriedly slipped into a nearby corridor. Zhong Yun and Qin Kun waited off to the side. Qin Kun felt a twinge of nervousness. She was not the type to lack self-respect, and this was her first time actively pursuing a man, which left her with a slight sense of guilt. The scrutiny of passers-by made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. She observed Zhong Yun with great care, noticing his relaxed demeanor, which brought her a sense of reassurance. As if sensing her gaze, Zhong Yun turned to her and offered a comforting smile. Qin Kun felt a warmth spread through her heart, instinctively tightening her grip on his hand. After a brief moment, the doorman returned, accompanied by a man in his 30s, whose name tag identified him as the lobby manager. "Mr. Zhong." The lobby manager recognized Zhong Yun from a distance. Every manager and above in Mingzhu building had access to a list of 4-star members, complete with photographs. Should a senior member face any neglect here, it would constitute a grave dereliction of duty. Without engaging in pleasantries, Zhong Yun directly requested, "We wish to purchase some items. Please arrange for a sales associate." This was a trivial matter, and the lobby manager swiftly summoned a savvy female employee. With Zhong Yun by her side, a strikingly radiant tall beauty. And followed by the elegantly uniformed sales staff, they certainly made a statement in Mingzhu Building. After browsing for over half an hour and acquiring a plethora of items, Zhong Yun lost interest and dismissed the sales associate. He led Qin Kun to a leisure lounge on the third floor, where they ordered 2 drinks to take a brief respite. At this moment, Qin Kun had cast aside her earlier reservations, her face flushed with excitement. Just moments ago, Zhong Yun had treated her to an array of designer clothes and shoes that she had long desired but could never afford. Moreover, the way the sales staff had transformed into models of deference upon his presentation of a card had greatly satisfied her vanity. If she had harbored any doubts about Zhong Yun initially, she had now completely relinquished them. Where could she find a man so generous, affluent, and considerate? Zhong Yun quietly sipped his water, mentally calculating the time, pondering, it should be soon. Indeed, just as the thought crossed his mind, his pocket subtly vibrated a few times. Without revealing his composure, he set down the cup and stood, saying, "Let us go." Qin Kun shyly nodded, rising to link her arm with his, only to feel a strong hand encircle her waist. With a bashful glance in his direction, she gently rested her head on his shoulder. "I will take you to a tranquil place for a proper conversation," Zhong Yun whispered softly into her ear. The warmth of his breath sent shivers down her spine, and the ambiguous tone rendered her weak in the knees. Zhong Yun tightened his embrace, exuding confidence as they departed the lounge. Adjacent to Mingzhu Building stood Mingzhou's premier hotel, Mingzhu Hotel. Zhong Yun had reserved a room there in advance, and now he directly led Qin Kun upstairs. Upon realizing he had brought her to this location, Qin Kun felt her heart race. Was it moving too quickly? After a moment of internal struggle, she ultimately succumbed to Zhong Yun's resolute demeanor. "He merely wishes to converse with me," she thought weakly as she allowed him to guide her into the elevator, traversing the corridor adorned with crimson carpeting, until he pushed open a door leading into a room. The chamber was decorated in soft pink tones, the lighting deliberately dimmed, casting a veil of rosy hues throughout the space. As soon as the door closed, a faint melody filled the air, though upon closer inspection, it seemed there was no audible sound at all. Qin Kun inquired, "What is that sound?" Zhong Yun smiled enigmatically, lightly snapping his fingers, prompting a man and a woman to appear and begin dancing gracefully in the center of the room. Realizing this was a panoramic video, Qin Kun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, he hadn't lunged at her immediately. As the couple in the video grew increasingly intimate, shedding garments with each passing moment, Qin Kun felt her cheeks flush, finally comprehending the nature of the display. Whether influenced by the video or not, a surge of longing welled up within her, intensifying swiftly, engulfing her like an uncontrollable blaze. In a daze, she felt Zhong Yun speaking to her, and before long, her body was lifted and placed gently on the soft bed, followed by the weight of his presence pressing down upon her. "It's happening," she thought, as waves of pleasure overwhelmed her. Just then, the door to the room silently opened and closed again, the entire episode unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 81. No One Can Kill Me. The Green Lake Hotel was not particularly renowned, as it functioned as a private club catering exclusively to members. Despite its lack of fame, the interior was adorned with top-tier decor, and its clientele comprised the upper echelons of society. Fei Yingming had taken up residence here, not for leisure, but due to business matters. Having recently celebrated his 20th birthday, he was to join the family business as part of a tradition. Beginning his career not as a lowly employee, but rather as an assistant to a general manager at a subordinate company. He did not purchase property here, preferring to stay long-term for the opportunity to network with successful individuals, believing that broad connections were essential for his ambitions. Today, he returned to the Green Lake Hotel as usual, but unusually, he had not brought a female companion. His late-night conversation with his father prior to his assignment had left a significant impact, imparting much understanding. Beneath the facade of tranquility within the family, he sensed the undercurrents of turmoil. Upon entering his room, richly decorated in an antiquated style that contrasted sharply with his own nature, he had deliberately chosen this space to avoid indulging in distractions. He opened his laptop and began working, recognizing that to wield greater power, he must exert greater effort. For this ambition, he was prepared to sacrifice anything. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of animosity towards Zhong Yun. Had he been able to marry the Yang family's princess, Lu Yunqi, he could have bypassed decades of struggle. At that point, everyone in the family would have to regard him with respect, substantially enhancing his chances in the contest for the position of family head. It was all Zhong Yun's fault. Fei Yingming ground his teeth in frustration. Wishing he could obliterate him, He could not fathom why Lu Yunxi would be drawn to such a worthless individual. He was tempted to disregard all caution and send people to eliminate Zhong Yun once more. However, he hesitated, recalling Yang Yunrong's warning. Should he inflict harm upon Zhong Yun? He had no doubt that Yang Yunrong would ruin him. That man was a madman, capable of rendering his own kin incapacitated. As he reflected on the information he had gathered, a chill ran down his spine. Several years prior, 3 direct descendants of the Yang family had met with misfortune. 2 were left paralyzed and reliant on machines for mobility, while 1 descended into a state of intellectual disability, possessing the cognitive capacity of a 3-year-old. If such fate befell his own kin, how much worse would it be for an unrelated outsider like himself? He believed that should Yang Yunrong be willing to pay a price, his own family would not hesitate to choose their own over him. While the Fei family boasted numerous direct descendants, the Yang family remained an invincible entity. The choice was clear. His astute grandfather would never err in judgment. This encapsulated the survival philosophy of aristocratic families. No matter how glamorous the exterior appeared, the essence was often base and corrupt, willing to employ any means for the sake of profit. As a member of such a lineage, his father was acutely aware of this and had warned him against provoking those more powerful than himself. Otherwise, even his father would be unable to protect him. Among the individuals one must never provoke, the Yang family holds the foremost position. A single statement from his father doused Fei Yingming with a frigid reality, revealing that his elevated status and the power to decide life and death stemmed solely from his identity as a scion of the Fei family. When even the Fei family could not offer him protection, upon what foundation could he rely? Thus, he resolved that Zhong Yun must not be killed under any circumstances. This predicament was undeniably tormenting for Fei Yingming. Despite the flames of wrath burning within him, he had no choice but to endure. Suddenly, a short, anguished groan echoed from outside, prompting Fei Yingming to alertly raise his head and activate the bodyguard's communicator. What had transpired? Silence ensued. A chill descended in his heart, foreboding the worst. Without hesitation, he rose and leaned against the wall, stepping cautiously into the room. Fortunately, this chamber was not entirely soundproof. Otherwise, he might have remained oblivious to his own demise. The door creaked open silently, revealing an empty space beyond, where only a bloodied blade floated ominously, casting an eerie presence in the stillness of the room. A gust of wind swept in, foreboding and tinged with a faint, metallic scent. A drop of blood silently dripped from the blade's edge, splattering onto the floor. In an instant, the blade arced through the air, flinging the blood that clung to it against the white wall, resulting in a harrowing crimson stain. And just like that, the bloodied blade vanished. As Fei Yingming observed this scene through the surveillance footage in the hall, a wave of icy dread surged up his spine. No, I cannot perish here, he mentally roared, his grip on the electromagnetic gun tightening until the veins in his hand bulged. I shall not meet my end in this place. I am merely 20 years old. His gaze fixated on the door, cold sweat trickling onto his eyelashes, the briny perspiration causing his eyes to twitch in pain as he dared not blink. I will ascend as the head of the Fei family. I will trample the Yang family beneath my feet. I will make Yang Yunrong regret this day's decision. I shall reduce that worthless Zhong Yun to mere fragments. He bit down hard on his lip, the intense pain and the metallic tang of blood sharpening his focus to a razor's edge. No one can kill me. No one. The door opened soundlessly. At that moment, Fei Yingming pressed the pulse gun switch, unleashing an invisible wave of immense energy from the muzzle, instantly transforming into a net that ensnared the entire space ahead. As if a gust of wind had swept through, a grayish-white luminescence emanated from the gun's muzzle, and after a brief interval, everything reverted to its former state. Pressing this switch seemed to drain him of all his strength. This pulse gun had been bestowed upon him by the family for self-defense, though Davo maintained stringent firearm regulations. Scions like him would invariably carry one for personal safety. This weapon's most notable feature was its short range. Its effective distance was a mere 30 meters. It covered a vast area of 20 square meters. It was an instrument of close combat. A single shot could be fired without the need for precise aim. As long as the distance was sufficient, escape from its impact zone was impossible. Moreover, those struck would perish instantly. Fei Yingming could not fathom how the invisible assailant could evade this shot, even if obstructed by a door. The pulse gun's formidable penetration power could just as easily claim a life. You wish to kill me? Not a chance. Fei Yingming shrieked in mania, his frantic breath and contorted face portraying an unhinged madness. Ha ha! He threw his head back in wild laughter, having narrowly escaped death while vanquishing an enemy. plunging him into a state of delirious hysteria. "Come on, come at me, kill me," he bellowed. "No one shall take my life. Neither Yang Yunrong, nor Zhong Yun, nor anyone else." Chapter 82. Who says I cannot kill you? Who says I cannot kill you? A voice abruptly resonated in the room, cold as the chilling wind that sweeps through the depths of the abyss. Fei Yingming's voice faltered, engulfed by an overwhelming chill that seeped into his very being. Desperation widened his eyes as he gazed ahead, where nothingness awaited him. "It cannot be no." Mid-sentence, Fei Yingming's hand, which clutched the gun, suddenly lifted, poised to press the switch, only to be met with excruciating pain. He could not help but let out a pained shriek. A sharp object had wholly pierced his forearm, pinning him to the ground. His palm went limp, and the gun tumbled from his grasp. Amidst Fei Yingming's hoarse cries, the wound in his arm began to take shape, revealing the outline of a knife as it soaked in his blood. "You sought death yourself. Do not blame me," echoed that emotionless voice. "No." Fei Yingming felt a coldness grip his throat, and his voice was abruptly silenced as a torrent of liquid gushed from his throat. He pressed desperately against his neck, attempting to staunch the flow of scalding blood, but all was in vain. His eyes brimmed with endless terror as he perceived the inexorable approach of death. With the profuse loss of blood, his strength waned, and a chilling numbness enveloped him. "No, I cannot die. I will not die." He repeated this mantra within, his body trembling as his limbs began to convulse. He felt his eyelids growing heavier, burdened by an overwhelming fatigue. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the door, and then, on the brink of death, Fei Yingming beheld a pair of eyes, dark eyes that glimmered with a hint of pity. "Is it him? It is him. I cannot believe I am perishing at his hands." A surge of intense resentment and fury swelled within him, summoning an unexpected strength as he summoned all his energy to lunge toward those eyes. His body lurched forward, only to fall still. Fei Yingming's lifeless form lay in a vast pool of crimson, his impeccably tailored yellow suit stained with blood, his handsome face contorted with the anguish of his final moments. His eyes remained wide open, refusing to close, the remnants of defiance gradually fading, much like his fleeting life. A mysterious sigh echoed through the hollow room. Regardless of past grievances, with the extinguishing of life, all became naught. 10 minutes later, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Green Lake Hotel. Mingzhou City, First High School. On the inaugural day of the new term, students brimmed with enthusiasm, clustering together to share amusing tales from their vacation. In contrast, Zhong Yun and his companions appeared rather desolate. Zhong Yun wore a face of fatigue, struggling to stave off sleep. Chunlin was burdened with unspoken thoughts, reluctant to engage in conversation. Tian Hai, noticing their silence, fell quiet as well, opting to browse the internet on Zhong Yun's computer. "Fei Yingming is dead." After a while, Chun Wen suddenly remarked, his gaze fixed on the window, as if casually stating an inconsequential fact. "Dead?" Zhong Yun's expression shifted to one of surprise. "How did he die?" "Who died?" Tian Hai, with keen ears, halted his game, approaching to inquire. Uncertain, Chunwen replied, "Shaowen said Fei Yingming is dead." Zhong Yun provided a brief explanation. Chunwen turned to Zhong Yun, his eyes locking onto him as he spoke slowly. "He was killed." "Why are you looking at me?" Zhong Yun felt somewhat perplexed by his scrutiny, chuckling. "You don't think I killed him, do you?" "Who would have thought?" Chunwen nodded. "Indeed. From the very beginning of the day, I suspected it was you who took action." "What a joke!" Tian Hai exclaimed. "Could Xiao Yun really commit murder?" His voice raised a notch, causing fellow classmates engrossed in their own conversations to turn their heads, casting curious glances at the three of them. The female class monitor shot Tian Hai a fierce glare, disapprovingly stating, "Could you please keep your voice down? There are other students in the class. Be mindful of the impact." The teachers were preoccupied with other matters, having assigned some tasks before allowing the students to self-study, leaving the class monitor to maintain order. Tian Hai smiled sheepishly, lowering his voice as he continued. "How could such a joke be made lightly?" "I'm not joking at all," Chunwen sighed inwardly. "Am I the only one who harbors doubts about him?" The death of Fei Yingming was undoubtedly a bombshell, stirring up tumultuous waves throughout the entire community. As one of the potential heirs of a prominent family, Fei Yingming was brutally murdered at the heavily guarded Green Lake Hotel, and the implications of this event were profoundly detrimental, rattling the nerves of countless high-ranking individuals. For years, there has been an unwritten rule in Dao. When a person's status reaches a certain level, assassination tactics must never be employed against them. Otherwise, the perpetrator will be completely ostracized, rendering them unable to survive. If one struggles to attain such a high position, yet cannot guarantee personal safety, what meaning does life hold? The sentiment of humanity resonates with reason, especially among the elite, who cannot tolerate such occurrences. Naturally, this also correlates with societal order. Only within a developed societal framework can such unwritten rules arise. Therefore, Fei Yingming's death undoubtedly exposed a vulnerability among these individuals, prompting various families and factions to closely monitor the situation, with their intelligence agencies swiftly mobilizing to provide substantial assistance to the Fei family. Zhong Yun found himself on the list of suspects due to a revelation by Fei Yingming's assistant, the middle-aged man who orchestrated the assassination attempt on Zhong Yun. The past grievances between Fei Yingming and Zhong Yun naturally became a motive for murder. Of course, the Chen family was unaware of these details. They were merely puzzled as to how the Fei family could so quickly implicate Zhong Yun as the sworn enemies of the Fei family. The Chen family was the first to learn of Fei Yingming's death, and coupled with speculations regarding Zhong Yun's lineage, their initial suspicion fell squarely upon him. The Chen family discreetly mobilized their intelligence network to investigate Zhong Yun's whereabouts from the previous night, only to discover that he had spent the entire evening in a luxurious room at the Mingzhu Hotel, accompanied by a beautiful woman. They did not leave until dawn, and there were no records of their departure from the hotel. Thus, Zhong Yun's suspicion was initially alleviated. However, Chen Wen still harbored doubts. From his understanding of Zhong Yun, he did not strike him as the type to casually spend the night with a woman. This was decidedly unusual, and Chen Wen sensed a whiff of conspiracy in the air. Ultimately, Chen Wen sighed, "I was merely speaking hypothetically. Regardless of whether Zhong Yun is guilty or not, it would be best not to pursue the matter further. Feigning ignorance is the wisest course of action. If Zhong Yun is indeed the perpetrator, then with his elusive and deadly methods, there is no need for me to worry about him. If he is innocent, then questioning him would merely be a futile exercise." Yet, deep within his heart, Chen Wen felt an inescapable connection between Zhong Yun and the death of Fei Yingming, regardless of how compelling Zhong Yun's alibi might be. Chapter 83. Do not threaten me. At this moment, Zhong Yun's phone rang, pulling him from his thoughts. He opened his eyes and answered the call, noting that the caller had not activated video. "Hello, Zhong Yun, you need to come out. Right now." Listening to the urgency in the voice on the other end, Zhong Yun scratched his head, recognizing it to be Yang Yunrong, Lu Yunqi's older brother, and it was evident that he was in a foul mood. Trouble. Zhong Yun sighed internally, yet he could not ignore the call. "What's going on?" Tian Hai turned his gaze away from the computer to inquire. "Nothing. Someone is looking for me. I'll step out for a moment," Zhong Yun replied as he stood, informing the class monitor before exiting the classroom. "Who is looking for him?" Tian Hai turned to ask Chen Wen. "I have no idea." Chen Wen shook his head, his eyes drifting toward the corner where Lu Yunqi was watching the door. Upon exiting the classroom, Zhong Yun scanned the area and spotted the man who had picked him up at the airport 2 days prior. "This way, please," the man gestured politely. "I haven't even asked your name yet," Zhong Yun remarked as they walked. "My name is Li Ping's," the man replied softly, his gaze fixed ahead. Li Ping's led him to a small grove behind the school, where he soon saw Yang Yunrong's silhouette before departing. Seeing Yang Yunrong, dressed casually in water blue attire, standing with his back turned, Zhong Yun speculated on the reason for his summons, announcing, "I'm here." Yang Yunrong turned around, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze somewhat sinister. "Where were you last night?" he questioned, his tone accusatory. Zhong Yun's heart skipped a beat, fearing that the events of the previous night had been discovered. Nonetheless, he maintained a calm facade, replying, "I was at the Mingzhu building all night, with a flight attendant." "I presume?" Yang Yunrong interrupted sharply, his voice rising. "You actually went off to cavort with another woman?" Zhong Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this was the reason for Yang Yunrong's visit, and the aggressive tone caught him off guard. "You scoundrel. After all my sister has done for you, you go and spend the night with those unsavory women." Yang Yunrong trembled with rage, nearly jabbing his finger at Zhong Yun's nose. "Mind your language," Zhong Yun retorted, feeling bewildered by the accusations that also implicated Qin Kun. Although he had merely used the beautiful flight attendant for his own purposes, he had no affection for her, and it was certainly not up to others to pass judgment. "Do you dare talk back?" Yang Yunrong's anger morphed into mockery, a sneer creeping onto his face. "Do you believe I can make you disappear from this world by tomorrow?" Zhong Yun's gaze turned icy, as if a biting wind had swept across the Arctic. "I call you second young master Yang because you are Yunqi's brother. Do not assume I fear the Yang family." He was genuinely enraged. No one could threaten him, not even if they were Yunqi's own brother. Gone were the days when he was a cautious and low-profile high school student. He now possessed a super spacecraft that surpassed the technological advancements of this nation. He wielded the top-of-the-line spy machine, the Insect Drone 1. He possessed the nation's undetectable stealth gear, and he owned the most formidable lightweight protective equipment, a bulletproof vest. With these futuristic weapons and equipment, how could he fear a mere Yang family? Yang Yunrong regarded him with the incredulity of someone hearing the greatest joke, looking at him with a peculiar expression. He then burst into laughter, a derisive mirth that dripped with contempt. Zhong Yun remained stoic, his expression unyielding. After Yang Yunrong's laughter subsided, he grew serious. Pointing a finger at Zhong Yun's chest, "My sister's affection for you is a blessing. Do not take it for granted. If I find out you are still entangled with those dubious women, even if Yunqi resents me, I will not let you off easily." His tone dripped with palpable menace. "I warn you once more." Zhong Yun removed his hand from the table, raising an eyebrow slightly as he extended his index finger and gently shook it, asserting that no one could threaten him. The gazes of Zhong Yun and Yang Yunrong interlocked, neither willing to concede. Just as the tension between the two men reached a boiling point, a voice diffused their animosity into thin air. "Urge, what's the matter?" Lu Yunqi entered with a radiant smile, her eyes flitting from her brother's face to Zhong Yun, momentarily widening in surprise. "You too?" The two men exchanged glances, forcing smiles that both found insincere. "We were discussing business." Zhong Yun was the quicker to respond. "Discussing business?" Lu Yunqi regarded her brother with suspicion, knowing him too well to believe he would be here to engage in business with Zhong Yun. "Indeed, we're discussing business." Yang Yunrong chuckled awkwardly, feeling compelled to support Zhong Yun's fabrication, lest he expose the truth about Zhong Yun's mischief. His intention was merely to reprimand Zhong Yun, but he certainly did not wish for his sister to learn of it. Who could predict her reaction? The burden of being a protective brother weighed heavily on him, fueling his resentment towards Zhong Yun. "Oh." Lu Yunqi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What business are you discussing? May I hear about it?" "Of course." Zhong Yun replied with a smile, eager to seize the moment before Yang Yunrong could interject. "I recently developed a small invention, an energy converter. Your brother expressed great interest after hearing about it, which is why he came to discuss a potential joint venture." Yang Yunrong glared at him, muttering under his breath about the absurdity of his lie. "Do you really think my sister is that easily fooled?" Zhong Yun shot him a calm glance, assuring him, "Don't worry, I'll handle everything." Lu Yunqi, seemingly oblivious to their silent exchange, clapped her hands together and exclaimed, "Perfect. I also want to see Zhong Yun's invention. Would you mind if I tag along?" In a high-end beverage shop near the school, Zhong Yun, Lu Yunqi, Yang Yunrong, and Li Ping sat together at a table. They sipped their drinks in an eerie silence. Lu Yunqi broke the stillness first, placing her cup down. "Zhong Yun, I remember you mentioned once that you invented a small machine and applied for a patent." Zhong Yun smiled slightly, realizing that the seeds he had sown over a month ago were finally bearing fruit. "Yes, I brought it up with your brother the other day, and he seemed quite interested." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqi cast an inquiring glance at Yang Yunrong. Yang Yunrong, still fuming from being called brother by Zhong Yun, begrudgingly responded, "Yes, yes." His irritation simmered beneath the surface. Chapter 84, Collaboration. Lu Yunqi exclaimed, "My brother is a commercial genius. Anything he values must be worthwhile. Can you introduce it to me?" "Absolutely," Zhong Yun replied, elated, nearly overwhelmed with the desire to embrace her in gratitude. He had several ideas he had long wished to monetize, but had refrained from doing so out of fear of attracting the attention of larger corporations. Now, feeling a newfound confidence, he plotted to make a significant profit, considering the Yang family a prime candidate for collaboration, especially with Lu Yunqi's presence. They would surely treat the partnership with respect. "This was a stabilizer," Zhong Yun announced, retrieving his portable computer and opening a file. A panoramic image appeared on the screen, detailing the stabilizer's functions. As Zhong Yun's gaze casually swept across the table, he noticed Yang Yunrong's disinterest after a brief glance at the image, while Li Ping's, seated beside him, appeared intensely focused on the computer screen. Zhong Yun's heart raced. It seemed Li Ping's was no ordinary aid. Lu Yunqi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What does this stabilizer do?" Zhong Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk. He realized Lu Yunqi was facilitating his pitch. Suppressing his excitement, he explained, "The primary function of this stabilizer is to enhance the stability of various components. Those familiar with machinery know that certain parts must never be connected, as it could lead to catastrophic results. This restriction significantly hampers the advancement of machinery. For instance, the energy concentrator and the oscillator are both energy processors. In principle, the energy output from the concentrator is immense, and if processed by the oscillator, it could be decomposed into a particle state. If this concept can be realized, it would yield the optimal method for producing high-energy particles, reducing the manufacturing costs of current high-energy particle devices by more than tenfold." As he spoke, Zhong Yun's voice trailed off, lowering in volume. However, We all know this is impossible. No company has managed to create an oscillator capable of withstanding an energy intensity of 0.5. Are you suggesting that with this stabilizer installed, this concept could indeed be realized? Li Ping's interjected gravely, his expression serious as he addressed Zhong Yun. Yang Yunrong, who had initially worn a mocking smile, was taken aback. Could this young man, whom he deemed below average in intellect, truly have invented something remarkable? The moment Li Ping spoke, Yang Yunrong recognized the potential worth of Zhong Yun's invention. Li Ping's, assigned to him by the family, was no ordinary individual. He was an exceptional genius and an expert in the field of mechanics. As a leader, Yang Yunrong did not need to be deeply versed in machinery. He had a plethora of professionals for that. His role was to make decisions. Li Ping's endorsement signaled that the stabilizer held genuine value, making the deal worth pursuing. Yang Yunrong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Every business opportunity must be pursued with utmost diligence, as was the family principle. Of course, Zhong Yun replied, a victorious smile spreading across his face. As long as you remain curious, you won't be able to resist the bait. Such a groundbreaking product will attract numerous companies. What is the principle behind it? Li Ping's asked again. I can show you its practical application. Zhong Yun evaded, not yet ready to divulge too much information as they had not yet reached a substantial stage in their discussions. Li Ping's fell silent, having fulfilled his role. Yang Yunrong glanced at his sister and said, all right, when shall we meet? Under normal circumstances, he would never have believed an ordinary high school student could speak so confidently. This time, however, he was granting Zhong Yun an opportunity out of consideration for his sister. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Did this young man possess an extraordinary secret, or was he merely a foolhardy braggart? Surely, his sister's judgment could not be that flawed. After scheduling a time, Zhong Yun departed, leaving Lu Yunqi to accompany her brother. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhong Yun collapsed into his chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. Were it not for Lu Yunqi's timely arrival, he feared a confrontation with Yang Yunrong would have escalated, and he could scarcely fathom the consequences of injuring her brother. Yunqi arrived just in time, not only diffusing the tension between the two, but also facilitating a significant collaboration that truly deserves her heartfelt gratitude. The stabilizer was originally conceived by Zero while creating a machine capable of emitting magical waves during Yang Xiqing's treatment for the crystal rose. Upon discovering that his parents had established the Zhong's instrument company, he promptly patented the stabilizer, designating it as company property. Now, by bringing such a prestigious partner to his parents' business, he is undoubtedly poised to greatly enhance the company's growth. Suddenly, Zhong Yun turned to Chenwen. You notified Yunqi, didn't you? Chenwen chuckled, implying, that madman seeking you out surely bodes ill. The madman he referred to was none other than Yang Yunrong, who had quite the infamous reputation. Zhong Yun patted his shoulder. A word of thanks lingered in his throat before retreating back into his stomach. Given their rapport, expressing gratitude again would seem overly pretentious. They exchanged a knowing smile, conveying everything without uttering a word. I'll take you somewhere, Chenwen declared. After school, he ushered Zhong Yun and Tian Hai into his car. Today, he had driven himself, parking a few streets away from the school to avoid drawing attention. Where are we going? Zhong Yun inquired curiously. You'll find out once we arrive, Chenwen teased. The city of Mingzhou sprawled extensively, nearly covering half of Zhong Yun's previous life as province. The vehicle soared eastward for roughly half an hour before finally landing. The Martial Arts Association? What is this place? Tian Hai asked, gazing curiously at the towering structure before them. It was located in a rather secluded area, yet such an immense building was unexpected. You could consider it an association for superpowers, Chenwen explained as he approached the edifice and pressed a button on the door. The thick metallic gates swung open. Superpowers? Like in the movies? Tian Hai's eyes widened in astonishment. Precisely, Chenwen replied, stepping inside, followed closely by Zhong Yun. The door slowly closed behind them. The interior of the building was devoid of any occupants. The trio stood within an automated transit corridor. Tian Hai, bubbling with excitement, asked, are there really superpowers in this world? Chenwen remained silent for a moment before extending his hand. A pale blue flame suddenly flickered into existence above his palm. And even from half a meter away, Zhong Yun and Tian Hai could feel the intense heat radiating from it. Tian Hai was left speechless. Chapter 85. The World of Martial Arts and Abilities. Chenwen closed his hand, extinguishing the flame, and looked at Zhong Yun with a glint of eagerness in his eyes. Now, why don't you showcase your abilities as well? Still reeling from Chenwen's demonstration, Zhong Yun felt compelled to comply. Since Chenwen had encouraged him, it seemed futile to conceal his own powers any longer. He extended his hand, and as Tian Hai stared in disbelief, he wondered if his childhood friend, who had grown up alongside him, truly possessed such abilities. Under Tian Hai's incredulous gaze and Chun Wen's anticipatory expression, ethereal strands of light in a soft lavender hue began to swirl around Zhong Yun's hand. The violet energy intensified and enveloped his entire hand. With a gentle flick, the purple glow dissipated, restoring everything to its former state. Zhong Yun's expression turned apologetic. "I didn't mean to keep this from you." "Huh?" Tian Hai snapped back to reality, his expression shifting. Just as Zhong Yun braced for an outburst, Tian Hai's face lit up with joy. "Xiaoyun, teach me. You absolutely must teach me." Evidently, he was unfazed by Zhong Yun's prior secrecy. A wave of gratitude washed over Zhong Yun. With such an understanding friend, what more could he say? "Of course, I will teach you," he vowed earnestly. At that moment, Chunwen let out a long breath, affirming his suspicions. He regarded Zhong Yun thoughtfully. "I wasn't mistaken. You indeed possess a special type of ability." "Special type of ability?" Zhong Yun queried, intrigued by this classification. He was eager to learn how abilities were categorized in Dao. How are these powers classified and graded? Chunwen interlaced his fingers thoughtfully before responding. In general, martial arts, or abilities, are divided into two main categories: combat types and special types. Combat types possess formidable strength and excel in battle. The military is filled with numerous martial arts experts adept in combat, such as those who manipulate mechs, who are the cream of the crop. Over 90% of those who can practice martial arts fall into the combat category, characterized by their energy appearing as a milky white color. On the other hand, special types are diverse and varied. For instance, my energy manifests as high-temperature flames, while Zhong Yun's is represented by a purple energy wave. Essentially, any non-milky white energy is classified as special. At this juncture, Chunwen paused momentarily. Of course, this classification isn't entirely scientific. My blue flames can exert tremendous power in combat, surpassing that of comparable combat-type abilities. Were the levels of power? Zhong Yun pressed further. Without a moment's hesitation, Chunwen replied, "Martial arts have a very clear hierarchy. Starting from the first level and ascending, higher levels indicate greater strength. The assessment of one's strength is conducted at the Martial Arts Association, where specialized instruments test the energy intensity within your body. However, there is also a combat skill assessment. Only those who pass both can successfully advance." "What is the highest level of martial arts?" Zhong Yun asked, intrigued. Chunwen shook his head. "No one knows how many levels of martial arts exist, as no one has ever reached the highest tier. Currently, the strongest individuals in our nation are at the 13th level." A flicker of longing crossed his eyes as he spoke of these formidable beings. After a moment, he added, "The 10th level serves as a watershed. Any martial artist below this level stands little chance against mechs." However, Chunwen licked his dry lips. "Once you surpass the 10th level, you become a superpower capable of defeating the 7th class mechs." "Defeating 7th class mechs?" Tian Hai, equally engrossed, exclaimed in disbelief. "That's impossible. How could humanity possibly triumph over the war machines?" Ever since mechs were introduced, their agility and multifunctionality made them the darlings of warfare, renowned for their unparalleled lethality, earning them the moniker War Devils. The 7th class mech, produced by the Giant Machinery Group, was the most powerful mech, boasting an impressive 10th place in the interstellar mech competition held 20 years ago among mid-level civilized nations in the Omi Galaxy. This achievement commanded respect from all established mid-level civilizations towards Dao, a nascent mid-level civilization. The Omi Galaxy was dominated by the ancient civilization of the Gan Empire, one of the oldest known civilizations, with a history stretching back 100 million years. Thanks to the Togan Empire, the Omi Galaxy is considered a flourishing star system of civilization. While it has only one advanced civilization, it boasts over 100 mid-level civilizations. Dao had only recently ascended to mid-level civilization status, yet its debut in the mech competition resulted in a stunning 10th place, an extraordinary feat indeed. Thus, it was evident how formidable the 7th class mech was, a point of pride for every Dao citizen. Now, when Chunwen claimed that someone could defeat the 7th class mech, Tian Hai was utterly incredulous. Chunwen, however, had no intention of convincing him. Those outside this domain could scarcely comprehend the power of those above the 10th level. At what level of physical prowess can one soar through the skies solely on their own strength? Zhong Yun suddenly inquired. "Level 10, he replied, nodding. "Thus, it appears that the 10th level of physical skill is equivalent to the 2nd level mentioned by Zero." At last, the relationship between the two became clear. "Why have we never known about the existence of your group before?" Tian Hai Pondo Alao. "Perhaps it was to avoid inciting panic among the general populace," Chunwen shrugged. In the past, our family had strict orders against displaying any extraordinary abilities in front of ordinary people unless absolutely necessary. However, adherence to such rules has waned. Although major media outlets uphold the regulations and refrain from reporting on matters related to physical prowess, the number of ordinary citizens aware of its existence is not insignificant. It is only natural to promote physical prowess as a means of evolution among the masses, Zhong Yun remarked. Indeed, Chen Wen concurred. The Physical Prowess Association established several academies over a decade ago, and branches of the association can be found in every city. Recently, I have heard that the association is negotiating with the government to introduce physical prowess courses in major universities. Just then, the automatic passageway halted before a door. Chen Wen paused his conversation and said, "Please, enter." Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious hall, adorned with numerous closed doors. The hall was sparsely populated. The few individuals present glanced curiously at the trio before returning to their own affairs. Chen Wen led them to the leftmost door, knocked thrice, and the door opened automatically, revealing a modest room where a frail old man sat cross-legged in the center. Chen Wen approached the elder, bowing respectfully. "Uncle Gio, I have brought my friends to see you." "What is it?" The elder replied, his voice hoarse and uncomfortable to the ears. "My friend wishes to test his level of physical prowess," Chen Wen stated. The elder's eyes opened, fixing on Zhong Yun, and murky orbs suddenly sparkled with a radiant light. Chapter 86. The test of brilliance in the elder's eyes flickered and then faded as he closed them once more, his raspy voice returning. "He is not yet a member of the association. First, take him to complete the membership procedures." "Yes, Uncle Gio," Chen Wen replied with another respectful bow, leading Zhong Yun and Tianhai back outside and gently closing the door behind them. One intimidating presence that old man has, Tianhai sighed, exhaling deeply as if a weight had been lifted. Intimidating presence? Zhong Yun queried, perplexed. He had felt no such aura, only the shock of the elder's bright gaze. Akin to two 60-watt light bulbs. Chen Wen, accustomed to such encounters, smiled faintly. "Uncle Gio dislikes noisy company. He seems quite formidable," Tianhai remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, the suffocating sensation akin to a mountain pressing down on him lingering in his mind. The elder's image in his mind now perfectly matched that of a legendary, enigmatic master. Chen Wen shook his head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. "Let's first get Zhong Yun registered." As they departed, Tianhai's expression shifted. He abruptly turned to glance at the door where the elder resided before following closely behind Zhong Yun, his head bowed in contemplation. The registration office was a small room equipped with a sensor that could only be activated through the use of extraordinary abilities. Zhong Yun placed his hand on the sensor. Channeling his still awkward energy and gently exhaled, the door opened. An electronically synthesized, melodious voice resonated. "Conditions met. Please enter." The door swung open, and Zhong Yun stepped inside. "I'm going to look around," Tianhai suddenly announced, breaking his usual silence before hastily exiting. Chen Wen watched his slightly plump figure depart, furrowing his brow and shaking his head, choosing not to pursue the matter. Moments later, Zhong Yun emerged from the room. The entire process had been remarkably simple, taking no more than 2.5 minutes. "Where's Tianhai?" he inquired upon noticing his absence. "He said he wanted to look around and left," Chen Wen replied, pulling Zhong Yun forward. "Let's proceed with the test." Chen Wen appeared quite eager, having long been curious about the extent of Zhong Yun's physical prowess. At 17, with a level 4 physical skill, he was already among the elite of the younger generation. Yet, he could not decipher the depths of Zhong Yun's capabilities, prompting his relentless encouragement for Zhong Yun to undertake the test. Chen Wen was filled with anticipation, wondering what surprises Zhong Yun would unveil. As the two youths approached the center of the hall, several individuals nearby shifted their attention to them. In the center stood a metallic pillar. Zhong Yun initially mistook it for a support beam, but under Chen Wen's explanation, he learned it was, in fact, a machine designed to assess one's level of physical prowess. When they paused before the testing pillar, all eyes in the hall were drawn to them. Is someone challenging for advancement? Murmurs of excitement rippled through the spectators, some already engaging in quiet discussions. Due to societal development, amidst the current era of stability, practitioners of physical prowess, who had once dominated social resources through their strength, now found themselves in an awkward position. Their once mighty abilities no longer held sway. A mech warrior, trained for merely a few years, could annihilate dozens of seasoned practitioners who had honed their skills for over a decade. Physical practitioners were born for war. In its absence, they lost their means of survival. The reality was stark. Regardless of their prowess, unless they reached a level that could disregard matches, They faced a choice between adhering to the law as a compliant citizen or resorting to crime, living in fear of being hunted by special task forces for the rest of their lives. Practitioners were human too, with the same needs for sustenance and family. Yet their expertise lay solely in combat, leading many to be recruited by the military, while others either became bodyguards for the wealthy or found themselves as fugitives. Of course, individuals like Chun Won, born into influential families, were exempt from such concerns, as their families provided for them, freeing them from the burden of survival. Moreover, these esteemed families possessed the most advanced training methods, resulting in a near monopoly on physical prowess. It wasn't until the emergence of the Physical Prowess Association that this status quo was disrupted. The association's salary system offered practitioners a new avenue. Even a level 1 practitioner could earn a living wage through the association. Furthermore, salaries were linked to levels. Each advancement resulted in a doubling of pay. Thus, all practitioners were driven to level up, as the prospect of a doubled salary was an enticing lure. Every month, countless individuals sought to challenge for advancement. The common greeting among practitioners now became, "Have you leveled up?" When challenging themselves, they approached with trepidation, as if walking on thin ice. Yet when others challenged, they observed with interest, some cheering for acquaintances while others remained aloof. Why does the atmosphere suddenly feel so peculiar? Zhong Yun mused, casting a suspicious glance around the hall and quietly asking Chanwen. Nothing to worry about. They're merely spectators. People here have this disposition. Just treat them as air. Chunwen replied, glancing around. What should we do now? Zhong Yun inquired, staring at the imposing metallic pillar, feeling at a loss. Step forward and place your right hand on the smooth area. The computer will instruct you on what to do, Chunwen explained, taking a few steps back. Huh? At that moment, in the corner of the hall, a young couple emerged from a doorway. The man, with his golden hair and sharply defined features, appeared strikingly radiant. The woman, possessing long brown hair and exquisite beauty, suddenly gasped upon spotting Zhong Yun, who stood before the testing device. Is it him? She exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. Do you know him? The young man beside her inquired, following her gaze. As he looked on, his handsome face froze in disbelief. Is it really him? The woman turned to her companion, a teasing glint in her eyes. Leaning closer, she whispered, if he is here, the stunning beauty must surely be in Mingzhou as well. With your prowess, young Master Huang, you are bound to achieve your desires this time. The man suddenly chuckled softly, as if recalling a delightful thought, his intense gaze fixed on Zhong Yun, an enigmatic expression flickering in his eyes. I warned you, never let us cross paths again. Meanwhile, Tianhai stood hesitantly before a door, grappling with his inner turmoil. Should he enter or not? He peered into the room, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes, as if something terrifying lurked within. He attempted to step forward several times, only to retract his foot halfway. After several futile attempts, he gritted his teeth, thinking, if I must die, then so be it. Summoning his courage, he closed his eyes and forcefully pushed forward. He felt an emptiness ahead, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground, rolling several times. You've arrived, a raspy voice echoed in his ear. Tianhai lifted his head to behold the wrinkled face of the old man, whose bright eyes contradicted his appearance. Swallowing hard, Tianhai stammered, I seem to have come to the wrong place. He scrambled to his feet, chuckling awkwardly, I'll just be leaving. But the old man interjected, sit down here. With his body sagging, Tianhai shuffled over and sat on the ground opposite the elder. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he were a mouse in the presence of a cat, more submissive than he ever had been with his own father. Just moments earlier, as he had departed the room with Zhong Yun, the old man's voice had suddenly called out to him, instructing him to shake off the two companions and come alone. By some twist of fate, he had indeed come. Now, reflecting on it, he questioned the misfortune that had befallen him. Do you know why I called you here? The old man scrutinized Tianhai intently, his eyes growing brighter, causing Tianhai to feel a chill run down his spine. The way he looked at him was reminiscent of how he gazed at rare collectibles. Could it be? A chilling thought crossed Tianhai's mind. Noticing his silence, the old man remained unfazed, his creased face quivering as he forced a sinister smile. Do you wish to become a powerful martial artist? Not at all. Tianhai replied without a moment's hesitation, the old man's tone reminding him of a lecherous uncle enticing a young girl with lollipops. The old man's smile vanished, reverting to a stern expression. An overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloped Tianhai, prompting him to muster his courage and declare, I must take my leave. Then go. If you wish, the elder's voice betrayed no emotion. This statement filled Tianhai with a sense of relief, and he turned toward the door. However, just as his hand grasped the doorknob, The old man's voice rang out once more. If you want to remain a burden and a shadow to your two friends. Tian Hai's hand froze, the old man's words striking him like a hammer to the heart. In an instant, the door felt as though it had transformed into a 1,000-pound weight, rendering his hand immobile. He stood there, paralyzed. I can see that you are very close friends. The old man said slowly. Chun Wen and your other companion are among the most exceptional young individuals I have encountered, their future achievements boundless. As for you, you remain merely an ordinary person. You may be young now, and your friendship can endure, but what of when you grow older? The gap between you will only widen, and eventually, you will drag them down. Even if they still consider you a friend, what will others say? Enough, Tian Hai shouted, turning to glare at the elder. His eyes ablaze like a beast ready to pounce. The old man's words pierced his vulnerabilities like sharp blades. A mocking glint flickered in the elder's eyes as he coldly stated, others will only see you as clinging to their coattails. In time, you will find their feelings toward you have morphed into pity. I told you to stop. The most feared truth was laid bare before him, igniting a frenzy within him. He lunged at the old man, but was repelled by an invisible barrier, crashing 2 meters away. Once more, I ask you, do you wish to become a formidable martial artist? To be a man of distinction, equal to your two friends? The old man demanded, his voice sharp. An unseen pressure enveloped Tian Hai, nearly immobilizing him. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly, veins bulging on his forehead from exertion. Gradually, Tian Hai rose to his feet. Shut your mouth, he declared, breaking through the oppressive weight the elder had imposed. Fueled by rage and defiance, he tapped into a reservoir of untapped potential, unleashing a roar that resonated from the depths of his soul. A flicker of admiration glinted in the old man's eyes. Indeed, this young man was worthy of his attention. Awakening so swiftly, standing tall, Tian Hai felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. His expression shifted, and after a moment, he knelt, pleading, teach me. I wish to become a powerful ally to Zhong Yun and the others, not a liability. In the hall, separated by a mere door, Zhong Yun pressed his hand against a metallic pillar, entranced in a wondrous state. It seemed as though the essence within him was irresistibly drawn to the metal, flowing along his arm toward the device. Initially, it was but a trickle, then it escalated into a torrential surge, spiraling out of control. Alarmed, Zhong Yun instinctively applied the control techniques he had recently learned, decisively severing his connection with the pillar. Pulling his hand away, he stumbled back, and Chun Wen caught him, his expression fraught with concern. That pillar feels a bit sinister, Zhong Yun exclaimed. Chun Wen chuckled lightly, recalling that his own reaction had been similarly startled. After all, who wouldn't be shocked to see their hard-earned abilities suddenly siphoned away? At that moment, the entire metallic apparatus shimmered with purple light. After a prolonged silence, an electronic voice resonated through the hall, announcing, Challenger's martial arts level, 4th level. The combat skills test will take place in 10 days. Everyone in the hall perked up, and upon hearing the announcement of the 4th level, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This young man, clad in a school uniform, could not possibly be over 20 years of age, yet he had already attained the 4th level. Their gazes toward Zhong Yun transformed, filled with newfound intrigue. The peculiar nature of martial arts progression is such that advancement is notoriously sluggish before the age of 20, only to accelerate thereafter, peaking at 30, before gradually declining until death. Throughout this process, one's essence continues to grow, albeit at varying speeds. Unless one suffers significant injury, even without practicing, it will still grow autonomously. In history, the highest physical prowess level achieved before the age of 20 was set by a woman 4 centuries ago, who broke through to the 6th tier at the tender age of 19. Attaining the 3rd tier before turning 20 is already a rarity. Reaching the 4th tier qualifies one as a prodigy, while surpassing the 5th tier is akin to being a monstrous talent. Thus, when they discovered that this young lad had already attained the 4th tier, their astonishment was palpable. People invariably harbor a sense of reverence for geniuses. The 4th tier? A flicker of skepticism crossed Chun Wen's eyes. Intuitively, he felt that Zhong Yun must possess even greater abilities, although the testing apparatus could not be mistaken. He could never have anticipated that Zhong Yun managed to break free from the device's formidable suction, inadvertently concealing a portion of his true strength. The testing device's pull was unparalleled, as even the esteemed experts of levels 7 or 8 from the Chun family could not escape its grasp during assessments. It had simply not crossed his mind. The 4th tier? Upon hearing this outcome, the man in the corner darkened his expression, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 88, Cloud Alloy. Zhong Yun seemed to sense something, turning to gaze in the direction of a somewhat familiar silhouette that had just vanished at the entrance. What acquaintance could there be here? He struggled to recall the identity of the individual. At that moment, Chunwen tugged at his sleeve, signaling that it was time to depart. The two strolled out the door with an air of calmness amidst the crowd's scrutiny. No sooner had they left than the murmurs commenced within. As the members of the Physical Arts Association engaged in fervent discussions, the door nearby swung open, and two youths, around 17 or 18 years of age, stepped out side by side. Upon witnessing the usually quiet hall buzzing with activity, they exchanged looks of surprise. One clad in white remarked with a smile, "It seems we've missed something intriguing." The other, dressed in red, shrugged and suggested, "Why not just ask?" However, despite their frequent visits for training, they had never interacted with the locals. The boy in white approached a man who appeared somewhat familiar, smiling as he inquired, "Excuse me, did something interesting just transpire here?" The man, having seen the two training often, felt a sense of fondness for the youthful charm they exuded and replied with a grin, "Someone just challenged and succeeded in advancing." He glanced at them and continued, "That boy is about your age and has already reached the 4th tier. It's truly remarkable." His tone brimmed with envy, as he was nearing 30 and had only just attained the 4th tier himself. The two youths exchanged astonished glances, realizing that a peer of theirs had reached the 4th tier in Mingzhou. When had such a talented youth emerged? They pondered over their contemporaries from the prominent families in Mingzhou, but could not identify anyone fitting the description. Could he be a genius from the common folk? The thought flickered in their minds, causing their gazes to shift momentarily. Before long, they both departed. Not long after their exit, two groups of individuals arrived, inquiring about the appearance of the 4th tier youth. Many within the Physical Arts Association sensed that this young man's ascent to prominence was imminent. "Are we not waiting for Tian Hai?" Zhong Yun inquired, standing side by side with Chun Wan in the automated passageway. "He left me a message earlier, instructing us to return first, yet I cannot reach him by phone. I wonder what he is up to." Chun Wan found it peculiar as well. He may seem carefree, but he is quite astute. "There's no need for concern regarding him," Zhong Yun remarked. Chun Wan shrugged. "Tian Hai is not a child. What is there to worry about?" He dismissed it lightly. After a while, Zhong Yun suddenly asked, "Xiao Wen, I recall you mentioning that your family is involved in organic metals?" "Indeed. The Xingxin Group is our Chun family's enterprise," Chun Wen replied candidly. "Do you remember when I last mentioned the possibility of collaboration?" Zhong Yun said somewhat apologetically, "I haven't been able to visit due to time constraints." "It's of no consequence," Chun Wen interrupted with a smile, genuinely unconcerned. When Zhong Yun initially proposed the idea, he had been thrilled, primarily hoping to strengthen their bond through cooperation. Profit was secondary. "I have let you down." Seeing Chun Wen's magnanimity, Zhong Yun felt even more embarrassed. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "I now have another idea. Perhaps we can collaborate after all." "Oh, do share," Chun Wen replied, intrigued. The more he interacted with Zhong Yun, the more he sensed an air of mystery enveloping him. Each time he believed he had perceived the entirety, he would soon realize that what he saw was merely the tip of the iceberg. Regarding Zhong Yun's disappearance for over a month during his holiday, Chun Wen had even leveraged connections to seek him out, but to no avail, as if he had vanished entirely from the world. He later learned that both of the major factions, the Dao and the other, were also in search of Zhong Yun, yet they too had found nothing. Ultimately, it was Zhong Yun who reappeared at the edge of the desert. But had he truly gone on a desert expedition? Chun Wen always felt that there were many unanswered questions. A few days ago, while conducting experiments, Zhong Yun began to spin tales again. "Aside from that, I can find no other way to explain it. After all, my home is filled with advanced experimental machinery, so it's plausible that I inadvertently synthesized a new alloy." "An alloy?" Chun Wen furrowed his brow. "There are countless types of alloys, yet not every alloy holds value. Only those with exceptional properties or irreplaceable characteristics can yield immense wealth. Many ordinary alloys are inferior to standard metals. I conducted a casual test," Zhong Yun continued, "and found that this alloy's strength, hardness, tensile strength, and impact toughness are slightly inferior to that of Feikong steel." Chun Wen nodded. His family was a powerhouse in the metal industry and was exceedingly familiar with Feikong steel, a high-end metal that, while termed steel, vastly outperformed steel itself and was widely utilized in aviation and spacecraft. If Zhong Yun's claims were not exaggerated, this alloy indeed possessed promotional value, provided the production costs were sufficiently low. Moreover, it boasts an extraordinary feature with a melting point reaching 32,000 degrees. "What?" Chun Wen gasped, his expression tightening with gravity as he stared intently at Zhong Yun. "Are you serious?" While he knew Zhong Yun was not prone to exaggeration, the significance of this matter demanded utmost caution. If what he asserted was true, that this alloy's melting point indeed reached 32,000 degrees, and its other properties matched at least two-thirds of fictional steel, then it would be a groundbreaking invention. The highest melting point of any elemental metal found domestically in India was 9,121 degrees, while the current record for alloys was held by the steel-gold alloy, with a melting point of 23,000 degrees. This alloy was extensively employed in mech shells and large particle cannons. It is worth mentioning that both fictional steel and the steel-gold alloy were invented by the Fei family. These two metals not only brought immense profits to the Fei family, but also conferred significant influence. The Chun family's assets and enterprise scale were not inferior to that of the Fei family. However, they had consistently lacked this core technology in the high-end metal sector, thus being overshadowed by the Fei family. Hence, upon hearing Zhong Yun declare that this metal's melting point was a staggering 32,000 degrees, Chun Wen's reaction was one of sheer astonishment. The Chun family had long yearned for such high-end metals. Upon witnessing Chun Wen's expression, Zhong Yun immediately discerned that he had struck a nerve within the Chun family. It appeared that this collaboration was nearly guaranteed to succeed. Having secured a partnership with the Yang family, and now enlisting the Chun family, he anticipated that his father would be utterly elated. The samples are in my backpack. I shall retrieve them shortly, Zhong Yun declared with a smile. Why is this infernal passage so slow? Chun Wen, filled with impatience, noticed Zhong Yun's backpack resting on his cart. Chapter 89, Dongwan. Zhong Machinery Company, Limited, was a recently established, inconspicuous medium-sized enterprise that had opened its doors just over 2 months ago, renting half a floor in a prominent office building near Central Avenue. Dongwan, a recent graduate from Mingzhou City University's journalism department, found herself serving as the receptionist at this fledgling company. Motivated by her disdain for the dark undercurrents and unspoken rules of the media industry, coming from an unremarkable background and having just secured an internship at a television station, she was met with a veiled sexual proposition from a deputy director. Outraged, she nearly struck that repugnant face. After being rebuffed, the deputy director merely offered a cold smile, which resulted in her receiving no on-screen opportunities throughout her internship, while another classmate, less attractive and academically inferior, garnered favor simply by cultivating a relationship with him. Later, Dongwan learned that this deputy director wielded considerable influence. His title belied the fact that even the director had to heed his counsel. Subsequently, several individuals approached her with insinuations that they could assist in dealing with the deputy director, though such assistance would undoubtedly come at a cost, the nature of which was all too clear. Ultimately, her spirits plummeted when the person delivering such messages turned out to be the station's director. To her astonishment, she discovered that the director's son had approached her before his father did. Disillusioned, she tore her diploma to shreds upon graduation, vowing never to set foot in the media industry again. Subsequent job searches yielded similar results. Perhaps it was a curse of beauty, but each position she secured was marred by a lecherous superior who harassed her incessantly, leaving her both mentally and physically drained. Fortunately, she eventually found employment at this pleasant company, where the chairman, though young, never regarded her with lecherous eyes, and her direct supervisor was a woman. Most importantly, the chairman's wife. While many pursued her here, she was free from harassment by superiors or exploitation of power, and thus felt a sense of contentment, even if the salary was meager compared to her qualifications. As the end of the workday approached, Dongwan glanced down at the 5 vibrant bouquets of flowers blooming beneath the reception desk, her brows slightly furrowing. Since her arrival, she had received a plethora of flowers and invitations from a myriad of accomplished young men, yet none had stirred her heart. Is this Zhong Machinery? A slightly magnetic male voice broke her reverie, prompting Dongwan to look up and greet him with a polite smile. Hello, welcome. The speaker was an unremarkable male student, his eyes gleaming as they regarded her. Dongwan, accustomed to male attention, paid it little heed. Her focus shifted to his school uniform, emblazoned with the crest of First High School, her alma mater. The boy stared at her for a moment, then abruptly shook his head, muttering something inaudible. Dongwan's brows knitted in mild irritation. How rude, she thought, yet her smile remained intact. How may I assist you? She inquired, noticing her discontent. The boy smiled and explained, I apologize. I was merely pondering how high a salary the owner must offer to secure a receptionist of your caliber. Dongwan's smile transformed into one of genuine warmth, a departure from her professional demeanor. This boy was rather amusing. He did not linger, instead asking, Could you direct me to the chairman's office? You wish to see the chairman? May I inquire about the purpose? She asked dutifully. I am here for business discussion. The boy replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Dongwan initially thought he was jesting, But just then, the chairman's secretary emerged, calling out, "Secretary Park." "Understood." Secretary Park replied, nodding and smiling at the boy. "Please, follow me." The boy waved goodbye to Dongwon as he entered. Curiosity piqued. Dongwon wondered about the boy's true identity. This incident was but a fleeting ripple in her life, soon forgotten. 2 days later, as Dongwon stood at the reception desk, a dapper man in his 30s approached, holding a large bouquet of vibrant red flowers. A beaming smile plastered across his face. The sight of him caused Dongwon a slight headache. He was the department manager from a large trading company located just above them, who had persistently pursued her since their first meeting. "Good morning," he greeted with a dazzling smile. "Xiao Dong, you look radiant as ever." "Mr. Zhao, it is working hours." "Please refrain from interrupting," Dongwon replied, her expression devoid of warmth, a stark contrast to her usual cordiality with guests. Undeterred by her cold demeanor, Mr. Zhao continued to smile. "There's no one else here. I thought you might be bored, so I came to check on you. Rest assured, I won't disrupt your work." Dongwon found herself at a loss. Her previously effective icy rejection tactic had no effect on him, as she had underestimated the tenacity of workplace managers. Since he neither advanced nor uttered inappropriate words, she chose silence, treating him as though he were invisible. A smirk of satisfaction played on Mr. Zhao's lips. He had pinpointed her sensitivity and was determined to persist. As for his audacity, if he could win over such a beautiful woman, what did it matter? He placed the flowers on Dongwon's desk, saying, "I happened to pass by a flower shop, and, recalling your fondness for flowers, decided to buy these for you." Dongwon shook her head, refusing. "I do not want them. Accepting gifts among friends is a basic social courtesy," Mr. Zhao replied with a smile. Just as Dongwon was about to respond, a voice laced with sarcasm rang from the entrance. "I wonder if harassing employees of another company counts as basic social etiquette?" Surprised, Dongwon turned to see the boy from 2 days prior leaning against the wall, watching Mr. Zhao with ill intent. "Uncle, what era are we in? Do you really think that pestering a woman will win her over? Did you time travel from the last century?" Mr. Zhao, taken aback by the direct insult, furrowed his brow and asked Dongwon, "Do you know him?" Before she could answer, the boy approached the reception desk and pressed the alarm button. "Security. There's an unidentified man on the 36th floor harassing my employee. Please come and handle this." Mr. Zhao's face paled. If security intervened, he would surely become the laughingstock of the entire building. He shot a venomous glare at the boy and, without a moment's hesitation, fled the scene. "And your flowers?" the boy added. The boy seized the vibrant bouquet of crimson flowers and hurled it at the man's retreating figure, striking him squarely on the head. Observing the man's flustered demeanor, too disheveled to even retrieve the flowers, the boy could not contain his laughter. Dongwon, too, found herself unable to stifle a giggle. And after a moment, she expressed her gratitude to the boy. The boy brushed aside his bangs and beamed a radiant smile, saying, "If you're not angry with me for disrupting your affairs, I'll count my blessings." Dongwon chuckled softly, then extended her hand, introducing herself. "I am Dongwon." "I am Zhongyun," the boy replied, grasping her slender, fair hand. Chapter 90, The Collaborator. Zhongyun had not come to his parents' company merely to admire the beauty of its employees. The previous day, he had demonstrated the Zhong stabilizer to several professionals brought by Yang Yunrong in the laboratory, elucidating the underlying principles, which led to an immediate agreement on collaboration. Today, the giant machinery group would officially send representatives to sign the contract. However, it wasn't Yang Yunrong who arrived, as he was not responsible for this particular matter. The fact that he fortuitously saved Dongwon from an awkward situation was merely coincidental. "You come to my company to flirt with my employees? Did you consult me first?" Zhongyun couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. After exchanging names, they had formally acquainted themselves. Noticing that the representatives from the giant machinery group had yet to arrive, Zhongyun stood by the reception and engaged her in conversation. Playfully, he remarked, "I truly admire the owner of this place for allowing you to stand at the front desk as the welcome host." From the earlier incident, Dongwon had gleaned a bit about the character of this junior, and, recognizing his unfiltered nature, replied, "There's no choice. The company has no positions suitable for my major." "What did you major in?" Zhongyun inquired with curiosity. "Broadcasting in the journalism department." "Huh." Zhongyun made an exaggerated expression before shaking his head. "You must have frequently skipped classes in college." Dongwon was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a remark from Zhongyun, leaving her both amused and exasperated as she retorted, "You're the one who often skips classes. I was a top graduate in my cohort." "Haha." Zhongyun was about to respond when suddenly his phone rang. Upon answering, he realized it was the representatives from the giant machinery group arriving. He waved goodbye to Dongwon, saying, "I have something to attend to," We'll continue our conversation later. As soon as Zhong Yun departed, the chairman of the company emerged with all the employees. Dong Wan, having received prior notice about the important guests arriving today, wondered if they had indeed arrived. True to her thoughts, her direct superior, Manager Yun, who oversaw the financial and logistical departments, informed her, "The guests are about to arrive. Come with me to the entrance to welcome them." The employees, including Dong Wan, were oblivious to who the guests were, as the chairman had kept the information tightly under wraps. This only heightened their curiosity, and they speculated amongst themselves about the identity of the guests warranting such a grand reception. Descending to the first floor of the building, they were met with a formidable procession of over 30 identical luxury vehicles lining the roadside, exuding an air of authority. In a synchronized motion, all the car doors swung open, and dozens of individuals alighted. Zhong Pingjiang furrowed his brow. Did the negotiations necessitate such a large entourage? This caught him off guard, as he had anticipated only a few representatives. It appeared that the collaborator was not to be underestimated. That little rascal Zhong Yun, didn't he clarify who the collaborator was? Leaving me in this passive position, Zhong Pingjiang grumbled internally. The previous afternoon, Zhong Yun had unexpectedly called him, stating he had found a collaborator and instructed him to meet someone at 10 in the morning, then abruptly hung up. Not only did he fail to disclose the identity of the collaborator, but he also neglected to mention what they were collaborating on, although puzzled by his son's intentions. Zhong Pingjiang, trusting in him, decided to go along with it and arrived on time to meet the guest. Fortunately, he had instructed his employees the day before. Although there was a slight commotion, they managed to maintain their composure. With a warm smile, Zhong Pingjiang was the first to approach. The rest of the employees quickly followed suit. Dong Wan, not wishing to partake in the commotion, lingered at the back. Remembering her recent acquaintance, she instinctively glanced around and spotted Zhong Yun hiding behind a tree across the street, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. "I wonder what expression my father will have when he realizes I've brought such a heavyweight collaborator," Zhong Yun mused with a hint of mischief. In truth, the entire affair had been orchestrated by Zhong Yun to surprise his father. The details of the collaboration had been finalized yesterday with Yang Yunrong. Essentially, the two companies would jointly establish a new entity. Zhong would provide the technology, while Giant Machinery Group would supply the capital, with the former holding 60% of the shares and the latter 40%. On the surface, it appeared that Zhong was at a disadvantage. Such a groundbreaking invention could not be quantified merely by monetary measures, as its potential to generate new products was immeasurable. In reality, Zhong's own capabilities would not suffice to promote this technology in a short time frame, and the introduction of such a technology would undoubtedly disrupt numerous interests. A pressure Zhong could scarcely bear. Solely monopolizing the technology would lead to self-destruction. Thus, finding a formidable partner was imperative, with Giant Machinery Group serving as a substantial shield. Even those with ulterior motives would think twice before offending it, weighing the consequences of crossing such a prominent family behind it. By relinquishing 40% of the shares, Zhong secured a powerful ally and could leverage its channels for rapid promotion. Additionally, collaborating with Giant Machinery would elevate Zhong's visibility and standing within the industry, making it an exceptionally wise decision. Not far from Zhong Yun, a striking young woman stood with her back to Zhong and the Giant Machinery crowd, engaging in animated conversation while a man before her held a panoramic camera. According to insiders, today, Chun Musong, the deputy CEO of Giant Machinery Group, would engage in a secret negotiation with the company, purportedly regarding a historically significant new invention. Indeed, behind me, Chun Musong was already meeting with the other party. The identity of that company, however, remained a mystery. This was the report sent live by our correspondent, Rong Rong. The female journalist adeptly captured the essence of media reporting, igniting the audience's curiosity with just a few sentences, ultimately leaving them in suspense. Eager to discover which company could compel the deputy CEO of Giant Machinery Group to negotiate in person. Upon spotting the meticulously groomed man in his 50s at the forefront, Zhong Pingjiang was nearly rendered speechless, as if a fierce tempest had swept through his mind. In the nation, hardly any office worker would fail to recognize this man. The deputy CEO of Giant Machinery Group, a 5-time recipient of the National Best Manager Award, who ascended from a humble position to lead the nation's second-largest enterprise, idolized by countless workers and regarded as the highest-paid labor emperor. Even more shocking to Zhong Pingjiang was what this man represented, the Giant Machinery Group, the industry's leader. In comparison, Zhong's company was insignificant. "This is the collaborator my son found for me?" Zhong Pingjiang felt as though he was caught in a dream. Behind him, the employees, equally stunned into silence. gaze wide-eyed at the face frequently seen on television's economic news, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Chapter 91. Madness. Zhong Pingjiang had ultimately spent over a decade navigating the professional realm. After a brief lapse of composure, he swiftly regained his emotional equilibrium, at least on the surface, where no abnormalities were apparent. As he extended his hand to Chen Musong, who approached, a flicker of excitement naturally danced across Zhong Pingjiang's brow. "Mr. Chen, it is indeed a privilege to finally meet you." This was not mere flattery. He had two idols in his life. One was the self-made billionaire Huang Tingjian, and the other was the illustrious figure before him, often hailed as the Emperor of Labor. Chen Musong scrutinized Zhong Pingjiang, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You flatter me. Mr. Zhong, the admiration is truly mutual. Your team is remarkably talented, having conceived a groundbreaking product like the stabilizer. Would you be so kind as to facilitate an introduction to the inventor later?" Zhong Pingjiang felt an urge to scratch his head. He was utterly oblivious to the details of this collaborative project, let alone the specifics of a stabilizer. He could only respond ambiguously, agreeing to the request before deftly redirecting the conversation. However, he inwardly resolved to reprimand Zhong Yun upon his return. Such significant matters were not to be trifled with in jest. Observing his superior engaged in amiable conversation with the legendary figure, the employees watching from behind were filled with admiration, thinking to themselves, "Indeed, the boss is the boss. His psychological fortitude is truly commendable." Once the initial shock wore off, the employees, besides feeling exhilarated, were overcome with a sense of pride. "Look, even a conglomerate like Zhu Xie Group seeks collaboration with us. This speaks volumes about our company's prowess." From that day forth, the employees developed a profound sense of belonging and honor towards Zhong's machinery, a company that had only been established for less than 4 months, a most unexpected benefit. As this group of people surged into the building, the reporters trailing discreetly behind them, Dongwan was just about to follow when she noticed Zhong Yun beckoning her. After a moment's hesitation, she approached him, reasoning that her presence was unnecessary given the gravity of the occasion. Her colleagues would undoubtedly be eager to serve tea and water to such a distinguished guest, and she preferred to remain uninvolved. "What are you doing here?" Dongwan questioned, slightly perplexed by the relationship between Zhong Yun and her boss. The reason she did not consider the possibility of him being the boss's son was due to her superior's constant boasts about her own son's exceptional qualities, which made her reluctant to mention her son's appearance, allowing others to assume he was equally striking. Moreover, in the eyes of Dongwan and her colleagues, given the boss's immense wealth, it was only natural to assume his son attended prestigious schools. Zhong Yun, a public school student, seemed entirely out of place in that context, leading her to dismiss any notion of a familial connection. "Are you merely here to observe?" Zhong Yun remarked, a teasing glint in his eyes. "You seem rather uninterested." Dongwan replied, "I am but a junior staff member. Such high-level meetings are hardly within my purview." Zhong Yun shook his head. "With an attitude like yours, you might find it challenging to thrive in the workplace." Dongwan fell silent, acutely aware that her personality made it difficult for her to navigate the intricacies of professional relationships. In truth, she had struggled with interpersonal connections since childhood. Not only did she have few male friends, but even her female friendships were scarce, all due to her disposition. Noticing her dejected expression, Zhong Yun sought to lift her spirits. "How about this? I can introduce you to a job with excellent benefits, where you won't have to interact with others." Dongwan beamed, her smile radiant as if 1,000 blossoms had bloomed. "Where could such a job possibly exist?" "Indeed, it does," Zhong Yun chuckled mischievously. "With my wife." Dongwan felt a blush creep on her cheeks as she playfully swatted him. "How dare you tease me?" Zhong Yun dodged, deliberately allowing her to make contact, feigning an exaggerated yelp. "Murder! Someone call for help." Dongwan found herself both exasperated and amused. "I cannot continue this conversation. Sister Yin will be looking for me. I must head up now. Goodbye." Zhong Yun called after her. "I'll seek you out in a few days." Dongwan turned back, responding, "You mustn't come looking for me." As she walked away, she couldn't suppress a laugh. For reasons unknown, being around Zhong Yun always made her feel at ease. Perhaps because he never regarded her with any inappropriate intentions. As the group ascended the stairs, their presence had already stirred the building's occupants. Despite it being working hours, a few secretaries were en route to deliver documents when they encountered Chen Musong and his entourage. They immediately recognized him, as he frequently graced the news. It was nearly impossible to find anyone unfamiliar with such a prominent figure. What brings him here? They wondered, excitement bubbling within them. Upon returning to the office, the secretaries eagerly shared their astonishing gossip, and it wasn't long before the news of the vice president of Jialan Group visiting the building spread throughout the company. Curiosity rippled through the entire edifice. What could possibly prompt such a notable figure to personally engage with this newly established firm? The enigma of the company's background, which could attract such high-ranking attention, lingered in the minds of all. Chen Musong's unexpected visit caught Zhong Pingjiang completely off guard. He was unprepared, and he didn't even know the terms of the contract. Had it not been for his wife discreetly slipping him a file before entering the conference room, he would have been utterly bewildered. Feigning casualness, he opened the document, his eyes scanning it only briefly before feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. The contract entailed a joint venture to establish a new company, wherein Zhong's firm would contribute only technology, while Jialan Group would handle all financial aspects, including factory construction and equipment purchases, with an investment amounting to 700 billion Dabo coins over 3 years. Zhong's company would hold a 60% stake, with the remaining 40% belonging to Jialan Group. What technology could Zhong's firm possess that warranted a valuation of 1 trillion? No matter how hard Zhong Pingjiang racked his brain, he could not fathom it. Even more astonishingly, management rights would belong to Zhong's firm. It was as if Jialan Group was essentially funding the establishment of a subsidiary for Zhong's company, receiving nothing but 40% of the profits in return. Had Rome lost her mind? This was the first thought that crossed Zhong Pingjiang's mind upon reading the document. Unless the executives at Jialan Group had collectively lost their senses, they would never agree to such an arrangement. Zhong Pingjiang now found himself in a predicament, the weight of the contract feeling burdensome. Even though negotiations often involved inflated demands, there had to be a reasonable basis. One could not demand thousands for items worth mere pennies without the other party walking away. Zhong Pingjiang's silence seemed to lead Chen Musong to misinterpret the situation. He chuckled and gestured to his secretary, who presented Zhong Pingjiang with another document. As he opened it, Chen Musong remarked, "This is the contract our company drafted last night, reflecting the terms we discussed yesterday, with only a few modifications." Upon glancing at just 2 items, Zhong Pingjiang's heart jolted. The new contract bore striking similarities to the one he had just reviewed, with only minor details expanded. The further he read, the faster his heart raced. And by the end, he felt as though the entire world had flipped upside down. It was not Rome who had lost her sanity. It was he who had gone mad. Chapter 92, The Signing. Zhong Pingjiang meticulously reviewed the document twice, pinching his thigh discreetly to confirm he was not hallucinating. This was indeed real. He felt an exhilarating rush of blood to his brain, his mind buzzing, his heart nearly bursting with excitement. An impulse to roar towards the heavens welling up inside him. Fortunately, a remnant of rationality reminded him that this was not a moment for unbridled enthusiasm. He handed the contract to the attorney beside him for his review. The lawyer in question is a close acquaintance from his university days, now serving as the legal advisor for his company. With a hint of caution, he accepted the document, initially perceiving it as merely a standard contract. He had not prepared for anything beyond the ordinary, but upon recognizing Chen Musong as the visitor, his astonishment was beyond expression. When had his old classmate forged a connection with the giant machinery group, he felt a twinge of reproach towards Zhong Pingjiang for not giving him a heads up, which left him flustered. Yet, simultaneously, he was immensely thrilled. A contract from a company of such magnitude was an opportunity he had never before encountered. Such contracts belonged to the realm of distinguished lawyers. Now, being afforded the chance to participate would significantly enhance his credentials. He focused intently, scrutinizing the terms of the contract, reading each clause with meticulous attention. Before long, his eyes widened in disbelief. The deeper he delved, the more astonished he became. After finishing the document, he inhaled deeply, his face a canvas of incredulity. Zhong Pingjiang had been observing his friend closely. Noticing his expression, he leaned in and whispered, "Is there an issue with the contract?" "Not merely an issue." The lawyer cast a complex glance at Zhong Pingjiang. After reviewing the agreement, a wave of skepticism washed over him. The terms made no sense. There was no rationale for the giant machinery group to bestow such a substantial favor upon the relatively obscure Zhong company. His first instinct was to suspect the clauses were flawed, prompting him to re-examine the document several times. Yet he discovered no loopholes or traps. Each term was articulated with clarity and precision, entirely sound. The contract itself posed a more significant question. On what basis was the giant machinery group choosing to elevate Zhong company? Even if Zhong company had indeed invented a groundbreaking machine, the giant machinery group had no obligation to offer such generous terms. They occupied a position of absolute advantage. and even the most stringent conditions could not be refused by Zhong Company. When faced with the unusual, one must suspect ulterior motives. After years of legal practice, he understood that behind extraordinary occurrences often lay hidden agendas. Being astute, he chose not to investigate further, resolving to focus on fulfilling his role as a lawyer. However, he found it somewhat disconcerting that his normally straightforward friend had suddenly become so enigmatic. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and he quietly replied, "The contract poses no issues." Unbeknownst to him, his tone had shifted from casual to more formal. Zhong Pingjiang let out a sigh of relief, since the contract was sound. All that remained was to finalize the signing. However, the signing process was not a mere formality. Chen Musong had prepared thoroughly, bringing along personnel from the notary office. They would inscribe their names and official seals on paper designed for longevity, followed by signing the electronic contract with their identification cards. Only then would the agreement be deemed complete and officially effective. Throughout the entire process, a dedicated crew captured the event with panoramic video equipment. Upon completion of the signing, a press conference ensued. The giant machinery group had a well-established protocol for such occasions. With their influence, they managed to invite the nation's major news outlets within a mere half-day. The following day, the previously obscure Zhong Company catapulted into the limelight through its collaboration with the giant machinery group, garnering widespread attention overnight. Anyone who followed the news could not overlook the pivotal keywords: Zhong Company, giant machinery group, stabilizer, and a joint venture valued at 700 billion. The giant machinery group was evidently determined to promote the Zhong stabilizer, and the next day, nearly all media outlets featured this story as a headline, heralding the Zhong stabilizer as a revolutionary invention. From that moment on, the entire machinery industry was poised for dramatic transformation, with Zhong Company emerging as the primary beneficiary. Under the relentless bombardment of national media coverage, Zhong Company quickly became a household name, despite its modest size. From that day forth, Zhong Pingjiang was inundated with responsibilities, scarcely finding time to confront his son, Zhong Yun, about pressing matters. He was burdened with an overwhelming array of tasks. In stark contrast, his son Zhong Yun's life was considerably more leisurely, oscillating between school, home, and occasional outings with friends. Of course, he remained dedicated to his practical training and unpacking exercises, steadily honing his skills. Zhong Yun felt a sense of daily accomplishment and joy in his routine. He opted not to attend the combat skills assessment organized by the Martial Arts Association, as it coincided with the day of Xiaoqing's results announcing. Missing the exam was regrettable enough, and failing to accompany her to celebrate would have been inexcusable. Thus, he requested a day off from school. On that day, Xiaoqing was as jubilant as a cheerful lark, her melodious laughter enveloping Zhong Yun as she learned of her acceptance. They spent the entire day together, only parting ways once darkness had fully descended. A few days later, as the affairs of the joint venture company began to settle, Zhong Pingjiang thought he might finally catch his breath. However, his son appeared once more. Seeing Zhong Yun peering cautiously through the door, Zhong Pingjiang felt a surge of irritation. "Guomin, what are you sneaking around for?" Zhong Yun chuckled as he entered. "Am I disturbing you?" He casually closed the door behind him and plopped down on the sofa against the wall. Zhong Pingjiang, feeling somewhat exasperated, knew he couldn't resort to physical punishment. He set aside his work and sat across from his son, fixing him with a steady gaze. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "Speak up. How many secrets are you still hiding from me?" Zhong Yun, having prepared a pot of tea, poured a cup for his father before serving himself. "Are you referring to the giant machinery group?" He took a sip, then shook his head. "Dad, this tea doesn't quite match your current stature. It needs to be upgraded. Otherwise, guests might think you're stingy. Don't change the subject." Zhong Pingjiang tapped the table and took a sip of the tea, acknowledging its inferior quality. "If you don't provide me with an explanation today, consider your allowance revoked." Zhong Yun feigned a distressed expression. "Come on, Dad. You can't be that cruel. How am I supposed to get by without pocket money? I have 2 girlfriends to support. You need money for that?" Zhong Pingjiang retorted dismissively, disregarding the mention of girlfriends. "You're clearly well off enough." "Ah, Dad, you truly are astute," Zhong Yun flattered before continuing. "The truth is rather straightforward. I happen to know someone from the Yang family, and we're quite familiar." "Is it really that simple?" Zhong Pingjiang was incredulous, unable to believe that the decision-makers of the Yang family would relinquish such significant benefits due to a familial connection. It was utterly implausible. Only after delving into the details of the Zhong stabilizer did he grasp the immense profitability it could generate. The term revolutionary invention was far from hyperbole. How complicated could it be? Zhong Yun spread his hands, half seriously stating, "One of my girlfriends is Yang Bingchang's daughter." "What?" Chapter 93. Father and Son. What did you just say? Zhong Pingjiang thought his ears had malfunctioned. Zhong Yun innocently poked at his ear with his pinky. Honestly, I didn't realize her background at first. But now that we're involved, I can't just walk away. His words sounded rather reckless, prompting a disapproving glare from Zhong Pingjiang, who remained silent, still reeling from the revelation. He was acutely aware of the weight carried by the name Yang Bingchong. The Yang family wielded immense power, and their influence in the military was unparalleled. In the realm of commerce, the wealth possessed by the Yang family is unparalleled, as they wield control over the nation's largest arms manufacturing enterprise. One could assert that a mere stamp of their foot would send tremors across 13 planets. But what of Yang Bingchong's daughter? Even with 100-fold imagination, one could scarcely conceive of any intersection between her life and that of his son, let alone a romantic entanglement. In an instant, Zhong Pingjiang was engulfed by the notion of sheer absurdity. Noticing his cup was empty, Zhong Yun gracefully refilled it from the teapot, relishing in the rare spectacle of his father's ever-changing expressions. It was a sight to behold. Previously, his father had always maintained a calm demeanor, rarely betraying any signs of discomposure. After a prolonged silence, Zhong Pingjiang fixed a serious gaze upon his son, unable to suppress his need for confirmation. "Are you truly speaking the truth?" he inquired. "What reason would I have to deceive you?" came the reply. "How did you come to know each other?" His expression was one of grave concern. "Good heavens, you can't possibly be genuinely interested in my romantic escapades," Zhong Yun exclaimed, exasperatedly tapping his forehead. Zhong Pingjiang's lips moved as if to articulate his thoughts, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing them. With a silent sigh, he acknowledged the unmanageable nature of the situation. Discovering that his son was romantically involved with Yang Bingchong's daughter, his initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather profound apprehension. The disparity in their social standings was alarmingly vast, and he feared for his son's well-being in such a relationship. Young women from esteemed families are often spoiled, exhibiting temperamental behaviors that would render them far from ideal companions. Moreover, his son possessed a stubborn streak. Although he had recently become more cheerful, there remained an underlying pride that would not tolerate any mistreatment. Should conflicts arise between them, it was certain that his son would suffer the consequences. If what his son claimed was indeed true, that Yang Bingchong had granted him such significant advantages solely on account of his daughter, then it was a testament to the high regard in which he held her. Should she ever face grievances and turn to her father for solace, the ramifications could be dire. Wait a moment. Zhong Pingjiang recalled his son's earlier words. "Did you just say you have 2 girlfriends?" Zhong Yun rested his chin on his hand and nodded. "To be precise, it's 2.5. There's another one in a preliminary stage." Zhong Pingjiang opened his mouth, taking a considerable time before managing to ask, "Is she aware of this?" Zhong Yun understood he was referring to Lu Yunqi and pondered for a moment. She might know, but she has never inquired. Zhong Pingjiang was left speechless. Had he fallen behind the times? Reflecting on the youthfulness of his son and his peers, he mused that perhaps their relationships were nothing more than playful dalliance. Child's play, if you will. This thought alleviated his concern somewhat, yet when he considered the immense business interests at stake, he couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy wash over him. After a while, Zhong Pingjiang remembered the pressing matter at hand and said earnestly, "That stabilizer you mentioned, you were responsible for its development, weren't you? I won't concern myself with your personal affairs, but you must clarify this matter." He probed further. "Who provided you with this?" Zhong Yun playfully stuck out his tongue. "If I claimed to have invented it, would you believe me? What do you think?" Zhong Pingjiang retorted, fully aware of his son's capabilities. He recalled the time his son had been rejected by multiple schools due to a dismally low IQ score, ultimately landing in a public institution. Though his performance had improved since middle school, he was still merely average. Even with recent advancements, Zhong Pingjiang found it implausible that his son could have created such a revolutionary device. He had studied the apparatus, and the knowledge required was vast and intricate, some aspects even delving into new physical theories. Not even an A-grade physicist could comprehend such complexity, let alone a high school student like Zhong Yun. In today's world, where specialization is increasingly pronounced, it is rare for a significant invention to emerge from the efforts of a single individual. Typically, it is the product of collaborative genius across various fields. "I cannot convince you otherwise," Zhong Yun shrugged nonchalantly, recalling an important point. "Oh, and Dad, please do not disclose that I invented it. If anyone inquires, simply state it is a trade secret. I would prefer not to be seen as a freak." Zhong Pingjiang found himself somewhat inclined to believe his son, albeit only partially. He knew that the truth would eventually surface, and thus set this matter aside for the time being. "So, you came here to discuss this?" Zhong Yun snapped his fingers, almost forgetting. "If you hadn't brought it up, I would have completely overlooked the main topic. Oh, what is it? Zhong Pingjiang straightened his posture. Ever since his son cultivated flowers worth billions, and the company secured a B-level mechanic and heavyweight partners like the giant machinery group, it became increasingly difficult for him to regard his son as merely a 17-year-old boy. With a mischievous grin, Zhong Yun announced, I found another collaborative project for you. What reward do you think I deserve? Raising an eyebrow, Zhong Pingjiang replied with a smile. That depends on the company you secured. The Starry Sky Group. Does that carry sufficient weight? Zhong Yun revealed with a sly smile. Even though Zhong Pingjiang had mentally prepared himself, his son's revelation left him utterly astonished. The Starry Sky Group, a titan in the metal industry, though slightly inferior to the giant machinery group, was still a colossal entity that the Zhong family could only aspire to. Who were these people his son was associating with? To have such news once was enough to make one's heart race. Could he endure another shock? Taking a deep breath, Zhong Pingjiang trembled slightly and said, Please don't tell me your other girlfriend is the daughter of the Chun family. Fortunately, Zhong Yun merely shook his head. I have a close friend who happens to be from the Chun family. That was a relief. Zhong Pingjiang exhaled, then adopted a serious demeanor. This time, you cannot act recklessly. Last time, you nearly caused me embarrassment. You must provide me with a detailed account of the collaboration. That is precisely what I intend to do. Zhong Yun thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. Such a jest could not be repeated. Another misstep would surely provoke his father's ire. He retrieved a folder from his backpack and handed it over. This is the preliminary contract I negotiated with the Chun family. Please take a look. Zhong Pingjiang accepted the document, glancing through it before locking eyes with Zhong Yun. Do not tell me this Yun alloy is also your invention. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Zhong Yun innocently nodded. Chapter 94. The Decline of a Noble Family. Zhong Pingjiang closed the folder and placed it on the table, reclining against the sofa and shutting his eyes, feigning sleep. However, Zhong Yun knew he was contemplating a challenging dilemma. This was his father's habitual response to intricate problems. Not daring to interrupt, Zhong Yun sipped his tea slowly, savoring each drop until the flavor dissipated, at which point he saw his father exhale deeply, prompting him to sit upright in anticipation of his next words. Zhong Pingjiang slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look that Zhong Yun could not decipher. It seemed the time had come to share some important insights. Recognizing the gravity in his tone, Zhong Yun's curiosity was piqued as he awaited further elaboration. In this nation, there exist numerous ancient families. As Zhong Pingjiang spoke, he glanced at his son, implying that he was undoubtedly aware of this. Indeed, our country is fortunate. From ancient times to modernity, it has traversed without significant turmoil, thus facilitating rapid development. However, our nation is also unfortunate, for it has failed to eradicate the malignant influence of these noble families, resulting in a political landscape still dominated by them. Zhong Yun smiled slightly, surprised to discover a more impassioned side of his father. Realizing he had digressed, Zhong Pingjiang continued, revealing that the Zhong family had once been a moderately renowned lineage. Zhong Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his family had any connection to such aristocracy. Could it be a once prominent family now in decline? How melodramatic. The reality proved even more dramatic than he had imagined. According to Zhong Pingjiang, several years prior, the Zhong family had been a medium-sized aristocracy on the planet Lanzhan, boasting a lineage of over 1,000 years. However, after incurring a deadly feud with a powerful faction, the family business that sustained them went bankrupt, forcing them to relocate to other planets. The clan members dispersed, and the Zhong family was declared extinguished. From his father's calm demeanor, Zhong Yun sensed a deep-seated resentment. Evidently, this incident had profoundly impacted him, lingering in his mind, otherwise he would not have kept it to himself for so long. Was his relentless pursuit of wealth aimed at reviving the Zhong family? Why was his father divulging such matters to him? Did he intend to instill in him the importance of remembering the enmity that led to their downfall? Zhong Yun mused internally. Though Zhong Pingjiang refrained from disclosing the identity of their family's adversary, perhaps fearing that Zhong Yun might act impulsively in a moment of anger, he was unaware that his son had no intention of asking. He had a multitude of pressing matters to attend to and was indifferent to enemies on another planet. What did the past of the Zhong family have to do with him? He had never reaped any benefits from it. This was Zhong Yun's perspective. Had Zhong Pingjiang known his son's thoughts, he would likely have been infuriated. For over a decade, he had dedicated himself to the revival of the Zhong family, working tirelessly, never daring to slacken his efforts, seeking every possible means to establish the company. It must be said that the indoctrination of these noble families is indeed masterful. The two continued their conversation on other topics. Just before departing, Zhong Yun recalled something and inquired, "What happened to the receptionist? Why has she been replaced?" Zhong Pingjiang knew precisely whom he referred to. That stunning woman had left a lasting impression on him. When she applied for the position, she presented her journalism degree, which left him both amused and bewildered. He was not in the media industry, so why would he hire someone with a degree in journalism? He dismissed her on the spot, not expecting her to insist that she could perform any job. Remembering that the company needed a receptionist, he offered her the position, not anticipating her immediate acceptance. What a peculiar woman, he thought. With her qualifications and beauty, she could thrive in any media company. Why settle for a position so ill-suited to her expertise and offering a meager salary? Perhaps she was reassigned to another department, Zhong Pingjiang speculated, recalling that he hadn't seen her at the office today. Suddenly, he cast a strange look at his son, asking, "Why do you inquire about her?" "She borrowed money from me," Zhong Yun replied, hastily leaving before his father could question further. Alone in the office, Zhong Pingjiang furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. On one hand, his son had indeed become remarkable, yet it seemed he was becoming increasingly interested in women. Should he consider dismissing that receptionist? Zhong Pingjiang pondered. He did not wish for his son to fall prey to the distractions of romance. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. The collaboration with Xingchen Group was of utmost importance. He set aside the matter and resumed examining the contract with great attention. After a considerable time, he took out his phone and called a lawyer friend. When Xingchen Group announced its intention to collaborate with Zhong Machinery, few were surprised. Those with insight recognized the transformative potential of Zhong's stabilizers for the entire machinery industry. And it was evident that the company holding this patent would soon soar to new heights. Many metal enterprises sought to provide raw materials for Zhong Machinery, but it could be said that Xingchen Group acted swiftly. However, when Xingchen Group and Zhong Machinery released their partnership statement a couple of days later, it astonished many. The two companies had reached an agreement on a new metal and had jointly established a new company, with a total investment of 5 billion Daver coins. Almost a replica of the collaboration with the giant machinery group. The only difference was that Zhong Machinery held only 49% of the new company's shares. This revelation left everyone astounded. People began to re-evaluate this newly established company, which had been founded less than 4 months prior. With a registered capital of 12 billion and only over 40 employees, yet had developed two groundbreaking technologies worth hundreds of billions. What was the true nature of this company? Curious individuals began to investigate the background of the company's president and quickly uncovered that he hailed from a now-defunct aristocracy, Lanzhong, which was a branch of the Zhong family from Jialan Star. The Zhong family of Jialan Star ranks among the top 10 superfamilies in the nation, a titan in the cutting-edge information industry. Many speculated whether Zhong Pingjiang was merely a pawn of the Zhong family. However, more people doubted any connection, reasoning that if he were indeed affiliated, the Zhong family would promote the two technologies themselves and enjoy the full benefits. Why would they offer concessions to Zhong and Chen families? Regardless of the debates and speculations, there was a consensus. A star enterprise was rising steadily. Chapter 95, Mingzhu School. Once his father's business was officially on track, Zhong Yun redirected his focus back to his studies. After the school year commenced, his performance soared dramatically in the first-level assessment, leaping to 4th place in his class and securing a position among the top 10 in the entire grade. In Zhong Yun's class and grade, the top 3 spots in every examination were consistently occupied by the same individuals, with their order never changing. Lu Yunqi ranked first, followed by Xiao Ruo and Tian Hai in third. These three were privately dubbed the 3 Great BTs, dominating the top ranks from 1st to 3rd grade without anyone ever breaking their monopoly. Over time, students automatically filtered out these 3 when considering rankings, as who could compare to the BTs. This examination would create a legendary moment in the history of the school, as it marked the final level assessment for these 3rd-year students. The legend of the 3 Great BTs would henceforth endure, never to be surpassed. Finding one genius is challenging enough, but finding 3 geniuses with such consistent performance, where the first was always first, the second consistently second, and the third perpetually last, was simply incredible. After this assessment, the 3rd-year students were either frantically busy or leisurely passing time at school, as teachers hardly monitored them. Some played games while others chatted. Zhong Yun belonged to the latter group, as he had already decided which school he wanted to apply to. Admission procedures in this region differed from those on Earth, where all students took a standardized exam. Here, each school conducted its own entrance examination. Different tiers of schools stagger their admission examination schedules, prompting some students to attend numerous exams in a bid to safeguard their prospects. Essentially, during the final semester, schools cease regular classes. However, should one choose to absent themselves without valid justification, it would be considered truancy, resulting in a significant deduction of conduct points, enough to induce tears. Exceptions are made for those who possess examination proof. Zhong Yun's ambition is directed toward Mingzhu School, which is slated to conduct its examinations in a week's time. During this interval, he finds himself in a state of leisure. Mingzhu School stands as the pinnacle of secondary education in the nation, boasting unparalleled faculty and state-of-the-art teaching facilities. Rivaling even the majority of universities, it has become a veritable sanctuary in the eyes of countless students and their parents, with thousands descending annually to sit the exams, even drawing candidates from other planets. When the admission tests at Mingzhu School approach, the population of Mingzhou surges dramatically, inundating the streets with parents and aspiring students. To the uninitiated, it might seem as though a grand celebration were underway. Indeed, it is a significant event in Mingzhou. Zhong Yun's choice to pursue Mingzhu School is motivated not only by a desire to remain close to Tian Haichen in one, but also by deeper reasons. Firstly, there are the expectations of his parents, who wish for their children to soar to great heights. He can never forget the mixed look of excitement and surprise in his mother's eyes since his grades began to improve. Should he succeed in gaining admission to Mingzhu School, he can envision the joy and pride that would illuminate his parents' faces. The journey home seems interminable. Yet during this time spent here, he has gradually embraced all that surrounds him. Although he is but an outsider, he has developed bonds with family and friends, forming connections with those who care for him deeply. He has found a sense of belonging on this planet. Life is not lived solely for oneself. With them, his existence feels complete. As for his parents back on Earth, with an elder sister and younger brother to tend to them, he knows they are well cared for. He silently wishes them well, vowing that one day he will return to fulfill his filial duties. Lost in thought, Zhong Yun is brought back to the present by a melodious voice. Turning his head, he sees Lu Yunqi, tilting her head in concern, her delicate eyes reflecting a hint of empathy. Her gentle voice caresses his heart like a soft spring breeze. "Why are you crying?" "I miss you," Zhong Yun replies, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. Noticing the blush blooming on her porcelain-like face, he smiles slightly. "I was just thinking, if you don't end up at the same school as me, how pitiful I would be." "You're just being silly," Lu Yunqi retorts, a trace of shyness flickering in her eyes as she playfully shoots him a glance. Zhong Yun, undeterred, chuckles and presses on. "You still haven't told me which school you're aiming for." Lu Yunqi gazes at him with a teasing smile, her eyes sparkling with meaning. "What about Xiao Ruo? Why don't you ask her?" "Xiao Ruo?" Zhong Yun's expression mirrors his confusion, as he wonders why he should inquire about her. "I'm not her boyfriend." "You really can't handle a comeback, can you?" Lu Yunqi's cheeks flush a deeper hue as she playfully punches him lightly, her demeanor a charming mix of mock annoyance and shyness. Zhong Yun feels a rush of warmth from her playful rebuke, his heart racing at her endearing vulnerability. "Don't be so shameless," Lu Yunqi pouts, her cheeks now a vibrant shade of crimson. "What do you mean by shameless?" Zhong Yun leans closer, whispering curiously. "I want to tell you," she responds, her face betraying her embarrassment as she turns away, unable to withstand his persistent teasing. Zhong Yun can only see her dark hair cascading down her back, the tips of her previously alabaster ears now flushed with color, hidden among her glossy locks. Typically calm and seemingly unconcerned, Lu Yunqi's shyness in this moment is utterly unexpected, reminiscent of a bashful young girl, a notion that would be hard for others to believe. Since discovering this side of her, Zhong Yun occasionally indulges in playful banter, teasing her into a rosy glow. At this moment, he refrains from further provocation, fearing her embarrassment might turn to anger, and he too is wary of his own feelings. Observing Lu Yunqi's soft, bashful beauty stirs a yearning within him. Had they not been surrounded by classmates, he might have dared to kiss her. Reclining back in his chair, he savors the boundless joy swelling within him, marveling at how splendid these days have become. Closing his eyes, he distinctly feels a burning gaze upon him. Without needing to look, he knows it belongs to Xiao Ruo. In stark contrast to Lu Yunqi, Xiao Ruo appears serene and demure, exuding the aura of a model student with her soft-spoken demeanor and gentle nature. Yet, to assume she is timid or weak would be a grave mistake. Once she sets her mind on something, she is as resolute as a mountain. This is something Xiaofan had shared with him. Ever since a chance encounter during a school trip brought them closer, Xiao Ruo has developed an unhidden affection for him, a fact evident to anyone with eyes. Recently, her advances have become increasingly bold, frequently finding reasons to seek him out. Before long, their classmates had begun to notice. The most popular girl in class was actively pursuing Zhong Yun. All could only lament in awe their admiration for Zhong Yun soaring. Look at him, a real man, capturing the heart of the school's most beautiful girl. Within a month, yet another class beauty began to follow him as well. What defines a true master? This is what mastery looks like. Chapter 96, Transformation. Xiao Ruo's pursuit of him seems to have minimal impact, as Lu Yunqi displays little reaction, which in turn leaves Zhong Yun feeling somewhat anxious. What does her lack of response signify? Does it imply her humility, that she is unbothered by sharing a man with another woman? Anyone who thinks this must surely have their brain scrambled. Her indifference suggests she cares little. And if she cares little, it indicates that his position in her heart is not as significant as he hoped. For instance, if another man were to openly pursue Lu Yunqi, he might maintain a calm exterior, but secretly, he would ensure that man faced dire consequences, leaving him too embarrassed to show his face. Love has never adhered to notions of fairness. If other men vie for his girlfriend, and he naively engages in fair competition, he is destined for loneliness. However, it is impossible for Zhong Yun to utter harsh words to dissuade Xiao Ruo. Love itself is a battlefield, and such actions would only serve to reveal how much he cares. I'll love you alone, and for your sake, I reject other women. Doing so would seal his fate. Even if they were to be together in the future, he would never know peace, as she would hold all the cards, the power entirely in her hands. As long as they remain together, she would have the liberty to dictate the terms of their relationship. Zhong Yun and Lu Yunqi have reached a crucial juncture. Whoever surrenders first will relinquish the initiative to the other. Ironically, the one who loves more deeply becomes the captive of the other's affections, and is thus more likely to be hurt. Of course, each person possesses their own perspective on love, just as everyone has their unique way of living. Zhong Yun's philosophy, however, is clear. You may not love me, but you cannot reject me. He is determined to ensure that the other party submits first, seizing the reins of control firmly in his grasp. Thus, regardless of how deeply he may harbor affection for a woman, he would never dare to reveal it. He would not foolishly declare his feelings, but would instead allow her to gradually fall for him. The sweet nothings and meticulous care and affection would only be bestowed once the relationship had stabilized. However, Zhong Yun was in no haste. He believed that a love simmered slowly would possess the most flavor, and when the time was ripe, events would unfold naturally. 7 days later, on a sun-drenched morning, clouds floated in the sky like layers of fluffy cotton candy, and the golden sunlight cast a warm glow upon him. Mingzhu School, situated beside a serene lake in the northern part of the city, was nestled against a small hill, surrounded by verdant mountains and clear waters, creating a picturesque scene. Zhong Yun had previously watched a promotional video of Mingzhu School and was left with a lasting impression of its otherworldly beauty. Yet today, he was not there to admire the scenery. He was walking towards the examination hall, surrounded by a throng of peers, under the guidance of the school staff. Today marked the entrance examination day for Mingzhu School, and Zhong Yun was scheduled to take the test. He felt no anxiety regarding the exam. At that moment, he appeared relaxed, almost as if he were a mere spectator, standing out among a sea of tense young faces. The first segment was the most crucial intelligence test, and Zhong Yun had resolved to give it his all. His previous test scores had been dismal, even with significant improvements over the last few months. He could not bridge the gap with others. Unless he achieved an impeccable high score in this exam, his chances of acceptance were bleak. As he scanned his surroundings, akin to a leisurely stroll, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure darting past him to the left, momentarily stunned. How could he be here? Before he could ponder further, the crowd surged him forward, and he soon found himself entering the examination room, needing to concentrate and dismiss the earlier distraction. The examinations proceeded smoothly over the next several days, and Zhong Yun performed adeptly, likely ensuring his acceptance. However, in the following days, he did not encounter that familiar individual again. Due to the overwhelming number of applicants, the admissions examinations at Mingzhu School were staggered, and Tianhai and Shun were scheduled for the next batch. The next day at school, Zhong Yun found himself seated beside Lu Yunqi once more. The class monitor turned a blind eye to his antics, as the semester was nearing its end, and as long as he did not go too far, she preferred to avoid unnecessary involvement. By the way, how many members are there in your Yang family? The familiar figure he had seen at Mingzhu School had unearthed a long-buried question in Zhong Yun's mind. Why do you ask? Lu Yunqi regarded him with curiosity, as he had never previously inquired about her family. Whenever the topic arose, it was always at her initiative. She found it peculiar, but did not genuinely expect an answer. The Yang family is quite extensive, having been passed down for many years. There must be several tens of thousands. However, only a few hundred hold core positions. Have any family members ever left the Yang family? Zhong Yun probed further, contemplating for a moment before adding, in recent decades. Left the Yang family? Lu Yunqi pondered with her chin in her hand and shook her head. Not that I know of. Midway through her response, she appeared to recall something and added, somewhat puzzled, I think there might have been, but I'm not certain. I rarely pay attention to family matters. Zhong Yun acknowledged this with a sound, pondering whether perhaps Chun Wen might possess more insight. Why are you asking this? Lu Yunqi inquired, bemused. A while back, I encountered someone who claimed to be from the Yang family. I happened upon him again a few days ago, which prompted me to ask you. Zhong Yun clarified. Enough of this, Zhong Yun said, looking at her with a serious expression. Yunqi, will you truly not sit for the Mingzhu school entrance exam? Why must I attend Mingzhu school? Lu Yunqi countered, tilting her head with a glimmer in her eyes. Because of me, Zhong Yun replied without hesitation, locking eyes with her. Could you bear to part ways with me? A smile blossomed from her deep-set eyes. Yet her words were teasing. It'd be better not to see you at all. Your incessant rambling is utterly tiresome. If I ever cease to annoy you, you wouldn't be able to sleep a wink. In the art of banter, Lu Yunqi couldn't match Zhong Yun, who had rendered her cheeks flushed with his flirtatious remarks. Zhong Yun had no intention of relenting, continuing, if you don't attend Mingzhu school, you won't see me every day. What will you do if you miss me? You dare say that? Lu Yunqi retorted through gritted teeth, yet felt powerless against him. She had never realized how thick-skinned he could be. It was evident he was reluctant to part ways. Yet he spoke as if she were the lovesick one. Clenching her fists, she playfully struck his arm, as if attempting to reclaim the long-standing grievances he had inflicted upon her. Witnessing the ethereal goddess transform into a spirited girlfriend left their classmates wide-eyed in astonishment. Zhong Yun exaggeratedly contorted his face. If you strike me again, I shall scream. Go ahead, no one will hear you, even if you shout your lungs out. Lu Yunqi declared, relishing the rare moment of indulgence, completely unaware that the classroom had fallen into utter silence. Although her voice was soft, it resonated clearly throughout the room. A sudden clatter ensued as someone, taken aback, dropped their portable computer to the ground. Chapter 97, Melting. How annoying, how utterly annoying. Beneath a large tree by the roadside, a young man and woman stood in the shade, evading the sunlight. The exquisitely beautiful girl stood before the boy, who wore an innocent expression, relentlessly pounding on his chest with her small fists. Zhong Yun gazed down at Lu Yunqi, who pouted like a wronged little girl, and a smile crept across his lips. He reminisced about the Lu Yunqi from several months ago, who always appeared so calm and composed. It was challenging to associate her with the vibrant spirit before him now. Having exhausted herself from the playful assault, Lu Yunqi chanced to catch his smile and felt a surge of irritation. Why are you smiling? She pinched his arm. It's all your fault for making me lose face in front of the entire class. Zhong Yun grimaced at her pinch, unable to suppress his laughter. Can you truly blame me? It's not as if I told you to hit me. It's all your fault, Lu Yunqi pouted, resembling a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Several hundred meters above them, a white shuttle hovered in the sky, with its occupants observing the pair through a telescope. Among them were Yang Yunrong and his assistant, Li Pings, who had passed nearby and, sensing his sister's presence, decided to take a look. To their surprise, they stumbled upon this scene. Every core member of the Yang family possessed a special device that allowed them to sense each other's whereabouts. Yang Yunrong es Han Some. Fair face exhibited a range of emotions, reflecting his complex feelings as he seemed to speak to his assistant, or perhaps to himself. I have never seen Yunqi exhibit such a side. As her older brother, having lived together for over a decade, he had always known her to be exceptionally mature for her age, seldom engaging with peers, and often solitary. Even he, her brother, could feel the unusual coldness that enveloped her. His sister had always been unique, endowed with unparalleled talent. She mastered any subject with ease. Perhaps genius is a lonely endeavor, for she had no friends, and even he found it challenging to converse with her. The expression that graced her face most often was one of detachment, as if she were an outsider to the world around her. She often sits there lost in thought, and no one knows what occupies her mind. Yet, whenever he catches sight of her gaze, reminiscent of an elderly soul who has seen through the vicissitudes of life, an inexplicable pang of anxiety grips him. Fortunately, as she matured, she became somewhat more cheerful. Enamored with music, she devoted more time to it, and no longer gazed vacantly at the sky as she once did. However, at times, that chilling aura still emanates from her. Deep within Yang Yunrong lies a persistent fear that one day his sister might abruptly depart, silently slipping away. After observing her for a while longer, Yang Yunrong commanded, "Let us be on our way." Li Pings was taken aback to see a genuine smile gracing the young master's face. He lowered his head, a shy smile emerging on his countenance, softening his entire visage. The shuttle whizzed forward. "Young man, take good care of my sister. If you dare to cause her sorrow," humph, Yang Yunrong mused inwardly. Because of the rare display of affection from his sister today, he no longer held her background or abilities against Zhong Yun. What did it matter if she lacked prowess? The Yang family had plenty of exceptional talents. As long as he could make his sister happy, even a fool would suffice. "God," Zhong Yun muttered, slapping her forehead in disbelief. "How did I not notice your violent tendencies before? What a fool I've been. I say, can I return this?" Her words seemed to ignite the flames of anger, and Lu Yunxi lunged at her, hands gripping Zhong Yun's neck, shaking her with a fierce expression. "How dare you speak so recklessly?" Meanwhile, Tianhai and Chengwen had unknowingly appeared, both utterly bewildered, standing there with their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "I say," Tianhai stammered, his legs trembling, "am I dreaming?" Chengwen, in a state of uncharacteristic disarray, murmured, "I must be dreaming." Zhong Yun, having noticed the arrival of her two friends, urged the still relentless Lu Yunxi, "Let go of me." "I won't," Lu Yunxi retorted, having been bullied too harshly in the past to let this opportunity for revenge slip by. "You really want tea?" "Absolutely not. You'll regret it." A hint of laughter crept into Zhong Yun's voice. "Regret or not, I want tea, let go." Lu Yunxi stubbornly shook her head. "You said it after all." In truth, Lu Yunxi's delicate hands squeezing Zhong Yun's neck felt almost like a gentle massage, quite pleasant. She didn't want her to release her grasp. But in front of their friends, she couldn't be too excessive. Suddenly, Lu Yunxi noticed something, glancing to the left, where she spotted two familiar, dazed faces. With a startled cry, her hands recoiled as if shocked, and her body instinctively hid behind Zhong Yun. Tianhai and Chengwen slowly turned to each other, then approached Zhong Yun, reaching out to touch her. "It's tangible," Tianhai remarked. "It has warmth," Chengwen added. Zhong Yun frowned, flicking each of their foreheads. "What are you two up to?" "Ouch!" they exclaimed in unison, rubbing their foreheads. "That hurts." "It seems I'm not dreaming," one said. "It must be an illusion," the other countered. Seeing the two of them behaving like clowns, Lu Yunxi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "The illusion is back. Sigh, I've been studying too hard lately. I must be a bit neurotic today," Chengwen said, rubbing his head. Indeed. The exam has left me dizzy," Tianhai added. Zhong Yun, caught between laughter and exasperation, noticed Lu Yunxi's embarrassment and quickly intervened, saying to Tianhai and Chengwen, "You two keep babbling, and I'll make you neurotic." Understanding when to stop, Tianhai and Chengwen exchanged amused smiles, refraining from further antics. With such acting skills, why not audition for a film company? Zhong Yun chided. Chengwen chuckled. "I was just startled by her earlier, which threw my speech into disarray. I truly thought I was hallucinating." Tianhai sighed. "I genuinely believed I was experiencing an illusion." Zhong Yun rolled her eyes at them. "Enough with the nonsense. The movie is about to start. We managed to get 4 premiere tickets. Let us not be late." The four of them boarded Chengwen's shuttle, with Lu Yunxi entering first. Just as Zhong Yun was about to step in, Chengwen pulled her back, looking perplexed as he asked, "Is that really Lu Yunxi inside? I can't see the resemblance." Zhong Yun shot him a glance aside from Yunxi. "Can you find another girl as beautiful as she?" and stepped into the vehicle. Chengwen sighed, his gaze on Zhong Yun's retreating figure filled with complexity. His admiration for her had reached unprecedented heights. Was this really the once cold and untouchable Lu Yunxi? She seemed no different from an ordinary girl in love. Previously, he would never have considered marrying Lu Yunxi, not just because of the daunting aura she exuded, but also due to her icy gaze that could render a man impotent. Although she appeared affable on the surface, he could discern the iceberg concealed within her. Now, that iceberg had melted, and the once untouchable goddess had transformed into an ordinary girl in love, a stark contrast that left him momentarily dazed. Chapter 98. Jialan Star. Finally, it was ready. "Apologies, I'm a bit late today." Time passed monotonously, and soon it was time for the Pearl School to announce the results. Zhong Yun initially had no intention of going to Pearl School, as the results could be checked online. However, Tianhai and Chengwen insisted on experiencing the atmosphere in person, dragging him along. Upon arriving at Pearl School, it was indeed a sea of people. It seemed there were many who shared Tianhai's sentiment. The school had taken this into account, erecting hundreds of large screens in the main playground to display the list of admitted students. At the top of the list, the name that stood out was Zhong Yun, hailing from Mingzhou First Middle School. Though not explicitly stated, everyone understood that names were listed in order of rank. In other words, Zhong Yun was the first. The second name astonished Zhong Yun and the others. Also from Mingzhou First Middle School, Yu Ruo. She's actually here to take the Pearl School entrance exam? They had never heard her mention it before. Tianhai and Chunwen exchanged strange smiles, seemingly envisioning the future scenario of jealousy. Following that was Chunwen, with Tianhai in fourth place. This did not surprise them, as Pearl School valued student potential, with exam content skewed towards intelligence rather than foundational knowledge. Chunwen didn't care much for studying. He attended school under the guise of courting girls, merely going through the motions. His average grades were simply a reflection of his focus on other pursuits. Being selected for elite training by his family had already demonstrated his talent. The top 4 students all hailed from the same school, which caused quite a stir in Mingzhou, leading to revelations that all 4 students were from the same class. The outcome was that Mingzhou First Middle School suddenly garnered immense fame, rivaling the most prestigious private schools. And the teachers of Zhongyun and the others received promotions to D-level educators. Now that they had been admitted, Zhongyun and her friends paid little heed to school rules and resumed their activities freely. Originally, Zhongyun had intended to take advantage of his 6-month vacation to visit his home planet. After such a prolonged absence, he felt somewhat unsettled. However, this plan was swiftly thwarted. The prospect of reporting to school in 5 days left him quite dazed upon receiving the electronic notification from Mingzhou School. What a waste of a perfectly good holiday. When he called Tianhai and Chunwen to inquire, he was surprised to learn that neither had received such a notification. A subsequent call to Mingzhou School confirmed the existence of the notice, explaining that this was a special training program for the most outstanding students. This revelation left Zhongyun feeling as though he had unwittingly shot himself in the foot, and he was deeply disheartened. When he inquired about the possibility of taking a leave of absence, he was informed that unless there were exceptional circumstances, no such leave could be granted. Otherwise, it would be considered a voluntary forfeiture of his admission. After much contemplation, Zhongyun had to accept this reality, acknowledging that he had no legitimate reason to plead his case. Unless his parents were willing to cover for him, he lacked the confidence to persuade them. His previous month-long absence had already stirred quite a commotion, nearly exposing his secret. If he were to vanish again, the repercussions could be severe. Since he had resolved to live here, for the sake of his parents, and to maintain his current status as a student, he knew he must refrain from any excessive actions. 5 days later, with tears in his eyes, Zhongyun bid farewell to Tianhai and Chunwen, shouldering a large backpack as he arrived punctually at Mingzhou School for registration. After presenting his identification at the registration desk, a staff member guided him through the campus. Mingzhou School boasted an expansive area, and traversing from one end to the other took at least 5 minutes on a shuttle. The staff led Zhongyun onto a small shuttle that whisked them out of the school and into the vast northern mountains. Where is this place? Half an hour later, the shuttle came to a halt in a valley, and Zhongyun stepped out, feeling surrounded by mountains, with a broad valley stretching endlessly before him, adorned with uniquely designed buildings. This was a secret training base of Mingzhou School, where he would spend the next 6 months. After the staff member escorted him to a solitary room nestled against the mountains, they departed, leaving Zhongyun to his own devices. Resolute in his acceptance of his situation, Zhongyun calmly explored his room, which spanned approximately 100 square meters, furnished only with some basic furniture and a rudimentary bathing area. Fortunately, he had kept Xiao Ling with him. Otherwise, half a year could have passed in vain. As he pondered this, he discovered his holographic computer beneath the bed. He set down his backpack, retrieved Xiao Ling, connected it to the holographic computer, and then rebooted it. The full holographic image of Zero materialized in the room. What is our current location? Zhongyun inquired. The signal in this area is being blocked. To avoid detection, the positioning system cannot be used. Zero replied in a monotone voice. Zhongyun furrowed his brow, curious about why such secrecy was necessary for what was merely a school. He then asked, "What about our communication with Jialan Star?" Jialan Star was the name Zhongyun had given to his home planet, a fusion of characters from his and Liu Yunqi's names. It was also the name he cherished most, a tribute to his former self. Rest assured, communication with Jialan Star utilizes spatial remote sensors, which are unaffected by signal blockage. Zero assured him. That was a relief. Zhongyun felt reassured. As long as there were no issues there, it meant he had a solid foundation to rely upon. Recently, the Qin Xianli from the Omi National Management Company delivered the first batch of 10,000 humans, which has been successfully processed. Zero continued. What? Well, months. Zhongyun was taken aback. What was going on? He had entrusted Xiao Ling with all matters concerning Jialan Star, relishing the luxury of being a hands-off manager. He could hardly manage a town, let alone an entire planet. It would be foolish not to utilize such a powerful assistant. The exploration of Jialan Star had been completed, and no life forms rated above level 3 in danger had been discovered. making it quite suitable for human habitation. Thus, I applied to the Omi National Management Company for 100,000 humans, Zero explained. Zhong Yun scratched his head, feeling a prickling sensation. So, how do these 10,000 humans come to be? According to the laws of the Galactic Federation, any form of human cloning is prohibited. To ensure an adequate population for the development of newly discovered natural planets, a portion of humans may be relocated from uncivilized civilizations to these newly discovered natural planets. Zero stated, still devoid of emotion. Zhong Yun sighed, reflecting on how, during Earth's age of exploration, the trade of enslaved individuals had occurred, and now, in an era of advanced civilization, similar practices persisted. The truth that backwardness leads to oppression was indeed a universal principle. Chapter 99, The Newcomer. Though Zhong Yun briefly felt a pang of sympathy for the plight of these individuals, it was a fleeting sentiment. He possessed no grand internationalism, or rather, interstellar idealism, to return these 10,000 unfortunate souls to their home planets. The development of Jialan Star was inherently dependent on its inhabitants. Relying solely on himself would yield only a meager contribution over 100 years. Acquiring additional people was imperative. At most, I'll treat them a bit better in the future. Zhong Yun mused. He continued to listen as Zero reported on conditions at the base, then transitioned into a virtual space where the success rate of his box opening game had exceeded 50%. He needed to maintain momentum in preparation for the advancement to level 2 in 2 years. Before long, night fell. Just as Zhong Yun began to feel a pang of hunger, someone knocked on his door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by 6 young individuals. 4 men and 2 women, all around 20 years of age. I heard a new companion has arrived at the base. It must be you, remarked a medium-built man with a fair complexion and a friendly smile as he extended his hand. Zhang Xiao. I'm Zhong Yun, he replied, returning the smile. After Zhang Xiao introduced the remaining 5, he added, from now on, we are companions, and we must look out for one another. Zhong Yun bashfully ruffled his hair. I'm new here and know nothing. I hope you all will take care of me. A plump girl standing beside Zhang Xiao giggled. Little Yun, you're quite sweet-tongued. Consider me your sister. If anyone dares to bully you here, just invoke my name. Zhong Yun recalled that Zhang Xiao had introduced her as Mu Qinghong. She seemed to be quite a straightforward girl. He smiled faintly, then suddenly remembered, oh right, please come in and take a seat. Don't just stand at the door. Zhang Xiao shook his head. No, mealtime is about to begin. The instructor sent me to bring you to the cafeteria. Zhong Yun had a plethora of questions he wished to ask, and having someone familiar with the situation was most fortuitous. On the way to the cafeteria, Zhong Yun finally learned some details. The base was strictly managed with rigorous training, functioning as a martial arts training facility, and all instructors were experts in martial arts combat. To Zhong Yun's surprise, he discovered that Zhang Xiao and his companions were not students of Mingzhou School, but second-year students from Mingzhou Municipal University. This was their 5th training session here. When inquired about the institution to which this base belongs, everyone expressed their ignorance. The base exuded an air of mystery. During the training period, there was no contact with the outside world, surrounded by steep cliffs, where even birds found it difficult to traverse. And all ingress and egress relied solely on supply shuttles sent monthly from the outside. It was entirely a secluded realm. Without needing to be told, Zhong Yun could surmise that this base was undoubtedly affiliated with the government, perhaps even directly under military jurisdiction. Otherwise, what force could possibly possess the capacity to assemble students from the nation's premier schools for rigorous training? The dining hall was quite rudimentary. Merely a spacious room hastily constructed with rows of heavy tables and benches, devoid of any decorative embellishments, all painted in monotonous dark gray. Numerous large windows were opened, allowing an abundance of light to flood in. The hall was already filled with people, yet an eerie silence prevailed. All present were young individuals, approximately in their 20s, numbering over 100, each bearing a solemn expression, seated rigidly at their tables, utterly motionless. Zhang Xiao and the others fell silent, returning to their seats, leaving Zhong Yun standing beside them, glancing around in search of an available spot, yet unsure of which one was his. Just as Zhong Yun hesitated, a thunderous roar erupted from the entrance, startling him as the instructor arrived. In an instant, all individuals in the dining hall rose in unison, their movements synchronized. Clearly a routine they had practiced countless times. The instructor's booming voice echoed through the hall, causing Zhong Yun's ears to buzz from the unexpected commotion. Following this, the sound of footsteps approached the doorway, and Zhong Yun turned to look, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. 6 or 7 men clad in deep green military uniforms strode in, each with a steady gait, heads held high, standing as straight as javelins. What astonished Zhong Yun was not merely their palpable military presence or the overwhelming aura of power they exuded, but rather the familiar figure of an elderly man leading the group. This was a man he knew all too well, Yang Xiqing, who had stayed at his home for a month and vanished abruptly after he saved the Crystal Rose. Encountering him here took Zhong Yun by surprise. The familiar silhouette he had seen days earlier during his examination at Mingzhu School was indeed Yang Xiqing, although he now radiated a completely different spirit and demeanor. Lacking the previous air of despondency, Zhong Yun recognized him instantly due to the unique essence that surrounded Yang Xiqing, which he could discern as the aura of power. Yang Xiqing and the few individuals behind him paid no heed to Zhong Yun, walking past him directly to stand before the assembly of over 100 trainees. With a wave of his teaching baton, he calmly instructed, "Take your seats." Immediately, everyone sat down in perfect unison. After surveying the room, Yang Xiqing nodded in satisfaction, slightly lifting his chin, and announced, "First, I'm pleased to declare some good news. Today, we welcome 12 new team members to our base." No sooner had he spoken than a dozen individuals entered from outside the dining hall. Leading them was a woman in attire identical to Yang Xiqing's, though in her 20s, sporting a stylish short haircut and a prominent nose, likely another instructor. Following her were several young individuals, both male and female, around Zhong Yun's age, presumably new recruits like him. Under the guidance of the female instructor, the other 11 lined up beside Zhong Yun, their faces filled with curiosity as they observed their surroundings. As Yang Xiqing walked past the row of new recruits, the intensity of his gaze caused the 11 newcomers to tense up, instinctively standing straighter. Upon reaching the end of the line, Yang Xiqing slowly said, "Please introduce yourselves, your name, where you are from, and your specialties. You may begin." He pointed with his baton at the individual next to Zhong Yun. "My name is Qin Tianhua, hailing from Fenghua City." The designated individual began his introduction, his voice slightly stammering due to nerves. After he finished, the girl beside him took her turn, and one by one, they continued in succession. As Zhong Yun listened, he discerned that these individuals hailed from various cities across the stars, each possessing notable talents. As his increasingly keen sensitivity allowed him to perceive the subtle fluctuations of power within them. Once introductions concluded, the 12 were assigned to the last row of dining tables, accompanied by the female instructor. At Yang Xiqing's command, everyone commenced their meal. Amidst the tense, silent atmosphere, Zhong Yun and his companions completed their inaugural meal at the base. Subsequently, the instructor announced that an evening bonfire gathering would take place. According to the female instructor, this bonfire gathering on the first day was a tradition of the base, replete with a variety of activities. At this juncture, a smile unexpectedly graced the instructor's lips, which Zhong Yun caught sight of, igniting a sense of anticipation within him that perhaps this bonfire gathering would prove to be quite enjoyable. After the meal, a half-hour of free time was granted, during which the female instructor instructed them to return to their quarters to bathe and change clothes, assuring them she would come to summon them in 30 minutes. The dormitories for the 12 newcomers were adjacent to one another, each in a single room. As they were all new arrivals in this unfamiliar setting, a natural sense of camaraderie emerged among them. After showering, they instinctively gathered together in the open space in front of the doorway. The sun had long been obscured by the surrounding mountains, leaving only a golden hue in the clouds above. Zhong Yun stood in the shadows, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in the snug, dark green vest, even though he wore the protective gear he never parted with underneath. Earlier, while showering, he had taken the liberty of trimming his hair, leaving only stubble. Initially, he had contemplated shaving it all off, but abandoned the idea upon realizing his head was not perfectly round. Zhong Yun remained quiet, observing his companions, with attention clearly drawn to the tall, handsome boy in the center. When he introduced himself, Zhong Yun was taken aback. Fei Liming. And upon noting the striking resemblance to Fei Yingming, Zhong Yun was certain he belonged to the Fei family, possibly even being Fei Yingming's brother. Truly, one could say that fate often brings rivals together. Honestly, facing this boy who bore such a close resemblance to Fei Yingming, Zhong Yun felt a slight psychological barrier. It was evident that Fei Liming possessed superior social skills compared to his brother, despite his outstanding appearance and eloquence making him the center of attention. He was far from overbearing, always wearing a cheerful smile that made Zhong Yun feel uneasy. Before long, Fei Liming had established himself as the focal point, with others gravitating toward him involuntarily. However, there was also someone equally understated nearby, a girl of unremarkable appearance who had not uttered a word throughout. Zhong Yun recalled her name, Liang Youyu. Just as Zhong Yun was contemplating Liang Youyu, He heard someone call his name and turned to see Fei Liming looking at him amicably. Come join us for a chat, he invited. Zhong Yun glanced back at Liang Yuyu, reluctant to appear overly distant. His earlier avoidance had merely stemmed from an awkward impulse in response to the discomfort he felt around the familiar face. Liang, classmate, you should join us as well. We are all newcomers and should unite and support one another, Fei Liming noted, evidently having observed the silent Liang Yuyu and extending an invitation. Liang Yuyu glanced at Zhong Yun before silently walking past him, and Zhong Yun followed suit, joining the group of 10. You may not be aware, but Zhong Yun is the top student from Mingzhu School this year, far surpassing me, Fei Liming informed the others. The top student? The others' gazes shifted, now scrutinizing the unassuming Zhong Yun with newfound interest. Mingzhu School has long been recognized as the premier institution in the nation, attracting over 20 million applicants annually, all of whom are exceptionally talented. To emerge as the number one among such a vast pool is a testament to formidable prowess. Among those present, only Fei Liming and Liang Yuyu hailed from Mingzhu School, while the rest were students from various other cities. Although the entire realm is not limited to Mingzhu School alone, there are numerous prestigious institutions that are only marginally inferior. These individuals were all granted admission to their respective esteemed schools due to their remarkable academic performance. Initially, the group had underestimated Zhong Yun due to his plain appearance, but upon learning of his status as the top student, their perception dramatically shifted. Exceptional individuals invariably garner respect, irrespective of their surroundings. Zhong Yun offered a shy smile, the dim lighting obscuring his features. It's merely luck, he thought. Just as Fei Liming was about to speak, they noticed a female instructor approaching them. Half an hour had elapsed, and the bonfire gathering was about to commence. The instructor guided them toward the square, explaining, "The bonfire gathering is a cherished tradition at our base, with a history spanning several centuries. It is held on the first day of every training session, intended to foster camaraderie and connection among the participants through song and dance. However, we have since incorporated additional activities." As she spoke, she approached the enormous bonfire, instructing them to sit around it. By now, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and the flickering orange flames illuminated their youthful faces. Just as they settled down, the main group arrived, taking their places in an orderly fashion around the fire. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiao was seated directly across from Zhong Yun, who looked up and waved a greeting. "Do you know him?" Fei Liming nudged Zhong Yun's arm. Yes," Zhong Yun replied awkwardly, feeling somewhat helpless about the ease with which Zhang Xiao had settled beside him. What made him even more uncomfortable was Fei Liming's persistent enthusiasm in conversation, to which Zhong Yun could only stammer in response while feigning interest in the performances taking place on the adjacent clearing. He wondered why Fei Liming was so intrigued by him. Had he stumbled upon some clue that aroused suspicion? Yet, there was no trace of hostility emanating from him, which struck Zhong Yun as peculiar. "I don't know why, but I feel an instant connection with you. I just know we will become great friends," Fei Liming suddenly declared, chuckling at his own sentiment. Zhong Yun thought to himself, "Rest assured, we will never be friends. As for foes, that remains uncertain." At that moment, the singing had ceased, and a tall, bald instructor stepped into the center of the gathering, signaling for silence with a downward gesture of his hands. The chatter dissipated quickly as all eyes turned toward the instructor. "Today marks the commencement of our training session at the base. Those selected for this training are the creme de la creme of national talent," the bald instructor proclaimed, his voice resonating powerfully, echoing throughout the valley. "Here, you will undergo the most rigorous training. Prepare yourselves mentally. Should anyone find the journey too arduous, come to me, and I will send you back to your comfortable nests. Do you understand?" "Understood," came a thunderous chorus, their voices rising high into the air. "Good," the bald instructor nodded in satisfaction, pleased to see that even after a long interval, the trainees' spirits remained high. "Now, I would like to invite the 12 new trainees to step forward and formally welcome them to our base." In the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Zhong Yun and the other 11 newcomers stood up and walked to the center of the arena, aligning themselves in a row, heads held high. Without a hint of stage fright, the bald instructor slowly walked before them, stating, "I know you are all prodigies, the geniuses in the eyes of many, having been the focal point of attention since childhood, surrounded by countless accolades. You are proud." His tone shifted to one of sternness. "However, I must inform you that here, no one is inferior to you. In fact, some may surpass you. Therefore, put aside your pride. Here, you are merely novices, ignorant of what lies ahead. Only through humble learning can you hope to progress." He turned to face them, his gaze sweeping over the 12 faces. "I am aware that some of you may be dissatisfied. You are all geniuses, and whatever you learn, you grasp quickly. A cold smirk appeared on his face. Now, I will subject you to a test. Only those who pass will be deemed worthy of becoming official trainees at this base. Those who fail will be unceremoniously dismissed. The seasoned trainees sat silently, fully aware that the spectacle was about to unfold. They had all endured similar challenges. But this year's chief examiner bore the notorious title of Bald Tyrant, evoking immense sympathy for the newcomers. Under the scrutiny of the Bald Tyrant, these 12 individuals were bound to face significant trials. The bald instructor positioned himself at the center of the line, and suddenly, an icy aura emanated from him, causing all 12 to shudder involuntarily. Zhong Yun felt a jolt of alarm. Was this an ice ability? His internal energy instinctively circulated, dispelling the encroaching chill. The instructor's eyes narrowed, fixating intently on Zhong Yun. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he felt a bone-chilling wind, as if it had swept down from the frozen Arctic, enveloping him entirely. The overwhelming coldness threatened to freeze his very blood within moments. Damn, does this bald man intend to kill me? Zhong Yun cursed inwardly, dismissing thoughts of reserving his strength. He had no desire to fall victim to the bald instructor's careless oversight. Mobilizing all his internal energy, he engaged in a fierce struggle against the invasive chill. The instructor's gaze intensified further. Though he was simultaneously contending with 12 individuals as an 8th-level powerhouse, he wielded his abilities with remarkable precision, tailoring the intensity of his cold aura to match each individual's strength. He aimed to push them to their limits. His strategy was to create an illusion of life-threatening peril, as only in such dire circumstances could they awaken their latent powers. The method had proven effective for Chun Wen's uncle in awakening Tian Hai. Initially, he had anticipated that Fei Liming, known as the third of the Fei family and often compared to Chen's fourth, would be the strongest among the 12. However, after a brief assessment, he sensed that Fei Liming had already broken through to the 4th level, an impressive feat for his age. Yet, he was taken aback when the seemingly ordinary Zhong Yun effortlessly expelled the invasive energy from his body. This revelation astonished him. With his perceptual abilities, he should have been able to gauge Zhong Yun's depth. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. This piqued his interest immensely. His icy abilities were notoriously tricky, even for those stronger than him. Yet, he had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous young man would counter them with such ease. A chilling wave of cold surged towards Zhong Yun, yet it vanished into the abyss as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Surprised, his intrigue only deepened, a rather sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The veteran students watching felt a shiver run down their spines. Those familiar with BT understood that such a smile signaled impending doom for someone unfortunate. They silently mourned for the hapless individual while simultaneously feeling a flicker of relief. When BT's focus was fixated on one person, others were often overlooked. As Yang Xiqing's gaze lingered on Zhong Yun, her expression remained as calm as still water, yet her heart roiled with tumultuous waves. He had broken through again. At just 17, his physical prowess had already ascended to the 5th level. Surpassing her own achievements at that age, she had reached the 5th level merely 2 days before her 18th birthday. More astonishingly, when she first encountered him, he was merely at the 3rd level, and now, in less than 6 months, he had made such remarkable progress. Could it be that, like Qi Er, Zhong Yun was a divine gift bestowed upon Dao? Just how far could he possibly grow? Yang Xiqing could not help but harbor such expectations. The bald instructor could hardly believe his judgment. He had exerted all his strength and finally sensed the essence of that young man. Yet the revelation was utterly shocking. To be at the 5th level in one's teenage years, what kind of monster was this? If Zhong Yun had not been standing right before him, and if he hadn't personally verified it, he would never have accepted such a reality. According to the research conducted by the Physical Arts Association based on historical records, a conclusion was drawn that no one could surpass the 5th level before the age of 18 due to physical limitations. It was said that 2 or 3 decades ago, an extraordinary genius had shattered this rule, though that prodigy was merely days away from turning 18. The data on this young man indicated that he was born in April of the 20th year of the new era, and now it was February of the 37th year. This meant that Zhong Yun had not yet reached 17. Contemplating this, the bald instructor felt his heart constrict. After being an instructor for over a decade, having taught countless remarkable youths, he was now faced with an unprecedented, possibly unparalleled genius, igniting a fervor within him as if his blood were ablaze. No instructor could resist such temptation. Nurturing the most powerful students was the ultimate aspiration of every mentor. One by one, Zhong Yun's companions succumbed, leaving only him and Fei Liming desperately holding on. Fei Liming's complexion had turned ashen, his body swaying precariously on the brink of collapse. Zhong Yun was enveloped in a shimmering violet aura, which grew ever higher and brighter, forming a violet barrier. The watching instructors sensed something amiss. Although the bald instructor often acted without restraint, he was not reckless. Why was he employing such heavy-handed tactics against these newcomers today? Upon witnessing the violet barrier before Zhong Yun, which shielded him from the faint white mist, their astonishment intensified. Their eyes nearly bulging. How could such formidable abilities manifest in a mere child? As Fei Liming also faltered and fell, someone could no longer bear to watch and exclaimed, "Enough. Cease this at once." Chapter 102. A single punch that launched him away. The bald instructor had been so focused on Zhong Yun that he had lost track of the situation, leading to the downfall of all but Zhong Yun. Just as Fei Liming was about to collapse, an instructor felt the bald instructor had gone too far and raised a warning. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhong Yun sensed a brief lull in the suffocating cold that had pressed upon him, a result of his daily combat simulations against those stronger than himself, endowing him with rich experience. Passively waiting for an opportunity was never his style. He had longed to counterattack, knowing that only through aggression could he possibly turn the tide. Unfortunately, he had been relentlessly pressured, with no chance to strike back. Now, as a flaw appeared in his opponent's defense, Zhong Yun stepped forward without hesitation. A surge of violet energy erupted from him, parting the white mist to create a narrow opening. Within him, the essence began to spin rapidly at its core, drawing in all surrounding energy to form a highly compressed sphere. With a thunderous roar, Zhong Yun unleashed the sphere through his arm, expanding it significantly, and delivered a punch. The bald instructor, sensing his intention, understood in an instant, but it was too late. Zhong Yun surged forward, breaking through the cold energy. His punch executed in one fluid motion, taking no more than half a second. He barely had time to cross his arms in front of himself. With a crack, the bald instructor was struck as though by a speeding armored vehicle, his body spinning through the air, a powerful gust emanating from Zhong Yun's hand, creating a small horizontal vortex. Instantly, the scene erupted into chaos, winds whipping up dust and causing the campfire to flicker violently. In a flash, all the instructors stood upright, their expressions one of sheer astonishment, mouths agape in disbelief. The atmosphere was eerily silent, filled only with the sound of sharp intakes of breath. The students, momentarily stunned, stared at the boy who still held his punching stance, as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. What just transpired? Had the bald instructor been sent flying by that young man? The event had unfolded with such rapidity, like a flash of lightning. None of the students had comprehended what had occurred. Just moments ago, the boy had been struggling to hold his ground, and in the blink of an eye, the bald instructor was sent hurtling away. The bald instructor let out a low groan, struggling to push himself up with his hands, but midway through, his strength faltered, and he collapsed once more. The other instructors, shaken from their stupor, rushed over to assess his condition. Zhong Yun, still maintaining his punching posture, suddenly erupted into a strange laugh, only to stop abruptly. He then fell backwards, crashing to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. In a flash, a figure almost imperceptible to the naked eye darted forward, scooping up the fallen Zhong Yun and disappearing in a mere 2 blinks. From the air, a slightly anxious voice called out, "I'll take him to the doctor. You all maintain order here." Only then did the students awaken from their daze, a cacophony of excited chatter erupting as they discussed the recent spectacle. However, the clamor was swiftly silenced by the instructors, who commanded respect through their authority. Restoring order to the scene, the instructors quickly organized a team to escort the bald instructor and the remaining 11 new students to the infirmary. The bonfire event was hastily concluded, and all students returned to their respective dormitories. In the infirmary, Yang Xiqing gazed solemnly at Zhong Yun, who lay on a stark white bed, his complexion as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. His lips were tinged with purple, and a layer of white frost clung to his brows, his body twitching slightly. Before him, a young female doctor clad in a white coat furrowed her brows, extending her delicate, pale hand to feel Zhong Yun's forehead, then lifting his eyelids to inspect his pupils. "Undress him," she instructed, her frown deepening, indicating that the prognosis was not optimistic. 2 female nurses assisted in propping Zhong Yun up, removing his shirt, and then gently laying him back down. His well-proportioned torso revealed an abnormal pallor. The female doctor extended her hand once more, her fair palm enveloped in a layer of translucent, pale blue liquid that flowed as if it possessed a life of its own. This ethereal substance was immaculate and transparent, devoid of any impurities, reminiscent of her delicate fingers. Gently, she pressed her hand over Zhong Yun's heart, and the azure liquid joyfully surged from his skin into his body. A wondrous scene unfolded as wisps of white vapor emanated from every pore of Zhong Yun's being, causing the temperature in the room to plummet to freezing levels, prompting the two nurses nearby to shiver involuntarily. Yang Xiqing waved her hand, signaling them to exit. Having witnessed countless incredulous events, the nurses left with an understanding of the gravity of the situation. The white mist comprised the residual cold energy within Zhong Yun, a unique trait of the bald instructor, which had been wreaking havoc on his body. If it remained, it could pose a life-threatening danger. The female doctor expelled it, and gradually, Zhong Yun's skin began to regain its rosy hue, color returning to his face. After 2 minutes, she withdrew her hand, and the blue glow dissipated entirely. She checked Zhong Yun's forehead once more, her brow relaxing. He was now out of danger. With a proper rest of over 10 days, he would fully recover. The doctor pulled a blanket over his upper body, expressing her discontent with a hint of reproach. You instructors truly are reckless, applying such harsh measures against a mere child. Had it not been brought in promptly, this child would have been ruined. Yang Xiqing chuckled bitterly within. Who could have anticipated his unyielding stubbornness? The fierce determination he displayed left her profoundly astonished. Before the doctor could voice more complaints, the door swung open, and a nurse rushed in, exclaiming, "Dr. Shui, come quickly. We have received another dozen injured students." The doctor shot Yang Xiqing a piercing glare, urgency overriding any further conversation as she followed the nurse out. Yang Xiqing stood by the bedside, observing Zhong Yun's tranquil expression in slumber, her mind swirling with countless questions. Just how many secrets lay hidden within him? A 17-year-old level 5 body practitioner, possessing top-tier physical skills, had managed to inflict severe injury upon the bald instructor, whose strength far surpassed his own. While the instructor had been somewhat careless, the disparity in their capabilities had rendered such an outcome previously unimaginable. Coupled with his profound knowledge that exceeded even Master Huang, the botanical expert, and his ability to craft machines that drove bilevel mechanics to madness, Zhong Yun was indeed a creature that defied conventional understanding. Chapter 103, Healing. Where am I? Zhong Yun gradually opened his eyes to behold a pristine white ceiling, engulfed in an eerie silence that seemed to isolate him from the clamor of the world. He attempted to rise, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength, his body feeling as though it were enveloped in a soft cloud. Have I perished? He pondered, surprisingly devoid of fear or pain, instead enveloped in an unprecedented sense of tranquility. You are awake. A voice as celestial as a melody graced his ears, sending ripples across the serene waters of his heart. A visage as pure as water materialized before him. How to describe such beauty? Zhong Yun found himself at a loss, particularly captivated by her eyes, which resembled an ancient spring. From those eyes, he saw only himself. Are you an angel? Zhong Yun murmured dreamily. The face broke into a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth between her rosy lips. Indeed, I am a white-clad angel. Can I become an angel too? Zhong Yun gazed at her, his heart's ripples growing ever larger. A smile danced at the corners of his lips, his long eyelashes fluttering. Would you like to become an angel? Not really. To her surprise, Zhong Yun shook his head. Why not? She could not help but inquire. Because, Zhong Yun closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. If I become an angel, I will never see my family again. Dr. Shui regarded his ordinary face, her smile fading as complexity clouded her clear eyes. You saved me, didn't you? Zhong Yun opened his eyes, clarity returning to his gaze. Saving lives is the duty of a doctor, she replied softly, her delicate hand resting on his forehead. Zhong Yun felt a coolness from her touch, followed by a faint, refreshing fragrance that was unlike any blossom he had ever encountered, pure and invigorating, akin to untouched snow. Upon closer examination, the scent would vanish, only to re-emerge upon relaxing, eluding him when he sought to identify it. The aroma was like a shy young girl, disappearing the moment he attempted to grasp it. Zhong Yun was astonished. This fragrance bore a striking resemblance to the lullaby he had once used to hypnotize Qin Kun, detectable only in a state of utter relaxation. Could she truly be a master of hypnosis? A chill ran down his spine. Doctor, what brand of perfume do you use? It smells delightful. A harmless smile lingered on his lips, the same smile that had pierced through Dong Wan's thick defenses, allowing him to become her friend. The female doctor regarded him with a flicker of surprise, taken aback that he could discern her scent. Shaking her head, she replied, I never wear perfume. Oh, I see. Zhong Yun mused, it must be a natural fragrance emanating from you. Oh. The doctor cast him a sidelong glance, a smile playing on her lips. Really? Those who dare to flirt with me often end up regretting it. Because you're a doctor, and I am a patient. The moment I saw you, I felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance, akin to lying in my mother's embrace as a child. So comforting. Zhong Yun stared at the white ceiling, as if lost in reminiscence. His voice becoming ethereal, carrying the essence of his mother's scent. A rare blush crept onto the female doctor's face. Any unmarried woman would feel embarrassed to be likened to a mother. In the military, where audacity thrived, such flirtations were commonplace for a beautiful doctor. She typically dismissed such remarks as mere background noise, yet the repercussions for offending her were dire. Unless one wished to avoid injury or illness, they would be wise to tread carefully. In the military, she was a far more fearsome presence than any malevolent instructor. Uncertain whether Zhong Yun's words were sincere or merely theatrics to garner her attention, she scrutinized his youthful face. Considering that he was so young and not a professional actor, such realistic performance was improbable. With that thought, she decided to let it slide. Since you are awake, we cannot leave that bed vacant any longer. The medical facility has limited space. The doctor noted Zhong Yun's condition before departing. Before long, a nurse wheeled in a bed. Upon seeing the boy enthusiastically waving at him, Zhong Yun felt an overwhelming headache. I heard you knock that bald instructor's arm out of commission with a single punch. Fei Liming exclaimed, giving Zhong Yun a thumbs up. Well done. Two female nurses transferred him to another vacant bed, one lifting his head while the other supported his legs, before wheeling away the empty stretcher. It seems your injuries are quite severe, Zhong Yun thought, suppressing a laugh, though it was a struggle to contain it. Fei Liming sheepishly remarked, Alas, I have never been beaten so badly throughout my life. Zhong Yun chuckled softly, yet remained silent. In truth, he found it difficult to conjure any topic of conversation in response to that face. He opted instead to close his eyes and commence his practice. That single blow had drained all the essence from his body. Although he had injured the bald man, he too had been invaded by a chill, nearly succumbing to it. Now, he felt utterly devoid of strength, a symptom of his depleted essence. Only this time the exhaustion was more comprehensive. It was not until mealtime that Zhong Yun managed to gather a modicum of essence from nothingness. He felt quite helpless without Xiaoling's assistance. His training progressed at a pace akin to that of a tortoise. He needed to devise a means to return to the dormitory. Before long, a nurse arrived with food. As she set down the tray and was about to leave, Zhong Yun called out to her, Nurse. The nurse appeared to be no more than 20, and the term sister felt foreign on his tongue. Is there something you need? She inquired, her demeanor quite ordinary, likely due to Zhong Yun's unremarkable appearance. It's too stuffy here. I wish to return to my dormitory, Zhong Yun replied. That's not possible, the nurse immediately retorted without a second thought. Your condition has yet to fully improve, and you cannot leave. I was merely stopping by to say hello. Zhong Yun shrugged, opting for silence thereafter. The nurse left with a furrowed brow, and after a while, the female doctor from the morning entered. Upon her arrival, the room seemed to brighten. I heard from the nurse that you wish to leave. She gazed at Zhong Yun, her expression reminiscent of an older sister observing a mischievous younger brother. Indeed, Zhong Yun replied, sitting up straight. The stifling atmosphere was unbearable. Didn't I provide you with company? The doctor asked patiently. Zhong Yun grimaced and muttered him. He's as wooden as a plank. It's utterly stifling. The doctor glanced at Fei Liming, who had lowered his head, his previously pale face now flushing crimson. Indeed, he is rather wooden, she mused. However, you still cannot leave. Your body requires further observation before you can be discharged. After contemplating briefly, she leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper. How about this? I will lend you my portable computer for entertainment, but you must refrain from mentioning your desire to leave again. Understood? She produced a petite pink computer from her pocket, suggesting she had anticipated this. Zhong Yun rolled his eyes. Staying here only prolongs my recovery. However, circumstances dictated that he lacked the strength to walk unassisted. Thus he resigned himself to remain. 2 days later, with his essence restored to a tenth, Zhong Yun, through sheer determination, finally returned to his dormitory. With the assistance of the Jia radiation, he fully recuperated within a day. Yang Xiqing granted him a 10-day leave, during which Zhong Yun was relentless in his training simulations. Having brushed perilously close to death, his yearning for immense power intensified beyond measure. After the 10-day hiatus, he rejoined his comrades for training, and due to the exceptional performances of both him and Fei Liming, they were assigned to the most formidable group. Zhong Yun found himself perplexed. Was it possible that he and the Fei family were destined adversaries from past life? It seemed impossible to shake off this lingering specter. Training at the base was arduous, akin to a hellish ordeal. However, for Zhong Yun, it posed little challenge. His body, enhanced by the infusion of essence, exhibited capabilities far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. His remarkable adaptability to the grueling physical demands astonished the instructors. Despite having undergone no prior physical training, no solid muscle or calluses to speak of, he acclimated with astonishing speed. Even after the most punishing exercises, when he felt utterly spent, he would awaken the next day revitalized, his recovery capacity leaving onlookers astounded. Life at the base was monotonous yet fulfilling, and before long, 2 months had passed. Originally fair-skinned, Zhong Yun's complexion had darkened considerably under the sun, his physique now adorned with bulging muscles that rendered him a striking figure, markedly different from his former self. It is often said that the military serves as a crucible, and this proved undeniably true. In the infirmary, Zhong Yun reclined on a pristine white bed, hands cradling his head, leisurely whistling. A bandage wrapped around his chest, stained with blood, bore witness to his trials. Opposite him, Fei Liming lay face down, shirtless, as a nurse blushed while disinfecting the wounds on his back. For the past 2 months, both young men had become frequent visitors here, the instructors favoring them in training. Their injuries becoming a common occurrence. "Ah, it's you two again." Dr. Shui entered the room, unable to suppress her irritation upon seeing them. "You are far too reckless. You're constantly returning with injuries. You're still just children, and yet they inflict such heavy blows upon you. Don't blame the instructors, sister you." Fei Liming defended their mentors, having grown quite familiar with Dr. Shui over the past 2 months, even learning her name. He no longer felt the shyness that had marked their first encounters. "They do this for our own good." "What do you know?" Zhong Yun scoffed. "Real men are forged through battle. What are these injuries in comparison?" Dr. Shui approached Zhong Yun with a smile. "I'm only looking out for you. Don't mistake my concern for disdain." She peeled back the bandage to examine the wound, nodding in approval. "It's not too severe." With a gentle flick of her fingers, a swirl of azure mist materialized in her palm, which she pressed against the wound. Miraculously, the injury began to heal visibly before their eyes, closing fully within a minute, leaving only faint traces of red upon the skin to attest to its previous existence. Satisfied, Dr. Shui turned to inspect Fei Liming's injuries, noting, merely some abrasions, nothing serious. She instructed the nearby nurse to apply some special ointment, deeming it no cause for concern. "By the way, wasn't it your birthday a few days ago?" Zhong Yun called out to Dr. Shui, though belated. "Allow me to present you with a gift." He rummaged through his pocket. "What? Sister you, it was your birthday? I had no idea." Fei Liming exclaimed, surprised. "How do you know it's my birthday?" Dr. Shui looked at Zhong Yun quizzically. "I haven't told anyone. I've always celebrated alone." Fei Liming, filled with excitement, urged, "Why didn't you mention it earlier? We could have celebrated together." "I don't enjoy large gatherings," Dr. Shui replied nonchalantly. "Found it." Zhong Yun triumphantly produced a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it to her. "What is this?" Dr. Shui examined the wrinkled square of white paper, which had become slightly creased from its time in his pocket. As she unfolded it, her eyes widened in astonishment. The simple black lines sketched a half-length portrait, at first appearing to be just a vague silhouette of a woman, as if obscured by a veil of mist. However, upon closer inspection, the image revealed itself to be that of a strikingly beautiful woman. Each line captured her essence with an effortless grace. Fei Liming, noticing her expression, could not help but exclaim, "This is." Indeed, the drawing embodied Dr. Shui Lianyu, her exceptional aura setting her apart from all other women he had encountered. She was like a freshly bloomed lotus, pure and untainted by the slightest speck of dust. Fei Liming found himself profoundly captivated by the painting, unable to tear his gaze away. As he continued to look, he suddenly felt as though the figure in the artwork had come to life, offering him a gentle smile. That smile, akin to a lotus in full bloom, entranced him utterly. "Did you paint this?" The artwork seemed to exert a magnetic pull on Shui Lianyu, holding her gaze captive. "It's merely a casual doodle," Zhong Yun remarked, touching the handcrafted assistive device in his hand. "I rarely give gifts to women. Consider this a token of gratitude for saving my life. If you dislike it, feel free to discard it." "Just a casual doodle?" Fei Liming gasped, for this was a long-lost technique of the Jialan sketching style, one that his art teacher had once mentioned. Jialan possessed a remarkable sketching technique that could breathe life into the canvas. Previously, he had not understood what it meant for a painting to come alive, but now he witnessed it firsthand. Zhong Yun was oblivious to Fei Liming's astonishment. He had simply acted on a whim, wishing to express his gratitude to Shui Lianyu with a unique gift, given the limitations of their base. He had only just recalled this intriguing painting. With his skill level, he surely could not have produced it, but with the aid of the assistive device, he managed to create something that resembled art, albeit only superficially. Regardless of how powerful the assistive device may be, it remained merely a tool, capable of creating a semblance of art, but unable to capture its true essence. Taking a deep breath, Xue Lianhua carefully stored the painting away, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your gift. I truly love it." At that moment, an urgent assembly alarm echoed throughout the base, prompting Zhong Yun and the veteran Fei Liming to spring into action like two agile rabbits, hastening toward the training ground. Within 2 minutes, all personnel, except for medical staff who were not on training duty, had gathered at the training field. 10 minutes later, those who had been out training returned as well. Yang Siqing, with a serious demeanor, stepped onto the platform, dispensing with any superfluous words to announce a shocking piece of news. Chapter 105. Onward to the Shada Empire. "We have just received a notification from higher-ups." Yang Siqing's voice resonated in everyone's ears. "In 3 days, the military will dispatch the top 100 martial artists under the age of 20 to the Shada Empire to participate in the youth martial arts competition." Yang Siqing bowed, allowing her words to sink in, then continued, "Our base has been allocated a slot." Most eyes instinctively darted toward Zhong Yun, who stood at the forefront of the crowd. A chill ran down Zhong Yun's spine. He had no desire to venture to the Shada Empire. Heaven knows how far that wretched place is. How much time would it take for a round trip? It is well known that the nearest intermediate civilization to Dao is over 1,000 light-years away, even with a spaceship capable of spatial jumps funded by advanced civilizations. Traveling 1,000 light-years could easily take 1 or 2 years. Speaking of which, the ship that Xiao Ling procured was quite suspicious. It reached a location 30 light-years away in just a few days. Such speed was rather uncanny, as without a spatial jump point, a spaceship could not perform such a feat, according to Dao's understanding. Without spatial jumps, the maximum speed of a spaceship would only be light speed, making a 30 light-year journey take at least 30 years. Unless, a thought flashed through Zhong Yun's mind, unless there exists an unknown spatial jump point within Dao. In the era of the vast universe, transportation primarily relied on spatial jumps. Relying solely on a spaceship's speed to reach other nations hundreds or thousands of light-years away within a lifetime was nothing short of a dream. The development of a nation also depended on the number of nearby spatial jump points. Dao's sole jump point was established with the assistance of the leader of the Omi galaxy when it ascended to intermediate civilization. Otherwise, given Dao's capabilities, constructing one would have been impossible, even at great cost. This spatial jump point was treasured by Dao, with the most elite military corps stationed there. Xiaoling's spaceship could not possibly pass through the jump point unnoticed. While Zhong Yun was lost in thought, he heard Yang Siqing call his name loudly, to which he reflexively responded. "Zhong Yun," Yang Siqing declared before the assembly of hundreds, "you will be our base's representative." This outcome was anticipated by most. On his very first day, Zhong Yun had made a remarkable impression by severely injuring a formidable bald instructor, despite suffering injuries himself and being bedridden for over 10 days. His strength earned him the recognition of all. The bald instructor's rank was well understood by the veteran students. More importantly, Zhong Yun was exceedingly young, brimming with potential. Everyone recognized that his future was limitless. Thus, despite their reluctance, no one dared voice any dissent. Zhong Yun grimaced. "Is it possible for me not to go?" Yang Siqing maintained a stern expression. "That is indeed possible." Before Zhong Yun could feel joy at the prospect, she added, "As long as you can defeat me." Zhong Yun deflated like a punctured balloon. Even in his wildest dreams, he did not believe he could defeat Yang Siqing at this moment. They were simply on different levels. Xiaoling had once mentioned that there was a second-level human in the base, meaning Yang Siqing was a super-strong person whose physical prowess exceeded level 10. Zhong Yun felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known he would be sent here for such ridiculous training, he would never have scored so many points at Mingzhu School. Training? Did he still need training? With zero present, such inefficient training felt like a waste of time. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. One must remain low-key. The ancients certainly did not deceive him. However, what was done, and regret was of no consequence. Unless he took the risk of exposing his trump cards and fled this place, he had no choice but to comply obediently. 3 days later, under the personal escort of Yang Siqing, Zhong Yun was secretly taken to a heavily guarded military base, where he boarded a massive spaceship. Zhong Yun felt a deep resentment towards Yang Siqing, feeling betrayed by her kindness. Since the spaceship forbade any electronic devices, he feared exposing Zero and did not dare bring it aboard. On the way to the military base, when Yang Siqing was not paying attention, He had instructed Insect Bee number 2 to transport Zero to his own ship. Fortunately, this journey should not entail any significant dangers, which provided him with a slight sense of relief. The spaceship bore a resemblance to Zhong Yun's own, both being tapered at the ends and wider in the middle. But it was considerably larger. Upon entering the ship's vast main cabin, he encountered a group of peers, both male and female, of similar age. However, Zhong Yun felt no inclination to engage with them, instead retreating to a corner to ponder his thoughts. How unfortunate! Was this a consequence of having enjoyed too much good fortune lately? Reflecting on his recent days, he realized he had indeed become somewhat complacent. His strength was still inadequate. A person like Yang Xiqing, who had already been expelled from the Yang family, could manipulate him without a second thought. If someone as formidable as Yang Yunrong sought to target him, he would have no recourse aside from revealing his trump card. Remaining low-key was easier said than done. As the group neared completion, a man in his 40s, claiming to be the team leader, began a motivational speech before their departure. Zhong Yun was lost in thought, entirely unaware of what he was saying. However, the others were evidently stirred, displaying a spirited determination. Shortly thereafter, the leader instructed the crew to escort them to their respective rooms to familiarize themselves with the situation, as they would be departing early the next morning. Among these 100 young individuals, those hailing from other planets arrived aboard spacecraft, yet none were as colossal or equipped with such advanced technology as this one. The entirety of the vessel resembled a labyrinth. Without a guide, one would surely lose their way in no time. Upon entering his quarters, a member of the crew meticulously briefed him on the precautions to take, for traveling aboard a spacecraft proved to be far more complicated than flying in an airplane. The following day, the ship departed punctually. Concurrently, various media outlets inundated the public with reports of this expedition. For the first time in 37 years, Davao had been invited to partake in this grand competition, a testament to its burgeoning influence. Due to regulations established by the Grand Federation, interactions between intermediate empires were prohibited without prior authorization, allowing for free trade only on the Free Star. Interstellar activities were exceedingly rare, and opportunities to visit foreign nations were hard to come by. Yang Xiqing specifically selected Zhong Yun for this journey, solely for his benefit. As there were merely 100 slots available for the entirety of Davao, this opportunity was indeed a rare gem. She did not wish for Zhong Yun to remain confined within Davao for his entire life. Experiencing the customs and cultures of different countries would undoubtedly broaden his horizons. Among intermediate civilizations, there existed a hierarchy. Davao had only recently entered this realm of intermediate civilization a mere few decades ago, and was incomparable to those civilizations that had flourished for millennia. As the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, it soared into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Chapter 106, The Alarm Sounds. Zhong Yun harbored little trepidation regarding this journey prior to his departure. He had instructed Xiaoling to follow closely in his own ship once the spacecraft commenced its voyage. The boundless universe harbored innumerable unknown dangers, and in comparison to Davo's vessel, Zhong Yun placed greater trust in the enigmatic Xiaoling. According to Xiaoling, with the Mars ship, the name Zhong Yun had given his own vessel, possessing the capability to remain undetected. Trailing a larger ship would not pose a challenge. The only complicating factor lay at the jump point, where the Mars ship could not possibly breach the heavily guarded transition. It would need to locate an alternative jump point. Although he had procured a route map from Davao to the Shada Empire 2 days prior on the Free Star, he still anticipated a temporary loss of communication. After several hours of travel through the cosmos, the ship reached the jump point. Before the jump, all personnel aboard were required to enter the protective pod to safeguard against any potential mishaps. Following the spatial leap, it would take 10 days to arrive at the subsequent jump point. Within that span, the Mars ship would catch up. With this thought, Zhong Yun felt a measure of relaxation and stepped outside. Being cooped up in his room had been stifling. Just as he exited, he collided with a crew member who informed him that he had emerged at an opportune moment, as a drill was about to commence, urging him to hurry to the main cabin. A drill? What kind of drill? Zhong Yun pondered, bemused. An evacuation drill. The individual replied hurriedly before departing. An evacuation drill? A knot of anxiety twisted in Zhong Yun's stomach. Did this journey entail peril? With a sense of trepidation, he made his way toward the main cabin. Having memorized the ship's layout days prior, he needed no guide. As he traversed the corridor, the alarm blared. All personnel not engaged in duties, please report to the main cabin immediately. The announcement repeated, emphasizing the urgency of the gathering. Just as Zhong Yun was about to sprint toward the main cabin, he heard someone call his name, astonished to discover that someone on this ship recognized him. Turning toward the source of the voice, he was taken aback to see Xiao rushing toward him, a warm smile gracing his face. I finally found you. What are you doing here? Zhong Yun inquired, astonished, unable to fathom encountering him aboard this ship. Hadn't Yang Xiqing stated there was only one slot available? Anticipating Zhong Yun's surprise, Zhan Xiao chuckled. Is it so strange to find me here? Didn't Instructor Yang say there was only one slot? Zhong Yun playfully thumped his chest, feeling a mix of shock and joy. Among the over 100 members at the base, Zhang Xiao was the most compatible with him, and they had built a solid rapport. He had expected this journey to be exceedingly solitary, but now, unexpectedly, he found a familiar face. I'm not as fortunate as you. It seems your commanding officer values you highly, Zhang Xiao replied with a grin. Fortunately, my family has some connections, which secure me a spot. Sighing, Zhong Yun lamented. Had I known you were so eager to join, I would have gladly relinquished my slot to you. Relinquish it to me? Zhang Xiao teased. Do you think you could take on Instructor Yang? If you can handle him, then it's fine by me, Zhong Yun laughed heartily. As they walked and conversed, Zhong Yun scrutinized him, marveling at his appearance. What are you staring at? Zhang Xiao asked, bemused. I didn't expect you to come from a prestigious family, Zhong Yun mused, shaking his head in astonishment. Zhang Xiao chuckled, but remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the observation. Since Zhang Xiao chose not to elaborate, Zhong Yun tactfully shifted the subject, mentioning the evacuation drill and questioning if this journey might indeed pose a threat. Regardless of how advanced the technology of a spacecraft may be, complete safety is an unattainable ideal in the enigmatic universe. The cosmos is boundless, and even the most advanced civilizations do not dare claim to have explored its entirety. Thus, theoretically speaking, every voyage through the universe carries an inherent degree of risk, Zhang Xiao stated. Your words are no different than silence, Zhong Yun retorted dismissively. Is this your first time aboard a spacecraft? Zhang Xiao inquired with a smile. Strictly speaking, yes, Zhong Yun admitted. Zhang Xiao appeared unsurprised, explaining that although the current routes had undergone countless tests to ensure safety, no one could guarantee absolute security. To mitigate potential risks, every captain conducts multiple drills during their journeys. Before Zhang Xiao could conclude his thoughts, the entire ship trembled slightly. The two were still unaware of what transpired when suddenly, the corridor filled with a piercing alarm and flashing red lights. Zhang Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is the highest level of emergency alert." What? A sense of foreboding surged within Zhong Yun. Attention, passengers! The ship has encountered an unidentified electromagnetic wave attack, and the vessel is now incapacitated. Please prepare for evacuation. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Zhang Xiao's face turned ashen, resembling that of a ghost. The ship's malfunction carried dire implications, easily imagined by anyone with a rational mind. In stark contrast, Zhong Yun sprang into action like a startled rabbit, seizing Zhang Xiao's hand and urging, "What are you waiting for? We must escape." Zhang Xiao, momentarily stunned, shouted, "Hurry to the escape pods." Zhong Yun gritted his teeth and sprinted toward the escape pod's direction at breakneck speed. His memory served him well. He recalled that on the first day aboard the ship, a crew member had informed him there were a total of 19 escape pods. With 100 students and over 300 crew members, the odds were decidedly unfavorable. Being even a moment late could yield catastrophic consequences. At that moment, Zhong Yun's mind fixated on a singular thought: survival. Anyone with a modicum of awareness understood the myriad dangers lurking within the vast universe. This moment undoubtedly marked the most perilous of Zhong Yun's life. A mere hesitation could soon render him a speck of dust lost in the cosmos. Zhong Yun harbored no desire for demise. He was cherished by his loving parents, bound by brotherhood to his steadfast companions, and adored by a lover whose heart he held dear, not to mention the earth that haunted his dreams. I cannot perish. With unprecedented swiftness, Zhong Yun raced through the corridor, the presence of another person in tow not impeding his fervor. A lifeboat lay conveniently near his quarters. He had spotted it upon exiting, and it became his singular objective. As the two approached, the spacecraft shuddered violently once more, and both Zhong Yun and his companion felt their bodies lighten, as if gravity had abandoned them. At that moment, the announcement blared: "The gravity systems have failed. The gravity systems have failed." Caught in their reckless haste, they suddenly lost their weight and collided forcefully against the opposite wall. Quick to react, both pressed their hands against the surface to dissipate their momentum and pushed off to glide forward. Before them stood a metallic wall, adorned with inscriptions in various languages that proclaimed the presence of a lifeboat. Simultaneously, they espied another figure approaching from an alternate direction, based on attire and age. It was a companion who had accompanied Zhong Yun on this journey. The individual, upon spotting them, contorted his face in fear, and, gritting his teeth, propelled himself forward with renewed urgency. 3 individuals, 1 lifeboat. The alarm grew increasingly frantic, the red lights pulsating at a rapid pace, heralding imminent peril. "You go open the hatch. I will hold him off," Zhang Xiao declared decisively, shoving Zhong Yun towards the lifeboat while he launched himself toward the other man. Propelled by the force of his own motion, Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback, finding himself at the entrance of the lifeboat. He shook his head. This was not the time for hesitation. Swiftly, he activated the keypad, inputting the hatch code. Fortuitously, his remarkable memory retained the 8-digit code relayed by the staff during boarding. With a beep, the hatch creaked open, revealing the egg-shaped lifeboat within. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom echoed, accompanied by a violent tremor that sent the entire spaceship into disarray. In the midst of the chaos, the 3 individuals lost control of their bodies, crashing against the metallic wall, each left dazed. Once the tumult subsided, Zhong Yun was the first to regain his senses, immediately casting his gaze toward the solitary beacon of hope, the lifeboat. Thankfully, it remained securely nestled in the launch bay, undisturbed. The power chamber had exploded, the spacecraft sustained grievous wounds, and it would disintegrate in 30 minutes, repeatedly. Silence enveloped them. Zhong Yun's complexion paled as he instinctively turned toward the other man, who was now trembling uncontrollably. Despair radiated from his eyes, which suddenly twisted into a mask of malevolence, brimming with murderous intent directed at Zhong Yun. A flicker of understanding crossed Zhong Yun's mind. He recognized that if he did not neutralize this threat, the man would not permit him to board the lifeboat. Time was of the essence. If others arrived, the situation would become dire. Zhang Xiao, equally perceptive, exchanged a glance with Zhong Yun before kicking off the wall, propelling himself toward the adversary. A swirling mass of milky energy had already coalesced in his hands. Yet, those who boarded this vessel were not to be underestimated. In the face of death, individuals often unleashed greater strength than usual. Although the man was younger, he was far from an easy target for Zhang Xiao. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Xiao engaged, Zhong Yun swung open the lifeboat's door and began to climb inside. "Zhang Xiao, hurry!" he shouted, simultaneously hurling an object at the assailant. Having trained together for 2 months, Zhang Xiao and Zhong Yun shared an unspoken understanding. With a push off the wall, Zhang Xiao shot toward the lifeboat like a cannonball. Suddenly, he felt a slowing of his momentum as an iron grip latched onto his foot, accompanied by a muffled groan of agony. The hand did not halt Zhang Xiao's advance. Rather, it propelled the assailant toward the lifeboat alongside him. Zhang Xiao twisted his head back to see a bloodied visage, grotesque and contorted, with a metal shard embedded in the man's chest, protruding ominously. Recognition struck Zhang Xiao. The metallic fragment was the communication device issued during boarding. The man, despite his grievous injuries, coughed up blood, the droplets floating in the air before landing upon his face and clothes, painting a macabre picture that rendered his inflamed eyes even more terrifying. Within those eyes, there flickered a desperate madness that conveyed a singular message: "I cannot survive. Nor shall you." In a final act of defiance, he chose to drag Zhang Xiao down with him, unwilling to live while others thrived. Those determined to die are exceedingly difficult to contend with, especially when they match one's own abilities. Zhang Xiao halted just before the lifeboat, his fingers barely a hand's breadth from safety, his blood running cold as he felt an inexplicable urgency. A cacophony of voices erupted from the corridor, and a shadow emerged, charging toward the lifeboat, followed by a throng of desperate souls, driven to primal instincts in their quest for survival. They clawed at one another, fearful of being outpaced and losing their slender chance at life. They had arrived. Zhang Xiao felt his heart plummet, his hand now a mere half-meter from the lifeboat's entrance, a distance that, in ordinary circumstances, he could bridge with ease. Yet in this moment, it felt like the chasm between life and death. Just half a meter. If only he could stretch another 50 centimeters, he might yet survive. A wave of fierce resentment and despair surged within him. Was he truly destined to perish here? Would the figure at the hatch extend a hand to save him? Unbidden, he cast a hopeful glance toward the hatch, yearning for that lifeline. But the reality struck him. Were he in Zhong Yun's position, he would not offer assistance either. For his own foot bore the weight of another. To reach out would necessitate confronting the man behind him. Under normal circumstances, they could dispatch him within 10 seconds. But do they have 10 seconds to spare? Not even a single second. 10 meters away, a pack of bloodshot-eyed survivors, feral in their desperation, surged forward. A moment's hesitation would invite their onslaught, and escape would become an impossibility. In the face of death, humanity's fragility was laid bare. Zhang Xiao succumbed to despair, abruptly turning to confront the man who clung to his foot, the embodiment of his lost hope. A mad grin broke upon his face, his eyes gleaming with derision. "Look, I cannot survive, and neither shall you." In the depths of his heart, he roared with fury, vowing that before he met his end, he would make this man regret ever existing in this world. Just then, a powerful hand grasped Zhang Zhao's wrist, and disbelief coursed through him as he turned to see Zhong Yun's face before him, unremarkable yet resolute. An ordinary face, easily forgotten at first glance, now radiated an astonishing brilliance. This fool! Zhang Xiao felt a lump lodged in his throat. Summoning all his strength, he grasped Zhong Yun's hand in a firm grip. Then, he twisted his head, raised a foot that had not been embraced, and forcefully kicked towards the bloodied visage before him. A dull crack echoed, and the sensation in his foot informed Zhang Xiao that the man's nose had been crushed. Yet, he did not relent in his grip. He lifted his foot again, preparing to strike once more. In that fleeting moment, he beheld a mocking expression emerge on the disfigured face, as if it reveled in his desperate struggle. "Steady yourself." Zhong Yun's calm voice resonated in his ear, and Zhang Xiao found himself drawn to the hatchway. He lowered his foot and hastily braced himself against the door, expending every ounce of strength. He held the lifeboat steady, and a flicker of hope reignited in his heart. Not yet. He turned to gaze at the group. The foremost among them was merely 7 meters from the lifeboat. Both he and Zhong Yun remained perilously close to the brink of death. "It's over. Could it be that Zhong Yun and I are destined to perish in this place? How infuriating! If it weren't for me, Zhong Yun would not be in this predicament." He looked up at Zhong Yun, his heart swelling with both regret and a fervent bond of shared fate. In life, how many can one find willing to sacrifice their lives to save another? In this moment, Zhang Xiao felt that even if he were to die here today, it would not be in vain. Zhong Yun's face betrayed no emotion. A fleeting purple glow flickered across him. He raised his fist. This image of the burly instructor soaring through the air flashed in Zhang Zhao's mind. Zhong Yun's breathtaking strike had not only moved the hearts of all the instructors, but had also deeply resonated with every student present. Suddenly, the air in the corridor began to converge towards Zhong Yun. The wind whipped through, causing everyone's clothing to flap violently. Yet, apart from Zhang Xiao, no one seemed to notice this bizarre gust. They were elated to find that the wind hastened their swim towards the lifeboat. A roar erupted, reverberating through their eardrums, leaving Zhang Xiao prepared, mouth agape, though still rendered dizzy by the overwhelming sound. As the noise crescendoed, an unparalleled gust of energy swept past Zhang Xiao, nearly wrenching his grip from the door. With a crack, he felt a sudden jolt beneath his feet, followed by a warmth. He did not dare look back. From the fate of the burly instructor, he could envision his own. With the burden gone, Zhang Xiao scrambled into the lifeboat, his feet stained with a shocking pool of warm blood. The pursuing figures were sent reeling by a lateral vortex steeped in the scent of blood. Their faces twisted in despair as they watched the hatch slowly close. Inside the lifeboat, Zhong Yun's hand gripped the launch lever, and a pang of reluctance surged within Zhang Xiao. Once the lifeboat activated, it would inevitably open the launch door, sealing the fate of the dozen or so individuals left behind. Zhong Yun's expression remained inscrutable, yet Zhang Xiao could discern the tremor in his hand revealing his reluctance. "I cannot die," Zhong Yun murmured, veins standing out on his hand as he prepared to pull the lever. A hand reached out and laid atop his. "We cannot die." A smile flickered across Zhang Xiao's face. Whatever the circumstances, they would bear it together, even if it meant becoming murderers. Together, they pulled down the launch lever, accompanied by the blaring of alarms. The launch door swung open, and a powerful suction force drew all within the corridor into the vastness of space, rendering them mere cosmic dust. As the countdown concluded, Zhong Yun closed his eyes. "We survived." Once the countdown reached 0, the lifeboat shot forth, hurtling into the boundless cosmos. Zhang Xiao glanced back. Through the transparent canopy, the massive ship hovered ominously, a gaping hole in its hull, clearly on the brink of collapse. He pressed down the outer protective cover, resolutely turning away. The pressing concern now was how to secure rescue before their energy was depleted. The two remained silent for a prolonged period. To extend their survival, they turned off all non-essential systems, conserving energy. This lifeboat was constructed to the standards of an advanced civilization. A single occupant could survive in space for a year, and with two, they could sustain themselves for 7 to 8 months. Though 7 to 8 months seemed lengthy in the expanse of the universe, it was but a fleeting moment, rendering the chance of encountering a passing spacecraft extremely slim. However, Zhong Yun was unperturbed. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Xiaoling would arrive aboard the Mars vessel in a few days. With its advanced sensors, detecting the lifeboat's distress signal would pose no challenge. This distress signal contained the secret code agreed upon by Zhong Yun and Xiaoling. Yet, fate has a penchant for playing tricks, especially in this universe where anything could happen. After floating in space for a day, a piercing alarm jolted the two awake. The familiar sound inducing a primal fear, it struck terror into their hearts. Attention, 3 billion kilometers ahead, a star exhibits abnormal activity, predicting a level 3 stellar storm. Evacuate the area. Repeating. Both were paralyzed with fear. A level 3 stellar storm could obliterate them in an instant. With no hesitation, Zhong Yun cranked the lifeboat's power to maximum. The vessel surged forward at breakneck speed, showcasing its formidable capabilities. Within half an hour, it reached sublight velocity. This was merely a lifeboat. After a full day of flight, they finally escaped the storm's influence. Just as they began to breathe easier, they conducted a routine check on the ship's status, only to be met with chilling news. The sensor was malfunctioning. This meant they could no longer detect their direction. They would be like headless flies, careening aimlessly through the cosmos. Losing direction in the infinite universe was akin to receiving a death sentence. Could it be that I am truly destined to die here? In that moment, Zhong Yun's heart wavered. After a day of maximum speed travel, the lifeboat retained enough energy for 4 months of operation. In those 4 months, would they receive rescue? Both were uncertain. With the sensor broken, they faced a harrowing choice: remain in place, waiting for a passing spacecraft, or venture into the vast unknown of space in hopes of encountering one. Silence enveloped them, the invisible pressure nearly suffocating. Confronted with the specter of death and such a tenuous chance of survival, neither could remain composed. After a long silence, Zhong Yun lay back. Within the lifeboat, there was around 10 cubic meters of space, enough to stretch their limbs after sitting for too long. It seemed this time, they were truly caught in a dire predicament. Zhong Yun sighed deeply, never having imagined he would meet his end in such a wretched place, leaving him with a lingering sense of regret. Zhang Xiao let out a sigh, pondering the inevitability of death, for it matters little where one perishes. Not all, responded Zhong Yun. The fox returns to its lair in death. To die in one's homeland is the most cherished repose. What is a fox? Zhang Xiao inquired, intrigued. A creature you've never encountered, Zhong Yun casually explained, refraining from disclosing that the fox is an inhabitant of a beautiful azure planet light years away, his true homeland. Chapter 108, A Narrow Escape. Let us depart, Zhong Yun suddenly declared. I shall never resign myself to waiting for death. Zhang Xiao silently nodded. Although the odds of waiting and searching while in flight may seem similar, there exists an essential difference between the two choices. Waiting is a passive endeavor, one that gradually succumbs to despair as time drips away, suffocating the spirit. In contrast, seeking, while equally fraught with hopelessness, is an active pursuit. Zhong Yun preferred to perish in the fervent quest for hope rather than languish in despair, having seemingly reached a moment of clarity. Zhong Yun broke his previous silence and asked Zhang Xiao, "Are you a virgin?" Taken aback, Zhang Xiao quickly realized he was far from it. Who was your first? In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a lifeboat, minuscule and nearly insignificant, drifted in solitude. To conserve energy, it ingeniously harnessed the gravitational pull between planets, only engaging its engine when deviating from its course. 1 month passed, then 2. The hope of rescue dwindled, yet Zhong Yun and Zhang Xiao remained undeterred, clinging to hope until the very last moment. 5 months elapsed, and the lifeboat's energy reserves were nearly depleted. Zhong Yun estimated they could endure no more than 10 days. Meanwhile, their food supplies were all but exhausted. They found themselves utterly trapped in despair. You should not have rescued me, Zhang Xiao sighed after consuming the last of the high-energy rations. At last, I am free from this dreadful sustenance. To his surprise, Zhong Yun managed to smile. Had it been only you, perhaps you could have held on until rescue. Zhang Xiao gazed earnestly at him. Zhong Yun, observing the energy gauge fluctuating around the 100 mark, smiled faintly. If you were not here, I might not have survived this long. Zhang Xiao fell silent. In the boundless cosmos, the most terrifying aspect is not despair itself, but the profound solitude of being the sole inhabitant of the universe, where the only sound one hears is the rhythm of their own heartbeat. The world is enveloped in silence, a silence so suffocating it drives one to madness. Undeniably, the reason they endured 5 months was largely due to each other's presence. Zhang Xiao doubted he could have persisted alone. 8 more days passed, and hunger and thirst became their fiercest foes. although they had trained to withstand deprivation. They were nearing their limits. To conserve energy, Zhong Yun entered a state of simulated death, while Zhang Xiao succumbed to unconsciousness. Suddenly, the lifeboat emitted a series of beeps, signaling the engine's lights dimmed. The remaining energy could only sustain the air and temperature within the cabin. The lifeboat glided through the cosmos for half a day on sheer inertia when, unexpectedly, a gravitational force diverted it from its original trajectory. After a few revolutions, the lifeboat was propelled toward a cerulean planet. As it entered the atmosphere, a violent jolt roused Zhong Yun from his stupor, his heartbeat and body temperature gradually returning to normal. Prepare for landing, the system announced once more. Straps emerged from the seats, securing both men in place. With a thunderous roar, Zhong Yun opened his eyes amidst the fierce vibrations. As the hatch slowly opened, he beheld a sight that nearly halted his heart. This was it, truly the end. After a moment's wait, the anticipated sensation of suffocation did not descend upon him, leaving Zhong Yun in disbelief. Could it be? Were they saved? Gradually, he accepted this reality, trembling hands fumbling to untie the bindings that restrained him. After several attempts, he finally freed himself, standing unsteadily, nearly stumbling, but managing to brace himself against the cabin wall. His body felt so frail. Leaning against the cabin arm, Zhong Yun shuffled toward the hatch, a wave of heat enveloping him, accompanied by the familiar scent of dry earth. This is, he ventured, peering outside to be met with blinding light, forcing him to shut his eyes. Though the brightness stung and ached, he was blissfully unaware of the pain. He stood there dazed, as the joy of rebirth surged through him, reverberating in his limbs, refusing to dissipate. Zhong Yun remained in a trance until the scorching sensation on his face jolted him back to reality. Opening his eyes, he realized sunlight streamed through the hatch, illuminating the surroundings. Peering out, he was greeted by a golden expanse stretching to the horizon, shimmering like an endless ocean of gold. As he gazed further, the air shimmered with heat, and the distant landscape danced and morphed before his eyes. A desert? Zhong Yun's heart sank. Oh heavens, you cannot be serious. In their desperate plight, they had unwittingly stumbled upon a planet capable of sustaining human life. Just as he savored the thrill of escaping death, he found himself once again teetering on the edge of doom. Even in peak condition, the lack of water and sustenance would render survival in the desert impossible, let alone in his current weakened state. Unless, of course, the lifeboat was still capable of flight. Zhong Yun crawled from the spacecraft, only to be met by a searing wave of heat that he felt within the insulated cabin. The simple act of moving from inside to outside left beads of sweat on his forehead. Stepping onto the soft sand, his feet sank slightly, then sank deeper as he tried to stabilize himself, the scorching grains creeping over his boots. With each step, the oppressive heat became unbearable, the air feeling as though it were ablaze, scorching his throat with every breath. Dizziness enveloped him, prompting Zhong Yun to activate his protective suit, which failed to differ much from regular clothing until he donned it, at which point it became slightly cumbersome. The suit not only shielded him from radiation, but also contained a small life support system, capable of sustaining him for half an hour, even in the vacuum of space. The suit's thermal insulation was effective, allowing him to breathe comfortably inside. Glancing around, he could see no end to the desert's expanse. Turning back, Zhong Yun's gaze froze. Behind the lifeboat lay a long trench, carved from the sand during its descent. Not far from the trench's end stood a grove of trees. Indeed, trees. Zhong Yun had to convince himself of this fact several times before believing it. Overcome with relief, he collapsed onto the sand. Fate had not forsaken him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to scramble to his feet and dash toward the lifeboat. The cumbersome protective suit caused him to trip twice before he decided to stow it away. Effortlessly climbing into the lifeboat, Zhong Yun beheld the unconscious Zhang Xiao and instinctively checked his breathing. Fortunately, he still had a pulse. In a desperate bid, he hastily untied the ropes binding Zhang Xiao and laid him down on the ground, lifting his eyelids to inspect his dilating pupils. Time was of the essence. Zhong Yun knew he must act swiftly. He seized Zhang Xiao in his arms and turned with great difficulty. Suddenly, an icy shiver enveloped him, a profound sense of imminent danger coursing through his veins. At the entrance of the cabin, a slender, phosphorescent spike glimmered ominously, silently extending inward. A mere half-hour after arriving on this unknown planet, the weakened Zhong Yun and the comatose Zhang Xiao found themselves captives of a tribe of wild men. Indeed, they were savages, towering figures clad only in green aprons to shield their modesty. Superficially human, they sported pale green hair and pronounced facial features. with long green hair sprouting from their arms, imparting a rather fearsome appearance. Zhong Yun was seized by two of these towering figures, while Zhang Xiao was hoisted over the shoulder of another like a child. Just moments ago, Zhong Yun had believed himself doomed, embracing the notion that if he were to perish, he might as well take a few of these natives with him. Alas, his frail body betrayed him. He managed to incapacitate one, but was swiftly subdued. To Zhong Yun's astonishment, these natives did not kill him, but instead took him captive. He found it perplexing. These seemingly uncivilized beings, what purpose did they have for their captives? Were they to be made slaves? Even more astonishing was the sight of a dozen natives collectively lifting the sizable lifeboat, nearly 100 square meters in area, as if it were a prized trophy, their exuberant shouts echoing in the air. Regardless of the circumstances, survival was the greatest fortune. After facing death multiple times, Zhong Yun had grown numb, reinforcing his belief that he would not succumb so easily. Perhaps finding his pace too slow, a few minutes later, Zhong Yun was hoisted by two of the natives, each gripping one of his arms, his feet dangling above the ground. Even in the sandy terrain, these giants moved with remarkable speed, as though gliding effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity to rest, Zhong Yun was not fatigued, but rather famished. No matter how he rested, his strength dwindled, and even the energy within him was nearly depleted. The group marched on for half an hour, and the outline of a forest became discernible. In truth, Zhong Yun could not ascertain whether they were trees or some other form of vegetation, having never encountered such flora before. His first impression was their towering heights. From a distance, they resembled a series of umbrellas, the smallest atop, and progressively larger as one looked downward. These umbrella trees were sparse at the edge of the desert but grew denser within, creating a verdant sea as far as the eye could see. Turning to look back, Zhong Yun saw an endless expanse of golden desert, as if an invisible boundary divided the golden sea from the green, forming two distinct worlds, one representing death, the other teeming with life. They stood precisely at this threshold. Nature's creations indeed possess an unfathomable wonder. On this planet, such a spectacle existed. After another 10 minutes of walking, the group drew near to the umbrella forest, and Zhong Yun finally discerned the true nature of the trees. Tall they were, with each visible umbrella tree towering over 20 meters, and the lowest branches were 10 meters above the ground. Upon entering the umbrella forest, a refreshing coolness enveloped him. These trees provided the finest shade, blocking the scorching sun and bestowing a sense of relief upon the world. Within the forest, the umbrella trees were not densely packed. Considerable distances separated them, with each massive, umbrella-like canopy casting shade over a 10-meter radius. Walking among the trees felt remarkably spacious. After an unknown duration within the forest, Zhong Yun grew increasingly concerned for Zhang Zhao's condition. His endurance was not as robust as his own, and he wondered how much longer he could last. However, due to the angle, he could not see the native carrying Zhang Xiao, leaving him in a state of anxious uncertainty. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and called out, "Hey, my friend, I'm asking you, if anything happens to him, I want to let you get away with it." A sudden hush fell over Zhong Yun, the situation pressing heavily upon him. Life and death lay in the hands of others, leaving him no choice but to cooperate. Gazing into the depths of the forest, his heart raced with trepidation. What fate awaited him and Zhang Xiao after enduring so many brushes with death? Chapter 109. Kindred Spirits in Misfortune. After walking a while longer, a small river unexpectedly appeared, the sound of its babbling water melodious to Zhong Yun's ears, intensifying the dryness in his parched throat. The group finally came to a halt amidst resounding cheers, as a throng of native women and children emerged from behind a wall formed by the trunks of the umbrella trees, rushing toward their families. The atmosphere reminiscent of a joyous festival. The two natives holding Zhong Yun were soon pulled aside by two equally towering native women, embraced warmly. This allowed Zhong Yun to break free and rush to where Zhang Xiao had been placed on the ground. Upon inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiao was still alive. As Zhong Yun attempted to rouse him, a group of robust natives surrounded a lone native woman, making their way toward him. Sensing a piercing gaze upon him, Zhong Yun looked up to see a strikingly different native woman. Unlike the others who were modestly draped only around their chests and waists, she was fully clothed, her face adorned with red and green pigments akin to those of Earth's indigenous peoples. The deference shown by the surrounding natives suggested that this distinct woman was likely their leader. There was something extraordinary about her. As Zhong Yun gazed into her unique amber eyes, he inexplicably felt an unusual emotion emanating from them. She approached with her entourage, her gaze first settling on the unconscious Zhang Xiao, after which she spoke to one of the nearby individuals, who then came forward to carry Zhang Xiao away. Zhong Yun made no attempt to intervene. If they intended harm to Zhang Xiao, they would have acted long ago. Suddenly, the native woman addressed him. Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback. Though he could not decipher the language, it was clear it was not some rudimentary dialect of few syllables. She then spoke again in a different tone. Zhong Yun was bewildered. How could an uncivilized native woman possess such mastery of complex languages? Noticing his confusion, the native woman furrowed her brow, clearly disappointed, and spoke once more. Zhong Yun was left speechless, an incredible thought blossoming within him, observing his utter lack of reaction. Her amber eyes betrayed an unmistakable disappointment. Resigned, she bowed her head and turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhong Yun regained his senses and reached out to grasp the native woman. But 4 or 5 hands swiftly intervened, pinning him to the ground. The woman raised her hand, halting them, then regarded Zhong Yun with a questioning gaze. He licked his dry lips and clapped his hands together. The bodyguards surrounding the native woman tensed in response, paying him no mind. Zhong Yun focused intently on clapping his hands. After a moment, the native woman joined in, and their rhythms intertwined harmoniously, continuing for a couple of measures. Zhong Yun could no longer endure. He gazed at the indigenous woman before him, both of them castaways on this foreign planet. Her eyes radiated a profound tenderness. The woman paused her work, locking eyes with him, and suddenly, a veil of mist clouded her amber gaze, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. Zhong Yun's rhythmic tapping on the ground was a universal distress signal of cosmic civilizations, a code imparted to him by a crew member upon boarding the spacecraft. In times of peril among the stars, one could repeatedly transmit this sequence from a lifeboat, ensuring that any type of vessel would receive the distress signal. Learning that this indigenous leader was, like him, a victim of circumstance in this alien realm, Zhong Yun felt an immense weight lift from his heart, and the overwhelming fatigue engulfed his consciousness. As his eyes fluttered shut, the last image imprinted in his mind was that of her rushing toward him. Having gone nearly 10 days without sustenance or water, his body had succumbed to a state of extreme frailty, sustained only by an indomitable will to survive. Now, encountering a fellow soul, the pressure within him dissipated, and he promptly fainted. Yin Qi, Zhong Yun jolted upright, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, gasping for breath as his heart thundered in his chest. After a considerable duration, he murmured it was merely a dream. As his breathing gradually steadied, he began to absorb his surroundings. He found himself in a room imbued with exotic charm, predominantly adorned in soft greens. The lines were sleek and elegant, with gentle curves at the corners, devoid of any sharp angles, creating a sense of comfort. From the ceiling hung several strings of multicolored pebbles, lending an air of whimsy to the chamber. This must be her room, he thought, as the image of her vividly painted face and those amber eyes surfaced in his mind. Lost in contemplation, the door swung open, and he turned to meet her amber gaze. The language barrier rendered them silent. As he stepped down from the bed, he realized his body seemed to have returned to an optimal state. The pangs of hunger and thirst had vanished, and his energy felt remarkably replenished. Puzzled, he wondered how a mere slumber could affect such a restoration. The woman gestured animatedly, though her gestures lacked polish. Zhong Yun discerned that she was inquiring if he felt better. He nodded in affirmation, mimicking her gestures to inquire about Zhang Zhao's condition. After several repetitions, she finally understood, shaking her head with an expression of regret in her amber eyes. A heaviness descended upon Zhong Yun. Could it be that he was no longer among the living? Following their harrowing ordeal, he had forged a bond of brotherhood with Zhang Xiao. The thought of his potential demise weighed heavily on his heart, seemingly attuned to his distress. The woman beckoned him to follow. They exited the room, and beyond the door lay a scene that captivated Zhong Yun, though he lacked the inclination to admire it. She led him to an adjacent chamber, and upon entering, he beheld Zhang Xiao lying on the bed. The woman, sensing the moment, discreetly withdrew and closed the door behind her. Zhong Yun gently felt for Zhang Zhao's pulse. Thankfully, though faint, it was still present. He laid his hand back upon the bed, gazing at Zhang Xiao's serene visage, and silently implored, "You must not perish, Zhang Xiao." The woman with the amber eyes stood outside the door. As indigenous people passed by, regardless of age or gender, their expressions reflected deep-seated reverence, indicating her extraordinary status among them. Each time an indigenous person approached, she merely inclined her head in acknowledgement. After approximately half an hour, Zhong Yun emerged from the room. The woman keenly observed a subtle change in him, though she could not articulate its nature. Silently, she continued ahead, with Zhong Yun trailing 2 paces behind. They traversed the entire village, which was vast, taking over 2 hours. The village's perimeter was encircled by towering 10-meter-high trunks of umbrella trees, forming an impenetrable barrier. Every few hundred meters, a vigilant indigenous guard wielding a spear stood sentinel. Observing their proud and serious demeanor, Zhong Yun sensed an atmosphere of solemnity. Evidently, this place was not entirely safe. He mused that such stringent defenses could only indicate a significant threat lurking nearby. As he surveyed the village, he gleaned insights into its nature. Metal was a rarity, with tools crafted from wood, presumably from the umbrella trees. The durability of these wooden implements was apparent, as he witnessed an indigenous person using a wooden hoe-like tool to till the earth. Curiosity piqued, he requested to borrow it, and the indigenous individual complied readily, yielding the tool into his hands. It was surprisingly lightweight, perhaps less than half the weight of an equivalent iron piece, and the handle bore spiral engravings for grip. The blade was remarkably sharp, devoid of any signs of wear despite the soil clinging to it. At the junction of the hoe, a dark object was affixed, presumably to increase weight. This suggested that the umbrella wood was even lighter than he had initially surmised. Raising the hoe high, Zhong Yun swung it down with all his might, and it penetrated the earth effortlessly, as if slicing through soft flesh, displacing a substantial clod of moist soil. He gazed in astonishment at the hoe in his hands, light, durable, and resilient, truly an exemplary natural material. To his knowledge, even the hardest steel would pale in comparison to this umbrella wood. After returning the hoe to the indigenous person, Zhong Yun remained intrigued by how they crafted such resilient tools from the robust umbrella trees. As he pondered this, a sound reminiscent of a horn echoed through the village, prompting the indigenous individual to set aside their work and hasten toward the village center. Zhong Yun glanced at the woman beside him, who mimicked a gesture of eating. Evidently, it was time for a meal. At the Dao, in the minister's office of the aerospace department of Vol City on Vol Star, a bald, elderly man sprang to his feet upon hearing a subordinate's report. What? The Jialan Star has been out of contact for 10 days? His voice resonated with such intensity that it left the man standing before the desk momentarily deafened. The subordinate swallowed hard, lamenting his misfortune to deliver such news to the minister. Yes, the Jialan Star transmitted a message back to headquarters 10 days ago, but we have not received any further communication since. The bald man was struck by a wave of dizziness upon receiving this grim tidings, gripping the edge of the desk to remain upright. Over 30 years ago, when Dao ascended to a mid-level civilization, the Guan Empire had not only established a spatial jump point for Dao, but it also gifted them 5 spacecraft capable of such jumps. These 5 ships were regarded as Dao's most treasured assets, to be utilized only in the event of a significant interstellar incident. Furthermore, each time one of these vessels departed, daily contact was mandated via the spatial sensors provided by the Guan Empire, invited to participate in the Interstellar Youth Martial Arts Competition. The Congress had deliberated and resolved to dispatch the Jialan Star. From the moment of its departure, the aerospace minister had felt an undercurrent of apprehension, for this would be the vessel's inaugural interstellar voyage, and the captain was notorious for being inept. Regrettably, the Jialan Star hold a unique status, falling under the direct jurisdiction of the presidential office rather than the aerospace department. The captain of the Jialan Star possesses an extraordinarily illustrious identity. Thus, we must exert every effort to establish contact with the Jialan Star, leaving no moment for complacency. Despite the faint prospects, the bald man resolutely issued such orders. As for the presidential office, I shall personally report to them. The man beneath him sighed in relief, affirming the command before hastily departing from the oppressive confines of the office. Once alone, the bald man slumped back into his chair, his once vibrant visage now aged by a decade in an instant. Should anything happen to the Jialan Star, he, as the Minister of Aviation, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the responsibility. Accountability must ultimately be assigned to someone. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room of the Mingzhou Hotel in Mingzhou City, Yang Yunrong was shaken by the report from his assistant. What? The Jialan Star is in trouble? He sprang from the sofa, pacing the living room in agitation. Suddenly, he halted, fixing a cold gaze upon the assistant standing nearby. Elucidate the situation in detail. His expression was frigid enough to freeze. The assistant meticulously recounted the information received. After losing contact, Yang Yunrong collapsed back onto the sofa, his head tilting backward as he muttered, staring blankly at the ceiling. How am I to explain this to Yunqi? A bitter taste filled his mouth. Zhong Yun had been selected for training at the base, and he had invested considerable effort behind the scenes. When he learned that Zhong Yun had achieved top honors at the Wool Star entrance exam from Mingzhou School, he was astonished. Zhong Yun's progress was indeed remarkable. Could he have previously been so slow-witted? Regardless, Yang Yunrong was quite pleased with Zhong Yun's accomplishments. In his heart, he had deemed Zhong Yun unworthy of his sister. Now, although he still fell short, he had at least become somewhat respectable, and with further training, he might yet prove himself. Nurturing such thoughts, he worked diligently to ensure Zhong Yun's selection for the base. Zhong Yun's performance during training exceeded his expectations, indicating that he was not only a promising talent, but also possessed commendable aptitude. Later, upon learning of an upcoming youth martial arts competition among intermediate civilizations, he secured a spot for Zhong Yun. Otherwise, given Zhong Yun's background, he would never have had a chance at such an opportunity. Of course, Yang Xiqing had also exerted significant effort in this matter. If anything were to happen to the Jialan Star, Yang Yunrong would bear the heaviest burden of responsibility for Zhong Yun's demise. That night, a guest arrived at Zhong Yun's home, none other than Yang Xiqing, who had previously stayed there for a while. On an unknown planet, Zhong Yun dined alongside a woman with amber eyes. The meal consisted of only 2 items. One was a pink fruit the size of a quail egg, tangy and sweet, reminiscent of a plum, but far juicier. The other was grilled meat, unseasoned yet naturally salty. Zhong Yun observed her as she tore the grilled meat into small pieces before delicately placing them in her mouth, chewing with refinement. Suddenly, he patted his chest and introduced himself, Zhong Yun. Then he pointed at her. She squinted her amber eyes slightly, pointed to herself, and replied, awakens. The pronunciation caught Zhong Yun off guard, and just as he was about to speak, a sharp sound pierced the air from a distance. Awakens' expression shifted, and she discarded the half-eaten grilled meat, seizing a spear beside her and standing alert. What is happening? Zhong Yun frowned deeply, rising to follow her. Outside, chaos ensued as robust male natives emerged from their wooden huts, gripping their weapons tightly. Observing their grim expressions, contrasted with the sorrowful looks of the female natives, Zhong Yun began to comprehend. Even across unmeasured light years, human emotions remain consistent. They were preparing for battle. After the conclusion of the second mission, Old Han informed me that if I could successfully complete the 3rd training and mission, I would not have to acquiesce to Li Ziyuan. Otherwise, Li Ziyuan might replace him or even eliminate him entirely. Sitting there, I struggled to weigh my options but could not reach a decision. I promptly summoned 2 capable subordinates to deliberate on the matter. Qin Zheng and the others did not engage with her words, but were rather intrigued by her identity. It was evident that she was acquainted with Chun Lang, and from her earlier remarks, it was clear she cared for him deeply. However, why had she chosen to avoid him in the afternoon, almost fleeing in distress? Chapter 110, the 10th level expert. What Zhong Yun most desired at this moment was to create a spatial sensor to contact Xiao Ling and return to Wolstar. There's a saying, fortune does not come in pairs, calamity seldom arrives alone. This perfectly encapsulated Zhong Yun's recent misfortunes since the spaceship's accident. He and his companions had narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions. Though they had fortuitously landed on this unknown planet, it was hardly a safe haven. The oppressive atmosphere in the native village left Zhong Yun in shock. Under the guidance of an elderly native, all the warriors preparing for battle knelt on one knee, their right hands over their hearts, gazing reverently toward the sky as they prayed to their deities. The elder passionately uttered several phrases in their native tongue, suddenly drawing his right hand across his left cheek, carving a deep wound. All the warriors followed suit, etching bloodlines on their faces. Finally, the elder threw his head back and let out a mighty roar, prompting all the natives, whether warriors heading into battle or the women and children remaining behind, to join in a collective cry. It was an expression of fury, a declaration of courage, a silent vow to fight the enemy to the end. Zhong Yun felt a surge of blood and energy course through him, inspired by the native solemn emotions, a tide of fervor swelling within his chest. Once the pre-battle ritual concluded, the warriors began to line up to receive their weapons. Without hesitation, Zhong Yun stepped toward the line, and upon seeing him, the native distributing weapons paused momentarily before solemnly handing him a sharpened wooden spear. Awakens looked at him in surprise, but refrained from saying anything. As everyone prepared, she waved her hand and led the way toward the source of the noise. Zhong Yun closely followed her. Behind them, the natives divided into 3 groups. One followed Awakens, another led by the tallest native moved in another direction, while the last remained behind to protect the village's elderly and children. Zhong Yun turned back and silently counted. Approximately 70 people trailed behind him, all with tightly pursed lips and serious expressions. For a moment, only the sound of disorderly footsteps echoed through the forest. After walking about 1,000 meters, Zhongyun caught sight of their adversaries. They were peculiar creatures, entirely pink, standing about a meter tall, with deep red eyes that occupied a third of their faces and short antennae sprouting from their heads. Their mouths were large, stretching back to their ears, resembling gaping basins. Clearly, they were not benign. A horde of these creatures surged toward Zhongyun and his companions, numbering at least 300 or 400. Each moved with remarkable agility, and upon spotting the natives, they quickened their pace as if injected with a stimulant. When they were merely 50 meters away, Awakens let out a piercing shriek. The 70 natives swiftly grouped into small combat units of 5, forming a conical formation with Awakens at the forefront. Behind her, only Zhongyun remained. Unexpectedly, I found myself thrust into the role of a forward, yet there was no choice but to charge ahead alongside her, bracing myself resolutely. It was as if a searingly hot knife sliced through butter. Upon contact, the towering natives, generally standing over 2 meters tall, effortlessly toppled the pink monstrosities that barely reached their waists. Strangely, Awakens, employing some unknown technique, caused those pink creatures, even from 3 meters away, to topple over one by one, spewing green liquid from their mouths, their fates uncertain. Zhongyun stood in stunned silence, the sight of such creatures a first for him. Exercising caution, he meticulously observed their characteristics. The pink monsters were remarkably agile, their bodies pliable enough to contort into unimaginable angles. Their weapons comprised serrated, ivory-like teeth and claws extending 20 to 30 centimeters, exceptionally sharp. Zhongyun witnessed firsthand how a wooden spear, as sturdy as specialized steel, was stripped of its surface by those claws. If they were to grasp a human, it would be akin to slicing through tofu. Although the pink creatures were numerous, outnumbering the native warriors by 4 or 5 times, they posed little threat. In less than 5 minutes, the pink beasts were utterly annihilated, costing the natives only 5 lives. Throughout this ordeal, Zhongyun intervened but once, pinning the last retreating monstrosity to the ground. Despite their resounding victory, no trace of joy illuminated their faces. They hurriedly dealt with their fallen comrades' bodies and pressed onward. Upon reaching the village's perimeter, Zhongyun was confronted with a scene of utter carnage. Thousands of pink creatures besieging dozens of native warriors. Despite leveraging the complex terrain to their advantage, the native warriors were perilously close to collapse. The arrival of reinforcements revitalized the beleaguered warriors, who managed to cut down a circle of the monsters. Yet, Zhongyun remained far from optimistic. With 60 to 70 new fighters joining him, eliminating 1,000 creatures was not insurmountable. But the ongoing influx of monsters leaping over the walls posed a dire threat. No matter how skilled the native warriors were, they would eventually be worn down. If only they had an electromagnetic cannon, Zhongyun lamented. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. If circumstances became untenable, he would lead Awakens back the way they came, taking Zhang Xiao with them to escape this village and preserve their lives. Just as he resolved to do so, an astonishing sight unfurled before him. Awakens' body suddenly lifted off the ground. Indeed, she was flying. Zhongyun's eyes widened to their limits, nearly losing his footing in shock. Awakens soared above the stalemate, inhaled deeply, and let out a piercing shriek, unleashing a visible wave that rippled through the air towards the encircled pink creatures. Realizing the imminent danger, the creatures scattered in panic, but it was too late. Where the wave passed, all monsters quivered, spewing forth large quantities of green liquid before collapsing limply. This single strike decimated nearly half of the creatures, proving the prowess of the humanoid mech was indeed legendary. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as the newly emboldened native warriors, bolstered by over 60 additional fighters, dispatched the now fearful monsters with ease, driving them beyond the walls in no time, leaving behind a field littered with corpses. Awakens gently descended before Zhongyun, who raised his thumb in admiration. He could scarcely believe that this woman was the fabled level 10 powerhouse, renowned for her ability to vanquish a mech. Suddenly, Zhongyun noticed something amiss. Awakens trembled slightly and appeared on the verge of collapse. He hurried to support her, his eyes silently inquiring about her condition. Awakens gently shook her head, resting her head on his shoulder, suggesting that her earlier feat had drained her of strength. As he steadied her, a flicker of doubt crossed Zhongyun's mind. Her gaze bore no semblance of exhaustion. Chapter 111, Weapons. Finally, they managed to emerge before midnight, marking the second chapter of the day. The incident involving the Jialan Star had not remained under wraps for long, as the omnipresent media swiftly broke the news, igniting a firestorm of public outrage. The Jialan Star was regarded as a source of pride for the people of Davao, and the announcement of its misfortune struck like a thunderbolt, especially considering it housed 100 of the nation's most exceptional youths. On the day the news aired, the Aerospace Department's phones were inundated with furious calls from the public. The following day, the department issued a clarification, stating that the Jialan Star had not met with disaster but had merely lost contact. However, this did little to quell the populace's concerns. What did lost contact mean? For how long had they been unreachable? A deluge of questions bombarded the department, leaving them scrambling for answers. Under immense public pressure, the presidential office swiftly assembled a special investigative team to probe the Aerospace Department. This pressure stemmed not only from the general populace, but also from the families of the 100 outstanding youths. It could be said that those selected for the Jialan Star hailed from prominent families, and without significant influence, securing a spot on the vessel would have been impossible. They had intended to send their most exceptional youths abroad for enrichment and exposure to other advanced civilizations. Little did they expect, it would turn into a fatal journey. For these influential families, the loss of a single promising youth was far more grievous than the loss of hundreds of billions. Families thrived on the talents of their members, and should their ranks wither, the family itself would face ruin. Thus, they prioritized nurturing talent. One can only imagine the heartache when they learned of the misfortune that befell their most gifted youths. United in their distress, these families exerted their influence, compelling the presidential office to dispatch the special investigative team. What? The news is broken. On the private jet, Yang Yunrong erupted in an unusual fit of rage upon hearing the announcement. He seized a beautifully ornate vase from the side table and hurled it to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. His assistant, Li Pings, stood by, silent and apprehensive. He had never witnessed such fury from the young master, especially directed towards his most cherished collection. A wave of confusion washed over him. What was it about Zhong Yun that warranted such importance from Yang Yunrong? Was it merely because he was the young lady's lover? Turn the car around. We're going home, he commanded shortly thereafter. After a moment, Yang Yunrong regained some composure and recalled that he should hasten home to check on his sister. However, he was reminded, but we have a meeting with the Xingqian group. We cannot be absent as responsible assistants. I told you to turn the car around. Yang Yunrong's gaze was as piercing as a dagger. In the villa district of Dongpian in Mingzhou City stood a historic villa at its heart, known as the fabled Yang residence. Whereas the eldest young lady, upon entering the courtyard where Lu Yunqi usually resided, Yang Yunrong seized a maid by the arm and inquired. The eldest young lady is in the piano room. She hasn't come out, the maid replied timidly. Yang Yunrong hurried towards the piano room, and as he approached, he heard a captivating melody that made him pause. Listening to his sister's playing, his heart sank further. The piano echoed the sentiments of a heart. Yang Yunrong possessed a discerning ear for music and discerned an unmistakable sorrow woven into her seemingly cheerful tune. The sound of the zither suddenly ceased, and Lu Yunqi's voice emerged ethereally. Second brother, is Zhong Yun truly aboard the Jialan Star? Yang Yunrong opened his mouth several times, yet the words remained unspoken. That day, he stood in the courtyard for an eternity. Outside the walls, the battle between the indigenous warriors and the pink-skinned monsters raged on. Rain Daoqing, seemingly drained of energy, observed the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Yun withdrew from the battlefield, amidst a clash of thousands. An individual could hardly make a significant impact unless they were a formidable force of level 10. Zhong Yun feared being inexplicably slain here, and as the fervor ignited by the indigenous warriors cooled, he recalled pressing matters in the real world. Lately, misfortune had plagued him, and it was entirely possible that he could be eliminated by some careless foe on this battlefield. Safety was paramount. Initially, the monsters, struck with trepidation by Rain Daoqing's single blow that felled nearly 500 creatures, scurried away like frightened rabbits. However, perhaps sensing the absence of the terrifying figure, the pink monsters regrouped outside the walls, tentatively leaping into the village. Awaiting them were spears coated with a ghostly blue poison. The resilience of the pink monsters was astonishing. Unless their skulls were pierced, they were difficult to slay. This blue poison was their nemesis. Even a minor abrasion could cost them dearly. It was the indigenous weapon of choice against such creatures. The battle swiftly escalated into a fever pitch. Zhong Yun was perplexed as to why the pink monsters were so fiercely assaulting the village. Given their strength, even if they succeeded in capturing the village, it would come at a tremendous cost. Was there something within the village that they desperately sought? It was indeed perilous here. If only he had a particle cannon at his disposal. Zhong Yun's thoughts once again turned to this notion, or even a pulse gun would suffice. His heart suddenly raced, and a nearly overlooked thought flashed through his mind. He sprang to his feet, racing toward the village. Noticing his hurried departure, Rain Daoqing furrowed her brow. A flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes before she turned her attention back to the ongoing stalemate at the walls. Zhong Yun sprinted towards the village at the utmost speed, recalling that the escape pod was situated in the open area of the village. After approximately 5 minutes, he finally returned to the village, disregarding the hostile glares from 2 indigenous warriors, and dashed into the escape pod. He turned to survey his surroundings, feeling the walls of the pod, and knocked forcefully. The echo of his own voice reverberated within. It seemed there was no energy left at all. What to do? Staring at the impenetrable walls of the pod, Zhong Yun felt utterly helpless. Without tools at hand, forcibly breaching the pod's walls was virtually impossible. It was unlikely he could find anything harder than this pod on this planet. There must be a way. Zhong Yun was not one to easily concede defeat. He felt along the walls and suddenly, unbeknownst to him, pressed a hidden spot, causing a numerical keypad to materialize on the wall. Overcome with joy, Zhong Yun marveled at the foresight of the pod's designer, who had even included a backup energy source. The password was crucial, and his formidable memory came into play. After inputting the password, the walls slowly parted, revealing an opening approximately 1 square meter in size. Inside lay a dozen new electromagnetic pulse guns. Chapter 112, Arrival. Upon entering the escape pod, Zhong Yun's first task was to inventory the supplies. The space was ample, yet the items were few, high-energy compressed food. He quickly estimated that these provisions could sustain one person for about a year. Later, after tallying with Zhang Xiao, they concluded that even with careful rationing, the high-energy food would only last them 4 to 5 months. Curiously, the pod's computer indicated a capacity for 50 passengers. However, if 50 people truly boarded, the space would suffice, but the food would last mere days. After lengthy deliberation, Zhong Yun and Zhang Xiao hypothesized that advanced civilizations could produce more efficient compressed food, allowing the same quantity to sustain 50 individuals for several months. Yet, Davo was not capable of such feats. Everything aboard the Jialan Star was manufactured to the standards of an advanced civilization, yet utilized the resources of Davo, a newly emerging intermediate civilization, leading to inevitable discrepancies. While inventorying supplies, Zhong Yun and Zhang Xiao also discovered a dozen electromagnetic pulse guns hidden within the pod's walls, presumably equipped according to the 50-person standard. At that moment, their primary needs were energy and food, so this detail was quickly dismissed. It wasn't until they engaged in the battle between the indigenous warriors and the monsters that it came back to them. Zhong Yun seized 2 guns and gathered some energy packs, then secured the hidden compartment before departing the now powerless escape pod, hastening towards the battlefield. Armed with 2 pulse guns, Zhong Yun felt emboldened. With these weapons in hand, his life was granted a semblance of safety in this wretched place. Upon reaching the walls, he found the battle had escalated to its most brutal phase. The pink monsters had breached the walls once more, while the indigenous warriors had suffered nearly a third of their forces. The situation was dire. With so many monsters infiltrating the walls, the indigenous warriors could hardly keep pace with the slaughter. The interior was nearly filled with the corpses of pink monsters. Rain Daoqing stood once more, seemingly ready to intervene. Without warning, a pink monster that had climbed atop the wall lost its balance and plummeted from the 10-meter height, meeting a fatal end. Then, as if struck by lightning, a cascade of monsters tumbled from the wall, one after another. Witnessing their inexplicable demise, the indigenous warriors' morale surged, and they began to chatter excitedly among themselves. The monsters, bewildered and shaken by the loss of their comrades, found themselves at a disadvantage. Rain Daoqing turned in astonishment to see Zhong Yun, a pulse gun raised, dispatching the monsters atop the wall. He had not fled in the face of danger. With a sigh of relief mingled with surprise, Rain Daoqing realized that with an electromagnetic pulse gun in hand, these creatures posed no threat. Observing Zhong Yun's form, it seemed he had practiced marksmanship before. The only concern was how many energy packs he had in reserve. However, such worries were unwarranted, as even when the monsters finally retreated, Zhong Yun's supply of backup energy remained intact. The indigenous forces suffered heavy casualties, although Zhong Yun did not tally the losses. The number of fallen warriors on the ground was not fewer than those still standing. Had it not been for Zhong Yun's timely support with the electromagnetic pulse guns, the death toll among the indigenous would have surely been higher. With the battle temporarily concluded, Zhong Yun was treated as a hero, ushered back to the village amidst adulation. He encountered another team returning from a different direction, yet only 3/4 of their original number returned, all bearing wounds. That night, the village began to mourn the fallen warriors, led by the elder who had conducted the pre-battle mobilization. Yet Zhong Yun felt no interest in the proceedings. After spending a brief moment in Zhang Zhao's room, he retreated to his own quarters. Zhong Yun began to devise plans for his future. It was unlikely he would return to Davo anytime soon. Though disheartened, he felt helpless. He could only wait for Xiao Ling to find him. He harbored an instinctive belief that no matter the distance separating them across light years, Xiao Ling would inevitably discover a way to reach him. Before this, all he needed to do was to survive. However, it seems he has managed quite well, despite several close calls with death, emerging ultimately unscathed. Now he has found a temporary sense of stability. That night, Zhong Yun pondered ways to thrive on this unfamiliar planet. And as his thoughts wandered, he drifted into slumber. The memorial ceremony outside had concluded at some point. In the heart of the village, the umbrella trees had been felled. This open area was illuminated by the scattered silver starlight, enveloping the village in an aura of tranquility and serenity. Suddenly, a ghostly figure glided out from the village, pausing in the open space as she gazed blankly at the starry sky. After a long while, she sighed softly. It had been 5 years since she had been stranded on this planet. Each night for the past 5 years, she had come to this spot to gaze at the heavens, hoping that one day a miracle would occur and a spacecraft from a cosmic civilization would descend here. A few days ago, she nearly believed her wish had come true, only to discover it was merely a fleeting joy, as it turned out to be 2 fellow unfortunate souls like her. Reflecting on the fact that she would have 2 companions from the same cosmic civilization in her plight on this planet, Yu Daoqing felt a warmth swell within her. To drift through the vast universe only to land on the same natural world was indeed a profound fate. Suddenly, her expression froze as she stared at a shooting star traversing the sky, trailing a long tail as it descended. Yu Daoqing, with her amber eyes, dared not blink. Watching as the star drew closer and closer, her strength seemingly sapped away. That was not a shooting star. It was a spacecraft, a vessel that could take her home. Could this be real? The happiness arrived so abruptly that she could scarcely believe it. Her mind went blank as she fixated on the colossal ship approaching her. As it neared, she finally realized its immense size, comparable to that of the entire village. A beam of light erupted, illuminating the open area as bright as day. This phenomenon captured the attention of the natives, who, upon witnessing the spectacle, believed a deity had descended, each of them bowing in reverence. In no time, nearly the entire village was roused. In one of the rooms, Zhong Yun, deep in slumber, suddenly shivered as if sensing something amiss. He leapt from his bed and dashed out the door, immediately spotting the beam of light in the open area, along with Yu Daoqing standing beneath it, lost in reverie. Xiao Ling, you have finally arrived, Zhong Yun exclaimed, engulfed in sheer ecstasy. Chapter 113, A Narrow Escape. Xiao Ling returned to the main control room of the Mars spacecraft, and Zhong Yun felt as if he had crossed into another realm. He gazed at the frosty Zero, his heart swelling with emotion, akin to a wayward child reuniting with family after decades apart. He had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with his loved ones, and now, seeing Xiao Ling, the one closest to him, the moment culminated in a single question. How did you find me? Because you are my master, Zero replied. After months apart, Zero remained as cold as ever, yet this very chill brought a sense of comfort to Zhong Yun. At that moment, his heart finally settled. From the moment you became my master, our connection became unbreakable, unless you were to perish, Zero stated. Go on, if I die you wouldn't? Zhong Yun jested, reclining comfortably in the captain's chair. Then a thought struck him. So, I should have stayed put when the incident occurred? Theoretically, yes, Zero affirmed. Zhong Yun slapped his forehead, realizing that in his moment of confusion over the cosmic coordinates, his choice to seek hope had been misguided. Had he remained in place, he might have encountered Xiao Ling sooner. However, if given the chance to relive that moment, he would still make the same choice. Waiting for death was simply not in his nature. But the Mars spacecraft is much faster than that broken lifeboat. How could it take months to find me? Zhong Yun inquired, puzzled. I only received news of your predicament 10 days ago, Zero replied, leaving Zhong Yun astonished. What happened? He pressed. 5 months ago, when you boarded that spaceship, I received information from Jialan Star indicating that an unidentified vessel had entered its vicinity. Thus, I took the Mars spacecraft to investigate, Zero explained. Is everything all right on Jialan Star? Zhong Yun's anxiety spiked at the thought of trouble at their base. Just a small band of pirates. They've been dealt with. Zero reassured him. Although Xiao Ling spoke lightly, Zhong Yun could surmise that the process had not been simple, as it had delayed his search for several months. That's a relief, he sighed, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He then licked his lips, recalling one more matter. What about this planet? Though his question remained incomplete, Zero anticipated his inquiry. This planet is not registered. It remains a natural world. Zhong Yun, could not suppress his laughter. So that means I will have another planet under my name. Despite the numerous harrowing experiences, if he could claim a planet, it would all be worth it. Equipped with the automatic translator prepared by Zero, Zhong Yun stood tall and determined. He was ready to confront the final obstacle to claiming this planet. By the way, that woman has reached level 2. Will I be in danger going to see her? He asked, taking a few steps before turning back. Absolutely no danger, came the definitive reply. Zhong Yun proceeded to the room where Yu Daoqing was settled. It was now the second day since they had departed from that planet, and he vividly recalled that night when he had seen her standing beneath the beam of light, tears streaming down her face. It's you. He finally understood her melodious words, now translated by the device. She had spoken in the universal language of the cosmos. Seeing her, Zhong Yun paused for a moment. Your face has been transformed by the spaceship's journey. Yu Daoqing had changed into a spacesuit, but the multicolored paint on her face remained intact. Only a special potion can remove this, she remarked nonchalantly, inviting him into her room. Zhong Yun settled her into a spacious chamber, well equipped with amenities. Once seated, Yu Daoqing suddenly cast a glance his way, her amber eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. You may appear young, yet you command such a grand spacecraft. It seems your lineage is quite remarkable. Zhong Yun's hand, reaching for a drink, faltered imperceptibly. Just average. Nothing extraordinary about my family. Yu Daoqing scrutinized him closely, as if trying to discern the sincerity behind his words, or if he was merely being evasive. After a prolonged moment, she averted her gaze and casually inquired, May I ask what brings you here, Xiaoyan? Is it forbidden to visit you without a reason? Zhong Yun replied with a smile. Are you finding your stay on the spacecraft comfortable? Are you truly here just to see me? Yu Daoqing regarded him with a bemused expression. Zhong Yun was rather indifferent to her cryptic manner of speaking, yet he didn't particularly mind, considering that their interaction was merely a fleeting encounter. Once he ensured her safe arrival at her destination, they would part ways, each returning to their respective paths, with no further opportunities for engagement. Thus, he refrained from inquiring about her origins. Zhong Yun pressed his lips together, contemplating the most suitable place to deliver her. Yu Daoqing's amber eyes suddenly sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Although she made a concerted effort to conceal her excitement, her erratic breathing betrayed her, revealing the depth of her elation. Please, take me to Freedom Star, she finally uttered softly after a prolonged silence. This was precisely what Zhong Yun had hoped for, as the distance to Freedom Star was not great. After a brief spatial jump, they could arrive in less than 10 days. The Mars ship needed to replenish its energy, and Zhang Xiao, still unconscious, required a reputable hospital for proper treatment. Zhong Yun himself had a myriad of matters to attend to and had no inclination or resources to escort her home, although she could be considered a savior of sorts. He had also offered her an escape from that primitive planet, giving her hope of returning home. What country are you from? Yu Daoqing suddenly lifted her head and asked earnestly. I am Martian. The recollection of a phrase often uttered on Earth in his past life brought a smile to Zhong Yun's face. Mus? Yu Daoqing frowned, struggling to recall the name. Yet it elicited no recognition. How come I've never heard of it before? If you had, that would be quite the anomaly, Zhong Yun retorted, not wishing to divulge his background, merely stating it's in a very remote star region. It's perfectly normal not to have heard of it. Yu Daoqing quietly took note of this. By the way, there's something I wish to discuss with you. After their small talk, Zhong Yun decided it was time to address serious matters regarding that planet. Are you referring to the natural star? Yu Daoqing glanced at him. If you desire it, take it. Her generosity exceeded Zhong Yun's expectations. He had anticipated needing to exert considerable effort to persuade her, perhaps even offering some form of compensation. To his surprise, before he could even propose it, she had already expressed her disinterest. The multitude of prepared arguments suddenly became unnecessary, leaving Zhong Yun with the sensation of having swung a fist in a thin air. After a moment of silence, he managed to comment dryly, Your generosity is indeed enough to make the stars envious. Chapter 114, The Survivor. After exiting Yu Daoqing's room, Zhong Yun checked on Zhang Xiao once more. Although he had yet to regain consciousness, his condition had notably improved. Upon returning to the main control room, Zhong Yun immersed himself in practical simulation training. Upon first encountering Freedom Star, he was awestruck by the ships that almost entirely enveloped the planet. The density of vessels within this star system was staggering. Countless ships of varying sizes were constantly entering and exiting, numbering in the millions. The Mars ship was docked on the outermost planet, and then Zhong Yun, alongside Yu Daoqing and the unconscious Zhang Xiao, boarded a small spacecraft designated for Freedom Star, setting course for their destination. As soon as they landed on Freedom Star, Yu Daoqing departed on her own. The level of automation on Freedom Star was remarkably advanced. Zhong Yun, accompanied by a transport robot carrying Zhang Xiao, boarded a shuttle that had automatically come to a halt before him. Simply stating to the hospital prompted a multitude of options to materialize before him, and he casually selected the first one. The shuttle shot upward with a whoosh. After settling Zhang Xiao in the hospital, Zhong Yun left sufficient funds and an automatic translator before taking his leave. Following the address provided by Xiaoling, Zhong Yun boarded a shuttle and arrived at a castle-like structure where he remained for several hours, emerging with a box in hand. Returning to the Mars ship, which had completed its energy replenishment, they set off, departing from Freedom Star. What could possibly be contained within this box? In the main control room, Zhong Yun examined the head-sized box, turning it over in his hands. His curiosity about this small box was insatiable. During his first visit to Jialan Star, Xiaoling had introduced him to a game involving opening boxes in a virtual space, and this was the very box in question. Despite its diminutive size, unlocking it required navigating through 3,860 steps, all completed within a 5-minute window. Once you open it, Zero remained tight-lipped. Zhong Yun was filled with an overwhelming desire to unveil its contents, especially since it was linked to whether his physical skills could advance to level 10. My success rate is merely 50%. Didn't you once mention that a success rate of over 90% was required to unlock it? Zhong Yun recalled Xiaoling's words. With a manual assist device, your success rate should approach 90%, Zero explained. Since there's still time, I might as well practice a bit more. It's been over 5 months since I last trained, and my hands feel a bit rusty, Zhong Yun remarked, stowing the small box in a cabinet before reclining in the captain's chair. When Zhang Xiao awoke, he stared blankly at the empty ceiling, struggling to comprehend his situation for a considerable time. He felt enveloped in liquid, as if he had returned to his mother's womb. Only when a doctor entered the room and peered at him through transparent glass did he truly realize that he was still alive. After inspecting the nearby instruments and noting that Zhang Xiao had fully recovered, the doctor released him from the healing pod. As soon as Zhang Xiao touched the ground, he grasped the doctor's collar, demanding, "Where's my companion? Where's he?" The doctor muttered something under his breath, wriggled free from his grasp, and pushed him toward the washroom before shaking his head and leaving. Warm liquid cascaded over his body, yet Zhang Xiao was in a state of turmoil, recalling the events leading up to his unconsciousness, with no memory of what had transpired afterward. Given the current circumstances, it was evident they had been rescued. But what about Zhong Yun? Where was he? The thought intensified his anxiety. When the Jialan Star encountered trouble, and Zhong Yun had pulled him back into the escape pod, he had regarded Zhong Yun as a brother with whom he would share life and death. After hastily washing up, Zhang Xiao exited the washroom to find a clean set of clothes, an automatic translator, and a card lying on the ground. Picking up the card activated a panoramic video, revealing Zhong Yun's unremarkable face. "Zhang Xiao, you've awakened. If you're awake, hurry back to Davao. I still have some matters to attend to and will return shortly. By the way, there is some money on the card. It should be enough for you to catch a ship back. Remember to reassure my parents." The brief video, lasting mere seconds, eased Zhang Xiao's anxieties. Knowing that Zhong Yun was safe brought him immense relief. At that moment, he truly felt the joy of having escaped death. The commotion surrounding Zhang Xiao's return to Davao was beyond his expectations. Initially, he had no intention of making a fuss. He merely wished to return home discreetly and reunite with his family. However, the ship he boarded only took him to the outskirts of Davao. Upon learning he was a survivor of the Jialan Star incident, the officer responsible for his reception was left pale with shock, hastily reporting to his superiors. The higher-ups were equally astonished. The Jialan Star incident had been a sensational topic for months, even reaching the ears of those stationed on the borders. The Jialan Star incident could be deemed the most significant political event in the country in over a decade, resulting in the resignation of 5 minister-level officials and nearly forcing the sitting president to step down under public pressure. Just as the uproar began to subside, a self-proclaimed survivor of the Jialan Star had now emerged. The highest commander at the residence made a swift decision and immediately sent an urgent report back to the military headquarters. The military then forwarded this report to the presidential office. During this process, many relevant individuals became aware of the news. Yang Yunrong received this information promptly while he was in a meeting. Upon learning of the news, he swiftly concluded the meeting, boarded his private plane, and flew to Wool City. Upon disembarking, Yang Yunrong wasted no time and hurried to the military headquarters. His status was unique. Not only was he a core member of the Yang family, but his position within the giant machinery group also allowed him unrestricted access to the military. It would not be surprising to consider the giant machinery group as a subsidiary of the military, given that 90% of the military's weaponry and equipment were procured from them. Moreover, the current Minister of Defense was his maternal uncle. Yang Yunrong entered the minister's office directly, where several high-ranking generals were already present. No one was surprised by his arrival. He was a frequent visitor, serving as the primary liaison between the giant machinery group and the military. Has the identity of the survivor from the Jialan Star been confirmed? He asked candidly, as everyone present were allies. In the center seat, a rather fair-skinned, middle-aged man smiled and nodded at Yang Yunrong, saying, "Here are the materials that were just delivered. Take a look." A full-scale image of a young man appeared in the middle of the office. Yang Yunrong felt a twinge of disappointment, but still inquired, "Is this him? What is his name?" "You certainly wouldn't guess. He's from the Zhang family," replied another younger general with a smile. "The Zhang family? Which Zhang family?" Yang Yunrong was momentarily taken aback, unable to react. Which Zhang family could it be? Chapter 115, The World Tree. Just as Zhang Xiao arrived in Davos, Zhong Yun also landed on Jialan Star. Having heard from Xiao Ling that the base had been troubled by pirates, Zhong Yun was somewhat anxious, uncertain of the extent of the damage. To his relief, upon arriving at the base, he found it intact, with no signs of destruction. Returning to the base, he felt a peculiar and fresh sensation as he looked at his subjects, who, like him, were of East Asian descent, men and women of all ages, dressed in identical uniforms, each bearing a number on their chest, which appeared quite striking. However, Zhong Yun had no time to concern himself with them. He had more pressing matters to attend to and soon departed. "Are you ready?" In the main control room, Zero's eternally stoic expression seemed to bear a hint of tension. "Not yet," Zhong Yun replied, shaking his head as he flexed his finger joints, adjusting his breathing in anticipation of achieving his optimal state. Before him lay a box, entirely white, resembling a solid piece of white jade. He recalled that when it was first retrieved, the box had been a pale yellow, but within a few days, the color had faded. The box was an irregular polyhedron, and Zhong Yun knew that its faces could be pressed in and out. Finally, Zhong Yun made his move. He picked up the white box and pressed down firmly on the largest face. With a crack, the box split open, revealing a green orb the size of half a fist. "What is this? An elixir?" Completing the task of opening the box, Zhong Yun felt a surge of curiosity. Upon seeing the green orb, his eyes seemed glued to it, unable to look away. Its hue was so pure, as if it contained boundless mysteries. As he gazed at it, his consciousness began to blur, and he was startled, hastily averting his gaze, as this object felt rather ominous. "Place it in the central lake of the base." Zero's voice echoed. Zhong Yun felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing a hint of urgency in Zero's tone. Not daring to delay, he cradled the green orb and rushed down from the spacecraft, heading straight for the central lake of the base. How do I place it? Upon reaching the water's edge, he stared blankly at the green orb in his hand. "Throw it into the lake." Zero's timely suggestion came. With a determined effort, Zhong Yun hurled the peculiar green orb into the lake. With a soft splash, the orb created a slight ripple on the tranquil surface before sinking to the bottom. "What on earth is this?" Zhong Yun felt a wave of frustration. After all his efforts, he remained clueless. "That is the seed of the World Tree." Zero's voice resonated once more. "The World Tree? In Woolstar, Mingzhou City. It has been an entire semester. Why hasn't T.A. Yun returned?" They said he was undergoing special training, but 7 months seems excessive. On a tree-lined path, Tian Hai stepped on the soft fallen leaves while counting the days on his fingers. Ever since Zhong Yun had mentioned coming to school 7 months ago, he had not seen him again. They had played together since childhood and had never been apart for such a long time, which left him feeling quite unsettled. Suddenly, as he walked, Tian Hai spotted a familiar figure. Feeling perplexed, what is he doing here? He approached the man, who was none other than Yang Xiqing, who had stayed at Zhong Yun's home for a while. Upon seeing Tian Hai, Yang Xiqing paused momentarily before recalling that he was a good friend of Zhong Yun. A flicker of sorrow crossed Yang Xiqing's eyes at the thought of Zhong Yun. "Oh, it's you," he said, his expression softening. "I heard you got accepted here. I had encountered you until now. Is old Yang teaching here as well?" Tian Hai inquired, surprised by his attire, which resembled that of a school teacher. "I've been here for almost a year," Yang Xiqing replied. Glancing at the time, he added, "I have a meeting to attend, so I must be on my way. Farewell." Tian Hai intended to ask which grade he taught, but refrained as he noticed Yang Xiqing was in a hurry. After taking a few steps, Yang Xiqing paused and turned back, saying, "I'm very sorry about Zhong Yun's passing." With that, he hastily departed. Tian Hai scratched his head in confusion, bewildered by the old man's erratic words. "What do you mean by Zhong Yun's death?" The statement struck him like a bolt of lightning, shattering the confusion that had lingered in his mind for so long. A chilling sense of foreboding surged within him. Yang Siqing, Yang Siqing, Tianhai called out. Sprinting in the direction Yang Siqing had vanished. What on earth happened to a Yun? Yang Siqing had already disappeared from sight, leaving only a few passers-by on the tree-lined path, who, witnessing Tianhai's sudden outburst, hastily avoided him. What has happened to a Yun? Yang Siqing's words loomed over Tianhai like a dark cloud, intensifying his growing unease. Xiao must know something. Recalling how Qiao had acted unnaturally whenever a Yun was mentioned, Tianhai was convinced that he was privy to the truth. In Qiao Wen's dormitory, Tianhai found him, noticing that he was sweating profusely and standing at the door with a tense expression. What's wrong? Being chased? Qiao Wen inquired, surprised. Tianhai entered the dormitory and sat directly in a chair, staring intently at Qiao Wen. Xiao Wen, tell me honestly, what has happened to a Yun? The smile on Qiao Wen's face vanished in an instant, revealing a flicker of sorrow deep within his gaze. His entire demeanor transforming into that of an enraged lion, every hair on his body standing on end as he trembled and uttered, "Is it true that a Yun?" Qiao Wen turned his face away, unable to bear the sight of his anguish. He sighed softly. Since you already know, I shan't conceal it from you. A desolate smile tugged at his lips as he revealed, a Yun is also on the Jialan Star. Silence enveloped the room, nearly stifling any sound. The air thick with a sorrowful atmosphere that rendered breathing laborious. Unable to endure the suffocating weight of despair, Qiao Wen exited the room. He could empathize with Tianhai's feelings. 5 months prior, upon receiving the news for the first time, he was engulfed in disbelief and sorrow. What of Lu Yunqi? How would she respond to such devastating news? In the Yang family of Mingzhou, Yang Bingchong was a refined middle-aged gentleman, appearing to be under 40. He possessed a fair complexion and striking handsomeness, strikingly resembling his daughter, Yang Yunrong. At that moment, this esteemed patriarch of the Yang family, the most powerful figure in Dowa, stood before his daughter's courtyard, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He worried that his daughter had not stepped outside for a full 5 months. Even standing outside the courtyard, he could feel the penetrating chill that seeped into his bones. He had long been aware of his daughter's relationship with an ordinary impoverished boy, neither opposing nor supporting it overtly. She was still young, merely experiencing a romance, and he believed there was no need for alarm, adopting a mindset of letting things unfold naturally. Yet, the developments had caught him off guard. His once headstrong daughter had confined herself to the house for 5 whole months due to that boy. He had thought it was merely a youthful whim, typical for someone her age to indulge in a brief romance, but he never anticipated her to be so utterly infatuated. From what Yang Bingchong knew, their relationship had only lasted a year at most. What depth of emotion could possibly exist in such a brief span? Regardless, he resolved that he could not allow his daughter to remain ensnared in sorrow indefinitely and sought to extricate her from the shadows of grief. Perhaps introducing her to a few suitable young men might be prudent? Xiaoqi, it's your father. Yang Bingchong thought as he stepped into the courtyard and knocked on the door. It creaked open, and he beamed. Why didn't you come out to greet me? Upon entering, he found his daughter seated in a chair, her gaze intently fixed on a delicate light blue crystal pendant, one end entwined around her slender fingers. The pendant gracefully hovering before her, rotating gently. It was an oval charm, adorned with 2 photographs, one of her and the other of him. As the pendant spun, their images alternated, sometimes seeming to overlap, and at other times appearing distant as if separated by different realms. This is Zhongyun? The young man looks rather spirited, Yang Bingchong remarked, taking a seat beside his daughter. Lu Yunqi remained in her pose, seemingly oblivious to her father's presence. With a silent sigh, he realized she was still ensconced within her own world. If this matter were not handled delicately, it could inflict significant harm upon her psyche. He had come prepared, having heard that a survivor from the Jialan Star had returned. He observed his daughter's reaction closely. Lu Yunqi's body trembled, the pendant pausing upon Zhong Yun's photograph. For the first time since his entrance, she turned her gaze toward her father, her voice fragile as if made of porcelain. Is what you say true? Indeed. Yang Bingchang nodded. He is still with the border troops in the southeast and will be sent back to Wool tomorrow. I must see him. Lu Yunqi's words carried an unassailable firmness. Yang Bingchang could only nod in silence. What is the world tree? Meanwhile, on Jialan Star, the carefree Zhong Yun, who had not returned home immediately after his escape, wore a puzzled expression. Just as he posed the question, the ground trembled beneath him, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. Grasping a nearby tree for support, he glanced around in confusion. Did we just experience an earthquake? He wondered. observing the undulating lake waters that confirmed the tremor was indeed real. Damn it, an earthquake without warning, what a fright. Zhong Yun had never encountered an earthquake before. The suddenness of it startled him. His several thousand subjects had clearly felt the quake as well, rushing outside to discuss it animatedly. Zhong Yun dispatched a few robots to usher them back indoors, for the structures he had built were considerably safer than the outdoors. Once back aboard the ship, Zhong Yun inquired again about the World Tree. What exactly is this World Tree? Can it truly assist me in reaching the second level of Yuan? I have a document for you to review. Zero did not directly answer, but instead opened a file for him. Zhong Yun scrutinized the information, which was richly illustrated and provided a detailed account of the World Tree. After perusing it, Zhong Yun found himself in a state of agitation, grappling with the enormity of this astonishing secret. The World Tree was a closely guarded secret of the Jialan civilization, although not entirely unknown, as numerous cosmic civilizations were aware of its existence. However, throughout the annals of history, no one outside of Jialan had successfully cultivated a World Tree. The World Tree was a superplant that drew its sustenance from an entire planet. Its origins remained a mystery, and it was fiercely dominant. Once it took root on a suitable planet, it would rapidly cause all other vegetation to wither away, ultimately leaving only itself behind. Its vitality was extraordinarily resilient, with roots capable of penetrating the molten core of a planet, and once integrated with the planet, it would not perish unless the entire planet was destroyed. Moreover, the World Tree possessed formidable combat capabilities. Although merely a plant, under the control of the Jialan people, it could easily overpower ordinary cosmic warships. The World Tree was a treasure trove. Portions of its trunk were the finest materials for crafting top-tier mechas. Its nectar was an unparalleled ingredient for potions, and its leaves could be processed into the most resilient fibers. Yet, its most valuable asset was its fruit, the most potent item in the universe for increasing yuan. Without exception, beyond that, it offered myriad other benefits. Zhong Yun placed significant importance on the fact that the World Tree was the most suitable environment for Jialan individuals to cultivate their abilities, as the sap it secreted was an indispensable resource for them. Without the World Tree's sap, the Jialan could never break through to the third level. In essence, the World Tree was intricately linked to the prosperity of the Jialan people. 5,000 years prior, when the Jialan civilization fell, many Jialan individuals remained outside, numbering in the millions. Yet, why they failed to rise again? The primary reason was that with the destruction of their civilization, the World Tree also became extinct. Deprived of the World Tree's sap, the Jialan lost their elite at the third level. How could they not decline? Upon perusing the materials, Zhong Yun let out a sigh, realizing that the true cause of the decline of the Jialan people was the disappearance of the World Tree. A lingering question resurfaced in his mind. Shaoling. Is it a legacy left by the Jialan people? How else could it possess the seed of the World Tree? However, he swiftly cast aside this inquiry. Regardless of Shaoling's origins, it was now his. Chapter 116, The Survivors. On Wool Star, in Mingzhou City, at Zhong Yun's residence, a luxurious hovercar came to a halt before the small courtyard. Zhong Pingjiang assisted his wife in descending from the vehicle, while the driver handled the remaining belongings. Perhaps due to just disembarking from the plane, Yunrong's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Supported by her husband, she entered the house. Please rest for a moment. I will fetch you a glass of water, Zhong Pingjiang said tenderly upon noticing the fatigue etched on his wife's face. The driver set down the items and excused himself. After pouring a cup of hot water from the kitchen, Zhong Pingjiang received a phone call from the company. As he contemplated ending the call, Yunrong, with understanding, urged, "Please answer. My presence has already delayed several matters in the past few days." Now, the company had entered a stable phase. Unlike during its inception, when he had to oversee every detail personally, routine management tasks were entrusted to professional managers. As a decision-maker, Zhong Pingjiang needed to focus solely on significant matters, allowing him to extricate himself from the mundane daily affairs and thus find time to accompany his wife for a leisurely respite. Nonetheless, the company was a product of their joint efforts, and the idea of relinquishing control entirely did not sit well with them. Understanding his wife's sentiments, Zhong Pingjiang kissed her forehead and said, "Take care of yourself. Call for me if anything arises." As her husband's figure vanished from the doorway, Yunrong's light smile gradually faded. She curled up on the sofa, her arms wrapped around her shoulders, staring blankly at the steaming cup on the table before her. The house was unnaturally quiet. The warmth that once enveloped her now felt as cold and foreboding as a dreary prison, evoking a sense of helpless solitude. Outside, she had felt little, but upon entering the house, she could distinctly sense her son's absence. He used to occupy that very spot, just like his father, lacking patience, preferring to drink from a large cup rather than a teacup. He had a profound fear of solitude. Every time a movie piqued his interest, he would wait until he had free time, insisting she join him for viewing. Tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably as the sorrow within her heart surged forth. Little Yun had always been afraid of the dark. In another world, would he be frightened? After a long while, she managed to compose herself, rising from the sofa and ascending the stairs to open Zhong Yun's room. The room remained as it was before he left. As she caressed the desk her son had used, she sat on his bed, overwhelmed by grief. Why? Why is my son so unfortunate? He is only 17. He has his whole life ahead of him. His journey has only just begun. Yunrong could no longer contain herself, collapsing onto the blanket in silent sobs. At the doorway, Zhong Pingjiang watched his wife weep, his once resilient heart seemingly torn into countless fragments. He approached her and enveloped her trembling form in his embrace. At that moment, she appeared utterly helpless. He held her tightly, hoping to impart strength to her. Eventually, Yunrong gradually calmed, and the couple held each other, attuning to the rhythm of their heartbeats. Let's move away. Zhong Pingjiang's voice echoed hollowly within the room. No, Yunrong replied with unwavering resolve. Zhong Pingjiang understood her sentiments. She did not wish to leave a place filled with memories of their son. He sighed silently, refraining from further persuasion. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Zhong Pingjiang queried, eyeing the poised and demure young girl before him with a hint of confusion. The girl politely bowed and asked, Is this the home of Zhong Yun? I'm his classmate. A classmate of Xiao Yun? Zhong Pingjiang was somewhat taken aback. Please come in. Sorry to intrude, uncle. May I ask your name? In the living room, Yunrong had already settled on the sofa, regarding the demure girl with warmth. You must be Zhong Yun's mother, the girl said, her nervousness evident. My name is Yuruo. You may call me Xiao Ruo. Xiao Ruo, would you like something to drink? Juice or tea? Zhong Pingjiang observed his wife's evident fondness for the girl and felt a surge of happiness, wishing to keep her company to alleviate Yunrong's melancholy. No need. Xiao Ruo was about to be polite when Zhong Pingjiang had already handed her a glass of juice. Thank you, uncle. I never heard Xiao Yun mention you before, Yunrong said, seemingly harboring a misunderstanding. Xiao Ruo, perceptive and astute, immediately caught the subtle undertone in her words and flushed slightly. Xiao Yun and I are merely ordinary friends. Zhong Pingjiang could not suppress a smile. As someone with experience, the girl's feelings were transparent to him. He never expected his son to win the affection of such an outstanding girl. Yet, he sighed internally, lamenting the loss of his son. It seemed that Xiao Ruo was still unaware of the unfortunate incident involving Xiao Yun. As anticipated, she inquired, Auntie, where's Xiao Yun now? I have been unable to reach him. Yunrong's smile froze, and the brightness in her eyes dimmed. Did I say something wrong? Xiao Ruo looked helplessly at Zhong Yun's mother, bewildered by the sudden shift in her demeanor. Xiao Yun has already departed. Departed? To where? For some reason. The tone of Zhong Yun's mother sent a chill down Xiao Ruo's spine, and an ominous premonition welled up within her. Zhong Pingjiang sighed, about to explain when his phone rang again. Frowning, he glanced at the screen. It was his most crucial assistant calling, so he answered. What? Zhong Pingjiang stood abruptly, his voice booming, drawing the attention of both women in the living room. At that moment, he had lost his usual composure. Excitement etched upon his face. Good. He decisively ended the call. What happened? Yunrong gazed at her husband in astonishment. She rarely witnessed him lose his composure, and concern crept into her mind. Was there an issue at the company? Zhong Pingjiang, not pausing for an explanation, switched on the television. A striking female anchor appeared on the screen, her expression grave as she reported a significant news item. According to reliable sources, a survivor has emerged from the Tongwang starship that went missing 5 months ago. The identity and age of the survivor remain undisclosed. With a crash, Yunrong accidentally shattered her cup. After planting the seed of the world tree, Zhong Yun did not linger. He boarded the Mars ship bound for Daver, his heart racing with anticipation to return home. Had it not been for Xiaoling's insistence on a crucial visit to Jialan Star, he would have returned with Zhang Xiao long ago, instead of remaining until now. The news of his spaceship's mishap would surely cause his parents immense worry. The mere thought filled him with an overwhelming desire to return home immediately. Yet, even at maximum speed, the journey would still take 7 days. Chapter 117. A message from Zhong Yun. Zhang Xiao never once imagined that he would become a household hero overnight. The revelation of a survivor from the Tongwang Star incident sent shockwaves throughout the nation as soon as it was disclosed by the media. The tragic spaceship disaster that had left all of Daver in mourning merely 5 months prior was still vivid in the public's memory. The sudden emergence of a survivor was an event of monumental significance for the ordinary populace, who were deeply concerned about the well-being of this individual. Before disembarking, Zhang Xiao felt nothing but exhilaration at the thought of reuniting with his family in his hometown. As the spaceship docked and the cabin door swung open, he was nearly overwhelmed by a deafening roar of cheers. Gazing at the throng of people gathered beneath the vessel, he felt his mind momentarily falter, completely bewildered by the situation. Ultimately, it was a squad of soldiers who came to greet him, parting the surging crowd and facilitating his escape. "There is someone who wishes to see you," a young officer, adorned with the insignia of a major, informed him while seated in a military shuttle. "Who is it?" Zhang Xiao inquired, somewhat puzzled, but the major merely pursed his lips and fell silent. Sensing the officer's respectful demeanor, Zhang Xiao refrained from pressing further, speculating that perhaps it was some high-ranking official. Though the Zhang family held a measure of influence within military, they were not of the same caliber as the Yang family, who wielded considerable power, thus being at the mercy of military officials. He resigned himself to whatever meeting awaited him. The shuttle sped into the military headquarters, ultimately leading Zhang Xiao to a room on the top floor of the building. "You will be staying here for the time being," the major stated before departing, leaving two armed soldiers stationed at the door. Zhang Xiao entered the room with a wry smile, contemplating whether this constituted a form of house arrest. Fortunately, the accommodations were quite comfortable, and he settled in, awaiting the arrival of family members who would surely come to check on him. His father would never neglect him upon learning of his return. Having just finished a shower, Zhang Xiao heard a knock at the door. Remembering the major's words about someone wanting to see him, he thought that was fast. "Hello," he called politely as he opened the door, only to be rendered speechless, as if his voice had been severed. Standing, there was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, exuding an air of formidable presence. The icy chill radiating from her sent a shiver down Zhang Xiao's spine. "Are you the survivor of the Jialan Star incident?" Her voice was as sharp as ice, resonating with an enchanting yet chilling tone. The disappointment etched upon her face was unmistakable. "Yes," he replied, feeling an immense psychological pressure akin to that of a drill instructor bearing down upon him. In her presence, he felt strangely restrained. He was taken aback by her youth. She appeared to be no older than 20, yet her strength rivaled that of experienced officers. She was a true anomaly, even more so than Zhongyun. "Who are you?" Zhang Xiao managed to inquire, refusing to be cowed by her imposing demeanor. The woman stepped into the room with an air of familiarity, as if their meeting had been preordained. Instinctively, Zhang Xiao took a step back, allowing her passage, and he was astonished by how involuntary his retreat had been. Could this woman possess the ability to manipulate others' bodies? The terrifying notion nearly compelled him to retreat further. Compared to combat-oriented abilities, those obscure and unfathomable supportive powers instilled greater dread, as one could never predict the peculiar abilities an opponent might wield. The capacity to control another's body was not beyond the realm of possibility. Despite his unease, Zhang Xiao sensed an overwhelming sorrow emanating from this extraordinary woman. In that moment, she struck him as a fragile ice sculpture, cold to the core, yet so delicate that a mere touch could shatter her. An involuntary surge of compassion welled up within him. What sorrow weighed upon her heart? He felt an impulsion to comfort her, yet he hesitated, acutely aware of the potentially dire consequences of such an action. "Do you know Zhongyun?" After a prolonged silence, the woman finally spoke again, her eyes filled with a profound sadness that pierced Zhang Zhao's heart, leaving him feeling as though it were being torn asunder. A flash of realization struck him. She had been waiting for Zhongyun. Her disappointment stemmed from her not being Zhongyun. Zhang Xiao felt as though all strength had drained from him. Indeed, only Zhongyun was worthy of her. Not merely an acquaintance, he recalled his steadfast brother, and with that remembrance, his vigor returned. "We are brothers who have faced life and death together. If not for him, I would not be alive today." Suddenly, a radiant light ignited in her eyes, and a complex blend of surprise and fear flickered across her once icy countenance. Her slender figure swaying like a snow flower in a tempest, appearing utterly helpless. Where is he now? The weight of her expectations was nearly suffocating. Zhang Xiao was transported back to those perilous days spent teetering on the brink of life and death, and Zhongyun's optimistic, vibrant smile came flooding back to him. During that time, they shared everything. He recollected Zhongyun's words, the women he had mentioned, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. "Your name is Qi. Isn't it? Zhongyun often spoke of you." Lu Yunqi listened intently, absorbing every word. Zhongyun also said. Zhang Zhao's gaze drifted through the ceiling, back to the life-saving escape pod, where two men floated mid-air, confiding in hushed tones about their most intimate thoughts. Zhong Yun lamented, "The greatest regret of my life is that I never kissed her lips, never held her tightly in my embrace, never told her, 'I love you.'" Two crystalline tears slipped silently from Lu Yunqi's eyes, resembling pearls that fell to the ground, scattering into countless beams of light. He also said, Zhang Xiao continued, "If I see her again, I will kiss every inch of her skin, holding her tightly with all my strength, never letting go. I will tell her 1,000 times, 'I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you.'" He emulated Zhong Yun's tone, repeating "I love you" until he could expel no more air from his lungs. Meanwhile, Lu Yunqi was already sobbing uncontrollably, her grief overwhelming her. Chapter 118. Homecoming. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Xiao snapped back to reality, a look of apology crossing his face. "I'm sorry. I've rambled on without addressing the matter at hand." He realized he had been venting his own emotions, but now he had composed himself. This was his brother's beloved. He must not entertain any misguided thoughts. He spoke earnestly, "Zhong Yun, he is not dead." Lu Yunqi gazed at him with incredulity, her swollen eyes shining with disbelief and joy, capturing her heart in an instant. Her lips parted slightly, her trembling form betraying her inability to contain her excitement. "However, I do not know where he is at present." Zhang Xiao understood her unspoken question and shrugged. "That rascal irresponsibly left me on Freestar, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to before departing alone." Lu Yunqi felt as though all her strength had been sapped away, standing upright only by gripping the edge of the sofa. Witnessing her state, Zhang Xiao's heart ached with empathy as he gently reassured her. "But I believe you will return soon." "Really?" Lu Yunqi had long shed the frigid demeanor she possessed upon entering. In this moment, she appeared as a delicate woman, consumed with worry for the man she cherished. "Indeed," Zhang Xiao affirmed with conviction, "for here lies someone he cannot bear to part with." Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed at the door once more. Zhang Xiao approached and opened it, revealing a group of individuals, with a young man in his 30s leading the way. "Big brother," Zhang Xiao exclaimed in delight. "Xiao San, you truly know how to worry us," the young man chided, his face alight with a joyful smile. He glanced into the room, and, upon seeing Lu Yunqi restored to her usual self, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Zhang Xiao patted his shoulder, blocking his gaze. "Big brother, why are you only just arriving?" Before his elder brother could respond, he was pulled out the door. As they exited, Zhang Xiao waved a farewell to Lu Yunqi from within the house. "What did that Zhang kid say?" In the minister's office, Yang Yunrong inquired of the major who had escorted Zhang Xiao from the border to wall. The major first bowed respectfully to the seated minister before replying. Zhang Xiao did not divulge much. He mentioned that during the incident with the Jialan Star, he was preparing for an escape drill. If what he said is accurate, the accident must have been quite sudden. Did he mention any other survivors? Yang Yunrong interrupted, expressing that he was not concerned with the particulars of the Jialan Star's mishap, but rather with the fate of a specific individual. The major hesitated. He did not bring it up. Yang Yunrong es frustración montet. How could you conduct an inquiry without confirming the existence of any survivors? The major lowered his head. "We did ask, but Zhang Xiao was rather vague. Each time the subject arose, he would divert the conversation. His unique status makes it difficult to extract information from him." Yang Yunrong's anger intensified upon realizing that the Zhang family had already taken him away, making any further inquiry futile. Outside the military department, Zhang Xiao boarded a shuttle alongside his elder brother, with several similar shuttles providing escort. "Do you know who that woman is?" Zhang Qi, his elder brother, casually remarked. "You know her?" Zhang Xiao responded, bewildered. A peculiar smile played on Zhang Qi's lips, as if mocking his ignorance. "Even the genius princess of the Yang family. And you, the third son of the Zhang family, remain oblivious? The princess of the Yang family?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed in surprise, and soon realized it could only be the legendary genius princess, possessing such unmatched grace. "Zhong Yun, even the princess of the Yang family is infatuated with you to this extent. Your life is not in vain," he thought to himself. "I need to go somewhere else." Zhang Xiao suddenly stated after a moment of silence. "Where do you wish to go?" Zhang Qi, who shared a close bond with his younger brother, was elated that his brother, presumed dead, had returned to life after 5 months. Although their family had strictly ordered him to bring Zhang Xiao home immediately, he thought it a trivial matter to break the rules for the sake of celebrating his brother's resurrection. Even if Zhang Xiao wished to visit Fengqing Street, he would accompany him. "Mingzhou, I need to report my safety to a friend's parents." Zhang Xiao had not forgotten Zhong Yun's request. 8 days later, Zhong Yun returned to Wall Star without alerting anyone. Due to the daylight, He did not land in his home yard, but rather in a secluded grove on the eastern outskirts of Mingzhou, where he dashed through the trees. After spending 2 months at the base, he had been away from home for over 7 months. And he could only imagine how worried they must be upon hearing the news of the spacecraft's mishap. Damn it, why couldn't I reach home on the Mars ship? Zhong Yun grumbled internally. He had surrendered his communication devices before boarding the Jialan Star, making it impossible to contact his family even for a moment. Finally reaching a populated area, he managed to flag down a shuttle, and under Zhong Yun's anxious urging, it sped towards the city of Mingzhou. As it halted before the familiar yard that haunted his dreams, his heart raced. I finally returned home. He breathed deeply, everything feeling so real. He was truly back. The house was locked, and no one was inside. The door code remained unchanged. He entered the code, opened the door, and removed his shoes. Stepping onto the dark red patterned wooden floor, Zhong Yun felt a sense of warmth enveloping his heart. Welcome home, young master. The melodious voice of the intelligent housekeeper, Yo-Yo, resonated in his ears. Named by his mother, Yo-Yo was originally intended for a younger sister that never came to be, and after moving here, they bestowed the name upon the intelligent housekeeper. Yo-Yo, please connect me to my father's phone. Zhong Yun's heart quickened at the thought of soon hearing his father's voice. Apologies. The master is currently in an urgent meeting and has declined all calls, Yo-Yo replied regretfully. And my mother? Zhong Yun inquired, furrowing his brow. The mistress is also in the meeting, Yo-Yo informed him. Zhong Yun sighed, suspecting something significant must have occurred. Otherwise, if Zhang Xiao had come to report his safety, his parents would have no reason not to be at home waiting for him. Please inform me as soon as their meeting concludes, Zhong Yun instructed before heading upstairs. Yes, young master. He installed Zero on his computer and took a shower, yet still received no notification from Yo-Yo. It seemed his parents' meeting would take some time. Lying on his bed for a while, Zhong Yun began to contemplate whom to call first. Chapter 119, Future Plans. Zhong Yun hesitated for barely a second before dialing Lu Yunqi's number. You're back. Lu Yunqi's image appeared before him, unchanged, still radiating her vibrant charm. The familiar words caused Zhong Yun's heart to soar, feeling as though it were surreal. No matter what, he had returned. You seem rather unsurprised. Zhong Yun aimed to lighten the mood, intentionally avoiding mention of the experiences he had endured during his absence. I met your friend Zhang Xiao. Lu Yunqi's gaze sparkled as she recalled the words Zhong Yun had conveyed through that man. He didn't make a big deal about my being a survivor, did he? Mentioning Zhang, Xiao reminded him of a grave concern. Initially, he had not anticipated that the existence of survivors from the Jialan Star would cause such a stir. During his return in the shuttle, the news was filled with reports about Zhang Xiao, the survivor of the Jialan Star. It was then that he recognized the significance of the matter. Reflecting on it, in his previous life, his country's first astronaut not only became a hero, but was also enshrined in history. For the people of Davao, the Jialan Star incident would be no less impactful than his former nation's first manned spacecraft. Hence, he was particularly anxious. If Zhang Xiao unwittingly revealed that he was also a survivor, the consequences would be dire. Having landed quietly on Wall Star, if it were to be exposed, clarifying the situation would undoubtedly prove challenging. It was his fervent desire to return home that led to such a significant oversight. He had never mentioned the existence of any survivors. Lu Yunqi's words allowed Zhong Yun to reclaim his anxious heart. Such information made things considerably more manageable, necessitating a means to mend the gap. How many people are aware that I am a survivor? Zhong Yun inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Lu Yunqi quickly discerned the intention behind his question, stating, aside from myself and my second brother, no one else is currently aware. However, this matter cannot remain concealed for long. Indeed, it cannot be hidden indefinitely. His involvement with the Jialan Star had already been documented, and anyone with a keen interest could unearth the truth with a simple inquiry. Unless Zhong Yun were to vanish from sight entirely, exposure was inevitable. There is no need for prolonged concealment, Zhong Yun replied with a smile. In a few years, once my strength has significantly increased, what does it matter if those with ulterior motives come to know? At present, however, with the fervor of the populace, the media would likely unveil every detail of his lineage, and it was entirely possible that some astute journalist might uncover his secret. Indeed, Lu Yunqi nodded slightly, already contemplating a course of action. With the influence of the Yang family and some connections, erasing Zhong Yun's name from the records of the Jialan Star was not beyond reach. You have other calls to make, I presume? Lu Yunqi said with understanding. I shall await your call. Zhong Yun was elated. In the past, Lu Yunqi would never have been so forthright in expressing her feelings. It seemed this journey had not been without its rewards. When Zhong Yun reached out to Tianhai, The latter's reaction was amusingly akin to encountering a ghost. You're not dead? Tianhai had only recently heard the news of Zhong Yun's demise, and now found himself on the receiving end of a call from him, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. You're the one who is dead, Zhong Yun teased. Where are you now? Tianhai asked anxiously, recovering from his shock. At home. Wait for me, don't go anywhere, he exclaimed, rushing out the door in a flurry, the video call still active. Zhong Yun couldn't help but chuckle. After all, this was his home. Where could he possibly go? Nevertheless, Tianhai's profound concern touched him deeply. As he contemplated whom to call next, he heard a commotion downstairs. The door to his room was ajar, allowing him to catch the sound of the front door opening. Could it be so soon? Zhong Yun thought, wondering if it was Tianhai again. As he approached the staircase, he was greeted by the sight of two incredibly familiar figures standing at the doorway. The trembling voice of his father, which had only ever echoed in his dreams, suddenly resonated through the house, causing Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong to simultaneously look over in disbelief. Xiao Yun? Yun Rong gasped, tightly covering her mouth as tears blurred her vision at the sight of the figure she had longed for. Zhong Pingjiang, beside her, held his wife's shoulders tightly, a look of profound joy illuminating his face. In that moment of reunion, the Zhong family could not help but weep tears of joy. With the arrival of Tianhai and Chenwen, the atmosphere in the house became even more lively and joyous. You rascal! As soon as they met, Tianhai and Chenwen pounced on Zhong Yun, grabbing his clothing and shaking him while scolding. How dare you fake your death? Do you have any idea how worried everyone was? Tell me, where have you been these past few months? Zhong Yun feigned a fainting spell, exclaiming, if you don't let go, I might just perish. You actually pretended to be dead. Tianhai recalled how he had been heartbroken over Zhong Yun's supposed demise just days prior. Seeing him now, full of life, filled him with a mix of frustration and affection. To have made Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong worry so. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson, you heartless fellow, Tianhai declared through gritted teeth. Indeed, Chenwen joined in. Zhong Yun, your behavior is utterly unacceptable. Help! Murder! Zhong Yun cried out dramatically. Cool me. Have some iced mung bean soup to cool off, Yun Rong announced, emerging with a tray. The three paused their playful antics and settled onto the sofa. Thank you, Aunt Zhong. I simply adore your iced mung bean soup. Tianhai eagerly lifted his bowl and slurped it down in one go. Don't rush, take your time. There's more in the kitchen, Zhong Yun said, reaching for Tianhai's empty bowl. Serve yourself, Tianhai replied with a cheeky grin, while Zhong Yun turned to his mother. Mom, don't be polite. Tianhai isn't a stranger. No need to fuss over us, Aunt Zhong. We're not outsiders, Tianhai chuckled, standing up. Yun Rong smiled and shook her head, retreating to her room. Listening to the joyful noise from the living room, her heart felt unburdened for the first time. Once the merriment had settled, Tianhai broached a serious topic. What on earth happened aboard the Jialan Star? This question echoed the curiosity of every citizen of Dao. The Jialan Star represented a monumental leap in space travel. So how could it have encountered an accident on its maiden voyage? Many speculated whether some uncontrollable force had been at play. That's likely a question for the captain of the Jialan Star, Zhong Yun shrugged. I only remember that suddenly, the spaceship went out of control, and shortly thereafter, there was a violent explosion. I had no choice but to escape. Even now, recalling that harrowing moment sent shivers down his spine. It had truly been a brush with death. Had his luck been a tad worse, he might not have returned at all. Please, tell us more, Chenwen said, his interest piqued. He found Zhong Yun's experiences fascinating, envisioning the struggle for survival in the vastness of space after the ship's disaster, culminating in a rescue that seemed straight out of a film. However, Chenwen and the others had no inkling that Zhong Yun's tale was even more extraordinary and convoluted than any cinematic plot. Wishing to spare his parents and Lu Yunqi from worry, Zhong Yun refrained from detailing the harrowing escape. However, he felt no such reservations with them. He recounted his perilous experience, merely altering the conclusion to say that he had ultimately encountered a certain space civilization that had come to colonize the primitive planet, leading to his rescue. Tianhai and the others listened in awe, realizing that aboard the spacecraft, a fierce struggle had unfolded over the lifeboats, resulting in desperate measures. That Zhang Xiao had claimed everyone had cooperatively boarded the lifeboats was pure fabrication. If he hadn't said that, he would be a fool, Chenwen scoffed. Fully aware of the backgrounds of those youths aboard the Jialan Star, his own family had a relative among them. Should Zhang Xiao reveal the truth of the events, he would surely offend many. After a moment of reflection, Chenwen turned to Zhong Yun, asking, what are your plans moving forward? I must ensure the media does not discover that I am a survivor of the Jialan Star, Zhong Yun insisted earnestly. You must help me keep this a secret. Do you really think that's feasible? Chunwin chuckled wryly, fully aware of the media's extensive reach. So, are you planning to return to Mingzhu school? Tianhai inquired. What a joke, Zhongyan exclaimed, pretending to faint. The school must have records of my association with the Jialan Star. Going back would be tantamount to announcing my status as a survivor. Tianhai's expression darkened. And you think you can hide that? Unless you plan to disappear entirely. No. Zhongyan had already made up his mind. As Tianhai suggested, he could not remain hidden forever unless he were to vanish from the face of the earth. However, he needed only to weather the current storm. Once public interest waned, any subsequent revelations would not create the same uproar. I'm quite curious, Chunwin suddenly interjected, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Zhongyan. How did you manage to return to Woolstar? Surely you didn't evade the military's notice? Zhongyan offered a wry smile, finding the matter rather peculiar. He recounted the story he had meticulously crafted, explaining. Do you know why I did not return with Zhang Xiao? It is because on Freestar, I had the fortune of encountering a distinguished individual. According to Zhongyan, this illustrious person possessed an extraordinarily advanced spacecraft, which whisked him directly into the heart of Daver and subsequently delivered him to Woolstar. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. Tianai remarked in astonishment. How could it possibly evade military detection? Chunwin inquired, suddenly alarmed. Although we currently reside in a time of peace, substantial funds are allocated annually by Daver for national defense, reflecting its commitment to security. The notion that an individual could traverse the defenses established at such great expense without arousing suspicion is unsettling, especially if Zhongyan's benefactor were an adversary of Daver. The consequences of a sudden incursion into Woolstar would be dire. Chunwin shivered involuntarily. What troubles you? Zhongyan asked, puzzled by Chunwin's demeanor. Nothing. Chunwin replied with a brief smile, quickly regaining composure. I was merely contemplating where to celebrate tonight. Chapter 120, A New Beginning. The following day, Zhongyan rested at home while his parents were at work. Relishing this rare moment of relaxation, he decided to take a day off. Neglecting his combat simulation training in favor of indulging in an online space warfare game he had played only once before. However, he was taken aback when Lu Yunqi's brother unexpectedly paid him a visit. Your family is not lacking in wealth. Why do you still reside in such a place? Yang Yunrong entered Zhongyan's home with an expression of distaste. Zhongyan rolled his eyes in exasperation. I fear illness from living in opulence. What illness? Yang Yunrong turned to him, intrigued. Affluenza, Zhongyan quipped while pouring him a cup of tea. Yang Yunrong scoffed, showing no intention of drinking the tea before him. I am here on Yunqi's behalf, and I also have a matter of my own to discuss with you. Zhongyan silently lamented having wasted good tea on him and said, feel free to ask your questions. Suddenly, Yang Yunrong's nose twitched, and he exclaimed in surprise as he lifted the teacup to his nose. Yunqi even provided you with this? He marveled, given Zhongyan's background. It was inconceivable that he could procure such exquisite tea from the Lu family unless it had been gifted by his sister. Zhongyan rolled his eyes again. If you won't drink it, then dispose of it. Don't waste my possessions. Yang Yunrong drained the cup in one gulp and then produced a memory stick from his pocket, a device akin to a USB drive on Earth, used for data storage. Zhongyan watched him expectantly. This is your new identity. Memorize the details and do not reveal any inconsistencies, Yang Yunrong instructed him. New identity? Zhongyan scratched his head. Did Yunqi send you with this? He plugged the memory stick into his portable computer and began to browse the information rapidly. Yang Yunrong, unceremoniously, poured himself another cup of the exquisite tea. Your efficiency is commendable, Zhongyan remarked genuinely. Recalling how he had just confided in Lu Yunqi about his desire to avoid media attention as a survivor of the Jialan Star incident. Just a day later, a fresh identity had been crafted for him. However, I didn't think you needed to trouble yourself, young Master Yang. He shut down his computer. There are a few matters you must be aware of. Most of Zhongyan's previous records have been annulled, but some details remain unchanged, which could present minor discrepancies. Though they are likely inconsequential, Yang Yunrong continued. You can no longer attend Mingzhu School. I have arranged for you to enroll as a transfer student at Moon Lake Private Academy, starting tomorrow. You are aware of it, I presume? Zhongyan snapped his fingers. Of course, it's just across from Mingzhu Academy. First year class 1. Remember that, Yang Yunrong concluded, having finished the teapot. Zhongyan graciously poured him another. While Yang Yunrong's assistance was undoubtedly motivated by familial ties, Zhongyan felt it necessary to express his gratitude. Now let me ask you my questions, Yang Yunrong said, sitting upright with a serious expression. I am here on behalf of the military, and you must answer truthfully. Zhongyan stuck out his tongue, thinking the military? What a weighty title. Yet he had already surmised the nature of Yang Yunrong's inquiries. Please proceed, I assure you I will be forthcoming. Very well. Yang Yunrong fixed his gaze intently on Zhong Yun. When did you return to Wool, and how did you manage it? Why is there no record of your entry at the immigration office? Zhong Yun reiterated his explanation from the previous day to Chun Won, embellishing it with additional details. Upon concluding, Yang Yunrong's expression remained unchanged, yet he fell into deep contemplation. Observing his demeanor, Zhong Yun felt a flicker of relief, sensing he had successfully navigated the scrutiny. Yang Yunrong harbored no suspicions. He could not discern a motive for Zhong Yun to fabricate lies. The sudden appearance of Zhong Yun on Wool Star was indeed bizarre. Had it been anyone else, they would have been promptly detained by national security. However, such an action would have likely incited his sister's wrath. Even with a boundless imagination, he could not conceive of Zhong Yun possessing a spacecraft surpassing mid-level civilization technology. Having received the answers he sought, Yang Yunrong did not linger long. Once he finished the second pot of tea, he took his leave. Before departing, Zhong Yun slipped him a small packet of the exquisite tea. He would not forget the obligations of courtesy. While Yang Yunrong's demeanor could be off-putting, he was not entirely disagreeable, at least for Yunqi's sake. Zhong Yun wished to maintain a cordial relationship. Zhong Pingjiang and his wife expressed no objections upon learning their son would be attending Moon Lake Private Academy. Although Moon Lake did not possess the same renown as Mingzhu Academy, it was still a respectable institution. The two schools, however, catered to different demographics. Moon Lake was a prestigious institution with tuition fees exceeding those of Mingzhu by more than 20 times. Tianhai and Chun Wen were quite enthusiastic, as the two schools were in close proximity, making the distinction almost negligible. By the way, do you know which school Yunqi is attending? I forgot to ask her last night, Zhong Yun recalled. Lu Yunqi had been specially recruited by Mingzhu Academy and had not informed him, likely intending to surprise him. Chun Wen explained. The following day, Zhong Yun set off for school once again, a bag slung over his shoulder. After a 7-month hiatus, stepping into the vibrant realm of youth once more was profoundly nostalgic. The harrowing days of living on the brink of death were now behind him. This feeling was truly delightful. Watching high school girls in short skirts displaying their long, fair legs, Zhong Yun could not help but whistle. Whistling again. One more time, and I'll slap you into oblivion, a voice retorted. There are always those who emerge to disrupt the mood. As Zhong Yun observed a flamboyantly dressed boy with a haughty expression, Zhong Yun gazed in astonishment at the girl beside him, who was strikingly beautiful. Standing half a head shorter than him, she sported a quintessential student hairstyle, and when she smiled, a small dimple appeared at the left corner of her mouth, lending her an amiable appearance. Noticing Zhong Yun's gaze, the girl offered a slight smile and pointed at his attire, asking, "You're not from our school, are you?" Zhong Yun had already observed that while the students here wore slightly different styles, they all shared a common aesthetic, school uniforms. The boy earlier, Wen Yukai, was the nephew of the mayor of Mingzhou and often flaunted his uncle's status, acting rather arrogantly within the school, much to the frustration of his peers. The girl's tone hinted at indignation, suggesting that Wen Yukai was the type to evoke public ire. The mayor of Davao held significantly more power than those on Earth. Here, a city could rival an entire province back home. And, considering that Mingzhou was the second largest city of the capital star, Wool, the mayor's position could be likened to that of a regional governor. However, given Wan Youtsai's demeanor, it was unlikely that he would maintain his position for long. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Zhong Yun. As long as he did not incur Wan Youtsai's wrath, the latter's arrogance was of no relevance to him. Oh, Zhong Yun feigned realization. I'm a new transfer student, Zhong Yun. Yang Yunrong had arranged for another student with the same name, merely altering the details of his birthplace and previous schooling. E.M. Gongqiao. Welcome to Yuehu Academy, the girl said, her smile revealing her charming dimple once more. Your tone resembles that of an admissions officer, Zhong Yun remarked in a mockingly surprised tone. I'm a student council member, responsible for welcoming new students. It's part of my duties, Gong Yao replied with a playful blink. Gong Yao enthusiastically guided Zhong Yun to the first-year teacher's office building before taking her leave. He needed to report in here first. Excuse me, could you tell me where the homeroom teacher for class 1 year 1 is? Zhong Yun politely inquired of the security guard at the door. After clarifying, the guard led Zhong Yun to an office, knocking on the door. Teacher Dong, there's a new student looking for you. Come in, a melodious voice responded, surprising Zhong Yun with its familiarity. The guard opened the door, allowing Zhong Yun to enter before departing. Zhong Yun stood frozen, staring at the familiar figure bent over a desk, engrossed in her writing. Teacher Dong, hearing the door open without a greeting, looked up in puzzlement, only to be equally astonished upon seeing Zhong Yun. Dong Wan, what a small world it is. Zhong Yun exclaimed. Zhong Yun, teacher Dong Wan, who had previously worked as a receptionist at Zhong Yun's father's company, stood up in surprise, and walked towards him. It's been so long. Indeed, it has. The unexpected encounter with an acquaintance was a delightful surprise. How did you end up here as a teacher? Well, I owe it to Manager Yun from before, Dongwan replied with a hint of nostalgia. She provided me with the opportunity for further studies. Is my mother really that enthusiastic? Zhong Yun suspected. Perhaps she had orchestrated this to keep Dongwan away from the company. Given Dongwan's dazzling beauty, it was entirely normal for his mother to feel a sense of crisis. So, you're the transfer student who arrived today? Dongwan recalled the matter at hand, her busy schedule having prevented her from reviewing the newcomer's information. She had not anticipated that the new student would be Zhong Yun. Weren't you the top student at Mingzhu School? What brings you to Yuehu Academy? Dongwan inquired curiously. This situation is rather complicated, Zhong Yun admitted, struggling to find a way to explain. Dongwan teased. You haven't done anything wrong to get expelled from Mingzhu School, have you? To her surprise, Zhong Yun nodded. Yes. This revelation left Dongwan flabbergasted. That is quite embarrassing. You must promise to keep this a secret. Zhong Yun pleaded earnestly. All right, I promise. Chapter 121, The International Flower Exhibition. This is our class's new student, Zhong Yun. On the podium, Zhong Yun stood under the scrutiny of dozens of classmates while discreetly observing those he would share his studies with. Following the customary self-introduction, he casually uttered a few words before choosing a corner seat to settle down. The arrival of Zhong Yun, the transfer student, did not significantly alter the class dynamics. During his first day, he sensed a rather indifferent atmosphere. As the newcomer, he attracted little attention, and when the bell rang for recess, no one approached him to offer a greeting. After school, Zhong Yun did not head home immediately, but instead veered toward the junior high section. The junior high and high school divisions of Yuehu Academy were quite distant, necessitating a bus ride. Standing outside class 4 of year 1, Zhong Yun peered in. A few students were laughing and joking, and upon noticing him peeking in, they regarded him warily. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Zhong Yun called out, seeing no familiar faces. Is Guan Qingqing in this class? Who are you? A handsome boy inside did not answer, but instead inquired. I'm her brother, Zhong Yun replied with a smile. Liars. A girl wrinkled her nose. I've been at Qingqing's house. She doesn't have a brother. Are you a close friend of Xiaoqing? Zhong Yun remained unfazed, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Has she ever mentioned she has a brother named Yun? Ah, the girl exclaimed. Her large eyes fixed on Zhong Yun for a moment before she shook her head earnestly. You're lying. Qingqing said her Yun brother is very handsome. But you're not handsome at all. Zhong Yun felt a pang of hurt, especially as the little girl stated this with utmost sincerity, deepening his discontent. The other children around her were barely able to contain their laughter, their faces flushed with suppressed giggles, clearly amused by Zhong Yun's darkened expression. Cough, cough. Zhong Yun cleared his throat. Well, since Xiaoqing isn't here, I'll take my leave. If you see her, please tell her I stopped by. With that, he turned to leave, unable to bear the embarrassment of being teased by an innocent little girl. He regretted not calling Xiaoqing beforehand to inform her of his surprise visit, only to be inadvertently mocked by a child. Brother Zhong Yun. Just as he had taken a few steps, he heard Xiaoqing's delighted voice calling from behind. Turning around, he saw Xiaoqing running toward him, and without hesitation, he opened his arms. The petite figure leapt into his embrace, squeezing him tightly. The classroom students, hearing the commotion, rushed to the windows to peek, and upon witnessing the scene, the little girl stuck out her tongue in playful disbelief. Xiaoqing seemed to have just returned from some physical activity, radiating warmth as Zhong Yun wiped the sweat from her forehead. You're all sweaty. What are you doing? I just finished playing basketball, Xiaoqing exclaimed, her face alight with joy. You came to see me. I'm so happy. Noticing a towel stuffed in her shirt pocket, Zhong Yun pulled it out and began to wipe her sweat. I've been away for a few months. You haven't been naughty, have you? Xiaoqing scrunched her nose in annoyance. I'm already in junior high. I'm not a child anymore. Zhong Yun smiled gently, pinching her little nose playfully indeed. Our little Xiaoqing has grown into a young lady. Stop it. Xiaoqing stomped her feet in frustration. Grab your things. I'll walk you home, Zhong Yun said, putting the towel away after drying her off. Guan Qingqing, is it because of this man that you have spurned me? A somewhat juvenile voice abruptly interrupted from the side. Zhong Yun turned to see the handsome boy who had initially spoken to him, his face flushed with anger as he glared at him. Xiaoqing shot him a disdainful glance. Li Xiaofan, I've already told you that I do not harbor any feelings for you. Please cease your incessant pursuit. With that, she entered the classroom to collect her belongings. The boy named Li Xiaofan's eyes were red-rimmed as he glared at Zhong Yun, as though he were the root of all his grievances. Zhong Yun tilted his head skyward, feigning ignorance while inwardly lamenting the youth of today. After gathering her things, Xiaoqing took Zhongyun's hand and waved goodbye to her classmates. Upon escorting Xiaoqing home and noting that there was still ample time, he decided to stroll through the flower market. His garden, once adorned with several ordinary plants, had perished in his absence for a few months due to neglect, and he intended to purchase new seeds, as a garden devoid of flowers was rather unseemly. As dusk approached, the flower market was bustling with people, most of whom appeared leisurely, unlike the hurried souls in the city center. Ambling along the flower street, the air was rich with the intoxicating scents of various blossoms. Invigorating the spirit, Zhongyun sought only to acquire some commonplace ornamental flowers. Thus he meandered through the first two streets. Purchasing flowers is a refined pursuit. Zhongyun took his time, perusing one shop after another. After visiting a dozen or so flower shops, he entered a uniquely decorated establishment that exuded an antique charm, resembling an antique store rather than a flower shop. Upon entering, he was met with the sound of a heated argument, one voice strikingly familiar. Old Huang? Observing the dispute between Old Huang and a shopkeeper, Zhongyun was taken aback. What was Old Huang doing here, and why was he embroiled in a quarrel? As he drew closer to listen, he discovered they were bickering over the age of a particular flower. The shopkeeper insisted that the flower was 10 years old, while Old Huang, with his expertise, asserted it was no more than 8 years old. Neither party was willing to concede. Amused by the absurdity of their disagreement over a mere common orchid, Zhongyun chuckled to himself. Please settle this for us. Noticing Zhongyun's presence, the shopkeeper seized him to act as an arbiter. Old Huang turned at the sound, and upon seeing Zhongyun, his eyes widened in shock, trembling as he pointed at him, appearing as if he had seen a ghost. Zhongyun was startled and hurried to support him, patting his back in a soothing manner while inquiring with concern, Old Huang, are you all right? The shopkeeper was equally alarmed, fearing that the elderly gentleman might have a heart condition. Having just been embroiled in a dispute, he worried that a sudden outburst might lead to dire consequences. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he began to sweat profusely. After a considerable time, Old Huang's breathing steadied, and Zhongyun assisted him out of the shop and onto a rickshaw. I never expected you to still be alive. Old Huang's face was one of relief. When I heard about your supposed demise, I was genuinely saddened. It was Yang Xiqing who informed you, wasn't it? Zhongyun felt a twinge of emotion, sensing the sincerity in the elderly man's words. Noticing that Old Huang still appeared somewhat pale, he asked with concern, are you feeling better now? You truly frightened me earlier. This is an old ailment of mine. When I become agitated, my body tends to tremble uncontrollably. A brief rest suffices, Old Huang replied dismissively. The flower market was conveniently close to Old Huang's residence, and within a few minutes, they arrived. As Zhongyun assisted Old Huang inside, just as he was about to take his leave, Old Huang suddenly said, there is something I would like your assistance with. What is it? Zhongyun took a seat once more. Old Huang brewed a pot of tea, pouring a cup for Zhongyun, and after a moment of contemplation, he began, I would like you to cultivate a pot of 7 fairies. Zhongyun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request from the elderly gentleman. He lifted his teacup, pondering the implication of Old Huang's request. Old Huang did not rush him, merely tapping his fingers lightly on the table. After a brief pause, Zhongyun raised his gaze and asked, may I inquire as to the purpose of your desire for the 7 fairies? Old Huang sighed softly. I am acting on someone else's behalf. He stared into the verdant tea within his cup. In 6 months, the International Flower Exhibition will be held, and as the host city, Daver is in need of noteworthy specimens. The president has personally taken an interest in this matter and has tasked me with acquiring several rare flowers. However, finding flowers of the caliber of the 7 fairies is no simple feat. Though Mr. Fei is willing to exhibit his 7 fairies, it is still insufficient. Zhongyun was aware of the significance of the International Flower Exhibition. It was the most monumental event since Daver ascended to a mid-level civilization and the first to host an interstellar gathering. The event was of utmost importance, and preparations have been underway for several years. With only 6 months remaining until the exhibition, the media had begun a countdown, making it one of the most talked about topics among the populace. It was understandable that the president would be concerned. The exhibition would feature participation from various mid-level civilizations and even the 3 major advanced civilizations from the Omi star system. This presented a splendid opportunity to enhance interstellar recognition. However, Daver had only recently achieved mid-level status, and its foundations paled in comparison to other nations, struggling to find flowers worthy of representation. The only notable specimen, the 7 fairies, was cultivated by Zhongyun himself. Logically, one would expect Zhongyun to embrace such an opportunity without hesitation. However, he found himself in a precarious situation. where drawing attention was to be avoided at all costs. The new identity bestowed upon him by Yang Yunrong was not without its vulnerabilities. Furthermore, this request was made on behalf of the president. He could not fathom that they would not conduct a thorough background check on him. After careful consideration, Zhong Yun ultimately felt that the risks involved were too great. Yet, gazing at old Huang's weathered face, he found it difficult to utter a refusal. The elderly man, at such an advanced age, should not have to bear the burden of national matters. Old Huang had always treated him kindly, and the thought of not assisting him weighed heavily on his conscience. Resolving himself, Zhong Yun declared, "I can assist you, but I require one condition in return." Chapter 122, Xiao Ruo. Upon hearing Zhong Yun's words, old Huang's face lit up with joy. What condition? Speak freely. He certainly had the leverage to make grand promises, as the president had granted him considerable authority to procure rare flowers. However, Zhong Yun's request took him by surprise. "No one must know that I am the one who cultivated these flowers, not even the president. If you can agree to this condition, I will help you." Old Huang solemnly replied, "I promise you that. In 4 months, I will deliver the items to you. As for compensation," Zhong Yun smiled contentedly. "Let's discuss it once the flowers bloom. I am well aware that you would not let me suffer a loss." The thought of leveraging the president's influence excited him immensely. With that, Zhong Yun took his leave. You actually visited his home. At the entrance, as Zhong Yun exited old Huang's residence, he was spotted by a man and a woman returning home. The woman, with her long chestnut hair, spoke up. The handsome man beside her, with golden locks, scoffed. "You went to seek my grandfather's assistance, didn't you?" As the two individuals entered the Huang residence, the man's face was adorned with a radiant smile. "Grandfather, I have come to see you." Upon seeing his grandson, and having just resolved a pressing concern, old Huang appeared exceptionally delighted. He had 3 sons, but perhaps due to the unfavorable feng shui of the ancestral grave, all 3 married foreign women and settled abroad. This was the greatest regret of old Huang's life. He often lamented bringing his sons overseas, which led to such an outcome. This grandson, named Huang Litian, known by his forename as Lian, was the second son of his eldest son and had grown up in the Empire of Aton. He had only just returned to Daver to visit his family this year. The girl accompanying him was his fiancée, named Lily. "Grandfather, did you have guests just now?" Huang Litian inquired nonchalantly. "Yes, he is my dear friend," old Huang replied kindly, gazing affectionately at his grandson. His sons had been abroad for over 20 years. And with his wife having passed away, he had spent more than 2 decades in solitude. The sudden visit of a grandson brought him immense comfort. Huang Litian was momentarily taken aback, initially believing that the young man was seeking a favor from his grandfather, but it seemed that old Huang held him in high regard. He realized he needed to reassess his view of the young man. "Oh, he appears to be younger than me. What's his name?" Huang Litian asked. "His name is Zhong Yun, and he is 17 this year." Old Huang recalled Zhong Yun's request, vaguely mentioning that they had met at the flower market, describing him as a remarkably talented boy. Zhong Yun, Huang Litian etched this name firmly in his mind. Upon leaving the Huang residence, Zhong Yun began contemplating what flowers would be best to cultivate. He had some ideas, yet the challenge of acquiring quality seeds loomed large. Rare specimens do not simply emerge from thin air. One must possess good seeds. Perhaps he could seek advice from Chunwen, as he remembered the Chen family also had their own flower garden. Upon returning home, Zhong Yun was unexpectedly greeted by a visitor. "Xiao Ruo, what brings you here?" Zhong Yun exclaimed, astonished to see Xiao Ruo engrossed in conversation with his mother. His mind struggled to comprehend how Xiao Ruo and his mother knew each other, and it appeared they were quite familiar. Observing Xiao Ruo's sudden appearance, her eyes glistening with tears, her body trembling involuntarily, Yun Rong tenderly placed a hand on her shoulder. Noticing his mother's reproachful gaze and Xiao Ruo's pitiful expression, Zhong Yun felt a pang of guilt. It had been 2 days since he returned. Yet he had not even called Xiao Ruo. In truth, few were aware of his ordeal aboard the Jialan Star. Even his parents were initially unaware until Yang Xiqing informed them post-incident. He had never anticipated that Xiao Qing would be privy to this information. It seemed likely that during his absence, Xiao Ruo had learned of it from her parents. Curiously, his parents had not even mentioned Tianhai. Why would they disclose it to Xiao Ruo? This left Zhong Yun puzzled. The truth was quite simple. The day Xiao Ruo visited, news of survivors from the Jialan Star had been broadcast, and in their emotional fervor, Zhong Pingjiang and his wife inadvertently revealed this information. Please make yourselves comfortable. I'll return to my room to put some things away," Zhong Yun said, unable to withstand Xiao Ruo's beseeching gaze, hastily retreating upstairs. What a troublesome predicament. As he ascended the stairs, Zhong Yun sighed inwardly. His relationship with Lu Yunqi had been steadily progressing, and Xiao Ruo's presence felt somewhat intrusive. Although Yunqi had not expressed any discontent, he sensed that in her heart, Xiao Ruo was akin to a thorn. Yet, Xiao Ruo was unlike other girls. She was gentle and serene, having always silently observed him without ever making demands. To assert that Zhong Yun was entirely indifferent would be a falsehood. He had intentionally chosen to overlook Xiao Ruo, hoping she would gradually fade from his life. However, he never anticipated that she would unwittingly infiltrate his home. Was he truly prepared to sever her aspirations? Zhong Yun found himself in deep conflict. After changing clothes in his room, Zhong Yun descended the stairs, where Xiao Ruo had seemingly returned to normal, at least on the surface. Yin Rong had invited Xiao Ruo to stay for dinner, and the four of them gathered around the table, resembling a warm and loving family of four. However, Zhong Yun felt extremely uncomfortable, particularly with his mother's demeanor towards Xiao Ruo, which was almost as affectionate as one would show a daughter. While he understood his mother's yearning for another daughter, he wished she would temper her enthusiasm. It placed him in a difficult position. Zhong Yun felt quite frustrated. After Xiao Ruo departed, he finally found an opportunity to speak to his mother. "Mom, I already have a girlfriend. Is that so?" Yin Rong replied nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on the television. "We have a very good relationship." Zhong Yun attempted to persuade her. "Oh," she replied blandly. "Then what are you worried about?" Zhong Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his mother's attitude, he realized further discussion would be futile, and he ceased to elaborate. In truth, there was nothing amiss with Yin Rong's stance. Zhong Yun was still quite young. The legal marriage age in Daver was 25, leaving him with 7 or 8 years to go. In that span, who could predict what might transpire? Moreover, at his age, emotions were particularly volatile. As far as Yin Rong knew, this was Zhong Yun's first love. How many couples managed to sustain their initial affection until marriage? Discussing such matters felt premature. She genuinely cherished the quiet and lovely Xiao Ruo, and naturally, she would not alter her approach simply because her son was still in his adolescent years. Returning to his room, Zhong Yun, feeling somewhat dejected, plunged into the combat simulation space. Ever since he had begun mastering the techniques of Yuan, his control had become increasingly adept, particularly during the 5 months spent in the escape pod, where he practiced diligently under the pressure of death. Now, he had barely reached a competent level, yet he had only grasped the basic techniques. His current task was to practice incessantly. The more advanced techniques would only be imparted once his Yuan reached the 2nd level, necessitating his body skills to exceed level 10. He had already passed the 4th level during his return flight to Daver, but now he found himself stuck at the 5th. Each enemy in the combat simulation presented distinct characteristics. For instance, the giant in the 4th level stood over 2.5 meters tall. The 5th level, however, was somewhat different. This adversary appeared no different from an ordinary person, but was exceptionally skilled in various combat techniques. Zhong Yun had initially believed his combat skills were quite commendable, yet before this opponent, he felt as if he were a mere novice, utterly incapable of mounting any defense. After failing 5 consecutive times, Zhong Yun once again entered the replay space, where he learned a new technique, entanglement. After observing the system's demonstration and explanation, Zhong Yun was both astonished and delighted. The concept of entanglement involved releasing Yuan from within his body, spreading it like tendrils around him to hinder the enemy's movements. Moreover, due to the unique nature of the Yuan within him, this spread could not only obstruct an opponent's actions, but also function as a radar, sensing their movements and thus predicting their next actions. This was undeniably a highly useful auxiliary technique, particularly in close combat. However, mastering it would not prove to be an easy task. He listened intently as the system detailed how to mobilize Yuan within his body, how to release it externally, and how to maintain a connection with the released Yuan. The technique of entanglement was more complex than any he had learned previously, yet as long as he understood the method, the remaining task was simply to practice. One evening, Zhong Yun was fully immersed in a combat simulation until the system ejected him. Upon awakening the next day, he felt invigorated, as if the frustrations of the previous night had dissipated entirely. A minor issue like Xiao Ruo was hardly worth his concern. If he could not manage her, what else could he aspire to? At Moon Lake Private Academy, the teacher delivered a lecture while Zhong Yun sat attentively below, occasionally drifting into a reverie. The curriculum in high school differed somewhat from that of middle school. In high school, aside from a few fundamental subjects such as literature, mathematics, physics, and a universal language, other disciplines existed primarily as electives. According to school regulations, each student must select at least 3 elective courses in addition to the 4 core subjects. At this juncture, the choice of specialization is profoundly significant, as it can influence the trajectory of one's entire life. In a moderately advanced civilization like Davos, it is inconceivable for individuals to find themselves in careers unrelated to their fields of study, given the intricacies of social division of labor and the immense advancements in technology. Achieving success in any domain necessitates decades of dedicated research. In today's society, only specialized talents thrive, while generalists find themselves increasingly marginalized. This phenomenon is an inevitable outcome of societal progress. Thus, students must begin to choose their specializations during high school. Generally, students opt for 3 interconnected subjects. For instance, Liu Yunxi, aspiring to become a musician, would typically select courses in music theory, music history, and instrumental performance. The ideal combination consists of 2 theoretical courses and 1 practical training course. Every high school has a professional counseling office to provide students with informed advice. Zhong Yun had yet to determine his future direction, as he was due to submit his course schedule in a couple of days. He decided it was best to consult with his parents. Chapter 123, Misled. Choosing a specialization is a matter of great consequence that can impact one's entire life. Despite his busy schedule, Zhong Pingjiang managed to carve out an evening to discuss this matter with his wife and son. Zhong Yun, however, felt indifferent. He merely wished to inform them out of respect. After a lengthy discussion, Zhong Pingjiang turned to Zhong Yun and inquired, "Which industry piques your interest?" "Me?" Zhong Yun pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Zhong Pingjiang's gaze was filled with earnest anticipation, with Zhong Corporation's flourishing business now well established. He hoped his son would choose a management-related discipline to eventually take over the family business. However, Zhong Yun evidently had his own aspirations, stating, "I find myself more inclined towards the arts." Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong exchanged glances of surprise, unable to fathom their son's newfound interest in the arts, a passion they had never previously observed. Zhong Pingjiang asked, "What led you to this conclusion?" Although a career in the arts could indeed hold promise, they had yet to discover any exceptional artistic talent in their son and feared it might merely be a fleeting whim. Selecting a specialization in the first year of high school is paramount. While changing one's mind is possible, it often results in wasted time. Thus, early and accurate planning is beneficial for future endeavors. "Because I possess talent," Zhong Yun asserted with confidence, believing that his singing alone could secure his livelihood for the rest of his life. He simply had no desire to become a celebrity. "That does not convince me," Zhong Pingjiang replied, shaking his head. Though he was quite open-minded, he would not be easily swayed by such playful declarations. Zhong Yun knew he would need to demonstrate his true abilities to win over his parents. He produced the paper and pen he had prepared earlier and began to sketch. Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong exchanged puzzled looks, both wondering what their son was up to. As they leaned closer, they gradually realized he was drawing. Although they led busy lives, they had not neglected to pay attention to their son's academic and personal life. Nonetheless, they had never known he possessed artistic skills, and judging by his focused demeanor, it seemed he was serious. The sketching technique of the Jialan style may appear mystical, yet it is merely a foundational skill, utilizing rough lines to create exquisite effects, relying on the artist's mental prowess. This is also a defining characteristic of Jialan artwork. Zhong Yun completed his final stroke in just 3 minutes, leaving Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong astonished, especially Yun Rong, who, as an art enthusiast, recognized the value of her son's creation. She incredulously picked up the drawing, examining it closely. The artwork depicted a man and a woman leaning together, the man intently fastening a necklace around the woman's neck, while her gaze fell upon the man's crumpled collar. The entire scene exuded a gentle warmth. Zhong Pingjiang playfully tapped Zhong Yun on the head, chuckling, "You little rascal." The couple recognized that the figures in the drawing represented themselves, and the necklace symbolized the gift he had given her on their 20th wedding anniversary. Zhong Yun made a face in response. "Where did you learn this?" Yun Rong, having finally accepted this revelation, could scarcely believe it. This was a technique long thought lost. Whenever confronted with such inquiries, Zhong Yun found himself at a loss. If it were anyone else asking, he could maintain an air of mystery. However, being questioned by his mother compelled him to provide an answer. "On a website," he replied, maintaining a straight face. "What website?" Yun Rong inquired suspiciously. Zhong Yun promptly opened his laptop, accessing a website while explaining that one could enter the main page by correctly answering a series of questions, all of which were quite challenging. Yun Rong leaned forward to look at the screen, quickly becoming stumped by the first question, which was rather obscure. The quiz comprised 10 questions to be answered within 30 seconds, and each person was allowed only one attempt per day, with questions changing daily. As Zhong Yun deftly typed in his answers, his parents exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the diverse and niche nature of the queries. Yet, Zhong Yun answered with ease and confidence, as if he had foreknowledge of the answers. In less than 10 seconds, he had completed all 10 questions. Could this truly be their son, whom they had always deemed unremarkable? A shared question arose in the minds of Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong. I stumbled upon this website merely for amusement. Zhong Yun continued, oblivious to their astonished expressions. I discovered it contains a wealth of knowledge about painting. It was my first realization of how fascinating art can be. The peculiar thought that had briefly crossed their minds was quickly dismissed by Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong. Their son's newfound intelligence was undoubtedly a positive development. However, the changes in him extended beyond mere intellectual growth. Their attention returned to the website, and, after a while, they expressed their astonishment, speculating that it must have been created by some divine entity. Seeing that his parents had accepted his explanation, Zhong Yun quietly exhaled in relief. He had indeed built the website himself, and it would soon be closing down. He was determined not to follow his father's wishes to study management. He sought to avoid being confined within a corporate structure, aspiring instead to pursue a broader vision through the freedom of an artistic discipline. With his parents convinced, Zhong Yun confidently filled out his elective course schedule, selecting art history, basic drawing, and painting as his 3 subjects. Moreover, to foster a diverse range of interests among students, the school mandated participation in an extracurricular activity, which was also linked to academic credits. Zhong Yun casually selected a sculpture for his extracurricular activity that afternoon. The Sculpture Society, considered somewhat niche, held its meetings on the 2nd floor of the building directly opposite his classroom. Upon pushing the door open, Zhong Yun was pleasantly surprised to find a considerable number of people inside. The spacious room of over 200 square meters was nearly filled with around 100 individuals. What he initially assumed to be an obscure society was evidently not the case. "Ah, Zhong Yun, is that you?" A familiar voice called out. Turning towards the door, Zhong Yun recognized the enthusiastic senior he had encountered on the first day of school, Gong Yao. "What a coincidence! Are you also part of this society?" He greeted her, only to notice the peculiar glances from the surrounding students. "I am the president of the Sculpture Society," Gong Yao said, her dimpled smile brightening her face. "You must be the new member. Come, let me introduce you." Zhong Yun followed her as she led him to the center of the room, clapping her hands to gain the attention of the members. "Today, we welcome a new member, Zhong Yun from the 1st year." A smattering of applause erupted. Zhong Yun stepped forward and greeted the assembly. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhong Yun. I look forward to your guidance." He felt a sense of belonging wash over him. Gong Yao then handed him a booklet containing introductory information about sculpture. Sculpture encompasses various forms, including wood carving, stone carving, ice sculpture, clay modeling, and plaster statues. Moreover, it can be categorized by technique into round sculptures, reliefs, and perforated sculptures. However, the society was more of a casual endeavor, and the members primarily engaged in wood carving and clay modeling. Lacking any tools of his own, Zhong Yun could only observe today. As a new member, Gong Yao, ever so enthusiastic, accompanied him around the room, explaining the different activities taking place. In the classroom, members were engaged in a variety of tasks. Some were chiseling away at half-finished wooden pieces, others were constructing frameworks on stands, while a few were kneading clumps of clay. Zhong Yun felt a sense of wonderment. He had never encountered sculpture before, and his choice to join this extracurricular activity stemmed from its slight relation to painting. Aside from acquiring new knowledge, Zhong Yun made another observation. The male members cast somewhat unfriendly glances in his direction. The source of this tension seemed to be the charming and warm-hearted president beside him. It dawned on Zhong Yun why this relatively obscure society attracted so many members. Most were likely drawn by Gong Yao's presence. The session concluded swiftly and intrigued. Zhong Yun returned home to delve into some materials on sculpture. Comparing sculptures from Jialan Star to those from Daver, he discovered that Jialan style was indeed distinctive. Utilizing minimal tools, primarily just a carving knife, while Daver's toolkit was extensive, including various knives, hammers, chisels, and pliers. Daver pursued meticulous detailing, striving to capture every nuance, while Jialan emphasized the spirit of the sculpture, transforming a simple piece of wood into art with just a few strokes. It was difficult to declare one style superior. Yet Zhong Yun found himself gravitating towards Jialan's aesthetic, appreciating its innate artistry and the seemingly effortless skill involved. During dinner that evening, Zhong Yun noticed a peculiar expression on his father's face, revealing a sense of worry. He sensed that trouble loomed over his father's company. Despite his father's attempts to appear cheerful, The fleeting moments of concern in his demeanor were unmistakable. For his mother's brief remarks, he could infer that the company was facing significant challenges. Zhong Yun tucked this matter away in his mind, refraining from questioning his parents, as they still regarded him as a child at heart, despite their newfound respect for him. Even if he asked, they likely would not divulge any details. Later that evening, Tianhai and Chun Wen arrived, having arranged to watch a movie together. While seated in Chun Wen's shuttle, Zhong Yun inquired, "Has something happened with my father's company?" Chun Wen chuckled. "I was just about to tell you." He indeed had knowledge of the situation, revealing that it was not merely a minor issue, but a significant predicament. When Chun Wen described the severity of the situation, Zhong Yun furrowed his brow. "Please elaborate." Tianhai leaned in, eager to hear more. "Zhong's machinery has been set up. They've been swindled out of over 10 billion. 10 billion. Tianhai got pet." Zhong Yun's expression darkened immediately, his voice growing somber. What exactly transpired? Noticing Zhong Yun's composure in the face of the shocking news, Chun Wen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The specific details remain unclear, but it is evident that this was a premeditated scheme, and there is an insider at Zhong's machinery. Zhong Yun's gaze sharpened. What impact could this have on the company? In truth, given Zhong's current strength, being defrauded of 10 billion, while a substantial loss, would not cripple the foundation of the company. As long as they could secure funding, recovery would soon follow. However, Chun Wen continued, his eyes gleaming with insight, "I have discovered an unidentified force targeting Zhong's, effectively blocking its channels for acquiring funds. Which is the true reason for its current plight. An unidentified force?" Zhong Yun's brow knitted with concern. "Is this force powerful?" "They possess considerable influence," Chun Wen replied, his expression turning serious. "In Ming City, no venture capital firm or bank dares to lend money to Zhong's, indicating their reach. What is their objective?" Zhong Yun questioned, still perplexed. "Are they aiming to bring down my father's company? What benefit could they derive from this? Or have we offended them in some way?" Chun Wen chuckled. "Zhong's machinery controls the Zhong stabilizer and Yun alloy. I doubt there's a company that isn't envious of that. So, it stands to reason that the trap that cost us 10 billion was orchestrated by these individuals?" A glint of fury began to surface in Zhong Yun's eyes. "Logically, the likelihood is quite high." Chun Wen nodded in agreement. "Is there any doubt? It must be them. Otherwise, what are the chances of such coincidence?" Tianhai intazet, indigang. "Regardless of who this force is, they dared to confront me." Zhong Yun's voice was laced with cold determination. "They have taken from me, and I will ensure they repay every last cent." Chun Wen hesitated, contemplating his words. The Chen family would be more than willing to extend a significant favor to Zhong's machinery. Providing 10 billion would be trivial for the Xingchen Group. Yet, to claim that the Chun family was uninterested in Zhong's would be disingenuous. They were simply wary of a Yang family's potential reaction should they perceive Zhong's as a rival. The collaboration between the giant machinery group and Zhong's entailed substantial interests, almost defying logic, as if giant machinery intended to elevate Zhong's. To assert that the two families had no special connection would be met with disbelief. Risking the ire of the Yang family to assist Zhong's was not a decision the Chun family would take lightly. However, not everyone in the country feared the Yang family. At that moment, the shuttle came to a stop. They had arrived at the cinema, and Zhong Yun resumed his usual demeanor, as if the earlier tension had never existed. After watching the film, it grew late, and Tianhai and Chun Wen stayed over at Zhong Yun's home for the night. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhong Yun scrutinized his private account, which displayed a sum exceeding several tens of millions, earnings accrued from the licensing of his songs. However, he lamented that such an amount was woefully insufficient. Thoughts of vengeance had to be set aside. His immediate priority was to navigate through the current tribulations. Yet, the depth of the company's financial abyss remained an enigma to him, though he surmised it was likely in the realm of billions. Zhong Yun was acquainted with several influential figures, a handful of whom could readily produce 100 billion. The Chen family, a titan in the metal industry, would find 100 billion an inconsequential sum. Nevertheless, Zhong Yun cherished his bond with Chun Wen and wished to avoid entanglements with the Chun family's interests. After all, Chun Wen embodied the will of his family, and unless he were to gain a voice within the Chen household, their connection would remain tenuous. As for the Yang family, it was best left unspoken. The thought of soliciting funds from Yang Yunrong, who had always looked down upon him, filled him with dread. Such an act would surely earn him the title of a kept man for life. There was also the Yida group, but despite his assistance in repairing a gallon harp for them, it was unlikely they would lend him 100 billion. Contemplating all this, Zhong Yun concluded that he must rely on his own resources. "Xiaoling," he called softly. Immediately, Xiaoling, clad entirely in black, materialized in the room. Observing Zhong Yun with quiet intensity, How much do we currently possess in Omi coins? Zhong Yun inquired. There are currently 115,340,000,000 Omi coins in the account. After repaying the 100 billion owed to the Omi National Management Company and the 150 billion for the Mars One's annual energy expenses, only 34 million will be available for use. Xiaoling promptly provided the figures. Such a sum? Zhong Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated the value of those Su Xian pearls to be so high. During his stay at Freestar, he had not only retrieved the World Tree seeds, but had also placed the Su Xian pearls in an auction house. However, 34 million Omi coins translated to less than 900 million Daver coins. Far too little. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Is it possible to withdraw 40 billion for immediate circulation?" Seeing Xiaoling's silence, Zhong Yun reassured him, "Rest assured, within a few months, I shall replenish this 40 billion. Xiaoling replied, "It poses no issue to withdraw 40 billion. However, your financial chain is perilously fragile, sufficient only to sustain 1 year's expenditures. I advise you to accumulate more funds to avert unforeseen incidents like today's." Understood. Zhong Yun sighed, contemplating the irony. With over 200 billion Daver coins at his disposal, he should be considered among the affluent in Daver, yet he felt an acute sense of financial inadequacy. The banks were closed for the night, and any transfers would have to wait until the morrow. Setting this matter aside, Zhong Yun returned to his practical simulation training, where mastering the techniques proved exceedingly challenging. After a night of relentless practice, he still struggled to evenly release his yuan energy. The following morning, Zhong Yun and 2 companions boarded Chunwen's shuttle en route to school. Suddenly, Chunwen regarded Zhong Yun with a complex expression. This was not the first time such astonishment had crossed his features, as Zhong Yun had consistently left him in awe. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhong Yun queried, bemused as he touched his face. With a sigh, Chunwen replied, "I am taken aback by the sheer magnitude of your influence. What has transpired now?" Tian Hai, ever the eager observer, leaned in, knowing that each revelation about Zhong Yun was more astonishing than the last. "My father heard about your return from an undisclosed source," Chunwen stated, shrugging his shoulders to imply he had not divulged any information. In truth, his father had reprimanded him severely the previous night for failing to report that Zhong Yun was still alive. Zhong Yun shook his head, indicating it was of little consequence. He had never expected to keep such a fact hidden from those who monitored him, like Yang Yunrong or the members of the Qin family. He found it exceedingly strange. Chunwen continued, "My father is aware that you boarded the Jialan Star. To verify, he checked the personnel records aboard the vessel. And guess what? What? Tianhai Pet Si Li. The information regarding the Jialan Star's disaster, which was accessible within government archives, indicated insufficient permissions when my father attempted to access the crew list." Chunwen recounted, still incredulous. And so, Tian Hai remained puzzled, having never heard of such internal governmental archives. "My father possesses a B-level contribution value, granting him permissions just below those of the president and various ministers, on par with mayors," Chunwen explained. "Meaning this record has been encrypted?" Tian Hai began to grasp the implications. "Precisely," Chunwen nodded. "Moreover, my father stated that the personnel files from the Jialan Star disaster have been classified as state secrets, accessible only to individuals of presidential rank." This revelation left both of Zhong Yun's companions astounded. Zhong Yun remained speechless for a moment, struggling to comprehend who might have extended such assistance to him. Was it Yin Qi? Did she possess such formidable influence? Tianhai Gunpit Odb. The president was the nation's leader, an unreachable figure for him, despite sharing the same planet. He had never considered the possibility of intersecting with someone of such stature. Yet, from Chun Wen's insinuations, it seemed Zhong Yun had connections at the presidential level, a notion that was difficult for him to fathom. In all of Daver, only 2 individuals could wield such authority: the current president. Chunwen paused dramatically, seemingly savoring the moment. And the other? Tian Hai could not restrain his curiosity. The illustrious General Yang Tianlai, who vanquished a formidable pirate syndicate and saved the nation from peril, was appointed as the lifetime Grand Marshal by Congress. Both Chunwen and Zhong Yun declared in unison, their expressions filled with reverence. "So it is he," Chunwen marveled, then seized Zhong Yun by the collar, demanding, "When did you become acquainted with him?" "I hardly possess such fortune," Zhong Yun replied with a wry smile. The exploits of Yang Tianlai were well known among the people of Daver, having occurred 50 years prior when Daver was still a nascent civilization. At that time, Yang Tianlai served as the Minister of Military Affairs during a massive pirate invasion, where the overwhelming numbers and advanced ships of the marauders rendered Daver's military utterly powerless. Just as 90% of the cosmic forces have been annihilated and despair gripped the hearts of all Daverans, General Yang Tianlai, as the wartime marshal rose to the occasion. He led the remaining forces, employing the sacrificial cover of the mecha units to penetrate the heart of the pirate fleet, annihilating the invaders and rescuing Daver from the brink of extinction. Yang Tianlai thus became a national hero. Unbeknownst to many, the mecha suicide squad consisted of the elite from the noble families, who, at the nation's hour of need, set aside their grievances and united in a tragic symphony of bloodshed. None from that squad survived, and the noble families suffered catastrophic losses, with the Yang family left with only Yang Tianlai. From that moment, Yang Tianlai was honored as the lifetime Grand Marshal, and the Yang family solidified its status as a prominent military lineage. Chapter 125, The Secrets of the Toothbrush. You may not recognize him, but it does not imply that someone among your acquaintances is unfamiliar with him, Chunwen remarked with a hint of implication. Are you referring to Zhong Yun? Who hesitated for a moment. Yin Qi. It was not that he was dull-witted. Rather, the renown of Yang Tianlai loomed too large, compounded by his low-key demeanor. Throughout his life, Zhong Yun had never encountered any news pertaining to him. His understanding of Yang Tianlai was solely derived from history books, legends, and films. Frankly speaking, Zhong Yun was previously unaware of whether the esteemed Grand Marshal was still alive. To him, Yang Tianlai resembled a figure from myth. However, today he was informed that someone in his vicinity actually knew the Grand Marshal. His hesitation was entirely reasonable. After all, Yang Tianlai was the venerable ancestor of the Yang family. During the National Rescue Campaign, only he remained among the direct descendants of the Yang lineage. Chunwen chuckled, saying, Liu Yunqi's father's generation comprises all his sons and daughters. Ohat, Tianhai Eklim, Julie Astao. Yang Tianlai had been his idol from a young age, and hearing about the lesser-known facets of his idol filled him with excitement. During the National Rescue Campaign, wasn't T. Grand Marshal Yang already over 50? How many children did he have afterwards? Chunwen indeed had the answer. He was 58 at the time, and, after the war concluded, to continue the Yang bloodline. He had 5 more wives, fathering a total of 8 sons and 1 daughter. Liu Yunqi's father is the 3rd in line. Wow, he truly embodies the saying the older, the stronger, Tian Hai remarked with a somewhat mischievous smile, as people are often drawn to such sensational tidbits. For some reason, a flash of inspiration struck Zhong Yun as he recalled a certain individual. Are all 9 of his children still alive? Chunwen was just about to nod, but suddenly remembered a sensational rumor, hesitating before replying. They should still be, I suppose. Should? Tian Hai queried, do you not know? I heard that 20 years ago, Grand Marshal Yang expelled one of his sons from the family. Chunwen whispered. Really? Tian Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, that is truly a secret worth hearing about. Zhong Yun perked up, eager to learn whether the individual was as he imagined. Actually, I'm not fully informed on the details, Tian Hai admitted, shrugging. I overheard my aunt mentioning it in casual conversation. It is said that Grand Marshal Yang's eldest son was a prodigious talent, extraordinarily gifted, much like Xiao Yun. At the age of 30, he piloted the 7th mecha to represent Davo in the United Mecha competition in the Omi Star system, even securing the 10th place trophy, thus becoming a hero among the Davo people. What? Is he the one called Saya? Tian Hai nearly leapt from his seat upon hearing this. Saya is the codename of the warrior who piloted the 7th mecha to victory in the United Mecha competition. No one knows his real name. Everyone simply refers to him as Saya. He remains the undisputed king of mechas to this day. The enigmatic Saya had always been Tian Hai's idol, second only to Grand Marshal Yang. He never anticipated learning the identities of both his idols in one day, and even more astonishingly, that they were father and son. His excitement was palpable. Tian Hai glanced at Chunwen. While I understand that Saya is your idol, there is no need to display such exaggeration. But why was Saya expelled from a Yang family by Grand Marshal Yang? Zhong Yun interjected, sensing the conversation veering off course. It was due to a woman. Chunwen replied, extending a finger. A woman? Zhong Yun mused, recalling the name of a certain individual with a slight smile. Could it be that Saya betrayed the family for a woman? Tian Hai's eyes widened, bombarded by an avalanche of shocking revelations. To be precise, he betrayed Grand Marshal Yang, Chunwen corrected. It is said that Saya stole something of utmost importance from Grand Marshal Yang to save that woman. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, although it never made it to the media. The general populace was unaware. Zhong Yun was curious to know who that woman was, but just then, the shuttle came to a halt and the driver announced their arrival at the school. Zhong Yun and Tian Hai alighted from the vehicle, parting ways as they headed in opposite directions. The freshman curriculum was relatively light, consisting of only 3 classes in the morning, each lasting roughly an hour. They had 2 elective classes scheduled for the morning, which required them to relocate to a different classroom. Being an elite school, there were quite a few students opting for the art program, predominantly females, which took Zhong Yun by surprise. The instructor for the foundational art course was an elegant middle-aged woman, though time had left indelible marks on her face. Her tranquil and graceful demeanor was still endearing. After a brief self-introduction, Zhong Yun settled in a corner of the classroom. The teacher, Ms. Wei, spoke in a unique manner, her pace neither hurried nor slow, yet rhythmical, making even theoretical concepts engaging rather than tedious. The first class soon concluded, followed by a course on the history of art, taught by the same refined instructor. After school let out for lunch, Zhong Yun did not return home, as his parents had mentioned they would be staying at the company for the day. Exiting the school gates, he made his way to Mingzhu School. Though Mingzhu School was vast, he had memorized the layout and walked directly to the Music Academy. The Music Academy at Mingzhu School is renowned as the finest in the nation, presided over by the illustrious Maestro Jero, the only individual to have ever won all 4 major music awards. Furthermore, in his youth, he had studied in the advanced civilization of the Gan Empire. With Maestro Jero at the helm, the academy had become a sanctuary for music enthusiasts, and even the currently celebrated diva, Ming Yunyue, had once studied here. Presently, Liu Yunqi was also a student at this esteemed institution. At the entrance of the Music Academy, a group of over a dozen boys awaited, some appearing relaxed, others exuding pride, while a few appeared rather anxious. Zhong Yun hesitated, contemplating whether he should purchase a bouquet, and inquired of a nearby young man who was anxiously peering inside. "Could you please direct me to the flower shop?" The young man turned impatiently, and upon noticing Zhong Yun's school uniform, his expression shifted to one of wariness and hostility. After glancing at Zhong Yun's face, his expression morphed into one of surprise, tinged with a hint of disdain. This young man's facial expressions were quite remarkable. Could he possibly be a drama major? Zhong Yun found it amusing, and out of courtesy, he repeated his question. "Enter that alley, take a left at the first intersection, and you'll find it," the young man replied. Zhong Yun thanked him, and as he turned to leave, he overheard the young man muttering, "What kind of person dares to come to the Music Academy to chase girls?" The flower shop was of considerable size, boasting a wide variety of blooms, indicative of a strong demand within Mingzhu School. Zhong Yun casually selected a few delicate and elegant flowers and asked the attendant to wrap them up. "You have exquisite taste." The young female attendant remarked in surprise as she observed his selections. "The arrangement of flowers is indeed an art form," she added, though one could not dismiss the possibility that she was merely flattering him. Returning to the entrance of the Music Academy with the bouquet in hand, Zhong Yun noted that the number of boys waiting had increased during his brief absence. The doors to the Music Academy were firmly shut, and upon inquiring, he discovered that non-students were prohibited from entering. Observing the stern demeanor of the imposing security guard, Zhong Yun realized that reasoning would likely be of little avail. "Could you kindly notify someone on my behalf?" he requested. "Who are you looking for?" The gatekeeper swiftly retrieved a compact communicator. "Liu Yunqi." Although Zhong Yun's voice was faint, many attentive students of Mingzhu Academy overheard it, instantly igniting a commotion. Liu Yunqi had only been enrolled for half a year, and despite having missed classes for over 5 months, she had only just set foot in the school for the first time 2 days prior. Yet, in a remarkably short span, she ascended to the esteemed title of Mingzhu Academy's most beautiful flower, creating a stir comparable to that caused by the legendary Ming Yunya. Over the past few days, the most talked-about topic at Mingzhu Academy was none other than the stunningly ethereal Liu Yunqi. Though her beauty differed from Ming Yunya's enchanting allure, it equally captivated the hearts of all. One male student, seemingly ordinary in appearance and clad in the uniform of Yuehu Academy, audaciously approached the entrance of Mingzhu Academy's music department, expressing his desire to meet Liu Yunqi. His demeanor suggested a familiarity with her, which only fueled the astonishment of those present. The proximity of Mingzhu Academy and Yuehu Academy, separated merely by a thoroughfare, fostered a rivalry, with students from both institutions often casting disdainful glances at one another. Today, Zhong Yun's audacious presence in his Yuehu uniform at Mingzhu Academy was already provocative enough, but his intention to pursue their campus beauty was seen as overly brazen. The boys of Mingzhu Academy glared at Zhong Yun with indignation. The student who initially directed Zhong Yun was particularly taken aback. This fellow displayed remarkable courage, attempting to woo a girl with such an average appearance as his own amidst the Music Academy's more attractive crowd. It was indeed admirable. However, the thought of Liu Yunqi being within his reach seemed implausible. The student recalled that just yesterday, The immensely popular star athlete Li Jiping had sought to invite Lu Yunqi to the Mingzhou Grand Theater for a musical, only to be outright rejected. If even the dashing Li Jiping had failed, what chance did Zhongyun have? Many of the boys present shared this sentiment. Smirking in anticipation of the spectacle that was about to unfold, eager to witness Zhongyun's inevitable retreat, which would surely be followed by ridicule. Suddenly, the door to the music academy creaked open, revealing a hazy silhouette. The hearts of the Mingzhou boys raced. Could it be? As the door swung wide, a strikingly beautiful girl emerged. Startled by the gathering, she hesitated, almost retreating back inside. Upon realizing the figure was not Lu Yunqi, the boys relaxed, chastising themselves for their overreaction. Surely, Lu Yunqi could not possibly know this Yuehu student. Chapter 126. The legendary boyfriend of Lu Yunqi. The girl from the music academy, initially startled, scanned the crowd, only for a handsome boy to emerge and pull her aside, choosing to linger and observe the unfolding drama. Inquiring about the commotion, her boyfriend leaned in to whisper a brief explanation. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She was in the same class as Lu Yunqi. Though Lu had only been there for 2 days, she had already captured the attention of everyone, including her female peers. The arrival of Lu Yunqi stirred complex emotions among the students. The music academy held a unique status within Mingzhou Academy. The girls, often showered with adoration, were indeed the object of many male students' affections. While there might be a few standout girls, the overall quality was consistently high. Lu Yunqi's presence disrupted the tranquility of the music academy, rendering her peers dim in comparison. Standing before her, the other girls inevitably felt disheartened, as if fate had been particularly unkind in crafting such a flawless beauty, leaving them in a state of despair. Moreover, after 2 days of observation, they discerned that Lu Yunqi, while outwardly amiable, exuded an air of aloofness, perhaps a demeanor suggesting an impenetrable distance. In fact, being close to her often induced discomfort. Sometimes, they maliciously speculated whether her icy demeanor hinted at a heart of stone. However, today she was the subject of a rumor. During her middle school years, she had a remarkably accomplished boyfriend who had gained admission to Mingzhou Academy as the top student. Curiously, he had never made an appearance, and no one had ever laid eyes on him. The girl instinctively glanced at Zhongyun, pondering if he could be the one, only to shake her head in disbelief. Surely, Lu Yunqi's taste could not be so lacking. To be fair, Zhongyun was not unattractive. He merely had a more commonplace appearance, devoid of any association with ugliness. Yet, the girls from a music academy had been spoiled by the abundance of handsome faces around them, naturally elevating their standards. Like Zhongyun, who often found himself captivated by Lu Yunqi, viewing all other girls merely as passable. As a few more girls emerged, some passing by, others to meet their boyfriends, or to respond to suitors, Lu Yunqi remained elusive. Despite the myriad of curious gazes directed at him, Zhongyun maintained his composure, seemingly impervious to the surrounding whispers. His nonchalance only served to deepen the disdain felt by the Mingzhou students, who thought to themselves how entertaining it would be when he would inevitably embarrass himself. Time ticked by, and another figure appeared behind the door. Spotting the familiar silhouette, a smile crept across Zhongyun's face. Unbeknownst to him, the onlooking boys felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a beating upon witnessing his infuriating grin. The door slowly opened, revealing an exquisite figure. Silence fell over the crowd, as if all mouths had been stuffed with duck eggs, poised to burst. Eyes widened in unison, fixated on the ethereal presence. Lu Yunqi had truly emerged. Some began to soothe themselves, insisting it was merely a coincidence. Yet, facing the harsh reality, their mental defenses crumbled like a fragile membrane. As Lu Yunqi's autumn-like eyes scanned the area, they landed on Zhongyun, her face breaking into a breathtaking smile. She smiled. The hearts of all present shattered, witnessing her smile directed at that Yuehu student. Zhongyun stepped forward, and to his surprise, Lu Yunqi effortlessly linked her arm with his, her gaze sparkling as she took in the expressions of the boys around them. Leaning in closer, she asked, "Are you not going home today?" Feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin layers of clothing, Zhongyun's breath quickened. They had never been this close. Have you eaten?" he stammered, hastily stating his purpose for being there. Lu Yunqi shook her head, resting her head gently on his shoulder. "Where do you want to go?" Her obedient demeanor took Zhongyun aback, filling him with exuberance. Did this signify her submission to him? "I know a restaurant with a pleasant atmosphere." The excitement within him was impossible to contain, and Zhongyun felt as though his voice was somewhat ethereal. As the two conversed while strolling, they passed by the gentleman who had pointed the way for him. At that moment, the man dropped the flowers he was holding with a soft thud. Yet he made no move to retrieve them, completely engulfed in a state of confusion. His mind was consumed by a singular refrain. Why? 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 No one could fathom the reason behind it. Everyone stood transfixed, watching the pair as they resembled a loving couple, gradually drifting away. Their silhouettes were closely intertwined, exuding an air of perfect compatibility. The news of Lu Yunqi having a boyfriend spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Mingzhu School. The fact that the newly crowned first beauty of the school had been claimed by a student from their rival, Yuehu Academy, left all the boys at Mingzhu School in a state of despair and rage. This was particularly true for the more accomplished suitors who believed they had a chance with Lu Yunqi, their frustration palpable as they seethed with resentment. Are you trying to use me as a shield? Zhongyun suddenly remarked as they ventured into an isolated area. Lu Yunqi, with her eyes closed and her body entirely relaxed, relied on Zhongyun to guide her. Are you unwilling? Today, her unusual intimacy with Zhongyun certainly conveyed that sentiment. Unlike the first high school, Mingzhu School was teeming with elites, and it was precisely this self-assuredness that had led to public declarations of affection towards her within mere days. Much to her annoyance. Then I must be at a great disadvantage, Zhongyun exaggeratedly exclaimed. How much hatred must I garner? I must tread carefully on darkened paths, lest a brick come flying out of nowhere to leave me with a swollen head. You shall not enjoy the benefits while pretending to be innocent. A blush blossomed on Lu Yunqi's flawless, jade-like visage as she chided him softly. Zhongyun laughed heartily, filled with joy. Walking alongside a girl like Lu Yunqi brought him immense pride. The gazes of passers-by intoxicated him, making him feel as if he were floating. Zhongyun led Lu Yunqi onto a shuttle bus, arriving at a restaurant on the main avenue of the city named Shuixin, which had been recommended to him by Chan Wan as an ideal place for romance. He had always intended to seize the opportunity to bring Lu Yunqi here. Upon noticing the two young individuals in school uniforms approaching, the hostess hesitated momentarily before allowing them in, captivated by the young woman's beauty to the extent that she could not bring herself to intervene. This way, please. The young waiter, upon seeing Lu Yunqi, momentarily faltered in his usual suave demeanor, quickly averting his gaze, leading them to the restaurant's finest table. The restaurant was elegantly decorated, blending exotic charm with a sense of subtlety. The designer had skillfully arranged the seating to ensure that patrons could not see one another, creating an intimate atmosphere. The lighting within the restaurant was perfectly balanced, neither too dim nor too bright. In the center, a pianist was playing a gentle melody, soft enough for all to hear, yet unobtrusive. What would you like to eat? Zhongyun casually perused the menu. Lu Yunqi, not often visiting such establishments, flipped through a couple of pages before setting it down. You decide, she said. Zhongyun ordered several dishes, uncertain of Lu Yunqi's appetite, and added a soup. Would you like dessert? He inquired, but she shook her head. Closing the menu, he addressed the somewhat dazed waiter. We'll just have these for now. Zhongyun seldom frequented such Western-style restaurants, which tended to be pricey and unsatisfactory. However, they certainly provided a lovely environment for a romantic outing. I thought you wouldn't dare come to Mingzhu School, Lu Yunqi remarked with a smile. Why would that be? Zhongyun gazed into her eyes, feeling deeply drawn to her. He lifted his glass of water, using the moment to shield himself from her penetrating gaze, which felt as though it could melt him, leaving him feeling bashful. It was a peculiar sensation, a mix of sweetness and acidity in his heart, akin to having one's tongue steeped in lemon juice, while a flush of warmth spread across his face. He had never experienced such feelings in front of another man. Weren't you worried about your identity as a survivor of the Jialan Star being exposed? Zhongyun suddenly grasped her hand that was resting on the water glass. Lu Yunqi flinched slightly, but did not withdraw, glancing around nervously. What are you doing? Her demeanor was no different from that of any ordinary girl. With you by my side, I fear nothing, Zhongyun declared earnestly. He was about to continue when the waiter arrived with their dishes. Releasing Lu Yunqi's hand, he waited for the waiter to set everything down and depart before resuming. I owe this to fate. Very few at Mingzhu Academy recognize me, and even fewer know I was on the Jialan Star. I am aware, Lu Yunqi replied. Thank you, Zhongyun said, patting her hand gently. He picked up a knife and fork before adding, and of course your grandfather. Without you all, I truly wouldn't dare to show my face at Mingzhu School. Zhongyun, a piercing scream, not only interrupted their conversation, but startled the entire restaurant. Upon hearing it, Zhongyun instantly recognized the voice of someone familiar, one who knew of his past on the Jialan Star, and inwardly cursed his luck. Turning to face the source of the voice, he encountered a familiar face, drenched in cold sweat, as pale as someone who had seen a ghost. He had seen this expression before on Old Huan. Chapter 127. Just bite you, Big Bad Wolf. Manager, oh, what a coincidence. Zhong Yun greeted with a smile. The familiar figure was none other than Feng, the manager of Mingzhu Building. Zhong Yun. Feng quickly realized his lapse in composure. He was dining with someone, and his companion had also been startled by his outburst. Please return. I have a matter to attend to, he whispered to his companion. Sir, are you all right? The restaurant's floor manager approached, while the security guard at the entrance glanced over. Having noticed the disturbance he had inadvertently caused, I am fine. Feng, ever the consummate professional, swiftly regained his composure, chuckling lightly as he explained. I was merely surprised to see an old friend thought to be lost. My apologies for disturbing others. His sincerity seemed to assuage the floor manager, who offered a mild warning to be more cautious in the future before gesturing to the security guard to dismiss the matter. Once his companion had left, Feng took a seat at Zhong Yun's table, fixing his gaze intently upon him. Do I have something on my face? Zhong Yun feigned surprise. You have no flowers on your face? Feng shook his head. But anyone who sees someone they believe to be deceased suddenly alive and greeting them would likely react as I did. Manager O, you're being quite unkind. Zhong Yun feigned displeasure. I consider you a friend, and yet you wish me dead. Feng was not easily intimidated. He scrutinized Zhong Yun's eyes. If I recall correctly, you were on the ill-fated Jialan Star. You mean that? Zhong Yun feigned realization, then added with curiosity. How did you hear about that? Very few people know. Do not concern yourself with how I know, Feng replied, eager to bypass the trivialities. I simply wish to understand how you ended up here and how you survived the Jialan Star. Zhong Yun found his inquiry amusing. Who says I was on the Jialan Star? You weren't? Feng expressed considerable skepticisme. Well, actually I was. Zhong Yun tapped his forehead in mock realization. Did you board or not? Feng was filled with an intense disdain for his incessant ramblings, wishing he could seize him by the throat and compel him to speak the truth. It was truly precarious, akin to the edge of a razor. I had already boarded the spaceship, yet who could have anticipated that such a colossal and advanced vessel would vanish without a trace? Zhong Yun sighed in reflection. Fortunately, it was thanks to Yun Qi. Had I not learned of her sudden illness, I would have hastily slipped away from the ship to see her, and I might have become nothing more than a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. A mixture of relief and trepidation washed over Zhong Yun's face. Feng grasped the situation. Zhong Yun meant that after having boarded the Jialan Star, he had stealthily slipped away, thus narrowly escaping disaster. A significant question burgeoned in his mind. Could it truly be so fortuitous? Moreover, he relinquished such an outstanding opportunity due to a woman's ailment. Participating in the interstellar youth martial arts competition was an exceedingly rare chance, with only a mere 100 slots available throughout the entirety of Dao. Such reasoning seemed illogical. Yet upon deeper contemplation, given Zhong Yun's age, it was not inconceivable that he would act in such a rebellious manner during this phase of youthful exuberance. It then dawned on Feng that there was a young lady at the table. He raised his gaze, and his first impression was one of awe, quickly followed by astonishment. The princess of the Yang family? As the general manager of Mingzhu Building, he possessed a unique ability to recognize all those he had encountered. With a knack for gathering intelligence, he could identify anyone of significance in Mingzhou simply by passing them on the street. The princess of the Yang family was such a prominent figure. Although Feng had never seen her in person, her full-length photograph was updated annually. How could he fail to recognize her? Is she your girlfriend? Despite the turmoil within him, Feng maintained an inscrutable facade. Zhong Yun's face radiated pride as he declared, "She's indeed my girlfriend." Feng turned his gaze back to Lu Yunqi and noted the twinkle of amusement in her eyes. Yet she refrained from contesting his claim, and a silence enveloped them. You cannot imagine how anxious I was upon hearing the news of Yunqi's illness while aboard the Jialan Star. She has always been in excellent health, and has never fallen ill. My heart was in turmoil, and just before the ship's departure, I seized an opportunity to sneak away. Thankfully, Yunqi's illness was not severe, and I thus escaped a calamity. Is this not fate? Zhong Yun spoke with enthusiasm, seemingly still reveling in his narrow escape from death. Lu Yunqi interjected, unwilling to let Zhong Yun monopolize the conversation. Yes, when I later heard about the Jialan Star's misfortune, I was utterly startled. Initially, I chastised him for abandoning such an opportunity for my sake. Yet now it seems it was all part of destiny. As she spoke of fate, memories flooded back to her of the moment she learned of the Jialan Star's tragedy. The world had seemed to lose its color, reduced to a solitary monochrome. But upon hearing that Zhong Yun was alive, the world regained its vibrancy, and she felt as though she had been resurrected. In the span of just 5 months, she had endured the profound pain of life and death, navigating her existence like a specter lost in memories. Had it not been for her father's revelation of Zhong Yun's survival, she might have remained ensnared in her sorrow indefinitely. At that moment, she realized how deeply she had fallen. She was unaware of when her affections for him had blossomed, nor did she wish to know. Where have you been for these 5 months? Ofeng was nearly convinced of Zhongyun's words. Indeed, if she was the princess of the Yang family. Recalling her stunning beauty clarified why Zhongyun would forsake such an opportunity to descend from the Jialan Star. Yet, instinctively, he felt compelled to ask further. Zhongyun, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, replied softly, well, I secretly left the unit, which may be a violation of military law. I feared repercussions from the army. So Yinqi and I went to a small island, not even daring to inform our parents. We severed communication, waiting for the Jialan Star's return to explain everything. We only just received news upon returning from the island a few days ago. Ofeng nodded, piecing together the sequence of events. Upon learning of his girlfriend's illness, he impulsively descended from the spaceship, and after realizing the gravity of his actions, he and his girlfriend took refuge on an island, refraining from informing anyone until 5 months passed when they inadvertently heard about the Jialan Star. Though bizarre, it was rather plausible and aptly explained Zhongyun's presence here. Otherwise, he would have become the media's darling like Zhang Xiao. Yet, inexplicably, a lingering doubt resided within Ofeng. This truly calls for a celebration, he remarked with a smile, summoning a waiter to order a bottle of wine and 3 glasses. Let us raise a toast to Zhongyun's narrow escape. Ofeng, éveil perceptive, finished his glass and departed, leaving them to their private moment. He hastily returned to his vehicle and reported the situation to Zhao Tingjian via a secure line. On the other end, Zhao Tingjian displayed little surprise, merely stating, I see. He had just spoken with Xiao Ruo the day prior. She could not conceal the truth. And with a few casual inquiries, he had learned of Zhongyun's survival. Now it was clear why Zhongyun was alive. In truth, there were inconsistencies in Zhongyun's account. Yet no one would suspect a young man of his stature possessed an advanced spaceship or had the backing of the esteemed Yang family. People instinctively refrained from questioning authority. Furthermore, they had no reason to doubt Zhongyun's honesty. Thus, following Yang Yunrong, even the astute Ofeng and Zhao Tingjian had been deceived by Zhongyun. After lunch, Zhongyun and Lu Yunqi strolled back to Mingzhu School, opting for a less crowded path. I pulled you into this situation as a flag bearer. I hope you aren't upset, Zhongyun said apologetically. Why would I be upset? Lu Yunqi retorted. You simply didn't consult me beforehand, which almost left me at a loss for words. Zhongyun shrugged. I improvised. Who could have anticipated that an informed acquaintance would appear so suddenly? Thankfully, my quick thinking saved me from exposure. He wore a look of relief. Your acting skills are quite impressive, Lu Yunqi observed with a teasing smile. You nearly fooled me. Oh, so you're easily deceived, then? I once thought you were sharp as a tack, capable of seeing through anything, Zhongyun chuckled. Lu Yunqi huffed, contemplating how to punish him should he dare deceive her again. And what would you do? Bite me? Zhongyun smirked playfully. Indeed I would. Lu Yunqi, annoyed by his smug expression, opened her mouth and gently nipped at his earlobe, revealing her pearly white teeth. A jolt coursed through Zhongyun, akin to a surge of electricity. Ah, you truly dare to bite me, he exclaimed, reaching out to seize her. Lu Yunqi deftly evaded him, flitting away like a butterfly and casting a teasing smile over her shoulder. Stop right there, Zhongyun called out in pursuit. Laughter echoed down the narrow path as a young man and woman reveled in their playful chase. Got you. After sprinting for a short distance, Zhongyun pounced, catching Lu Yunqi by the arm and lifting her effortlessly, declaring, no more escape, put me down. Lu Yunqi squealed playfully, twisting and turning in his grip, seemingly ticklish. Not a chance, Zhongyun grinned, adjusting his hold to avoid any sensitive areas. Let me go. Lu Yunqi ceased her writhing, her eyes clouded with a dreamy mist. The voice was both delicate and sweet, sending a tingling sensation through the back of Zhongyun's head. He refused to let go. Zhongyun tightened his grip, thinking, who told you to bite me? I'll bite you, you big bad wolf, Lu Yunqi retorted, flashing her pearly white teeth. Zhongyun gently nudged her forehead with his own and noticed a wooden lounge chair under a large tree nearby. He picked up Lu Yunqi and walked toward it. What are you planning to do? Lu Yunqi blushed, squirming awkwardly in his arms. Chapter 128, The Unsuccessful Brawl. Zhongyun remained silent, his gaze fixated on Lu Yunqi's face. Gradually, her body relaxed as she nestled into the crook of his arm, enveloped by his presence, her racing heartbeat beginning to calm. What are you staring at? Lu Yunqi asked, feigning ignorance, her eyes drawn to his prominent nose, suddenly realizing how undeniably charming he truly was. I'm observing how your face differs from others. Zhongyun replied, his voice smooth and slightly magnetic, soothing to the ear. What makes it different? Lu Yunqi inquired, her gaze shifting to his lips. Curiosity piqued as she counted the vertical lines upon them. There's nothing different, Zhong Yun said, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her forehead that glimmered like jade. He then playfully tapped her nose, noting, "You have the same brows, the same eyes and nose, and a mouth." He concluded, "You're just like everyone else." As he spoke, his thumb glided gently over her cheek, as if caressing fine pearl powder, smooth and effortless. He murmured, almost as if questioning both her and himself, "Why can't I forget you?" Lu Yunqi took his hand and placed it against her face, squinting her eyes as she savored the texture of his slightly rough palm. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. After a long pause, Lu Yunqi whispered, "Let us go." Zhong Yun remained still, tightening his embrace slightly. She turned her head, pressing her lips against his palm. "We'll be late for class." Zhong Yun helped her smooth her flowing black hair before finally saying, "Let us go." He escorted her to the entrance of the music academy and, watching her enter, only then did he turn to leave, deliberately ignoring the throng of people congregating nearby. However, his desire to disregard others did not prevent them from confronting him. A tall, handsome young man blocked Zhong Yun's path, towering over him by a head, arms crossed, looking down with palpable disdain. "Are you the guy who claims to be Lu Yunqi's boyfriend?" "No," Zhong Yun replied dismissively, not even glancing at him as he shoved his hands into his pockets. Attempting to sidestep, the young man swiftly blocked him again. "Step aside, don't obstruct my way. You're quite bold for a kid from Yuehu," the tall youth sneered, his contempt deepening. "You coward, afraid to admit it in front of me?" Laughter erupted from the crowd nearby. "Boring," Zhong Yun said, using his pinky to clean his ear. Furious, the tall youth stepped closer. "What did you say?" Ignoring the threat, Zhong Yun flicked his pinky and warned, "If you don't move, I might just kick you." "Looking for trouble?" The young man's forehead throbbed with anger, driven to fury, as he pushed his hand toward Zhong Yun's shoulder. Before the hand could make contact, Zhong Yun swiftly kicked his foot, causing him to stumble back and sit down hard on the ground. The crowd gasped, shocked that someone dared to act so brazenly at Mingzhu School. Zhong Yun had unwittingly stirred up a hornet's nest, though he hadn't instigated the incident. The onlookers from Mingzhu School, already discontent with him, certainly wouldn't take his side. Realizing the situation had turned dire, Zhong Yun took off running, pursued by a throng of shouting students. Do they really think I'm afraid of them? If it weren't for the fear of escalating this, I would surely take them all down, Zhong Yun thought, frustrated as he had never been chased in such a disheveled manner before. Given his training at the base, he could easily outpace the ordinary high school students of Mingzhu School. However, being the guest in this battlefield, the shouts from behind attracted some students ahead to attempt to intercept him. Zhong Yun exerted great effort to escape the gates of Mingzhu School, dashing across the road back to his own school. Yet, the exuberant pursuit from Mingzhu School followed him into Yuehu Academy. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that they were still relentless, anger surged within him. How dare they chase on my territory? He sprinted ahead, with the students from Mingzhu School hot on his heels. Some bewildered students from Yuehu Academy witnessed the scene and suddenly felt incensed. How audacious for Mingzhu School to bully their own. Zhong Yun varied his pace, leading the group to the grand playground, where he knew classes were likely in session. Indeed, the open field was filled with students preparing for physical education. Upon seeing Zhong Yun run in, followed by a large group of students in Mingzhu uniforms, chaos erupted. The students of Yuehu Academy, witnessing the external threat, surged forward without hesitation, encircling the intruders. "How dare you come to Yuehu Academy to cause trouble? You must be tired of living," bellowed a burly boy stepping forward. There were about 20 students from Mingzhu School, overly excited in their pursuit, who now realized they had crossed a line and found themselves in a precarious position. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Yun slipped away unnoticed. Arriving just in time for class, he found he was not late. Reflecting on the impending predicament of the 20 or so students from Mingzhu School, he finally felt a sense of vindication for having been pursued through several streets. Unless the students from Mingzhu School surrendered, the numerous and justified students from Yuehu Academy would not let them off easily. However, given the pride of the Mingzhu students, forcing them to concede to their mortal enemies would be akin to sentencing them to death. It was sure to be a splendid spectacle. Zhong Yun felt a twinge of regret. Had he not been directly involved, he would have relished the unfolding drama. After school, Zhong Yun learned about the events that transpired. Indeed, the two factions had nearly come to blows. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a teacher, it would have escalated into a brawl. No, a mob fight. With hundreds of students against 20. The animosity had been deepened. The students of the two schools had always had their differences, but now it was a raging fire, solidifying them as true adversaries. The cause of the incident had become irrelevant. As the instigator, Zhong Yun had evaded detection. Save for the tall youth who had been kicked and now harbored a deep-seated grudge against him. Regrettably, he could not visit Mingzhu School to see Lu Yunqi anytime soon. Given the current tense atmosphere between the two institutions, his mere appearance would surely draw a crowd. Instead, Zhong Yun chose not to return home directly, but ventured to the renowned financial district near the city center, where nearly all the prestigious financial institutions in the nation had their offices. The office of Omi United Bank appeared rather modest, were it not for the correct address. Zhong Yun would hardly believe that interstellar financial transactions could be conducted here. Zero's household registration is located in Freedom Star, the only place in the country capable of transferring funds. This establishment lacks even automatic doors. As he pushed the door open, he found it devoid of any customers. Behind the counter, a figure lay slumped, seemingly asleep. "Excuse me," Zhong Yun called out, prompting the man to groggily lift his head. He appeared to be in his 30s. "Is this the Omi United Bank's Devo branch?" Zhong Yun inquired cautiously. Indeed, the man yawned. "What business do you need to conduct?" "A transfer," Zhong Yun replied, his heart racing with unease. This man exuded an aura of untrustworthiness, and he was about to transfer a sum exceeding hundreds of billions. "To where?" the man asked. "I wish to transfer funds from Freedom Star to Devo." "Is that possible?" Zhong Yun questioned. "Absolutely," the man said, tapping the counter. A selection box materialized before Zhong Yun. "Just follow the procedure outlined here." Zhong Yun glanced at the instructions. They were straightforward. He simply needed to input the account passwords for both Freedom Star and Devo, along with the transfer amount. After much hesitation and fueled by his trust in Xiaoling, he filled in the details. Surely, Xiaoling would not lead him astray, despite the disquieting presence of this clerk. Once the transfer was completed, Zhong Yun hurried to the nearby Devo National Bank to verify the amount. And upon seeing that every cent was intact, he finally felt a sense of relief. Earning such a vast sum was no simple feat, and he believed caution was prudent. Upon returning home, he encountered Xiao Ruo. Not wanting to burden his mother, he greeted her casually. Today marked a significant leap in his relationship with Lu Yunqi, and his spirits were exceptionally high. During dinner, Zhong Yun asked Xiao Ruo, "I heard there was a near brawl involving student from our school." "Really?" Xiao Ruo replied, her obsidian eyes locking onto Zhong Yun's. "I haven't heard anything about it." Zhong Yun shrugged. "I only heard rumors." "By the way, which class are you in?" "Class 1 the first year with Tian Hai and the others," Xiao Ruo answered. Her voice was soft, akin to a gentle spring breeze, soothing his heart. "What about Yunqi? You both are in the same school. Have you kept in touch?" Xiao Ruo's eyes dimmed slightly, and she shook her head. "It seems she hasn't been attending school. What is the story behind the brawl?" Yin Rong keenly noted Xiao Ruo's subtle change in emotion and shifted the conversation. "I'm not sure. I just heard from someone." Their meal concluded in a harmonious atmosphere, and Zhong Yun suddenly realized that his parents genuinely regarded Xiao Ruo as their own daughter, treating her with a warmth reserved for family. Having an additional sister wouldn't be so bad, Zhong Yun mused. After dinner, he followed his father into his room. "I have something to discuss with you." "Dad, is your company facing some difficulties?" Zhong Yun asked as he settled into a chair. "What do you mean your company? Aren't you a part of it?" Zhong Pingjiang responded cheerfully to his resurrected son. "I have some funds here. Please take them to manage your cash flow." Zhong Yun offered, producing his bank card. "I would never spend my son's money, no matter how useless I might be," Zhong Pingjiang replied with a smile. "I appreciate your filial piety, but I can handle the company's issues." "This isn't for you. It's a loan. It must be repaid within a year," Zhong Yun chuckled. Seeing his son's resolute attitude, Zhong Pingjiang accepted the card, pondering that he shouldn't dampen his son's spirit with his own pride. He paid little mind to the amount. After all, how much savings could a 17-year-old possibly have? "I want to charge you interest, but there's one condition," Zhong Yun stated earnestly. Zhong Pingjiang, amused, asked what condition. "Don't inquire about where the money came from." "Deal." Chapter 129. The Zhong family salvation. The following day, Zhong Yun attended school as usual. At lunchtime, while contemplating whom to dine with, he was approached unexpectedly. "Manager O, what brings you here?" Encountering O Feng, a busy executive at Moon Lake Academy, astonished Zhong Yun. How could he possibly spare time amidst the throngs at Mingzhu Tower? "Is her daughter or son enrolled here?" "Allow me to introduce them," he suggested. "I specifically came to find you," O Feng replied. "To see me?" Zhong Yun questioned, suddenly recalling a matter that clarified O Feng's intentions. "There's someone you might want to meet." Feng's tone was peculiar, a blend of inquiry and an unspoken insistence. Who? Zhongyun asked, slightly taken aback. The owner of the Jialan harp, Feng said. She wishes to express her gratitude in person. Oh, Zhongyun's interest piqued. He had a keen desire to meet someone capable of acquiring such a rare instrument. After seeing the harp, he had researched it and discovered that it was the only one of its kind in all of Davo. The Jialan's database indicated that the primary material of this type of harp was the trunk of the world tree, and only a level 3 master craftsman could create it. This implied that no more such harps could be made. In the wake of the Jialan civilization's demise 5,000 years ago, preserving a complete Jialan harp was indeed a remarkable feat. Moreover, even in Jialan, such an instrument was extraordinarily valuable, far beyond the means of ordinary individuals, let alone in a mid-level civilization. Thus, he was eager to discover the identity of the remarkable individual who could procure such a treasure. Now, Zhongyun asked, slipping his hands into his pockets. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? She would like to invite you to dine together. Returning to the 900th floor of Mingzhu Tower. This marked Zhongyun's second visit. However, Feng did not linger. After navigating several turns, they entered another elevator. Upon exiting the elevator, Zhongyun realized that there was indeed another level above, but to his surprise, the decor here was quite minimalist. The pristine white walls enhanced the spaciousness of the area, and the absence of decorative items left only a few amateurish paintings hanging on the walls. Although Zhongyun lacked the ability to appreciate art, he sensed a certain familiarity emanating from these unrefined works. Feng guided Zhongyun through the expansive hall until they reached an opaque crystal door. Miss, I brought him. As the door slowly opened, Zhongyun glimpsed a cascade of hair, dark as a waterfall, and a wave of intense familiarity washed over him. Manager Hong of Zhongbiao Bank has declined our loan request. In the office of Zhong Machinery's president, a shrewd, capable man in his 30s was reporting to Zhong Pingjiang. Zhong Pingjiang sat in his chair, brow furrowed, silent as he waved the man out. Once the assistant departed, Zhong Pingjiang struck the table in frustration. Zhong Machinery had fallen into unprecedented turmoil, all orchestrated by an unseen hand. Recently, having assumed that he had lost his beloved son, his wife had sunk into profound sorrow. And with the company on autopilot, he had devoted more time to her, entrusting daily operations to a few trusted managers. Who could have anticipated that? During this period of unawareness, a monumental deception had been meticulously orchestrated. A prominent corporation sought to collaborate with Zhong's machinery, intending to procure a substantial quantity of Zhong's stabilizers. Ideally, this matter should have been discussed with the joint venture company between Zhong's and the Zhu Machinery Group, as their finances were distinctly separate. However, the joint venture had only recently been established, and its production capacity was insufficient to meet the current market demand, with its orders already scheduled for delivery a year later. In contrast, the large corporation was in urgent need of a batch of Zhong's stabilizers, willing to pay a premium of 10% above the market price for them. Coincidentally, Zhong's machinery had a batch of stabilizers for which a deposit had already been paid, with a delivery date set for 1 month hence. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Zhong Pingjiang, recognizing the favorable pricing, promptly approved the deal, which promised to yield billions in revenue, merely by transferring the order, a highly lucrative arrangement. After drafting the contract, he personally attended the signing. But who could have foreseen that the very contract he witnessed would be surreptitiously swapped at the signing event, unbeknownst to all, under the notarization of an official? On the day Zhongyun returned, his legal advisor discovered a grave issue with the contract. The price, initially agreed to be 10% above market value, had inexplicably transformed into a mere 10% of the market price. With just a few alter words, Zhong's machinery faced a staggering loss exceeding 100 billion. The legal advisor immediately contacted Zhong Pingjiang. Although 100 billion was a considerable sum for Zhong's group, it was not insurmountable, especially since the joint venture company producing the stabilizers was controlled by Zhong's. While the loss caused Zhong Pingjiang to grit his teeth in frustration, lacking concrete evidence, he had no choice but to swallow his indignation as a lesson learned, acknowledging that the company had not suffered irreparable harm. However, he soon realized that matters were far more complex. During a financial audit, he discovered an unexpected increase of several billion in the company's accounts. Sensing something amiss, he meticulously reviewed all recent transactions, only to bizarrely uncover that this sum had been accumulated through thousands of transactions. Since Zhong Pingjiang had authorized the general manager to approve amounts up to 5 million, any transactions below this threshold could be decided at the manager's discretion. Yet, none of these transactions exceeded 5 million. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhong Pingjiang as he examined the transaction details. which were linked to the order of Zhong's stabilizers to the large corporation for the following month. In that moment, a chill enveloped him, and a wave of dread surged through him. This was a conspiracy, a colossal scheme. Furthermore, his general manager had resigned on the very day the contract was signed, increasing his suspicion of a deeper plot. Engaging in a double sale constituted a grave business fraud. Had he remained oblivious, the consequences on the delivery day, with both purchasers arriving simultaneously, would have been catastrophic. Fortuitously, he had discovered the truth beforehand, which filled him with relief. Otherwise, should litigation ensue, he could face total ruin and potentially imprisonment. His only recourse now was to breach the contract, but the specifics required consultation with his legal advisor. What was certain was that Jones would incur substantial penalties. According to the terms of the contract, the breaching party was liable to compensate the other party tenfold the contract amount, a common industry standard. Yet, he couldn't fathom why, if such a powerful leverage existed. The initial contract fraud had not been deemed excessive. Had the original amount been upheld, Jones would owe over 100 billion. Now, they would only need to pay a fraction of that. If all of this was orchestrated by a hidden mastermind, it seemed improbable that such a blunder would occur. With questions swirling in his mind, Zhong Pingjiang summoned all company lawyers to strategize. The solution was straightforward. Prior to the contract's expiration, either party possessed the right to terminate the agreement, albeit with compensation obligations for the breaching party. By acting preemptively, even if the double sale were later uncovered, they could evade legal repercussions. The following day, Zhong Pingjiang informed the large corporation that, due to unforeseen circumstances, the contract was voided, and Jones would pay nearly 100 billion in compensation with a 1-month deadline. Currently, Jones lacked the liquidity to cover such an amount, prompting Zhong Pingjiang to seek a bank loan. Given Jones' potential and his established connections, securing a loan should have been a simple affair. However, to his disbelief, he was met with rejection from every bank and investment firm he approached. The impossibility of this situation was staggering. Having spent over a decade navigating the banking industry, Zhong Pingjiang was intimately familiar with its intricacies. Zhong's machinery was a company brimming with potential. There was no justification for any bank to refuse such a client, unless an orchestrated collusion among all banks was at play. This notion, while absurd, emerged as the only plausible explanation. In the financial sector, such a conspiracy could indeed be executed. Zhong Pingjiang realized who the puppet master behind this scheme was. If Zhong's failed to repay its debts, bankruptcy would be the only recourse, or they would have to divest their equity. Both options were abhorrent to Zhong Pingjiang. Zhong's machinery was the culmination of his life's work, and he would never relinquish it so easily. Money owned money. The stress had nearly turned his hair gray. Was he truly faced with the prospect of selling equity? Slumping into his chair, he surveyed the chaotic desk before him, his mind a tumult of thoughts. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a bank card partially obscured by documents. After a moment's recollection, he remembered it was the card his son had given him the previous night, carelessly placed on the desk upon his arrival at work. Reflecting on his son warmed Zhong Pingjiang's heart as he picked up the card, recognizing it as a token of his son's affection. As he examined the crystal card, he noticed an intricate butterfly emblem on its reverse side. Zhong Pingjiang was taken aback. He recognized the insignia as that of a prestigious national bank's elite card, designated for clients with funds exceeding 1 billion. 1 billion? Recalling his son's solemn warning not to inquire about the source of the funds, and upon seeing that butterfly emblem, Zhong Pingjiang felt parched with anticipation. How much wealth lay within? A wave of curiosity surged through him. Accessing the national bank's website, he trembled as he entered the card number and password, watching the amount displayed on the screen. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, his face alight with unrestrained joy. Zhong's was saved. On the 901st floor of the Pearl Building, Zhong Yun pondered where he had encountered that woman before when she turned to face him. Struck as if by a bolt of lightning, Zhong Yun stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. His expression mirrored that of Huang Lao Gang when they first met, an uncanny look of recognition. He truly knew the young lady? Yet, she had left Davos nearly a decade ago. Where could they have crossed paths? Upon witnessing Zhong Yun's reaction, Feng departed, laden with immense curiosity. Chapter 130. Fate Decreed by Heaven. The suggestion from Kai's readers was quite astute. Indeed, that segment regarding the law was somewhat lacking in consideration. Thus I shall amend it here. Law does not apply to the media. Furthermore, an additional detail regarding Zhong Yuntong's survivor status on the Starship Light should be included. Upon receiving the news, Lu Yunqi, in her sorrow, instructed the media to suppress the information to prevent Zhong Yun's parents from learning of it. Well, this particular plot thread comes to a close. Continuing further would risk unnecessary length. We shall now transition into a new narrative. If anyone has discovered any BG, please feel free to bring it up. I shall provide answers or make amendments. Some readers have expressed that the recent chapters are overly melodramatic. I merely wish to avoid cliches. But it appears that some cannot accept this. Regardless, I am grateful to the readers who have subscribed to this book. With your presence, I shall strive even harder. The scene begins. Gazing into those teasing amber eyes, Zhong Yun stammered, the word you lodged in his throat, unable to escape. He was utterly astounded. Even the news of an impending meteor strike on Woolstar would not have shocked him to such an extent. The woman before him, with her amber eyes, was none other than Yu Daoqing, who had been cast adrift on that primitive planet following the disaster of the Tongwang starship. How could she possibly be here? Zhong Yun felt entirely disoriented. It's me, Yu Daoqing spoke in impeccable Devorian, sitting before the Galankin, her body angled towards Zhong Yun. Her amber eyes sparkled with interest, as if she found his astonishment amusing. Seeing me has left you quite surprised, hasn't it? A Martian? As she spoke, she rose gracefully, her diaphanous silk robe accentuating her slender figure perfectly. Gliding towards Zhong Yun, Yu Daoqing extended her delicate, pale fingers, akin to spring onions, and gently tapped his forehead. Little rascal, did you not expect to see me again? With her gentle touch, Zhong Yun finally regained a semblance of normalcy. He sighed. The universe is indeed a small place. Yu Daoqing covered her mouth, laughing as she settled into a chair. Stop standing there foolishly. Sit down and talk. Zhong Yun stiffly sank into the sofa, a myriad of questions swirling within him. How did you end up on that planet? And what about you? How did you find yourself there? Yu Daoqing countered. Zhong Yun's face froze. He recalled the words he had spoken to Ophone the day before and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had fabricated so many excuses, only to have them all unravel now. Yu Daoqing, perceptive to his unease, gently reassured him, don't worry. I haven't revealed your lies to Xiao. Xiao. Zhong Yun was taken aback. He scrutinized her closely. Having been too shocked earlier, he had neglected to notice her appearance. Now, he realized she was as stunning as Lu Yunqi, a beauty of unparalleled allure. Upon first glance at her face, Zhong Yun sensed a translucent quality about her. He had never encountered such an exquisitely crafted visage, as if it were a perfect masterpiece, painstakingly sculpted by a creator. Her beauty made his heart race. Her delicacy akin to fragile porcelain that one would handle with utmost care. Regardless of how one looks at it, you can't possibly be over 25. How is it you call manager, Xiao? Zhong Yun shook his head, seemingly unimpressed by her choice of address. Yu Daoqing smiled sweetly, a teasing glint returning to her amber eyes. Do you know how old I am? Surely not in your 70s or 80s. Zhong Yun feigned disinterest in her age, still burdened with unanswered questions. But why, as a Devorian, are you speaking in an incomprehensible foreign language? On this topic, Yu Daoqing was equally puzzled. You clearly can speak. Why have you remained silent? I thought you were mute. Zhong Yun reflected for a moment. Indeed, he had yet to utter a word in her presence. His heavy heart had stifled his willingness to speak. I was simply in a bad mood, yet you've said so much without a single word in your mother tongue. Who told you to board a lifeboat that bore no Devorian markings? Yu Daoqing retorted with conviction. Daver might not dispatch a spaceship for years. Who would have thought you two were from Daver? An absurd feeling welled up within Zhong Yun. The notion that two Devorians could be stranded on a primitive planet, entirely oblivious to each other's identities, was preposterous. That their communication relied on an automatic translator was a tale too unbelievable to recount. Zhong Yun found himself at a loss for words. And you even deceived me, claiming to be a Martian. On that note, I did not lie to you. Zhong Yun raised his hands in surrender. My spaceship is indeed named Mars. Yu Daoqing was left speechless. After a moment of silence, Zhong Yun finally asked, how did you find me? Zhang Xiao, the sole survivor of the Tongwang starship, is in the news daily. It will be hard not to recognize you. You also helped me repair the Qin. At this point, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. What's wrong? One moment, she had been all smiles. And now her demeanor had changed, leaving Zhong Yun bewildered. I have a question I wish to ask you. Can you answer me honestly? Yu Daoqing fixed her intense gaze upon him. Go ahead. Zhong Yun remained non-committal, contemplating her inquiry. If she intended to ask about the Mars, he would have to decline. Yu Daoqing's sudden appearance had completely disrupted his plans, catching him off guard. With her as his companion on that primitive planet, he feared that no matter what he said, it would be met with disbelief. Are you a descendant of the Jialan? Zhong Yun was taken aback by her unexpected question, narrowing his eyes as he pondered her intention. Suddenly, he perceived a glimmer of anticipation in her gaze. Why do you ask? He did not immediately deny it. Yu Daoqing's eyes brightened. I have consulted countless Qin masters, yet none have succeeded in repairing my instrument. I am acquainted with many Galan descendants, and they too have been unable to help. Yet you managed to fix it. I cannot help but harbor doubts. Zhong Yun weighed the implications in his mind. Finally, he shrugged. To be honest, I am unsure if I am. There's a method to verify, Yu Daoqing replied, already prepared. She retrieved a pale violet, transparent orb resembling a crystal. Extending her hand, she urged, place your hand out. Zhong Yun complied, inquiring, what is this? Suddenly, he felt a prick, as if his fingertip had been stabbed. He quickly recoiled. What are you doing? Yu Daoqing collected a drop of his blood, letting it fall onto the violet crystal. A dazzling purple light erupted from the orb. Indeed, Yu Daoqing was overwhelmed with emotion. Releasing the crystal and grasping Zhong Yun's hand, her excitement palpable. You are truly a descendant of the Galan. Zhong Yun stared at the radiating violet light of the crystal. Then, at Yu Daoqing, who appeared as if she had found a long-lost relative. In that moment, he was at a loss for words. I was a pure-blooded citizen in my past life, and in this life, I am a native Devorian. How did I suddenly become a Galan descendant? Though he had previously claimed to Lu Yunxi that he was a Galan descendant, it had merely been an attempt to add an air of mystery. The tale of the purple stained flower was a fabrication. His origins lay on Jialan Star, a place far removed from Wool Star. Could it be that an ancestor of the Zhong family truly had Galan blood? This absurd thought flickered through Zhong Yun's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. No, if he truly possessed Galan lineage, Xiao Ling would certainly know. Either Xiao Ling was mistaken, or Yu Daoqing was. Based on past experiences, Xiao Ling had never erred before. However, Zhong Yun was not foolish enough to correct her. He would let the misunderstanding stand. After all, it was her error, not his deceit. Her hand was indeed soft. As his mood relaxed, Zhong Yun keenly sensed something unusual. While he had held the hands of many women, only a select few had evoked a special feeling within him. Grasping her hand firmly, Zhong Yun gazed at her with a complex expression, questioning whether she too felt the same. Nodding vigorously, Yu Daoqing sniffled slightly. I thought I was the only one. I didn't expect you to. Withdrawing her hand, she wiped away the tears that had begun to flow and offered a smile, taking a deep breath. I'm just so happy. Zhong Yun felt a soft spot in his heart being struck, and his breath became erratic and uncontrolled. The solitude and helplessness that Yu Daoqing revealed at that moment resonated deeply within him, evoking an indescribable sense of loneliness. As if she were the only person in the world. He realized that she, like him, lacked kindred spirits in this country. A profound sense of compassion welled up in Zhong Yun. Both were wanderers in this vast world, and their similar plights fostered a comforting sense of camaraderie. I understand, he said, his voice imbued with a calming magic that seemed to soothe Yu Daoqing's nerves. Indeed, we must be fated. Zhong Yun suddenly smiled. Reflecting on it, the sheer improbability of being cast away on the same primitive planet due to a spaceship mishap in this vast universe is astonishing. Who would have thought that not only do we hail from the same nation, but we are also descendants of a long-lost advanced civilization that vanished 5,000 years ago? A series of coincidences made the encounter feel dreamlike. This must be destiny, Zhong Yun murmured softly. Yu Daoqing looked at him, her heart momentarily startled. Then she smiled. Indeed, this is a fate ordained by the heavens. The two fell into silence, quietly relishing this rare moment of warmth, which was precious to both of them. In the 100th floor office of the Mingzhu building, Feng had just seen off a distinguished guest when he glanced at the computer and noted, why hasn't T. Zhongyan left yet? He found it curious. The young lady usually preferred not to be alone with men. So why was she making an exception for Zhongyan? It seemed they shared a good rapport. A sense of inexplicable concern bubbled up within him. But he shook his head and chuckled to himself, thinking, two remarkable men could not win her heart. Zhong Yun is merely a boy. It had been 10 years since he last saw her, yet she had not changed at all. Feng mused that Ting Jian would be arriving soon. Upon hearing the young lady's return, he feared he would lose his focus on work. What a pity. Reflecting on his 2-decade-long unrequited love, Feng sighed deeply. Chapter 131, Investigation. Yu Daoqing suddenly clapped her hands, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. I almost forgot. We, the descendants of the Galan, share a connection. Really? Zhong Yun responded, astonished. Yu Daoqing nodded. We even formed a Galan alliance with the aim of revitalizing Galan civilization. I am the president of the Omicron Star System chapter. Wow. Zhong Yun regarded her with newfound respect. Given her status as a representative of a mid-level civilization, her achievement of leading the entire Omicron Star System was indeed remarkable. It was worth noting that aside from a host of established mid-level civilizations, the Omicron Star System also included 3 advanced civilizations. From any perspective, Yu Daoqing, hailing from the newly emergent mid-level civilization of Dao, seemed underqualified. Every member of the Jialan Alliance is a descendant of the Jialan. Currently, we have over 3 million members, with 796, 402 from the Omicron star system. You are the 796, 403rd. As she spoke of the Jialan Alliance, Yu Daoqing's enthusiasm was palpable, indicating her deep commitment to finding her kin. She passionately elaborated on the alliance's details, while Zhong Yun listened intently. The descendants of the Jialan primarily reside in 3 advanced civilizations, with a few scattered across older mid-level ones, although in smaller numbers. According to her, many members of the Jialan Alliance were successful individuals in their respective countries, possessing vast resources. They conversed late into the night, until Zhong Yun's stomach protested, reminding him that he had yet to eat lunch. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already evening. I must be going, Zhong Yun said hurriedly. Why not stay for dinner? Yu Daoqing suggested, her eyes hopeful. Zhong Yun knew that sharing a meal would likely lead to an extended conversation, so he could only apologize and say, perhaps next time. I promised my parents I would return for dinner. Rising to leave, he was stopped. Wait, Yu Daoqing called out, picking up a purple crystal ball. Take this with you and test it to see if your parents have awakened. Zhong Yun recalled her earlier mention that pure Jialans were exceedingly rare in the universe. The vast majority of Jialan descendants were of mixed heritage, and not everyone with Jialan blood could be considered a true descendant. After 5 millennia, many Jialan bloodlines have become exceedingly diluted, rendering the Jialan lineage a recessive trait. Only a select few could awaken and exhibit Jialan characteristics. Upon returning home, Zhong Yun found his parents seated gravely on the sofa. Sorry, I'm late, he said, changing into clean shoes as he entered the house. Have a seat, Zhong Pingjiang instructed. I'm starving. Can we eat first? Zhong Yun pleaded, clutching his stomach. Come sit down. I have a few questions for you. Zhong Pingjiang replied, unfazed by his son's hunger. All right. Zhong Yun sighed inwardly, realizing he would not easily escape this. He took a seat opposite his father. Where did that money come from? Zhong Pingjiang asked directly. If I said I borrowed it, would you believe me? Zhong Yun countered with a question. Zhong Pingjiang paused, then shook his head. He naturally could not believe that anyone would lend 100 billion to his son. This was the sum of 100 billion, not just 100. And if I said I stole it, would you believe that? Zhong Yun pressed further. Zhong Pingjiang shook his head again, reasoning that the difficulty of stealing 100 billion would not be less than that of borrowing it. Then why ask if you don't believe me? Zhong Yun blinked innocently. Zhong Pingjiang was taken aback for a moment before he smiled wryly at his wife. It seems I underestimated our son. He is far more capable than I am. He could procure 100 billion as easily as breathing. Yin Rong remained somewhat concerned. As a mother, how could she not worry about her son suddenly acquiring such a vast fortune? When I produced the 9 stars constellation and the Zhong stabilizer, along with Yun alloy, you should have realized I was exceptional, Zhong Yun remarked calmly. Zhong Pingjiang and Yun Rong exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed overlooked their son's extraordinary nature. Yet as parents, they often involuntarily regarded him as a child, given his age was not sufficient to fully ease their worries. However, after all they had been through, Zhong Pingjiang felt it was time to abandon viewing him as a mere child. He had a premonition that his son was destined for an extraordinarily brilliant future. With the 100 billion provided by Zhong Yun, navigating the current crisis would pose no challenge. Zhong Pingjiang began restructuring the company, determined to prevent the chaos that had allowed the hidden forces to exploit the rapid expansion of the company to their advantage. He would not permit such a situation to recur and thus resumed his busy schedule. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, Zhong Pingjiang is self-aware enough not to provoke him unnecessarily. He believes that as long as he exercises caution, even the might of the mastermind cannot yield substantial advantage. However, Zhong Yun cannot simply overlook the situation, especially after learning the intricacies of the events. The thought that his father almost faced imprisonment ignited a fierce anger within him. This had crossed his threshold of tolerance. Zhong Yun embarked on an investigation to uncover the instigator behind this affair, focusing on the formidable Mingqing Large Equipment Company, Limited, a company boasting an impressive revenue exceeding 80 billion last year. His attention was directed towards Fu Yang, the vice president and negotiation representative of Mingqing at the time. He dispatched the surveillance drone, Bumblebee No. 1, to monitor Fu Yang around the clock. The next step was simply to wait. Regrettably, Bumblebee No. 1 was the sole unit at his disposal. Otherwise, Zhong Yun would have liked to keep an eye on the president of Mingqing as well. Zhong Yun's daily routine continued as usual. With the day off approaching, he roamed around with Tianhai during the day and had dinner dates with Lu Yunqi in the evening. After 2 days, Bumblebee No. One finally relayed some valuable information. Fu Yang had met a mysterious figure in a secluded restaurant the previous night. The enigmatic individual donned a hat that obscured their entire face, a clear indication of an intent to conceal their identity. However, in the presence of Bumblebee Number 1, such a hat was ineffective. It captured a clear image of the mysterious person. Upon seeing the photograph, Zhong Yun recognized him immediately. He had been present as part of Fu Yang's entourage on the day of the contract signing. The secrecy surrounding this individual raised suspicions. Zhong Yun handed the photograph to Chun Wan, requesting assistance in investigating the person's background. Among those he could trust and rely upon, only Chun Wan fit the bill. The results of the inquiry proved intriguing. The mysterious figure was affiliated with the Martial Arts Association, not just as an ordinary member, but as one of its staff. Did he offend you in some capacity? Chun Wan hesitated, ultimately warning Zhong Yun that it would be prudent not to provoke this individual if the matter was not of great significance, as those from the Martial Arts Association were notoriously difficult to contend with. Zhong Yun discerned the underlying message in Chun Wan's words. The influence of the Martial Arts Association was considerable, and inciting their ire could lead to considerable complications. Even the Chun family held them in high regard. Chapter 132. Clue. Rest assured, I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. I shall not act recklessly, Zhong Yun reassured. At that moment, Tian Hai, engrossed in a game, turned his head. Are you talking about the Martial Arts Association? I know quite a few people there. Zhang Xing, do you know him? Zhong Yun inquired. Zhang Xing? Tian Hai pondered for a moment, recalling a vague familiarity. He seemed to be from the operations department. I'll ask around for you. Zhong Yun scrutinized him, perplexed. Since when did you become so familiar with the Martial Arts Association? With your keen observation skills, Tian Hai retorted. Didn't you notice any changes in me since you returned? Zhong Yun rubbed his chin, scanning Tian Hai from head to toe. Well, there's a slight difference. You've grown taller. You appear fairer and perhaps a bit plumper. Go to hell, Tian Hai exclaimed, tossing a plush toy at him. Zhong Yun deftly dodged it. It's the martial arts, isn't it? No matter how careless he might be, he would not overlook the changes in his friend, especially after Tian Hai had become more adept at controlling his energy, which had heightened his sensitivity to the fluctuations within others. Nonetheless, since Tian Hai did not bring it up, Zhong Yun refrained from asking further. He respected his friend as privacy. I was supposed to teach you, but it seems you no longer need my guidance, Zhong Yun chuckled. Chun Wan interjected, this guy's been elusive for the past 6 months. I thought he was in a romantic relationship, but it turns out he was involved with the Martial Arts Association. Do you remember the last time we visited the Martial Arts Association? Tian Hai asked. I do. You left early, and I thought you were sulking, Zhong Yun laughed. It seems that was when the opportunity first arose. I was there to apprentice, Tian Hai clarified. My uncle, the 9th generation, right? Chun Wan astutely remarked. How did you know? Tian Hai queried, surprised that his master had specifically instructed him not to disclose his apprenticeship to Chun Wan, only to find out that Chun Wan was already aware. The moment I saw how your uncle looked at you, I knew he was quite taken by your potential. Coupled with your subsequent peculiar behavior, it wasn't hard to deduce. Chun Wan explained. Yet, I must admit, I didn't foresee you possessing such remarkable talent. You're nearing the 2nd level now, aren't you? Chun Wan expressed genuine happiness for his friend. It's all due to my master's exceptional guidance, Tian Hai humbly replied. Since you are well acquainted with the Martial Arts Association, this should be manageable. Please gather as much information about this individual as you can, but be discreet and avoid raising any suspicions, Zhong Yun instructed. No problem, leave it to me. Give me 2 days, Tian Hai confidently assured. With Tian Hai's status as the apprentice of the president of the Martial Arts Association's Mingzhou branch, combined with his sociable personality, he was well regarded within the organization. Although members of the operations department often had unpredictable schedules, acquiring intelligence was certainly feasible with determination. 2 days later, Tian Hai indeed uncovered several useful pieces of information, allowing Zhong Yun to devise a plan. Since a direct confrontation was ill-advised, a more subtle approach would be employed. Zhang Xing possessed a unique ability, and upon discovering the nature of this ability, Zhong Yun quickly grasped its implications during the contract signing ceremony. His power was not combat-oriented, and understanding its characteristics made the situation much simpler to navigate. Zhang Xing resided in a relatively secluded area and lived alone, further facilitating the execution of Zhong Yun's plan. One early morning, Zhang Xing returned home, his job necessitating a nocturnal schedule with late departures and early returns. Upon entering his abode, the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. His clandestine profession kept him in a constant state of anxiety, and only within the confines of his home could he find a fleeting moment of peace. He opened a bottle of beer, savoring it slowly as it quelled his nerves. After finishing a bottle, fatigue began to weigh on him. He shut the doors and windows and activated the indoor air circulation system before collapsing onto his bed, utterly drained, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Before long, the door creaked open silently, and a tall figure entered, Zhong Yun, who had been waiting patiently. He closed the door behind him, and although the room was dimly lit, he could discern the surroundings. Approaching the bedside, he gazed at the slumbering Zheng Xing, whose appearance was quite ordinary, likely in his 30s. Zheng Xing, Zhong Yun intoned, his voice a mere whisper, as if echoing from afar. The seemingly tranquil Zheng Xing stirred, his eyes snapping open, albeit with a dazed expression. "Are you Zheng Xing?" Zhong Yun inquired slowly. Zheng Xing stared blankly ahead, his gaze eventually settling on Zhong Yun's face. After a moment, he replied, "Yes." "Sit up," Zhong Yun instructed. Zheng Xing complied, sitting upright. "Where's your hometown?" Zhong Yun proceeded to ask a series of seemingly unrelated questions, aiming to cultivate Zheng Xing's compliance. This hypnotic technique had been gleaned from the Jialan database, classified as a rudimentary method. Unfortunately, Zhong Yun's own limitations rendered him incapable of employing more advanced techniques. He had previously infused the beer with a colorless and tasteless substance extracted from plants, which posed no harm to the human body and could induce a state of complete relaxation. Coupled with a form of hypnotic sound waves that were almost inaudible to the human ear, a few minutes would suffice to achieve a hypnotic effect. Zhong Yun had employed this method of hypnosis once before, although on that occasion, the subject was a ravishing young woman. While he succeeded in his objective, he found himself in quite the predicament. He felt rather guilty towards the flight attendant named Qin Kun, as she likely perceived him as a wealthy playboy who toyed with women. He could discern that this attendant had developed genuine feelings, and judging by her demeanor, her experience seemed rather limited. She was not the type to engage casually. Reflecting on the expression of indignation and embarrassment that crossed her face when he handed her an electronic check the following day, Zhong Yun felt a twinge of annoyance. He had made his intentions clear, wanting to share a night of intimacy, yet she had chosen to remain innocent. What a perplexing situation. Since then, he had not encountered the tall flight attendant again. Prior to this, Zhong Yun had not given her a second thought. Although he had exploited her, he hadn't engaged in any intimate relations. As for her wounded feelings, he deemed them not his concern. He was no moral paragon and naturally would not shoulder all responsibility. The mere thought of Qin Kun flitted through his mind, and Zhong Yun decided it was time to inquire about matters related to Mingxin Company. "Do you know Fu Yang from Mingxin Company?" "I do." Half an hour later, Zhong Yun departed from Zheng Xing's residence and walked down the street, organizing the information he had gleaned. Fu Yang had approached Zheng Xing through the Body Technique Association, due to Zheng Xing's unique ability to exchange objects over a distance. Within a 10-meter radius, he could swap an item weighing less than 1 kilogram and occupying less than 1 cubic decimeter with another object on his person. During the signing ceremony, the contract and its copies, meticulously prepared by Zhong Pingjiang, had unwittingly been substituted with another page. The same applied to the electronic contract. Additionally, Zhong Yun had learned other intriguing details. However, Zheng Xing was unaware of who orchestrated the affair. His sole responsibility was the exchange of contracts, and he was oblivious to everything else. It appeared that the situation had returned to square one, with the key still lying with Fu Yang. Nonetheless, it was now certain that Mingxin Company was indeed complicit in this deception, while the mastermind remained elusive. Yet by following this lead, it was only a matter of time before the truth would emerge. Zhong Yun refocused his investigation on Fu Yang, but for several consecutive days. Fu Yang's behavior remained entirely normal. Were it not for the 3 or 4 bodyguards who constantly accompanied him and the stringent security measures at his residence, Zhong Yun might have resorted to hypnotizing him to extract information about the puppet master. With no progress made, Zhong Yun decided to set the matter aside for the moment. After all, if the mountain won't come to him, he would let the waters flow. For revenge need not be pursued hastily. Life returned to a tranquil state. His father's company was thriving with the Zhong stabilizer and Yun alloy as its 2 formidable engines of profit. The thwarted schemer seemed to retract their claws for the time being, yet Zhong Yun remained aware that they would inevitably reveal their fangs towards Zhong machinery again. And he awaited that day. Xiao Ruo's visits to his home had become increasingly frequent, prompting Zhong Yun to adjust his mindset and regard her as a sister, leading them to genuinely resemble a pair of siblings. His relationship with Lu Yunqi had taken a significant leap forward on the night of Zhong Yun's birthday. He successfully claimed her first kiss, officially tearing down the barrier and solidifying their bond. They were in a blissful phase of intimacy, Tianhai and Chenwen being quite astute. refrained from intruding upon them, allowing the couple to indulge in their sweet world of romance. Aside from spending time with Lu Yunqi, Zhong Yun dedicated most of his hours to the 901st floor of Mingzhu Building, where he conversed with Yu Daoqing, who had traveled to numerous countries and possessed a wealth of knowledge, greatly enriching Zhong Yun's understanding. Before long, for months had passed, and the students, including Zhong Yun, were greeted with another long holiday. On the very first night of the break, an unexpected guest arrived at Zhong Yun's home. Zhong Yun, it seems you indeed survived. At the door stood Yang Xiqing, his gaze sharp as he regarded Zhong Yun. He had just returned from the border, and, after visiting Old Huang, was eager to seek out Zhong Yun. Pouring him a cup of tea, Zhong Yun mused on how fortunate he was. Knowing Yang Xiqing's true identity, Zhong Yun did not believe that his status as a survivor of the Jialan Star could escape the man's notice. Given Yang Tianlia's position in the military, it was likely that the old marshal had forgiven him. Otherwise, how could he have been so boldly employed by the military? If that were the case, Yang Yunrong would surely be aware as well. By the way, please don't divulge this to anyone. I've explained that I slipped away from the Jialan Star. Zhong Yun advised him. Yang Xiqing promptly agreed, as he had been insistent on Zhong Yun boarding the Jialan Star and had long harbored feelings of guilt. Although Zhong Yun had ultimately escaped death, he had endured considerable hardship. After reminiscing for a while, Yang Xiqing recalled an old friend's reminder. By the way, Old Huang wanted me to ask how those few pots of flowers are doing. Chapter 133, Exquisite Flowers. Upon hearing Yang Xiqing's inquiry, Zhong Yun replied, "Rest assured, Old Huang. I've nearly finished with the flowers. They're in the back garden, and they should bloom just in time for the International Flower Exhibition. However, there is a minor issue." "What issue?" Yang Xiqing inquired. "Caring for these flowers requires a few specific techniques, and I would like Old Huang to send a gardener to teach him how to tend to them," Zhong Yun explained. In reality, filming a panoramic video was not out of the question, but the narration would be quite complex, as each flower possessed unique characteristics. Moreover, due to the brief time frame, Zhong Yun had employed special methods to hasten their growth, forcing them to mature prematurely. Thus, they required meticulous care, including regular massages for the flowers. "I will convey that to him," Yang Xiqing remarked. Seeing Zhong Yun in good health lifted his spirits, and he appeared markedly different. "I heard you have a beautiful girlfriend?" Yang Xiqing inquired casually. "You know about that too?" Zhong Yun feigned surprise. "Perhaps one day I can introduce her to you?" "No need for that," Yang Xiqing chuckled, shaking his head. "With your discerning taste, she must resemble a celestial being. You know I have high standards?" Zhong Yun silently mused, inwardly criticizing the man for shamelessly praising his own niece. After a brief visit, Yang Xiqing took his leave, burdened with an array of official duties. With his parents working overtime and Tianhai off to see his master, while Chunwen had gone on a date and Lu Yunqi had returned to her hometown, Zhong Yun found himself destined to spend the evening alone. Just as he contemplated finding a movie to pass the time, another unexpected guest arrived at his home. "President, what brings you here?" The visitor was Gong Yao, a member of the Sculpture Association, someone Zhong Yun had never anticipated would come to his residence. "I hope I'm not interrupting," she said, standing gracefully in a flowing pink dress under the moonlight, her long hair billowing in the evening breeze, captivatingly beautiful. "I haven't even had the chance to welcome you. Please come in." Zhong Yun's heart raced, yet his expression remained composed. As Gong Yao entered the house, she curiously inspected her surroundings. "Your home has quite an elegant style," she remarked. "Come, have a cup of tea." Zhong Yun had already prepared a pot of tea. Gong Yao took it and jested, "I hope it doesn't contain anything peculiar." "Rest assured, I have added ample ingredients," Zhong Yun replied with utmost seriousness. Gong Yao covered her mouth with a laugh, causing some tea to spill. "Ouch," she exclaimed, hastily placing the teacup on the table and vigorously shaking her fingers. "Are you all right?" The freshly brewed tea was quite hot, and Zhong Yun quickly rushed over to grasp her hand. Noticing that two of her delicate fingers had turned red from the burn, he sighed in relief that the injury was not severe. He led her to the kitchen and rinsed her injured fingers under cool water. "Does it still hurt?" Gong Yao bit her lip and nodded pitifully. "Yes, it does." "It seems you are indeed a pampered young lady," Zhong Yun chuckled, "getting burned by hot water to this extent. Your skin is rather tender." "Are you praising me or mocking me?" Gong Yao pouted in dissatisfaction. "That depends on your interpretation," Zhong Yun mused, thinking it was sufficient. He removed his hand and walked towards the living room. "However, I have little hope in your comprehension skills. You could just straightforwardly say I'm foolish." "Instead of being so roundabout," Gong Yao remarked, furrowing her brow again as she left the cool water, her fingers beginning to throb painfully once more. "It appears you possess some self-awareness after all." Zhong Yun guided her to sit on the sofa, fetching a first aid kit and a clean towel. "It's not beyond saving yet." "Hey, Why do you always belittle me? I am your president and senior. Gong Yao emphasized the words president and senior with great weight, allowing him to dry her wet hands. Senior? Zhongyun paused, glancing at her. I believe you are younger than I am. What year were you born? Gong Yao asked somewhat nervously, recalling that she had skipped a grade in middle school, realizing their ages were quite similar. I was born in the year 20 of the new calendar. Zhongyun replied casually while retrieving burn ointment from the kit. The new calendar began from the year they advanced to a medium-level civilization, marking that year as year 1 of the new calendar. This year was year 37 of the new calendar, and Zhongyun had just celebrated his 17th birthday. What month? Gong Yao inquired further. Are you checking my household registration? Zhongyun retorted with mild irritation. January. You're lying. Gong Yao scoffed. It's obviously November. How dare you deceive me about January? Oh, how do you know my birthday is in November? Zhongyun, poised to spray the burn ointment on her wound, paused at her question, turning to look at her with curiosity. Gong Yao's face flushed, her gaze flickering as she averted her eyes. I just guessed. After a moment of hesitation, she snapped, Are you deliberately taking your time with the ointment, trying to take advantage of me? With that, she jerked her hand away. Zhongyun had still been holding her hand, and as Gong Yao suddenly pulled away, his nail grazed over her burned middle finger, tearing away a layer of skin. Gong Yao instantly cried out in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks as blood gushed from the wound, staining her entire hand red. Zhongyun was taken aback and hurriedly grabbed a hemostatic spray from the kit, applying it liberally to her injury. Gong Yao clutched his arm tightly, clearly in agony, tears glistening in her eyes. The bleeding quickly subsided, and though a small chunk of skin had been scraped off, the injury was not severe enough to warrant a hospital visit. Gong Yao only glanced at the wound once before nearly fainting, tears cascading down her face as she leaned her forehead against Zhongyun's shoulder, sobbing heartily. It's all right. This will heal in 2 to 3 days, Zhongyun comforted softly. What if it leaves a scar? Gong Yao's voice was thick with a nasal tone. So ugly, I don't want that. As she lamented, her sobs grew even more heart-wrenching. Feeling a headache coming on, Zhongyun realized he bore some responsibility for her injury. Shall I take you to the hospital? After a simple bandaging, Zhongyun accompanied her to a nearby hospital. While the doctor treated her wound, Gong Yao incessantly inquired whether it would leave a scar. The doctors here were quite professional and patient, reassuring her, this is just a minor injury. As long as you take care, there won't be any trace left behind. After leaving the hospital, Zhongyun escorted her back home and, upon returning to his own residence, suddenly remembered, what was it that Gong Yao wanted from him? They were merely classmates in the same association, which only held 2 classes a week, and they were not particularly close. Why had she suddenly come to his home? However, this question was swiftly cast aside as he received a call from Yu Daoqing, who mentioned he wanted to introduce someone to him the next day. The following morning, just as Zhongyun was preparing to leave, he received a call from Old Huang. I've sent a gardener over. They should be arriving at your place shortly. Zhongyun had merely intended to step out to buy a few items, nothing urgent, so he decided to wait at home. Before long, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a young woman in her 20s, quite lovely, a stark contrast to the image of a gardener that Zhongyun had conjured in his mind. Is this the residence of teacher Zhongyun? The girl was quite polite, but her words made Zhongyun question whether she had come to the wrong place. There is indeed someone named Zhongyun here, but he is not a teacher. That's correct. I am looking for teacher Zhongyun, the girl clarified. Zhongyun scrutinized her, wondering if Old Huang had failed to convey the details clearly. Did Old Huang send you here? The girl responded respectfully, yes, but her expression suggested this respect was not directed at him, but rather at the mention of Old Huang. Please come in. Zhongyun led her to the backyard. Is teacher Zhongyun not here? The girl looked around, seemingly attempting to find any trace of him, and then her next words nearly made Zhongyun burst into laughter. Are you teacher Zhongyun's grandson? Zhongyun couldn't help but smile, feeling both amused and exasperated, and chose to ignore her. As he opened the door to the backyard, he found a makeshift stand adorned with a dozen pots of flowers. Wow! The 9 stars accompanying the moon. Upon seeing the first pot of flowers, the girl squealed in excitement. The 9 stars accompanying the moon was not well known in Dabo, primarily due to its long-lost cultivation methods. However, as a professional gardener, recognizing this flower at first glance was not surprising. Baby's breath. The girl felt as though her breath had been stolen. This was not the same baby's breath found on Earth. It was an exceedingly rare flower, historically regarded as divine, appearing only during the agricultural era and lost due to the changes in dynasties. The baby's breath plant is quite large, with lush branches and leaves. And historical records state that it can bloom 36 flowers of different colors simultaneously, adorning the entire plant like a sky full of stars, hence its name. This flower had no connection to the Jialan civilization. The seeds had been obtained from Yudaoqing. It turned out that the reason for the loss of the baby's breath was the disappearance of its cultivation methods. If not grown correctly, the baby's breath would merely develop into an ordinary small tree, not extinct. Thus, seed could still be procured. Zhong Yun approached it with a spirit of experimentation. However, Xiaoling was indeed extraordinary. After analyzing the seedlings of the baby's breath, she suggested attempting the unique method used to revive the crystal rose for Yang Xiqing. The results were indeed effective, with the growth of the baby's breath mirroring the descriptions perfectly. The girl's ability to instantly recognize the starry sky caught Zhong Yun somewhat off guard, considering it was an artifact from ancient times, with no complete photographs remaining. The nine-tiered lotus. The girl felt as if she were on the brink of fainting from happiness. The rarity of a nine-tiered lotus was on par with the two previous flowers. It evolved from ordinary lotus flowers, and, upon blooming, its petals always formed 9 distinct layers. A sight of breathtaking beauty, hence its name. These 3 flowers were nothing short of legendary treasures, their rarity surpassing even that of the pot of 7 fairies from the Fair Flower Garden. As a flower enthusiast, the girl's excitement at the sight of these mythical blooms was palpable. Zhong Yun observed her dreamlike expression, rendered momentarily speechless. It seemed she was indeed a fervent aficionado of flora. Chapter 134. A Visitor from Afar. There were several points to note regarding the care of these flowers. Zhong Yun approached the shelf and pointed to the 3 pots perched atop it, instructing her that these flowers would henceforth be under her care. Although she was a professional florist, she had certainly never encountered such specimens. The girl nodded eagerly, her face flushed with excitement. By the way, what is your name? Su Guanming. After dedicating half an hour to imparting the intricate details of caring for these 3 pots, he emphasized that, being artificially matured, they were even more delicate than usual, thus requiring even greater attention. Do you have any further questions? After demonstrating the process, Zhong Yun inquired. Su Guanming shook her head, affirming that she had taken note of everything. Very well, you may now return. Come back tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Zhong Yun brushed the dirt from his hands and dismissed her. Su Guanming queried with a hint of anticipation. Will teacher Zhong Yun be here tomorrow? After sending off the peculiar girl, Zhong Yun stepped outside. For the past few months, he had either been accompanied by Chun, Winnie Anhai, or Lu Yunqi, and it had been quite some time since he had ventured out alone. Hesitating over whether to call Xiao Ruo to join him, he thought of Yunqi and dismissed the idea. Strolling alone could be quite pleasant as well. With students on holiday, the streets were noticeably busier, teeming with young couples. After a brief period of wandering, Zhong Yun found his interest waning and settled into a beverage lounge, relishing the moment's tranquility while listening to an unknown yet beautiful melody. Suddenly, his pocket vibrated. Upon retrieving his portable computer, he discovered a message from Xiaoling. The second batch of humans, totaling 20,000, has arrived at Jialan Star from the Omi National Bank. Additionally, there was exhilarating news. The world tree had sprouted. What a remarkable feat. It had taken over 4 months to germinate. To grow into a seedling would require approximately a year and a half. And to mature into a full-grown tree would necessitate 50 years. Fortunately, the seedling would begin secreting tree sap, which would coincide perfectly with his body techniques reaching the 9th tier, making the ascent to the 10th tier a natural progression. A year prior, during his first visit to Jialan Star, he had inquired with Xiao Ling about reaching the 10th tier, to which she had replied that it would take 2.5 years. It appeared he had already been strategizing at that time. The beverage lounge was bustling, and despite the transparent protective glass shielding the pedestrian street, maintaining the most comfortable temperature for humans, many young women still donned light attire, even in the winter chill. Across from Zhong Yun sat a striking girl, her skirt so short that a glimpse of her underwear was almost visible. However, he was not particularly drawn to that type. His gaze drifted to another table where a girl with long hair wore a white camisole paired with a flowing fabric skirt. While not conventionally stunning, she possessed a certain charm, perhaps due to the advancement of civilization, the abundance of living conditions, and the brilliance of medicine. One could hardly find an unattractive person in Dao. Anyone chosen randomly from the street could be deemed beautiful by Earth S standards. Natural imperfections were no longer a concern, as correcting them was quite manageable with contemporary medical advancements. Even obesity was not an issue, thanks to minimally invasive green weight loss medications and devices that allowed individuals to shed pounds at will. Of course, most individuals merely possess symmetrical features, while truly exceptional beauty was a rarity. The likes of Xiao Ruo, Qin Kun, and Gong Yao stood out among the elite, always garnering high rates of attention wherever they went. As for Lu Yunqi, whose beauty could bring nations to ruin. Zhong Yun had only encountered 2 women in his lifetime who matched her caliber. One was the currently renowned and extraordinarily popular diva, Ming Yunhue. Though he had never seen her in person, Tian Hai, a fan, had collected stunning, candid photos of her during her school years, which were truly breathtaking. The second was Yu Daoqing, whose beauty was exquisitely flawless, akin to an unprecedented and valuable work of art. In her presence, Zhong Yun always felt a sense of trepidation, as if a single misstep could shatter her. There were also 2 exceptionally unique individuals, even more beautiful than Xiao Ruo and her peers, yet lacking something that placed them between the 2 tiers. One was Dong Wan, who had once served as the receptionist at Zhong's machinery and was now Zhong Yun's homeroom teacher. She adhered firmly to her principles, preferring to remain a front desk attendant than to compromise herself for the sake of her dreams. Yet, Zhong Yun could see through her, recognizing her as a fragile girl deserving of compassion. The other was Shuilin, a female doctor at the base. Upon first seeing her, Zhong Yun thought he had encountered an angel. He had never beheld such a pure face, pristine and unblemished. Every glance at her seemed to calm the turbulence within him. The ringing of his phone pulled Zhong Yun from his reverie. It was Yu Daoqing calling to urge him. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly mealtime. He settled the bill and left the beverage lounge, aware of the alluring glances from the girl across the table. Each time he entered the Mingzhu building, he encountered many curious gazes to which he had grown accustomed. Occasionally, he would meet a few familiar faces in the VIP elevator who would engage him in conversation. He would always respond by stating that he was a staff member. Upon reaching the 900th floor, Zhong Yun unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. The elevator to the 901st floor was adjacent to the general manager's office, and, as Zhong Yun rounded a corner, he spotted O Feng and Yang Xiqing entering the office, appearing quite amiable. Wasn't Yang Xiqing supposed to be preoccupied with a multitude of official duties? Puzzled, Zhong Yun stepped into the elevator, though the feeling of confusion was fleeting. Given Yang Xiqing's previous position, her familiarity with O Feng was not particularly surprising. Suddenly, a startling possibility crossed Zhong Yun's mind. Yang Xiqing, Yu Daoqing? He stood frozen, grappling with the notion that the two could somehow be connected. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Before he could contemplate further, the elevator came to a halt. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his curiosity, deciding to inquire later. The lobby remained as spacious as ever. Just as Zhong Yun approached the door, it swung open, revealing Yu Daoqing alongside an unfamiliar young man. "Allow me to introduce you," Yu Daoqing said, gesturing toward the young man. "This is Sir Vincent from the Shada Empire, also a compatriot of ours from Jialan." Vincent was clearly of Caucasian descent, with sharply defined features and a head of lightly curled brown hair, exuding a refined charm that was instantly likable. "This is my newly encountered compatriot, Zhong Yun." Yu Daoqing introduced Vincent in a language that Zhong Yun had never heard before. Seeing him extend his hand enthusiastically, Zhong Yun, despite not understanding his words, managed to smile and shook his hand. Yu Daoqing was well prepared, presenting Zhong Yun with a small automatic translator that resembled a discreet earpiece, easily overlooked when worn. With it, Zhong Yun could finally communicate with Vincent, the foreigner. "I am deeply saddened to hear about the unfortunate accident involving your country's spaceship that participated in our youth martial arts competition last year," Vincent remarked gravely. Zhong Yun glanced at Yu Daoqing, noticing his subtle shake of the head, indicating he had not revealed his own participation in the competition. "Thank you for your concern," Zhong Yun replied courteously. "Zhong, you can't be more than 20 this year, can you?" Vincent inquired. "I just celebrated my 17th birthday," Zhong Yun responded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with being addressed as Zhong brother in such a peculiar tone, attributing it to the translator's quirks. "Oh my goodness," Vincent exclaimed dramatically, "if I'm not mistaken. Your martial arts have already reached level 7. Has the martial arts level in Davo risen to such heights?" Zhong Yun was unsure of his own level, as he had not been to the Martial Arts Association for an assessment. He had been continuously improving without encountering any obstacles or bottlenecks, so he was genuinely perplexed about his exact ranking. "Sir Vincent, you flatter me too much," Zhong Yun said, displaying modesty. "We are compatriots, so there is no need for formality. Just call me Vincent," he replied warmly. "Is Vincent here in Davao for the International Floral Exhibition?" Zhong Yun inquired, following the flow of conversation. "Indeed, it is a grand event in the cultural sphere of the Omi Galaxy," Vincent said with a smile. Zhong Yun found it hard to see the connection between flowers and culture, yet acknowledged that it was indeed a significant occasion. He had learned from the news that over 50 countries had already arrived in Davao, even though the exhibition was still a month away. This was likely the busiest time for journalists, as they needed to conduct comprehensive reports on each country they covered, including its location, distance from Davao, and how long it had been classified as a mid-level civilization. It was an excellent opportunity to enhance public knowledge of interstellar affairs. The International Floral Exhibition was held once every decade. Speaking of which, your country must have made considerable efforts to secure the hosting rights, Vincent remarked with a smile. Zhongyun looked at Yudeaking in surprise, noticing her smile and lack of contradiction, pondering her significant influence. By the way, Zhongyun, do you play with mechas? Vincent shifted the topic. I've only played in online games, Zhongyun chuckled, explaining that mechas were regulated items that ordinary citizens rarely had access to. What a pity, Vincent said, shaking his head in disappointment. You are at the perfect age. With the right training, your future achievements could be boundless. Zhongyun smiled slightly, unconvinced. No matter how formidable a mecha was, one could only pilot one at a time, limiting its power. Training was indeed necessary, but focusing all his energy on that seemed unwise. Battleships were the true path to glory. Imagining commanding a fleet of thousands of interstellar warships stirred his blood with excitement. After enjoying lunch together, the trio continued their conversation until Vincent checked the time, realizing it was time to return, lest they worry. He stood up, and before leaving, handed Zhongyun a card, saying, "Come find me when you have time. I will be here until the exhibition concludes." "Certainly," Zhongyun replied eagerly as a woman dressed like a secretary escorted Vincent away. "That foreign friend is quite warm-hearted," Zhongyun remarked with a smile. "That is because you have the qualifications." Yudeaking shook her head, advising him that such individuals only respect true strength. Without it, they wouldn't spare you a glance. "What strength do I possess?" Zhongyun laughed. Yudeaking's expression suddenly turned peculiar as she studied him for a while before saying, "You aren't pretending, are you? If someone heard you say that, they would surely accuse you of boasting." Zhongyun shrugged. "What is there to boast about? It's just level 7 martial arts. Don't think I am oblivious. There are plenty of people above level 7 in the Martial Arts Association." "True, but show me one who is under 18 years old at level 7, Yudeaking replied, both amused and exasperated. "Indeed, with your current abilities, you may not catch Vincent's eye. He values your potential for the future. Let us change the subject. I have something I wish to ask you," Zhongyun said, redirecting the conversation. "What is it?" Yudeaking lazily reclined on the sofa, her bare feet resting beneath her, the silk of her long skirt pulled up to her knees, revealing a slender, pale calf. Zhongyun discreetly shifted his gaze from her leg and asked, "Do you know someone named Yang Xiqing, around 50 years old?" Had it not been for Chunwon's mention, Zhongyun would have found it hard to believe that Yang Xiqing was only 50. He had thought he appeared much older during their previous encounters. By the way, he has a crystal rose he cherishes like life itself. He calls it Qingqing, Zhongyun added. Yudeaking pondered for a moment before finally shaking her head. "I do not know him. Are you truly unfamiliar?" Zhongyun locked eyes with her. "Why would I lie to you?" Yudeaking chuckled, then looked at him curiously. "Why do you ask?" This question momentarily caught Zhongyun off guard. Indeed, why inquire? Perhaps it was out of curiosity. He recognized that Yang Xiqing was deeply infatuated with that Qingqing, having harbored a love for 20 years, even betraying his own family for her. Moreover, the name had sparked associations in his mind. "If what you say is true, his devotion is indeed moving," Yudeaking said, her expression tinged with admiration. Women often had little immunity to such selfless love. Zhongyun hesitated before asking, "How old are you this year?" It was considered impolite to inquire about a lady's age. Yudeaking looked at him with a playful smile. "Can't I even tell you?" Zhongyun pressed. Yudeaking merely smiled. With no response forthcoming, Zhongyun felt helpless. Judging by her appearance, she seemed no older than 25, and factoring in her maintenance, she likely did not exceed 30. 20 years ago, she would have been just a girl of around 10. Thus, it stood to reason that she had no connection to Yang Xiqing. Realizing this, Zhongyun chuckled at himself, recognizing he had been overly sensitive, leading to his wild speculations. "Would you like to try piloting a mecha yourself?" Yudeaking suddenly asked, astonishing him. Zhongyun stared at her in disbelief. "You cannot be serious. Do you wish to give it a try?" Yudeaking repeated. "Yes," Zhongyun responded, excitement bubbling within him. "You truly can let me pilot a mecha? A real mecha, not a virtual one?" "Of course, it's genuine." When, seeing that she was not jesting, Zhongyun's enthusiasm surged. What boy had not dreamed of piloting a mecha in his youth? To actually step inside and take control was the greatest dream of his childhood. "What does tomorrow hold?" "Tomorrow, I shall take you to my mech base." Yudeaking noticed that he was quite intrigued, and she felt a sense of joy within. "Your mech base?" Zhongyun exclaimed, seemingly underestimating her stature as the president of the Jialan Alliance. "Are you affiliated with the military?" "I have some connections." Though the military does not directly oversee me, Yu Daoqing replied nonchalantly. It appears I have encountered a remarkable individual, Zhongyun exaggerated tut. Even the military is beneath your notice. The following day, a young florist named Su Guaning arrived punctually at Zhongyun's residence. Observing her work firsthand and noting no issues, he remarked, "It seems you have mastered it quite well. In a few days, I shall deliver these exquisite pots of flowers to Old Huang, so there will be no need for you to come over." Su Guaning felt a flicker of disappointment. Not only would she miss seeing these rare treasures for the next few days, but she also lamented the absence of her esteemed teacher, Zhongyun, sending her away. Zhongyun found it rather amusing, wondering how Old Huang could have described him as an old man. Informing his parents of his plans to travel for a few days, and having notified Tianhai and the others of his departure, Zhongyun arrived at Mingzhou port with his luggage. Upon reaching the entrance, a guide approached him. They traversed a special passage, leading Zhongyun to a small spacecraft's landing bay. The vessel was approximately 1/5 the size of the Mars ship, emblazoned with the Daver insignia. Although Daver rarely interacted with other nations and boasted 13 administrative planets, along with hundreds of resource planets, its space travel capabilities were notably advanced. The port served not only as a landing and takeoff point for spacecraft, but also facilitated passenger transfers, cargo loading and unloading, and acted as a supply station for resources and energy. Upon boarding the ship, Zhongyun was escorted by 2 staff members to the largest cabin, where Yu Daoqing awaited. As they settled into the spacecraft, Zhongyun pondered whether he would feel any trepidation. Yu Daoqing lounged in a recliner, showing no inclination to rise as Zhongyun arrived. He casually selected a chair, and upon hearing her question, he replied nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? At worst, we can enjoy another sojourn on the primitive star." Yu Daoqing giggled, her amber eyes sparkling. "What of your Mars ship? I trust you haven't left it at Mingzhou port as well, in a very secure location?" He assured her. "You are indeed mysterious," she smiled. "That Mars ship must be a product of advanced civilization, I presume." Noticing his silence, she continued, "Now that I think of it, during all those days aboard that ship, I never encountered a single crew member. Your captain must enforce a strict regimen." Zhongyun's thoughts were stirred. He had not realized that there were no crew members aboard the Mars ship, making it entirely automated. "You flatter me," he replied vaguely. Just then, a meticulous older man entered, followed by a group of individuals. "I am the captain of this vessel, and I shall be in command for this journey," the old man stated, delivering a few formalities before bowing to Yu Daoqing. "Miss, although you frequently traverse the cosmos, I must clarify a few customary protocols. Please proceed. You are the captain, and I shall heed your command once we are airborne." Yu Daoqing nodded in understanding. "Thank you for your consideration, Miss," the captain replied, straightening his posture and solemnly outlined the important regulations. Zhongyun recalled a similar procedure when he boarded the Tongwang Star. It was said to be a customary ritual before departure. However, the captain of the Tongwang Star paled in comparison to this one, despite being somewhat verbose. The elder instilled a sense of security. Such a captain was deserving of trust. After outlining the protocols, the captain bowed once more to Yu Daoqing before leading his entourage away. This was merely a short flight, unlikely to pose any danger, yet Zhongyun, ever cautious, deployed Bumblebee No. 3 to accompany them for safety. Bumblebee No. 1 was a microscopic espionage robot. Bumblebee No. 2 served as a small landing pod, which Zhongyun had first used aboard the Mars ship. Bumblebee No. 3 resembled a small spacecraft akin to a lifeboat. 2 days later, the spacecraft safely arrived at Yu Daoqing's secret base, nestled on a satellite of a remote star system. Upon landing, Zhongyun was astounded by Yu Daoqing's financial prowess. "You established this?" He marveled, gazing at her. "I frequently need to travel to other nations by spaceship to ensure my safety. It is worth investing whatever it takes to cultivate trustworthy mech engineers," Yu Daoqing explained. As they descended into the living quarters, Zhongyun looked up at the reflective transparent shield towering hundreds of meters above. This not only sealed the area to prevent the atmosphere from leaking into space, but it also served as a robust protective barrier, over 3 meters thick, capable of withstanding an attack of 2,000 energy units for half an hour. Standing on the metallic floor, Zhongyun felt no sense of lightness. It was evident that the entire living area maintained standard gravity for human habitation. Upon receiving news of the young lady's arrival, the base manager and key members awaited them early on. Yu Daoqing exchanged pleasantries and offered encouragement to the base members before proceeding to the accommodation with their company. As a guest, Zhongyun's quarters were adjacent to Yu Daoqing's, which was quite accommodating. He settled into his room, reaching out to Xiao Ling to assure her of his safety. Since the previous incident, He had learned to carry a communicator for correspondence with Xiaoling. In truth, traveling by spaceship was not tiring at all, aside from some inconvenience in movement. It was akin to being on land, complete with virtual networks to pass the time, albeit without internet access. Just as he concluded his conversation with Xiaoling, the doorbell rang. It was Yu Daoqing. Are you adjusting well? She inquired, surveying the room and nodding in apparent satisfaction with its amenities. What could possibly be uncomfortable? Do you think this is my first time leaving Volstar? That is good to hear. Yu Daoqing's gaze shifted playfully. Staying in a room can be rather stifling. Would you like to take a stroll? Yes, I was just thinking the same, Zhong Yun replied, rising and heading towards the door. Let me introduce you to the base. The two walked side by side out of the building, wandering aimlessly. The structures within the base were large and boxy, lacking in aesthetic appeal, yet remarkably sturdy. The base appeared quite empty, and Zhong Yun inquired, are the base members all training? Not entirely, Yu Daoqing chuckled. It is currently a break time, and to conserve energy, there is no heating outdoors. It is rather chilly. Zhong Yun removed his gloves, offering them to her. Within the base, the protective shield mitigated harmful radiation, allowing for a more casual attire than aboard the ship. Yu Daoqing found it cumbersome and had opted not to wear gloves when leaving. Yu Daoqing flashed him a sweet smile and continued. This base was originally constructed to accommodate 50,000 individuals. However, as of now, it only houses 2,000, which accounts for the remarkable spaciousness. Due to the satellite's lack of rotation, one side is perpetually bathed in daylight while the other is shrouded in eternal darkness, with certain regions experiencing both day and night. The base is situated in one of these transitional zones. However, the cycle of day and night is erratic, and it just so happens to be night at this moment. Within the base, a lamp illuminates the vicinity every 100 meters, flickering to life as darkness descends. Rain Daoqing would explain these peculiar structures to Zhong Yun whenever they encountered them. For instance, the tall, slender object protruding beyond the protective shield was a reconnaissance device, utilized for scouting enemy movements and maintaining external communication. This scene felt oddly familiar to Zhong Yun, who suddenly sighed after wandering for a while. Rain Daoqing, of course, remembered. It reminded her of their time in the primitive tribe on that primordial planet, and she smiled at the recollection, recognizing it as an unforgettable experience. Speaking of which, you were quite formidable back then, sending those monsters fleeing in terror. It's hard to reconcile that image with the delicate demeanor you exhibit now. Zhong Yun chuckled at the memory of her paint-smeared face. Well, since you dare to say that, Rain Daoqing retorted, reaching out to twist his ear playfully. A display of youthful irreverence. Zhong Yun swiftly grasped her hand, remarking on her audacity. Once we step outside, others would surely mistake you for my younger sister. Do you believe that? Nonsense. Rain Daoqing scolded lightly, though her eyes sparkled with delight, clearly appreciating his words. Let me hear you call me brother, Zhong Yun pressed further. You're insufferable. Rain Daoqing shot him a playful glare. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed the entirety of the base, albeit not visiting every corner, merely following the main thoroughfare for a cursory glance. Zhong Yun estimated the base to encompass roughly 1,000 square kilometers, with structures sparsely distributed and much of the land left open, often cultivated with vegetation. Regrettably, they had yet to catch sight of any mechs. According to Rain Daoqing, all mechs were housed in storage for maintenance, and they would not be visible until the following day. Having explored sufficiently, they each returned to their quarters to rest. The next morning, Zhong Yun was abruptly awakened by a resounding bell. Checking the time, he realized it was only 5 in the morning. Here, distinguishing between day and night was challenging, as one had to rely on the clock to avoid confusion. While pondering the unusual hour, a knock sounded at the door. It was Rain Daoqing's personal assistant, summoning him for breakfast. Zhong Yun followed her outside, where Rain Daoqing was already waiting. Good morning, she greeted. Are we having breakfast outside? Zhong Yun inquired. They walked side by side, with 2 or 3 female assistants trailing behind. Rain Daoqing explained that all base members were required to dine in the cafeteria, and her position was no exception. This was indeed an intriguing regulation. It reminded Zhong Yun of the camaraderie shared during military training in college. It was established by the previous leader, Captain Liu, Rain Daoqing mentioned. The cafeteria was quite a distance from their living quarters, and the base's administrator, Captain Gu, had thoughtfully arranged for a vehicle to transport them. Due to the limited space, shuttles were not utilized. Instead, they relied on 4-wheeled sports cars. The vehicle bore a striking resemblance to a Hummer from Zhong Yun's past life, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Along the way, they encountered a group of base members, marching in an orderly fashion as they jogged towards the cafeteria. Upon seeing the vehicle, they instinctively stepped aside, Zhongyun glanced at Rain Daoqing, remarking, "Your mech operators exhibit excellent discipline, akin to a military unit. Who would dare compare with the military?" Rain Daoqing humbly retorted, though pride gleamed in her eyes. Upon arriving at the cafeteria and waiting a few minutes for all members to gather, Captain Gu issued the command to commence the meal. "Is this your first encounter with mechs?" inquired by Yuan, the mech operator assigned by Captain Gu to instruct Zhongyun. He was a clean-cut, refined young man, likely in his mid-20s, with hair parted down the middle, reminiscent of a studious roommate from Zhongyun's university days, who had consistently earned scholarships. "Yes," Zhongyun replied honestly. "Is that so?" Bai Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, "Follow me." He led Zhongyun to a warehouse door, opening it to reveal a humanoid mech, kneeling on the ground and towering approximately 6 to 7 meters high. The mech's surface was devoid of any paint, exuding a stark, cold silver sheen. Zhongyun felt a surge of excitement. He was finally face-to-face with an authentic mech. "This is a training mech for beginners. All weapons have been removed, and it cannot fly," Bai Yuan explained, noticing the flicker of disappointment on Zhongyun's face. "Every mech operator begins with such a training mech. The legendary mech, Fai Fong, also started here. Don't underestimate this training mech. Mastering it is no easy feat. Come, let us give it a try," Bai Yuan urged. "We?" Zhongyun asked, bewildered. "Of course we. It's dangerous for a novice like you to operate a mech alone. I must supervise," Bai Yuan replied matter-of-factly. The cockpit of the mech was located in its chest area. Bai Yuan guided Zhongyun to stand on the mech's open palm, ensuring he was steady. "Training mech number 4, activate," Bai Yuan commanded. No sooner had he spoken than the mech sprang to life, lifting Zhongyun and Bai Yuan to its chest. The thick chest plate swiftly opened, allowing Bai Yuan to step inside, with Zhongyun following closely behind. The cockpit could accommodate 2 individuals, with Zhongyun positioned at the front and Bai Yuan at the rear. "Don't move just yet," Bai Yuan instructed, maneuvering the mech to an open area. The cockpit's shock absorption system was exceptional. As the mech sprinted, Zhongyun felt no vibrations, his head, body, and feet securely restrained, leaving only his hands free. Before him were 6 displays arranged in a 2x3 grid, and it took him a moment to comprehend that they showed the surroundings of the mech from 6 different perspectives. The combined visuals were quite disorienting. As the mech came to a halt, Bai Yuan's voice resonated to adeptly control a mech. "You must master 152 fundamental commands and several thousand composite commands. Not only must you understand them, but you must also integrate these commands into your instincts. Let us begin the lesson." Bai Yuan's tone grew more authoritative. "To achieve this, practice is essential. Do you understand?" "Understood," Zhongyun responded loudly, a habit cultivated during his time at Yang Xiqing's base. Pleased with his attitude, Bai Yuan softened his voice now. "I will teach you a few basic commands." Upon speaking, a keyboard-like interface appeared before Zhongyun, adorned with 30 to 40 keys, none of which he recognized. There are a total of 45 keys on the controller, and all commands are executed through these keys. You must familiarize yourself with each one, to the point where you could press them with your eyes closed. "Understood," Zhongyun affirmed, thinking to himself, "Isn't this akin to touch typing? Is operating a mech really like playing a game?" In truth, it was vastly different. Chapter 137. An Uncommon Man. Bai Yuan taught him several basic commands, which were quite simple. Lift left leg, bend knee, lower, lift right leg, bend knee, lower. This is rather cumbersome, Zhongyun thought, feeling overwhelmed. 6 commands for just a couple of steps. How many commands would be required for a full battle? This is simply unimaginable. I fear that it will not be long before my fingers are rendered useless. The mechas designed for actual combat, of course, differ significantly from those meant for practice, as the commands are generally not as finely detailed. Bai Yuan chuckled, noting that the more intricate the commands, the more agile the mechas become, offering a distinct advantage in battle. For a novice, establishing a solid foundation is paramount. The sturdier the base, the greater the potential for future development. For every mecha is inextricably linked to this framework. Thus, every beginner's instructor will emphasize the necessity of mastering the most fundamental commands, ensuring that they solidify their foundation from the very outset. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhongyun felt a sense of relief as he commenced his practice. And once he had become proficient, Bai Yuan taught him several additional commands. Zhongyun was thoroughly enjoying himself. The morning passed in a delightful blur, and had it not been for Bai Yuan's urging, he would have wished to continue his play. Unbeknownst to him, by the end of the morning, he had mastered over 20 commands, and walking, even jogging, presented no challenge. Bai Yuan praised his progress effusively, exclaiming, "Your aptitude is truly remarkable." In just half a day, you can control the mecha to run. His commendations were not mere flattery due to the presence of the young lady. They were heartfelt. Becoming a mecha operator is no simple feat. Mastering commands does not equate to proficiently controlling a mecha. Otherwise, anyone could become a mecha operator. To excel as a mecha master demands extraordinary talent. The mecha has a reaction time, and the speed at which commands are executed directly influences its movements. Take the simple act of walking, for instance. Lifting a foot, bending a leg, and placing it down are all interconnected motions. If executed too quickly or too slowly, one's walking posture can become quite peculiar, and it is not uncommon for novices to trip over their own feet. Accurately gauging the timing of commands necessitates relentless practice. One must accumulate a wealth of experience to intuitively discern the proper approach, thereby developing a personal rhythm. Each mecha operator possesses a unique tempo. However, some individuals are simply born to be mecha masters. Their intuition is remarkably strong, and they instinctively know when to issue which commands, quickly adapting after just a few attempts. Zhong Yun was precisely that sort of person. In a mere morning, he could maneuver the mecha to jog. Bai Yuan had never encountered anyone like this in his lifetime. One extraordinary gift. Initially, Bai Yuan had assumed that Zhong Yun was merely a young gentleman eager to dabble in something novel, and his earnest instruction was motivated by the young lady's influence, merely wishing for him to enjoy himself. However, he soon revised his perspective. Such a gifted youth would be squandered if he did not pursue a career as a mecha master. Zhong Yun was destined to become a remarkable mecha operator, perhaps achieving feats that would rival those of the legendary mecha king, Taya. The mere thought of being the mentor to a future great mecha master filled Bai Yuan with uncontainable excitement. Did you have fun? Upon returning to his quarters, he encountered Yu Daoqing. While he appreciated her concern, her somewhat condescending demeanor, reminiscent of how one might speak to a child, irked him slightly. If I had only heard your voice and not seen you, I might have mistaken you for my mother, he retorted. Yu Daoqing paused momentarily, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. Are you implying that I am old? She remarked. Though I may appear youthful, my heart is rather seasoned. I have noticed that you have become increasingly familiar of late, even daring to jest with me. And you, where did you wander off to this morning? Zhong Yun inquired. I conducted a thorough inspection, Yu Daoqing sighed. It has been quite some time since I last visited. Many things have changed. I never would have guessed. You seem quite sentimental, Zhong Yun replied with a smile. At that moment, two female secretaries approached from the far end of the corridor. Upon seeing the young lady and Zhong Yun engaged in conversation at the doorway, they exchanged a respectful greeting before hastily departing. Stop lingering at the door. Come in and sit, Zhong Yun invited her inside. What do you think the relationship is between Zhong Yun and the young lady? One of the secretaries whispered as they distanced themselves. What else could it be? The other, with long hair, replied, glancing at her companion. When have you ever seen the young lady treat a man with such kindness? Her concern is meticulous. Yet the shorter secretary appeared skeptical. But Zhong Yun is so young. Surely the young lady sees him as a little brother? The long-haired secretary scoffed at her naivety. Do you really believe that there exists a purely platonic relationship between men and women? You are exceedingly innocent. Is that so? The shorter secretary seemed unable to accept the notion. The young lady is so beautiful. How could she possibly be interested in someone as ordinary as Zhong Yun? What sort of man do you think the young lady would prefer? The long-haired secretary continued. At the very least, someone as handsome as the president, possessing charm and capability. Her eyes sparkled at the mention of the president. My dear, you are quite naive, the long-haired secretary mocked. With the young lady's stature, what sort of man has she not encountered? Every man is captivated by her the moment they lay eyes on her. These men either worship her like the president or, like that fellow from the Gong family, avoid her entirely after having met her, too intimidated to appear before her again. At the mention of the Gong family, a hint of caution crept in her tone, as if she dared not speak his name. The young lady is truly fortunate, the shorter secretary mused, envious of how she was surrounded and pursued by numerous exceptional men. Fortunate? Not necessarily. The long-haired secretary seemed intent on countering her. Consider this. If every man before you were to cower and bow, never daring to speak out of turn, your vanity might initially revel in such adulation. However, encountering such behavior from every man every day, how would that truly feel? The shorter secretary fell silent. Do you know why the young lady has yet to find a partner? The long-haired secretary continued. It is because she believes no man is worthy of her. Do you understand why the young lady treats Zhong Yun differently? She added, because he is indeed exceptional. Have you ever seen a man converse with a young lady in such a light-hearted manner? Perhaps not, the shorter secretary conceded. Yu Daoqing has been back for several months, and we, her secretaries, have closely observed her interactions with Zhongyun. While Zhongyun may not be strikingly handsome, to the young lady, looks are of little consequence. She has encountered countless beautiful men, so what is remarkable about that? Only you, with your limited experience, will be so easily captivated by a man's appearance. As they approached the sight of another figure, the two secretaries instinctively ceased their conversation, wary of continuing their discussion. Once the two secretaries had walked away, a door nearby opened silently, and a figure gazed in the direction they had vanished, their expression a tapestry of complex emotions. After lunch, Bai Yuan, who had initially intended to take a nap, was pulled back into practice with the mecha by Zhongyun's enthusiasm. Seeing Zhongyun's fervor, Bai Yuan was equally invigorated, nurturing the aspiration to cultivate a top-tier mecha master. He imparted even stricter guidance and expectations upon Zhongyun. Time flowed seamlessly in the midst of rigorous and structured training. According to Bai Yuan, Zhongyun's progress was meteoric. Now, he could control the mecha to execute increasingly complex maneuvers, such as jumping and running. In his spare time, Zhongyun would engage in combat technique practice with other members, though it was initiated by them, with Zhongyun reluctantly accepting the challenge. Many within the base harbored a sense of disdain towards him, primarily due to his close association with the esteemed young lady they all admired. Chapter 138. Sparring. The incident unfolded on the third day of Zhongyun's arrival at the base. Initially, he was the sole occupant of the training ground, but on that day, a few other base members arrived, piloting practice mechas similar to his. However, their skill in operation far surpassed his own. At first, Zhongyun was oblivious to their arrival until Bai Yuan cautioned him to be wary of colliding with the other mechas. A quick glance revealed their presence, prompting Zhongyun to refocus on the control interface ahead of him. Bai Yuan noted his swift concentration, undeterred by external distractions, and silently approved. Aspiring to become a top-notch mecha pilot, one must possess not only talent but also a relentless work ethic. Zhongyun's focus filled him with admiration and strengthened his belief in Zhongyun's potential for significant accomplishments. This practice, aimed at enhancing familiarity, was inherently monotonous, involving the repetition of hundreds of commands, yet only a handful of movements. Nevertheless, Zhongyun managed to find some amusement within the tedium, creatively combining these movements into new forms. For instance, lifting his foot and bending his knee to flick his lower leg forward resulted in a front kick. Adding a turn beforehand transformed it into a spinning kick. He could even deduce some commands he had not yet learned, as commands followed a discernible pattern. For example, all commands pertaining to controlling the left leg shared common keys. In his estimation, these were merely variations of positional movements. With each successful attempt at a new command, Zhongyun experienced immense joy, naturally invigorating his enthusiasm. Observing from behind, Bai Yuan wore a knowing smile, refraining from intervening. He too had undergone a similar journey. Mastering mecha operation could not be achieved through rigid adherence to tradition. Stagnation would only lead to swift demise in combat, an insight garnered from countless bloody lessons. Every exceptional mecha pilot embodies a strong spirit of exploration and innovation. True combat mechas, beyond their control systems, encompass a plethora of functionalities, including weapon systems, flight systems, and mechanical operation systems, not to mention non-humanoid mechas, which together yield countless combinations. Much like the endless techniques of human combat, the control of mechas knows no bounds. In battle, mechas are akin to special forces rather than infantry, engaging directly with enemy forces, while cosmic warships assume the role of frontline confrontation. Although cooperation within mecha squads is crucial, it is primarily within small combat teams that their effectiveness shines. Thus, mecha pilots resemble masters of martial arts, far from being mass-produced like soldiers. Bai Yuan also began as a novice. He taught Zhongyun as he himself was taught by his mentor, imparting only fundamental knowledge while encouraging self-exploration. After 2 hours of practice, Bai Yuan suggested a brief respite. Descending from their mechas, the two settled on a patch of grass, at which point Zhongyun sought Bai Yuan's insights on mecha-related knowledge. At that moment, the 5 practice mechas came to a halt, and 5 young individuals, all in their early 20s, disembarked. They greeted Bai Yuan and took a seat nearby. "You must be the guest who accompanied the young lady," remarked one round-faced youth, regarding Zhongyun. "Indeed, I am Zhongyun. It's a pleasure to meet you," he replied, undeterred by the hint of hostility in the youth's gaze. "My surname is Zeng. Others call me Xiao San." The round-faced youth introduced himself. "I'm Vong Xiuat," said the shy young man seated beside Zeng Xiao San. "Chu Tinga," added a young man adorned with a silver nose ring. "Call me Airshur." chimed in another youth sporting a retro bowl-cut hairstyle. Lastly, a rather ordinary-looking young man, whose name and demeanor were both peculiar, spoke in a monotonous tone, resembling a melancholic soul. What a lively bunch, Zhongyun thought, almost laughing aloud, had he not been mindful of propriety. Your martial arts must be at level 7, right? Care for spar? Chu Tinga suddenly proposed. The others cast reproachful looks at him, lamenting his eagerness. They believed it wiser to become better acquainted first before engaging. Sure, I'd be glad to, Zhongyun readily agreed, eager to gauge his own capabilities as he had yet to spar with anyone in reality. Bai Yuan grew anxious. It was apparent to all that Zhongyun's relationship with the young lady was intimate. If Zhongyun were to sustain any injuries during the spar, how would he explain it to her? With this thought, Bai Yuan admonished, "You lot, why aren't you focusing on your training? What are you doing here?" "Brother Bai, we felt our fundamentals were lacking, so we came to solidify them with the practice mechas," Ershur chuckled. Seeing that Chu Tinga had already drawn Zhongyun into the arena, ready to commence, Bai Yuan moved to intervene, but was blocked by Wang Xiao'er. "Step aside," Bai Yuan exclaimed, exasperated. "Practicing combat during training is not against base regulations. What, do you wish to spar with me?" Zhang Xiao-san remarked with a mischievous glint in his eye. Bai Yuan trembled with indignation, yet found himself unable to retaliate. In a mecha, even 3 Zhang Xiao-sans would not stand a chance against him. However, in hand-to-hand combat, he would only be on the receiving end of a beating. "Let the sparring begin," Chu Tinga said calmly, adopting an air of superiority. Zhongyun sprang into action, delivering a front kick aimed at Chu Tinga's abdomen. Chu Tinga smirked coldly, swiftly raising his foot to execute a lightning-fast sweep toward the opening Zhongyun had exposed. Zhongyun altered his kick into a block, their feet colliding fiercely, causing them both to stumble back a step, feeling a slight tingle in their feet. A serious expression settled on Zhongyun's face. This opponent matched his strength. Chu Tinga's demeanor shifted from indifference to earnestness. This seemingly delicate young man was not as feeble as he appeared. Adjusting the silver ring on his nose, he launched the first offensive. The two exchanged blows, their combat proving evenly matched. Bai Yuan relaxed slightly, realizing Zhongyun was indeed a proficient martial artist. To his surprise, Zhongyun held his own against the base's top combat expert. Zhu Dian, while ranked low in mecha proficiency at the base, possessed formidable martial skills, and thus far, no one had managed to defeat him in hand-to-hand combat. The other 4 watched in astonishment. To endure for so long against Tinga was no small feat, although Zhongyun's appearance did not conform to the pretty boy moniker. He was perceived as such by the group. The two figures danced in and out, their movements blurring together. Chu Tinga licked his lips, signaling the end of the warm-up. With that, a swirling red energy formed in his hand, culminating in a fist-sized orb. "That pretty boy is doomed," the onlooker muttered gloomily. The other 3 shot him exasperated glances. Was it necessary to state the obvious? Concern returned to Bai Yuan's eyes as he silently prayed, "Tinga, please do not injure Zhongyun. Otherwise, we shall all face dire consequences." Zhongyun observed from the sidelines with a cold gaze, heightening his vigilance. Though he did not sense any immediate danger emanating from the swirling crimson mass, Chu Tinga, with a sly smirk, proclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a true martial artist." With that, he struck the red energy sphere against his chest, seamlessly absorbing it into his being. Taking a deep breath, a flush crept across his face, and a glint of determination ignited in his eyes, fundamentally altering his aura. Zhongyun's sense of alarm deepened. The peculiar crimson sphere indeed harbored mysteries, leaving him pondering the nature of the changes occurring within Chu Tinga. In a flash, Chu Tinga moved, his speed surging by at least 50%, appearing before Zhongyun in an instant, startling him into a reflexive defensive posture. The impact of Chu Tinga's strike sent Zhongyun staggering back several steps, while Chu Tinga merely wobbled before regaining his balance and lunging at Zhongyun once more. Panic gripped Zhongyun. In the blink of an eye, not only had Chu Tinga's speed drastically increased, but his strength had augmented significantly as well. What manner of entity was that crimson energy sphere? The thought flitted through his mind, but Chu Tinga's relentless onslaught soon demanded his full attention. Zhongyun struggled under the tempest of attacks, akin to a fragile sapling buffeted by a storm. "How long do you think this pretty boy can endure?" Ershur suddenly inquired, observing the scene. "A few minutes?" Zhang Xiaosan scoffed. "He won't last a minute." "Let us place a wager," Chang Ran suggested. "I bet he can't last a minute." Zhang Xiaosan interjected, 3 minutes. "What about you, Xiao'er? Eshi Kvirit? Is it possible to refrain from betting?" Wang Xiao'er rubbed his fingers nervously. "No way," Ershur replied. "I'm a banker. If you're not betting, hurry up and decide." 10 minutes, Wang Xiaoer conceded, albeit reluctantly. Yuanwan, what about you? As she asked by Yuanwan. By Yuanwan, distressed, merely gazed anxiously at the scene below. Had his own capabilities not been lacking, he would have rushed in to rescue Zhong Yun without a second thought, leaving no room for conversation. Although Zhong Yun was valiantly holding his ground, it was evident that defeating him would not be an easy feat for Chu Tiange. Despite being faster and stronger, Chu Tiange found himself at an impasse. Frustration mounted within him, leading to increasingly frantic assaults. Zhong Yun, accustomed to dealing with such speed, had gleaned insights from his experiences. His third opponent in simulated combat had been exceedingly swift, and it had taken him 2 months to overcome that challenge. Each of his adversaries had initially possessed greater strength, but he had developed methods to contend with them. Years of combat had honed Zhong Yun's instincts, allowing him to predict the direction of an opponent's attacks. Thus, while he could not match their speed, he managed to fend them off, albeit defensively, which could only delay the inevitable. With a determined grit, strands of violet light erupted from his body, his arms transforming entirely into shades of purple. This sight stirred the onlookers, signaling the unleashing of a formidable technique. Chapter 139, The Quintet. Seeing Zhong Yun's sudden vulnerability, Chu Tiange's spirits lifted, and he seized the opportunity to strike. His fist slicing through the air with a fierce wind aimed directly at Zhong Yun's face. Stop! Bai Yuanwan shouted, witnessing the unfolding scene with mounting dread. Yet he was too late to intervene, his complexion paling. Just 3 minutes, Chong Ran chuckled. Ershi and Zhang Shaoxin wore expressions of chagrin, while Wang Xiaoer remained unperturbed. As Chu Tiange's fist approached within mere 20 centimeters of Zhong Yun's face, Zhong Yun unleashed a powerful roar, a surge of violet light radiating from him. Chu Tiange felt as though he had plunged into a viscous substance, the overwhelming resistance rendering his fist immobile. Alarm surged within him as Zhong Yun's hand pressed lightly against his chest before retracting. Stepping back, the inexplicable resistance dissipated, leaving Chu Tiange standing frozen for a lengthy moment before he finally managed to utter, "I concede." With his head bowed, obscuring his expression, Chu Tiange turned and departed without a backward glance. The other 5 were left in stunned silence, having been caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Just as it seemed Zhong Yun was on the verge of defeat, the tide had turned dramatically, leaving them in awe. Ershi and the others, momentarily dazed, hurried after him. Alas, return the mechas, Bai Yuanwan called out, regaining his composure, yet the 4 had already vanished from sight. Is it all right to leave this here? Zhong Yun approached. Zhong Yun, you are truly formidable, Bai Yuanwan sincerely praised. Zhong Yun smiled faintly, remarking that Chu Tiange possesses an unusual ability. His strength surged inexplicably. Do you have any idea what transpired? Chu Tiange's ability is quite extraordinary, Bai Yuanwan explained. That small red energy sphere can temporarily enhance a person's physical prowess. Zhong Yun expressed admiration. Such a power is indeed remarkable. It's my first encounter with something that can amplify one's strength. Can it be applied to others as well? His ability can be used on anyone with similar effects, Bai Yuanwan continued, albeit with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, it does not enhance one's intrinsic abilities, merely physical attributes such as strength and speed. Thus, it seemed that his power was of a supportive nature. A thought lingered unspoken in Zhong Yun's mind. It felt somewhat inadequate. Combat-oriented abilities wield immense destructive potential, capable of reaching levels that could rival mechs after attaining a 10th rank. Yet, could Chu Tiange's ability truly contend with metal constructs, even at maximum capacity? Pondering over the intriguing personalities of the 5, Zhong Yun found himself amused. Despite their quirks, their talents were undeniable, reflecting on their dynamic. Bai Yuanwan wore a wistful smile as he recounted, "In truth, I have known them since childhood." "Oh," Zhong Yun inquired, intrigued. "We grew up in the same orphanage. We shared a close bond as children, and after I was selected as a candidate for mech engineering, I came to this base for training. A couple of years later, they joined me here," Bai Yuanwan reminisced, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Zhong Yun chuckled. "I hadn't anticipated such a connection among you. Most of the members here are orphans from the same welfare institution," Bai Yuanwan elaborated. "The establishment was funded by a conglomerate, and our achievements today are largely due to the patronage of the young lady. Thus, in our hearts, she embodies the essence of an angel." Bai Yuanwan's admiration was laced with a complex mix of reverence and affection, prompting Zhong Yun to sense that his feelings for Yu Daoqing were far from simple gratitude. "You met the young lady in your childhood?" Zhong Yun queried, his curiosity piqued. Bai Yuanwan reminisced, "That was a decade ago, during my first trial training when I encountered her. I shall never forget that day. 10 years have passed, yet she hasn't changed at all. Zhong Yun calculated the timeline, surmising that if Yu Daoqing had been around 20 a decade prior, she would now be nearing 30. The following day, Chu Tiange and his companions returned, though this time not to provoke Zhong Yun. Due to their failure to return the mech to storage as mandated the previous day, the five were penalized, barred from utilizing combat mechs for a month, relegated to training with practice mechs instead. Initially, the five trained separately from Zhong Yun, as if they were strangers. A few days later, the rather bashful Wang Xiaoer took the initiative to approach Zhong Yun for a conversation. You mentioned this is your first encounter with mechas? Wang Xiaoer did not appear as shy as he had initially portrayed. Upon hearing Zhong Yun describe himself as a novice, a look of surprise crossed his face. Xiaoer, what are you doing? Zheng Xiaosan called out from a distance. You all should come over and join us. Zhong Yun greeted them amicably. The three friends exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the silent Chu Tiange sitting nearby. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Chu Tiange stood up and walked toward Zhong Yun, prompting the other three to swiftly follow suit. Tiange, you take the front, Xiaosan and I will flank him. Move swiftly and decisively. Aim to bring him down in one strike, Ershi whispered from behind. As Chu Tiange approached Zhong Yun, Ershi and Xiaosan discreetly readied themselves, prepared to rush in for a group assault at the slightest provocation. You are quite formidable, Chu Tiange remarked as he took a seat, surprising his two companions. They exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a wry smile, realizing their villainous intentions were in vain. Given Chu Tiange's willingness to reconcile, the three standing also took their seats. You are quite impressive as well, Zhong Yun replied with a smile. I merely caught you by surprise. If we were to spar again now, the outcome would be uncertain. Chu Tiange fell silent, reflecting that had it not been for Zhong Yun's unexpected maneuver, he would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat days prior. Your ability is quite peculiar. Is it of the binding variety? Chu Tiange inquired, voicing his curiosity. It does possess that capability, but it's not entirely so, Zhong Yun confessed, uncertain about the primary characteristics of his powers. If one were to speak of destructive force, the destruction technique was indeed extraordinarily potent. The binding technique could achieve restraining effects and even serve as a means of healing. Julie Versatin, Vimak Jutian, with the addition of 5 more individuals. The atmosphere instantly became much livelier. Not only were their names peculiar, but their attire was as well, and they relished in mischief. Zhong Yun felt a sense of ease in their company. Pretty boy, what exactly is your relationship with the young lady? Once they became familiar, all 5 began to refer to Zhong Yun as pretty boy, with Zheng Xiaosan posing the question, while the others, including Bai Yuan, perked up their ears. What do you think our relationship is? Zhong Yun countered. Siblings? Ershi conjectured, licking his parched lips. No, Zhong Yun shook his head, then added, not entirely. Family friends? Zheng Xiaosan queried. That's somewhat plausible. Zhong Yun nodded. Good friends? Chu Tiange suggested. Lovers? Wang Xiaoer blurted out, shocking everyone. The group fell silent, as Wang Xiaoer had articulated what they all dare not say. The 6 of them anxiously awaited Zhong Yun's response. I am merely a business partner, he finally stated, after a deliberate pause that heightened their anticipation. Business partner? The 6 exchanged glances, not having expected such an answer. Having rested enough, let us resume our practice. Zhong Yun stood and approached his practice mecha. Having nearly mastered the basic commands, he was now capable of piloting the practice mecha independently. Observing his fluid movements, the 6 felt a sense of helplessness. Business partner was a term rich in ambiguity, suggesting both intimacy and distance. They were not naive. The young lady's demeanor toward him hardly resembled that of a mere partner. Yet, Zhong Yun was unwilling to divulge more, and they could not force him to speak. On the field, the 10-meter-tall mecha executed a series of movements, then began to run, kicking up clouds of dirt. The 6 seated individuals were caught in a shower of debris, erupting into curses. Suddenly, the mecha leaped gracefully, its massive frame performing a half-circle in the air before landing upright, completing a somersault. The 100-ton behemoth appeared remarkably light. Bai Yuan, who had been brushing off dirt, was now dumbfounded, staring at the mecha as it executed another backflip, seemingly in disbelief of what he was witnessing. What is wrong? Wang Xiaoer, noticing Bai Yuan's unusual reaction, followed his gaze. The mecha's agility, while impressive, hardly warranted such astonishment. Bai Yuan have yet to teach him the combination commands, he stammered. The other 5 watched in awe as the mecha displayed movements akin to those of a gymnast, as if witnessing a monstrous spectacle. Just then, the mecha attempted a backflip, but faltered upon landing, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending dust flying. After practice concluded, Zhong Yun, feeling invigorated, made his way back to his quarters. Although the mecha's cockpit had an air circulation system that prevented discomfort, after such exertion, he yearned for a hot shower. Approaching his room, he spotted a figure approaching and greeted, "Hello, Deputy Captain. Mr. Zhong, just returning from practice?" The deputy captain was a man in his 40s, with a square face and a resolute demeanor, bearing the appearance of someone who had served in the military. Though outwardly polite, Zhong Yun sensed a hint of underlying hostility, which was not unexpected. The personnel at the base harbored some degree of animosity towards him, largely due to his connection with Yu Daoqing. "Yes, I was just thinking of taking a shower," Zhong Yun replied. "By the way, the entire base is on break this afternoon. There will be many activities. You might want to check it out," the deputy captain added as he prepared to leave. Zhong Yun recalled hearing from Chu Tiange about the base granting half a day off every 10 days, allowing all members to engage in leisure activities. To him, life at the base felt monotonous, and a brief excursion would be quite enjoyable. Prolonged confinement would surely become stifling. The half-day break was likely intended to offer members a chance to unwind. After showering, Zhong Yun knocked on Yu Daoqing's door. "What are you doing?" The door opened, and he stepped inside, finding Yu Daoqing reclining on a lounge chair, engrossed in a panoramic display of images and text. "I'm reviewing some materials," she replied without lifting her head. Noticing her preoccupation, Zhong Yun chose a spot to sit, surveying her room. This was his first visit, and the layout, reminiscent of the minimalist style of the 901st floor of the Pearl Building, felt familiar. Once she finished with the materials, Yu Daoqing set her computer aside and looked up, asking, "Why didn't you go to pilot the mecha today? You seem quite busy. It's almost mealtime," he pointed out. "So soon?" Yu Daoqing glanced at the time, realizing it was indeed nearing noon. One of the downsides of being here was losing track of time. "I heard the entire base is taking a break this afternoon, and the recreation area will likely be lively. Would you like to join me to check it out?" Zhong Yun suggested. Yu Daoqing frowned, her face displaying disdain. "What's there to see? It'll just be a chaotic mess." She cast a sidelong glance at Zhong Yun. "You shouldn't go either." Zhong Yun felt a twinge of curiosity. What kind of scene would she describe as a chaotic mess? Coupled with the peculiar smiles from Chu Tiange and the others when they invited him, he began to grasp the situation. "Why should I go?" Yu Daoqing faltered, unable to articulate her reasoning. "In any case, just don't go. You're not explaining why I shouldn't go and just telling me not to. Do you think I'm a child?" Zhong Yun found her reaction rather amusing. "You are still a minor. You shouldn't go to such places," Yu Daoqing advised earnestly. Zhong Yun, fully aware of the fact that aside from Yu Daoqing and a few secretaries, there were no other women in the base, mused that the most they could do was watch some romantic films. This was perfectly normal in an establishment dominated by men. "You are rather naive," Zhong Yun teased, casting a playful glance at her. "Don't tell me you have never watched one." Yu Daoqing's cheeks flushed slightly. "What is so appealing about that? It's utterly disgusting." The genuine disgust evident in her furrowed brows confirmed her sentiment. Zhong Yun stared at her in astonishment. "Sister, how old are you? This is too innocent." "You brat," Yu Daoqing retorted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her demeanor. "Don't tell me you've never been in love." Zhong Yun chuckled. "I won't speak to you anymore." Yu Daoqing huffed, placing her computer before her eyes. Zhong Yun had intended it as a jest, but observing her reaction, it seemed he had struck a nerve. 30 years old and never been in a relationship? How astonishing. Could be true. What about Zhong Yun? Yu Daoqing fumed, hurling her computer towards him. He caught it deftly. "Hey, this computer contains a lot of data. What if you break it? I'll smash you." She gritted through clenched teeth. Just then, the bell rang, signaling mealtime. After dining, Zhong Yun returned to his room, as he had no intention of joining the leisure area. The people there, apart from the familiar group of Bai Yuan and Chu Tiange, were generally unfriendly toward him. Why put himself in an uncomfortable situation? It was far better to stay in his room and indulge in some games. Although the virtual games here were not as realistic as combat simulations, they were still quite engaging. As for Yu Daoqing, he decided to wait until her anger subsided. She seemed genuinely upset today, ignoring him on the way to the dining hall and treating his words as if they had fallen on deaf ears. In a dimly lit room, two indistinct figures were conversing with their backs turned. "Are you truly resolved to proceed with this?" the taller figure inquired, his voice somewhat hoarse. "For this day? I have been preparing for over a decade. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is not one I will let slip away," the other figure exclaimed, gesticulating passionately. The taller figure sighed. "You saved my life. Although I feel remorse, I will comply with your wishes. You need not get your hands dirty. Simply isolate the leisure area for 2 hours." The other assured confidently. "Are you so certain you can handle her? What if she possesses some undisclosed contingency?" The taller figure expressed his concerns. Rest assured, I have thoroughly investigated her background. I would not act unless I had at least a 70 to 80% chance of success, the other replied, brimming with self-assurance. The only concern is that old man. I've been shadowing him for 7 or 8 years, yet I have never uncovered his true nature. However, I have my methods to deal with him. He would never suspect that his most trusted aide would betray him. The taller figure fell silent, clearly wary of the old man mentioned. After a brief pause, he asked, "What about Zhongyan? How shall we handle him?" A glint of coldness flickered in the other's eyes, even in the dim lighting. He is merely a 7th-level child. What storm could he possibly stir? We are short on personnel, so let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Once the larger scheme is in place, we can deal with him later. The two continued to discuss various details, planning to commence their operation at exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After finalizing their plans, they quietly departed one after the other. With only half a day of vacation every 10 days, the members of the base were brimming with excitement, aside from the captain and a few instructors. The personnel were predominantly energetic young adults in their 20s to 30s who had endured monotonous and tedious training to the utmost limit. They were eager to seize this opportunity for some enjoyment. The base's leisure area was specifically designed for members to indulge during their time off, featuring a plethora of entertainment facilities, ranging from ordinary amusements to restricted ones. While there were no real women in the base, virtual ones were readily available. To alleviate the stress of the youthful members, there were over 10,000 adult entertainment machines. Upon entering these machines, one would be transported into a virtual realm filled with countless women to choose from, where one could indulge as they pleased. Although such machines were strictly regulated by the Constitution of the Davo Republic, exceptions were made for the military, as these devices effectively relieved soldiers' pressures. Otherwise, managing young men with unfulfilled desires could prove challenging, often leading to disturbances. This base resembled a military establishment, so the presence of such machines was hardly surprising. In fact, these machines were among the most favored by the base members. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, nearly all members had entered the leisure area, reveling in the festivities, completely unaware that all the passageways to the leisure area had been silently sealed off. The entire base was constructed to military standards, ensuring robust security. If the lockdown switch within the leisure area was not disengaged, forcibly breaking through would not be an easy task, especially without any weapons. In the first dormitory building of the base, the vice captain's voice echoed outside. "Captain, I have something to report." The captain, focused on the training schedule before him, inquired, "What is it?" As the vice captain approached from behind, a thick black metal rod appeared in his hand. "Miss," the vice captain paused after uttering those 3 words. The captain's attention was immediately captured, shifting from the documents before him. "What has happened to the young lady?" Just as he spoke, the captain felt a sudden tightness in his back, his limbs ensnared by an unknown force. Reacting swiftly, he roared, unleashing his powers in an attempt to break free from his restraints. However, just as his abilities neared the surface, an invisible wall abruptly blocked his path. The overwhelming energy recoiled back into him, sending shockwaves through his insides, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Alarmed, he realized that such an occurrence had never transpired before. Before he could comprehend the situation, a severe wave of dizziness overcame him, rendering him unconscious. The vice captain, upon discarding the black metal rod, swiftly retreated to the doorway, appearing ready to flee at any moment. The captain's strength was unfathomable, and he remained uncertain whether that metal rod could truly subdue him. When he witnessed the captain cough up blood and remain motionless, revealing only his face amidst a tangle of fine black threads, he finally felt a sense of relief. A tinge of fear crossed his mind as he glanced at those unassuming black threads, realizing that even the 10th-level powerhouses capable of resisting Mecha would struggle to escape their grasp. Truly terrifying. Now was not the time for reflection. The vice captain steadied himself, cautiously retrieving a silver box from his pocket. Opening it, he extracted a transparent syringe filled with a viscous, pale red liquid that rippled with an eerie sheen. His demeanor was even more cautious than when he held the black metal rod, as if he harbored a deep fear of the liquid within. He pressed the syringe against the unconscious captain's forehead, injecting the pale red substance. The captain's once healthy, ruddy complexion drained away, leaving him looking ashen and lifeless. The vice captain waited in silence, and after 5 minutes, he turned over the almost lifeless body of the captain. On his back, amidst a tangled mass of black strands, there was a finger-sized indentation. The vice captain inserted his index finger into the hole and pressed firmly. The black filaments writhed like tentacles, retreating towards the captain's back. The sensation was akin to countless insects crawling over his skin, an utterly repulsive feeling. With a final chime, All the black strands coalesced into a single black metal rod, which clattered onto the metallic floor with a sharp sound. The vice captain picked up the metal rod with care and stowed it away, casting a glance at the captain, whose rigid body resembled that of a corpse, silently whispering an apology in his heart. Rising to his feet, his gaze pierced through the metallic walls. Landing on the central building, the greatest obstacle had been resolved, and now no one could prevent their union. His eyes burned with such intensity that it seemed they could melt the very walls of metal. Inside the room, Yu Daoqing was examining some documents, having returned from Daver after a decade, and was now catching up. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, the urgency of the chime revealing the impatience of the visitor. Yu Daoqing lifted her head and gently called out, "Open the door." The door swung open, and the vice captain rushed in, looking flustered. A sense of dread washed over Yu Daoqing. She knew this vice captain well, having appointed him for his calm demeanor in crises. His current panic indicated that something dire had transpired. What has happened? Yu Daoqing asked in a low voice, aware that her position was not solely due to her beauty. The young lady appeared to have found her anchor, and the vice captain composed himself slightly. The captain, he suddenly collapsed. "You must come and see." Yu Daoqing stood up, maintaining her composure, and gestured for him to lead the way. The vice captain hurriedly guided her to the first dormitory building. Two secretaries who lived nearby received word of the lady's departure and promptly set aside their tasks to follow her. Noticing the additional footsteps, the vice captain's brow furrowed imperceptibly, yet he displayed no sign of concern. Upon arriving at the captain's room, the sight of him lying unconscious on the floor brought a deep frown to Yu Daoqing's face. Wordlessly, she turned him over to check his pupils and pulse. The medical facilities in the base were inadequate. He needed to be returned to the homeland for treatment immediately. Without hesitation, she began preparing the backup spaceship. The vessel that had brought her was a supply ship, scheduled to return the following day, as they typically arrived once a month. However, there was a backup ship kept in storage, reserved for emergencies. What about the doctors? Yu Daoqing frowned. Although there were several in the base, none were present at this moment. She felt a twinge of disappointment in the vice captain for not seeking them out first. "I've already notified them," the vice captain replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, seemingly aware of his oversight, his expression filled with remorse. "I'll prepare the spaceship." He hurriedly exited the room. Casting one last glance at the captain on the floor, Yu Daoqing retrieved a small, jade-colored vial from her pocket and instructed the secretary behind her, hold his mouth open. One of the female secretaries complied, prying open the captain's lips. Yu Daoqing uncorked the jade vial and poured a few drops of purple liquid into his mouth. May this preserve his life, she thought. The captain's symptoms were unmistakable. They were the result of a backlash from his extraordinary abilities, a rare occurrence, as such powers were typically benign towards their bearers. To this day, Daver had yet to comprehend the reasons behind this unusual backlash that affected only a select few individuals. Those afflicted by such backlash were not without hope. Timely treatment was essential. "I hope he can hold on for a few more days," Yu Daoqing mused. "Call Zhongyun and the others as well," she commanded after a while. A secretary dashed back to relay the message. "Returning already?" Zhongyun exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the secretary's words. "Weren't we supposed to stay here for 20 days? Why the rush? An emergency has arisen. Please gather your belongings swiftly. I must inform the others," the secretary replied, breathless, before racing off to notify another colleague. Filled with questions, Zhongyun followed the secretary to the first dormitory, only to find the captain lying still on the floor, resembling a lifeless body, and saw Yu Daoqing standing nearby, her face etched with concern. "What has happened?" Zhongyun inquired as he approached. "The captain has suffered a backlash from his powers. He must be sent back home for treatment immediately," Yu Daoqing sighed. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside as the vice captain entered, followed by a doctor. "Young lady, the doctor has arrived." He stepped aside to allow the physician entry. The doctor, a middle-aged man with graying hair, swiftly moved to examine the captain's condition. "The spaceship is ready. We can depart at once," the vice captain announced. Casting a casual glance at Zhongyun, remembering the large, enclosed warehouse that had once stood there, Zhongyun was astonished to find it replaced by a sleek, egg-shaped spaceship, larger than the supply ship that had brought them. Once aboard, they carefully placed the captain in a medical pod, hoping for his recovery. "You should return to the base," Yu Daoqing instructed the vice captain before takeoff. The vice captain's anxiety flared. "There's no trusted captain on this ship. Let me handle it. The base has experienced a few mishaps. It will be fine." After some contemplation, Yu Daoqing conceded. Space travel was not a matter to be taken lightly, and only the vice captain possessed the requisite experience and expertise among them. "Very well, the ship is in your hands." Having reached this conclusion promptly, she agreed and reminded the doctor to keep a close watch over the captain. Zhongyun, let us go, Yu Daoqing called. Zhongyun, who had been intently observing the captain in the medical pod, seemed lost in thought. Upon hearing Yu Daoqing's call, he snapped back to reality and followed her to the door, glancing back at the pod with a look of uncertainty in his eyes. The vice-captain felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Could he have discerned any flaws? Reflecting on the entire plan, he found no apparent discrepancies. Calming himself, he thought, at this stage, even if he did detect something amiss, what could it possibly change? As Zhongyun stepped outside, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the fingers of a crew member stationed at the entrance of the spacecraft. The fingers were notably pristine, and although his attention merely brushed against them, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Once everyone donned their spacesuits and returned to their respective quarters, the spaceship ascended, venturing into the vastness of the cosmos. In Chapter 142, titled Crisis, within the confines of his room, Zhongyun gazed through the transparent walls, observing that the base had been engulfed by an endless abyss of darkness. Suddenly, a blinding ray of light pierced his eyes. He instinctively turned his face to evade the glare, realizing that the ship had traversed the colossal shadow cast by a planet emanating a dusty yellow glow, now directly illuminated by the intense radiance of a star. A partition blocked the sunlight, plunging the interior back into dimness. Zhongyun settled into his assigned seat, experiencing a slight pressure due to the ship's acceleration. The depressurization equipment aboard this craft was vastly inferior to that of a Mars vessel, where acceleration was barely perceptible. His cabin was the most luxurious on the spacecraft, spacious and equipped with every amenity, allowing for a splendid view of outer space. Yu Daoqing resided in the adjoining room. Yu Daoqing regarded Zhongyun as her only compatriot aboard the Dewa, while Zhongyun felt a unique kinship due to their similar emotional experiences. Their relationship was peculiar, neither quite siblings nor lovers. Months of companionship had forged a profound understanding and intimacy between them. In the main control room, the first officer rested his eyes in the captain's chair as a cadre of crew members diligently performed their respective duties. These individuals were all exceptional pilots, and the first officer refrained from interfering, preoccupied with calculating the passage of time. With the acceleration concluded, the restrictions on movement were lifted. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhongyun exited his chamber and made his way to the infirmary. He recalled reading about the phenomenon of backlash in the archives of Jialan, which elaborated extensively on the subject. It piqued his interest. Reports indicated that backlash arose from the mutation of matter, akin to cancerous cells, which wreaked havoc on the human body. Such mutations often occurred with alarming rapidity, frequently claiming lives in an instant. Moreover, prevention was notoriously difficult. Although backlash was terrifying, it was not without remedies. Zhongyun was aware of several methods, yet lacked the necessary tools and medications to attempt a cure. Nevertheless, this did not dampen his curiosity. He yearned to observe firsthand the symptoms exhibited by those afflicted by backlash. Two individuals stood guard outside the infirmary door, but upon seeing Zhongyun approach, they did not impede his entry. As he reached the therapeutic pod, he scrutinized the captain within. The captain's complexion appeared even grayer than before. It seemed he would not last much longer. After observing for a while, Zhongyun was about to depart when he suddenly noticed something unusual. On the captain's forehead was a small scar. If he was not mistaken, the 3 tiny puncture marks arranged in a triangle must have been caused by some type of syringe. He had noticed this scar prior to boarding the ship, but had given it little thought at the time. Now, after the captain had been submerged in the therapeutic pod for over an hour, such a minor injury should have healed by now, given the pod's healing capabilities. Yet, Zhongyun felt a surge of intense unease. In the main control room, the first officer intently monitored the screen displaying Zhongyun's actions in the infirmary. After receiving a report, he promptly accessed the surveillance footage, seeing that Zhongyun had merely lingered for a brief moment before leaving. Appearing to have simply come to take a look, he began to ponder. This Zhongyun was a harbinger of trouble. Once they reached a secure location, he would be the first to eliminate him. However, it was crucial not to alert him prematurely. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhongyun's anxiety deepened, prompting him to send an urgent signal to Xiaoling, requesting immediate assistance from the Mars vessel. He then proceeded to Yu Daoqing's room. Is something amiss? Yu Daoqing perceptibly noticed his troubled demeanor. Before her, Zhongyun did not conceal his emotions, countering her inquiry with one of his own. Do you not find the crew members aboard this spacecraft rather unfamiliar? A glimmer of insight sparked in Yu Daoqing's eyes. She trusted Zhongyun was not one to speak without reason. Reflecting carefully, she indeed realized that since boarding the ship, all encountered crew members were unfamiliar faces. seemingly not members of the base. The thought sent a chill down her spine. I've heard that the rocks at the base emit a type of radiation that is harmless to humans. But prolonged exposure can lead to a minor side effect, fingernails turning a dark gray. Zhong Yun's expression darkened as he recalled seeing one of the crew members stationed outside the infirmary with nails even cleaner and whiter than his own. Yu Daoqing's countenance grew grave. If I recall correctly, they all wore gloves. Unusual backlash. Unfamiliar crew members' deliberate concealment. There seemed to be a conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. What should we do now? Captain, we have intercepted an unidentified signal originating from within the spacecraft. A crew member rose to report to the first officer. The first officer's heart sank. What had gone awry? He inquired in a grave tone. Is it possible to decipher it? The crew member replied. It will take at least a few hours. The first officer sprang to his feet. It seemed the plan needed to be expedited. This matter is now in your hands. He instructed before departing the main control room. Our immediate priority is to leave this spacecraft, Yu Daoqing stated coolly. The escape pod, they exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they moved towards the door. Open the door. Yu Daoqing called out, but there was no response. Her pupils dilated as she shouted once more, open the door. Still, there was no reply. Both felt a sense of foreboding. Were they about to take action? It seems my visit to find you has alerted them. Zhong Yun sighed. The enemy was far too vigilant. Merely visiting the infirmary and then seeking Yu Daoqing had drawn their attention. The situation was perilously dire. Among the entire crew, the only trustworthy individuals were 3 female secretaries devoid of any special abilities and a captain on the verge of death, reliant on the therapeutic pod for survival. Even the doctor was a source of uncertainty regarding his allegiance. It appears I am ill-fated when it comes to with spacecraft. In 3 instances aboard, 2 have resulted in calamity, Zhong Yun remarked with a bitter smile. Although Yu Daoqing was unfamiliar with the concept of fate, she grasped the essence of his meaning. At such a time, how can you still find humor? With a level 10 expert like you to protect me, what is there to fear? Zhong Yun replied, casually returning to his seat. Yu Daoqing, however, did not share his optimism. The captain is also a level 10 expert, and he now lies in the therapeutic pod. I may not know how they accomplished this, but it likely involves some underhanded tactics. Now that you have seen through their ruse, it will not be so easy for them to execute their scheme again, Zhong Yun said dismissively, his hand inadvertently brushing the floor. Are we to simply sit here and await our fate? Yu Daoqing expressed her discontent. Unless you can manage to force this door open? Zhong Yun queried. Yu Daoqing fell silent. Her powers were not inclined towards destruction, and forcing the door open was an impossibility. Zhong Yun indeed possesses such remarkable skills, yet regrettably, his strength is insufficient. Their target is you, is it not? Are you aware of who your adversary is? Zhong Yun inquired. Yu Daoqing shook her head, unable to deduce the answer. No need for conjecture. A voice suddenly interjected, none other than that of the vice captain. It was all orchestrated by me. Vong Yingsha. Yu Daoqing could barely force out 3 words through clenched teeth. I have treated you fairly. Why then do you repay kindness with malice and conspire against me? You have treated me fairly? The vice captain, Wang Jingzhe, erupted in laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Ha ha! His maniacal laughter echoed throughout the room. You have treated me fairly? After finishing his laughter, he repeated her words, his tone turning unnaturally gentle. If you truly treated me fairly, how could I have acted against you? I cherish you dearly. Outrageous. Yu Daoqing admonished, her expression darkening. Zhong Yun sighed inwardly, muttering to himself, a beauty brings disaster. Outrageous? Wang Jingzhe chuckled darkly. For today, I have served as your subordinate for 15 years. Do you truly believe I would be as docile as that old man lying in the healing chamber, coming and going at your beck and call? Every time I see you, high and mighty like a queen, I think how alluring your obedient demeanor would be. Yu Daoqing was rendered speechless with anger. When had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner? To harbor such meticulous schemes for 15 years. I am truly impressed by Brother Wang's forbearance. Zhong Yun declared, I have never understood what is so commendable about this fellow that you regard him with such esteem. Upon hearing Zhong Yun speak, Wang Jingzhe's tone turned frigid. Who exactly are you? Yu Daoqing quickly regained her composure. It is impossible for you to orchestrate such a scheme alone. Who is your puppet master? There is no puppet master. Wang Jingzhe replied, slightly irked. You underestimate me far too much. I, Wang Jingzhe, am not one to be used by others. It seems this brother Wang is infatuated with you to the point of madness, Zhong Yun remarked with a smile. Yu Daoqing shot him a fierce glare. Zhong Yun, there is something I wish to ask you. Wang Jingzhe, true to his cunning nature, swiftly returned to normalcy. Go ahead. Zhongyun suspected he was stalling for time, yet he too was stalling. Although uncertain of his methods, it was clear that his strategic planning was formidable. Little Zero, hurry and come. My life depends on you, Zhongyun silently prayed. How'd you see through it? Wang Yingshi inquired. Intuition. Zhongyun pointed to his head, beginning to fabricate a story. When I first saw the captain, I felt something was off, and once aboard the spacecraft, that feeling intensified. Everything seemed too bizarre. So I sought her out for clarification, and you should already know what transpired next. I see. Wang Jingzai's voice conveyed excitement. Though it was evident that it was not due to his explanation, the game is over. Chapter 143, Death. We shall die together. Upon Wang Jingzai's utterance of the game is over, a tremendous explosion erupted, and the metal floor where Zhongyun had been standing was blasted open, creating a large hole. A powerful gust of wind surged past Zhongyun, causing pain to his back. As the shock wave subsided, Zhongyun swiftly pulled Yuda-Qing down into the 1-meter diameter hole, making their escape. Just as they leapt down, 2 blue laser nets appeared in the room. Had they delayed even a second longer, they would have been caught like fish in a barrel. Zhongyun and Wang Jingzai were both taken aback by the sudden turn of events, and he bellowed in fury, harboring intense hatred for Zhongyun, who had thwarted his plans. You cannot escape. His tone was exceedingly sinister. Beneath Yuda-Qing's room lay a vast warehouse. Upon escaping that room, Yuda-Qing was both astonished and delighted. How did you manage that? It is known that spacecraft are constructed from the most durable metals. While this may not be the exterior of the ship, the thickness of the floor is nearly a meter. Yuda-Qing had completely overlooked Zhongyun's placement of explosives, and she believed Wang Jingzai had too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking with them. We shall discuss this later. Zhongyun surveyed the neatly arranged boxes of supplies, deducing the warehouse's purpose, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. The entire warehouse was vast. Here, Yuda-Qing, a formidable level 10 warrior, could fully unleash her potential. Unlike the cramped room above, where they had nearly met their demise upon the door closing. What are you doing? Yuda-Qing asked, perplexed, as Zhongyun rummaged through the boxes. Had she not known him better, she would have cursed him for his seemingly meaningless actions in such a dire situation. How could we not offer a return gift after such warm hospitality from Vice Captain Wang? Zhongyun replied. The warehouse contained mostly food, energy blocks, and numerous assorted parts prepared for the event of spacecraft malfunctions. Zhongyun rummaged through the components, selecting a few, and began dismantling them with tools from the box. They're still inside the warehouse. In the main control room, Wang Jingzai's expression was terrifyingly grim. Yes, they have not yet emerged, a crew member replied. The warehouse lacked video surveillance, save for the exit, meaning they could not see what the two were doing, further exacerbating Wang Jingzai's foul mood. Do not deactivate the laser cage in that room, Wang Jingzai ordered. Zhongyun is cunning. If he were to make a sudden escape, it would be a regret beyond measure. The most concerning factor is that Zhongyun possesses explosives powerful enough to breach the spacecraft hull, and one can only wonder how many more he has on him. Seal the warehouse doors. Armed personnel should keep a close watch on all nearby rooms. Remember, do not harm that woman. Additionally, configure the escape pod to be inoperable. Upon hearing this command, his subordinate rose to object. Wang Jingzai waved his hand. Do as I say. Understood. Wang Jingzai fixed his gaze on the surveillance video of the warehouse entrance. Once they returned to their base, Yuda-Qing would be trapped in his grasp. The tides had turned. Yuda-Qing's strength rendered her unbeatable aboard the spacecraft. They could only rely on numbers and the resources of the ship to contend with her, making defense a non-issue. However, to take the initiative would be tantamount to courting death. In such a vast warehouse, hoping to overwhelm a level 10 warrior with sheer numbers was a mere dream. Although he possessed a black metal rod capable of dealing with level 10 warriors, his cautious nature would prevent him from taking risks. He had only attacked the captain out of necessity. He was not overly worried about Yuda-Qing and Zhongyun being in the warehouse. What troubled him was the unidentified signal. If he was not mistaken, it was a distress signal. With that thought, he issued another command. Follow my orders, full speed ahead. Full speed ahead, his subordinate echoed. The spacecraft suddenly accelerated, causing an unprepared Zhongyun to tumble, hitting his head harshly against a nearby metal box, cursing in pain. In comparison, Yuda-Qing was far better off. She was leaning against a metallic box and merely felt a slight pressure on her back, which left her somewhat breathless. What is the maximum speed of your spacecraft? In the midst of rubbing her injured area, Zhongyun recalled something and hastily inquired. Since the base is not too far from Star, being merely a short distance, this spacecraft can reach a maximum speed of sublight. Yuda-Qing replied. Let us hope we arrive in time. Zhong Yun sighed, feeling exceedingly unfortunate. How was it that both times he had boarded Davos spacecraft for interstellar travel, accidents had occurred? Even more frustrating was the fact that Xiao Ling had piloted the Mars ship away, this time heading to the planet he had named New Jupiter, where he and Yu Daoqing had previously encountered misfortune to carry out foundational construction. This planet had been duly reported and was entrusted to the Omi National Management Corporation for oversight, with the first batch of supplies having been delivered a month prior. To avert unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Ling had retained both WASP-2 and WASP-3. Indeed, an accident had transpired, but it was not a shipwreck. Rather, it involved being hijacked by traders from a base. WASP-2 and WASP-3 proved utterly ineffective, taken down by a single blast from an ion cannon. Why must I be beset by such misfortunes? Zhong Yun lamented inwardly. His current prayer was that the Mars ship would arrive in time before the adversary returned to their lair. Otherwise, both he and Yu Daoqing would find themselves in dire straits. At the very least, he hoped for a mutually destructive outcome. Zhong Yun steeled himself. He had never been one to sit idly by. Given the rudimentary conditions and incomplete parts, his options were limited. Yet he turned his thoughts towards the energy blocks. These blocks contained vast amounts of energy, and their structure was remarkably stable, making them resistant to explosions even under extreme heat and pressure. However, Zhong Yun knew a method to easily compromise their structure and subsequently craft them into powerful explosives. Reflecting on his previous harrowing near-death experience aboard the Jialan Star, he had diligently researched survival tactics during spacecraft disasters and conducted numerous simulations, acquiring a wealth of knowledge regarding survival. The bomb he used to blast through a 1-meter-thick metal floor was one of his essential self-rescue items, discovered aboard the Mars ship, with only 5 available. Each bomb was merely 1 centimeter in size, and Zhong Yun had sewn one into his sleeve for easy access in case of emergencies. The reason this bomb could breach a 1-meter-thick metal floor lay in its unique properties. Its core was hollow and contained a solution capable of rapidly corroding metal, silently eroding it without revealing any signs from the exterior, allowing for the explosive to create a substantial breach. Unfortunately, the other 4 bombs were stitched into different garments and stored in his room. Otherwise, he would have detonated the spacecraft's propulsion system. While bombs made from energy blocks were indeed powerful, destroying the spacecraft with them seemed a daunting task. The resilience of spacecraft surpassed ordinary imagination. The cosmos harbored countless dangers, with floating cosmic dust capable of reducing subpar metals to fragments. It should be noted that at sublight speeds, such cosmic dust resembled bullets traveling at sublight velocities. Thus, damaging a spacecraft was no simple feat. Even if a wall was breached, the surrounding area would promptly be sealed off, preventing any fatal impact on the ship. Only damage to critical areas, such as the engine room or the main control room, could deliver an irreparable blow to the spacecraft. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this," Yu Daoqing said, watching Zhong Yun diligently at work, a wave of profound guilt washing over her. "What? Feeling embarrassed?" Zhong Yun quipped, continuing his task. "Well then, all you need to do is offer yourself to me. I wouldn't mind. This must be our destiny." Yu Daoqing replied dreamily. "Huh? What did you say?" Zhong Yun didn't catch it. "You're right. This is our destiny." Yu Daoqing's voice was barely audible. She recalled their first meeting, the exhilarating joy and subsequent disappointment. Joy for having 2 companions, disappointment that he could not even utter the cosmic vernacular. They were unable to communicate at all. Who would have thought that a trivial misunderstanding would prevent the 3 from the same nation from recognizing one another on a distant primitive planet? Upon returning to Davos and seeing the familiar face of Zhang Xiao on the television, she experienced shock and delight. Then, when O Feng informed her that the irreparable Galankin had been repaired by a young boy, she felt curiosity, excitement upon hearing Zhong Yun's name, and bemusement upon viewing his photograph. The joy of seeing Zhong Yun again, coupled with the unparalleled warmth and excitement upon learning he was a descendant of Galan, dispelled her loneliness. She had never felt such a connection since losing her parents in childhood. A series of coincidences made it impossible for her to doubt that everything was orchestrated by fate. Now, they found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented crisis aboard an enemy spacecraft, surrounded by ill-intentioned foes. This situation was far more perilous than the spacecraft disaster 6 years prior, with a near-certain chance of death. Although her physical prowess had reached level 10, she lacked combat training. All her fighting skills were gleaned from her time as a tribal leader on that primitive planet. Compared to the enemies, she possessed no significant advantage. Yet, unlike the despair and helplessness she felt during her previous disaster, her state of mind was remarkably serene. If they were to perish, they would do so together. Chapter 144. The Saintess. This time, Zhong Yun heard her clearly. He turned around, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Rest assured, we will not die. Wang Jingzi thinks he can kill me? He surely underestimates me. Though he spoke in jest. Yu Daoqing could sense the strength of his confidence, igniting a flicker of hope within her. What do you plan to do? I intend to dismantle this spacecraft. Zhong Yun declared fiercely. Let me finish these tasks first. For some reason, seeing him brimming with confidence made Yu Daoqing feel at ease. For many years, she had been alone, whether in moments of triumph or peril, with no one to share or shoulder the burden alongside her. Now, with Zhong Yun by her side, she hadn't noticed it much in ordinary times, but at this critical juncture, she realized how comforting it was to have someone with whom she could rely. Let me help, Yu Daoqing offered, crouching down. All right, arrange the energy blocks in this manner. Zhong Yun assigned her a task, giving her something to focus on to keep her from overthinking. Transforming the energy blocks into explosives was not overly complicated. It merely required dismantling their outer structure, which would cause the immense energy within to become unbalanced, resulting in an explosion. Dismantling the outer structure of the energy blocks was relatively simple, requiring only a few common components. Zhong Yun's approach of using energy blocks as explosives could truly be deemed wasteful. Energy blocks were highly valuable. With their greatest war, Yu Daoqing is indeed extravagantly wealthy. This spare spaceship astonishingly harbors hundreds of thousands of energy blocks. Zhong Yun simply bundled 10 energy blocks together. Crafting a bomb. Are you familiar with the world tree? He inquired, choosing a topic that piqued her interest as the conversation momentarily faltered. Until now, he had never broached the subject of the world tree. After their shared brush with death, he felt their bond had deepened significantly. Of course I've heard of it. The world tree is the sacred relic of our Jialan people, Yu Daoqing replied, her tone brimming with longing, followed by a wistful sigh. Unfortunately, with the obliteration of the Jialan kingdom, the world tree has also vanished. Otherwise, how could we Jialan descendants have fallen to such dire straits? She continued, however, I have heard whispers that centuries ago, a world tree once graced a distant galaxy, though its veracity remains uncertain. The world tree holds such significance for us? Zhong Yun queried. Significance is merely the beginning, Yu Daoqing asserted earnestly. The world tree is the very foundation of Jialan civilization. Our race's survival and prosperity are inextricably linked to it. Without the world tree, we lose our roots and can only persist in a state of mere survival. As we do now, is it truly that exaggerated? Zhong Yun chuckled, masking his skepticism. Not in the slightest, Yu Daoqing replied, her eyes shimmering with hope tinged with endless regret. If the Jialan people were to possess a world tree today, within a decade, the strength of our entire tribe could ascend to a new level. Zhong Yun remained silent, concealing many secrets even from his parents. He had no intention of divulging them to a woman, especially one with a complex background. No matter how fond she felt toward him, her position and identity would make it impossible for her to refrain from reporting on the world tree's existence to the Jialan Alliance. What consequences might arise from such revelations? A group of unknown individuals might seize the world tree under the pretense of righteousness. Zhong Yun would never commit such a foolish act, unless one day he occupied a high position within the Jialan Alliance, at which point the world tree would serve as a powerful bargaining chip in his quest for ultimate authority. I haven't shared this with you yet, Yu Daoqing said softly, but my true identity is that of a holy maiden of Jialan. Zhong Yun was taken aback, realizing she was a holy maiden. While holy maiden is a colloquial term, it does not refer to a religious leader. Rather, their duty is to tend to the world tree, providing nourishment through their unique essence. According to records, a world tree under the care of a holy maiden flourishes at an accelerated rate and possesses remarkable attributes. The status of a holy maiden among the Jialan is exceedingly high, second only to the king, the chancellor, and various ministers. It finally dawned on Zhong Yun why Yu Daoqing, despite her origins, could ascend to the position of president of the Jialan Alliance in the Omi Galaxy. Her extraordinary identity explained her elevated status. Holy maidens are exceedingly rare within the Jialan population, their occurrence so sparse that during the days of the Jialan kingdom, there were often fewer holy maidens than world trees. Zhong Yun surmised that today, the entire Jialan lineage likely had only this singular holy maiden remaining. Contemplating her identity, Zhong Yun felt a surge of excitement. In Shaoling's plans, the world tree was an immensely significant element. With the aid of a holy maiden, his endeavors would be greatly enhanced. After utilizing all the useful components, they had crafted a total of 98 small bombs and 8 colossal bombs composed of thousands of energy blocks each. Wang Jingze truly proved to be a collaborator. Zhong Yun gazed at the heap of homemade explosives, a smile spreading across his face. Let's go give him some trouble. Much like after the accident with the Jialan Star. Zhong Yun was never one to sit idly by, especially now with a level 10 expert by his side and with the Mars ship still days away. The choice was clear. Zhong Yun's plan was straightforward. Eliminate everyone aboard the ship and then board the Wormby number 3 to return safely to base, regardless of whether the Mars ship arrived. Once again, Zhong Yun and Yu Daoqing set to work. In front of the warehouse door, they meticulously arranged the remaining half of nearly 20,000 energy blocks, beneath which lay a massive homemade bomb. They then proceeded to the back of the warehouse, stacking over 100 metal boxes filled with food against the wall and wedging them into the gap between the rear cabin wall and the boxes. Zhong Yun retrieved a communicator from his pocket, used to contact Xiaoling, which also served as the remote switch for the bombs. Their bodies were pressed closely together, breaths mingling. Yu Daoqing, seemingly unaccustomed to their intimacy, felt her cheeks flush, enhancing the allure of her delicate features. In this urgent moment, an unusual sensation stirred within Zhong Yun's heart. Are you ready? He asked. Yu Daoqing nodded. Suddenly, Zhong Yun extended his arms, enveloping her in an embrace and whispering softly in her ear, "Do not be afraid." For the first time in her life, being held in a man's arms. Yu Daoqing felt no resistance. Instead, she naturally rested her head on his shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of his sweat, her heart racing uncontrollably. The warmth and softness ignited Zhong Yun's passion as he tightened his hold around her slender waist, as if wishing to merge her very essence with his own. Yu Daoqing felt as though she might suffocate, yet this sensation sparked a thought that perhaps dying in this embrace would not be so bad. In the midst of this fervent hug, Zhong Yun pressed the switch. They both felt a violent tremor shake the wall behind them, almost simultaneously accompanied by a deafening explosion. The force of the blast surged through Zhong Yun, causing his blood to rush, and he instinctively covered Yu Daoqing's ears with his hands. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her, and Yu Daoqing lifted her head from his embrace, casting a glance at him, her expression more sorrowful than tears. What happened? Chapter 145, Why So Foolish? What transpired? The entire spaceship suddenly jolted violently, causing several crew members in the main control room to be thrown from their seats. Wang Jingze was taken aback. After a flurry of chaotic activity, one crew member stood up to report an unidentified explosion occurred in the warehouse, with a magnitude reaching level 3. Wang Jingze was both furious and alarmed, slamming his hand down on the armrest of his chair. Damn it! It must be that Zhong Yun's doing. A premonition gnawed at him. The meticulously crafted plan he had labored over for 15 years might unravel due to this unpredictable variable. Zhong Yun. However, this feeling was fleeting. Having infiltrated Yu Daoqing's side for 15 years, his resolve was unyielding, and he would not be deterred by such a setback. What are the casualties? Wang Jingze took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and inquired with a composed expression. Casualties have yet to be assessed, the reporting crew member replied. They will soon launch an offensive. By my command, seal off all passages near the warehouse immediately, Wang Jingze ordered. The crew member appeared shocked. But what about the armed personnel? Wang Jingze glared at him darkly. Did you not hear my orders? Seal off the passages now. The crew member's eyes reflected a struggle. And behind him, many working crew members halted, staring in astonishment at Wang Jingze seated in the captain's chair. Understood. At long last, the crew member managed to utter the word with great difficulty, his eyes filled with profound anguish. As the command was executed, an atmosphere of tension and unease enveloped the main control room. The crew, inadvertently glancing at Wang Jingze, who sat high in the captain's seat, could not help but reveal their disdainful glares. Wang Jingze sensed this unusual sentiment but paid it little mind. Given the circumstances, this was the most prudent choice. Their stronghold was imminent, and there was no need to engage in a futile struggle against Yu Daoqing and his faction. Once they reached their bastion, dealing with Yu Daoqing will be a mere trifle. As for the armed personnel, their fates held no significance for him. The lives aboard the vessel were not his own, and their sacrifice would not weigh upon his conscience. What is wrong with you? Yu Daoqing exclaimed, observing the trickle of blood streaming from beneath Zhong Yun's ears, her eyes brimming with urgency. In that moment, the lofty demeanor of the noble young lady was nowhere to be found. Zhong Yun felt as though 1,000 bees were buzzing in his ears, rendering him deaf to all other sounds. Noticing the mixture of anxiety and concern etched upon Yu Daoqing's face, he reached out to stroke her head, asking, "Are you all right?" Upon hearing the slight rasp of his voice laced with genuine concern, Yu Daoqing could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, blurring her vision. In her tear-filled gaze, she saw Zhong Yun's ordinary face, glistening with sweat, his dark eyes filled with unreserved compassion and tenderness, instantly shattering her fragile defenses and leaving an indelible mark deep within her heart. Why is he so foolish? As the explosion loomed, he disregarded his own safety, dedicating himself wholly to protecting me. He was fully aware of my superior strength. Yet why did he do this? Despite his own injuries, he first inquired about my well-being. Could it be that in his heart, I hold greater importance than himself? A pair of large hands cradled her face, and his thumbs gently wiped away her tears, the faint patterns on his fingertips brushing against her smooth skin, imparting a sensation akin to fine sandpaper. As she grew older, this was the first time a man had touched her face with such intimacy. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering softly, a single tear falling onto Zhong Yun's fingers, trailing down the back of his hand and leaving a distinct mark. "Do not cry," Zhong Yun smiled, urging her to reveal where she felt discomfort. Women, no matter how extraordinary or esteemed, would exhibit their vulnerability in times of extreme peril. Hearing his tender words, Yu Daoqing stifled a sob, her tears flowing more freely. Yet she shook her head and embraced his waist, pressing herself tightly against him. As Zhong Yun held in his arms this figure that countless men would yearn for, he sighed contentedly, inhaling her delicate fragrance, which reminded him of Lu Yunqi, his official girlfriend. Aside from those enchanting nights spent entwined in embraces and kisses, they had not shared such intimacy again, their interactions reduced to mere hand-holding. Each time Zhong Yun felt a surge of affection and longed to draw her into his embrace, she would skillfully evade his advances. Initially, he assumed her reticence stemmed from shyness, and on several occasions, he endeavored to create a romantic atmosphere akin to his birthday night, yet he remained unsuccessful, which left him somewhat vexed. After a couple of attempts, he resigned himself to the notion of maintaining a respectful distance. He refused to believe that she would remain impervious to his efforts indefinitely. Pursuing a woman like Lu Yunqi required patience, and given that their relationship was already established, he saw no formidable rivals in her vicinity. He had all the time in the world. Zhong Yun was jolted back to reality by the dampness on his chest. In a fleeting moment, his shirt had become soaked with Yu Daoqing's tears. Just as he was about to utter words of comfort, Yu Daoqing lifted her head from his embrace, her lips moving as if to speak, gesturing towards her ears and then to him. It dawned on Zhong Yun that something was amiss. The buzzing in his ears had lessened but had not vanished entirely, accompanied by a lingering sensation of pain. Had his ears suffered damage from blast? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. If his eardrum had ruptured, it would spell trouble, for they were not yet out of danger, and losing even a fraction of his hearing would significantly diminish his combat effectiveness. Zhong Yun withdrew his hands, a purple aura emanating from his palms as he pressed them against his ears. Yu Daoqing, her eyes slightly swollen and red, gazed at him with palpable tension. A refreshing sensation replaced the sharp pain in his ears, and the incessant buzzing grew quieter. Suddenly, an alarming intuition surged within him. He lowered his hands and urged Yu Daoqing, "We need to escape through the gap, fly out." At that moment, Yu Daoqing too sensed the impending danger. A group of individuals was rapidly approaching, now less than 50 meters away. Her focus had been entirely on Zhong Yun, which explained her earlier obliviousness. She slipped her arms beneath Zhong Yun's and clung tightly to him. As they darted through the opening, they soared into the air. Dozens of powerful white energy pulses shot toward the exit of the gap. Had Yu Daoqing hesitated for even a moment, they would have been riddled with bullets. A few more pulses pursued their fleeting shadows, but all missed, her swift movements evading even the most skilled marksmen among the armed personnel. In midair, Zhong Yun could finally discern the enemy. There were approximately 40 to 50 adversaries clad in identical white spacesuits, each brandishing a pulse gun. Advancing in 3 waves toward the location they had previously concealed themselves. The warehouse, having endured a violent explosion, lay in disarray. The wall that once housed the door had been blasted open, creating a gaping hole exceeding 50 meters. Furthermore, the walls above and below the explosion site had also been breached. The destruction radiated outward from the blast point, affecting 2/3 of the warehouse, leaving the metal containers that once held provisions as mere heaps of scrap. Most alarmingly, the adjacent outer wall of the spacecraft, the most fortified section of the vessel, had sustained a massive concave indentation spanning several square meters. Even high-powered pulse guns left no mark on the ship's exterior, illustrating the sheer ferocity of the earlier explosion. Had it not been for the countless metal containers absorbing the brunt of the blast, the two would have been reduced to a mere heap of flesh. As they entered through the blasted opening, They stopped before a sealed door. Zhong Yun furrowed his brow, realizing that Wang Jingze was intent on trapping them. What now? Yu Daoqing, typically the one to make decisions, broke from her usual demeanor and turned to the boy beside her, seeking his counsel. After the treatment, Zhong Yun's hearing had improved considerably, allowing him to grasp her words. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his face as he replied. We return to the warehouse and eliminate everyone. I'll handle it, Yu Daoqing declared resolutely, soaring back into the warehouse without a moment's hesitation. By the time Zhong Yun arrived, not a single enemy remained standing. He cast a surprised glance at Yu Daoqing, suspended in midair. If his memory served him correctly, she had once utilized a sonic ability on New Jupiter. Just moments before, he had heard not a sound, yet these foes lay dead. Sensing Zhong Yun's gaze upon her, a flicker of panic crossed Yu Daoqing's eyes. Do you think I am too ruthless? I merely... Zhong Yun could not help but chuckle, interrupting her. They were adversaries, and one must not show mercy to enemies. I must admit, your strength far exceeds my expectations, he remarked. Yu Daoqing, feeling relieved, explained in the tribe. Danger lurked at every corner. I had to conserve my strength. He had an inkling of that. Zhong Yun realized that the legendary level 10 warrior could not possibly be so inept, exhausted after merely one move. Such a scenario was patently illogical. In truth, a level 10 warrior is not as formidable as one might believe. Yu Daoqing shook her head, assuring him that he would come to understand in due time. She then inquired, what shall we do now? Zhong Yun, confident, replied, I suspected that Wang Jingze, this old tortoise, would not easily reveal himself. Since he enjoys hiding in a shell, I shall shatter it to pieces and see how he evades. Yu Daoqing admired his self-assured demeanor, remaining silent as she awaited his next words. Let us concentrate all remaining energy blocks to unleash something even greater, Zhong Yun said with a mischievous grin. Where shall we detonate it? Yu Daoqing asked in a hushed tone. Zhong Yun gestured downward, pointing to the gaping hole in the warehouse floor created by the explosion. That is the oxygen production room, he declared, uttering 3 words. You intend to blow it up? Yu Daoqing blinked her sparkling eyes, looking at him in confusion. The oxygen production room was the vital heart of the entire ship. Detonating it would spell doom for everyone aboard, including themselves, who would inevitably succumb to asphyxiation. Rest assured, Zhong Yun reassured her, understanding her concerns. One of my vessels is right behind the ship. If we destroy this ship, we can make our grand escape. Is that truly the case? Yu Daoqing exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight illuminating her face. Noticing her unmasked joy, Zhong Yun felt a subtle change in her, though he could not quite articulate what was different. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that now was not the time for such musings. Before proceeding, he needed to make some arrangements, and he retrieved the 98 small and 7 large energy block bombs he had hidden in a corner, scattering them throughout the warehouse. He then beckoned her to help transport the remaining energy blocks downstairs. Each energy block was the size of an adult's fist, and moving tens of thousands of them was no small feat. Fortunately, they found a surviving transport vehicle in the corner and a few intact metal boxes. They placed the energy blocks into the metal boxes and used the transport vehicle to carry them to the large hole below. The vehicle could carry 5 metal boxes at a time, and after just a few trips, they had moved all the energy blocks. The hole in the floor was sufficiently large, allowing Zhong Yun to toss the sealed boxes down without hesitation, the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground resonating continuously. Once all the boxes were pushed down, Zhong Yun clapped his hands and looked at Yu Daoqing, opening his arms. I must trouble you again. The height of the lower level approached 10 meters, similar to that of the warehouse, and when he had jumped from Yu Daoqing's room earlier, he had landed with a wince. He had no desire to repeat that experience. Yu Daoqing gently bit her lip, a blush rising to her cheeks, yet she obediently approached, wrapping her arms around his chest. Zhong Yun finally understood what was different about her today. She no longer exuded that air of untouchable sanctity that had made her seem so superior, a confidence and pride that rendered anyone near her feeling inadequate. Today, however, she lacked that imposing aura, her gentleness making him feel as if he were facing a younger version of her. Had he made such a request in the past, she would have reacted with indignation. What had changed? Was she shedding her facade in this peculiar circumstance? Zhong Yun pondered. Tentatively, he placed his hand on her lower back, the positioning rather ambiguous, his fingers grazing her hip, causing her body to stiffen. Am I crossing a line? He thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he discreetly adjusted his hand to a more appropriate position. Let us go, he urged, attempting to mask the awkwardness. As his hand moved away, Yu Daoqing's body relaxed once more, silently lifting off the ground with him, soaring through the hole in the floor. They separated upon landing. the earlier moment seeming like a faint trace of sand smoothed out by a breeze. Yet, the seeds of change had been sown. Zhong Yun's gaze toward Yu Daoqing now bore a different nuance than before. What are they doing? Wang Jingze wondered, his heart sinking as he witnessed Zhong Yun and Yu Daoqing pushing down several metal boxes, an ominous premonition creeping upon him. No one answered his inquiry. Wang Jingze squinted at the surveillance video, with a pair opened the metal boxes, revealing their contents. Energy blocks. What is that place? He suddenly asked, as they began arranging the energy blocks against the wall. The oxygen production room, came the cold reply from his subordinate. A terrifying thought surged uncontrollably in Wang Jingze's mind, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as fear gripped his heart. They intend to blow up the oxygen production room. This realization detonated in his mind, sending his thoughts into disarray. They've lost their minds. Wang Jingze abruptly stood, his lips quivering before he collapsed back into his chair. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth, bewildered by how events had spiraled to this extent. The plan had initially unfolded flawlessly. With an overwhelmingly powerful captain subdued, Yu Daoqing had successfully boarded the ship, despite her being a level 10 warrior within the vast cosmos. Could she not be easily managed aboard his vessel? Yet, it was this seemingly inconsequential youth, Zhong Yun, who possessed merely level 7 physical abilities, who defied expectations. Under normal circumstances, he could have dealt with such a person with one hand. But this overlooked youth not only unraveled his scheme, but also escaped the carefully laid trap. From that moment onward, the situation slipped from his grasp. Yet he still held the upper hand, convinced that Yu Daoqing could not evade his control. However, reality proved him wrong once more. Zhong Yun had managed to create an explosion with a magnitude of level 3 using the energy blocks in the warehouse. Not only had he breached Wang Jingze's blockade, but he had also decimated nearly half of his armed forces. Observing their current demeanor, it was clear they intended to risk everything and blow up the oxygen production room. These thoughts flickered through his mind, and with gritted teeth, Wang Jingze rose, commanding, "Follow my orders. Open the blocked passage and gather all armed personnel." He surveyed the crew with an icy glare. "You've seen it for yourselves. They aim to destroy the oxygen production room. If they succeed, we shall all perish alongside them. Those who wish to survive, follow me to stop them." With that, Wang Jingze strode out of the main control room. "I suspect they will not allow us to detonate the oxygen production room without resistance." Zhong Yun, while meticulously stacking energy blocks, addressed Yu Daoqing, "It matters not. As long as we eliminate them, the destruction of the oxygen chamber is of little consequence." Yu Daoqing remained silent, having not uttered a word since earlier. "Once the enemy appears, we shall first eliminate a portion before retreating back to the warehouse. That shall be our battlefield." The enemy arrived more swiftly than Zhong Yun had anticipated. Before he could finish stacking half a box of energy blocks, he heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching from the corridor. Yu Daoqing, taking on her responsibility, stood up and walked toward the passage, while Zhong Yun continued to laboriously pile energy blocks against the wall. After a few minutes, Yu Daoqing returned in a rush, scooping up Zhong Yun and soaring to the top of the warehouse. Zhong Yun grasped a pulse gun and aimed it at the openings. Before long, a figure emerged, and as Zhong Yun pressed the trigger, a barely perceptible flash of white light streaked through, causing the figure to collapse lifelessly to the ground. He deftly kicked up a small energy block bomb, tossing it through the opening where it collided against the wall and detonated within the corridor. He retrieved his communicator and pressed a button. A thunderous explosion ensued, accompanied by piercing screams, causing the ship to tremble slightly. "Do you think Wang Jingze might have been blown to bits as well?" Zhong Yun turned his head to Yu Daoqing. "If you perish, I shall not follow suit," came Wang Jingze's voice from above. Chapter 147. Who will claim the deer? Zhong Yun looked up, the voice emanating from the room where Yu Daoqing had previously been. Just as he pondered whether to throw a bomb to probe the situation, Wang Jingze's figure appeared at the opening. Coldly observing him, Zhong Yun remained motionless. Yet his wariness heightened, instantly recognizing the projection for what it was. "Have you finally mustered the courage to emerge? I had thought you would remain cowering aboard the ship." Zhong Yun scoffed. Unfazed by the provocation, Wang Jingze's expression darkened. "I concede I underestimated you. However, do not take pride in it. Until the final moment, we cannot discern who shall emerge victorious. I can assure you, that individual shall not be you." Zhong Yun had no desire to engage in further banter, picking up a bomb and hurling it upward while pressing the switch, resulting in a resounding explosion. He could feel the tremor beneath him as Wang Jingze's virtual image vanished. "Have you heard of the phrase to build a platform in the open while secretly crossing the river?" Zhong Yun suddenly remarked to Yu Daoqing, who turned her head in confusion. What do you mean? Wang Jingzi stood in a nearby auxiliary control room, outwardly composed yet internally fraught with anxiety. The shadow of Zhong Yun loomed over him like a great mountain, weighing heavily upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. His plans had been thwarted repeatedly by Zhong Yun, and the methods employed were utterly unexpected, whether it was blasting a hole through a meter-thick metal floor right under his nose or creating an explosion of level 3 intensity that nearly obliterated the entire vessel, or even contemplating the destruction of the oxygen chamber in a mutually assured destruction scenario. These developments had taken him by surprise. Now, Zhong Yun appeared to have created a situation favorable to himself, compelling them to confront him in the vast expanse of the warehouse. Yet the outcome was still a toss-up. While Zhong Yun boasted a 10th-level powerhouse, he knew from his understanding of Yu Daoqing that she was not particularly adept in combat. On the other hand, he commanded over 100 well-trained armed personnel, alongside himself as a 9th-level expert, and the resources of the entire ship at his disposal. Zhong Yun was certainly capable of such reasoning. It was implausible that he would willingly engage in a straightforward confrontation, though Wang Jingzi did not admit it. A subconscious fear of Zhong Yun's unrelenting tactics began to take root within him. Nevertheless, he maintained an exterior of calm, having lurked in the base for so many years. His acting skills had reached an unparalleled level of proficiency. The battle within the warehouse had reached a stalemate. Listening to the sporadic explosions echoing through the air, Wang Jingzi silently calculated the casualties among his armed personnel. In such a vast space as the warehouse, trying to overwhelm a 10th-level powerhouse with merely over 100 individuals was nothing short of delusional. His aim was to expend as many lives as possible to deplete Yu Daoqing's abilities. Even a 10th-level expert had limits to their powers. Continuous combat would inevitably lead to exhaustion. Once she was sufficiently drained, it would be his moment to strike. However, at present, his greater concern was Zhong Yun. Concentrate fire. Eliminate that male first. Ultimately, he resolved to give the order to all armed personnel to prioritize the assassination of Zhong Yun. Whether they would succeed was a matter of fortune. Report. One of our attacking personnel has abruptly gone silent, came a message, only partially relayed before it was cut off. Likely due to being killed. The incomplete communication sent a jolt of alarm through Wang Jingzi. Disappeared? What does that mean? Is he dead? Or? Wang Jingzi shuddered. Everyone stationed at the passage, be vigilant. Zhong Yun may well appear in your vicinity. Engage him on sight. After issuing this command, he remained intensely uneasy. Armed personnel were positioned at every corridor near the warehouse. How could Zhong Yun vanish without a trace? Perhaps he had hidden himself in some metal crate out of fear of death. That seemed the only plausible explanation. Yet, instinct told Wang Jingzi that matters were not so straightforward. Zhong Yun, where could you possibly be? This question gnawed at him like a thorn, leaving him restless. In the main control room, the crew worked methodically, yet an air of tension permeated the atmosphere. The ship's first officer, the true commander of the vessel, sat at the co-pilot station, lost in thought, wondering how the battle in the warehouse was faring. Second officer, go check the situation in the auxiliary control room and report back. The first officer instructed the person beside him. Understood. The individual hastily exited the main control room. Upon leaving, he glanced back in confusion, sensing he had brushed past someone at the door. Yet, there was no one there. Perhaps I am merely overreacting, he muttered, shaking his head as he hurried toward the auxiliary control room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total of 45. Zhong Yun, concealed beneath his invisibility cloak, stood in a corner of the main control room, contemplating the swiftest method to eliminate the 45 individuals. The invisibility cloak, crafted from the seeds of the crystal rose, served as his second secret weapon. After careful consideration, he had chosen this lightweight cloak, capable of enveloping his entire form and folding down to less than half the size of a fist for easy transport. Ever since the incident involving the Jialan Star, he had become far more cautious, carrying several life-saving items wherever he went, with this invisibility cloak being among them. The destruction of the oxygen chamber was merely a ruse. Zhong Yun's ultimate objective lay within the main control room. He understood that crucial areas aboard the ship were under constant video surveillance, and Wang Jingzi would not allow them to obliterate the oxygen chamber unless he wished for his own demise. Thus, Zhong Yun had anticipated that Wang Jingzi would send people to thwart them. He had considered the power dynamics, realizing that a direct confrontation would be fraught with uncertainty. However, Zhong Yun had never intended to engage in open battle. Leaving Yu Daoqing in place to divert the enemy's attention, he himself donned the stealth cloak he always carried, stealthily making his way towards the vacant main control room. The cloak's invisibility proved to be extraordinarily powerful, Not only was he undetectable to the naked eye, but even life detectors were deceived. Zhong Yun strolled boldly past the armed personnel stationed in the corridor, eliciting no response whatsoever. How to enter the main control room posed a significant challenge. Returning to his quarters, Zhong Yun retrieved the mini-bomb concealed within his sleeve, intending to obliterate the main control room's entrance. However, just as he approached the door, someone emerged, and Zhong Yun, filled with elation, swiftly slipped inside before the door closed, nearly colliding with a departing crew member. 45 individuals seemed rather formidable. Although Zhong Yun possessed an energy block bomb, the devastating impact it could unleash, combined with the density of personnel within the main control room, would likely result in a catastrophic death toll. Nevertheless, he refrained from such an action. The main control room served as the nerve center of the entire spacecraft, and an erroneous command could yield irrevocable consequences. The detonation of a powerful bomb here would undoubtedly lead to loss of life. While he was willing to cause destruction, he was also aboard the ship, and destroying it would ultimately spell his own demise. Thus, he resolved to eliminate his targets swiftly and quietly, one by one. His first target was the commanding first officer. Stealthily, Zhong Yun approached from behind. None within the main control room noticed as an eerie hand materialized out of thin air, resting upon the first officer's neck. A sense of foreboding arose within the officer, but it was too late. A crisp snap echoed, plunging him into eternal darkness. One of the most effective methods of unarmed assassination is to sever the enemy's throat. Zhong Yun gently placed the lifeless head of the officer onto the console in front of him, appearing to others as if he were merely taking a break. Then, Zhong Yun advanced towards his next target. Although he was not adept at piloting the spacecraft, he possessed a solid understanding of its operations. Simple maneuvers posed no challenge, having learned the intricacies during evacuation drills for spacecraft incidents. Familiarity with the ship's structure and functioning significantly increases the chances of survival. Generally speaking, a spacecraft is helmed by a captain, several first officers, and group leaders, accompanied by personnel responsible for various tasks and their assistants, perhaps including a few trainees. These comprise the entirety of the main control room staff. The positions of those present in the main control room were evident by their seating arrangements. The captain occupied the highest seat, overseeing the entire room. Below him sat the first officers. This particular spacecraft had 3 first officers, one of whom had departed, leaving only 2. Eliminating both would dismantle the ship's command system. Once again, Zhong Yun silently dispatched another first officer. His sights then turned to the group leaders. However, eliminating them without drawing the attention of their subordinates proved challenging, as the group leaders were seated too close to their teams. Zhong Yun first targeted the navigation group leader, effectively blinding the ship, followed by the communications group leader, severing their connection to the outside world. As he reached for the power group leader, one crew member finally noticed the first officer's unusual demeanor. "What's happened to the first officer?" he exclaimed. The others turned their gazes toward the first officer's direction. "What's all this shouting?" barked his group leader. "The first officer is bleeding," the crew member replied, visibly distressed. Alarmed, the group leader rushed over, and indeed, a trickle of blood streamed from the first officer's mouth. Stunned, he pushed the first officer, who slumped sideways, sliding beneath the chair. The death of the first officer left the group leader thunderstruck. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Zhong Yun efficiently dispatched 7 more individuals, rendering the entire power group incapacitated. In total, he had claimed 10 lives. A member from another group, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, was so terrified by the sight of 7 bodies collapsing that a scream echoed through the main control room. Without pausing, Zhong Yun continued his lethal spree. With the crew now on guard, choking enemies became increasingly difficult. Instead, Zhong Yun resorted to striking their hearts with his fists, employing a technique akin to the 7 injuries fist from martial arts. While externally unremarkable, the impact would shatter their hearts. Everyone was acutely aware of the spectral hand of death, emanating a chilling purple aura. Each emergence claimed a life. Fear gripped the crew, compelling them to abandon their seats and rush toward the exit. "Stay calm. Everyone remain composed," one shouted, attempting to restore order. "Organize yourselves. The more afraid you are, the quicker you will perish." Zhong Yun swiftly caught up, snapping the neck of the speaker. The individual gasped, flailing momentarily, as if grasping for something before collapsing. The remaining crew members, now in utter panic, surged toward the exit, and Zhong Yun eliminated another 10 stragglers. The assertion was true. On the battlefield, fear hastened death. 45 individuals, astonishingly, offered little effective resistance, as over half were slain, an outcome that seemed rather exaggerated, even considering Zhong Yun's invisibility cloak. Eventually, he ceased his assault. After all, he was not a mindless killer. The act of taking lives weighed heavily on him. Gazing upon the array of lifeless bodies, Zhong Yun sighed. However, the ease with which he had seized control of the main control room surprised him. It appeared these crew members were largely administrative personnel. Upon hearing of the main control room's breach, Wang Jing's vision darkened, nearly causing him to collapse. He finally comprehended why Zhong Yun had vanished. Yet how had Zhong Yun penetrated their defenses to reach the main control room? The messenger, stationed at the corridor, was unaware of the events that transpired and hurried to report to the captain. Wang Jingze steadied himself. At this juncture, delving into past missteps was futile. The immediate concern was to reclaim the main control room. When the decision is not decisive, chaos ensues. Wang Jingze pounded the wall in frustration. All armed personnel, heed my command. Withdraw from the storeroom immediately. With that order given, Wang Jingze's heart ached. 15 years of painstaking infiltration and scheming were at risk of unraveling. I will not resign myself to this fate. He fumed internally. There was still hope. He clenched his fists tightly. If they could reclaim the main control room, Zhong Yun was alone within. If they could eliminate him, victory would be theirs. At this moment, the armed personnel had suffered significant casualties, leaving fewer than 60 remaining. This was not due to Yu Daoqing's inefficiency, but rather Wang Jing's cunning strategy, as he had consistently dispatched small teams of 5 to their doom. Yu Daoqing, in turn, sought to buy time, willingly complying with the strategy. This demonstrated the remarkable discipline of the armed personnel, who, fully aware of the risks, pressed forward without hesitation. As the slaughter continued, Yu Daoqing found herself growing increasingly hesitant. Each life taken was a vibrant existence, and she was no cold-blooded butcher. The weight of the many lives extinguished weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, the moment demanded a ruthless survival. There was no room for weakness. After dispatching another group of 5, she paused, only to sense an impending withdrawal from the enemy. Zhong Yun had been discovered. A jolt of alarm surged through her, propelling her into the air as she pursued the retreating foes. The thought of Zhong Yun facing peril ignited a fierce killing intent within her, allowing her to swiftly overtake a squad of about 10 adversaries. With a mere utterance, an invisible sound wave enveloped them, causing them to collapse to the ground as if inebriated. This was a form of ultrasonic wave, inaudible to the human ear, but capable of rendering the brain into a disarrayed mush. Murder executed in silence. Within the main control room, Zhong Yun had shut down the spaceship's propulsion, communications, and weapon systems. He proceeded to activate all monitoring systems, noting that a band of armed personnel was drawing perilously close to the main control room, and then sealed off the corridor ahead of them. Yu Daoqing's speed was remarkable. It seemed she would arrive shortly. Brother Wang, it appears this time you're utterly defeated. Zhong Yun remarked mockingly as he observed Wang Jingze on the surveillance feed from his commanding seat. Wang Jingze, leading a group towards the main control room, suddenly heard Zhong Yun's voice, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. He could actually control the spaceship? In that instant, Wang Jingze felt a chill envelop his limbs, his heart sinking into despair. With control over the entire vessel, coupled with a level 10 powerhouse, exterminating Wang Jingze and his crew would be an effortless task. The situation had completely reversed. Wang Jingze had transformed from predator to prey, now helplessly awaiting his fate. My greatest failure was not eliminating you from the very beginning. Wang Jingze lamented with a bitter smile. You certainly are quite the lone wolf, Zhong Yun replied, shaking his head. Just then, Yu Daoqing arrived, and Zhong Yun opened the door to admit her. You have spent 15 years orchestrating this scheme. What was your ultimate aim? He wished to clarify some lingering questions while he had the time before the arrival of Insect B number 2 and number 3. Wang Jingze appeared to find the question ludicrous, a smirk tugging at his lips, yet he was unable to summon a genuine smile. The first time I laid eyes on Yu Daoqing, I was utterly captivated. I had never imagined a woman could possess such beauty. I was completely conquered. I told myself I must have her without fail. Dream on, Yu Daoqing spat venomously. Wang Jingze chuckled then. Dream on? If it weren't for Zhong Yun, would you think I was dreaming? Are the people on this ship not yours? Zhong Yun interjected, noticing Yu Daoqing trembling with anger. Wang Jingze fell silent, neither affirming nor denying. If I were to inquire which faction they belonged to, I suppose you would decline to inform me. Zhong Yun continued. Spare me the pleasantries. Wang Jingze said impatiently. What do you intend to do with us? His tone revealed a genuine admission of defeat. Zhong Yun fell silent. The tension in the room thickened as Wang Jingze's companions became anxious, They understood the moment that would determine their fate had arrived. Life or death rested on the whim of that young man. Yu Daoqing cast a glance at Zhong Yun. Her curiosity piqued regarding his impending decision. Would he choose to kill or to spare? Chapter 149. The last laugh. Moments later, Zhong Yun finally shattered the suffocating silence, declaring, "Everyone except you may leave." Upon hearing his words, the others stirred restlessly, their gazes shifting to a man beside Wang Jingze, the second in command, the highest-ranking individual remaining besides Wang Jingze. And now, their true leader. Yu Daoqing's expression faltered, a hint of urgency flashing across her face as if she wished to speak. But upon noticing the glint of coldness in Zhong Yun's eyes, she swallowed her words. Wang Jingze's complexion paled, and he grimly remarked, "I should have anticipated this. Since you are rampaging in the main control room, you likely have no need for crew members." Zhong Yun remained silent. Even though he regarded Wang Jingze as already dead, he would not reveal all his cards out of caution. "I have activated all the escape pods. You will return from whence you came." Zhong Yun issued his dismissal. "And please relay a message to your esteemed master. From henceforth, do not let your people appear before me again, nor shall they covet my woman. Otherwise," he uttered 4 words, "the consequences will be yours to bear." The second in command exchanged a glance with Wang Jingze before turning to his subordinates. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. "Everyone, listen to my command. Form groups of 20 and assemble at the escape pods. I apologize, Mr. Wang, but I must take responsibility for the lives of my men." The second in command bowed, slightly in deference. "If you return this way, your superiors will not spare you." Wang Jingze sneered. "That is my concern. You should tend to your own affairs," the second in command retorted, turning away with his men. He had long been dissatisfied with Wang Jingze's disregard for the lives of their comrades. Had it not been for his superior's orders, he would have rebelled long ago. With the evacuation imminent, he had no desire to linger in Wang Jingze's presence. Once they had departed, a mocking smile crept across Wang Jingze's lips. They were truly naive, believing Zhong Yun would allow them to leave alive. Zhong Yun's expression remained unchanged, his gaze shifting to the crew members streaming towards the escape pods. Over 60 remained, boarding 4 escape pods that successfully launched away. Watching the spaceship shrink into the distance, a pall of sorrow enveloped the faces of those aboard the escape pods. They had started with 300. Now, only 60 remained, with 4/5 of their comrades sacrificed. "We must seek vengeance," echoed the collective sentiment. Though Zhong Yun had not killed them and had permitted their escape, gratitude would be far from their hearts. He had taken so many lives, and their enmity would be eternal. They would remember his name deeply, for the pain he had inflicted upon them would one day be repaid tenfold. A shared vow among them, a mere small nation like the Daver Republic. "Let's see how it can protect you," the second in command revealed a cruel smile. "I cannot believe you are truly foolish enough to let them go." Wang Jingze feigned astonishment upon noticing Zhong Yun's prolonged silence. "Would you genuinely show such kindness for my sake? Surely, killing them would bring me considerable trouble." Zhong Yun finally spoke. "Ha ha!" Wang Jingze laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. Perhaps aware of his impending demise, he had completely let go. "You cannot be that naive. Do you think that by letting them go, they will be grateful to you?" Zhong Yun shook his head. "They were once your companions. Why do you not plead for their lives, but instead urge me to kill them?" Wang Jingze's expression turned frenzied. "I know you will not spare me. Since I am to die, why should they live?" Zhong Yun remained silent. Just as in the pursuit of his desires, he could understand the lengths one might go. Yet he was deeply unsettled by Wang Jingze's self-destructive actions that harmed others without benefit to himself. The insect be number 2 and no. 3 had already come to a halt outside the spacecraft, and he had lost interest in engaging in futile banter with Wang Jingze. "Just stay there," he commanded. Suddenly, a foreboding sensation gripped Zhong Yun, prompting him to instinctively sidestep, a sharp pain radiating from his forearm. He discovered a syringe embedded in his left forearm, its contents already injected into his system. "Ha ha ha!" Wang Jingze laughed maniacally. "Enjoy the taste of your own powers rebounding upon you." Yu Daoqing reacted swiftly, yanking the syringe from Zhong Yun's arm, revealing 3 triangular red spots, mirroring the small wound on the captain's forehead. Without hesitation, Zhong Yun clutched the joint of his left arm tightly, attempting to halt the spread of the liquid within. Below the joint, it felt as though boiling oil coursed through his veins, igniting his flesh in a fiery crimson hue, akin to shrimp cooked to perfection. "Zhong Yun, are you all right?" Yu Daoqing gasped, her face paling in horror at the grotesque transformation of his arm, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Wang Jingze, bring the antidote." She suddenly rose, radiating an unprecedented aura of lethal intent, her voice as frigid as the winds sweeping across the polar skies. Otherwise, I shall ensure your existence becomes a living hell. Wang Jing's face contorted with twisted delight. Does it hurt, Zhongyun? Seeing him in pain, does it bring you anguish? Do you wish to kill me? Yu Daoqing's chest heaved, struggling to rein in her surging fury as she produced the antidote. I won't kill you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wang Jingze shook his head mockingly, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. At this moment, I hold the upper hand. Whose life is worth more, yours or his? Weigh for yourself, and let me remind you, your beloved's time is running out. A flicker of terror crossed Yu Daoqing's eyes. What do you want? I want you. Wang Jingze purred, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. You're dreaming, Yu Daoqing retorted, her face blanching with anger, wishing to rend his insidious visage into pieces. Wang Jingze burst into laughter. All I require is your company for a single night. Spend a night with me, and I shall save your beloved. Consider it a most advantageous bargain. Do not deliberate for too long. Zhongyun cannot endure much more. His laughter echoed chaotically. Yu Daoqing cast a glance at Zhongyun, who lay half prostrate on the ground, his face devoid of color due to the pain, the anomaly in his arm having spread to his shoulder. As she contemplated yielding, Zhongyun's fury ignited. Summoning an unexpected surge of strength, he rose abruptly, kicking the control panel to shut off the surveillance feed. Turning to Yu Daoqing, his voice, though strained and distorted, was resolute. I do not require you to sacrifice your body to save me. After uttering those words, Zhongyun seemed to expend every ounce of his energy, leaning heavily against the control panel, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Yu Daoqing felt as though her heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, her face mirroring Zhongyun's pallor. In the main control room, only Zhongyun's labored breaths filled the silence. After a while, his weak voice broke through, "Help me to the escape hatch." Wiping away tears she hadn't realized she had shed, Yu Daoqing moved to assist him. His once formidable frame now leaned heavily upon her shoulder, and she was struck by the contrast to the strength he had exhibited merely half an hour prior. The thought sent fresh tears streaming down her cheeks. As the feed was cut off, Wang Jing's expression darkened, but soon he erupted into laughter once more. Zhongyun, no matter your prowess, you remain ensnared by my design. The one who laughs last shall indeed be me. His laughter grew increasingly frenzied, reverberating through the empty corridors, as if he sought to unleash 15 years of pent-up emotions. Wang Jingze was a master of patience, as evidenced by his ability to remain undetected beside Yu Daoqing for 15 years. Like Zhongyun, he had concealed his most potent card. His ability to manipulate objects from a distance was well known within the base, yet none were aware of his capacity for long-range control, provided he was familiar with the location. Even if separated by hundreds of meters or obstructed by barriers, he could still command an object. The limit was set at 1,000 meters, and the object's size could not exceed 0.5 cubic meters. Conveniently, he was positioned merely 800 meters from the control room, with the box containing the syringe capable of causing a backlash hidden just behind the captain's chair. His earlier ramblings were merely a distraction, allowing him to secretly execute his long-range control to open the box and retrieve the syringe. Zhongyun and Yu Daoqing, caught off guard, ultimately fell victim to his cunning, allowing him to turn the tide. The depths of his cunning and patience were indeed chilling. As Wang Jing's laughter subsided, he regained his composure, realizing he needed to vacate the spacecraft while Yu Daoqing was preoccupied. Otherwise, facing an enraged and desperate level 10 powerhouse, he doubted his chances of survival. Though the front corridor was sealed, as captain, he knew the code for the back door. With a brief investment of time, he unlocked it and proceeded towards the adjacent control room. This was a considerable risk, should Yu Daoqing be monitoring him. It would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Yet, he had to take that risk, for here lay an escape pod designated for high-ranking personnel, far superior to standard escape pods. Once aboard the escape pod, he noted with satisfaction that Yu Daoqing had not pursued him, just as he had anticipated. She was entirely consumed by her own concerns. With a slight smile, he thought, Yu Daoqing, I shall return. You are mine. The escape pod launched from a spacecraft, hurtling into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Chapter 150. Until the final moment, you will never know who will laugh last. Following Zhongyun's guidance, Yu Daoqing opened a door adjacent to the main control room, a passage specifically designed for crew evacuation. Supporting Zhongyun, they traversed the corridor for about 20 meters, arriving at a small chamber. As they stepped inside, the passage sealed behind them. Retrieving a spacesuit from the wall, she first assisted Zhongyun into it before donning one herself. Open the hatch, Zhong Yun's weak voice emerged from within the suit. Yu Daoqing complied, and a powerful suction force engulfed them, extracting the air from the chamber. Once the suction ceased, she untied the safety harnesses around their waists. Peering outside, she spotted a small spacecraft not far away. Gritting her teeth, she tightly embraced Zhong Yun and leaped through the hatch. The inertia propelled them forward, matching the spacecraft's speed. Pushing off against the exterior of the ship, they were propelled towards the vessel. Though the spacecraft appeared diminutive, it was comparable in height to a 10-story building. As they approached, mechanical arms extended from it, drawing them aboard. Once the hatch closed, air filled the landing pod, and Yu Daoqing hastily removed her spacesuit, unfastening Zhong Yun's helmet, revealing the abnormal crimson hue of his face. What is wrong? Don't scare me. Awaken. She shook him several times, yet he remained unresponsive. An overwhelming sorrow engulfed her, submerging her heart as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand that intermittently squeezed, sending waves of agony that rendered her nearly breathless. Yu Daoqing could no longer contain herself. She clutched Zhong Yun's body and wept uncontrollably. Stop crying. Zhong Yun's faint voice struck Yu Daoqing like a thunderclap. In disbelief, she lifted her head and beheld Zhong Yun blinking at her. Yu Daoqing pressed her hands to her mouth, tears cascading down onto Zhong Yun's clothing, as if she had been abruptly snatched from the depths of hell back to the heights of paradise, her emotions spiraling beyond her control. How old are you? Still crying so much? Zhong Yun's hand stirred slightly, as if he wished to lift it to wipe her tears, but found himself devoid of strength. Unable to raise his arm, understanding his intent, Yu Daoqing took his hand, clasping it and placing it against her face. His fingers remained as rough and warm as ever, akin to her heart. Carry me to the control room. Zhong Yun's voice was faint, though he remained conscious, yet an unknown substance coursed through his body, igniting a torment beyond ordinary comprehension. With utmost care, Yu Daoqing lifted Zhong Yun, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world, her expression intensely focused. Upon reaching the main control room, Zhong Yun immediately issued commands. Connect me to Xiaoling. Your situation is precarious. Xiaoling's voice emerged, seemingly aware of the presence of outsiders, refraining from activating the visual feed. It's a long story. My energy has backfired. Hurry and come to my aid. Zhong Yun felt his strength waning, as if he could scarcely muster the energy to speak. Understood. Xiaoling promptly severed the communication. With Xiaoling's response, Zhong Yun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Although his condition appeared to deteriorate, he felt no concern, believing that as long as Xiaoling arrived, his life would be preserved. He had faith that there was nothing Xiaoling could not accomplish. Regrettably, I did not eliminate Wang Jingze. Yu Daoqing suddenly sighed, harboring a deep-seated hatred for him. If he were before her now, she would undoubtedly reduce him to ashes. Zhong Yun chuckled unexpectedly, remarking on the peculiarities of life. When one believes they have everything under control, they often discover events unfold contrary to their expectations. Just as he was about to elaborate, he broke into a fit of coughing. Have we established contact with our people? The second officer in the lifeboat inquired. Not yet. The communication device in this lifeboat seems to be malfunctioning and cannot be activated. A crew member fiddling with the controls replied. The guidance system is also inoperative, he added. A sense of foreboding surged within the second officer, prompting him to rush over. Let me take a look. He pushed the other aside and began to operate the controls. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, he collapsed onto the ground, his complexion ashen. The personnel in the other 3 lifeboats soon realized they could not control their vessels. Despair etched across the faces of the ship's control crew, mirroring that of the second officer. Wang Jingze, elated after eliminating a formidable foe, sat in the lifeboat's control room, manipulating the console. Despite the initial plan's failure, he felt no discouragement. His ability to endure for 15 years granted him an unparalleled patience. Today's events further reinforced his belief that those who are perpetually victorious may not necessarily triumph in the end. First, he had been gradually dismantled despite holding absolute advantages, ultimately rendered powerless, akin to fish on a chopping board. Then there was Zhong Yun, who fancied himself the master of the game, dictating the fates of his enemies, only to be caught off guard and lose his very life. Wang Jingze did not believe that, under such circumstances, Zhong Yun could reach Davo in time for treatment. Wang Jingze noticed something peculiar with the console. No matter what command he input, it yielded no response. What is happening? He wondered, perplexed. The lifeboat's operating system was designed to be user-friendly for ordinary passengers, easily navigable by anyone. Shadows crept into his mind as he recalled a troubling question. Why had Zhong Yun released all the crew members in such a situation? Did he not realize that this was tantamount to letting a tiger return to the mountains? Wang Jingze did not perceive Zhong Yun as someone merciful. Although their acquaintance was brief, the life-and-death struggle of the past half-day had unveiled Zhong Yun's true nature to him. While he could not be labeled as ruthless, Wang Jingze was convinced that Zhong Yun would never spare those who posed a threat to him. As this realization dawned, a primal fear surged within him, driving him to frantically input commands into the console, but to no avail. After a long while, he slumped helplessly onto the floor, his face a mask of despair. Suddenly, his throat convulsed, and he emitted a shrill laugh that grew louder, filling the entire lifeboat. Warning, meteoroids detected ahead. Please evade, the alarm blared suddenly. Evasion? Wang Jingze found this to be the most ludicrous joke in the world, laughing until tears streamed down his face. The lifeboat's operating system was locked down. This grim reality plunged all surviving crew members in the 4 lifeboats into a chilling abyss, their hearts frozen in terror. What is the destination? The second officer asked flatly. The crew member closest to the console trembled as he input a few commands. Although the system was locked, he could still access some information. After a mere glance, despair washed over his face. 120 billion kilometers away, a star, the crew member's voice seemed to echo from the depths of the netherworld. Zhong Yun, you have won. Amidst the increasingly urgent alarms, Wang Jingze suddenly sat up, unleashing a soul-stirring roar. I will be waiting for you on the other side. In the cosmos, a small meteoroid ignited with an inconspicuous spark, encapsulating a man's 15 years of love, ambition, and possession, all of which were obliterated into nothingness within that spark. Zhong Yun, you are truly ruthless, the second officer bellowed in anger. The 4 lifeboats surged forth like Kwa Fu, heedlessly racing toward a colossal star, within which were over 60 individuals ensnared by despair. Until the final moment, you will never know who will emerge victorious. Zhong Yun's weakened voice resonated in the control room of the Insect B3. Chapter 151. What can you offer? What I never anticipated was that Zhong Yun, from such a distance, could launch a surprise attack. Zhong Yun took a breath, contemplating the astonishing capabilities of this cosmic oddity. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. After speaking at length, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Do not speak. Rest well, Yu Daoqing said tenderly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Despite the backlash from the unknown substance, it was curious that Zhong Yun remained conscious, flickers of purple light occasionally shimmering across his body. I am in great pain. Zhong Yun's purple aura pulsed more intensely, his face contorting in anguish as fresh beads of sweat emerged from his brow. Yu Daoqing cradled him in her arms, his body trembling, unaware of the immense suffering he endured. Her heart ached like a knife, helplessly watching Zhong Yun suffer such torment. Zhong Yun, you cannot perish. Yu Daoqing tightly embraced his neck, overwhelmed by sorrow. Zhong Yun struggled to move his eyes, landing them upon her, his lips quivering without producing a sound. Sensing the tremor in his throat, Yu Daoqing lifted her head and, noticing his lips moving, leaned closer to his mouth, straining to hear. I'm not reconciled. I have never kissed a girl. The fragmented words emerged from Zhong Yun, but his voice dwindled in a silence thereafter. As she felt the vitality of her beloved slipping away rapidly, Yu Daoqing did not hesitate. She pressed her cherry lips against his. A fleeting smile, reminiscent of a mischievous prank, tugged at the corners of Zhong Yun's mouth. The last vestiges of his essence were being eroded, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. Xiaoling, find me a handsome man to possess. This was the final flicker of awareness before he succumbed to an abyss of darkness. As Yu Daoqing felt Zhong Yun's once fervent lips grow cold, her heart shattered into countless fragments. She raised her gaze to find the violet glow enveloping Zhong Yun had vanished. The ghastly red on his skin dissipated, leaving only a pallid hue. I cannot bear your death, she murmured in his ear, as if attempting to rouse him from his stupor. She cradled Zhong Yun, leaning his back against her bosom. One hand pressed against his chest, feeling the faint rhythm of his heartbeat, her sole source of motivation and a glimmer of hope. Do you know? We of the Jialan have a legend. Thus, Yu Daoqing continued to hold him, recounting tales into his ear, transitioning from one story to another. Knowing that Zhong Yun relished hearing her narrate curious and whimsical anecdotes. Time ticked away, each second felt like an eternity, the entire vessel enveloped in silence. Save for Yu Daoqing's soft whispers in the main control room. Uncertain of how long it had been, she remained motionless, enveloped in her stories. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared from the main control room, announcing, attention, Bumblebee 3 is initiating docking. Yu Daoqing jolted awake, staring in astonishment at the blinking lights on the console. A wave of elation surged within her. Zhongyan, do you see? We have arrived. You shall be saved soon. After a brief moment, the flickering lights ceased, and the system's voice echoed once more, docking complete. Subsequently, the hatch opened automatically, revealing a machine resembling a bed that entered to embrace Zhong Yun. A cold, emotionless voice resonated. Yu Daoqing glanced at Zhong Yun, whose complexion appeared even more ashen than before, devoid of any trace of color on his lips. Gritting her teeth, she lifted him and placed him upon the machine. As soon as he lay down, a transparent helmet enveloped his head entirely, followed by a smaller mask covering his mouth and nose. A pink liquid surged forth, filling the sealed helmet and completely submerging Zhong Yun's head. The machine began to activate, and Yu Daoqing closely followed, her hand clasping as tightly. The machine transported them into the main control room, where she beheld a youth with long black hair and clad in dark attire, bearing a resemblance to Zhong Yun. He exuded an aura of profound indifference that deterred others from approaching. You are Yu Daoqing, the youth stated, his tone eliciting discomfort within her. Yet, consumed by concern for Zhong Yun, she dismissed her unease. I am. You must be the Xiao Ling Zhong Yun mentioned. We need to return to Dao urgently. It is too late. Zero, who had transformed into the visage of a youth, interrupted her coldly, his words piercing Yu Daoqing's fragile psyche. How can it be too late? The most terrifying notion struck her, and the emotion she had suppressed for so long erupted uncontrollably. There is still time. There must be. She glared at Zero, her garments swirling ominously as a palpable aura of menace radiated from her. Will you go? If not, I will kill you. If you desire Zhong Yun's demise, then act. Despite her threat, Zero's expression remained unyieldingly stoic. Yu Daoqing's chest heaved, her exquisitely beautiful face contorting slightly. Her garments stilled, and the tangible malice dissipated. Her visage turned pale. What must I do for you to save him? What can you offer? Zero's voice persisted. Can you bring him back to life? Yu Daoqing's gaze bore into him, as if attempting to unravel the depths of his soul. Zero sensed a misunderstanding on her part, but offered no explanation. Only if you can pay a sufficiently great price. I would give everything, she declared resolutely, her tone leaving no room for doubt, as long as you can save him. Even your life? Zero's gaze sharpened, revealing the first flicker of change in his demeanor. Even my life. You may leave now. Having obtained his answer, Zero turned away, dismissing her. How will you save him? Yu Daoqing questioned urgently. On a planet, the Tree of Life's spring water is the only solution. Zero reiterated his earlier statement. You are mad. The world tree has long been extinguished. Yu Daoqing felt as if the world was spinning around her. Zhong Yun's condition deteriorated by the day, teetering on the brink of collapse. Who could have anticipated that this Zero would bring her to this primitive planet, wasting precious time for his treatment? Zhong Yun's life now hung by a thread. If anything happens to him, I will ensure you accompany him in death. Yu Daoqing could scarcely contain her overwhelming wrath. Seemingly unfazed by her words, Zero continued, You are the saintess of the Jialan. Do you not understand sacrifice? Yu Daoqing's eyes narrowed, a dangerously intense gaze directed at him. How do you know this? Speak, who sent you? Zhong Yun's time is running out. Zero's cold stare met hers. Yu Daoqing felt a surge of anxiety, recalling Zhong Yun lying in the healing chamber, her resolve wavering. I have heard of it, but I do not know. This is the entire process of life sacrifice. Remember it well, Zero concluded, and a panoramic video began to play in the space ahead. A woman clad in a moon-white gown performed a graceful and ancient dance before a magnificent tree. As she gazed at the video, Yu Daoqing was profoundly shaken. She had never encountered such footage before, yet an ancient memory, deeply embedded within her veins, evoked an uncanny sense of familiarity with the scenes before her. As if dictated by fate, after watching, Yu Daoqing turned to Zero in astonishment. Did you take note of that? Zero inquired. How could you possibly possess this? Yu Daoqing murmured dreamily. The video felt so vividly authentic, imbued with a sacred, timeless essence that made one feel as though they were truly present. It was undeniably not a mere simulation created through virtual technology. This footage was captured on-site. Yu Daoqing was certain of it. Time is running out for Zhong Yun. Zero reiterated with urgency. Yu Daoqing jolted back to reality, shaken from her stupor, and hastily composed herself. I have taken note. Be aware. What you are about to undertake is the most perilous form of life sacrifice, aimed at nurturing the sapling of the world tree to achieve its juvenile state, which could very well lead to the complete depletion of your vitality, Zero warned coldly. His grave demeanor and words sent a chill through Yu Daoqing's heart. Was it truly possible that this planet harbored a world tree that had been extinct for 5 millennia? Should this be true, even if not for the sake of saving Zhongyun, she would unhesitatingly offer her life for the world tree. It was her innate calling as a saintess. The maturation of the world tree to its juvenile form would yield a spring, the waters of which could eradicate all negative states. Representing the finest remedy discovered against the scourge of ailments, Zero elucidated. I shall ask once more, what are you willing to sacrifice for Zhongyun? Zero's gaze bore into Yu Daoqing, his cold eyes piercing the depths of her soul. Everything I possess, Yu Daoqing replied with an air of tranquility, as if she were discussing a matter of little consequence.